001 The Fall of the Top Student. Lin Yuan, grade light territory. After a long pause, the elderly man in a luxurious robe uttered these words, still wearing an expression of disbelief. What shocked this 15th level light trees official was not the grade light territory, which was of no value. After all, he had seen countless individuals who were considered failures for obtaining the lowest level light territory. What truly astonished him was that the recipient of the grade light territory was none other than the academic genius named Lin Yuan. Even after a century of overseeing the 15th level light tree, he couldn't digest this news in such a short time. The serene and sacred light tree garden felt as if it had plunged into icy water. After a brief moment of stillness, boom, the uproar erupted. How could this happen? Did the light tree make a mistake? Impossible. The light tree never makes mistakes. Then how can we explain this? Lin Yuan, after 10 years of enrollment, has consistently achieved overwhelming first place, even being praised by the city lord as the strongest genius in 1,000 years since the establishment of Zhuke City. How could he only receive in grade light territory? Just so, the previous first place was at least 8B level territory. Why is this happening? The reserve lords, who had eagerly anticipated witnessing the birth of the strongest initial light territory, felt their minds buzzing. What was happening had exceeded their comprehension. Soon, other voices began to emerge. The strongest genius? Just a fraud. We've all been deceived by Lin Yuan. He's not a top student at all, but a complete con artist. The light tree never makes mistakes. The grade territory he received is the best proof. Haha, within grade light territory, he's finished. Make good use of these 7 days of preparation. Enjoy the remaining time of your life. Haha. Some were filled with disdain, others laughed heartily, and many took pleasure in his misfortune. All eyes turned toward Lin Yuan. He stood at the forefront, the first to receive the baptism of a light tree. Yet at that moment, he was enduring a tremendous blow under the mocking gaze of thousands. Being pointed at by the crowd, anyone with a fragile mind would likely break down on the spot. This child, the official in charge, looked at Lin Yuan in surprise, noticing that Lin Yuan's expression had not changed at all. He maintained a calm, almost indifferent demeanor and quietly stepped aside, as if everything happening in the world had nothing to do with him. Such rare psychological resilience, a steadfast and persistent character, an extraordinary detachment from external matters. What a pity to receive in grade light territory. Even if it were in a grade territory, I could have offered assistance. What a shame, what a shame. The official sighed deeply in his heart. However, in Lin Yuan's eyes, the current criticisms and gazes were merely minor disturbances. Lin Yuan had crossed over. In his previous life, he was a top biologist, the most outstanding genetic engineer. To establish a foundation for his biological genetic research, Lin Yuan ventured into finance, making 13 successful high-stakes gambles, accumulating assets worth hundreds of billions in just 3 years. Every step he took was fraught with danger, pushing the limits of human heartbeats. He had achieved this limit 13 times, and his legendary experiences were revered by financial moguls as if he were a deity. Yet, his achievements in finance seemed trivial compared to his already peak-level expertise in genetic engineering. Thus, it was clear that Lin Yuan had stood at the pinnacle of society in his past life. However, the deepest exploration of genetic engineering is often referred to as a forbidden domain, and Lin Yuan's research inevitably brushed against these taboos, accompanied by the inevitable accident of a plane crash. Lin Yuan crossed over into this current world, a realm where darkness prevailed outside the light territories. In the shadows, countless strange and terrifying monsters lurked, forcing humanity to remain behind high walls, defending against the onslaught of dark creatures. For Lin Yuan, this world felt freer, with fewer constraints, allowing him to freely conduct his biological research. The surrounding mockery and discussion continued, derisive gazes raining down like bullets, aiming to pierce Lin Yuan. They were eager to see him crushed, wanting to witness the once exalted top student fall from grace, humiliated before them. It seemed that only in this way could they erase their own history of bowing to Lin Yuan. However, Lin Yuan was not on the same level of understanding or mindset as these young people in the square. Like a farmer who knew nothing of an emperor's life, The raucous discussions around him sounded no different from the howls of monkeys in Lin Yuan's ears. Ignoring the external noise and the elder's sympathetic gaze, Lin Yuan retracted his thoughts and mused. The difficulty of grade light territory is vaguely recorded. I wonder if my 3 creations can break the initial deadlock. I just hope this grade light territory is of the resource-rich type. If not, I can only take risks and traverse the darkness to transplant the light tree. The knowledge learned in the Zhuke City Reserve Lord Academy would automatically resurface in Lin Yuan's mind when needed. Grade territories are divided into 2 types. The first type is extremely resource-poor, consisting only of sand and stones, making development impossible. The second type is rich in resources, but outside the newly sprouted light tree are ferocious and terrifying monsters. Once the protection period ends, the territory will undoubtedly be trampled, a typical case of having wealth but no life to spend it. The allocation ceremony of the light tree continued. Suddenly, a roar erupted from the crowd. Zhou Qing, a grade territory. The official in charge of the 15th level light tree exclaimed involuntarily. Today's 2 events had greatly shaken his 30 years of tranquil composure. My heavens, I must be hearing things. A grade light territory, a level that hasn't been allocated by the 15th level light tree in 50 years. Zhou Qing, the second top student after Lin Yuan, who has always been overshadowed by Lin Yuan, seeing no hope of surpassing him. What second top student? My brother Zhou Qing is the true first. How could that failure Lin Yuan even be compared to my brother Zhou Qing? Indeed, the A level of the bright territory speaks for itself. Lin Yuan is not even worthy of carrying brother Zhou Qing's shoes. The 15th year bright tree is incredibly magnificent, its light not glaring but radiating like petals, enhancing the aura of brilliance around Zhou Qing. Admiration, envy, reverence, everyone's gaze shifted and focused on Zhou Qing. In contrast, Lin Yuan appeared dull and faded, once the center of attention, now resembling a discarded empty can. 002 System Awakening Lin Yuan. If you don't mind, you can come to my domain of light. I will transfer the ownership of the domain of light to you. Lin Yuan was about to leave to prepare for the upcoming development of the territory when unexpectedly, such a surprising statement reached his ears. No way, Yin Yi. Have you lost your mind? That is the domain of light. We defeated so many people to gain the opportunity to become a lord in reserve. And you're just giving it away like this? Don't let Lin Yuan's looks blind you. Once you master a C level or above domain of light, you can have any handsome guy you want. The girl's urgent voices came one after another. You're not like that. Lin Yuan is really talented. The domain of light in his hands will definitely develop into a fortress city that protects humanity. I am also making my own contribution to the survival of humanity. Firmly rebutted a girl named Yin Yi. On that cold and despairing rainy night, the figure that seemed to be a savior was deeply engraved in her mind. Yin Yi, I remember your name. I don't need your domain of light. In the future, you can make one request to me. Whatever it is, I will fulfill it. Leaving a promise, Lin Yuan didn't turn back, but walked steadily outside. Although they had never communicated before, as classmates for 10 years, he naturally knew Yin Yi's voice and appearance. TCH, what kind of person is this? Everyone must teleport to their own domain of light within 7 days. An F-level domain that won't survive long is still talking big. What are you pretending for? Thinking you can satisfy any request? Do you think you're some senior? Disdainful voices buzzed around. Lin Yuan, hold on. Under the 15th order light tree, Zhou Qing shouted, Lin Yuan, your talent impresses me. And I sincerely invite you to my A-level domain of light to serve as the steward of the light tree. Zhou Qing's words stirred another wave of excitement. My goodness, what luck Lin Yuan has to go to an A-level domain of light. I want to go too. That is an A-level domain of light, serving as a steward. Lin Yuan just fell into the mundane world and is now going to rise to great heights again. I can't accept that. According to the rules of the light tree, Lin Yuan must first go to his own F-level domain. So, Zhou Qing is willing to use a precious teleportation rune for him? No wonder he is from a prestigious family. The resources he can mobilize are truly beyond imagination. Plus, with an A-level domain of light, Zhou Qing will definitely have a place on the future list of outstanding lords. So, following Zhou Qing, Lin Yuan's future is incredibly bright? How envious, really envious. This is simply a life-changing opportunity. If I were Lin Yuan, I would definitely kneel down in gratitude. Having been pulled back from the brink of death, Lin Yuan felt he would do anything to repay this kindness, let alone accept the position of the chief officer of the Bright Tree, which held authority over thousands. The crowd buzzed with discussions. Even the chief officer of the 15th tier Bright Tree stroked his beard and smiled at Zhou Qing, clearly pleased with his actions. Wonderful. Yin Yi let out a long sigh of relief. Her worries eased as she felt happy for Lin Yuan. However, unexpectedly, Lin Yuan seemed not to hear and continued walking forward. To complete the 3 works in his house, Lin Yuan had come into contact with many underground forces in the city and had some knowledge of Zhou Qing's deeds. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was a beast in human guise, extremely capricious and filled with jealousy. After 10 years of being classmates, Lin Yuan had long seen through Zhou Qing's facade. Would someone like him sincerely invite Lin Yuan to his bright territory as a chief officer? Someone tried to remind Lin Yuan, but he ignored it, continuing on his own path. The crowd fell silent, their eyes filled with confusion. They couldn't understand why Lin Yuan remained indifferent when such a tremendous opportunity had fallen into his lap. Zhou Qing continued to smile, though his smile appeared somewhat twisted. At that moment, a notification sounded. Ding! Fusion World Progress 100, System Activation. This system is named the Anonymous Good Deeds System. Ding! Detection complete. The system will grant the host a nest of alien insects and unlimited ethereal energy capacity. Host Lin Yuan, as the supreme ruler of the swarm, possesses the highest will to command the swarm. Please proceed to your bright territory within 3 minutes to receive the gift. Otherwise, it will be considered forfeited. Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks. He was no stranger to systems. Before his journey, he enjoyed reading novels that broke the constraints of reality, which helped broaden his thinking, particularly in his biological gene research. The alien insect nest needed to be collected within 3 minutes, leaving him no time to retrieve the 3 works from the basement. Lin Yuan turned around and quickly headed towards the 15th tier Bright Tree. Phew! Yin Yi let out a sigh of relief, her earlier tension dissipating as her gaze towards Lin Yuan grew more resolute. As long as he was alive, she would have the chance to repay his kindness, even if he saw it as a trivial matter. She clenched her fist, believing that Lin Yuan had come to terms with it and would accept Zhou Qing's invitation. TCH, I thought he was a man of strong principles. How naive. Those who know how to adapt are wise. What's wrong with bending down to survive? What is self-esteem anyway? As long as one is alive, that's better than anything else. Indeed, in this dark world, being able to live steadily is a luxury. Zhou Qing is broad-minded, with the talent to recognize and utilize people well. I've made my decision. I will seek to ally with Zhou Qing in the future. Let us go together. Listening to the crowd's discussions, the corners of Zhou Qing's mouth lifted, and his smile grew brighter. Lin Yuan, he said, looking at the approaching figure. And then he extended his hand, only to freeze. Lin Yuan didn't even glance in his direction and walked straight towards the teleportation platform under the Bright Tree. Zhou Qing's hand hung in midair, making him look like a clown. Lin Yuan, F-level Bright Territory holder, has 1 teleportation permission. Would you like to teleport immediately? A translucent silver panel appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Just like the 15th tier Bright Tree itself, the silver panel was insubstantial, existing only in a virtual form. Teleport immediately. Petals of radiant light fluttered, and Lin Yuan's figure vanished. At the moment of teleportation, Lin Yuan pressed a small button in his pocket. He teleported directly. He had gone to the F-level Bright Territory. He gave up the opportunity to go to the A-level territory and did not take advantage of the 7-day preparation time. He just teleported like that. The crowd was utterly astonished, left speechless. Lin Yuan's actions were so bizarre that they couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation no matter how hard they tried. Lin Yuan. Yin Yi was completely bewildered, her mind feeling as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer. Even Lin Yuan couldn't possibly survive in the F-level Bright Territory. Why wouldn't he accept my goodwill? I wouldn't have a chance to repay his kindness. Her gaze dimmed, as she felt there was no way Lin Yuan could survive. No matter how spectacular his learning journey in the City Lord's Reserve was, that was still an F-level territory. And since the Dark Ages, no F-level territory holder had ever survived past the first day after the protection period of the newborn Bright Tree. Lin Yuan must be a fool, choosing to go to the F-level Bright Territory instead of assisting Zhou Qing in the A-level territory. Even my foolish dog could make the right choice. He could have lived for 37 more days, but now he would only last for 30. Zhou Qing, take a look at me. I'm loyal. After the shock, the crowd erupted into a clamor, filled with disdain and contempt. Zhou Qing gritted his teeth, his face turning ashen. If Lin Yuan had stayed in Zhuge City, he would have had 1,000 ways to torment him. To take revenge for Lin Yuan's disregard and to vent his jealousy over that insurmountable talent. After all, the current Lin Yuan was no longer the super genius that even the city lord was concerned about. He was just a waste who obtained an F-level bright territory. No matter how he played, there was no risk involved, no price to pay. However, after rejecting him, Lin Yuan went ahead and teleported. In Zhou Qing's view, this was nothing short of a suicidal act, robbing him of any chance to torment Lin Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, a massive explosion echoed in the distance. The rolling sound waves causing people's eardrums to ache. 003 The nest of alien insects. System collapse. What happened? As they watched the soaring flames, everyone was filled with questions. Soon after, a piece of news shocked everyone. In a certain residential area on the lower level, a violent explosion occurred, and 3 monsters emerged from it. These 3 creatures did not belong to any known dark entities, but appeared to be a fusion of various dark beings, possessing elite-level strength of the 5th tier, causing considerable chaos. The 3 monsters were quickly subdued by the patrolling guards, but the turmoil they triggered did not subside. Why? In the towering walls of the first line of defense, would 3 dark creatures suddenly appear in the city? Is it no longer safe in this city? We pay a huge amount of resources just to live here. This city must ensure our safety. How could it be possible? This city is one of the 4 great bright cities of the region. How could it be unsafe? Yet, panic spread among the people. Even the usually indifferent lord of the city, who had concerned himself with worldly affairs for a century, was alarmed. He personally issued a decree to investigate the origins of the incident. Soon, the structure of the dark creatures was analyzed, confirming that they were indeed monsters formed by the fusion of various dark beings. The raw materials were quite weak, mostly second-tier beings, with a few third-tier ones. Yet, the suddenly appeared monsters possessed the combat power of the 5th tier. The researchers were astonished, shocked by this brilliant creation. They vowed that if they mastered this technology, the combat power of the city would at least elevate by 1 tier. However, no matter how deeply they investigated, any clues related to these fused monsters would always vanish at critical moments, leaving no traces. 3 days later, the researchers discovered that the cells of the monsters had spontaneously collapsed, making further research impossible. From then on, the monster incident faded into obscurity. The rain pattered down, washing the earth. The whole world was shrouded in deep darkness. Only the tree of light could bloom with brightness and dispel this darkness. However, the rain did not fall upon Lin Yuan's F-level territory. The shrill cries, reminiscent of bats, enveloped the entire domain. Above, the profound darkness seemed to be continuously rolling and twisting. What kind of monsters could be hidden within it to block the rain? How big were they? How many were there? And what was their combat strength? All this information was obscured by darkness. When the unknown is closely related to one's life, it can trigger the deepest fears. Yet, listening to the piercing cries that could drive one mad, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed. Beep, host Lin Yuan has successfully arrived at the designated territory, distributing system gifts now. Beep, gift distribution complete. The system grants the host a hive of alien insects and infinite energy capacity. Host Lin Yuan, as the supreme ruler of the swarm, possesses the highest will to command the swarm. Beep, system task completed, system disintegrating. Please remember, this system is called the Anonymous Good Deed System. System disintegration complete. Farewell, host. After a series of clean and decisive operations, the system vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. A massive shadow seemed to tear through the boundary between fantasy and reality, manifesting and descending into this world. Lin Yuan stepped back several meters, tilting his head up high, finally seeing the full form of the shadow. 5 inward curving spikes shot up into the sky, moving slowly in rhythm, guarding the central area. This is the hive of alien insects. Just like top predators in nature exude a fierce aura, the hive emanated a chilling presence, and this giant living organ, towering over 100 meters, was enough to make smaller creatures submit and retreat simply by standing there. Chirp, 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 chirp. The bat sounds in the air became hurried and erratic, and the darkness above seemed to grow exceptionally chaotic. Soon, these cries faded away and disappeared. Drizzle the rain fell into the F-grade bright territory. It landed on the hive of alien insects. And the misty water vapor framed this hive like a miracle of biological evolution. It truly is the race from that game in my past life. In an instant, Lin Yuan felt a sudden emptiness in his head. It was as if his brain had been confined within the narrow space of his skull, and now it had broken through dimensional limits, entering deep space, no longer subject to any constraints. At this moment, the towering 100-meter giant living organ before him seemed to be an extension of his will. Infinite energy capacity, the supreme will of the alien insects. From now on, I am the master of the swarm. Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly ignited with two flames of orange-red, an external manifestation of his mastery over powerful energy. Lord Lin Yuan, you have entered your initial bright tree territory and bound a Tier 1 bright tree. You have a 30-day initial Lord protection period. Please make the most of your time to develop. After 30 days, you will face endless darkness. Translucent text prompts appeared before him. In front of Lin Yuan stood a faint, small bright tree, which, compared to the 15-tier bright tree in Zhuke City, was merely a small seedling, its top reaching only to his waist. The initial bright tree was just over a meter tall, with its ethereal branches and leaves resembling quietly smoldering flames, presenting an overall crystal-like illusion. This bright tree could provide a territory the size of a small town, the beginning of hope for humanity's survival in the Dark Age. The suddenly appearing text information did not surprise Lin Yuan. The bright tree has numerous wonderful uses and is key for humanity to continue during dark times. Lin Yuan had already learned all the knowledge related to the bright tree while in the City Lord's Reserve. Next, Lin Yuan's actions flowed smoothly, naming the first-level bright tree as Evolution. From then on, Lin Yuan's bright territory officially had a name: First-Level Evolution City. Hiding information about First-Level Evolution City in the Bright Tree Network, Evolution City did not disappear from the Bright Tree Network, but only showed the most basic status of existence. First-Level Evolution City, Lord Lin Yuan, exists. This is the information that can be discovered by others on the Bright Tree Network. Activating all functions of the first-level Bright Tree. Unit Resource Conversion Function activated. Recruitment Function activated. Territory Construction Function activated. Comprehensive Strength Assessment of the Territory activated. Bright Tree Network Communication Function activated. Regional Channel activated. Automatic Bright Tree Level Assessment activated. Bright Tree Evolution. Assessed as second-level Bright Tree. Second-level Bright Tree Functions activating. Bright Tree Evolution. Assessed as third-level Bright Tree. Third-level Bright Tree Functions activating. 00 for an imminent threat even for a rare S-level territory. The fastest record of upgrading from first to third level took 9 months. Yet now, without Lin Yuan doing anything, the Bright Territory Evolution City directly upgraded to the third level in an instant. The Bright Tree visibly thickened and enlarged, growing like a sponge absorbing water. The scope of Evolution City expanded from a small town to the size of 5 small towns. Just one alien insect hive directly elevated Evolution City to the third level. Jumping insects, cockroaches, spiked snakes, even alien dragons, thunder beasts, and hive lords. When the true sea of insects takes shape, what level will Evolution City be assessed at then? Lin Yuan eagerly anticipated that day, but what excited him the most was not the advancement of the Bright Territory. The game StarCraft 2 was Lin Yuan's greatest interest in his previous life. It was a duel between warriors, where the loser could only admit to being outmatched. With no excuses, as a biologist, Lin Yuan naturally had a fascination with alien insect races. Alien insects, plundering, evolving, devouring, integrating all excellent genes, relentlessly. What captivated Lin Yuan about alien insects was that their evolution perfectly matched his philosophy. The strongest concept is illusory. Those who only see the peak often lose their way along the journey, while only those who undergo eternal change can be the most perfect beings. He could hardly wait to conduct research on alien insect genes. Lin Yuan was thrilled. He was the highest will of the swarm. And the massive living architecture before him was Lin Yuan's material extension. With a thought, countless gene sequences unfolded in Lin Yuan's consciousness in an instant. Ignoring the difficult-to-understand mode of information transmission, Lin Yuan was completely immersed in the vast tapestry composed of countless gene sequences. Single helices, double helices, and reverse circular structures. He could only barely recognize 365 types of gene structures. Among the millions of gene structures, These 365 were just a drop in the ocean. It is important to note that these are gene structures, not gene sequences. How many stars have the alien insects conquered? And how many species have they absorbed to possess a gene sequence library as vast as the universe? This is where the true strength of the alien insects lies. As long as there is one larva, the insect race will never perish. Fully absorbed in this magnificent treasure trove of life, Lin Yuan did not know how much time had passed before he let out a satisfied sigh. Unfortunately, these were merely templates. The true genes had already been lost. Lin Yuan had gained a deeper understanding of the alien insects. The main nest of the alien insects is the heart of the swarm. One of its functions is to serve as a library for the genes of the alien insects. Compared to the hatching grounds and burrows, the main nest stores all gene templates of the alien insect units. However, those powerful alien insects cannot currently be produced. The reason is that the gene sequence library only preserves gene templates, not gene sequences that can immediately express traits. This may sound overwhelming, but a simple analogy can make it easy to understand. Gene templates are like molds on an assembly line. Only by filling them with gene raw materials can the finished products be continuously manufactured. The gene library is like an arsenal for the alien insects. Lin Yuan holds the blueprints for top-tier war machines like fighter jets and aircraft carriers, but he lacks the raw materials to construct them. At this moment, there were only 4 complete genes in the main nest of the alien insects. 3 of them belong to alien insect units, worker bees, jumpers, and royal insects. The remaining 1 belonged to the alien insect structure called the division pool. What I need to do next is to develop the swarm and collect genes in this dark world. I will instill modern warfare thinking into the swarm. Under my guidance, the swarm will evolve to become even more powerful. Lin Yuan quickly determined his next course of action. Just then, he heard sounds resembling jelly colliding with each other. The black gelatinous substance generated by the main nest of the alien insects was invading the fertile grass beneath his feet, continuously spreading outward. Is this the fungal mat? A living carpet composed of biomass, supplying nutrients to the alien insect structures and units. The fungal mat was decomposing organic matter, generating universal biomass specifically for the swarm. In Lin Yuan's awareness, the biomass reserves in the main nest of the alien insects were increasing, all thanks to the diligent work of the fungal mat. The research value is immense. Every tiny individual of the alien insects deserves in-depth study. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled, and his passion for research burned fiercely. Unfortunately, a skilled cook cannot make a meal without rice. Here there are no research facilities, leaving Lin Yuan at a loss. The next step is to fully develop the bright territory. As long as the territory grows strong, research equipment can be easily obtained. For the 3rd-tier evolution city, your bright territory has 25 days left in its protection period. Please make the most of your time to develop. Next, you will face the darkness. The bright tree issued a reminder. This ethereal tree-like existence possesses various incredible powers, with quantum intelligent AI beyond human understanding being just one of its basic functions. Immersed in the alien insect gene pool, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. It was time to start developing for future research. Suddenly, a chill ran down Lin Yuan's back, as his brain instinctively warned him that his life was under severe threat. He turned around and saw countless crimson eyes lighting up in the dark, hazy area outside the bright territory. The numerous eyes resembled a hidden pack of hungry wolves, sending shivers down his spine. The growling sounds rose and fell, as if to demonstrate power to Lin Yuan. These dark creatures did not rush forward, but emitted low growls as a threat, a typical probing behavior. It seemed that the might of the main nest made them wary. However, if I do not retaliate and show a strong response, these dark creatures will surge forward after their probing. A thought flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. Indeed, this is an F-level bright territory, and in just 5 days, it has attracted such a number of dark creatures. The terror of the creatures in the darkness lies in the unknown. No one knows what kind of monsters are lurking in the pitch black. Encountering such an event at the early stages of development feels like a mountain pressing down on one's heart, enough to drive a person insane. However, Lin Yuan did not pay much attention to the external threat. Regardless of the situation, the threat was there, and all he could do was quickly produce swarm units. First, he needed to survey the surrounding environment. Upon first arriving in the bright territory, exploring the surroundings would be time-consuming and laborious. But he didn't need to exert himself so much. Just as this thought settled, the alien insect main nest extended its tendrils to lift Lin Yuan high up. After the rain, the sky cleared, and a gentle breeze brought the fragrance of grass and soil, along with a hint of salty taste. Lin Yuan had a clear view of the overview of the bright territory belonging to the third-tier evolution city. The fertile plains were covered with lush grass and shrubs. Stretching northward, to the east was a jungle, with trees reaching heights of 10 meters. Faintly, he could hear the sound of ocean waves coming from the east, indicating there was likely a sea not far away. Within the range of brightness, Lin Yuan noticed the connecting slopes. The gradient was gentle, with a complete ecological community, and the variety of plants on the slopes was rich and layered. This should be the sunny side of a large mountain range. Lin Yuan made his judgment. He even spotted a small section of exposed mineral veins. The fertile land, high-quality timber, easily extractable minerals, and a wide variety of meat sources in this F-level territory are even more exaggerated than described in related records. It can be called the strongest F-level territory in history. I really don't know what kind of dark impact I will face in 25 days. Initially, I can only use the resources in the territory to exchange for high-level crystal ore. Lin Yuan formulated a plan. Every unit of the alien insects requires crystal ore for construction, and advanced units also need a type of energy material called high-energy gas. Fortunately, Lin Yuan's studies in the reserve of the territory made him aware that crystal ore and high-energy gas are widely available in this world. Unfortunately, both of these items are expensive. 1 kilogram of crystal ore can sustain a family in the central area of Zhuke City for 2 whole years. The reason lies in the difficulty of obtaining them in large quantities. Crystal ore is incredibly hard and difficult to mine, while high-energy gas is often found in volcanic craters, making its collection quite challenging. Just when Lin Yuan had everything planned and was ready to start, an unexpected variable arose. A fungal mat was consuming organic matter and spreading, and coincidentally, it encountered a vein of crystal ore. The connection of information among the swarm is mysterious and incomprehensible. In any case, the fungal mat as a living organism obtained this information, and almost at the same time, Lin Yuan learned about the crystal ore vein. Very good. Lin Yuan returned to the surface. On the fungal mat, thousands of flat larvae were happily wriggling, with a creaking sound that gave a sticky feeling. Although they were just larvae of the swarm, their size of 15 centimeters in height and 75 centimeters in length would be enough to star in a disaster movie without special effects. Those who feel disgusted upon seeing cockroaches would likely faint upon encountering these larvae. Lin Yuan suddenly thought of those keyboard warriors discussing barbecuing larvae. They are actually no different from saber-toothed tigers. The larvae are the foundation of all units in the swarm. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately grabbed one to observe closely. With 230 pairs of legs and 236 segments in its body, it possesses an ultra-high molecular shell that is unimaginably hard. It relies on the antennae on its tail for feeding. It has a scissor-like head and additional organic matter to ensure compatibility with the swarm's gene pool. Possessing a super gene capacity, it has an inexplicable ability for gene sharing. Information in Lin Yuan's consciousness indicated that the dermis of the larvae is filled with sensory cells, allowing it to form a cocoon at any time. After a brief pupation, it will metamorphose into an alien insect unit with a designated gene sequence. Amazing. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of creation. The larvae were very docile, allowing Lin Yuan to study them. To transform a larva into a worker bee, it requires 50 units of crystal ore. Then, it's decided. Lin Yuan approached the crystal ore and swung the larva in his hand, striking the radiating cluster of crystal ore with force. Indeed, crystal ore is incredibly hard, and even the most advanced equipment for extraction would suffer significant wear and tear, becoming unusable in just a few days. If it weren't for urgent needs, no one would want to mine this material. It's not a matter of insufficient profit, but rather that the most advanced extraction equipment is hard to come by, and losing one piece means one less available. However, the larvae in Lin Yuan's hands are quite exceptional. With a super high molecular shell, their hardness far exceeds that of crystal ore. Clang, clang. The crisp sound of metal striking metal echoed continuously, commanding the larvae to straighten their bodies. Lin Yuan swung down hard at the sharp corner of the ear cluster. If it weren't for Lin Yuan's supreme will, the larvae would have wanted to ask him, "No way, right? Could it be that all your worker bees are gone?" Finally, with a loud crack, the sharp corner of the crystal ore broke off, dropping a piece the size of a thumb onto the fungal blanket. The journey to 50 crystal ores is still a long way to go. There's no other way Primitive accumulation is that cruel. In one of the 4 major cities of the region, Zhuke City, 7 days of preparation time had passed. Members of the reserve from territories of E level and above gathered again under the 15th level bright tree. Xiao Qiao, do you think Lin Yuan can survive in the F level territory? Lin Yuan is a genius of monstrous proportions, with the strongest record in history, undeniably the best. If it were him, could he create a miracle? Yan Yi persistently asked her best friend. Xiao Qiao rolled her eyes and put her hand to her forehead. Come on, how many times have you asked me? That's F level, do you know what that means? Just then, a cold snort interrupted the conversation between the two girls. Yan Yi, you really are hopelessly foolish. Just a useless person about to die? Is it worth your concern? In an F level territory, even a paramecium knows there's no chance of survival. Zhou Qing glared at Yan Yi, gritting his teeth as he spoke. Do you understand? Absolutely no possibility. What a fool. With a huff. Zhou Qing turned and walked away. Really, why is he so fierce? Yan Yi was stunned. Don't you know? Come here. Xiao Qiao leaned closer to Yan Yi and whispered, do you know Zhou Qing comes from a prominent family? Of course, the Zhou family. One of the 9 major families in Zhuke City. No, the prominent family I'm talking about is much more powerful than that. Xiao Qiao said mysteriously. What do you mean? Yan Yi was puzzled. I'll tell you. 200 years ago, the Zhou family was not just one of the 9 major families in Zhuke City. They were an elder-level family in the central holy city. What? Yan Yi's eyes widened in shock, almost exclaiming aloud. If it weren't for Xiao Qiao's quick reaction in covering her mouth, she might have let out a high-pitched scream right there, under a subtle glance. Xiao Qiao let go of her hand. What you said, is it true? The Zhou family was once an elder-level family there? Yan Yi couldn't help but lower her voice. The elder-level families in the central holy city are terrifying existences, capable of summoning winds and calling rains, truly at the top tier of humanity. Then why did they come to Zhuke City? Yan Yi asked. Let me tell you slowly, this process is quite thrilling. Xiao Qiao cleared her throat. That's because 200 years ago, a member of the Zhou family was assigned to an F-level bright territory. When he arrived, he discovered that the resources there exceeded imagination. Too vast to be described even with mountains of gold and seas of silver. This immense resource was irresistible even for the Zhou family at that time. They decided to take a risk, using their family's foundation to invest most of their resources into this F-level territory, hoping to withstand the dark impact. If they succeeded in this historic venture, the Zhou family would not only reap countless precious resources, but also gain immense prestige. This way, they could advance even further. Her narration suddenly halted as Xiao Qiao teased the suspense. My goodness, did the Zhou family go crazy? Yan Yi exclaimed. Investing resources into a newly born bright territory during the protection period is at a ratio of 1,000,000 to 1. A million basic units of lumber sent there would only yield a meager 1 unit. So, this was a gamble. Xiao Qiao swallowed hard. All right, stop teasing. What happened next? Hurry and tell me. Her curiosity was fully piqued, like 10 little kittens scratching at her heart. This is my exclusive secret. You mustn't tell anyone. Xiao Qiao's expression turned serious. The result was that they put all their family's resources into it, and that Zhou family's F-level bright territory only lasted for 30 minutes. Then, with a beep, it was directly destroyed. What? Yan Yi's eyes widened. An F-level bright territory, was that terrifying? But that's an elder-level family from the central holy city. Yan Yi had wondered countless times about the hellish difficulty of F-level territories, which had never been conquered. Yet now, the news she heard was even more exaggerated than anything she had imagined. What about Lin Yuan? Hearing this, Xiao Qiao helplessly replied. You still think about Lin Yuan? Do you know that the remnants of the elder-level families in the central holy city can become one of the 9 great families in Zhuke City? Such an existence couldn't face the terror of an F-level bright territory. Although I don't want to discourage you, I can guarantee with absolute certainty that Lin Yuan is doomed. His countdown to death started 7 days ago. Suddenly, Xiao Qiao changed the topic. Now you understand why Zhou Qing is so harsh with you, right? Their family was indeed ruined by that low-tier territory. Earlier, you mentioned that Lin Yuan managed to survive in that low-tier territory, but he has crossed the double taboo in his heart. At that moment, a booming voice echoed throughout the bright tree garden. There are only 2 hours left until the final acceptance deadline. All reserve city lords, please hurry. Remember, you can only bring limited materials, and the highest grade of materials cannot exceed Tier 3. Do not be greedy and bring misfortune upon yourselves. The elderly official issued the final reminder. These reserved city lords of the Bright faction are like seeds of human civilization scattered out, with each bit of growth. The hope for humanity to continue in this darkness increases. Let's go. Territories in the same period will be assigned to the same major region. I hope our territories are close to each other, so when the time comes, we sisters can fight together and eliminate those dark creatures. Okay, let's go. The eyes of the two girls simultaneously turned resolute. Two girls under 25, who should be enjoying the beauty of their youth, now bear heavy responsibilities, carrying the hopes of humanity as they head towards the untamed dark territories to battle the endless dark creatures. Lin Yuan executed a Thomas spin, using the momentum to swing the caterpillar, smashing it fiercely against the sharp corner of the crystal mine cluster. A crisp sound echoed as the sharp corner broke, and the crystal mine fell onto the fungal mat. The ultra-high molecular shell lived up to its reputation. After 7 days of high-intensity impacts, it remained unscathed. The caterpillar squeaked. Creak, creak. Finally, 50 units of crystal mine were collected. Once transported back to the main hive, the first worker bee could be hatched. Under the watchful eyes of countless unknown creatures nearby, Lin Yuan walked calmly towards the alien insect hive. Compared to 7 days ago, the number of dark creatures had increased by several magnitudes. In the hazy darkness at the edge of the bright territory, several massive shadows twisted. The dark creatures seemed to have realized that the alien insect hive was indifferent to their provocations. It was merely a paper tiger. At this moment, countless unknown creatures had surrounded the outer perimeter of the bright territory tightly. If it weren't for the seemingly weak light barrier, these dark creatures would have instantly overwhelmed this small low-tier territory like a tide or annihilated this small Tier 3 evolved city. After all, the low-tier rating was just the Bright Tree's assessment of newly born territories. The Tier 3 evolved city was the real name. The caterpillar mutated into a worker bee. Lin Yuan issued the will of domination. The caterpillar, which had been swung by Lin Yuan for 7 days and nights, immediately expelled high-fiber organic silk, and in the blink of an eye, formed a cocoon. The cocoon pulsated, with the mycelium continuously supplying biomass and nutrients. The crystal ore stored in the main nest of the alien insects was also delivered into the cocoon through the mycelium. The crystal ore, as a high-density hard material, possessed the exceptional characteristic of being lightweight. This nearly perfect mineral would be integrated into the bones of the alien insects, significantly reducing their weight. As a top student, one must have a rich associative ability, allowing all knowledge points to be connected, ultimately achieving a level of understanding through analogy and comparison. Looking at the extraordinary first cocoon before him, Lin Yuan immediately thought of main battle tanks capable of moving at 300 km per hour for combat. The armor remained as hard as ever, yet the mobility was akin to high-speed trains. This was utterly absurd. With a crack, the cocoon broke open, revealing a new alien unit. The worker bee, in front of Lin Yuan. The 007 worker bee represented a brand new genetic concept. A shadow loomed over Lin Yuan's head, and the creature before him resembled a monster from a horror film. However, this worker bee, the size of an adult bison, was merely the foundation of the entire insect swarm, just like the larvae. The larvae could mutate into any alien unit, while the worker bee could transform into all structures of the alien insects. Moreover, the worker bee's most important function was to gather crystal ore and high-energy gas. Without further ado, Lin Yuan approached and thoroughly examined the worker bee. It stood 244 meters tall, featuring a fleshy, robust web-like membrane and a highly malleable body framework. The floating sac located at its tail could emit low-frequency energy fields, enabling the worker bee to perform anti-gravity floating movements, which enhanced the efficiency of resource transportation. The pincers, evolved from its front jaws, were specially designed for cutting, gripping, and transporting resources with high efficiency. Its body was covered with glands that could secrete a certain high-toughness adhesive substance, essential for stabilizing structures. The information conveyed that the worker bee possessed pure and easily modifiable genes, capable of mutating into any insect-related structure in a very short time. Looking at the worker bee before him, Lin Yuan fell silent. This perfect basic worker unit fully demonstrated the two core directions of alien insect evolution: specialization and maximum efficiency. In comparison, his own research and creations felt like garbage. He had thought he was at the pinnacle of biology, mastering the key to genetics, and could exist as a creator or a promoter of evolution. Now it seemed he was merely a frog at the bottom of a well. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Lin Yuan appeared somewhat dejected. He could not comprehend the genetic structures in the gene bank of the alien insect main nest, but he believed he could study and learn from them. However, when the most basic worker bee appeared before him in physical form, he felt an unprecedented sense of defeat. It was a feeling of being ruthlessly crushed in the proudest field. After a long silence, Lin Yuan's eyes once again shone with brilliance. Knowledge is endless, and the essence of evolution lies in change. I must constantly change myself and cannot stop. Thinking back to when I first crossed into this world, I was equally ignorant of it, but that did not prevent me from becoming the best. The worker bee hovered, its 6 tiny eyes watching the ruler of the swarm before it. The will of the ruler is not a tangible object, nor is it a specific frequency of electromagnetic waves. It is like the most basic unit, the life essence of every alien insect. The worker bee can sense Lin Yuan's emotions, yet does not comprehend what these emotions are. The worker bee collects crystal ore the moment the ruler's will is conveyed. The only worker bee in the swarm glides silently towards the crystal ore vein like a high-speed maglev train. Snap! The pincers easily snipped, and the crystal ore broke apart as if it were a brittle stick. In less than 2 seconds, the worker bee placed 5 units of crystal ore into the alien insect's main nest. The efficiency is simply ruthless. Fortunately, this alien insect or vein is large enough, and Lin Yuan is very satisfied with the worker bee's performance. The appearance of the first worker bee indicates that the development of the swarm has entered a positive trajectory. Soon, there will be a second, third, and fourth worker bee. Lin Yuan once again immersed his mind in the gene pool of the main nest. This vast gene pool completely shattered his understanding. Even the most basic concepts of genes were entirely overturned. It is well known that genes are the complete nucleotide sequences required to produce a polypeptide chain or functional RNA. They support the basic structure and functions of life, storing all information regarding the processes of species, blood types, reproduction, growth, and apoptosis. The interdependence of environment and genetics plays out in the reproduction of life, cellular division, and protein synthesis, among other vital physiological processes. Therefore, genes possess dual attributes: materiality, mode of existence, and informationality, essential properties. In summary, prior to Lin Yuan's crossing, he believed that the basic unit of gene composition was the nucleotide sequence. Different arrangements of nucleotide sequences formed different genes, and different genes expressed different traits. The nucleotide sequence itself is a compound made up of 3 substances: purine or pyrimidine bases, ribose or deoxyribose, and phosphate. However, this fundamental concept now seems terrifyingly monotonous to Lin Yuan, because in the genes of alien insects, the basic units that constitute genes are far more than just nucleotide sequences. As for what those basic units are, Lin Yuan does not know. If the genes of the alien insects are merely the genes from the concept of the blue planet before the crossing, then Lin Yuan is fully confident that he can directly use gene splicing to mass-produce the strongest alien insect units without searching for any genetic resources. Right now, he is just an eager seeker of knowledge. This genetic structure resembles an irregular Mobius strip. A Klein bottle structure? How is a 4-dimensional hypercube formed? The previously unseen compound consists of elements: silicon, nitrogen, hydrogen, and the symbols amp, amp-amp, amp-amp-amp. What are these strange symbols, and what elements do they represent? Like those mad scientists, Lin Yuan has completely lost track of time. As more worker bee pupae emerge, the quantity of crystal ore increases exponentially. Zhou Qing sees through everything. Is this the A-grade bright territory? It's truly delightful. I didn't expect the air here to be so sweet. This will be the starting point of my great enterprise. The Zhou family will soon return to the central holy city. With abundant resources, a defensible terrain, and no obvious external threats, Zhou Qing gazes around, his mind filled with ambition. He seems to envision the appearance of this A-grade territory soaring to great heights. Bright tree, I name you Qingteng. This place shall be called Qingteng City, where I, Zhou Qing, will rise like a dragon. Name the first-tier bright tree as Qingteng. Activate all functions of the first-tier bright tree Qingteng. Unit resource conversion function activated. Recruitment function activated. Territory construction function activated. Territory comprehensive strength assessment activated. Bright tree network communication function activated. Regional channel activated. connected to regional channel. As Zhou Qing connects to the Bright Tree regional channel, a flood of information rushes in like a wave of heat. Sun Ming, how did he do it? Is this really happening in reality? Qian Duozai, incredible. Is this a miracle being repeated? Li Nai, is it possible in just 7 days? Is there even a 1 in a million chance that the Bright Tree made a mistake? Mu Guangzhe, Li Nai, blaspheming the Bright Tree. Do you want to be judged? Li Nai, sorry, I spoke out of turn. Yuan Sanfang, so how did Lin Yuan do it? This is too unreasonable. Too illogical. Mu Guangzhe, the Bright Tree is supreme. No matter how illogical or unreasonable it seems, what the Bright Tree states is the truth. Sun Ming, Brother Zhou Qing has arrived. Welcome, Brother Zhou Qing. The regional chat channel is in an uproar. Lin Yuan? Zhou Qing furrows his brows, wondering what is happening. His gaze shifts downward to see the list of regional Bright territories. Unnamed Area SC2, First Level Qing Tung City, Lord, Zhou Qing. Present, First Level Yuan Wang City, Lord, Yin Yi. Present, Third Level Evolution City, Lord, Lin Yuan. Present. This ranking, in the early stages, is determined based on the ratings of the newly established territories. Zhou Qing ranks first, while Lin Yuan is at the very bottom. At this moment, the term third level dazzled everyone. Third level? Zhou Qing was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha! Ha! Zhou Qing laughed wildly at the sky. Lin Yuan, the world calls you an unmatched genius, but it turns out you are a genuine fool. You were lucky enough to enter a resource-rich territory of level F. Yet instead of recruiting troops in the early stages, you wasted resources on upgrading your territory. I once considered such a person as my competitor. My target to surpass. What a disgrace. Zhou Qing shook his head self-deprecatingly. His classmates had only a vague understanding of level F territories. But as a direct descendant of the Zhou family, he knew all too well about the abundant resources of level F Bright territories. With the resources of a level F Bright territory, a miracle of upgrading to the third level in just 7 days could be achieved by his ancestor as well. However, no one would actually do that. Upgrading requires a massive amount of resources to build high-level structures. For a newly established Bright territory that would face a dark invasion in 30 days, this is nothing short of a suicidal act. All newly established lords would invest all their resources into recruiting troops. Only the surviving Bright territories would have further development. The astonishment in the regional channel stemmed from the fact that they had no idea just how rich the resources of a level F Bright territory truly were. Thinking of this, Zhou Qing felt a slight pain in his heart. As a direct descendant of the Zhou family, he had been instilled with a series of principles since childhood. He must not forget the disgrace of the level F Bright territory. He must endure, accumulate, and build up strength to unleash it all at once. He must return to the central holy city and restore the glory of the Zhou family. Ha ha, Lin Yuan. I understand your thought process now. Zhou Qing's eyes were filled with contempt. You want everyone to remember you in this way, creating the miracle of reaching the third level in 7 days. But unfortunately, history will never celebrate the failures. Your so-called miracle will be used as a cautionary tale, written into textbooks, and your name will be forever nailed to the pillar of shame. With 18 days left, I look forward to that moment. Ha ha ha. Zhou Qing laughed recklessly. Over the past 10 years, he had only been in second place, but everyone knew he had been completely crushed by Lin Yuan. Therefore, his second place was not met with respect, but with pity and sighs. After all, he and Lin Yuan were from the same era. Now, in the past decade, Zhou Qing has vented all his negative emotions. After a wild laugh, he composed himself. First, I need to establish my leadership position. Zhou Qing, hello everyone. Sun Ming, Brother Zhou Qing, you finally made it. He Yuan, I was still lost just now, but once Brother Zhou Qing arrived, I found my anchor. Jin Xingming, Brother Zhou Qing, just give the orders. I will follow your lead wholeheartedly. Zhou Qing, we have been classmates for 10 years, and our friendship is deep. It's just right to form a defensive alliance. Only by banding together can we develop faster and better. Zhou Qing, thank you all for your support. I'll take the lead for now. Please send me your position coordinates and private messages with resource information about your territories, and I will determine the group areas. Lin Yuan, I know you can also see the area channel. Before becoming completely obliterated, watch me become the leader. My future is bright, while you can only survive for 18 days. Doing futile and foolish things. News from other territories flew in like snowflakes, and Zhou Qing was in high spirits. Both the land beneath his feet and the surrounding territories were under his control. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan remained immersed in the gene pool, completely oblivious to the area chat channel. 009 exchanging trash for gold. Has the crystal mine already been exhausted? Lin Yuan pulled himself out of his research. The supreme will of the overseer granted Lin Yuan absolute control over the swarm. All information flowed through his mind like water, processed by his infinitely capable brain. Stepping out of the main nest, Lin Yuan found that the large crystal vein he had discovered earlier had vanished from view. The super efficiency of the worker bees in excavating a large crystal mine in just 20 days was indisputable. At this moment, the alien insect nest had stored a total of 590,000 units of crystal ore. It's important to note that high-quality mineral raw materials are essential for humanity to resist the dark onslaught. Why? Because the construction and activation of any war machine, such as the Absolute Black Cannon, Shockwave Energy Cannon, or Four-Color Energy Cannon, require these types of minerals. More importantly, the strength of the city walls largely depends on the quality of the mineral raw materials used. Those towering city walls are the lifeline for all humanity. If the walls fall, the city falls, and the territory could be destroyed overnight. At that time, millions or even tens of millions of people will be devoured by dark creatures. Among the four main cities of the Jojo Alliance, one of them, Zhuke City, has its strongest walls made from fire Xuanwu essence, ore, which is 2 grades lower than crystal ore. So, what does having 590,000 units of crystal ore imply? Lin Yuan didn't know, because he didn't plan to put the crystal ore on the trading market of the Bright Tree Network. The adorable worker bees didn't require any reward. Mining was an instinct ingrained in their genes. Thousands of worker insects are floating on the fungal blanket, tirelessly laboring and yearning for new tasks, eager to continue mining diligently. Yes, it's thousands of worker insects. In the game, there are population limits for the alien creatures. But in reality, there are no such constraints. As long as there are sufficient resources, the swarm knows no bounds. This crystal mine has been exhausted, but the swarm never rests. They need to search for more crystal mines. The primitive accumulation is complete, and it is time for the swarm to expand. Larvae mutation requires crystal mines as essentials, but the fundamental material is a large amount of biomass. Indeed, there is a significant gap between the game and reality. In the game, this setting is naturally omitted. A little thought reveals that the alien creatures are biological beings. How could they possibly mutate and pupate using only crystal mines and high-energy gas? The flesh wall rides as Lin Yuan ascends to the top of the main nest, overlooking the third-tier evolution city. The fungal blanket attached to the alien nest has covered the entire territory, and this jelly-like black organic matter possesses powerful decomposition abilities, having decomposed all non-insect entities in the territory into biomass. Originally, the fungal blanket could have consumed those trees as well, but Lin Yuan prevented it. For the fungal blanket, an area the size of 5 small towns is already its coverage limit. The biomass reserves are insufficient to support Lin Yuan's plan for overwhelming forces. Lin Yuan shifts his focus to the resource reserves of the F-tier Bright territory. High-energy spark stones, water jade mines, yellow crystal stones, demon-summoning silver wood, iron vine trees, and 7-leaf activated grass are all at least third-tier raw materials. The resources of this F-tier territory are truly astonishing. The A-tier territory only has 3 or 4 second-tier material gathering spots, while third-tier materials are everywhere in the evolution city. Worker insects collect resources. The will of the Overlord spreads throughout the swarm. Worker insects, like a combination of excavators, bulldozers, and transport vehicles, naturally gather wood and minerals without difficulty. Soon, piles of resources are stacked beneath the Bright Tree. Third-tier evolution city Lord, Lin Yuan. Welcome to the Bright Tree Network. Detecting that this is Lord Lin Yuan's first entry into the Bright Tree Network, we provide the following explanation. The third-tier Bright Tree Network can utilize regional channels. Regional channels are divided into regional communication channels and regional trading channels. Lin Yuan is already well-versed in the relevant knowledge and usage of the Bright Tree, but practice makes perfect. To confirm the correctness of what he has learned, Lin Yuan carefully rereads the Bright Tree instructions from start to finish. There are no discrepancies. It is completely accurate. Lin Yuan nods slightly, places the resources in, exchanges for food, and begins trading. What Lin Yuan currently needs is only biomass. By decomposing meat and vegetables, he can obtain biomass. After a methodical operation, a large amount of rare materials was listed on the trading network around the luminary tree. Good. The operation is complete. While there is a gap in time, I should study the gene pool again. I have made some progress on that triple helix structure. Humanity has been in a dark age for over 1,000 years, but the development of the nascent luminary territory has a systematic plan. Initially, the lords entering the same region would share resources, leading to a healthy and rapid development. Therefore, the nascent lords always keep an eye on the trading channel. After all, some resources need to be competed for. The result was evident. Within 2 minutes, the entire regional communication channel erupted like a pot of big braised beef noodles, leaving people astonished and bewildered. Faced with a plethora of rare resources, the regional communication channel was completely ablaze. Qian Duzi. My goodness, I can't be seeing this wrong. Are all these resources produced by Lin Yuan? Sun Ming. It's possible for an F-level territory to be resource-rich. But how could he convert all these resources into unit resources? During the binding process with the luminary tree, there is a function called unit resource conversion. As the name implies, it converts real-world resources into unit resources within the luminary tree. To use this function, it is necessary to mine the corresponding resources to meet the conversion standards of the luminary tree. Sun Ming was not the only one shocked. Others shared the same astonishment. Li Nai, what on earth happened in Lin Yuan's territory? How could so many resources be collected in just 20 days? This is really bizarre. Yuan Sanfang. I can't understand it. I really can't understand it. Lin Yuan has always been strange. He Yuan, Lin Yuan. What uses food to you? You're about to kick the bucket anyway. Why not contribute all your resources and sacrifice yourself for the greater good? Sun Ming. Exactly, Lin Yuan. Everyone will remember your contribution today. Zhao Xiao. Two fools, what are you still doing here? If you wait any longer, Lin Yuan's resources will all be snatched away. Mu Guangzhe. The light of the luminary tree's mother god shines, allowing mere food to exchange for such precious resources. This is truly the blessing of the luminary tree's mother god. The regional chat channel quickly fell silent, but everyone knew that each person was frantically operating, trying to exchange as many of Lin Yuan's resources as possible. Their brains couldn't even begin to comprehend how Lin Yuan collected such a massive amount of resources. They wished they had 10 hands to gather all of Lin Yuan's resources. The demand throughout the region caused Lin Yuan's resources to be quickly depleted. Damn it. Zhou Qing slammed the table. Who is stealing high-energy spark stones from me? And who is competing for the ice vein gold mine? Don't let me find out who you are. There is Lin Yuan, who can exploit such a vast amount of resources. What exactly happened in his F-grade territory? If the evolution city reaches the 3rd tier, then in Zhou Qing's understanding, it can gather massive resources in such a short time, which exceeds his comprehension. No matter how hard he thinks, he cannot figure out how Lin Yuan achieved this. After 10 minutes of mental preparation, Zhou Qing let out a sigh and calmed down. Then he smiled. With enough high-energy spark stones and ice trace precious gold or my 3rd-tier tower defense weapon, the giant cannon can be installed ahead of time. This is truly a perfect start. The development of Qingting City is now completely unimpeded. Lin Yuan, you really did a great thing before your demise. In the division pool, the beginning of the insect sea in the 3rd-tier evolution city, countless food items were thrown into the alien insect's main nest, spread across the fungal blanket. Soon, these foods seemed to be decomposed by microorganisms into a black mud-like substance, ultimately transforming into liquid biomass. A total of 75.9 million units of biomass. Even the main nest was almost filled up. The surface of the fungal blanket rose by 6 centimeters. The yield of biomass made Lin Yuan very satisfied. For him, this was equivalent to taking out the household garbage and exchanging it for tons of gold. What ice trace precious gold, or what high-energy spark stones? Lin Yuan completely did not need these waste materials, nor did he need to recruit soldiers or build defensive weapons. The alien insects were his cannons, his walls. The air was filled with a pungent rotten smell, like summer meat infested with maggots. There was not a breath of wind. The air had stopped flowing and became extremely oppressive. In the distance, countless dark creatures were stirring, surrounding the 3rd-tier evolution city. Their exact number was unknown, but it was clear there were many, enough to cause the air within the territory to stagnate. Lin Yuan's gaze sharpened. Today, I will take the first step into the insect sea. The worker bee mutated into the division pool. With a rumble and creak, a worker bee trembled, and the division pool gene sequence within it immediately expressed. The worker bee's body expanded on the spot, forming an oval-shaped large flesh membrane. This was the worker bee's net-like stabilizing membrane, beneath which were pulsating thick blood vessels, and a worker bee whose shape suddenly changed to resemble a scorpion. As 2 million units of biomass were continuously supplied, 200 units of crystal were also sent into this living structure by the fungal blanket. The worker bee within the flesh membrane continuously secreted mysterious compounds that Lin Yuan could not identify, rapidly accelerating the construction process. In the time it takes for a leaf to fall, the enormous division pool appeared before Lin Yuan. It was a pool filled with green, viscous, evolutionary liquid. At the moment the splitting pool mutation is completed, it allows the larvae to mutate into the genome of the jumping insect, which is simultaneously downloaded from the main nest of the alien insects. At this very moment, regardless of whether the larvae were produced earlier or will be produced in the future, they can all mutate into jumping insects. This is the ability known as gene synchronization, which exists in all alien insect structures. Gene synchronization can be said to transcend physical rules, reaching an astonishing level. Its miraculous nature is comparable to a household cat suddenly transforming into a stunning humanoid cat girl. Even though Lin Yuan was mentally prepared, he was still stunned for a long time when he witnessed the gene synchronization ability with his own eyes. His firm materialistic beliefs naturally began to waver. This is actually quite understandable. Just like our ancestors, who could not explain the immensely powerful lightning, they created the concept of gods and worshipped this abstract idea. Lin Yuan knew that this cognitive wavering was merely due to his insufficient knowledge. It was like a child picking beautiful shells by the seaside, utterly unaware of the brilliant, endless starry sky above. Alien insects truly are beings that surpass cognition. Regaining his composure, Lin Yuan looked at the splitting pool. In the splitting pool, there were not only the genes of jumping insects, but also the genetic sequence templates of alien insect units, such as the queen, spine-climbing insects, spore crawlers, toxic explosion insect nests, and cockroach nests. However, the genetic raw materials for these templates could currently only produce jumping insects. The gene sequence of the jumping insect is relatively simple. A single larva only requires 5,000 units of biomass and 50 units of crystal or to mutate into 2 jumping insects. Therefore, 11,000 larvae would mutate into jumping insects. The will of dominance was conveyed. 11,000 larvae, without a millisecond's delay, moved in unison, spitting out silk to form cocoons. With a pop, the cocoons burst open, and the alien combat unit, the jumping insects, appeared before Lin Yuan. 22,000 jumping insects simultaneously emitted short, sharp sounds, seemingly expressing their endless and tireless fighting spirit. Looking at these lethal and fierce alien creations, Lin Yuan felt no fear. Instead, he experienced an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Come. Lin Yuan waved his hand. A strong jumping insect stepped forward from the crowd and obediently lowered its front body before him. It stood 183 meters tall, with scythe-like limbs that could easily slice through steel plates. Its eyes were filled with photoreceptor cells, emitting an orange-red glow in the dark, allowing it to see as if it were daylight. Its tough skin could easily withstand bullets. It possessed a powerful ability to adapt to its environment, with 7 layers of water-locking skin that reduced moisture loss and allowed for multiple circulations of bodily fluids. The overall shape was streamlined, significantly reducing air resistance. Its vascular wings increased ground acceleration, achieving a speed of 0.53 seconds per 100 kilometers. The sturdy tail helps maintain balance during high-speed movement. The tip of the tail features sharp spines, which are, well, evolved remnants of useless genes. It can obtain the necessary compounds from any food source and can easily survive even without a biomass delivery system in the wild. In the classification of alien insects, this creature is merely a reconnaissance type for rapid melee assaults. Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment. The creature before him, as large as a calf, had all its genes programmed for combat, and its external traits expressed efficient killing capabilities. The jumping insect is a complete predator, a perfect hunter at the top of the food chain. In comparison, his previous creation with 5th-tier strength was nothing but trash, a total failure. He couldn't believe he had compared that kind of junk to the jumping insect. It was truly humiliating. Such thoughts flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. However, even this creature is considered a low-tier existence among alien insects, merely a reconnaissance unit. Yet, The fact that the jumping insect is allergic to lemon juice is a significant flaw that cannot be ignored. He must optimize it in the future to make the jumping insect perfect. Lin Yuan found a new goal. Third-tier evolution city lord, esteemed Lin Yuan. Greetings. The Bright Tree Network has detected the emergence of a new combat type unit and must conduct a combat power assessment. Is there a need for a beginner protection period? Assessing the overall combat power of the new combat unit. The jumping insect can hatch two from a single cocoon, making it the most basic combat unit in the swarm. He wondered what tier the jumping insect's combat power would reach in the Bright Tree's assessment. The so-called overall combat power refers to the combat capability of a unit, which corresponds to the rating of dark creatures. Generally, a third-tier combat unit is on par with a third-tier dark creature. Of course, battlefield conditions are complex, with various types of dark creatures, and victory or defeat is determined by far more than just power tier. Overall combat power assessment for the new unit completed. Overall combat power, third tier. Third tier, as expected. Lin Yuan was not surprised by the jumping insect's combat power assessment. The structure of the jumping insect is nearly perfect, and from a genetic standpoint, it completely outclasses Lin Yuan's fifth-tier creation. However, there is a significant gap in their absolute combat power. The tiger, the dominant predator among felines, has muscle structures that surpass those of an elephant, but would a tiger dare to attack an elephant? Genetic perfection does not equate to absolute strength. However, in terms of relative strength, Lin Yuan could confidently say that the jumping insect ranks among the top 3 in combat power among third-tier creatures. After all, the dark realm is endless, and who knows what strange beings might be lurking within. Lin Yuan still needed to exercise a bit of humility. Please name it. Note that this name will become the official name of the Bright Tree Network. Naming successful. The official name of the new combat unit is Jumpworm. Do you want to upload the data for this unit? Confirm. Cancel. Please note that if you want to trade the unit blueprint, you must upload the data for this unit. Cancel. Lin Yuan clicked the cancel button, and the system screen conjured by the Bright Tree quickly disappeared. Hiss hiss. 22,000 jumpworms surrounded the main nest, seemingly worshipping Lin Yuan, the master of the swarm. They were tireless killing machines, obeying only one will, Lin Yuan's will. With the blessing of the Bright Tree, the existence of the jumpworms also transformed into Lin Yuan's personal strength. Zzzz, a faint lightning appeared in Lin Yuan's palm. The mysterious and deadly blue light glowed. Is this the energy feedback in the Bright territory? My attribute is indeed ghost energy. Historical records state that when the sky shattered and darkness descended, countless terrifying creatures overwhelmed the land, nearly extinguishing humanity. The emergence of the Bright Tree saved humanity. Lords recognized by the Bright Tree would receive energy feedback from their territory. Thus, powerful lords emerged one after another, leading various units to fend off dark creatures beyond the city walls. The Bright Lord must be the strongest person in the territory. The general of the territory, the commander, the Grand Marshal. The Lord of Zhuke City is said to be able to burn 100 miles of land with a single strike, and has lived for 1,000 years. The energy feedback from the territory depends on the overall combat power of the units within it. The more and stronger the units, the stronger the Lord's power would be. I'm just a researcher. Individual combat power seems useless to me. Extending life is quite nice. I need plenty of time now, as the alien insect gene pool is vast. However, this ghost energy lightning, if it can be finely manipulated, should be usable for gene modification. Lin Yuan's first thought was about his research ambitions. Jumpworm. The jumpworms slowly typed out 4 question marks. Jumpworm. With 22,000 brothers here, what nonsense are you thinking about over there? Can you do something useful? The swarm was feeling hungry. At that moment, Lin Yuan received reconnaissance information from the jumpworms. Not far to the south of the Bright Territory's outskirts lay a super-giant crystal mine in an open pit. Feeling the gentle and adoring gazes of the jumpworms, Lin Yuan issued the will of the master. Jumpworms, attack. Hiss hiss, the jumpworms screeched. Their strong hind legs powered them, and their perfect muscle structure allowed the jumpworms to almost instantly accelerate to their maximum speed. 22,000 jumpworms leaped and sprinted across the fungal blanket. The cheetah can only maintain its top speed for a few seconds, while the jump insects, with their extremely efficient energy conversion system and cooling mechanisms, can easily sustain long-distance travel for thousands of kilometers. Although they are merely biological entities, Lin Yuan felt a grand force akin to a black steel torrent surging forward. Unstoppable. flattening everything in its path. Over 20,000 jump insects may seem insignificant in the face of a true swarm, but as long as a master exists, they embody the will of the swarm. In the presence of the swarm, any enemy with nerve receptors would feel a deep-seated shiver and despair rising within them. The jump insects charged into the darkness beyond the third-tier evolution city. Indeed, Lin Yuan was determined to take the initiative. While still in the 30-day novice protection period of the third-tier evolution city, he aimed to attack the darkness outside. If anyone witnessed Lin Yuan's actions, they would surely think he had gone mad. Ever since humans understood the functions of the light tree, there had never been a case where a light lord launched an offensive against the darkness during the territory's novice protection period, not to mention newly established light territories. Even those human cities that had existed for 1,000 years mostly maintained a defensive stance. In the dim darkness, the shadows erupted like a lake's surface bombarded by artillery. Countless clusters of shadows twisted together, and the dark creatures within seemed shocked by this sudden assault, creating immense chaos. The jump insects maintained their formation and charged forward. Lin Yuan personally commanded the swarm's first battle. Rather than just commanding, he infused the modern warfare mindset from before his journey into the will of the swarm. Once the swarm had employed the battle formation tactic, even if this batch of jump insects were to perish, the newly born ones would instinctively inherit these actions. The jump insects charged like a mechanical unit, yet possessed the agility of living beings. They sprinted to the edge of the evolution city in an instant, then without hesitation plunged into the darkness. The light-sensitive cells in the jump insect's eyes came into play, and pairs of orange-yellow eyes lit up in the dark. As the master of the swarm, Lin Yuan could see whatever any jump insect saw. When the images appeared in his vision, he was astonished. This was true darkness. Lin Yuan murmured to himself. What did he see? He saw countless snake chickens. Snake chickens, resembling roosters, have iron claws that can easily tear through armor. Their long necks twist like snakes, greatly extending the range and agility of their hard beaks attacks. They can fly short distances, move swiftly, and possess powerful attacks, making them quite troublesome. Among third-tier creatures, they are akin to an apex existence in combat power. At this moment, the real snake chickens, 10 times more terrifying than the illustrations in textbooks, appeared before Lin Yuan. However, what shocked Lin Yuan was not the existence of the snake chickens, but their sheer numbers. Snake chickens are small-scale social creatures, and their numbers typically do not exceed 100. A passage flashed through Lin Yuan's mind. It was knowledge written in textbooks, rigorously validated. However, what occupied Lin Yuan's view was a dark mass of creatures resembling a swarm of locusts, roughly estimated to exceed 100,000 in number. Worse still, more of these creatures were merging into the distant darkness, with no end in sight. Even an advanced territory of over level 6 would find such a number of these creatures extremely challenging to face. Moreover, Lin Yuan's territory was merely a small town still within the novice protection period. No wonder no F-level territory in history had survived even a single day after the protection period. Lin Yuan understood the difficulties faced by F-level territories. Previously, he had been confident that with 3 level 5 stitched creatures, he could open up an F-level territory, but it seemed he had miscalculated. Due to a lack of sufficient comparative samples, Lin Yuan would not have thought that his F-level territory was an exceptionally unique case. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Yet it also felt like only a few seconds had passed. The jumping insects collided with the snake chicken beasts. In an instant, blood and flesh flew everywhere. The blood and flesh of the snake chicken beasts soared into the air, with thousands of chicken heads arcing gracefully in a parabolic trajectory. The snake chicken beasts were incredibly ferocious, swinging their heads and attacking with lightning speed, easily capable of piercing steel plates. Unfortunately, the jumping insects were faster, fiercer, and more agile. With a swift motion, their scythe-like limbs severed the necks of the snake chicken beasts. The elongated snake necks, which had evolved to significantly enhance combat power, now became a fatal weakness. Meanwhile, the claws of the snake chicken beasts, emitting a dark sheen, could only leave shallow scratches on the resilient exoskeleton of the jumping insects. This was not a battlefield. It was a one-sided massacre. The casualty ratio reached an astonishing 20:1. The snake chicken beasts could only rely on their numbers to forcefully take down the jumping insects. However, do swarms fear death? The answer was no. The jumping insects charged like a spear into the mass of snake chicken beasts, and the vastly outnumbered insect scouts appeared to have surrounded them. Yet, The snake-chicken beasts were not willing to back down. The foul-smelling blood of their kind only ignited their ferocity. The bloodlight glimmered in their serpent-like vertical pupils. The snake-chicken beasts surged forward like a tide, intent on drowning the jumping insects. 300, 500, 2,000. The number of jumping insects falling increased dramatically. At this rate, even with their remarkable combat capabilities and invincible execution, they would be overwhelmed and devoured by the sheer mass of snake-chicken beasts. Standing at the top of the main nest, Lin Yuan remained calm and unperturbed. As the master of the swarm, no one understood the true terror of the alien insects better than him. The battlefield should have been filled with the sounds of battle cries and intertwined blood, but the combat of the insect swarm was inexplicably bizarre. Each jumping insect, unafraid of death and devoid of pain, will leap up and fiercely tear at the flesh of its prey, even if half of its body is gone. It is truly an emotionless killing machine, the most efficient biological weapon. Under the influence of Lin Yuan's modern warfare tactical thinking, the jumping insects have become even more terrifying. To put it metaphorically, it's as if a martial arts master has donned exoskeletal armor. While the predators are undoubtedly ferocious in comparison to the jumping insects, they seem almost cartoonish. At this moment, death spreads like a chilling ice. Even as hot blood splatters, the entire battlefield feels as if it has sunk into a strange, eerie gloom. The wind that blows by sends shivers down one's spine, and the short, sharp cries of the jumping insects sound like a demonic instrument being played. The deep black fungal carpet spreads silently. This black, gelatinous substance is a hallmark of the swarm, breaking down all organic matter into biomass. As long as the fungal carpet exists, it can easily cover an entire planet, turning its surface black. The bodies of the predators, upon contact with the fungal carpet, are digested into a black paste, merging into the carpet as if being washed away by a high-pressure water jet. Unfortunately, the carpet's digestive capabilities have limitations that Lin Yuan cannot yet explain. It cannot digest living predators. Biomass continues to flow in. 500,000 units. 1,000,000 units. 3,000,000 units. Countless predators fall, their bodies becoming nourishment for the swarm. The worker insects float like phantoms, traversing the battlefield to collect crystal ore. The brutal battle between the jumping insects and the predators goes unnoticed by the workers. It feels as if one is leisurely sipping a drink in a peaceful setting, completely unbothered by the chaos around. Nothing can stop the worker insects from mining, even as comrades fall around them, and even with gunfire and beams locked onto them. The workers remain unfazed, focused solely on their task. If I had employees like this, I could lie back and become the richest person in the world. Having such a group of insects at my command feels incredibly satisfying. Lin Yuan rarely experiences strong emotional fluctuations, but at this moment, he finds these creatures particularly endearing. The unexpected plane crash led to Lin Yuan's journey to this new world. Plane crashes happen occasionally, and the odds are already low. If it's a private plane, the chances are even slimmer. Reflecting on the details, Lin Yuan has long realized that he was betrayed by someone he trusted the most. Yet now, these terrifying creatures will never betray him. They will follow his will without question. The predators surge like a tide against the jumping insects, their numbers steadily decreasing. However, this is merely a trivial matter. At this moment, the probability of the predators being eliminated stands at 1,000. The worker insects diligently mine and transport materials, with thousands of them making a round trip to increase the crystal ore by 50,000 units. Next, what Lin Yuan needs to do is to execute the tactical core of the swarm, which can be summed up in 2 words: overwhelming numbers. The larvae will mutate into jumping insects and join the battlefield. In an instant, thousands of insect cocoons appeared on the mycelium blanket. Each happily wriggling larva will turn into 2 jumping insect brothers, and the moment they complete their pupation is the moment they enter the battlefield. There is no need for any strategic reserves or tactical mobilization. In the blink of an eye, a sea of insects is formed. This is the truly terrifying aspect of the alien insects. Although biomass can be supplemented through the corpses of certain creatures, the quantity is still far from sufficient. The Light Tree Network opens the regional trading channel. A semi-transparent, blurred panel unfolds in front of Lin Yuan. The unit resource conversion function is one of the most important features of the Light Tree, allowing real-world materials to be converted into unit resources and stored within the Light Tree. This function may only be described in 8 short characters, but its importance is unparalleled, to the extent that there are specialized textbooks to elaborate on its significance. Those who are perceptive can surely imagine the incredible effects of this function, so there's no need to elaborate further. Sun Ming, aren't you curious about how Lin Yuan managed to gather such a massive amount of resources? Qian Duozi, I just can't figure it out. It seems unreasonable no matter how I think about it. Zhao Xiaoqiao, there are many things that are hard to understand, and I often wonder why you look like a plump pig. Instead of pondering these, we should wait for Lin Yuan to exchange the next batch of resources and quickly make our move to get more. Yuan Sanfang, Lin Yuan, can you see this? I have plenty of food here. Can you add some high-quality materials? I promise to set up a longevity altar for you next year. Jin Xingming, haha, do you think those rare resources are as common as cabbages? Just because you say so doesn't mean they exist. Sun Ming, exactly, dreaming every day. Lin Yuan has gone through so much trouble to mine so many minerals just to show off before he dies, right? Haha, what a clown. Jin Xingming, if he can also put up the same amount of rare resources, I'll twist my head off and kick it like a ball. Jin Xingming thought his words would garner some attention and express loyalty to Zhou Qing, but suddenly the regional trading channel fell silent. Jin Xingming, what is wrong with you all? Why did everyone suddenly stop talking? Suddenly, like a lightning bolt striking his mind, Jin Xingming thought of a possibility. He quickly opened the trading area of the light tree. High-energy spark stones, water jade, ore, yellow crystal stones, demon-suppressing silver wood, iron branch vines, 7-leaf activated grass. Aren't these Lin Yuan's various high-quality raw materials? What shocked Jin Xingming even more was that this time the volume of resource trading far exceeded the last time. His blood surged, his eyes bulged, and Jin Xingming was extremely excited, immediately starting to operate. As for twisting his head off to kick it, that was just a joke. Surely no one would take it seriously, right? Haha, Lin Yuan, once the center of attention as a top student, now has to resort to such means to gain attention? What a pity. Only a powerful lord can be remembered by the world. I really appreciate your resources. They have allowed my A-level territory to develop so rapidly. Haha. Zhou Qing, feeling elated, couldn't contain his excitement and shouted, Light Tree, consume existing resources and recruit 100 iron feather archers. The light tree behind Zhou Qing emitted a soft glow, forming a golden-edged portal of light. Warriors clad in silver armor stepped out sequentially from the golden portal. They were strong and robust, with powerful builds, carrying quivers of gray-feathered arrows, exuding an air of fierce battle prowess, clearly elite fighters. These were the iron feather archers recruited through the light tree's recruitment system. Compared to the unit resource conversion system, the light tree's recruitment system resembled divine power, as it essentially conjured sentient life from thin air. Faced with this tangible and great power, many developed an unwavering belief of admiration, considering the light tree a divine gift, an embodiment of the divine. Thus, the Church of the Light Mother emerged. The power of the light tree is inexplicable, yet it has indeed saved humanity. It was like a starving person encountering delicious food. They wouldn't care about the poison, but would prioritize filling their stomach first. My lord, I pledge my loyalty unto death. The iron feather archers knelt down on one knee in perfect unison. All right, rise. Form your own groups and patrol around the territory. Do well, and I will not treat you unfairly. Although the iron feather archers were created by the light tree, they still experienced emotions and had loyalty. Despite their high initial capabilities, Zhou Qing knew he must treat them well. Otherwise, he might end up as a porcupine one day. Understood. Group up and get into position. The iron feather archers quickly dispersed into 10 groups, running to various locations around Qingting City, choosing the best spots for lookout towers. Observing the disciplined and unique troops of the Zhou family, Zhou Qing felt even prouder. This is what family heritage means. The strength of a family lies in the number and quality of its unique troops. The iron feather archers are among the best of the third-tier combat forces, possessing strong combat will and formidable ranged attack capabilities. Among the existing third-tier troops, very few can compare to them. With the addition of the fire cannon, Qingting City is secure. A sense of control welled up within Zhou Qing, and the corners of his mouth curled upward with satisfaction. Report to the Lord. A significant threat has been detected. 56 kilometers outside the city, there are groups of serpent chickens. At that moment, a bearded archer approached to report information. What? Zhou Qing was taken aback, suddenly jumping up. Why would those creatures appear outside the territory? How many are there? Reporting to the Lord, due to the dim light. We couldn't ascertain the exact number, but there are roughly 5 groups of them, each containing around 100. Thankfully, Zhou Qing wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Although the number of creatures was somewhat unexpected, with our current strength, we can defend against their attacks. Then, Zhou Qing let out a cold laugh. Humph, Lin Yuan. No matter what, you've helped me. Next year, I'll show mercy and pay a visit to your grave. As the Lord of the Talented. Offering incense for you is a way to honor your ancestors. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a short shrill cry broke the air. Another 20,000 jumping insects joined the battlefield. Even these insects are not something the creatures can withstand. Moreover, the jumping insects are endless, while the number of the creatures is visibly decreasing. Hisses. The creatures, incredibly fierce dark beings, ranked high in combat power, were now retreating in fear. Their instincts told them that the black insects before them were beyond their challenge. Just then, a sharp scream suddenly echoed in the darkness. This sound was a grotesque mix of hissing and crowing, extremely unpleasant. However, the creatures seemed to be invigorated, launching another ferocious suicide charge. From the depths of the darkness, hundreds of enormous shadows slowly emerged, moving toward the territory of evolution. After a moment of suppression, the shadows broke through the darkness and arrived at the dim light outside the territory. Oh, it turns out to be the special variant among them, the general creature. How boring. The creatures undergo decomposition and their genes are integrated into the main nest gene pool. Lin Yuan found their genes to be inferior and incompatible with the alien insects. Since then, he lost interest in them. After being 100% certain of victory against the jumping insects, Lin Yuan didn't even want to pay attention to the battlefield. Oh, I really want to immerse myself in this endless gene-starry sky every moment, so I can explore the ultimate mysteries of biological evolution. However, the battlefield requires a commander to mobilize. In that case, the larvae will mutate into king insects. Coincidentally, I am also very curious about such giant beasts. The will of dominance is omnipresent. The swarm is always ready to obey orders. Creak. A lucky larva was randomly selected, and a massive cocoon formed in the blink of an eye. Thud thud. 1 million units of biomass and 100 units of crystal ore were perfectly allocated into the cocoon without any waste. The mutation speed of larvae has always been measured in seconds. The cocoon rapidly expanded, and within just 366 seconds, a gigantic creature towering 15 layers high appeared on the fungal blanket, reaching half the height of the main nest. Even though Lin Yuan was psychologically prepared for the size of the ruler, the sudden emergence of this giant cocoon still took him by surprise. With a loud pop, the cocoon burst open, and the enormous creature, known as the king bug, floated into the air like a hot air balloon. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he stood on a tentacle of the main nest, observing the king bug from all angles. It stood at a height of 3,962 meters, classifying it as a supersized organism. Its former self was a herbivorous creature called the Boshi beast, which voluntarily allowed itself to be absorbed by the insect race due to the deterioration of its living environment. Its overall shape had not changed much. Beneath its rugby ball-shaped body were several long tentacles. It possessed a closed, inflatable shell that could regulate its altitude by adjusting the helium gas sacs. Below its body were slender sensory appendages, made up of fine filaments that could collect and process information simultaneously. The brain of the king bug had millions of nerve and synaptic connections, comparable to the CPU of a quantum computer, capable of processing vast amounts of information in sync. Lin Yuan sighed deeply, once again appreciating the beauty of the evolution of these alien insects. The more he learned about them, the more he felt their terrifying nature. Could such a creature truly be considered a living being? It was essentially an extension of a dominating will. The king bug served as a limited commander within the swarm. Very well, this hunt is now under your command. The battle against the snake chicken beast was merely a small test for the jumping bugs, for the swarm. It didn't even count as a full-scale battle. Lin Yuan could only describe it as a hunt. With a deep, heavy roar reminiscent of an old cow, the king bug slowly drifted toward the hunting grounds of the jumping bugs. Lin Yuan found himself once again immersed in a sea of knowledge. He wished he could remain submerged forever, undisturbed by the outside world. Just then, an unexpected event occurred. A piercing, bee-like shriek suddenly erupted, like a steel needle piercing his eardrum, interrupting Lin Yuan's thoughts. It felt as if he had just fallen asleep and was abruptly awakened, leaving him quite displeased. He turned his gaze toward the direction of the snake chicken beast group, where two glowing red lights, the size of grinding wheels, emerged from the dense darkness. In the center of the red glow were two yellow serpent-like eyes, particularly terrifying. Was this also a snake chicken beast? Its size had never been recorded before. Based on the height of its eyes, Lin Yuan estimated that this snake chicken beast was at least 15 meters tall. Many might not grasp the concept of 15 meters. But if it were compared to the height of a standing heavy truck, it would vividly illustrate the creature's enormity. The snake chicken beast group went wild, recklessly charging toward the jumping bugs, with more and more snake chicken beast generals pouring out of the darkness, seemingly endless. Comparing numbers with my swarm? Interesting. The larvae mutated into jumping bugs. The main nest can produce millions of larvae every day, and as long as resources are sufficient, these larvae can mutate into combat units at any time, joining the battle instantly. The swarm's overwhelming numbers are so powerful that they defy natural laws. With a crack, thousands of cocoons burst open, and brand new jump insects join the battlefield. Unfortunately, these are just the initial stage of the jump insects. The main nest stores many sets of evolutionary gene templates for jump insects, but lacks the raw materials. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan felt a heavy responsibility. Yet he was filled with motivation for the future. Collecting genes, evolving the Yi Chong, and strengthening his research is his long-term goal. The appearance of the giant snake chicken beast, aside from interrupting Lin Yuan's thoughts, did not cause any ripples. The rhythm of the jump insect's attack remained unchanged, and the king insect slowly made its way to the battlefield. This nearly 40-meter behemoth, like a small mountain, exuded the pressure of a top-tier organism, causing chaos among the snake chicken beasts. Their recently ignited fighting spirit was suppressed once again. The king insect, as a super-level information processor, can simultaneously command the actions of millions of jump insects in the swarm. Since his thoughts were interrupted, Lin Yuan took the opportunity to observe the jump insects under the command of the king insect. The losses of the jump insects had clearly increased. However, why had the jump insects become more ferocious, with their combat power significantly enhanced, and the kill rate increased by at least 50? As a researcher, Lin Yuan had an extraordinary curiosity about such anomalies, and he decided to study it thoroughly. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan discovered a clue. The individual combat power of the jump insects did not change, but after handing over command to the king insect, the entire swarm exhibited some mysterious transformation. Modern warfare emphasizes the importance of each soldier and values their lives. Just now, Lin Yuan had infused this mindset into the jump insect swarm. If it weren't for the king insect as a comparison, he would have been quite satisfied with his command results. However, after the king insect took over, the jump insect swarm immediately erupted with powerful combat strength, suffering more losses, but killing even more snake chicken beasts. The reason lies in the fact that while the king insect can command millions of jump insects at once, it does not do so to it. The jump insects are not even considered insects, and they are simply sent into battle. It is this approach that allowed the jump insect swarm to unleash even greater overall combat power. Lin Yuan was speechless for a moment. He felt that his worldview had been strongly impacted. Lin Yuan realized that although he is the master of the swarm, possessing supreme will, there is still a long way to go to truly understand the swarm. The swarm is currently in its early development stage, and Lin Yuan decided to set aside some time each day to integrate into the life of the swarm, while also conducting comprehensive and in-depth observations of any new combat units that may emerge in the future. In the third-tier evolution city, your bright territory has only 5 days left of protection. Please seize the time to develop. Next, you will face the darkness. The bright tree issued a reminder. From this reminder, Lin Yuan concluded that the bright tree lacked intelligence. That said, the snake chicken beasts were surprisingly numerous and quite resilient. It was unclear how many were hiding in the darkness and how much biomass they could provide for the swarm. While the jumping swarm was slaughtering the snake chicken beasts, the chat area of the unnamed region SC2 exploded. Li-9-9. Oh my gosh, you guys won't believe it, I just discovered a large group of snake chicken beasts, estimating over 100. Luckily, they ran past my territory and didn't show any interest in it. I was so scared my legs were shaking. Sun Ming, you think your legs were shaking? I've changed my pants twice already. Li-9-9, what do you mean? Do you have snake chicken beasts too? Sun Ming, 3 groups, 100 in each. Yuan Sifong, Mamma mia, it's the same here, snake chicken beasts. Why are there so many? If they decide to attack the territory, how can I defend? Zhao Xiaoqiao, We can't have been assigned to the snake chicken beast's den, right? Yeni, it seems everyone has discovered the snake chicken beasts. Our defensive pressure is enormous. At this time, we should unite to get through this crisis. Mu Guangzhe, the bright tree mother god will protect us. He Yuan, brother Zhou Qing, please say something to reassure us. Jin Xingming, yeah, brother Zhou Qing, everyone is counting on you. Zhou Qing, everyone, don't worry, it's just snake chicken beasts. I have already recruited iron feather archers. If anyone can't hold the defense, I will come to support. A mere 100 snake chicken beasts are nothing to me. Sun Ming, brother Zhou Qing is mighty and impressive, truly the future heroic lord. Seeing everyone's messages, Yan Yi breathed a sigh of relief. With Zhou Qing leading, this area wouldn't fall apart, and everyone could develop better, sharing the immense population pressure of human cities. The appearance of the snake chicken beasts had indeed made everyone tense for a long time. After all, it was just a newly born territory. And facing over 100 snake chicken beasts, even if they could hold on, the losses would be heavy, casting a shadow over the territory's future development. Just as everyone's tension was beginning to ease, a shocking announcement suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Unnamed Region SC2, Area Announcement. The Lord of the Third-Tier Evolution City, Lin Yuan, successfully led his troops to slay the snake chicken beast king, alleviating the crisis in the darkness and reducing the dark threats faced by the SC2 region. The Lord Lin Yuan of the Third-Tier Evolution City has achieved a heroic merit of 5,000, obtained a large amount of resources, and acquired the rare 4th-tier troop. Thorn Shield Guard. The previously bustling area channel instantly fell into silence. Yan Yi opened her mouth wide, only feeling a ringing in her ears. Temporarily losing her ability to think, as if she had turned to stone, frozen like a sculpture. A rare 4th-tier unit was auctioned. Lin Yuan successfully led his troops to defeat the great beast king of the serpent chicken beast. This alleviated the crisis in the darkness and reduced the threats facing the SC2 region. The merit of the brilliant lord increased by 5,000. Every word struck Yanyi's head like a hammer. She recognized each word, but together, she couldn't comprehend their meaning. This was simply impossible. It defied reality. Because it meant that Lin Yuan had taken the initiative to attack and dealt with the great beast king of the serpent chicken beast while still under the protection of the novice period. To highlight his achievements, the Light Tree even awarded Lin Yuan 5,000 points of merit. Now, the leaderboard for Brilliant Lords hadn't even opened yet, and Lin Yuan already had 5,000 points of merit. Didn't that mean that if Lin Yuan hadn't met an untimely end, he would surely be ranked within the top 1,000 of the merit leaderboard? My goodness. Yanyi's thoughts were completely chaotic, overwhelmed by Lin Yuan's successive waves of impact. The dark world was infinite, with no edges to explore, as if it had no end. Every 20 years, new lords, like dandelions, scattered from various human cities into this boundless darkness, expanding territories and extending hope for human survival. But how many new lords were there? Due to the isolation of the darkness, it was impossible to count, but just in the Vermilion Bird City, there were 3 million new lords descending into the SC2 region. The total number of new lords in the entire human world was roughly estimated to exceed 1 billion. Every 20 years, over 1 billion new lords were assigned to the newly born Brilliant Lords. The leaderboard for Brilliant Lords ranks each batch of new lords. And now, before the leaderboard had even opened, Lin Yuan could already rank among the top 1,000 out of a billion with his 5,000 points of merit. Yan Yi suddenly felt a sense of illusion, unable to comprehend this world. Although Lin Yuan's so-called achievements were so incredible that no one had ever imagined them, they were undeniably displayed on the Light Tree. The communication channel for the SC2 region had been silent for a long time before someone recovered from the extreme shock. Sunming, can someone tell me what exactly happened? Yuan Sanfang. Lin Yuan took the initiative to attack and killed the great beast king of the serpent chicken beast in the darkness. Qian Duozai, are you crazy? That is an existence known as the Great Beast King, meaning it commands at least 100,000 serpent chicken beasts. Li Nai, and don't forget, Lin Yuan is from an F-tier light territory. How could he take the initiative to attack and defeat the Great Beast King of the serpent chicken beast in the darkness? Li Nai, Mu Guangzhe, I absolutely believe in the Tree of Light, but this time it's just too strange. Are you sure the Tree of Light won't make a mistake? Mu Guangzhe, of course not. The mother god of the Tree of Light is supreme and has never made a mistake in thousands of years. Li Nai, Then how do you explain the regional announcement just now? Mu Guangzhe. The channel was in an uproar. However, no one mentioned Lin Yuan's achievement of 5,000 merits. The reason is that Zhou Qing is the current regional authority, and everyone has to give him some face. He Yuan, Jin Xingming, and others had previously praised Zhou Qing, designating him as a candidate for the Lord of Talents. Now, anyone who brings up Lin Yuan's matter would only embarrass Zhou Qing. If Zhou Qing is embarrassed, won't he make things difficult for you? Everyone understands this unspoken agreement and refrains from mentioning the merits of talents. However, not mentioning it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Bang! Zhou Qing slammed his palms down on the sturdy wooden table. With a crash, the items on the table were swept off, and the delicate glass and porcelain shattered all over the floor. Zhou Qing roared, "What on earth happened? That is an F-grade territory. Something my family cannot maintain even with all our efforts. How could Lin Yuan achieve such merits? How could he? Lin Yuan is just a waste, a complete waste." Blood surged. Zhou Qing's eyes bulged, his features twisted in anger, resembling a demon. No, I need to calm down. I need to remain composed. The education from a well-established family allowed Zhou Qing to control his emotions, to face life with a smile, unperturbed by praise or humiliation. He took deep breaths, exhaling several times. However, the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Lin Yuan, you're just a waste, a small fry without any background. How dare you? Boom. With a kick, the solid wood table spun in the air and crashed heavily to the ground, tearing the precious carpet made from rare materials. Time passed, and Zhou Qing finally calmed down. Lin Yuan is very suspicious. He must have a big secret. When the cross-regional channel opens, I will definitely inform my family and expose the secret behind Lin Yuan. Xiao. By the way, aren't you curious about that 4th-tier rare unit, the Thornshield Guardian? Li Nai. Not curious, because Lin Yuan has already posted the unit blueprint on the trading channel. Xiao, what? Has Lin Yuan gone crazy? That's an early 4th-tier rare unit, so important for the initial development of a territory. He can't possibly not know that. Li Nai. I don't know whether Lin Yuan is crazy or not, but if you miss the auction by a step, you will definitely go crazy. Xiao. I want to see what this Thornshield Guard is really like. With a swift flick of her ponytail, Xiao opened the trading auction channel. The blueprint for the Thornshield Guard appeared before her. Although it was a blueprint, it was unlike any ordinary concept of one. A holographic image unfolded, showcasing a majestic soldier clad in heavy armor, holding a square heavy shield in one hand, vividly coming to life. Next to it were several attributes listed, including basic stats like height and strength, as well as daily consumption, resilience, morale, and bravery. There was even a convenient combat demonstration feature. When Xiao activated the combat demonstration, her eyes widened in astonishment. Facing an exceptionally large elite serpent chicken beast, the Thornshield Guard let out a great shout and planted the shield firmly on the ground. The elite serpent chicken beast swung its head, delivering a powerful and rapid peck that resembled a flying arrow. Xiao could almost hear the sound of the air bursting. Yet, the Thornshield Guard stood its ground, not retreating an inch, firmly crouched in place, while red light flickered across the shield. Suddenly, blood gushed from the elite serpent chicken beast, and it inexplicably bore numerous wounds. At that moment, Xiao felt as if she were seeing Lin Yuan naked, her breath quickening and her face flushing. This special attribute meant that the Thornshield Guard was actually a rare 4th-tier mutated unit, a unit worthy of being a family heirloom. Even selling it to the Light Tree would be enough to live a carefree life in Zhuke City, just from the royalty fees. How could Lin Yuan bear to put this blueprint up for auction? Never mind. Even if it means selling myself, I must acquire this unit. Xiao immediately joined the fierce bidding. In the unnamed region of SC2, over 1 million lords were eyeing this blueprint, and most of them regretted not bringing enough food resources. 50 million units of food, not bad. The beneficiary was not Zhou Qing, but Li Nai, indicating that the Li family no longer wished to remain low profile. A blueprint that came out of nowhere exchanged for 50 million units of resources. Lin Yuan essentially made a fortune with no investment. As for the 4th-tier mutated unit, what a worthless thing. Lin Yuan didn't even bother to look at it. Lin Yuan glanced at the battlefield. The battle between the jumping insects and the serpent chicken beasts had concluded. The corpse of the serpent chicken beast king lay crookedly on the fungal carpet, being digested and dissolved. Even in death, the the terrifying presence of the serpent chicken beast king was evident. Blade-like feathers reflected a metallic glint, and its neck was covered in hard serpent scales, greatly enhancing the defense at this weak point, as even the scythe-like limbs of the jumping insects could only leave shallow marks on the scales. Scattered around the massive corpse were countless severed limbs of the jumping insects, attesting to the brutality of the battle, at least from the perspective of the serpent chicken beasts. The jumping insects are completely indifferent to the death of their kind, while the worker bees continue to diligently mine, ignoring the corpses of the jumping insects. Many jumping insects have perished. After all, they are merely reconnaissance units, lacking strong direct combat capabilities. Lin Yuan has come to a conclusion. The giant beast with a serpent-like head has a half-melted face, emitting a strange light, as if saying, "Huh, you call this weak direct combat capability? What are you talking about?" Next, it is time to unleash a full-force assault. Sufficient troops are needed to explore the surrounding situation. There are super-large crystal ore veins, and the crystal ore is not a problem for now. A large amount of biomass is needed. Let the million lords work for me. The useless resources of the F-grade territory are precisely what other lords are vying for. So the supply of biomass is temporarily not an issue. In the blink of an eye, 500,000 jumping insects and 20 queen insects have emerged from their cocoons, forming instant combat power. The recruitment system within the Tree of Light requires at least 7 days to recruit Tier 3 troops. The higher the tier of the recruited troops, the exponentially longer the time required. Compared to the alien insects, this is truly a tortoise pace. The queen insects float in the air. Beneath their mountainous bodies are the densely swarming, vicious jumping insects scurrying around like ants. It feels like the early form of an insect sea, but it is far from the true strength of a real insect sea. The swarm begins to devour, releasing their desires. The will of the ruler spreads instantly throughout this newly formed swarm. Lin Yuan needs genes and high-energy gas to allow the complete swarm to engulf this dark world. Lin Yuan's will is the highest mission of the swarm. The queen insects each command a portion of the jumping insects, launching attacks into the darkness. Floating in the stratosphere, they can safely gather information. The Tier 3 Evolution City, still under the novice protection period, begins to advance into the darkness. This can be said to be an unprecedented action. Unfortunately, no one knows what Lin Yuan is doing. However, this plays into Lin Yuan's hands. The existence of the Tree of Light connects the territories of light across various regions. The matter of the swarm will soon be exposed. Lin Yuan naturally hopes that the exposure of the alien insects occurs as late as possible. Some may ask, why do this? The alien insects belong to the forces of the light territory. They absolutely obey Lin Yuan's rule and possess the capability to change humanity's defensive posture. If that is the case, humanity should fully support Lin Yuan, revealing various dark creatures and investing vast resources into the Evolution City to create a bright future. It can only be said that this idea is too simplistic and naive. What Lin Yuan had done in his previous life was to advance the great cause of human life evolution, right? Therefore, society should concentrate resources on him. And how could he have died by accident? Of course, these matters are far too complicated and involve too much. Lin Yuan was unwilling to expose the alien insects, and one of the simplest and most intuitive reasons was their appearance. Cute little kittens and puppies can easily evoke people's compassion, leading them to feed and rescue them. However, what about an ugly one-eyed cat or a scruffy dog with shedding fur? Many people would instinctively avoid them, let alone feel any compassion. Moreover, comparing alien insects to kittens and puppies was simply inappropriate. The appropriate comparison for alien insects would be cockroaches. When humans see them, the instinctive reaction is fear, wanting to squash them with a slipper. The alien insects, each with a terrifying appearance, could easily star in a horror movie on their own. Could humans accept them? Lin Yuan certainly did not believe so. He was sure that no matter how significant the contributions of the alien insects were, the first reaction of humans upon seeing them would be to eliminate them. In a sense, Lin Yuan was racing against time. From the moment he became the ruler of the alien insects, humans would become his obstacle. The bright territory of the Third Evolution City has 3 days left in its protection period. Please make haste to develop. Next, you will face darkness. The bright tree issued a timely reminder. Lin Yuan paid it no mind and immersed himself in the research within the alien insect's main nest, starting a new round of studies. While Lin Yuan was conducting his research in the main nest, countless eyes were focused on the Third Evolution City. Qian Duzi, Today is the last day of the Evolution City's protection period. Tomorrow, Lin Yuan will face the darkness head-on. Li Nai, do you think Lin Yuan can last a few days? His territory is quite peculiar. Yuan Sanfeng, absolutely impossible. An F-grade territory has no chance of being defended. The lives of our ancestors have proven this. Zhou Qing, that's right. Our ancestors, for the future of humanity, risked their safety to explore the possibility of defending an F-grade territory. They are pioneers and deserve our respect. Zhao Xiaoqiao. That being said, I still feel that Lin Yuan is a bit different. Zhou Qing. Zhao Xiaoqiao, I advise you to tread carefully. Are you questioning the hard-earned truths bought with the lives of our ancestors? Zhao Xiaoqiao. Oh dear, Zhou Qing, that's not what I meant. Don't misunderstand. Zhou Qing. Tomorrow, the third evolution city will be destroyed on time. If Lin Yuan can't hold on for 3 minutes, he will be erased from this world. He Yuan. Zhou Qing is right. He has had his moment in the spotlight these past few days. He has had enough. Jin Xingming. Haha. Our 10 years of friendship is not in vain. He has even sent us many rare resources. Yan Yi watched the scrolling chat screen, her fingers intertwined, her hands tightly held against her chest. She had been in despair, but now she still held onto the last glimmer of hope. Lin Yuan's ability to defeat the Snake Chicken Beast King was already a miraculous feat. Perhaps he could continue to create miracles. This kind-hearted girl thought to herself. 017, has the dark impact ended? With anxiety in her heart, Yan Yi ultimately couldn't hold back and decided to privately message Lin Yuan. How should I address him? Calling him Lin Yuan seems too formal. What if he thinks I'm annoying? After hesitating for a while, Yan Yi finally spent 100 coins to send a message to Lin Yuan. Yan Yi. Hello, Lin Yuan. You must be very busy right now, fully focused on territory construction and not missing any details, preparing for the impending dark impact, right? You must be under a lot of pressure, and I apologize for intruding. However, I want to let you know that if you need any help, I will do my best to assist you. Finally mustering the courage to send the message, Yan Yi patted her chest and anxiously awaited Lin Yuan's reply. However, 5 minutes passed, then 15 minutes, and then 30 minutes. Yan Yi's message seemed to have vanished into thin air. Lin Yuan must be very busy and doesn't have time to reply to me. It's my fault for intruding. I should have been more cautious. And my wording was problematic. Finding countless reasons to explain for Lin Yuan, Yan Yi successfully convinced herself. The protection period of your bright territory has ended. You will face the darkness. Good luck. The reminder from the bright tree not only appeared on the virtual screen, but also came with a corresponding voice alert. The original genderless mechanical voice pulled Lin Yuan out of his research. The nutrient supply tube automatically retracted. This finely crafted nutrient input tube ensured that Lin Yuan had enough energy during his research phase. Has the protection period ended? This means the swarm can expand without being limited by the protection period. Bright tree, what? I have protected billions of lords, allowing them to be free from the darkness during their seedling stage. And you say my protection is a limitation? Can you speak plainly, even without intelligence? The bright tree felt insulted. Yan Yi's message. No need to reply. First, let us check the situation around the territory. Scenes from thousands of aerial perspectives flashed through Lin Yuan's mind like a slideshow. This was the perspective of the king bug. The swarm of jumping insects surged over the dark land like storm clouds. They were Lin Yuan's loyal soldiers in expanding his territory. The threats from the snake chicken beasts surrounding the Evolution City had long been cleared by Lin Yuan, and now Evolution City was very calm, with only the larvae happily wriggling. Everything felt so light and peaceful. Where was the promised dark impact? Lin Yuan thought that perhaps the snake chicken beast swarm was the dark impact, and that he had already resolved it. However, Lin Yuan felt that the reality was not so simple. The reason is simple. Throughout the 3,000 years of the civilization of the Bright Tree, has anyone ever been able to resist the great beast king of the serpent chicken beast? This is the age of extraordinary lords, where ancient monsters have existed for millennia. If it were just the great beast king of the serpent chicken beast, why would the F-grade territory be called the king of hell? A sense of elusive confusion arose in Lin Yuan's mind. However, these thoughts had no real evidence or signs, relying solely on speculation, which did not align with Lin Yuan's pragmatic character. Naturally, Lin Yuan dismissed these pointless ideas and focused on his gains. The area occupied by the serpent chicken beasts contained not only a large amount of rare minerals, but also strange items. Lin Yuan opened his palm. and the hand-like fleshy tendrils from the main nest handed him a red fruit the size of an apple. The reason the great beast king of the serpent chicken beasts gathered was due to these small fruits. When Lin Yuan's gaze fell upon the fruit, the omnipresent virtual screen of the bright tree automatically unfolded, providing annotations for the item. Crimson Zhu fruit, a 5th-tier exotic item, can stimulate the potential of 5th-tier and lower-tier troops. Fruits over 100 years old can enhance the corresponding troop rank. At that moment, Lin Yuan had 345 ordinary Crimson Zhu fruits and 56 100-year-old Crimson Zhu fruits in his hands. They were precious, but they would disrupt the genetic makeup of the insects and were useless against the alien insects. He decided to wait for the right time to maximize their value. The perspective images of 200 king insects were conveyed before Lin Yuan's eyes through a magical consciousness energy. The alien insects' overwhelming numbers were terrifying, akin to making someone with a phobia of crowds experience it firsthand, leading to a potential collapse within moments. In just a few days, there were already 1,000 king insects and over 3 million jumping insects. Such a massive number of insects required a substantial amount of biomass to sustain. Fortunately, jumping insects were omnivorous and could consume various available resources to synthesize the compounds they needed without relying on the main nest for biomass. However, only the lower-tier jumping insects had this awareness of self-sustenance. Other troop types needed biomass to maintain their health and positive mindset. The king insects, towering nearly 40 meters high, required 13,000 units of biomass daily. The nature of the insect swarm dictated that they must always be in a state of expansion and could never pause. As a result, the danger level increased day by day, necessitating the collection of more genetic samples. Although there were 3 million jumping insects, the defense and combat power of the main nest itself remained weak. Where are the genetic materials and high-energy gases? Lin Yuan's gaze was profound. He had fully embraced the philosophy of the insect swarm. Dear Lord Lin Yuan, good morning. Evolution City of Tier 3 has explored the darkness and eliminated all surrounding threats. Congratulations, the light can now shine upon a broader area. The territory of Evolution City has expanded to twice its original size. The warm sunlight pierced the sky like golden spears. The darkness writhed as if it were mortally wounded, frantically squirming before being burned away by the blazing sunlight. With the expansion of light, Lin Yuan achieved the accomplishment of territorial conquest, transforming Evolution City from the size of 5 small towns to that of an entire county's urban area. Depending on the quality and quantity of buildings, the light tree would automatically assess the territory's rank. After all, battle power is always in dynamic flux, and only buildings can serve as a fixed standard. With 3 million Tier 3 combat power, Evolution City was only rated as Tier 3 by the light. This was indeed a bit ironic. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck Lin Yuan, who, drawing from the prompts of the light tree, thought of a potential flaw. The structures of the alien insects only served to synchronize genes. As long as one was built, corresponding units could be produced. This meant that the true combat power of the swarm would always be significantly underestimated by their enemies. After all, no one would believe that a Tier 3 territory could possess 3 million Tier 3 warriors. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was not an exaggeration. The increase in ethereal energy caused orange flames mixed with deep blue energy to burn in his eyes. His gaze was indeed shining brightly. It was just that discovering the flaw made his eyes shine even more. Suddenly, the viewpoint from the numbered 139 king insect shook violently. 3 or 4 blazing fireballs darted past the king insect, flying into the dark sky. 018 true dark impact. The attack range was surprisingly far. Lin Yuan felt astonished. The king insect was flying in the stratosphere at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Yet, these fireballs, each over a meter in diameter, could reach that height? Although their accuracy was quite lacking, this was still a formidable display of firepower. Lin Yuan frowned slightly and focused on the image of the numbered 139 king insect. Suddenly attacked, the king insect concentrated its gaze and sensory appendages to observe the direction from which the fireballs were coming. Lin Yuan conveyed his thoughts instantly. The king insect, undaunted, ignored the massive fireballs and lowered its altitude, allowing the image sent back to Lin Yuan to become clearer. The appearance of the attacker was revealed. They were enormous creatures, the size of adult crocodiles, resembling slugs, with thick grayish-white armored carapaces on their backs, looking like biological siege engines. These were clearly mutated Tier 5 dark creatures, the explosive fire slugs. The term mutated creatures refers to special beings that can utilize elemental energies like fire and ice. Their combat power undoubtedly belongs to the peak of their tier. However, mutated dark creatures could only be found in mid-level dark regions. It is hard to imagine that the 5-tiered aberrant dark creatures would appear in the shallow dark areas, near the newly born territories. If other newly established overlords saw such a force advancing towards their domain, they would certainly raise their hands and salute without hesitation. However, Lin Yuan had already begun to contemplate the genes of the fire slug. The slug, the main force of the swarm, the mutated cockroaches, derive their genetic sequence from a certain type of acidic slug living near volcanoes. The genes of the fire slug are worth looking forward to. Lin Yuan started to focus on the battlefield, feeling the descent of the will of the Overlord. The king insect also put away its casual demeanor and began to command the jumping insects with full effort. For reconnaissance-type melee assault units, there is only one suitable tactic: encirclement. Thousands of jumping insects spread out in an arc, charging towards the fire slugs. However, more fire slugs emerged from the darkness. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of giant fireballs arced through the air, exploding among the jumping insects and forming a wall of high-temperature flames that burned endlessly. The air twisted under the high temperature, and the jumping insects were turned into blackened masses in just a few blinks, suffering heavy losses as they charged densely. The fire slugs were positioned high in the mountains, and the primitive jumping insects, which had not undergone any advanced evolution, could not cross the firepower net created by the fire slugs. In just 3 minutes, thousands of jumping insects were nearly wiped out. The king insect was furious. As a limited commander of the swarm, the king insect possessed considerable intelligence and could perceive and express emotions. The anger of the number 139 king insect was not due to the death of the jumping insects, but because, under the attention of the will of the Overlord, it could not deal with these lower creatures. A great humiliation. The interactions of its advanced nervous system generated a unique energy exclusive to the swarm, and the ethereal energy waves spread out, reaching nearby king insect brethren who received the distress signal from the number 139 king insect. What? Lowly creatures are bullying our swarm brethren, even under the watchful eye of the Overlord. The king insects nearby were instantly enraged. 30 nearby king insects gathered the swarm, vowing to take down the fire slugs. Just then, a crisis suddenly emerged. People's fear of darkness comes from the unknown. No one knows whether the sudden appearance in the darkness is Icarus or Aqua. At this moment, the darkness finally revealed its ferocious fangs to Lin Yuan. The ethereal energy transmission visuals in front of Lin Yuan were shaking violently. Bone-piercing pigs, demonic poison frogs, high-pressure water gun crabs, from the mountains in the south, the plains in the north, the primitive jungles in the west, to the ocean in the east. Groups of 5-tier aberrant dark creatures abruptly appeared in all directions of the Evolution City. No one knows why these aberrant 5-tier dark creatures suddenly emerged in the shallow dark areas and why they would attack a mere F-tier light territory. However, these mutated dark creatures did indeed appear, heading straight for the Evolution City, drawing closer to the shadowy area in the blink of an eye. In the dimly lit place, the monstrous figures, accompanied by various forms of energy radiance, made the air seem to stagnate. The destruction of the 3rd-tier Evolution City seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Anyone who could read would conclude that Lin Yuan was doomed, because any 3rd-tier troops, when faced with these monstrous hordes, would have their loyalty dropped to 0, resulting in a retreat from the city. Is this the true dark impact that an F-level territory must face? The pressure weighed on Lin Yuan's mind like a high-pressure cooker, intensifying with each moment. When facing a single explosive fire slug, Lin Yuan could rally jump bugs to chew it down. But how could he deal with so many 5th-tier mutated troops? He had already fallen into a desperate situation. However, perhaps due to his status as a dominator, Lin Yuan felt no sense of urgency at that moment. The crisis was like an ice pack, making him extraordinarily calm. He commanded the jump bugs to gather and exert all their strength to kill even a single explosive fire slug. At the same time he issued this command, Lin Yuan operated with both hands, opening the regional trading panel. He needed high-energy gas. At this moment, the lords in the SC2 region were all focused on the 3rd-tier Evolution City, paying attention to Lin Yuan. No one was debating or arguing about whether the 3rd-tier Evolution City could withstand the dark impact. Everyone just wanted to see how long the enigmatic Lin Yuan could hold out. As Lin Yuan invested resources into the trading channel, it caused a stir akin to an underwater earthquake. Qian Duozai. My God. 345 ordinary crimson fruits. Is Lin Yuan out of his mind right now? These things could elevate his troops' combat power by a tier and ensure their unwavering loyalty. Li Nai. Isn't he facing a dark impact? How could he suddenly produce such valuable items? This is too strange. Mu Guangzhe. 56-century-old crimson fruits. Blessed by the mother goddess of the light tree, I am fortunate to obtain such a miraculous treasure. Jin Xingming. High-energy gas? What does Lin Yuan want with this? There shouldn't be any high-tier war instruments in the territory that require this material, right? Could it be that he intends to self-destruct and perish with the dark creatures? Yuan Sifong. Lin Yuan's righteousness is admirable. He Yuan, are you all still chatting idly? Although each person carries a limited amount of high-energy gas, there are millions of lords competing with you for it. Sun Ming. Damn, it's almost gone. With such speed, how long have you all been single? Lin Yuan's behavior was too peculiar. Zhou Qing, competing for Lin Yuan's resources, furrowed his brow deeply. He couldn't understand what Lin Yuan was doing, but he knew that Lin Yuan must have some kind of purpose. The third-tier evolution city revealed something unusual. Forget it. Why think about these things? Lin Yuan was about to die. The F-level territory was impossible to defend successfully. With the Crimson Fruit, the strength of Qing Tung City would rise significantly, and he was confident he could withstand the dark onslaught. Zhou Qing was certain that Lin Yuan was doomed. However, the presence of the words third-level evolved city in the regional territory information forced Zhou Qing to pay attention. Only when those words extinguished and turned to a grayish hue would the strange sense of unease in his heart completely dissipate, and the humiliation of being second for 10 years would vanish. 019 dark creatures were at the city gates. With 1,000,000 lords, there were only 250. 000 units of high-energy gas reserves. It would have to suffice. Due to the difficulty and danger in collecting high-energy gas, its stock was even scarcer than crystal ore. Lin Yuan knew that being able to gather 250,000 units was thanks to the Crimson Fruit. Otherwise, those people might not have been willing to part with the high-energy gas. The cacophony of dark creatures echoed, resembling the toll of Hell's bell. As the air vibrated with a bleak color, bone-spike boars, demonized poison frogs, and high-pressure water gun crabs, these mutated fifth-level creatures had already stepped onto the fungal carpet. The sheer number of them cast a shadow of death, with at least 500,000 present. This was the true dark onslaught. While the original snake-chicken bee swarm perhaps merely lived around the evolved city. Now, Lin Yuan understood why the F-level territory had been abandoned for thousands of years. In this world, which newly born territory just out of the protection period could face such a despairing dark onslaught. The dark beast tide surged forward. It passed through the hazy dark land and entered the territory of the third-level evolved city, trampling the fungal carpet and basking in the sunlight. The towering insect main nest was now within their range. At this moment, the core of the insect swarm, which should have been protected by an endless sea of insects, was laid bare under the impact of the dark beast tide. A night of wind and frost, the sea tower was about to collapse. Lin Yuan stood atop the main nest, his expression grim. He suddenly recalled his experience at the center of the stock exchange, at Rockefeller Plaza, where he wagered his entire fortune of $1 billion. 1 second late, and he would have been torn apart by financial giants. Yet, he had been just a second early, pulling out a large, juicy piece of flesh from the jaws of the financial predator. At that moment, it was just like this moment. Both were races against time. The only difference was the weight of the stakes. One was his entire fortune, the other, his remaining life. The larvae wriggled happily. All the larvae in the main nest had been sent by Lin Yuan to attract the attention of the dark creatures. These long, worm-like creatures appeared so weak and helpless. Instantly, various teeth, hooves, and pincers all descended upon them. However, no matter how strong the opponents are, the larvae remain unmoved. The fifth-tier beings simply cannot break the outer shell of the larvae. With its high-density polymer shell, even crystalline minerals would yield, making it almost impervious to physical attacks. The skeletal spiked boar rushes forward, its spikes like a fierce wind. The high-pressure water gun crab sprays water bullets like a torrential rain. The larvae endure the storm, smiling at life, wriggling along happily. Inspired, Lin Yuanda commands more larvae to crawl towards the dark beast tide. Meanwhile, the jumping bug squad is gathering. Lacking adrenaline and advanced evolution, their assembly speed is relatively slow. 5 minutes later, the jumping bugs finally complete their gathering and charge at the blazing fire slug. The wall of flames cannot stop the advance of a million jumping bugs. They extinguish the fire wall with their bodies, their charred forms emitting sharp, sizzling sounds. This should be a tragically heroic scene, worthy of a song that would echo through the ages. However, the atmosphere on the battlefield is filled with a strange coldness. The jumping bugs march to their deaths without loud roars or passionate shouts, moving like machines, methodically entering the fire wall. Even their jumping speed shows no change. The alien bugs evoke a chilling fear deep within any creature's soul. Lin Yuan watches the ethereal scene in silence, an inexplicable unease spreading in his heart. The larvae only delayed for 10 minutes before the dark creatures lost interest in these defenseless and unyielding beings. The dark beast tide no longer pays attention to the larvae and begins moving towards the main nest. Boom! The ground trembles as the carpet is trampled, and the dark beast tide is unstoppable against the mere third-tier evolution city. If they were merely wild alien bugs, they would recklessly attack any creature daring to infringe upon the main nest. However, Lin Yuan knows that with only 3 million jumping bugs, the swarm simply cannot resist such a large number of fifth-tier mutated beings. This awareness, as the ruler, leads to an even more terrifying change in the swarm. The alien bugs are no longer mere brutes. The skeletal spiked boar, like a heavy armored vehicle, charges fiercely and crashes into the main nest. In an instant, dark green blood gushes forth, and the alien bug main nest is left riddled with holes. The mutated fifth-tier dark beings are indeed terrifying, and typical fifth-tier troops are no match for them. Moreover, the skeletal spiked boar is just the vanguard of the dark beast tide, followed closely by swarms of mutated poison frogs and high-pressure water gun crabs. The biological mass surges wildly to replenish the injuries, but it is futile. The alien bug main nest is in imminent danger of collapse at any moment. Any worker bee carries the genes of the alien insect hatchery. If Lin Yuan fails, he can start over, but that would take a long time. The alien insect hatchery is 2 civilization levels lower than the alien insect main nest. To mutate into an alien insect main nest, who knows when that would be? There is still time. Lin Yuan's gaze was cold and resolute. With 200,000 reserve jumping insects hidden nearby, if the main nest is truly breached, they will cover Lin Yuan's retreat. At this critical moment, a fire slug from the southern mountains was finally torn apart by the jumping insects. New biological genes were transmitted to the alien insect main nest. In that instant, the gene template for the mutated cockroach lit up. The compatibility between the fire slug's genes and the mutated cockroach's genes exceeded 90, making it directly usable. This time, I've won the bet again. Lin Yuan smiled. The worker bee mutated into a cockroach nest. The larvae mutated into mutated cockroaches. Creak! The larvae cried out, and the cocoons instantly took shape. Thousands of cocoons. Not too many, not too few. Mutated cockroaches require 500 units of biomass, 75 units of crystal ore, and 25 units of high-energy gas. Biomass is abundantly supplied by millions of lords. Crystal ore is also very sufficient with large deposits. The only bottleneck is the high-energy gas. 250,000 units of high-energy gas can only produce 10,000 mutated cockroaches. Crack! The cocoon burst open like a smashed watermelon. What emerged was not sweet red flesh, but the hideous heads of insects. Lin Yuan was momentarily distracted on the battlefield. The mutated cockroaches, the main assault unit of the swarm, officially made their debut in this dark world. As soon as they appeared, they put on a powerful killing show. Yellow-green corrosive saliva sprayed out in unison. This mid-range attack directly dissolved the tough skull of the skeletal spiked pig and seeped into its brain. Boom! The massive body of the skeletal spiked pig crashed to the ground, sending a spray of fungal debris, and the flat soil surface beneath was also dented. Humph! Seeing their kind being killed, the skeletal spiked pigs went into a frenzied rage, their eyes glowing red, charging once again despite the corrosive spray from the mutated cockroaches. The skeletal spiked pigs were indeed fierce. As their companions fell one after another, they became even more brutal. Sizzle, chirp! The cries of the mutated cockroaches sounded like countless tiny claws scraping against steel. Faced with the powerful charge of the skeletal spiked pigs, they did not dodge, but met the charge head-on. Boom! The tremendous force of the collision gave Lin Yuan the illusion of a roaring in his ears. In an instant, the outcome was clear. The skeletal spiked pig was flipped over, struggling to get up, while the mutated cockroaches remained unscathed, not retreating an inch. The assault unit of the alien insects achieved a complete victory in the duel against the mutated 5th-level skeletal spiked pig. The mutated cockroach crawled a couple of steps, exerting force with its hind legs, and swung a bunch of scythe-like appendages on its head, effortlessly splitting the skeletal pig in half. They were not merely capable of spraying acidic liquid. Their melee combat abilities were quite impressive as well. Very good. The larvae had transformed into jumping insects. With sufficient biomass and crystal minerals, the swarm's production capacity surged instantly. Millions of jumping insects tore through their cocoons, launching a flanking attack from behind the beast tide. Lin Yuan's gaze instinctively focused on the mutated cockroaches engaged in direct combat on the battlefield. In the face of the term cockroach, which could evoke profound fear, the addition of mutated indeed made them quite terrifying. Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel. As a top biologist, he had studied the fascinating species of cockroaches extensively. After all, surviving on Earth for hundreds of millions of years required some significant capabilities. However, despite the mere difference of two characters, the distinction between mutated cockroaches and ordinary cockroaches was as vast as that between Rome and Romania. There was actually not much connection between the two. Lin Yuan decided to conduct a thorough research on the mutated cockroaches after the battle. His recent days of relentless study had sparked some brilliant ideas. Swarms did not necessarily have to take on a fearsome appearance. Lin Yuan's thoughts began to wander. The ingrained thinking patterns of scientific research had made it difficult for him to concentrate on the battlefield. He was just a scientist focused on biological research, not a war fanatic. If it weren't for this damn dark surge, he could have comfortably stayed in the main nest for thousands of years. One could only say that as a sunny and optimistic biologist, Lin Yuan had shouldered too much. By the time he snapped back to reality, the battle had already ended. Surrounding the main nest were skeletal pig remains, enchanted poisonous frogs, high-pressure water gun crabs, and the severed limbs of other 5th-tier dark creatures. Scattered everywhere were countless corpses of jumping insects. The king insects promptly regrouped, directing all the jumping insects to work in tandem with the mutated cockroaches to thoroughly eliminate the dark creatures. The mycelial carpet spread, digesting the corpses and mending the damaged foundation of the insect swarm. However, the battle was not over yet. The explosive fire slugs in the southern mountains had not been completely eradicated. The mutated cockroaches launched another offensive. As artillery-type assault creatures, the explosive fire slugs moved slowly but possessed immense power, inflicting considerable losses on the mutated cockroaches. The explosive fire slugs could launch high-temperature fireballs, resembling the advanced destroyers of the mutated cockroaches in terms of attack form. However, the destroyers fired high-acid bile, which, despite appearing like fireballs, were entirely different from them. The genetic sequences of the two were also completely incompatible, which was unfortunate. If there were destroyers, the mere explosive fire slugs would be reduced to ashes the moment they exposed themselves. Lin Yuan's swarm was only just beginning. There was still a long way to go before it took shape. After all, the stronger the genes, the more powerful their possessor becomes. In the hazy glow of energy, Lin Yuan floated down from the top of the main nest and beckoned a mutated cockroach to come over. It stood 274 meters tall, its heavy shell covering its entire body, providing astonishing defense against bone spurs from nearby creatures. The permeable epithelial tissue rapidly absorbed nutrients, showcasing strong recovery abilities on the fungal blanket. The scythe-like appendages on its head, made of polymer bone cells, could easily sever a tank's barrel. The striped salivary ducts could spray corrosive saliva, effortlessly dissolving metal. With a powerful gene openness framework, it could undergo multiple evolutionary enhancements. Cost-effective and high quality, it served as the main force among the aberrant creatures. Lin Yuan circled the mutated cockroach, manipulating it with interest and a warm smile, as if this fearsome creature, capable of inducing nightmares, was merely a harmless little rabbit in his eyes. Mutated cockroach, I sense that the master has some strange thoughts about me, possibly many bad ones. What should I do? I'm waiting online, it's quite urgent. 3rd-tier Evolution City, esteemed Lord Lin Yuan. Greetings, the Bright Tree Network has detected the emergence of a new combat type unit, and a combat power assessment is necessary. Calculating the comprehensive combat power of the new operational unit. a virtual screen from the bright tree popped up. Comprehensive combat power assessment of the new unit completed. Overall power level, Tier 5. Please name it. Note: this name will become the official designation within the Bright Tree network. Naming successful. The official name of the new combat unit is Mutated Cockroach. Would you like to upload this unit's data? Confirm. Cancel. Please note: if you wish to trade blueprints for this unit, you must upload its data. Cancel. The distinction between Tier 5 and Tier 6 is significant, with a qualitative change in the essence of life between the two. The mutated cockroach does not reach the level of a Tier 6 organism, but among Tier 5s, I would gladly call it the strongest, at least in 10 years of study. Lin Yuan had not seen a Tier 5 organism or unit stronger than the mutated cockroach in the illustrated guide. Esteemed Lord Lin Yuan. Good early morning. Third-tier Evolution City has explored the darkness and eliminated nearby threats. Congratulations. The light can now shine over a broader area. Third-tier Evolution City has expanded its territory fivefold. Sunlight pierced the darkness, and the illuminated area of the Evolution City expanded again, reaching an area of 900 square kilometers, comparable to a county-level area. This was not just an increase in territorial size. It also indicated that Lin Yuan could harvest a vast array of resources basking in the sunlight. 021 Scientific decision-making method. The light, dispelling darkness, symbolizes survival and hope, spreading over the fungal blanket of the Evolution City, resembling a layer of golden powder sprinkled over black jelly from a distance. The translucent minerals of the southern mountains reflect a spectrum of colors, while the precious timber and herbs in the western jungle exude a pleasant fragrance. Among them are the sprawling blue zircon, the clusters of white jade bone grass, and the rows of century-old hardwoods. Additionally, the northern plains and eastern coastline are rich in resources as well. These are all materials of the 5th-tier quality, emerging from the darkness and vividly appearing before Lin Yuan, abundant to the point of being easily collectible. The crisis brought by the dark incursion has passed, and now is the time for a bountiful harvest. Buzzing industriously, the diligent worker bees shuttle back and forth, their diligent forms visible everywhere. The hard rocks shatter effortlessly under the bees' pincers, making extraction a breeze. The worker bees themselves function as magnetic levitation transporters, handling all processes of resource collection with efficiency that could make even the most advanced excavators envious. An endless stream of resources is transported to the Tree of Light, where they are converted into unit resources stored within the tree system. Indeed, even without locating the source of high-energy gas, these materials are sufficient to exchange for the high-energy gas needed in the upcoming tasks. This batch of materials is of no use to the insect swarm, but it is incredibly valuable to other lords. Lin Yuan can imagine the frenzy this 5th-tier material will incite. However, it is not yet the right time to take action. The initial lords of the unnamed Area SC2 are still within their protection period, and their 1 TB much high-energy gas reserves. They had arrived with emergency high-energy gas, which Lin Yuan had already scavenged clean, leaving them with likely not a drop left. Abundant resources combined with ample territory create a dream start for all lords. Any normal lord would choose to build high walls at the edge of their territory, bolster their defensive forces, and begin a defensive development. Before long, those unable to survive in high-tier light territories will come to the Evolution City, replenishing the population while providing a continuous stream of gold coins. The territory will naturally enter a phase of positive development. However, the aberrant insects have no need for walls. Their expansion will not cease regardless of what lies in the darkness. This is the nature of the aberrant swarm. After the dark incursion, there will be a long period of rest and recuperation for the territory. During this time, no dark creatures will attack, marking the golden age known as the initial territory period. The swarm is currently weak and can focus on exploring one direction. Which direction should it choose? Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. First, he ruled out the ocean. Exploring the seas requires strong, hard power, and Lin Yuan has no plans for that yet. Then an idea struck him. After careful consideration, Lin Yuan found a reasonable and scientific method to determine the next course of action for the swarm. He took out 3 dice, his expression serious, and threw them onto the ground. The dice rolled, showing the numbers 1, 2, and 3. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Combining divination and astrology, it can be interpreted as 1236, indicating that the swarm should explore the southern mountains at 6 o'clock. Very well, it's decided. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied with his decision-making ability. exuding an air of dominance. In reality, apart from the ocean, there was little difference in the direction the swarm chose to explore. After a brutal battle, the swarm did not rest. They felt no fatigue and had no special sentiments for their fallen kin. Following Lin Yuan's command, the million-strong swarm surged into the southern mountains without pause. The short chirps of jumping insects, the heavy roars of the king insects, and the scratching sounds of mutated cockroaches blended together, creating an illusion of a steel torrent's engine starting, rather than the noisy chirping typical of summer nights. The southern mountains extended far beyond Lin Yuan's expectations, and the million-strong swarm entered like a mud cow sinking into the sea, stirring not a single ripple. If someone were to say in the regional channel that Lin Yuan not only failed to establish a solid defense, but instead sent troops into the darkness, that person would surely be sent to a mental health treatment center. Fortunately, the SC2 region was quite vast, and the F-level territory had a unique position compared to others, allowing Lin Yuan to develop with some peace of mind. With all necessary tasks completed, it was time to embark on a new round of research. Lin Yuan believed that blindly searching for genes did not align with scientific logic. Many might think that genes only mutate when the environment changes, allowing organisms to be selected through harsh natural selection. However, according to biological knowledge, genes mutate first, and only those organisms with mutations that can adapt to the environment ultimately survive. Organisms with incorrect mutations? Sorry, extinction is the answer. It's just bad luck. Thus, it can be seen that the natural environment often reflects the genetic traits of existing organisms. What Lin Yuan needed to do now was to study the gene pool of the alien insects, summarize the specific environments where certain genes might exist, and then search for those genes based on the environment. This way, the efficiency of finding useful genes would greatly increase, avoiding the pure luck of searching like finding a needle in a haystack. Just as Lin Yuan delved into the main nest of the alien insects to begin a new round of research, the hearts of the million lords were already stirred up. The third-tier evolution city had existed for 18 hours and 43 minutes after the protection period ended. The ordinary existence of these words seemed to radiate a magical power at this moment, making the million lords stare at them with red, swollen eyes, as if they were a mysterious box filled with bizarre unknowns. Lin Yuan has created new history, setting a new survival record for F-level territories. Yuan Sanfeng, aren't you curious about how he did it? I'm curious about the usefulness of curiosity. I can only say that for things beyond understanding, there's no need to force comprehension. It's like the Goldbach conjecture. One can never prove it with just high school math knowledge. Yuan Sanfeng, you're not wrong. But don't you think this is absolutely ridiculous? Well, it is indeed absurd. It's like absurdity has opened the door for absurdity, and it's reached home. Mu Guangzhe, Lin Yuan must have received the blessing of the mother god of the bright tree. Jin Xingming, when things are unusual, there must be something strange. I see Lin Yuan as quite the enigma. Lin Yuan, the evolution city of the third tier, is shrouded in layers of fog. Everyone knows that as an F-grade territory, Evolution City has lasted for 18 hours and 43 minutes, but no matter how hard they think, they cannot understand how Lin Yuan accomplished this. Some lords with less background even believe that F-grade territories are not as terrifying as the legends suggest. The Iron Feather Archer is not satisfied. In Qingteng City, Zhou Qing sits calmly in a chair. Previously, he was emotionally charged, calling Lin Yuan useless, eagerly anticipating the moment of Lin Yuan's demise. In truth, he was merely venting the negative emotions that had been suppressed for 10 years. However, as someone who has been second for a decade, no one understands better than him just how terrifying Lin Yuan's abilities truly are. Can one simply be called a lord just by obtaining a bright territory? Of course not. A qualified lord must understand history, be familiar with economics, history, and culture, be able to construct the administrative structure of the territory and its overall development framework, must know geography and hydrology, and must memorize the types, names, and habits of dark creatures. Thus, before becoming a newly born lord, one must enter the reserve for city lords and study for at least 10 years. The allocation quotas for high-tier bright trees are extremely precious and cannot be granted to mediocre talents. Yet Lin Yuan, during his 10 years of study, achieved full marks in all subjects, with a GPA that crushed the competition at 50. To emphasize Lin Yuan's uniqueness, his GPA even shows as 5001. Lin Yuan, the top of the top, a genius among geniuses, is praised as a prodigy by the Lord of Zhuke City, who appears once in a century. However, the drama of a fallen genius is something many people relish. The moment Lin Yuan obtained an F-grade territory, Zhou Qing was overjoyed to the point of distortion. And his current calmness is not a serene state. Rather, it reflects an intense emotional numbness. It's been nearly 19 hours. The family's accumulation over 3 centuries cannot even allow the great-grandfather to survive 30 minutes in an F-grade territory. How could Lin Yuan, an orphan without parents or any background, have the capability to withstand 19 hours of dark impact in an F-grade territory? Zhou Qing's gaze deepens. Evolution City must have problems. Perhaps there exists a tremendous secret, a key that allows Lin Yuan to persist until now. Previously, his actions were indeed too bizarre. He has sold off all his resources, so how does he recruit troops and build defensive structures? It's strange, very strange. After the protection period, I must contact my family immediately to uncover Lin Yuan's secrets. As a member of a prestigious family with elite education, Zhou Qing's thoughts are very thorough, and beneath his furrowed brow lies a serious expression of contemplation. At this moment, he seems like a high-level lord with wisdom at his fingertips. "My lord," a voice rang out from outside, belonging to the captain of the Iron Feather Archers. "Come in." Zhou Qing adjusted his expression and sat upright on the wooden chair. "My lord, the brothers are very dissatisfied with the food and hope to improve the quality, preferably with meat, at every meal." "Not a problem," Zhou Qing responded readily. The Iron Feather Archers are his strongest force, and he must ensure their loyalty. Otherwise, no one would help him withstand the dark onslaught. "My lord, our arrows need to be updated. It would be best to forge them from second-tier fine iron or to maximize our combat power," the captain of the Iron Feather Archers said, his eyes shining brightly. "As expected of my family's unique troops. What a presence." "All right, that's a reasonable request." Zhou Qing smiled. "My lord, our living quarters are too cramped, which is not conducive for us to assemble quickly," the captain added. "Not a problem. I will definitely meet your needs," Zhou Qing said, his lips twitching. "My lord, we feel." The captain continued to put forth 3 more requests. Each requirement was a blatant attempt to take advantage under the guise of enhancing combat effectiveness. The troops recruited by the Light Tree are flesh and blood with souls. Some are dutiful and loyal to the Lord, while others are nothing but rascals. Clearly, Zhou Qing's luck is not very good. Zhou Qing's expression froze. "When the troops are replaced, I will definitely kill all of you," he thought. 023 An unusual phenomenon. Lin Yuan. Hang in there. You can create a miracle and get through this dark onslaught. Yan Yi stared intently at the system interface of the Light Tree. Tick-tock, the seconds ticked away. However, to Yan Yi, it felt like 3 hours had already passed. "I have never experienced a dark onslaught in an F-level territory, but I know it must be extremely terrifying. Lin Yuan must be struggling to defend, mobilizing troops without any room for error. It's like facing a flood with a dam. There can't be any small gaps. This pressure feels no different from a mountain pressing down on one's head." Just thinking about Lin Yuan's situation made Yan Yi's heart race, as if something hard was lodged in her throat. In her mind, Lin Yuan was working at full capacity, commanding the troops of the territory and resisting the terrifying dark onslaught behind the city walls. A day has passed, 2 days have passed, and 7 days have passed. The third-tier Evolution City remains safe and sound. There is no need for excessive words. Just by existing, Lin Yuan has already accomplished a groundbreaking feat that transcends the era. What Lin Yuan has done is truly astonishing. However, there is no relevant discussion in the regional channels. Yet everyone knows that this is just the calm before the storm. The news of Lin Yuan holding onto the F-level territory is fermenting, and the storm has begun to brew. During this time, no one rashly contacted Lin Yuan. These nascent lords are well aware that they are not qualified to negotiate with Lin Yuan. Zhou Qing. The territory protection period is about to end. Everyone should defend according to the areas I assigned. Zhou Qing, the eldest son of the Zhou family, is also a rare A-level territory owner. As the leader, he commands considerable respect. After all, this is still the very early stage, and everyone wants to maintain a semblance of peace. He Yuan, Brother Zhou Qing's allocation is very reasonable. It's foolproof. Only Brother Zhou Qing has such organizational skills. I admire you. Jin Xingming. Relying on Brother Zhou Qing. Our loss rate this time will be minimized. We lords are all grateful for Brother Zhou Qing's support. Zhou Qing, this is part of my duty. No need for further words. The dark onslaught is imminent, and the million lords of SC2 are making final preparations for construction and recruitment. The bright territories, like fireflies in the dark, bring light to humanity while also becoming targets of the darkness. The darkness flows like mist, and then it boils over. Countless bizarre dark creatures surge towards the million bright territories in the SC2 region. If the perspective is raised, one would discover that amidst the vast and endless darkness, thousands of unnamed regions and over 1 billion nascent bright territories are facing the same impact. The beast tide is vast and boundless. The nascent lords, facing their first real battle, feel as anxious as students taking an important exam. The cacophony of strange sounds fills the air as dark creatures, like moths drawn to a flame, rush recklessly towards them. Zhou Qing, pay attention to joint defense. I hope to still see your names after the onslaught. The dark beast tide has already collided with the nascent territories. Although the strongest creatures in this initial dark onslaught are only Tier 3, it remains a severe challenge for the nascent lords. However, an unexpected situation arose. Sun Ming, everyone, the number of dark creatures here is noticeably low, only about 3,000. How about you? Qian Duozai, same here. Li Nai, me too. Yuan Sanfang, with the materials obtained from Lin Yuan, this dark onslaught can be said to pose no threat at all. Mu Guangzhe, the Mother of Light, is watching over us. He Yuan, Lin Yuan is still alive, so everything has become strange. Jin Xingming, ever since that guy appeared, nothing normal has happened, truly a star of misfortune. Yuan Sanfang, you too, are you really so clueless that you can blame Lin Yuan for everything? Zhao Xiaoqiao, TSK. I didn't expect the forced blame to come my way. Yinyi, well, isn't it a good thing that fewer dark creatures exist? The surviving lords will definitely be more than usual. The lords in the SC2 area discovered that the intensity of the dark impact was completely different from what they had anticipated. Qingtung City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The bowstrings twanged, and a rain of arrows fell. Under the long-range attacks of the Iron Feather Archers, the beast tide, mainly composed of second-tier creatures, could not approach the city wall within 100 meters. Boom, boom, boom. The fire cannon roared, launching rolling fireballs, creating a large pit with each shot. Standing 3 meters high on the city wall, Zhou Qing felt a rush of exhilaration, enjoying the thrill of firing cannons. Thousands of dark beasts perished beneath Qingtung City. My family's unique Iron Feather Archers are extraordinarily powerful, truly the best in the 3 realms. It was worth donating a few secretaries. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Qing laughed heartily. The green scholar's hat on his head shining brightly at that moment. The 37-degree air gave his smile a special warmth. Crack. A few marble-sized objects knocked his green hat askew. What is that? Zhou Qing reached out his hand and was surprised to find that they were actually a few hailstones. What is happening? Hail can fall at 37 degrees. He looked up. The sunlight was hot and glaring. Suddenly, Zhou Qing seemed to realize something. His complexion went from rosy to pale as paper. 024 connection of the light tree. At the top of the alien bug main nest, Lin Yuan rarely took a break from his research and stood at a height to catch his breath. The strong wind made his robe flap loudly. Darkness obscured his vision, but he seemed to see millions of newly born territories bravely defending against the dark impact, a spectacular scene. When I was on Earth, my theories on life, evolution, and genetic modifications were not accepted by the mundane world. My bugs would certainly not be accepted by the humans of this world either. This is the inherent exclusivity in human genetics. Lin Yuan's gaze was profound. This time, he would not seek the understanding of the mundane world again. Nor would he make the same mistake. Respected Lord Lin Yuan, good morning. The unnamed Area SC2 has met the conditions and has opened a nearby cross-regional channel. The evolution light tree has connected with the 15th tier Vermilion Bird City, allowing you to exchange information and trade materials across regions. The reminder from the light tree pulled Lin Yuan out of his research state. The genetic library of the alien creatures is vast, and if I forcefully study it, I might need thousands of years of lifespan. I must find a feasible logical chain and the key to unlock the door. At this moment, he looks somewhat dispirited. The flesh conduits attached to him provide an endless supply of nutrients, and the presence of ethereal energy helps keep his body clean. The only downside is that the alien creatures are lacking in brain maintenance, which leads to Lin Yuan's excessive mental consumption, forcing him to sleep to regain his energy. Lin Yuan now appears emaciated, a classic sign of having depleted his essence. The dominant consciousness sweeps through, and the swarm quickly understands the situation. With the king worms serving as giant laborers, Lin Yuan no longer needs to issue commands personally or constantly monitor the swarm's actions. He has taken a solid step towards becoming a deeply technical individual. Before crossing over, Lin Yuan entered the financial market to ensure comfort, earning billions of dollars. In the current dark world, to become a true upper-class technical expert, he still needs to continue enhancing the overall strength of the swarm. Jumping worms, dead in the southern mountains? Oh, it turns out this is junk information, automatically deleted by the king worm to the bottom of the information stream. It seems there is no need to check the casualties of the swarm anymore. Lin Yuan checked the current status of the swarm, which consisted of 310 king worms, 6 million jumping worms, and 900 mutated cockroaches. The dark impact has ended. The previously accumulated resources can now be exchanged for high-energy gas, allowing millions of lords to work for him. Summoning the virtual panel of the light tree, Lin Yuan controlled 8 tentacles with his mind, increasing operational efficiency by 20 times. However, unexpectedly, these resources did not trigger a buying frenzy like before. Although they are being continuously exchanged, the consumption rate is very slow. Only powerful families would stockpile high-energy gas. The Evolution City has survived as an F-level territory until now, which will inevitably cause a significant impact. It seems these family members are quite quick to react. Lin Yuan, rarely, did not immediately enter research mode. He seemed to see vast fields of chives thriving before his eyes. Father, this is the situation. Lin Yuan's F-level territory still exists today. This person is quite peculiar, with many mysteries surrounding him. Mastering his secrets might allow the Zhou family to advance further and regain its former glory. The cross-regional channel opened, and Zhou Qing immediately contacted the head of the Zhou family. A middle-aged man with a straight back and lowered eyes appeared on the virtual screen. After listening to Zhou Qing, there was silence for half a minute. Then suddenly a furious shout erupted. What nonsense! Have you forgotten everything I taught you since childhood? When encountering someone like Lin Yuan, the first thought should be to build a good relationship. At the very least, do not make an enemy. You, for the sake of some so-called secrets without any intelligence, want to create a potential threat for my family. Where do you place the interests of our family? Zhou Qing, do you still care about the Zhou family? Can you live up to the family's nurturing? The sudden reprimand from his father left Zhou Qing stunned. The scolding felt like a bucket of cold water poured over his head. Hatred clouded his judgment, leading him to make choices detrimental to the family. I'm sorry, father. I was wrong, Zhou Qing apologized. However, his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. If given the chance, Zhou Qing felt he would still want to eliminate Lin Yuan and extract all his secrets. Not for anything else, but to vent his anger and feel better inside. After all, living is about having a clear thought. Very well. Zhou Qing's father expressed satisfaction and then asked, is there any abnormal situation on your side? There is an abnormal situation. In the darkness, during a temperature of 37 degrees, hail fell. Father, is it really that? Zhou Qing felt very uneasy. Enough. This matter is not confirmed yet. Don't jump to conclusions to avoid causing confusion. Now, go do what you need to do. Don't let me down. And don't let the Zhou family down. I understand, father. The virtual screen blurred, and the call ended. How infuriating. Zhou Qing slammed his fist on the solid wood table, realizing he had to humbly reach out to Lin Yuan. His face twisted in anger. Zhou Qing looked like a demon, but he had no choice. Many eyes in the Zhou family were watching him. If he didn't contact Lin Yuan, this small matter could even threaten his father's position as the head of the family. His teeth chattered from the humiliation that washed over him. After half an hour of mental preparation, Zhou Qing finally opened Lin Yuan's message box. 025 high-energy gas delivery. After opening Lin Yuan's message box, Zhou Qing's mind was in turmoil, oscillating between rage and boredom. Ultimately, the heavy burden of the family forced him to endure humiliation and send a message to Lin Yuan. Zhou Qing, Lin Yuan, congratulations on achieving something remarkable. Not long ago, I invited you to be my bright tree officer. But now it seems my goodwill was all in vain, haha. After 10 years as classmates, you are the one I admire the most. I hope we can continue to fight together in this unknown territory and contribute to humanity. Ding 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 messages kept coming in. Lin Yuan, with foresight, didn't enter research mode. Otherwise, he would certainly have his train of thought interrupted. Zhou Qing, ignored. Yan congratulations? Why is this girl paying special attention to me? I can't figure it out. Since it's not about me fulfilling my promise, there's no need to pay it any mind. Li Nai, classmate Lin Yuan, impressive. You withstood the F-grade territory and resisted the dark impact. Wow, that's really something. Without further ado, my family is willing to fully support you, not for anything else, just to build a good relationship. Are you short on high-energy gas? My family has a lot in reserve, but I urgently need materials, so I would like to exchange your resources at the highest ratio. Below is my list of required materials and the exchange ratio. If there are any unsatisfactory aspects, please feel free to contact me. Not bad, it's quite promising. Upon seeing Li Nai's message, Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. These are all subtle ways to establish connections through practical means, unlike Zhou Qing, who only speaks empty words about righteousness. There were 5 similar messages, all sent by members of the 9 prominent families from Zhuke City. Lin Yuan didn't say much and directly sent the corresponding resources according to their lists. As the bright tree evolved, the reserves of high-energy gas increased rapidly. For the insect swarm, the bright tree was more like a resource depot and trading post, able to convert useless resources into what the swarm needed, effectively evolving the swarm from a self-sufficient existence in the wild to an efficient free market. Undoubtedly, the existence of the bright tree meant that other lords were essentially supporting the insect swarm, making its ability to amass forces even more terrifying. Before long, Lin Yuan had already accumulated 6 million units of high-energy gas. Just then, 23 royal insects sent urgent messages. He opened the psychic information transmission channel. Within the main nest, countless nerve bundles received the information, and as soon as Lin Yuan thought of it, the perspectives of the 23 royal insects appeared in an arc in front of him. Like ants, the jumping insects galloped through the mountains. Hidden under the cover of the primitive forest, the royal insects could only sense them through psychic energy. Soon, the royal insects saw the true forms of the jumping insects. Suddenly, with a loud bang, dozens of meters tall trees were uprooted and shot into the sky like cannonballs, striking the royal insects and leaving several large dents on their surfaces, which could withstand starship bombardments. The royal insects, perhaps because they were not combat units, were not rated by the bright tree. As behemoths within the swarm, the genomes of the royal insects came from the cosmic behemoth, so their strength was self-evident. Yet, the dark creatures faced by the swarm could actually breach the surface of the royal insects. With a roar, the earth trembled. The ground undulated as if it were being stretched. A colossal figure appeared in the vision of the royal insects. Lin Yuan focused closely. He saw that this dark creature was as large as a warship, resembling a bear, with 49 uniquely shaped tentacles. Its entire body was transparent silver, seemingly flashing with crimson light to warn other creatures. Living in darkness, yet possessing such vibrant colors was a manifestation of formidable power. The 6th-tier dark creature. The jellyfish bear monster primarily inhabits areas near the Crimson Flower Sea and is the top predator in shallow dark regions. Lin Yuan's expression was serious. This was the strongest dark creature he had encountered since arriving in this territory, and the only one exceeding Tier 5. With a hissing sound, the jumping insects launched an attack at a speed exceeding 150 kilometers per hour towards their target. These small reconnaissance assault units were unaware of the enemy's strength and did not understand what terror meant. Their existence was defined by tearing apart all enemies. 23 king insects commanded 600,000 jumping insects to execute a flanking charge against the jellyfish bear monster. The jellyfish bear monster let out a roar, and its transparent body flashed with red points of light like a rotating lamp. Boom! The tentacles waved, creating thunderous sounds, sweeping away the jumping insects in large numbers, tearing them apart in midair. The tentacles of this 6th-tier dark creature moved with such speed that Lin Yuan could only slow down the frame rate to see clearly. The jumping insects continued to charge forward. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly feel a bone-chilling cold rising from their feet. People feared desperate individuals, and thus humanity should fear the swarms of insects. However, even though the jumping insects had no concept of death, they still could not approach the jellyfish bear monster. A few lucky jumping insects managed to break through the tentacle blockade and jumped onto the jellyfish bear monster, viciously tearing at its flesh. Yet, for the massive jellyfish bear monster, this damage was hardly even a scratch. The absolute strength of the two was several magnitudes apart. After testing the waters, the situation became clear. Even if all 600,000 jumping insects were wiped out, the jellyfish bear monster would only suffer minor injuries. Sixth-tier creatures were indeed beyond the capabilities of ordinary beasts. Its genes held greater research value. The crimson flowers had the effect of making one forget pain and unleash their potential, while the red points of light on the jellyfish bear monster were likely some kind of organ. This monster might possess the genes that Lin Yuan's swarm needed. He felt a bit excited. King Insect, what are you doing, master? We sent you the footage, not for you to daze off. Hurry up and unleash more troops. A few jumping insects won't be able to take down this beast. Lin Yuan looked at the eager compound eyes of the king insects and instantly understood their thoughts. The larvae mutated into mutated cockroaches. Under the genetic synchronization in the cockroach nest, 200,000 larvae activated the designated gene sequence and spun cocoons. With a rustling sound, 200,000 mutated cockroaches broke free from their cocoons and then rushed towards the southern mountains, heading in the direction of the jellyfish bear monster. The uniquely structured legs allowed the mutated cockroaches to move quickly across the fungal carpet. However, without advanced genetic optimization, their speed dropped significantly once they left the carpet due to the primitive nature of the neural collagen. In Lin Yuan's eyes, it felt like a rushing river had suddenly dropped frames, leaving an indescribable discomfort. Speed is a crucial factor in combat effectiveness. Without advanced genes, the combat power of mutated cockroaches is significantly reduced. Lin Yuan let out a faint sigh. The alien insects had devoured and assimilated countless galaxies, filtering out the most optimal and perfect genes among billions of species. Finding such genes is incredibly difficult. With accelerated metabolism and gene synchronization, the jellyfish ghost bear began its rampage. The bodies of jumping insects piled up around it in layers. Under the command of the king insect, the jumping insects slowed their attacks, merely maintaining their encirclement. The jellyfish ghost bear, feeling unsatisfied, actively charged at the jumping insects, displaying its might. With no insect able to withstand it, it was a desperate struggle. Lin Yuan sneered. The army of mutated cockroaches had arrived. This was the main force for a direct assault by the swarm. Was the jellyfish ghost bear really that powerful? In front of my insect sea, it could tire itself out. The difference between 6th and 5th tier, was there a fundamental change in the essence of life? Unfortunately, this is not a fantasy world. The gap between tiers is not insurmountable. The mutated cockroaches suffered casualties quickly, but Lin Yuan had become numb to the numbers. If they died, so be it. Their bodies could still be recycled. 3 hours later, the jellyfish ghost bear collapsed with a thud. Its massive body was covered in extensive corrosion from acidic liquid sprays. All its tentacles torn off, and not a single piece of intact flesh remained. Perhaps, deep in the dark regions, there existed opponents to the swarm. But in the shallow dark areas that humanity had explored for thousands of years, Lin Yuan truly could not find any dark creatures capable of countering the swarm. Unless all 6th-tier dark creatures united, but that was obviously impossible. The mutated cockroaches moved the jellyfish ghost bear's corpse onto the fungal blanket, and soon, its genes were absorbed into the swarm. Lin Yuan immediately entered research mode, delving into deep analysis and comparing it with the existing gene bank of the swarm. The results came quickly. The red glow was actually the scarlet adrenaline emitted by its specialized kidneys. This matched the advancement genes of the jumping insects with an 85 compatibility. Beyond my expectations. Not bad. In the splitting pool, the evolution and metabolism accelerated. 100 units of crystal ore and 100 units of high-energy gas were injected into the splitting pool. In the pool, the primordial evolutionary mucus began to boil, with bubbles constantly forming and bursting. At the invisible microscopic level, the useful genes of the jellyfish ghost bear were decomposed and restructured, ultimately embedded into the original gene template. The entire process lasted 30 minutes and 56 seconds. Lin Yuan held his breath, concentrating all his attention. Next came the spectacle of the alien insects that he found most incomprehensible and could not explain scientifically. Squeak. The jumping insects all shrieked in unison. Before the acceleration of metabolism upgraded, these insects that had already hatched surprisingly shuddered, their bodies becoming more streamlined, and a pair of membranous wings sprouted from their backs. Genetic synchronization. This is one of the most incomprehensible phenomena among the anomalous insects. Similarly, Lin Yuan couldn't understand it either. He stared for a long time without figuring anything out. Lin Yuan silently entered the main nest. Originally, he wanted to study the changes in the insects after their evolution and measure how much their speed had increased due to the accelerated metabolism. Now he lacked the motivation. Exploratory scientific research often requires inspiration, and Lin Yuan felt he had none left at the moment. Lin Yuan isolated himself online. Sun Ming, hey, what happened to the supplies Lin Yuan put on the trading market? Why did they suddenly disappear? Qian Duozi. Obviously, he took them down himself. Sun Ming, huh? Why would he withdraw supplies when everything was fine? I managed to get some high-energy gas and was planning to trade for more. Qian Duozi. Someone must have contacted Lin Yuan and offered better exchange conditions. Qian Duozi. Lin Yuan is a genius for holding the F-level territory. How can everyone not pay attention to him? Sun Ming. That's true. Sai, the competition is really fierce. Those who can become Lords of Light are not foolish. Soon, no one discussed Lin Yuan's withdrawal of supplies anymore. In Qing Tung City. Lin Yuan. Zhou Qing was furious, her hair disheveled, as if she had gone mad. I kindly messaged you. You ignored me, that's fine. But you even made a deal with someone else. Bastard, don't let it fall on me. I will make you wish you were dead. Humiliation, an immense humiliation. Zhou Qing felt like her face had been trampled on by Lin Yuan 100 times. Ding. A communication request sound rang out. Zhou Qing quickly tidied up her appearance and composed herself. A stern middle-aged man with deep-set features appeared on the communication screen. Father, good afternoon. Zhou Qing sat up straight. The head of the Zhou family nodded and said, how is the contact with Lin Yuan going? He is the only successful guardian of an F-level territory in history, and discussions about him have erupted in Zhuke City, making him the center of attention. If we can befriend someone like him, it will elevate our Zhou family's prestige. The other major families have already made contact with Lin Yuan. What about you? I'm sorry, father. I have contacted Lin Yuan, but he hasn't replied yet. Zhou Qing wanted to lie, but faced with her father's penetrating gaze, she didn't dare. 10 seconds of silence passed, and the air seemed to be slowly sucked away. Useless. The head of the Zhou family roared. If you can't even handle this small matter, what use are you? Do you know, if there is indeed a great secret about Lin Yuan, then that secret has already slipped away from you, while other families have gotten closer. Have you ever thought that this seemingly trivial matter could trigger a chain reaction that directly leads to the downfall of the Zhou family? The middle-aged man's chest rose and fell. Then he settled down, sitting there like a rock. You are my son, and I would only say this to you. But you disappoint me greatly right now. The scene froze for 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Silence tightened around Zhou Qing's neck like a noose. Just as Zhou Qing was struggling to breathe, the middle-aged man spoke. Additionally, the lord of the city has exited seclusion and summoned the 9 major families. What you are thinking can be confirmed. This is your moment to shine. Seize it. With a snap, the communication was cut off. The voice of the female secretary faintly reached Zhou Qing's ears. Suddenly, Zhou Qing was unable to contain himself. His entire body trembled, letting out a low roar. It was not human, but rather like a monstrous spirit. Hee-ha-ha. Lin Yuan, if you don't reveal your coordinates, I indeed have no way to deal with you. But those who care about you, I want them all dead without a grave to rest in. Ha-ha. Zhou Qing was in a frenzy. In his pupils, a name was reflected. It was glaringly, Yin E. 027 Silent Ice Prison Shadow in the 15th tier core area of the city. Energy flowed like lava, yet not a hint of heat escaped. It was as if this fiery energy was merely festive ribbons celebrating a holiday. However, everyone sitting on the cold stone benches knew the destructive power contained within. By the ancient stone round table, the heads of the 9 major families of the city had been waiting for a long time. Everyone has arrived. An elderly man dressed in luxurious robes entered the room. This man was the official in charge of the 15th tier light tree, the host of the newly born lord's arrival ceremony. The 9 clan leaders stood up one after another. Good afternoon, Elder Bei. Elder Bei, how are you? Elder Bei, hello. The elderly man waved his hand and sat down at the stone table. We have an unprecedented genius emerging in our city. The Lord is also very concerned about him, Elder Bei said. You are referring to Lin Yuan, right? He has indeed achieved an unprecedented feat by maintaining the F-level light territory. Rest assured, Elder Bei, his growth is being safeguarded by us. We will do everything to protect Lin Yuan. The clan leaders of the 9 families expressed their support. Good. Your concern will surely bring comfort to the Lord. Elder Bei smiled and nodded. Then his expression turned serious. The purpose of gathering you all this time is to show you something. The elderly man casually waved his hand, and 3 aerial views unfolded. This is a canvas of ice blue, and all that meets the eye is ice blue. The entire world seems to consist solely of frost. In this seemingly still scene, everyone appears to sense the heart-thudding silence of all things extinguished. When the image zooms in and lowers, even though the heads of the 9 major families are deeply calculating and have long anticipated this, they cannot help but show expressions of horror. The image reveals 3 cities, each covering over 1 million acres, along with countless human-shaped ice sculptures. Satellite City Firebird 935, Satellite City Firebird 947, Satellite City Firebird 962 have encountered the silent ice prison Anya, where 34 million people have had their life essence completely drained, becoming ice sculptures. Surrounding them is a dispersing crimson energy. And an elder, dressed in a golden-edged white robe adorned with firebird patterns, stands amidst the warm-toned space, yet everyone only feels a chilling cold. The name Silent Ice Prison Anya is enough to silence the cries of children in Juke City. The elder spoke in a deep voice. It has been 120 years. What is destined to come will always come. Last time, the city lord was able to repel it, and this time, he can do so again. Remember, what Juke City protects is the 100 million people. We cannot retreat. The elder's voice was neither heavy nor light, neither hurried nor slow, but each word struck the hearts of the people like a giant iron hammer. With the appearance of Silent Ice Prison Anya, devastation is inevitable. You must prepare for the following 9 tasks. After a moment of silence, the elder began to assign tasks. Juke City is immense, and the 9 major families each have their own responsible areas. After receiving the task, the head of the Zhou family asked the question that everyone was most concerned about. Elder Bay, I don't know if I should ask, but everyone really needs to know about the city lord's injury. How is it? Elder Bay smiled and replied, after 100 years of healing and recuperation, the city lord has long since recovered and is at his peak strength. Then we can rest assured. The head of the Zhou family breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. I will take my leave. He clasped his hands and left the room. At that moment, the smiles of Elder Bay and the head of the Zhou family suddenly vanished. 3rd Tier Evolution City Lord, esteemed Lord Lin Yuan. Greetings. The Bright Tree Network has detected the emergence of a new combat unit, which must be assessed for combat capability. Assessing the comprehensive combat capability of the new combat unit. Assessment of the new unit's comprehensive combat capability is complete, with a total combat capability of 4th tier. Please name this unit. Note that this name will become the official designation of the Bright Tree Network. Naming successful. The official name of the new combat unit is Jumping Insect. Would you like to upload the data for this unit? Confirm. Cancel. Please note that if you want to trade blueprints for this unit, you must upload its data. Cancel. With the integration of new genes, it has become a completely new unit in the assessment of the Bright Tree. The Bright Tree lacks intelligence. After the evolution of the jumping insects accelerated their metabolism, their speed increased by 50, and their overall combat power rose from Tier 3 to Tier 4. The results are impressive. After defeating the Tier 6 jellyfish demon bear, the exploration progress in the Nanshan Mountains has accelerated significantly. The resource points that Lin Yuan currently possesses would make any high-tier territory weep silently. Unfortunately, among the genes collected from the dark creatures eradicated by the swarm, none met the criteria to be integrated into the swarm. Lin Yuan also knows that being able to collect the accelerated metabolism gene from the jellyfish demon bear was purely a stroke of luck. The movement speed of cockroaches outside the fungal blanket is too slow. There is a need to acquire the evolutionary gene for neural collagen recombination. Based on the relationship between the environment and gene expression, organisms surviving in harsh cold environments may possess such genes. Under the will of dominance, the swarm moved higher into the mountains, where heavy snow fell and cliffs were everywhere, possibly harboring organisms with the corresponding genome. Unnamed Area SC2. Cross-Regional Channel Broadcast. Officer Bei Mai of the 15th Tier, Vermilion Bird City. Dear newly born lords, I have come to issue the highest emergency alert. We have detected the trace of the silent ice prison Anya, which may attack Vermilion Bird City at an uncertain time. The aberration cold wave brought by this monster will affect your region, causing extremely low temperatures and mutations among the dark creatures within, relying solely on individual strength. It is absolutely impossible to defend the newborn light territory, so you must unite. I wish all newly born lords good luck. May you ultimately bring flames and light. At almost the same time, all lords in SC2 stopped their actions. Then the entire regional channel exploded. Sun Ming, no wonder the previous dark impact was so abnormal. The weather has also become extreme. It's hot, yet there's hail. Qian Duozi. Ha ha ha. Don't ask me why, because I just want to laugh. Li Nai Nai. This is truly the worst-case scenario. Mu Guangzhe. The mother god of the bright tree is protecting us. We will fight for the mother god until our last breath. Yuan Sanfeng. Don't panic. We are in a shallow, dark area. And Vermilion Bird City is directly facing Anya's main body. We only need to deal with the aftermath of the aberration cold wave. He Yuan only? You make it sound so easy. 120 years ago, the newborn lords faced the aberration cold wave. With a mortality rate of 80, over 1 million newborn lords died. You must know that, right? Jin Xingming. Times are different now. We have brother Zhou Qing coordinating. We will definitely overcome the crisis. Yin Yi. Yes, everyone. Don't lose heart. Lin Yuan provided us with so many supplies. Our strength is definitely much greater than that of our predecessors 100 years ago. Zhou Qing. The alienated cold wave will lower temperatures to below -30 degrees. Dark creatures have inexplicably transformed due to the icy cold, turning into various forms of frozen corpses, relentlessly attacking the recent territories of light. As Elder Bay said, everyone must concentrate resources to get through this difficult time. Next, those lords who need my overall allocation, please send me a brief overview of your territories. 028 Threat of the alienated cold wave. Ding ding ding. Zhou Qing's messages kept coming in. However, Zhou Qing did not rush to respond. Ding dang, a particularly concerning message alert sounded. Zhou Qing smiled. The captain of the Iron Feather Archer team, who entered through the door, shivered at the sight of Zhou Qing's expression. Who allowed you to enter? Trespassing into the Lord's residence is a great disrespect. Drag him away for execution. The voice was eerie, as if seeping from the cracks of hell. You. The captain of the Iron Feather Archers widened his eyes. His loyalty suddenly plummeted, quickly crossing the red line, just as he reached for his dagger at his waist. For ghostly masked figures abruptly appeared from the darkness. In a flash, the captain was subdued and forced to kneel before Zhou Qing. Do you think I still need such useless trash like you? If it weren't for the territory's rank restrictions, you would have been dead long ago. Execute him on the spot. Zhou Qing's lips curled into a smile as he casually waved his hand. No, please spare me, my lord. I am loyal to you. I swear on the heavens. This is the second-level refined golden arrows you requested earlier. I'm sure you'd like to experience their power. And this is the puffer fish you had before. I bet it tastes better raw. Come, open your mouth, The chilling screams echoed through Qing City. Moments later, the voice of the Zhou family head resounded in the Lord's residence again. Indeed, your prestige among these lords is high. I will send people to assist you. Managing a territory of 1 million level lords cannot rely solely on your personnel. The sooner it's completed, the more prestige you can accumulate. Thank you, Father. In Yuanwang City, Yin Yi received a letter from her close friend, Zhao Xiaoqiao. Zhao Xiaoqiao. Ha ha ha. Yi, I'm coming to seek refuge with you. Don't dislike me. Yin Yi. Come quickly. Let us build the territory's defenses early and lay a good foundation for the future lords. Zhao Xiaoqiao moi. In terms of defensive architecture, my dear Yi is also ranked in the top 5. When those people arrive in Yuanwang City, they will surely be astonished. Yin Yi. All right, hurry over. I need your cooperation. Zhao Xiaoqiao. Here we go. Let our bright tree merge into one. Hee. Yin Yi. Ding. The bright tree officer of the 15th tier Vermilion Bird City, Beimai, Lin Yuan. You truly deserve to be called a genius of the millennium. Can you tell me how you did it? If you're not willing to share, that's okay. I hope you can maintain this momentum and secure a spot in the top 3 of the talented lords list. Both I and the city lord have high hopes for you. If you encounter any difficulties, you can reach me through my private communication at AMP35356. After sending the message, Beimai stood up and began pacing back and forth. The first lord to defend an F-level bright territory is simply astonishing. If it weren't for the attack of the Silent Ice Prison Anya, this achievement alone would have shaken Vermilion Bird City. How on earth did he manage it? It's truly puzzling. 10 minutes passed, then 30 minutes. Beimai stopped, seemingly petrified into a statue. Lin Yuan completely ignored him. He was fully immersed in the development of his territory. After all, the mutation cold wave was about to erupt. Understandable, haha. The talented lords list has nothing to do with collecting alien insect genes. Lin Yuan glanced at Beimai's private message and chose to disregard it. The Evolution City, such a flashy territory, is so distinctive and outstanding that it's incredibly difficult not to attract attention from others. However, due to the peculiarities of the dark world. As long as he does not reveal his coordinates, it would be extremely challenging for others to locate him. The mutation cold wave? It has no effect on the alien insects at all. The swarms cover the universe, sweeping through galaxies, and the fungal blanket devours countless planets. These planets vary from fiery hot, like volcanoes, to frigid cold like the poles, but the harsh environments cannot hinder the expansion of the alien insects. Only in conditions of absolute zero or lava-like environments can their existence be obstructed. The mutation cold wave, according to documented records, is at most -50 degrees, which the swarms can easily disregard. It seems I forgot something. Lin Yuan felt he had overlooked an important detail. He pondered and verified, but found no logical flaws. So he decided to stop thinking about it. The silent ice prison Anya hides in the darkness, and no one knows when it will launch its attack. However, the atmosphere has completely changed. The lords of SC2 are scrambling to exchange supplies, doing their utmost to recruit troops and build defensive structures and heating setups. This is a life-and-death moment. Facing a massive threat that could erupt at any time, the lords are racing against time, building as many useful structures as possible to increase their chances of survival. Sun Ming, Lin Yuan, can you see this? Do you still have your high-energy fire crystal? I'm willing to exchange at the highest ratio. Qian Duozai, Lin Yuan, are you there? Lin Yuan, can you save some red-spotted flowers for me? I beg you, Lin Yuan. Sun Ming, damn, I've never seen someone so shameless. Actually asking a classmate to be a father for some resources. I, Sun Ming, with my iron bones, would never do that. Grandpa, Lin Yuan, please. I really need some high-energy fire crystal jade. I promise to come and thank you in person. Li Nai, Mu Guangzhe, Yuan Sanfong, Qian Duozai. All right, I admit defeat. The lords are desperately craving Lin Yuan's materials, like parched land yearning for rain. They've only developed a small bright territory for just over a month. And who would have thought they'd encounter the aberration cold wave? 120 years ago. Those predecessors developed for half a year and still lost 80% to the aberration cold wave. The lords are trying their best to flatter Lin Yuan, hoping he'll sprinkle some resources their way. Before the cross-regional channel was opened, resources were delivered to territories in the protection period through the Bright Tree. With a conversion ratio of 1:0,0,0,0,0,0,1. Now, this ratio is 350:0,0,0,1. The conversion ratio is constantly changing, and the Bright Tree has its own algorithms. Researchers estimate that the exchange ratio is related to each lord in the corresponding area, but due to too many unknowns, accurate deduction is impossible. A conversion ratio of 350:0,0,0,1 is something that ordinary lords cannot afford, so Lin Yuan unknowingly gained many direct descendants. Titles like Grandpa and Ancestors flooded the screen, calls from the chives. It's time to reap some biomass. Lin Yuan spread his hands, and hundreds of virtual screens of the Bright Tree opened before him. Tentacles waved behind him, their agility reminiscent of a single sorcerer's fingers after 20 years, moving so fast it was hard to see. 029 Anya is coming, Qian Duozai. Here it comes. Here it comes, the materials are here. Lin Ancestor, you truly are my dear ancestor. Sun Ming, Lin Ancestor hasn't forgotten us, that's great. Can you bring a bit more? Lin Ancestor? The highest realm of harvesting chives is to make them willingly be harvested while praising the scythe for its speed and sharpness. Lin Yuan's resource exchange rate is absurdly high, and these people still have to swallow these resources with tears, praising Lin Yuan's righteousness. The threat of the aberration cold wave has caused Lin Yuan's biomass reserves to reach an astonishing 545 million units, and high-energy gas has also reached an incredible 35 million units. The resources from the swarm are temporarily sufficient, but problems arise from this. Lin Yuan controls the swarm and notices that with the rapid expansion of the swarm, two issues become prominent. The first issue is the range of the fungal blanket. The fungal blanket itself is an organic living entity, and its expansion is limited. It cannot spread indefinitely. The main nest's fungal blanket has already covered the current evolution city to its limit. If the swarm wants to continue expanding, it must find the queen's genetic sequence. After the queen insect lays the fungal blanket tumor, as the name suggests, the fungal blanket tumor can divide cells infinitely, as long as it survives. The blanket can expand indefinitely. The second issue, which also limits the development of the swarm, is that Lin Yuan does not have subordinate commanders. The primary function of the king insect is to collect pheromones and serve as the psychic connector of the swarm. It can only command lower-tier insects like jumping bugs and cockroaches, so its role as a commander is quite limited. With the expansion of the swarm, Lin Yuan urgently needs brain insects or higher-tier queen insects to lead the swarm and maximize the advantage in numbers. As for Lin Yuan personally commanding, that would have to wait until he comprehends all the mysteries of the swarm's genome. In summary, Lin Yuan is currently an unreliable figure in charge, needing a large number of generals and civil officials. The genes are elusive, which worries him. Lin Yuan looked up and saw hundreds of giant king insects floating. If these beasts were given a newspaper and a cup of coffee, they would perfectly fit the image of an old man nearing retirement. The connection between the two is just absurd. Sighing, Lin Yuan lowered his head and saw the densely packed jumping bugs under the main nest. Perhaps due to boredom, the jumping bugs were spinning in circles on the ground. Due to the threat of the alien cold wave, Lin Yuan had ordered all the swarms to return to the main nest, although many jumping bugs had been sent out for reconnaissance. The third-tier evolution city was still under an undue insect pressure. The enthusiasm of 14 million jumping bugs had nowhere to go. Lin Yuan couldn't help but frown. The overwhelming number of troops was too much. What should he do? The light was fading, and the sky gradually darkened. In the dark world, only the bright territory had light. The brightness in the bright territory changed with time, distinguishing between morning, noon, and evening. A cold wind blew, making Lin Yuan shiver. The temperature was gradually dropping. It had been 30 degrees in the morning, but by evening it was close to zero. One could only wonder what strange power the silent ice prison held, as the frequency of dark creatures appearing had significantly decreased. The jumping bugs patrolling around encountered very few dark creatures. Li-9-9. Damn it, I only have 5,000 third-tier units now. If I could recruit more, that would be great. Yuan Sanfong, please stop your pretentious behavior immediately, or I will arrest you for being a show-off. Zhou Qing, everyone. Tonight is the best opportunity. Let's quickly transplant the luminous trees. United, we can surely overcome this crisis. Together, let's create new miracles. Sun Ming, Brother Zhou Qing is amazing. He Yuan, Brother Zhou Qing is mighty. Jin Xingming, unconditionally and wholeheartedly responding to Brother Zhou Qing's call. In the boundless dark world, faint lights flicker like weak fireflies. These lights struggle to move in the darkness, just as fireflies dance in the cold winds of winter. However, as long as there is light, there is hope. The newly born overlords in the area of SC2 put everything on the line and began the transfer of the Tree of Light. Not only that, but the vast world guarded by the city of Shizuku, those already named numbered regions, are also making full preparations. The silent ice prison Anya, which attacked the city of Shizuku 120 years ago, triggered a wave of alien cold that caused the loss of over 3 billion human lives. The territory controlled by the city of Shizuku was reduced by half, its strength plummeting, and only today has it begun to recover. In the 15th tier of the city of Shizuku, everyone learned of the news about the terrifying dark creatures attack. The billion inhabitants of this grand city contributed in every way they could, whether by providing money or effort. There was no choice. In this dark world, they had nowhere to go and no way to escape. With the silent ice prison Anya approaching, everyone had to exert their utmost strength. Otherwise, if the city of Shizuku fell, they would have no place to be buried. The next morning, the temperature continued to drop at a rate that could be felt by the body. Snow fell from the sky like goose feathers. If it weren't for the mycelium blanket absorbing moisture, the snow would have piled up to their ankles. Ah, it's cold. Lin Yuan hugged his shoulders and shrank his body. The jumping insect stared with small eyes, while the king insect opened its large compound eyes, looking at Lin Yuan as if to say, "Is this our overlord? Just this? A mere cold can freeze you into such a state. Don't embarrass yourself out here." It really is a failure that the ethereal energy cannot resist the cold. For some reason, Lin Yuan felt that the expressions of the jumping insect and the king insect revealed a wealth of meaning. Helpless, he could only let the main nest grow a layer of insulating flesh to wrap himself in. He had no idea when the wave of alien cold would completely erupt. Lin Yuan could only remain vigilant at all times. This was a terrifying disaster recorded in books, and Lin Yuan naturally would not take it lightly. At that moment, the snow stopped. The air seemed to have ceased flowing. The whole world appeared to be trapped in a strange stagnation. Lin Yuan sensed that something seemed to want to attack his mind, but upon encountering the ethereal energy, it dissipated into nothingness. Unfortunately, this layer of attack was dissolved by the ethereal energy too quickly, so fast that Lin Yuan almost instinctively ignored it. Crack, crack. On the ground not covered by the mycelium blanket, frost spread. It sounded like sharp teeth gnawing on a skull, sending chills through both body and mind. Extreme low temperature warning. Extreme low temperature warning. Extreme low temperature warning. The tree of light reminded in red letters. At -3 degrees, -6 degrees, and -10 degrees, the temperature displayed on the virtual screen fluctuates, rapidly plummeting until it settles at -30 degrees. What does -30 degrees mean? If an adult were to remain exposed in an environment at this temperature, they would first feel the extreme agony of countless knives slicing across their skin, then lose consciousness in less than 50 seconds, ultimately succumbing to the cold. Everything withers, and the aftershocks of the alien cold wave sweep across the land. In the city of 030, the Lord's power is immense. Lin Yuan's teeth clatter as he thinks, damn it. This time, even the mutated cockroaches, known for their docility, look at Lin Yuan with disdain. The main nest grows flesh once again, wrapping Lin Yuan in layers. Messages of goodwill flood the screen, wishing you good luck. Wishing you good luck. Wishing you good luck. The mother god of the bright tree will bless everyone. After the blessings flash across the screen, the regional chat channel quickly falls silent. Perhaps this is the last message for many, the final trace of their existence in the world. Next, they will face the trial of life and death. Ding. The virtual screen unfolds. The man appearing on the screen shocks everyone. His hair stands tall like flames. His bare upper body adorned with flowing magma-like tattoos. He is, without a doubt, a phoenix yearning to soar. Even through the virtual screen, everyone feels the intense heat, as if sitting there is not a man, but a sun. The 15th tier Phoenix City Lord, the guardian of the Dark Gorge, Yin Sihua. His 100-meter statue stands in the center of Phoenix City, and his story has become a legend, passed down through the ages. An absolute powerhouse. The ruler of Phoenix City for 1,000 years, Yin Sihua does not need to speak. His mere presence dispels the shadows cast by the chilling ice prison of Anya. Just by sitting there, he wipes away all panic. Morale is high, and the crowd cheers. My people, all the lords striving outside. Yin Sihua speaks. The fire of the Phoenix will never be extinguished. 8 words ignite a tsunami of cheers in Phoenix City. The fire of the Phoenix will never be extinguished. The fire of the Phoenix will never be extinguished. The fire of the Phoenix will never be extinguished. From the virtual screen, Lin Yuan senses the unity among the people. This is the charisma of a leader. However, there seems to be nothing to envy. Lin Yuan looks at the densely packed creatures below, with just a thought. The alien bugs will execute his orders without hesitation. The sound of frost spreading is clear to the ear. Are they coming? Lin Yuan's expression remains calm. A chilling wind suddenly swept through, silent yet eerie. From the breeze, Lin Yuan caught a whiff of decay. In the darkness at the edge of his vision, something was stirring, as if the gates of hell were opening. On the virtual screen, Yin Sihua stood up, flames igniting around him. In an instant, a fierce energy surged upwards like a mighty river, with the faint silhouette of a divine bird appearing behind him. As if sensing something, countless flame patterns on the boundless walls of the Vermilion Bird City lit up in an instant. The magnificent city was awakening. The citizens and warriors of Vermilion Bird City. As long as you are present, this battle will surely end in victory. Yin Sihua soared into the darkness like the sun rising in the sky. Was this the power of territory feedback? It felt as if he were a celestial being from a fantasy novel. Lin Yuan was astonished to witness Yin Sihua displaying such power for the first time. His reaction was akin to that of a Stone Age human witnessing a nuclear explosion. He never expected that the 15th tier Vermilion Bird City could provide Yin Sihua with such magnificent strength. It should have been obvious. The highest known military rank was only 12 tiers, while the frozen Abyssinia was at the 15th tier. Without such extraordinary power, Vermilion Bird City could not have repelled it a century ago. Though he thought about it, Lin Yuan, as a modern person, still felt a deep shock witnessing such might. However, before he could fully process his astonishment, countless monsters surged out from the liquid-like darkness outside Vermilion Bird City. These creatures, the weakest among them at 5th tier, were covered in ice shards, their bodies a ghastly pale, as if frozen corpses. Endless and overwhelming, the sheer number of these mutated frozen corpses was like pixels on a 55-inch 4K screen, enough to create an illusion for the towering walls of Vermilion Bird City. As if they were being struck by a tsunami. This was the true dark tide. Having once felt a small satisfaction with his legion of millions of insects, Lin Yuan now realized that in the face of the dark tides stirred by the frozen abyss Aeneas, those millions of insectoids were but a drop in the ocean. At this moment, he truly felt the terror of darkness, far beyond what any pale phrases in textbooks could describe. Despite those phrases exhausting all known exaggerations, they still couldn't depict even a fraction of true darkness. Hiss, as if sensing the ruler's mindset. Millions of alien insects resonated together in a chorus of hissing, expressing that the alien insects were the most terrifying beings in this world. Boom. The earth trembled. The reconnaissance king insect transmitted an urgent message, showing dense clusters of mutated, frozen corpses emerging from the ground, directly charging toward the evolution city. A variety of dark creatures. Very good. This saves me the trouble of searching for them myself. Hope there are excellent genes among them. The swarm begins to devour. In an instant, under the command of thought, the swarm screeches and rushes towards the enemy. At the top of the main nest, Lin Yuan sees the swarm spreading like ink. They are millions of jumping insects, hundreds of thousands of mutated cockroaches, and the claws and fangs of the swarm. Each aberrant insect is part of the swarm. Boom. The swarm collides with the frozen corpses of two entirely different beings. The frozen corpses carry cold toxin energy and can explode at any disagreement, causing massive destruction, making them both troublesome and ferocious. Unfortunately, if ferocity is a characteristic of darkness, then the swarm itself embodies darkness. Everywhere one looks, the frozen corpses fall like wheat. The death toll of the jumping insects and mutated cockroaches is slowly increasing. However, as a qualified ruler, Lin Yuan has little concern for the deaths of the jumping insects and mutated cockroaches. If it were the infected bugs or flying snakes that died, he might care a little. Jumping insects, mutated cockroaches, so the ruler, love will disappear, right? In the shallow dark area of SC2, the strongest dark creatures are only at the 6th tier. The frozen corpses surrounding the evolution city are even weaker, with only a few at the 4th tier, having no resistance against the swarm. It looks like the swarm is counter-surrounding the frozen corpses. Lin Yuan clings to the top of the main nest, wrapped in thick flesh, with only his eyes exposed. At this moment, his eyes flicker with remnants of the aberrant cold wave, but such brilliance is insignificant. Suddenly, a mutation occurs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing through the air comes. Ice spikes rain down from the sky like a storm. This distant city is so empty. The sound of leather being pierced by sharp objects is incessant. Under the saturated attack of the ice spikes, even if the jumping insects scatter immediately, the losses are severe. Hiss. The jumping insects screech, flailing their legs as they are pinned to the ground, and the cracking frost spreads from their wounds, quickly freezing them. In Lin Yuan's perception of the ruler's consciousness, the strange energy easily eliminated by the ghost energy tries to erode the jumping insects. But it is like a drop of water falling into a volcano. The gap between the unknown energy and the ghost energy is immeasurable. Clink, clink, clink. The ice spikes strike the thick shells of the mutated cockroaches, producing a crisp metallic sound. The ice spikes shatter. But the shells of the mutated cockroaches only bear light white marks. These 5th-tier aberrant insects have shells composed of molecules that absorb crystal mineral atoms, making them immune to small firearms and even able to withstand the fire of 2 siege tanks. The mutated cockroaches stroll leisurely in the storm of ice spikes, rampaging, while the frozen corpses are utterly unable to stop them. It can only be said that the mutated frozen corpses have done their best. Each of them was originally a powerful frost bomb, capable of massive destruction, with ice shards as sharp as alloy blades, showcasing remarkable strength when charging. However, with teammates from the League and opponents resembling warriors, what could be achieved? These dark creatures are largely hidden underground, concealed in complex environments of darkness, making them difficult to find even with exhaustive searches. Now, thanks to the mutated cold wave, they have emerged in droves. The result is a diverse array of genes collected by the swarm and uploaded to Lin Yuan. The structure is crude, the design cumbersome, and the expressions complex yet useless. Inferior genes are all placed in the lower tier of the gene bank. These genes are broken down in the primordial evolutionary slime and subsequently extracted by Lin Yuan using his finely controlled tendrils. As the spectral energy increases, Lin Yuan can not only control the precision of the flesh tendrils, but also observe genetic details with his eyes, which function like a combination of an electron microscope and an optical microscope, Perhaps the swarm itself does not require traditional research equipment. Or the genetic research devices of the swarm differ from the cold machines of conventional concepts. The spectral energy used to assist in research is quite effective. The presence of the light tree allows Lin Yuan to gain spectral energy without further training, simply by increasing his forces. Lin Yuan is unsure whether this is a bug or a cheat. Ice spikes fall like sudden rain, and after a brief downpour, they cease. In the thick darkness, it is unclear which species initiated this attack. The royal insects can monitor the sky, but their flying speed is too slow, appearing as if they are propelled by the faintest of forces. By the time the jumping insects have dashed 10 kilometers, the royals have only flown 10 meters. Due to the crawling speed of the royals, Lin Yuan cannot discern the true identity of the attackers. Mutated frozen corpses continue to surge from the darkness. The swarm engages in close combat, and the battle is fierce. This is clearly a battlefield filled with blood and flesh, yet the intense emotions of sacrifice, honor, and responsibility that typically emerge in such scenarios are completely absent among the swarm. A jumping insect charges, another falls, one climbs onto a corpse, and another swings its sharp scythe. It is that simple, that pure. Their only purpose for existing is to follow Lin Yuan's will. The battlefield grows increasingly intense. However, the third-tier evolutionary city remains calm and peaceful. Not a single mutated frozen corpse can breach the swarm's defenses and step onto the fungal carpet. In the distant city, Yan Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao exchanged glances, noticing each other's faces were as pale as paper, with the same expression reflected in each other's eyes. Why had they not arrived at the distant city at the agreed time? Yan Yi asked. She looked at her distant city, with 10-meter-high walls standing tall, watchtowers, arrow towers, and energy-sensing towers layered in staggered heights. This is the defensive city they have tirelessly built during this period, fully reflecting their expertise in construction. With these defensive structures, every unit can exert 200% of their combat power, significantly increasing the chances of surviving the mutated cold wave. However, there are no signs of any units in the watchtower or the arrow tower. They claim to have encountered an attack, but assured that they would arrive soon. Why haven't they shown up yet? Yan Yi has already heard the cracking sounds from outside the city. The frozen corpses of the mutated creatures might rush out of the darkness at any moment. At that time, how can the unguarded city defend against these vicious monsters? I'm so furious. They've stopped replying to messages and are pretending to be dead. Zhao Xiaoqiao stamped her foot, shattering the spreading ice crystals. You are too kind. You are smarter than me, but reluctant to accept the truth. It's obvious we've been sold out. And the only one who could manipulate them is Zhou Qing. I just don't understand why Zhou Qing is targeting us for no reason. What have we done to provoke him? No way. I can't swallow this anger. Zhao Xiaoqiao. Zhou Qing, what do you mean? Why haven't those people you arranged come to the city in time? Zhou Qing, what? How could this happen? Let me ask them. Zhou Qing. Classmate Zhao Xiaoqiao. I'm sorry. Those people think you are unreliable and have gone to other lords. They ignored my orders. And I will certainly punish them severely afterward. Classmates Yan Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, please tell me, and we will help you accomplish them. Sun Ming, which scoundrels? How could they betray their teammates like this? It's simply inhumane. He Yuan, brother Zhou Qing, is noble. These troublemakers cannot be kept. Jin Xingming. This isn't originally brother Zhou Qing's responsibility, yet he stands up to take on this burden. This sense of responsibility truly shames us. Zhou Qing. Damn it, you hypocrite. Punishment? If we're dead, there will be no evidence left. Who will care about the deaths of 2 novice lords? Zhao Xiaoqiao cursed loudly, her twin ponytails pointing angrily at the sky. Yan Yi forced herself to calm down and said, Xiaoqiao, you know, this kind of deceit is very common. Many people will betray their own brothers for profit. I just can't understand why they would do this. Yeah, there's clearly no benefit for them, Zhao Xiaoqiao pondered. Unless someone promised them something. Yan Yi found the key point. Zhou Qing. This bastard. But why is Zhou Qing doing this? I remember that for a while. He was pursuing you, right? Did he hold a grudge after you rejected him? Maybe, but it's meaningless to say these things now. Yan Yi's gentle face began to show some changes. She looked at the silent arrow towers, which seemed to mock her silently. Suddenly, she remembered that stormy night when she was surrounded by several inexplicable men. At that time, she felt just as helpless as she did now. However, this time, no one was coming to save her. 032 Alienation of the heart. Emergency warning. Large numbers of dark creatures approaching. Emergency warning. Large numbers of dark creatures approaching. The screen was filled with red fonts. The sound of ice shards clashing was like the death bells from hell. Xiao Qiao said, "Sorry to drag you in." In Yin Yi's eyes, there was an apology. Ha ha ha. Yi, what are you talking about? At least we have each other on the road to the underworld. Zhao Xiaoqiao forced a smile. Just then, Yin Yi suddenly trembled. What's wrong, Yi? Zhao Xiaoqiao asked. Zhou Qing sent me a message. Willing to use a teleportation talisman to save me, Yin Yi said, showing Zhao Xiaoqiao the message from Zhou Qing. A precious teleportation talisman? It seems Zhou Qing still has feelings for you. That's a good thing, right? Zhao Xiaoqiao said with a complex expression, but suddenly stopped. She found that Yin Yi, who was familiar yet strange, seemed to have a shadow cast over her gentle face. The mastermind behind this was Zhou Qing, and his purpose was to take revenge on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan, Zhao Xiaoqiao exclaimed. She wanted to ask how Yin Yi had figured all this out. Was it just Zhou Qing wanting to give her a teleportation talisman for free? However, looking at her familiar yet unfamiliar best friend, Zhao Xiaoqiao didn't voice her questions. At that moment, a flash of inspiration struck Zhao Xiaoqiao's mind. Lin Yuan, that day in the bright tree garden in Zhuke City, didn't he promise you that he would fulfill one of your requests? If you want him to redeem his promise and come to save us? Lin Yuan, the first person in history to hold the F-level bright territory, had sold a large amount of supplies before the alien cold wave, indicating that he was already well prepared. Although I don't know how he has confidence, he must have a strong military force, right? We have hope for survival. Yin Yi shook her head. Do you think? As a mere Tier 3 territory lord, he has even a 1 in a million chance of being able to save us? Can he traverse the darkness and cross the vast land of frozen corpses? That's true. Zhao Xiaoqiao's hopes were dashed, and she lowered her head. Any rational person would know that Lin Yuan would not have the ability to save them. If they are the ones drowning, then Lin Yuan is not even a straw. At best, just a plankton on the water's surface. But I don't want to die yet. I really don't want to die. The facade of strength finally crumbled. I'm only 20 years old. I haven't even been in a relationship. I don't want to die. Zhao Xiaoqiao cried out in despair. Xiaoqiao, I'm here with you. Yin Yi hugged Zhao Xiaoqiao, wanting to bring her a bit of warmth in this frozen world, this cold humanity. She never expected that Zhou Qing would harm these two innocent girls just to take revenge on Lin Yuan. Zhou Qing, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Zhao Xiaoqiao suddenly shouted to the sky. I must remind Lin Yuan to be careful of Zhou Qing. Yin Yi clicked on Lin Yuan's profile. Just as she was about to send a warning, a message suddenly popped up. The sender was actually Lin Yuan. Zhou Qing, your methods are childish and shallow. Lin Yuan looked at the regional communication channel, his expression unchanged. If Yin Yi dies, then my promise will forever remain unfulfilled. With no chance of redemption. That feeling is really unpleasant. Before crossing over, others called him a genius, some called him a madman, but in reality, he was just a very pure person. Words once spoken must be acted upon. For the first time, Lin Yuan took the initiative to send a message. Lin Yuan, tell me the coordinates. I will come to save you. Consider it fulfilling my promise. Yin Yi couldn't help but exclaim. What's wrong? Zhao Xiaoqiao sniffed. Lin Yuan said he would come to save me, as a way to fulfill his promise to me. After more than 10 seconds, Yin Yi finally spoke. He must be crazy. A sense of unease arose in Zhao Xiaoqiao's heart, but thinking about someone wanting to cross the darkness to save them, she suddenly felt that death wasn't so terrifying after all. What are you doing? Sending the coordinates of Yuanwang City to Lin Yuan. You must be crazy too. You don't really think Lin Yuan can save us, do you? Since he said that, I believe him. Foolish woman, you're doomed. Boom. The energy defense tower shot out a red beam. The mutated frozen corpses were already at the city gates, without any troops stationed at the defensive facilities. How long could they hold out? 3 minutes or 5 minutes? Yin Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao looked at each other, fingers interlocked. They could only hope for a miracle to happen. Jumping worms, set out, bring these two women back to the main nest, within the will of the ruler. The jumping worms sensed that determination. Metabolism accelerated, faster, even faster. Cells burst with energy, flowing through the body and dissipating through a perfect cooling system. The speed of the jumping worms reached maximum, making sharp turns at high speed, skillfully weaving through the frozen corpses. If the jumping insects want to avoid battle, then the frozen corpses of the mutated creatures are unlikely to pose a threat to them. 300,000 jumping insects rushed towards the distant city to carry out the orders of their leader. With their perfect physical structure, they could maintain maximum speed and cover thousands of kilometers in just 10 minutes to reach the distant city. Just as the rescue team of jumping insects set out, an alarm from the king insect warned of a large number of flying creatures heading towards the main nest. The lack of air combat capability was not anticipated to be exposed so quickly. A thought crossed Lin Yuan's mind as he looked at the dark energy information screen. In the sky, there were numerous flying creatures, with at least 100,000 in number. These flying creatures varied in shape and size, but the commonality among them was the sparkling ice shards clinging to their frostbitten bodies. Among them, a particular flying creature caught Lin Yuan's attention. It had no wings, with a spider-like upper body and 4 straight supporting legs, connected by webbing. The more genetically advantageous a creature is, the more distinctive its appearance. Among the many flying creatures that clearly bore inferior genes, this frozen monster stood out. Its appearance resembled that of an unmodified predecessor insect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of piercing through the air filled the surroundings as ice spikes shot forth like arrows. The frozen flying corpses encountered no obstacles and easily reached above the main nest, launching a torrential attack on Lin Yuan. The biological mass surged, and the main nest's flesh rapidly grew, forming a thick barrier to block the ice spikes. With a biological mass reserve in the billions, these frozen flying corpses could not harm Lin Yuan, no matter how they attacked. At that moment, the best decision was clearly to retreat into the main nest. The main nest was incredibly solid, and Lin Yuan felt secure. However, not fighting back was not in Lin Yuan's character. Crackling sounds filled the air as dark energy lightning gathered in his hands, exuding a sense of destruction. The limitless capacity of dark energy meant that Lin Yuan's dark energy had no upper limit. With the support of a swarm in the millions, Lin Yuan was unsure of the power that the dark energy lightning could unleash. He decided to give it a try. The ability to control dark energy seemed innate. As if it were an extension of his own body, Lin Yuan spread his fingers, and the dark energy seemed to call to him. A flash of dark lightning streaked across the sky, and although it was dark energy, it shone brilliantly at that moment. Wherever the lightning traveled, the frozen flying corpses turned to ashes. With this strike, Lin Yuan annihilated 100 enemy troops. For some reason, whether it was the dialogue or something else, Lin Yuan felt that the king insect and the mutated cockroaches looked at him with disdain, mixed with a hint of helplessness. This initial test showed that the dark energy attack was formidable, with much room for further development, requiring more practice. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. Researchers are like this, constantly experimenting and exploring, with unknown paths ahead. There is no way. The creatures lack brains and cannot comprehend his pragmatic spirit. The hail fell like rain. Originally, these dark creatures without Tier 6 abilities shouldn't possess such ice-based energy attacks. However, the aberrant cold wave consumed their vitality, transforming these flying beings into biological weapons. Once the energy of the frozen flying corpses was exhausted, they became self-destructing bombs, plummeting from above towards the main nest. It was as if thousands of bombers were indiscriminately bombing above Lin Yuan. Although the damage was minimal, the humiliation was immense. This was truly unbearable. This time, he had to aim carefully. The ethereal lightning began to gather again in the mountains of Lin Yuan. Holding his breath and focusing, Lin Yuan unleashed a thunderous strike. With a sharp sound, he perfectly hit the target. The unknown flying creature, resembling the first-generation queen, was struck and exploded in midair. Its remains quickly absorbed and digested by the fungal carpet below. A new gene was added to the aberrant insect gene pool. However, the compatibility with the queen was only 10, making it unsuitable as genetic material for creating a new queen. After analyzing the gene, Lin Yuan showed no signs of disappointment. Just among humans, there are approximately 25,000 genes and 3 billion base pairs. The insect swarm's genes themselves are a fusion of countless species, making it nearly impossible to find highly compatible genes from a single species. Previously, finding the mutated cockroach gene was merely a stroke of luck for Lin Yuan. Of course, the relative simplicity of the mutated cockroach gene played a role as well. A compatibility of 10 was already sufficient, and this gene segment could be preserved. If other compatible genes were found, they could be spliced together. Lin Yuan marked this gene segment for easy extraction later. A strange crow's call echoed, resembling the wail of a vengeful spirit. To the west, more frozen flying corpses appeared. With a wingspan of 3 meters and resembling a vulture, their bodies were in disarray, held together only by ice crystals, with an estimated number of around 3,000. They were Tier 4 dark creatures, carrion-eating giant vultures. Lin Yuan recognized the incoming monsters at a glance. Just in time, there was even more ethereal energy than he had anticipated. The energy crackled as it gathered in his hands. Lin Yuan rooted himself at the main nest of the aberrant insects, transforming into an anti-air artillery. However, facing such a massive number of frozen flying corpses, this was merely a temporary solution. If all their self-destructing frost bombs hit the main nest, it would suffer severe damage. At that moment, the king insects alerted him. Master, there are usable genes available. Usable genes? Spore crawlers. When did we collect them? Lin Yuan was astonished. The spore crawlers were aptly named, consisting of 2 distinct parts. First are the spores, the ammunition of the spore crawler, which are spherical objects wrapped in a special green biological outer layer, filled with explosive acidic liquid. The other part is the main body of the crawler, consisting of a movable and rootable chassis and a segment of extremely powerful muscle tubing. The muscles within the tubing have a layered propulsion function, capable of launching spores into the atmosphere. According to Lin Yuan's research, due to being a building-type organism, the genes of the spore crawler are not complex, just relatively unique. Unexpectedly, among these deformed frozen corpses, there are indeed genes that meet the criteria. Unfortunately, it can't be traced back, but it is likely derived from some kind of regional animal. Lin Yuan feels a bit regretful. For him, the regret of not being able to explore the source of the genes outweighs the unexpected benefits brought by the spore crawler. Jumping insects. Mutated cockroaches. Blame ourselves for being too quick every time we eliminate a new biological entity. We should pause and let the overseer take a good look at those inferior genes. Worms. Overseer, chaotic thinking, weak individuals, indecisive, need deep modification. Why do I always feel a vague sense of contempt? Is it possible that I've over-researched recently and am experiencing hallucinations? Shaking his head, Lin Yuan dispelled the inexplicable thoughts from his mind. Worker bees, mutated into spore crawlers. The crystal or in the pincers clattered and fell to the ground. The worker bees around the main nest expanded. 750,000 units of biological material and 75 units of crystal or were delivered into the transforming worker bees. When the frozen flying corpses launched their second wave of attack, the spore crawlers had already completed their mutation. Surrounding the main nest, 500 tubes, each 10 meters high, appeared abruptly. High-pressure jets propelled the muscles, and the flight speed of the spores exceeded 10 times the speed of sound. The sky seemed to explode. An ice-blue powder burst into clouds. With a simultaneous volley, the frozen flying corpses suffered the demise of 180,000. This is the spore crawler, adept at striking aerial units with its precise jetting. It seems like I have little to do with this. When one is the master of a swarm, it is so plain and unadorned. Much like research, most of it is walking along the path of truth. Through the thick flesh wall, Lin Yuan observed the battlefield situation. The ground battle grew increasingly intense. The swarm completely unleashed its hunger, slaughtering the frozen mutated corpses that charged out of the darkness. These aberrant insects are all newly mutated. However, certain inheritances in their genes are unclear and indescribable. Perhaps deep within their instinctual bodies lies the desire of their predecessors to ravage the universe. 034 Darkness envelopes. Hatred fills the air, Luringia. Is this wave of mutation really just a remnant? It's too strong. We can't hold on any longer. Brothers, see you in the next life. We are gone, but our light tree will remain for 3 months. We cannot let this precious opportunity go to waste. The last rays of our lives, the light tree. I have returned to the embrace of the mother goddess of the light tree. The final words are filled with reluctance, despair, and relief. Destruction, destruction, destruction. The status of many territories has changed. The names of the lords have dimmed, turning gray, never to shine again. If their light tree is not integrated within 3 months, their names will disappear forever. Something feels off. Why is this wave of aberrant cold so terrifying? There are tens of thousands of frozen corpses outside my territory. Indeed, this wave of aberrant cold is far more horrifying than recorded in the books. If it weren't for the resources from a certain individual, we wouldn't have been able to hold on at all. What do those resources matter? In my opinion, the greatest contribution comes from our brothers' perfect coordination. Exactly. If it weren't for our brother's flawless allocation, could you still be sending messages here? Sorry, I organized this myself. Have you two had enough flattery? If you want to flatter each other privately, don't disgust us here. The blessings from that individual are real. Not something you can deny with a few flattering words. Perhaps due to the pressure of defense, the argument quickly ended. Looking out from the city, the originally well-structured defensive towers had collapsed. The 10-meter-high city walls were riddled with large holes. Aberrant frozen corpses surged in. The two girls, holding their swords, had already exhausted all their strength. In the next life, let us still be good sisters. One girl smiled. Yes. The other girl returned to smile. Suddenly, an aberrant frozen hyena, dragging its awkward body, charged into the underground bunker, pouncing on the two girls. They were too weak to even scream, only able to watch as the hunting dog opened its mouth wide, tearing flesh from its own thigh. The aberrant frozen hyena actually wanted to eat them alive. The girls wished to faint, but the icy cold forced them to stay awake. The sound of the hyena gnawing its own body was like a dark hell, plunging them into endless despair. One after another, 3 aberrant frozen hyenas entered, pouncing on the 2 fallen human girls. I will not spare you even if I become a vengeful spirit. With her last ounce of strength, one girl let out a chilling scream that sent shivers down the spine. Zhou Qing, in a quest for revenge against Lin Yuan, took her personal vendetta public, sacrificing 2 innocent girls in the process. Her hatred for Zhou Qing surged like a monstrous wave. If it were possible, she would crush Zhou Qing's bones inch by inch and devour her flesh piece by piece. However, she knew that was impossible now. The mutated frozen hyena had already devoured her left leg and right hand, then viciously tore into her abdomen. Due to the unconditional reflexes of the nervous system, Yan Yi's body twitched instinctively. With her head tilted to the side, her gradually dimming eyes caught sight of Zhao Xiaoqiao. There, her best friend was left with only one hand. Zhao Xiaoqiao seemed to sense something, struggling to extend her hand, and Yan Yi instinctively reached out in response. Then crunch, 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 crunch. Both hands were bitten off by sharp teeth, and the sound of bones being chewed was 1,000 times more terrifying than any horror film soundtrack. Was it finally coming to an end? Yan Yi thought. Just then, the sound of a collision reached her ears, along with the sound of ice crystals shattering and limbs falling to the ground. The mutated, frozen hyena raised its head and lunged toward the door. Lin Yuan. He has come to save me. He really has come to save me. A flame of hope ignited in Yan Yi's once dim eyes. She truly did not want to die. She wanted to live. On the brink of death, she was overwhelmed with the desire to experience life, to breathe air, to eat, drink, and sleep. More importantly, she wanted to see her best friend and Lin Yuan. The noise outside the door soon subsided. The sound of footsteps, clack, clack, gradually approached. Clack, 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 clack. Were these footsteps human? Perhaps they belonged to some special unit. Yan Yi's eyes gradually brightened. Where was Lin Yuan? The next moment, Yan Yi's eyes widened in shock. A terrifying, grotesque monster suddenly appeared at the door. What kind of monster was this? It was as if it had stepped out of a nightmare. The hope that had just risen was ruthlessly shattered, and Yan Yi, struck by immense shock, felt her consciousness fading. In a daze, she thought she saw a sharp bone jutting from the monster's mouth. With a terrifying sound, the monster drew closer. Yan Yi realized she had reached the end of her brief life, being torn apart and consumed by a monster at such a tender age. Then, she felt her body being moved. When she regained her senses, she discovered that she and her best friend had been hoisted up by this terrifying creature. Countless questions flooded Yan Yi's mind, and then she tilted her head and lost consciousness. Tens of thousands of frozen, mutated corpses? On the left virtual screen, Lin Yi's speech had not yet disappeared. Lin Yuan looked down at the countless corpses beneath the main nest, sprawled across the fungal blanket. Their numbers so great that the fungi couldn't digest them quickly enough. Why did the evolution city face such an onslaught of mutated frozen corpses? Could it be that this F-level territory harbors deeper secrets beyond mere resources? Watching the biomass numbers jump like rockets, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of doubts. The F-level territory seemed particularly favored by the dark forces. The darkness surged, as if responding to Lin Yuan's speculation, with even more mutated frozen corpses bursting forth from the shadows, charging towards the swarm. The 035 jumpers were on a mission. Just how extensive was the number of dark frozen corpses? Bathed in glistening ice shards, The boundary of darkness appeared to merge into a profound lead gray. This lead gray seemed like the last breath exhaled by a mummy, straddling the line between life and death. Then, a small squad of jumpers burst forth from this boundary, dodging left and right, zigzagging towards the main nest at high speed. They moved so quickly that they dragged the thick darkness behind them, leaving several long trails. Much like jet planes flying close to the ground. With accelerated metabolism, the maximum running speed of the jumpers had reached 250 kilometers per hour, appearing from a distance like black shadows drifting along the ground. Out of 300,000 jumpers, only a few hundred had returned. What had they encountered along the way? Lin Yuan's gaze locked onto the lead jumper with a broken fang. He could sense a fervent worship emanating from its psyche, akin to the humblest dust gazing up at the heavens. Was psyche even a term applicable to jumpers? Lin Yuan couldn't help but wonder. Jumpers lacked autonomous consciousness. They only followed the will of the higher-ups in the swarm and acted based on biological instincts when there were no orders. Yet now, he felt emotional fluctuations from this particularly large and fierce jumper. Was it a mutation arising from a sufficiently large sample size? The strange insects were indeed fascinating. However, he wasn't prepared to study this peculiar jumper right away. The reason was that his current genetic research had consumed all his time, leaving him no room for distraction. Another reason was that such a low-probability event lacked universality. Researching it would be akin to wandering down a narrow path, which might lead to the door of truth or a dead end. With the mutant insect gene pool, Lin Yuan was already on a broader path to truth than those managing affairs in other territories, so he naturally wouldn't stray onto a side road. Beep, beep, beep. Beep, beep, beep. A strange sound echoed behind the squad of jumpers. A large flock of bizarre birds surged from the darkness. Compared to other mutated frozen corpses, their bodies were relatively intact, running with remarkable coordination and a sense of powerful beauty. This group of enormous bird species, resembling ostriches, is quite powerful. Although they have long been brain dead, they have managed to resist the erosion of their bodies by the invasive cold wave. The swiftland birds, classified as a fifth-tier dark creature, operate in small groups, with numbers not exceeding 50. Watching the rolling land birds, akin to a species migration, several big question marks popped up over Lin Yuan's head. Although he had long understood that many aspects of humanities textbooks were unreliable, this was simply too far-fetched. The previously encountered snake-chicken beasts and now the swiftland birds were all different from what the textbook stated, which claimed they would come in numbers starting from 100,000. The swiftland birds emitted strange calls, their strong bones and claws pounding the ground, allowing them to closely follow the jumping insects. It could be inferred that the extinction of the 300,000 jumping insects was partly due to the efforts of these creatures. Being corpses, they didn't have to worry about the burden on their bodies, and the swiftland birds' bodies had already begun to disintegrate, with ghostly energy filling their eyes. Lin Yuan carefully observed and concluded that if they were to run another 500 kilometers, this massive group of swiftland birds would self-destruct without any attack. However, they had already entered the main nest's range. The mutated cockroach said, "Good, I like it rough. Come on, let us wrestle." The swiftland birds spread their wings and soared high due to the pressure difference in the fast airflow, significantly increasing their speed. The spore crawler announced, "Target locked, firing." Due to its structural limitations, the spore crawler could only slightly distort its mouth, and therefore could only attack aerial targets. With a series of popping sounds, green spore clusters showered down like a barrage towards the swiftland bird flock. The swiftland birds never expected that simply taking flight would bring about their doom. The spore crawlers could strike targets outside the planet's atmosphere, and even battleships had fallen victim to their jets. Now, using them against the swiftland birds was akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. The existence of the main nest allowed the evolution city to directly advance to the third tier. The split pool and mutated cockroach nest were merely two buildings, and it was understandable that they did not cause the evolution city to level up. However, could the appearance of over 20,000 tubes not lead to an advancement of the evolution city? Watching the birds flying and laying eggs in the sky, Lin Yuan realized something he had previously overlooked. The spore crawlers, having both architectural and biological traits, could the light tree not recognize them? It seemed the alien insects had triggered a bug in the light tree system. Lin Yuan then thought of a possibility. If my main nest is filled with spore crawlers and spine needle crawlers, it would be equivalent to activating a cheat code within the light tree system. The enemy would never know what awaited them in the main nest. Indeed, Lin Yuan was very satisfied. If there were enough resources, who wouldn't he want their foundation filled with spine needle crawlers and spore crawlers? After all, every player of the insect swarm has a heart full of sunshine. Not far away, under the cover of spore crawlers, hundreds of exceptionally strong jump bugs finally entered the fungal blanket. The microfilament structure of the fungal blanket allowed all the alien insects to glide over it, greatly increasing their speed. Soon, the leading jump bug, as robust as a bison, stopped beneath the main nest. It carefully bent its knees and gently placed the two girls on its back onto the fungal blanket. If those two broken bodies could still be called girls. Fortunately, their heads were relatively intact. Otherwise, it would have been quite troublesome. Lin Yuan's expression was emotionless. The alien insects had little achievement in the realm of brains. If their brains were damaged, Lin Yuan would be helpless. Furthermore, if the faces of the two girls were also damaged, Lin Yuan felt that it would be even more troublesome than brain injuries. The fungal blanket secreted organic substances and proteins, melting the ice crystals on the two girls and sealing their wounds with its material, paralyzing their nerves with microorganisms, while simultaneously extending tubes to supply nutrients to their brains. Lin Yuan silently gave a thumbs up, giving the fungal blanket a total of 86,000 praises. Before his journey, Lin Yuan's biological laboratory had the world's most advanced equipment, and now the fungal blanket had utterly destroyed those billion-dollar devices. No, why should I compare the technological level that hasn't even left the planet with the fungal blanket of the alien insects? Lin Yuan felt that his thinking had not fully transitioned. The broken bodies of Yin Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao were placed in the primitive evolution slime. After the wave of alienation, Lin Yuan would reshape their bodies. Just then, a strange cry seemed to pierce through the eardrums. The massive figure flew out from the darkness. It was the king of the sprinting land beasts. This was a special sprinting land beast. However, before Lin Yuan could see what was special about this beast, this sixth-tier dark creature was already blown to bits by the spore group. The spores were enormous. They couldn't hold back. It can only be said that being a dark creature, one should not jump too much. If you can walk, just walk, don't fly. The jump bugs and mutated cockroaches immediately became excited. Yes, the master is absolutely right. Never fly. The spore crawlers were stretching, the larvae were happily wriggling, and the worker bees continued to work diligently. The evolution city was very calm. The snowflakes were beautiful, and there was a serene beauty to it. The jump bugs and mutated cockroaches had completely entered the darkness, battling against the wave-like alienated frozen corpses in the dark. With just the two initial tier troops of the alien insects, Lin Yuan was more than capable of dealing with the alienation wave. 036 The Fall of Zhuke City, Sun Ming. 310, 000 Lords. Their names have forever turned gray. Qianduozi. Something's not right. The alienation wave is truly too powerful. This is merely the aftermath. Is there an error in the records? Or is there another reason? Li Nai, my goodness. Look at Zhuke City. Perhaps in an effort to boost morale and unite the people, the live broadcast from Zhuke City is ongoing. The frozen one-eyed giant, towering over 100 meters, gathers rocks the size of small mountains with a single gesture, crashing down with immense force. The corpse two-headed chimera breathes frost and lightning. Its power so great that each strike seems to hit the viewers through the screen. The frozen mutated specter, composed of icy mist, has no physical form. Its outstretched claws wielding terrifying icy power. There are also the three-hoofed frozen black sheep, gigantic frozen burrowing monsters, and frozen spinning blade worms. The virtual screen shows a tide of terrifying dark monsters crashing against the walls and energy shields of Zhuke City. Yuan Sanfeng, the frozen one-eyed giant. A 13th-tier city-destroying dark creature. The corpse two-headed chimera, a 13th-tier city-destroying dark creature. The frozen mutated specter, a 13th-tier city-destroying dark creature. How can this be? The last time during the wave of mutation, the dark creatures attacking Zhuke City were at most 12th tier. He Yuan, my heavens, the first wall has fallen. On the virtual screen, those immensely powerful frozen dark creatures have trampled over the remnants of the Thousand-Zhang Wall and are rampaging in the outer city. Before them, humans appear as insignificant as ants, crushed in droves. It all feels like the end of the world. Sun Ming, if Zhuke City falls, we might as well wait to die here. He Yuan, don't think so far ahead. We can barely hold on now. If we are to die, we will definitely die before Zhuke City is breached. Jin Xingming, Where is the city lord? That is the guardian of the dark pass, the bearer of the flame. Zhou Qing. The city lord is currently battling the frozen abyss entity, Inya, in the darkness. He is our protector. Anyone who disrespects the city lord should not blame me for being merciless. Jin Xingming. I'm sorry, brother Zhou Qing, I was wrong. The battle for Zhuke City has entered a critical phase. Hundreds of millions of high-tier troops are stationed on the 3,000-meter-high walls, fighting fiercely against the dark creatures. Although forced to defend, facing endless darkness, defense feels ultimately too passive. Lin Yuan's gaze is deep. Sun Ming. The mutated frozen corpses outside my territory suddenly retreated. Qianduozai, what happened? Li Nai. Did the city lord behead Enya? Zhou Qing. No. The frozen dark creatures in Zhuke City are still continuing their assault. At that moment, messages from the SC2 area chat channel arrive. The King Worm reports that more biomass is surging from the darkness. Oh no, more frozen mutated corpses, needing to hatch more cannon fodder. Larvae have mutated into jumping insects. Larvae have mutated into mutated cockroaches. The sound of countless cocoons bursting fills the air as newly born jumping insects and mutated cockroaches join the battlefield. The alien insect hive can generate millions of larvae every day, but it has now struggled to keep up with the rapid increase in numbers. The swarm is expanding, and the urgency is palpable. The altered frozen corpses from other territories have suddenly ceased their attacks. Could it be that they are all rushing towards my evolution city? Through the aerial perspective of the king insect, Lin Yuan noticed a vast number of frozen, altered corpses flowing towards his main hive, like rivers merging into the sea. Additionally, he saw many sixth-tier dark creatures. Their massive bodies stood out prominently in the tide of corpses. What could be attracting them? Unable to interrogate the monsters, Lin Yuan found no relevant clues. After all, there are too many factors within the main hive. It could be the fungal mat attracting them, the primitive evolutionary mucus drawing them in, or even microorganisms producing acidic liquids in cockroaches' stomachs that are enticing them. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. With such a massive amount of biomass, how could he possibly use it all up? At this rate, the crystal mines and high-energy gas resources would completely fall behind in consumption. The battle lasted for 3 days and nights. Lin Yuan's biomass reserves had reached 55.6 billion units. For much of today, he didn't have to worry about biomass. During this time, he collected some useful genes. The gene progress for the queen insect reached 253. The gene progress for the stinger snake was 366. The spine crawler, due to its relatively simple genetic structure, achieved a completion level of 531. As for the other alien insect genes, Lin Yuan had not been able to collect them yet, possibly due to the low level of the shallow dark creatures. During these 72 hours, Zhuke City managed to hold on to its second line of defense with difficulty. But it was clear to anyone paying attention that the second line was on the brink of collapse, and it was only a matter of time before it was breached. Just when anxiety filled the air, that man appeared. The 15th tier lord of Zhuke City, the guardian of the dark abyss, the firebearer, Yan Sihua. Citizens of Zhuke City. The madness of the frozen prison Anya has gone too far. I can't hold back my anger any longer. If I don't eliminate this beast today, I'll be the one who ends up as a descendant. Suddenly, the world fell silent. It was as if a pause button had been pressed. Lin Yuan felt himself caught in some kind of sticky situation, with only his thoughts still in motion. In that instant, a pure white point suddenly appeared in the distant dark sky. That pure white was so striking, like the North Star, a beacon in the night representing hope amidst darkness. The next moment, the pure white light burst forth. Like a supernova explosion, brilliant flames consumed everything, and in the endless darkness, a magnificent sun emerged. The blazing red energy seemed like an eternal inferno. Under the illumination of the great sun, irregular ice crystal structures, resembling continuous mountain ranges, began to melt away. Upon closer inspection, the ice crystal resembled a blood-soaked worm being scorched by flames, writhing wildly in an unsettling manner. This was the true form of the silent ice prison. Then, the flames extinguished. The light was swallowed by darkness. High alert! The 15th Order Guardian of the Dark Pass in the city of Vermilion Bird, the fire wielder Yan Sihua, has died. High alert! The 15th Order Guardian of the Dark Pass in the city of Vermilion Bird, the fire wielder Yan Sihua, has died. High alert! The 15th Order Guardian of the Dark Pass in the city of Vermilion Bird, the fire wielder Yan Sihua, has died. Under the flames, the shadow was crimson, the color of fire, the color of the vermilion bird, which once represented hope and peace. As long as that one was present, the darkness was nothing to fear. Yet now, the crimson light of the Tree of Light's highest alert felt like a bloodstain, strikingly alarming. The 15th Order Guardian of the Dark Pass in the city of Vermilion Bird, the fire wielder Insectoids, was dead, and it happened so abruptly. It was as if a lightning bolt had struck their forehead, leaving everyone shocked and feeling as if their bodies were shaking. Morale plummeted to its lowest point, and panic surged. If the city of Vermilion Bird fell, those terrifying high-level dark creatures would sweep in. The 53 regions built over a millennium in the city of Vermilion Bird would face the onslaught of the mid-level dark regions, leading to a catastrophe for billions of people. The end for all lords. In the wake of the Lord's death, people seemed to see that desperate scene. Just then, Baimai stepped forward. 15th Order Light Tree Officer Baimai. Citizens of the city of Vermilion Bird, please do not worry. The Silent Ice Prison has already been severely injured by our Lord. As long as we hold on a little longer, the mutated cold wave will recede. The Lord's sacrifice will not be in vain. We must hold on. Morale soared high as the formidable 13th Order monsters were kept at bay beyond the second city wall. Under the 15th Order Light Tree, Baimai held the Vermilion Spirit. Immersed in a wave of emotional turmoil, he had long known that the Lord's injuries were irreversible. The only way to repel the Silent Ice Prison was to burn out one's life and unleash that pure white destructive fire. However, when this moment truly arrived, as his elder brother gave his life, Baimai was still overwhelmed with emotions, unable to contain himself. Suddenly, a dark blade pierced through his left chest. The chilling black light condensed all evil, staining Yin Hong's blood black in an instant. Baimai's powerful body withered like a rapidly aging tree, aging hundreds of years in an instant. The blade was withdrawn without a drop of blood following. The old man, nearing his end, collapsed to his knees. With the last traces of willpower, Baimai turned back with great difficulty, only to see 9 people. Not long ago, these 9 had shown him great respect, calling him Elder Bay. One of them spoke in a deep voice. Elder Bay, rest assured. You have ruled over Zhuke City for too long, and your mercy has hindered its development, leaving it unable to cope with the alienation cold wave and the deathly ice prison of Ania. Don't worry, after your death, we will make Zhuke City great again. Baimai could no longer speak. His body had withered to a mere shell, and the cold wind blew, scattering his form like sand. In accordance with our agreement, I will take control of the Zhuke Yaoling. The head of the Zhou family stepped forward and placed the palm-sized bird-shaped flame into his bosom. Notice, Tier 15 Zhuke City Bright Tree Administrator Baimai has died. As hope rose among the crowd, the earth-shattering news struck once more. However, this was just the beginning. Announcement: the original Lord of Tier 15 Zhuke City has died, and the Bright Tree Administrator has died. Zhuke City has transitioned to a parliamentary system, with 9 members in the parliament, namely Zhou Xiong and Li Zhe. Announcement: the chairman of the Tier 15 Zhuke City Parliament is Zhou Xiong. The shocking news hit everyone in waves, leaving them in disbelief. Zhuke City had changed hands. The news of Baimai's sudden death quickly sparked reactions. The city lord sacrificed himself for Zhuke City. And you traitorous scoundrels dare to stab him in the back. We will never recognize your positions. You are the betrayers of Zhuke City, shameless people driven by greed. Someone shouted angrily. They were all direct forces of Insectoids, a power not weaker than the 9 major families. After the alienation cold wave, these loyalists to the city lord would surely make the 9 families pay the price. A headless snake is not far from death. Zhou Xiong, the head of the Zhou family, snorted coldly, withdrawing the second line of defense. Ania had already suffered heavy losses. Once these frozen corpses absorbed enough life essence, they would retreat on their own. Someone laughed and clapped. Wonderful. This way we can use the frozen monsters to clear the remnants of Insectoids' power. A brilliant strategy indeed. Ha ha ha. Those commoners occupying Zhuke City's precious resources should have been cleared out long ago. Are we to serve the commoners and provide them resources? How ridiculous. Zhou family head. Oh no, Chairman Zhou, you are truly healing Zhuke City. Making such remarkable achievements right after taking office is impressive. Zhou Xiong nodded and said, rest assured, I, Zhou Xiong, keep my word. You will all have a share in the core treasury of Zhuke City. Ha ha, well said. We have always believed in the chairman's promises. The chairman is a person of great talent and will certainly not keep everything to himself. Ha ha. Zhou Xiong's gaze was piercing as he said, shut down the live broadcast of Zhuke City, and cut off the energy supply to the second defense line. I ask everyone to cast their votes in favor. Amidst the laughter of the 9 major families, the second defense line of Zhuke City instantly lost its effectiveness. The energy towers dimmed, and the protective shield vanished. What have you all done? Behind us are 300 million civilians of Zhuke City. Are you not afraid of retribution for such actions? Someone shouted in anger. However, without core energy support, even if the high-level troops fought desperately, they could not withstand the onslaught of the mutated frozen corpses, the 13th-tier city-destroying dark creatures, the frozen cyclops, the 13th-tier city-destroying dark creatures, the 2-headed undead chimera, and the 13th-tier city-destroying dark creatures, the frozen mutated specters. What does city-destroying level mean? Just one is enough to destroy a city. The highest tier of human troops is only 12th tier, and each 12th tier hero class troop requires vast amounts of resources. After a millennium of accumulation, Zhuke City has only 360 Phoenix Knights. They are the direct troops of Yan Sihua, upholding the last belief of Yan Sihua, fighting to the death to protect their people. However, it was precisely their commendable qualities that played into the hands of those conspirators, becoming the fodder for their schemes. Yan Sihua, Beimai, and the 360 Phoenix Knights sacrificed themselves, while those conspirators feasted on their corpses, reveling in their demise. Help! Someone save me. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Why? I've paid my gold coins on time. You promised to protect our safety. The screams of billions echoed between the second and third defense lines of Zhuke City, turning it into a living hell. Why aren't you taking action? A large number of civilians have run to the base of the third wall. There, the members of the 9 major families are safe and sound. They looked on indifferently at the civilians below, standing 5,000 meters high on the wall, their expressions filled with amusement and delight. It was like the ancient Colosseum, where nobles watched slaves fight to the death. 300 million people were sacrificed. The 13th-tier city-destroying frozen corpses departed, merging into a liquid-like darkness. The tide of mutated frozen corpses began to recede. The disaster of Zhuke City was about to pass. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhou, quickly open the treasury. We can't wait any longer. Once we obtain that secret, we will achieve immortality and eternal rule. We will also gain endless resources and blueprints. This is truly exciting. Everyone, do not rush. Zhou Xiong's voice was calm and powerful. He took out the Zhuke Yao Ling from his bosom. The bird-shaped flame immediately attracted everyone's attention. This small object represents supreme power, a long life, and an unstoppable force. As long as they obtain it, they will be the leaders in this dark world for generations. Everyone, I am about to open the resource space. Zhou Xiong made the virtual screen public, revealing a simple door with a keyhole shaped like the divine bird. This is it. The heads of the 9 great families suddenly gasped for breath. Then, with a snap, the divine bird transformed into a wisp of smoke. Suddenly, it was as if a chilling wave of ice water had been poured over them. The leaders of the 9 families were completely stunned, eyes wide open, struggling to believe what they were seeing. Where is my divine bird? Such a large divine bird. How could it just vanish? Everyone, Zhou Xiong was the first to react. Before anyone else could speak out, he said, after assassinating Bei Mai and obtaining the divine bird, I have never left your sight. The event has already occurred. So please remain calm. A few leaders who were on the verge of losing their reason also regained their composure. Indeed, Brother Zhou has not left our sight. Judging by Brother Zhou's reaction, I believe he is not lying. So, does this mean we were played by those 2 old guys? How infuriating. The 8 leaders expressed their agreement. You may still have doubts, but the door to the resource warehouse can be opened by everyone. So I welcome your supervision. Zhou Xiong said solemnly. Oh, Brother Zhou, you are mistaken. How could we not trust you? We are all in the same boat, and you have no need to harm others for your own benefit. That's right, ha 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 ha. A grand play unfolded in Zhuke City. Lin Yuan had experienced many schemes and deceptions, and he had roughly predicted the dramatic changes in Zhuke City. Throughout the 5,000 years of history in Longhua, such plots are countless. Fortunately, Zhuke City was not destroyed, and the insect swarm could develop in peace. Lin Yuan gazed towards Zhuke City and suddenly saw a bright light flying towards the insect nest. Before he could react, it dove headfirst into the 3rd-tier light tree evolution. 6 question marks appeared above Lin Yuan's head. What is this? Light tree reminder. Obtain the 15th tier Zhuke City light tree's divine bird. Divine bird? Lin Yuan opened the virtual screen of the light tree. Divine Bird. The key to unlock the 15th tier light tree's Zhuke resource space has been bound to the 3rd tier light tree evolution. A hot potato. Lin Yuan felt helpless. Then he thought of a question. Why did the Divine Bird fly to the evolution city and force such a binding operation? Is it a backup plan from Yan Xihua and Bei Mai? Did they anticipate the changes in the situation long ago? As the highest authority of the 15th tier Suzaku City, do they have a way to know the information about the evolution city? Or is it that the Suzaku Yao spirit chooses to integrate with the territory that has the strongest potential? Regardless of the reason, both Yan Xihua and Bei Mai are dead, and Lin Yuan cannot verify anything. The hot potato that is the Suzaku Yao spirit cannot be shaken off by Lin Yuan either. He can only wait for an opportunity to harvest the accumulated resources of the 15th tier light tree space from Suzaku City over the millennia. This so-called accumulation over a millennium holds little appeal for him. What can Lin Yuan obtain from this treasury? High-tier troops, high-tier materials, high-tier buildings? Aside from the high-tier materials possibly being somewhat useful, the rest is completely worthless. It's truly a case of a person sitting in the nest while the pot falls from the sky. Lin Yuan considers himself merely a bug master focused on development. Yet he has inexplicably caught the attention of Yan Xihua and Bei Mai, leaving him with no place to reason. The 9 clan leaders, who have schemed for 30 years and gone to great lengths to obtain something, find it utterly worthless in Lin Yuan's eyes. If they knew his thoughts, they might just choke him to death. Dear Lord Lin Yuan, good afternoon. 3rd tier evolution city, exploring the darkness, has cleared surrounding dark threats. Congratulations. Light can now shine over a broader area. 3rd tier evolution city, territorial area increased to 36,000 square kilometers. The worker bees mining hard in the dark. Huh. Is it dawn? It's dawn. Then let's continue mining. Mining makes me happy. Under the sunlight, the piled-up frozen dead bodies are strikingly impactful, in numbers that challenge the digestive capacity of the fungal blanket. This battle ended in a complete victory for the swarm. Perhaps for the swarm. There is no concept of victory. They merely devour everything in a brutal manner. Unnamed Area SC2. Area announcement. 3rd tier evolution city, Lord Lin Yuan successfully led his troops to kill 143,654, 369 mutated frozen dead bodies, resolving the crisis in the dark and saving the unnamed Area SC2. 3rd tier evolution city, Lord Lin Yuan, with a merit of 65,000, has obtained massive resources, acquired the 7th tier commander unit, Barbarian Hawk Knight, and obtained the 7th tier special building, Barbarian Hawk Nest. 3rd tier evolution city, Lord Lin Yuan. Area merit for unnamed Area SC2 is 1,600,000. Dear 3rd tier evolution city, Lord Lin Yuan, your area merit for unnamed Area SC2 has exceeded 1 million. Please name the SC2 area name. Let's call it evolution. Lin Yuan skillfully inputted the 2 characters. He has always been indifferent to naming things. Qingting City. Congratulations to my father for taking the position of council chairman. Zhou Qing said respectfully. Zhou Xiong nodded. You did well this time. You gained a high reputation in that area. The family has set a goal for you. In the next 10 years, you must gain enough regional prestige to obtain the naming rights for SC2, thereby solidifying your leading position. The Zhou family is currently unstable, and if you can take control of the SC2 region, it will greatly benefit our family. Rest assured, Father, I will achieve this goal, Zhou Qing said confidently. Before his words had faded, several regional announcements followed in quick succession. Unnamed Region SC2, Regional Announcement, Lord of the 3rd Order Evolution City, Lin Yuan. Regional Announcement. The SC2 region has been named Evolution by Lin Yuan, the Lord of the 3rd Order Evolution City. 039 exposed coordinates. Boom. Zhou Qing felt as if his head had exploded. Just moments ago, he had sworn to secure the naming rights for the SC2 region within 10 years. But he never expected that Lin Yuan had already named the SC2 region Evolution. Damn it, damn it, damn it. That suffocating feeling surged up from the depths of his heart again. It was a buildup of resentment accumulated over 10 years of being suppressed by Lin Yuan, like the decayed matter festering deep within his soul. At this moment, that overwhelming presence made Zhou Qing's face look like the tracks left by maggots in the mud. Impossible. 1. 6 million regional contribution points. 143,654, 369 mutated frozen corpses? Where did he get that kind of combat power? This defies logic. It defies common sense. Even in a fantasy, it doesn't make sense. Who am I? Where am I? What did I have for breakfast today? Zhou Qing's thoughts were completely in disarray. His face changing from pale to red, then to black, then back to white, showcasing a chaotic array of emotions. What is going on? Zhou Xiong frowned. Haven't I taught you before? Even in the face of a great disaster, one must remain composed. As my eldest son, how can you behave so ungracefully? Normally, Zhou Qing would immediately admit his mistake, but under the chaotic shock, he fell silent, appearing almost dazed. Noticing that something was off, Zhou Xiong's frown deepened, the furrow between his brows making him appear even more formidable. What on earth happened? The patriarch of the Zhou family raised his voice. With a start, Zhou Qing finally snapped back to reality. He struggled to swallow, forwarding the recent regional information to his father. How is this possible? Zhou Xiong suddenly stood up, and in his haste, he overturned the table, causing exquisite tea sets to shatter on the floor. The next moment, Zhou Xiong calmly set the table upright, saying casually, Lin Yuan, the prodigious genius, the miracle worker who has held the F-grade territory? It seems he indeed has a significant secret. I didn't have time to deal with him before, but now I can focus on uncovering all his secrets. The other 8 families will certainly take action. We are pressed for time, and we can afford to be more aggressive in our methods. Then, Zhou Xiong noticed the confusion written on his son's face. Are you wondering why I previously said that when encountering someone like Lin Yuan, one should first befriend him, but now we need to deal with him using extreme measures? Today, let me teach you another principle. In this world, there are no immutable truths. Each issue must be addressed in light of the current environment and context. You should think about this carefully later. Zhou Xiong changed the subject and asked, Lin Yuan's coordinates are hidden. How can we find his location? Share your thoughts. Zhou Qing finally regained his composure and confidently replied, when the light tree distributes territories, it evenly allocates the lords within a large area. I have already obtained most of the lords' coordinate information in the SC2 region. Lin Yuan has killed millions of mutated frozen corpses, indicating the severe impact on his territory. Therefore, we can deduce that there are likely no other territories nearby. Otherwise, I would have received relevant intelligence. By synthesizing all this information, we can estimate the approximate location of Lin Yuan's territory. Zhou Xiong nodded. Good. We must eliminate Lin Yuan to erase the prestige he has gained by naming SC2. Our Zhou family must regain control of a large area. Understood, Father, Zhou Qing replied calmly. After the communication was cut off, he opened the regional lord registry with a sense of shattered tranquility. Yan Yi and Zhao Qiaoqiao, the 2 doomed individuals, were supposed to be the appetizers for his torment of Lin Yuan. Yet their names still shone bright. They were still alive. Who saved them? It was Lin Yuan. No matter how unbelievable the deduction seems, if only one possibility remains, then that possibility must be true. Go to Yuanwang City to investigate. There, I will find what I want to see. There will be traces of Lin Yuan. After saying this, Zhou Qing suddenly chuckled a few times. 040 The birth of the Queen. Darkness, coldness. The world has turned dark and cold. No, this is not mere darkness. The darkness outside the territory is just thick fog. The current darkness is the kind that grips one's throat tightly, the darkness of being bound in a cell. And that coldness, this coldness, strangely familiar. It was in the alley, on that stormy night when her thin back pressed against the smooth wall. She too felt that kind of cold. Why are these big men surrounding her? Their mocking and playful gazes made her tremble uncontrollably. Where am I? Yan Yi wanted to understand her situation. There was no answer. No response. In the next moment, Yan Yi suddenly recalled the last scene she had seen. What kind of creature was it that had awakened from a nightmare? The specific appearance of the nightmare entity had become vague, but the broken tooth was increasingly clear in her memory. Strangely, Yan Yi felt no fear at all. This, in itself, was more terrifying than fear. A strange sense of floating overwhelmed her mind. Am I dead? Is my soul returning to the Tree of Light? Yan Yi thought to herself, but then she immediately denied it. Although she did not believe in the mother goddess of the Tree of Light, the doctrine stated that those who died incomplete would not enter the paradise of the Tree of Light, but would instead fall into the dark abyss. Calm down, stay calm. Be strong, be strong. With her resilient will, she seemed to recall something. Yes, she remembered fragments, some voices. It was the image of the mutated, frozen hyena pouncing on her, the sound of this terrifying beast crushing her bones and swallowing her flesh. Yan Yi felt the pain from that moment. She had been betrayed, abandoned, She had dragged her best friend into this, becoming a sacrifice for someone else's emotional solace. The world was dark and cold. Numbness spread within her. At that time, she must have been dying, Yin-Yi thought. Then, she sensed that her pain had vanished. She felt the jarring motion, amidst the blurred and chaotic perceptions. Yin-Yi felt a rhythmic bumping. She was on some fast-moving object, being transported. Yin-Yi concluded that she could feel the rough surface of that object. She didn't know how long it had been when she suddenly regained consciousness. Although her senses had become extremely dull, her awareness had indeed revived. Yin-Yi could feel the vibrations, feel her flesh writhing and mixing. Something was invading her, penetrating every inch of her skin, every nerve, every cell. No. The instinct of humanity resisted. Yin-Yi blindly waved her hands, trying to dig that thing out of her body. But at that moment, her limbs felt so sluggish. Wait. Limbs. Do I still have limbs? My limbs were all eaten by the frozen hyena. Suddenly, Yin-Yi's consciousness seemed to enter a certain space, weightless. This space was vast, boundless. She felt countless kindred cautiously touching her awareness. Absolute submission, a weaving of resonance. Kindred? The word flashed through Yin-Yi's mind. They were definitely not human kindred. There should be no humans who can perceive another human's thoughts. This was the reason she would be abandoned and betrayed. So, what exactly were these kindred? Yin-Yi once again felt that unreserved, fervent resonance. She thought of the desperate scream she let out before her death. Did anyone hear that scream? At least her only close friend did. Yin-Yi thought to herself. Her memories uncontrollably surfaced the image of Zhao Qiao. Zhao Qiao was a spirited girl, with a pair of high ponytails and a pair of fairy-like eyes. She radiated vitality, making people instinctively want to get close to her. Yin-Yi still remembered their first encounter. Hi, let's walk home together after school, Zhao Qiao greeted her with a smile. At that moment, Yin-Yi thought how brave Zhao Qiao was to invite a stranger like herself. If it were her, she would definitely be too scared to do so for fear of rejection. The bubble of memory floated away. It was like a glowing jellyfish surfacing from the deep sea, filled with familiarity and warmth. At least, it was warm here. Yin-Yi thought to herself, while letting go of her mind. Her thoughts completely merged into a vast swarm, wrapping her tightly. Yet, her body was hindered by some elastic substance. It was too cramped here. I need to get out. Suddenly, Yin-Yi felt a surge of power throughout her body. She stretched out her hand with all her might, and that layer of elastic material was cut through like tofu. The long-lost light shone upon her. Yin-Yi squinted. You're out. It was a familiar voice. This was her best friend's voice. Just like the greeting and invitation from that day they first met. Yin-Yi opened her eyes wide in shock, and then froze. Was the girl in front of her that familiar one, or should she call her some kind of monster? She had Zhao Qiao's face, but the once high ponytails had transformed into tentacle-like appendages. Her skin glimmered but had completely changed color, now a deep gray, with a hard shell-like texture. Dark patterns flickered on her familiar face, breathing like shadows on her cheeks. Yin-Yi instinctively thought that what stood before her was not her best friend, but a monster reshaped. However, a connection deeper than the soul told her that the one before her was indeed the person she was closest to. Get up. It was the boy she thought of day and night. If it weren't for the bizarre scene, Yin-Yi would have thought she was in heaven. She turned her head and saw Lin Yuan. He was wearing a white coat, looking very tired, leaning against the fleshy wall, with several tubes deeply inserted into his body. Yin-Yi stumbled to her feet, her gaze rising, and she realized she had grown taller. Originally, she only reached Lin Yuan's shoulders, but now she was almost eye level with him. I can do anything for Lin Yuan, fulfilling all his requests. He is my master, an irresistible and undeniable presence. Yin-Yi calmly accepted her own will. After all, it was her own will. Who would refuse themselves? I really can't hold on any longer. I need to take a break. You two have a good chat and adapt to the new life as soon as possible. As the voice faded, Lin Yuan turned and left. You are still quite confused and dazed, right? Yin-Yi saw a woman approaching, feeling the powerful strength contained in that curvaceous body. Xiao wanted to walk over, but found herself unable to maintain her balance, and she fell to the ground. Ha. You're so funny. You've never worn high heels, have you? Xiao laughed, and for some reason, Yin-Yi felt a chilling coldness in that laughter. Yes, I haven't worn them before, Yin-Yi replied, then froze. Because her tone of voice was exactly the same as Zhao Xiao's. She turned her head and looked down along the undulating waist and hips. where there were a pair of perfectly proportioned long legs. However, all the skin was a deep gray, like some kind of soft shell. Creak. A large and hideous monster emerged from the shadows, cautiously approaching her. The broken bone fangs at its mouth were just like those in her memory. She could feel its emotional fluctuations, as if they were linked by something. It was you who saved me. Yanyi reached out her hand. She saw her own arm, also covered in soft shell, and there were fierce spikes at her elbows. However, Yanyi's heart became very calm, as if she was meant to be this way. Creak. The giant jump bug lowered its body and slowly approached Yanyi, then rested its head on her palm. The touch was hard and cold. You are a special jump bug. I'll call you Broken Fong, Yanyi said. Hiss. Broken Fong seemed pleased. It seems you have quickly adapted to the will of the master, Zhao Xiaoqiao said. So, this is the evolution city of the master? Yes, this is the evolution city. And we are the alien insect queens. In an instant, Yan-Yi understood her innate destiny. She felt the resonance of the swarm. Yes, she was the alien insect queen. She would give everything for the swarm and lead them to devour everything. Xiaoqiao, our light tree will expose the information that we are still alive, which will attract Zhou Qing's attention. Yanyi thought of this. Don't worry, the alienation cold wave has already passed for 20 days. Zhou Qing probably discovered it long ago. Disconnect your light tree connection and let it enter automatic disintegration. You're right. Yan-Yi quickly completed the operation. Xiaoqiao, do you hate Zhou Qing? Hate. In the will of the ruler, I no longer know what emotions this word represents. You feel the same, right, Yi? We have a more noble mission. Indeed. Xiaoqiao, although I do not feel hatred, I am grateful that we are still together. I feel the same. 041 Lin Yuan. Sorry, it's my lack of skill. Yan-Yi opened the virtual screen of the bright tree and discovered bad news. 3 days ago, someone had visited the observation city. During the alien cold wave, when the snow fell, the jumping insects would inevitably leave traces on the way to rescue us. As long as Zhou Qing follows the clues, he can locate the evolution city. Yan-Yi sensed the seriousness of the situation, her face showing a look of self-blame. If it weren't for the rescue, the swarm wouldn't have exposed themselves so early. It's okay. Zhao Xiaoqiao waved her hand, saying that Lin Yuan wouldn't mind such trivial matters. How can you directly call the ruler's name? Yan-Yi looked at her best friend, with a dangerous glint of reproach in her eyes. I asked the ruler, Lord, how should I recite your glory? Lin Yuan replied, speak plainly, call me whatever you like, but it feels more pleasant to be called by my name. You are now the queen of the alien insects, and you should quickly rid yourselves of human habits. Zhao Xiaoqiao mimicked Lin Yuan's tone vividly, then giggled. Remember this phrase, it should be included in the ruler's sayings. I actually think calling Lin Yuan is better. We have a deeper bond now. Only those who cannot resonate spiritually would care about such surface-level things, right? Yes, that's right. Zhao Xiaoqiao nodded, her high ponytails swaying along. Actually, the evolution city has already attracted their attention. And do you know what Lin Yuan did? He actually killed over 100 million alien frozen corpses, earning 65,000 merit points and 1.6 million regional contribution points, directly naming the SC2 region as evolution. Yan-Yi was shocked, her nerve bundles floating like hair. Can one still be shocked after becoming the queen of the swarm? She didn't know. She only felt a tingling on her scalp, waves rolling in her heart. Gah? Sensing Yan-Yi's emotions, the Broken Fong suddenly stood up, scanning the surroundings with a vigilant gaze. However, it seemed to sense no danger and looked at Yan-Yi with confusion before lying back down. Sorry, Broken Fong. It's my fault for being so unsteady. Yan-Yi apologized as she gently touched the rugged hard skull of Broken Fong. So, Lin Yuan, who has accomplished astonishing feats and created miracles, will definitely attract the attention of the 9 great families, and they will surely find us, Zhao Xiaoqiao asserted. The 9 great families? What about the lord of the city? Yanyi asked. The Zhuke city has changed. You can check those posts for the specifics. Okay. Yan-Yi read quickly. And when she saw that 300 million people from the second defense zone were sacrificed by the 9 great families, her heart skipped a beat. Our family. They are all gone. Yan-Yi's expression was sorrowful, yet the ethereal patterns on her cheeks made her demeanor appear less intense. Yes, they were all betrayed, just like us. Zhao Xiaoqiao said heavily. Humanity has to face darkness. Why can't we unite? Why engage in such power struggles and conspiracies? Yanyi seemed to be questioning, yet also talking to herself. Zhao Xiaoqiao responded. The lord of the city burned his life to heavily injure the frozen prison and the alien cold wave was dispelled, eliminating the greatest threat to Zhuke City. For the 9 great families, this was the right time and place. They had no reason not to seek power and usurp positions. You are only analyzing the surface, but not the essence. Lin Yuan, who had rested well, walked in. Then, what is the essence? Yin Yi asked. It is nature. Lin Yuan answered. By the river, there was a frog and a scorpion. The scorpion asked the frog, carry me across the river. I won't harm you. Because if I do, I will also drown. The frog agreed and carried the scorpion across. When they reached the middle of the river, the frog felt a sharp sting on its back and saw that the scorpion had plunged its stinger deep into its body. Why? The frog asked, confused. I'm sorry, but that is my nature, the scorpion replied as it sank into the water. Seeing the 2 girls lost in thought, Lin Yuan remembered the capital from his previous life. The money earned by that capital was already more than enough, astronomical amounts that could last for dozens of lifetimes. So why did they still want to deceive the masses with shoddy products and find ways to exploit labor? Because that is the nature of capital. Accidentally veering off topic, Lin Yuan continued. If Zhou Qing discovers the coordinates of Evolution City, what should we do? Yin Yi glanced at Lin Yuan and found him staring intently at her. The ethereal patterns could not hide the flush that crept up her cheeks. She lowered her gaze. Why is he looking at me like that? Does he prefer the queen's appearance? What a weirdo. I have only studied swarm genes for a short time, and the genetic materials are insufficient. I modified you based on the Blade Queen's template. Although I had Zhao Xiaoqiao to practice on, there is still a significant gap between you and the Blade Queen. Trust me, I will make further improvements to you in the future. Lin Yuan spoke sincerely, radiating confidence and showcasing the charm of a scholar. Zhao Xiaoqiao. What does that mean, practice? Yin Yi. Can the queen get angry and reverse the situation? Taking a deep breath, Yin Yi forced herself to regain her composure and said, Lin Yuan, as I just mentioned, if Zhou Qing discovers our coordinates, so be it. We can't stop him if he wants to find out. If he doesn't want to be a pawn providing us with crystal mines and high-energy gas, then let's just uproot him. Lin Yuan was unconcerned. The small Zhou Qing couldn't even handle a grasshopper, and he didn't care about the Zhou family behind him. Ridiculous. Thinking he could deal with the swarm in this dark world? The swarm had various brutal methods to deal with them. The swarm needed to expand now. You 2 will establish your respective factions, one expanding towards the western jungle and the other towards the northern plains, Lin Yuan commanded. Your will is our everything. The 2 queens echoed in unison. They walked hand in hand out of the main nest. The will of the queen spread, and the surrounding swarm gathered beneath the main nest. Jumping insects and mutated cockroaches crawled forward, expressing their submission. The resonance of thoughts stirred memories in the 2 queens. The feeling of never being betrayed was truly wonderful. Thus, the swarm named Distant Vision and the swarm named Clever Change were born at that moment. 042 Discarded Trash ignites bidding O. The positioning of these spore crawlers is quite poor. It's impossible to form a crossfire network. And the coverage area for attacks is problematic. Yin Yi, well versed in defensive architecture, immediately noticed the rough positioning of the spore crawlers. The jagged arrangement of buildings was practically challenging her patience. Who is this person? Clearly much more proficient in defensive architecture than I am. Yin Yi mumbled softly, pulling up the design panel to input various data. It was a tedious task that required meticulousness and a lot of calculations. During the Lord's Reserve period, Lin Yuan had undisputed perfect scores in all subjects, and defensive architecture was no exception. So why were the positions of these spore crawlers so haphazard? The only explanation Yin Yi could think of was that Lin Yuan was actually quite lazy. Hee. Yin Yi chuckled. During their studies, Lin Yuan was the perfect genius scholar, and in the main nest, he was the supreme ruler of the swarm. From a distance, Yin Yi felt that Lin Yuan was a perfect existence. However, does perfection really exist in the world? Like a god radiating golden light from the clouds, that sense of perfection felt too unreal. Now, discovering Lin Yuan's small flaw brought her a bit of joy, as if he had become more human, and she felt a little closer to him. This woman, why does she sometimes look so foolish? Watching her silly friend smile, Zhao Qiao shook her head. But what is up with Lin Yuan? His management of the swarm is utterly unremarkable. To be precise, it's as if a barbarian is using a carpenter's tools to operate an aircraft carrier. Is this really that unparalleled academic genius? I truly have my doubts. Losing to him in the field of troop management is inexplicably frustrating. Zhao Xiaoqiao, who has unique insights into troop allocation, is holding her forehead and starting to plan the actions of the swarm. Fortunately, the adorable little creatures are diligent and never complain, making Zhao Xiaoqiao's work progress smoothly. Seeing the two girls racking their brains, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. With two hardworking queens, he can finally focus more on his research. Not having to handle everything personally makes Lin Yuan feel content and optimistic about life. Qian Duozai, Lin Yuan. My great one, are you selling your level 7 commander class troop, the Barbarian Eagle Knight, and the level 7 special building, the Barbarian Eagle Nest? I am representing my family and sincerely looking to purchase them in a package. You can name your price. Level 7 troops come in many types, and those that are called commander class are undoubtedly the strongest among them. Li Nai, someone wake this guy up. Sun Ming, I have reason to suspect this guy is just here to scam drinks. Yuan Sanfang, if it were an ordinary level 7 troop, that would be one thing, but this is the commander class Barbarian Eagle Knight. What does Barbarian Eagle represent? This is a flying troop, my friend. Plus, the level 7 special building, Barbarian Eagle Nest, means that Barbarian Eagle Knights can be mass-produced. Everyone here has weathered the crisis of the Cold Wave. What does mass-producing a level 7 commander class flying troop signify? I don't need to explain further, right? He Yuan. Haha, Qian Duozai. Even if Lin Yuan has a concussion, he wouldn't sell these two items. Jin Xingming, exactly. Just because your name is Qian Duozai doesn't mean you actually have a lot of money. Even if Lin Yuan really packaged these two items for sale, could you afford them? Ding. SC2 Evolution Zone Trading Channel, Special Notice. High-value item listing alert. Level 3 Evolution City Lord Lin Yuan has listed the Level 7 Commander Class Troop, Barbarian Eagle Knight, and the Level 7 Special Building, Barbarian Eagle Nest. This transaction will be conducted via auction. Starting price, 30 million units of high-energy gas. Auction countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. With mouths agape and hearts racing, the faces of the 800,000 lords flushed red like crabs boiling in water, excitedly turning bright. No one cared about who had been insulted or what was said earlier. No one pondered why Lin Yuan would auction such significant blueprints. All the lords had only one thought in their minds: get their hands on these items. In Zhuke City, communications from those prominent families exploded. Qin family, do you know what I'm doing right now? If there's nothing urgent, you must take responsibility for this. What? Level 7. Wait, everyone. I urgently need to leave. Zhu family. What's going on? Why the rush? This is serious business. Are you sure you're not joking? Gather everyone for an emergency meeting. I don't care what they're doing. They need to get here no matter what. The Li family. All right, I understand. In that case, the family will mobilize resources to support you, but don't be too high profile about it. He needs high energy gas, so let's gather more of it. It will surely come in handy. You've done well previously and have established a slight connection with Lin Yuan. No, that's not necessary. On the contrary, this time you need to deliver intelligence from the Zhou family to him. Now, we must be patient and develop quietly. Evolution City, the Insect Lord's Nest. Strange. Why is no one bidding? Zhao Xiaoqiao asked. They were quite curious about this auction and were paying close attention. Don't rush, let the bullets fly for a while. Yin Yi smiled, a mysterious gentleness rippling across her round face. 3 hours later, the bidding exploded. 40 million units of high-energy gas, 45 million units of high-energy gas, 70 million units of high-energy gas, 150 million units of high-energy gas. The staggering prices appeared. However, the bidding only paused for a few minutes before a new round of competition started again. 155 million units of high-energy gas, 160 million units of high-energy gas, 175 million units of high-energy gas. TSK. It's just a trash unit, yet they treat it like treasure. Zhao Xiaoqiao shook her twin ponytails. Watching a group of people fighting over junk was quite amusing to her. All right, a queen has been established. And even the Tier 7 commander-level flying units are being looked down upon. If it were before, you would have been drooling in front of the screen. Maybe even wanting to hug it and say, "Come to mama," Yin Yi teased. "Damn it, Yi, don't expose me." Zhao Xiaoqiao huffed, then shifted the topic. The Tier 7 commander-level flying units can be considered the backbone in Zhuke City, and in the newly developed area of SC2 Evolution, the significance of this unit is immense. Whoever obtains the Barbarian Eagle Knight will have a crushing advantage in development, thus monopolizing the resources of the entire region. It's understandable that they would bleed to bid. However, the feeling of watching this spectacle is truly comfortable. Zhao Xiaoqiao let out a few soft sounds, resembling a gamer enjoying the air conditioning with a cola in hand. Ding. A message for Lin Yuan. Under the sovereign consciousness, the queen cannot betray. If Lin Yuan wishes, he can even read Yan Yi's mind and memories. Therefore, Lin Yuan naturally granted the permissions of the light tree to the two working queens. Yan Yi opened the message box. Li Nai, Master Lin Yuan. Zhou Qing might have already found the location of the evolution city. The Zhou family may pose a threat to you. Please be careful. The auction stagnated, and the jumping worms were exposed. Zhou Qing wants to harm us. Yan Yi found it amusing. Xiaoqiao, Zhou Qing has never revealed the location of his Qing Tung city. Right? These major families would never easily disclose their coordinates, especially now that the 9 major families in the region are in power. Do you want to crush this monkey? Although there are no feelings of hatred left inside, Zhou Qing's reckless behavior really makes one want to clear him out sooner rather than later. Zhao Xiaoqiao twirled her hair. The SC2 evolution zone, as a large area, has vast lands, making it quite difficult to locate Qing Tung city. However, we don't need to search ourselves. He will inevitably seek his own demise. Yan Yi's gaze was cold. Ha, that would be fun. Zhao Xiaoqiao couldn't help but clap her hands. 180 million units of high-energy gas. 182 million units of high-energy gas. 183 million units of high-energy gas. The bidding continued fiercely. However, the increments were evidently slowing down, with only a few bidders remaining. They were testing each other, trying to gauge each other's limits. Originally, the resource input from the region to the SC2 evolution zone had a conversion ratio of 350:0,001. After Lin Yuan named the SC2 area, the conversion ratio dramatically changed to 2:1. With a 2:1 resource conversion rate, the supplies from the region can continuously flow into the SC2 evolution zone. With support from the region, the newly established lords here can make significant progress in developing their territories. It can be said that these lords are fortunate compared to other territories. Their development pace is at least 10 years ahead. Lin Yuan has played a tremendous role in the current development trend of the SC2 evolution zone. In the early stages, he provided everyone with a massive amount of precious resources. During the alien cold wave, his evolution city attracted the main force of frozen corpses, and now, he has equipped the surviving 800,000 lords with wings to soar. Lin Yuan's prestige is soaring. As long as he raises his hand, there will be very few who respond. What a joke. After the resource exchange ratio was opened up, those major families in the region became the real overlords. The strong backing. Who would care about a mere third-tier lord? What does being a genius accomplish? Can it provide resources? Contributing a lot to the SC2 evolution zone? Great. Continue contributing. Everyone will remember your good deeds. There's no choice. Lords need to develop their territories. If one doesn't act for oneself, one will face dire consequences. After the resource exchange was relaxed, a power circle centered around the 9 major families will inevitably take shape. To confirm their control, a series of games and struggles will follow. So this is the reason why Zhou Qing is eager to uncover Lin Yuan's secrets. And also the reason for the intense bidding over the 2 7th-level blueprints. It's no wonder they come from a prominent family. Even rare resources like high-energy gas are within their reach, Zhao Xiaoqiao remarked. With hundreds of years of accumulation, having such resources is not surprising. We have underestimated Zhou Qing himself, but we must not underestimate the Zhou family behind him. No one knows what they are hiding, Yan Yi stated seriously. Yes, you're right. The dark world is vast, and the things obtained from it are all peculiar in their own ways. Zhao Xiaoqiao nodded in agreement. Just then, the regional communication channel suddenly exploded with a message. 185 million units of high-energy gas. 186 million units of high-energy gas. The bidding had reached a boiling point, with only Zhou Qing and Yuan Sanfang competing. After Yuan Sanfang offered 186 million units of high-energy gas, Zhou Qing hesitated to place his bid. Qian Duzi, old Yuan is about to win. Congratulations. Li Nai, the Yuan family has terrifying financial power and superior resource allocation. This is a beautiful win. Sun Ming, impressive, truly impressive. Yuan Sanfang, ha, fair competition, the highest bidder wins. As everyone congratulated Yuan Sanfang, a message suddenly exploded onto the channel. Zhou Qing, you are providing high-energy gas to Lin Yuan, not realizing that you are funding darkness and nurturing a potential threat. He Yuan, exactly. Lin Yuan is quite strange. Don't you think he is too bizarre? Jin Xingming, think about it. Doesn't Lin Yuan seem like someone who suddenly appeared out of nowhere? A genius like him should have been well known before entering the Lord's Reserve. Why have we never heard of him? He Yuan, consider this carefully. How can someone with no background like Lin Yuan maintain an F-level territory? How could he suddenly gain 1 million in regional contributions? Jin Xingming. Killing over 100 million mutated frozen corpses. Can a human do that? How could a newly established territory, developed for less than 2 months, kill over 100 million frozen corpses? He Yuan. There are too many peculiarities in the darkness. I fear Lin Yuan is related to it. He is a spy sent by the darkness, a subverter, a divider. Yuan Sanfang, what's wrong? Is it not allowed for others to be exceptional? Just because it exceeds your understanding, you resort to slander? Qian Duzi, what do you mean? You have no evidence. Could it be that you, Zhou Qing, cannot accept defeat? Li Nainai, Zhou Qing, you've fallen to a low point now. Do you have any evidence? Zhou Qing, evidence? Of course I do. Everyone, please look at this image. JPG, JPG. JPG, JPG, JPG. The moment Zhou Qing released the images, the entire regional communication channel fell silent. What kind of monster is that? Even in death, one can still feel its ferocity, its brutality, and the chilling indifference to life emanating from the corpses, causing shivers down one's spine, especially those scythe-like, sharp appendages that provoke a sense of dread. He Yuan, monster, dark creature. Lin Yuan must be a servant of darkness. Jin Xingming. Terrifying, too terrifying. If you say this monster isn't a dark creature, I wouldn't believe it. Humans possess a variety of troops, many of which are avian or beast-like, such as 3-clawed eagles and crimson fire horses. However, the appearance of the jumping insect is simply too shocking. It's as if someone is leading an alien creature and saying, "Don't be afraid, this is my pet," just like a sheep. No one would believe that such an anti-human troop could appear in the realm of light. 044 Lin Yuan. Heretic. Yuan Sanfang. How can you be sure that this monster belongs to Lin Yuan? Zhou Qing. It was discovered in Yuanwang City. Yan Yi is still alive. Just ask her and you'll understand. If Lin Yuan didn't raise these monsters, surely he could prove his innocence. He Yuan Yan Yi, you must be here. Come out and say something. Jin Xingming. Why aren't you speaking? If you can't provide an explanation, it's equivalent to admitting guilt. The regional communication channel was in an uproar. What was once a community for exchanging useful information had turned into a weapon for those with ulterior motives. Many uninformed individuals were swept along, demanding Lin Yuan to prove himself. It was as if Lin Yuan's failure to appear and clear his name would mark him as a historical criminal, deserving of 1,000 cuts and public humiliation. TSK. First, they used something vague to tarnish Lin Yuan's reputation, then let the trolls slander him, and finally, they demanded he prove his innocence. This formulaic tactic really does work time and again, Zhao Xiaoqiao marveled. The method is simple, yet effective. Yan Yi commented, as long as they relentlessly slander. It will create a public opinion atmosphere that can ruin one's reputation, even if no wrong has been done. Reputation, do we insects need such a thing? Zhao Xiaoqiao tilted her head and asked. Naturally not. Yan Yi ran her fingers over her broken fang, perhaps due to the will of the swarm. She found the solid feel of the broken fang much better than the soft fur. Mu Guangzhe, I have submitted the specimen of this creature to the headquarters of the Radiant Church in Zhuke City. Mu Guangzhe, after the judgment of the bishops. It has been confirmed that this is an evil creature that desecrates the light and will surely face the judgment of the light. Mu Guangzhe, Lin Yuan is undoubtedly a heretic, tainted by darkness. Mu Guangzhe, no one is allowed to provide any resources to Lin Yuan, otherwise, they will be considered his accomplice, sharing the same fate. The regional communication channel fell completely silent. No one dared to refute Mu Guangzhe, or rather, no one dared to challenge the power of the Radiant Church. The influence of the Radiant Church was too immense. The church in Zhuke City was merely one of their branches. In such a dark world, people need faith. Historical records show that initially there were numerous churches, but in the end, only the Church of Light remained. The past history allows us to imagine just how brutal the struggles among the churches were. The words of the light bearer directly labeled Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan has made so many contributions for everyone, yet in the end, it all comes down to just a few words from the light bearer. Zhao Xiaoqiao sneered. Perhaps some people are calm and understand Lin Yuan's efforts. but they dare not speak up for him or resist the Church of Light. Yan Yi said calmly. The Church of Light? It's undoubtedly a malignant tumor. No doubt about it. Zhao Xiaoqiao's gaze was deep. The bidding came to a halt. The originally intense atmosphere felt as if it had been suddenly placed into a freezer. Heh, Yuan Sanfeng, you want to compete with me? You're still too inexperienced. Zhou Qing was full of pride. You did well this time. Reducing the power of the Yuan family. The communication screen opened, and Zhou Xiong's rare praise made Zhou Qing smile broadly. This is what I should do, father. Zhou Qing said humbly. Next, we will completely crush Lin Yuan. Zhou Xiong said in a deep voice. Understood, father. He closed the communication and stepped out onto the balcony. Beneath him, Qingtung City was developing rapidly. Tens of thousands of high-rise buildings were under construction. Once these buildings are completed, I will mobilize all my forces. And then under the name of Purging Heresy, I will launch an expedition to Evolution City. Against an army primarily composed of 6th-tier troops, Lin Yuan. What will you use to resist? Killing billions of frozen corpses in shallow dark areas makes you think you are powerful? Lin Yuan, your vision is too narrow. Soon, Lin Yuan, your doom is approaching. Ha ha, ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Zhou Qing laughed wildly. Zhou Jia 1, Zhou Jia 2, your territories are not far from that area. Take this opportunity to scout the way. Understood, young master. Zhou Qing, what a clever plan. Yuan Sanfeng gritted his teeth. The auction for the Tree of Light. Once a bid is made, it takes effect immediately, with no chance to retract. Now that the Church of Light has labeled Lin Yuan, it means that the blueprints he obtained by bidding 186 million units of high-energy gas are useless, completely turning into 2 pieces of scrap paper. If a 7th-tier commander-level troop, the Barbarian Eagle Knight, appears, he, Yuan Sanfeng, or even the entire Yuan family, will be branded as heretics. That would be a disaster. Damn it. Filled with rage, Yuan Sanfeng howled like a wolf. Zhou Qing, I want to let you have it easy. And the Church of Light. Zhou Qing had tight security over the coordinates of his territory, but that doesn't mean I have no way. Yuan Sanfeng connected to the family communication. It is feasible to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf. A steady voice came through the communication. After repeated discussions, Yuan Sanfeng sent his coordinates and those of his subordinate territories to Lin Yuan. Ding ding ding, the messages kept ringing. Yan Yi opened them and examined them closely. Among the 9 major families, the Li family, the Yuan family, and the Qian family expressed their friendly intentions and provided clues about Zhou Qing's territory. Based on my understanding of these families, they wouldn't act out of goodwill without any benefit. Zhao Xiaoqiao remarked that she was quite familiar with the nature of such people. It was merely a case of using force against force, driving the tiger to swallow the wolf. They wanted to watch the tigers fight while revealing the true nature of the Evolution City. After all, Lin Yuan had made so many strange moves consecutively, and they must have many curiosities and questions, wanting to test us through this. Yan Yi analyzed calmly. So what should we do? Zhao Xiaoqiao asked. Gather our forces and cut off the threat at its roots. Zhuke City can provide resources to the SC2 evolution zone, but cannot supply troops. The longer we delay, the stronger Zhou Qing's forces will become. However, none of this is critical. The most important thing is to defile the Dominator and kill without mercy. Yan Yi slowly stood up. Her tall figure, full of curves and lines of strength, gave her an imposing presence without anger. Although she was just a modified version of the Blade Queen, her own strength was already enough to roam freely in the shallow darkness. Of course, as the Queen of the Swarm, she would not engage in any individual heroism. From a distance, the worker bees mutated into a hatchery for the alien insects. Gullah-clack, clack, clack. At the end of the mushroom blanket to the west, a returning worker bee froze, and the ore it was carrying clattered to the ground. It then unhesitatingly adhered itself to the mushroom blanket, its entire body suddenly swelling, the 30-meter-tall living organism rising up, with blood vessels and organic fibers pulsating, and the tissue rapidly forming. The alien insect hatchery is the most basic version of the alien insect main nest, capable of spreading a certain range of mushroom blanket and producing 100,000 larvae daily. Ha, how amazing, how cute. Zhao Xiaoqiao exclaimed like a curious child. I want to join in. The Kyobian group, worker bee, mutated into an alien insect hatchery at the northern end of the mushroom blanket. A worker bee floating on the mining path froze, its 2 claws weakly waving twice, as if to say, that run under the sunset that day was my lost mining youth. 045 Expedition of the Broken Tooth One Snap. The second alien insect hatchery was in the process of mutation. As a primary swarm, this 30-meter-tall giant living structure needed to consume 15 million units of biomass and 300 units of crystal ore. Clearly, if it only served the function of producing larvae and spreading the mushroom blanket, the cost-effectiveness of this alien insect hatchery was not high. Additionally, it had another drawback, which was light tree rank automatic assessment in progress. Light tree evolution, rated as 4-stage light tree. 4-stage light tree function activation in progress. With 2 alien insect hatcheries, the evolution city directly upgraded to the 4th stage. The 4th-tier bright tree has various practical functions, including building condition analysis and troop health status inquiries. However, for the alien insects, it is completely useless. It seems that hatcheries cannot be built casually, otherwise, they lose their deceptive purpose. Zhao Xiaoqiao noticed the shortcomings. The most important issue is that the cost-performance ratio is not high. Yan Yi nodded slightly, but the main nest is isolated and cannot rely on Lin Yuan's safety. The hatchery must still be built to protect the main nest and serve as our sleeping quarters. Lin Yuan is indeed a top student. His research has become ingrained in him. He has become a ruler, yet he does not aspire to conquer and unify the dark world. Zhao Xiaoqiao remarked. There's no helping it. A person like him must have a special stubbornness in his pursuit of knowledge. Yan Yi sighed, saying we should help him share the burden and not let him be disturbed by worldly matters. All right, let us see who can find more useful genes. Next, we will be facing the great families and the bright church. It will be quite thrilling. Oh yeah? Zhao Xiaoqiao placed one hand on her hip and pointed into the distance, striking a powerful pose that appeared somewhat quirky. With a rhythmic thudding sound, muscles contracted and provided continuous energy, moving in a regular rhythm. Claws made contact with the rocks, producing a series of urgent thuds. It was 100 times more agile than a cheetah and 100 times more fierce than a wolf. The creature, known as Fangya, navigated through the rocks, the rushing air streaming past its gauzy wings. Its eyes, rich in photoreceptive cells, emitted an orange glow. Prey, not part of the whole, must hunt. It had spotted its target. It was a 2-horned creature with strong hooves, leaping gracefully across the rugged rocks, as if walking on flat ground. Not part of the whole, must hunt. The queen whispered in its mind. Fangya understood that this was also its own will. With a sharp cry, Fangya surged forward, leaping high and slicing through the air like a blade, pouncing on the creature. The sickle-shaped appendages glided gently, and the creature, not part of the whole, was already severed. Blood splattered, and Fangya felt a sense of pleasure. Fangya realized it was part of the whole, which was the swarm. Well done, Fangya. This creature is called a chipped horn mountain goat. The queen's whisper echoed deep within Fangya's consciousness. Fangya didn't understand what a chipped horn mountain goat was. Suddenly, Fangya leaped sideways with force. Boom. The rocks shattered as a massive predator emerged from the darkness, twice Fangya's size, its head covered in armor-like horns. It turned out it was not the only one chasing prey. Fangya understood that there were other predators pursuing their prey. Fangya lunged forward fiercely. Prey must be hunted. Every place must transform into a cohesive whole. 2 fierce creatures clashed together. Hisses and roars intertwined, adding wounds to their bodies. The creature, known as Broken Fang, charged forward, eager to crush its prey's neck with its sharp teeth. However, in the next moment, it took a heavy hit to its abdomen, the immense force slamming it against the hard rock. Broken Fang struggled to rise, as if preparing for a second round as a gladiator. This was supposed to be an intense one-on-one battle, yet from the darkness emerged more of the same prey. Broken Fang, this creature, was called the split-hoof armored stone boar. The voice of the queen echoed deep within its mind again. Broken Fang learned the name of a new prey. A short hiss, like the summer cicadas, was everywhere. Behind Broken Fang, the jump bugs surged forth like a flood breaking through a dam, pouring out from the dense forest. The true hunt had begun. Soon, the area fell silent once more. Broken Fang heard new whispers, leading the swarm as they rushed toward the northwest. After running for 20 minutes, Broken Fang spotted thousands of humanoid beings cautiously advancing in the darkness. New prey. Broken Fang pounced. However, its swift and agile body came to a halt. Follow them quietly, the queen whispered. Found them. At the top of the alien insect hatchery. Yan Yi suddenly opened her eyes, the ghostly energy swirling in her pupils. The unique 5th-tier soldiers of the Yuan family, the Azure Featherwindwalk Scouts. They were not jump bugs and could not resupply on the spot, so they would inevitably retreat. A cruel smile curved at the corner of Yenyi's mouth. Broken Fong followed stealthily, the darkness concealing its form. The so-called unique scouts could not detect the hidden jump bugs. Even their proud speed seemed like crawling in the eyes of the jump bugs. Unbeknownst to the Azure Feather Windwalk scouts, they had been targeted by Broken Fong. 3 days later, the Azure Feather Windwalk scouts retreated, leading death back to their bright territory. Then, like a tide, the jump bugs surged in. The city has fallen. The city has fallen. Ah, monsters, monsters. Help, help. People screamed and scattered, crying out for assistance as these nightmare-like creatures let out hysterical howls. They fantasized about escaping their fate. And indeed, their fantasies came true. The buffalo-sized monsters, seemingly oblivious to the ordinary people, charged straight past them, pouncing on the soldiers within the territory. The soldiers desperately waved their weapons, only to be overwhelmed by the jump bugs. Before the sea of jump bugs, the defenses of this fourth-tier bright territory were utterly futile. Soon, all these soldiers returned to the embrace of the Tree of Light. Come on, you damn monsters, come on. Lin Yuan, you truly are a lackey of darkness. You heretic who raises the knife against your own kind. Zhou Jia shouted loudly, wildly swinging his weapon. However, he was surrounded by layers of creatures, yet they did not immediately launch an attack. Soon, Zhou Jia was exhausted. At that moment, the creatures parted, and the lead creature slowly walked towards him, its foul breath hitting his face. It felt as if the grip of death had seized his throat. And Zhou Jia instantly broke down. Whoa, brother Lin Yuan, Lord Lin Yuan, I don't want to die. Zhou Jia sat down on the ground. But then he felt something was wrong and quickly changed his posture, kneeling and bowing to the creature. With a whisper from the queen, the creature extended its claws. And the harsh metallic scraping sound made Zhou Jia's body tremble uncontrollably. Lin Baba, Grandpa Lin, spare me a life. I am willing to do anything. It's all Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing instructed me. The sharp scraping sound stopped, and the creature used its head to lift a metal plate, on which was written in a twisted manner, "This monster has intelligence." In the shock as if struck by lightning, Zhou Jia recognized the 10 characters on the metal plate. It clearly stated, "Reveal Zhou Qing's coordinates, and you will be spared. The time to breach Qing Tung City is 3 minutes. Zhou Qing's coordinates? I can lead you there, but I will never tell you the coordinates." Zhou Jia thought quickly. Unfortunately, he was facing a swarm of creatures, not negotiable entities. If Zhou Jia did not speak, it would only waste a bit more time. The Zhou family had many affiliated territories, and among those lords, someone would eventually reveal the truth. The creature growled, slowly approaching Zhou Jia, its sharp teeth glistening, a deadly weapon. Instinctive survival reactions surged within Zhou Jia, and countless chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind. As a member of the Zhou family, should he sacrifice his life for Zhou Qing? I, Zhou Jia, am loyal and righteous, and my story will surely be told in the future. Finally, the scene froze. This is the young master we, the collateral branch, must serve. Zhou Jia's father whispered in his ear. Zhou Jia looked up at the high platform, where Zhou Qing seemed to be enveloped in a layer of light. A light that seemed innate, so high and untouchable. Why is it that he was born a young master while I was born a servant? Just because he is of the direct line, and I am of the collateral line. Why must all the dirty work and hard labor fall on me, while Zhou Qing gets to enjoy it by birthright? I refuse to accept this. If it weren't for you provoking Lin Yuan, would I suffer this disaster? Even if I die, Zhou Qing, I will not let you have it easy. Zhou Jia's eyes turned red, like a trapped beast roaring. Zhou Qing's coordinates are 16,443, 7256, 238567. A fleeting shadow of the creature known as Broken Tooth appeared, and the scythe of death swept through the air, separating the 2 corpses of Zhou Jia. They were then torn into pieces by the swarming jump bugs. Go there, Broken Tooth. Kill that person, the queen whispered. Broken Tooth felt a surge of excitement, a sense of nobility and mission stirring within its heart. This is the purpose of my existence, it thought. It effortlessly leaped onto the city wall, screeching from above. The jump bugs surged like a black torrent, racing towards the distance. The destination was far, but it didn't matter. They could devour all the plants and animals along the way to synthesize the necessary organic matter. No matter how far, they would fulfill the queen's command. In the darkness, the jump bugs traversed dense forests, crossed great rivers, and sprinted across vast plains. Perhaps humans had many ways to solve problems, with schemes and plots emerging endlessly. But for the swarm, there was only one way to resolve issues. What? Zhou Jia is dead? When? 3 days ago? Why am I only hearing this now? Never mind. Did he pass on any useful information? Zhou Qing pondered. Ah, it was indeed those creatures controlled by Lin Yuan. Thankfully, his death still holds value. Lin Yuan's evolution city should be in that vicinity. Zhou Qing's expression darkened. All recruitment buildings can be completed in 3 months. Lin Yuan, that will be your demise. Despite the family's resource allocation leading to the rapid decline of Qingteng City, Zhou Qing could hardly wait. However, construction required time, and recruiting troops took time. He could only suppress his impatience and wait. A sinister chuckle escaped him as he felt the hours drag on. Just then, a piercing buzzing sound erupted, and the alarm of Qingteng City blared. Boom, boom, boom. The distant sound of continuous explosions echoed, a result of the traps set outside the city being triggered. Dark creatures attacking Qingteng City? After the aberrant cold wave, they shouldn't have recovered so quickly. Zhou Qing climbed to the city wall and was met with the sight of fierce monsters rushing towards Qingteng City. Are those Lin Yuan's creatures? How did they find the coordinates? Launching a full-scale attack on Qingteng City, they truly do not know the danger. Zhou Qing revealed a cruel smile. What constitutes an A-class territory? An A-class territory must meet 2 conditions. First, it must be easy to defend and difficult to attack, with superior terrain. Second, it must be rich in resources, ensuring development without worry. Qingteng City, with cliffs on 3 sides, only required defense from the front. Such advantageous terrain was a nightmare for attackers. They would need an extremely high casualty ratio to breach Qingteng City's defenses. Boom. Huge fireballs exploded among the swarm of jump bugs. Countless jump bugs were blown to pieces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Explosive arrows shot out in volleys from the arrow towers, searing the jump bug shells with high temperatures, producing a cringe-inducing screech. In a short period, the jumping insects have already damaged tens of thousands. Ha ha ha, Lin Yuan. These defense towers were built using your resources. Now they're being used against you. It feels incredible. Zhou Qing laughed heartily. However, when more jumping insects rushed out from the darkness, Zhou Qing couldn't laugh anymore. How many good brothers did Dunya lead on this expedition? The answer is 3 million. These identical creatures are cheap to produce, requiring only 500 units of biomass and 25 units of crystal ore each. In contrast, a typical Tier 4 unit costs at least 10 times that of the jumping insects and requires various resources, along with provisions for lodging and food. It's incredibly troublesome. The formula for victory has been written, and the probability of Dunya's victory is 1003%. Charge, charge, charge. Advance over the bodies of your fallen comrades. The wings behind, like cicada wings, trembled slightly in the airflow as the black jumping insects approached the city. The walls of Qingteng City are not very high, perhaps because the threat of the alien cold wave had passed. Zhou Qing didn't invest much effort in defensive structures. Despite having natural barriers, Qingteng City is utterly incapable of defending against millions of jumping insects. It can only be said that the jumping insects came too quickly and fiercely. Zhou Qing never dreamed that Lin Yuan would directly attack Qingteng City. However, the unimaginable has become reality. Hiss hiss. The short hisses sounded like waves, one after another. To Zhou Qing's ears, it seemed as if endless jumping insects surrounded him from all directions. He was trapped. His face turned pale as paper. If he lost Qingteng City, he would lose his qualification as city lord, and his future would come to a halt. The hope that his family had been nurturing would fall into the dark abyss. Indeed, only by defending the newly acquired territory could one qualify to become a lord. The authority of the light tree can be transferred or seized, but that person would be recognized as the council leader, not the city lord. This is why the power structure of Zhuke City changed to a council after the death of its city lord. Why? Why does Lin Yuan have such a large number of troops? This defies logic and reality. Zhou Qing shouted in disbelief, struggling to accept what was happening before him. Just a moment ago, he was full of confidence, ready to trample Evolution City, but in the blink of an eye, Qingteng City was on the verge of destruction. It can't be held. Regaining his composure, the Zhou family hurried to the light tree. He took out a teleportation talisman, preparing to teleport to other territories in the SC2 evolution area. As for the teleportation talisman to Zhuke City, it's not that he doesn't have one. It's just that he is not worthy of using it yet. Lin Yuan, Qingtung City may fall, but you have revealed yourself. The Church of Light will not let you go. Zhou Qing gritted his teeth and began to edit a message while the teleportation talisman was activating. Zhou Qing, Lin Yuan, you dark dog, traitor, killing your own kind. Where is your conscience? Everyone, look at the solid evidence. See these monsters of Lin Yuan. Image JPG, image JPG, image JPG, image JPG, image JPG, Yuan Sanfang. How does Lin Yuan have such forces? This can't be a new type of dark assault, right? Mu Guangzhe, Yuan Sanfang. Are you questioning the authority of the Light Church? Yuan Sanfang. I dare not, I just. Mu Guangzhe. No just. The Light Church has defined Lin Yuan as a heretic, so he is a heretic. He Yuan, Qingtung City, is it going to be destroyed? Sun Ming. This is terrifying. Lin Yuan is simply committing atrocities. How can he act against his own kind? Jin Xingming, brother Zhou Qing. Send it to me. I will transfer all the permissions of the Light Tree to you. With the goal achieved, Zhou Qing smiled. Just then, a loud bang. A fireball exploded beside Zhou Qing, directly shattering the teleportation talisman. Like a bolt from the blue, Zhou Qing was completely stunned. He turned his head in a daze and found that the one who launched the fireball was the secretary he had given to the archer, Tai Yu. Zhou Qing. Go die he. The secretary laughed with a fire gun in hand, looking like a vengeful spirit. No worries. I still have the Qingyu flying eagle to escape. With no time to deal with the crazy woman, Zhou Qing ran towards the Lord's mansion. His eyes were fixed on the Qingyu flying eagle tied to the roof of the mansion, the hope of his survival. Suddenly, a huge fireball crashed into the chain of the Qingyu flying eagle. Startled, the Qingyu flying eagle flapped its wings and soared into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It's over. Zhou Qing sat down on the ground, staring blankly at the sky. He saw another figure on the roof of the Lord's mansion, another secretary he had sent out who was now being tormented. If I had known, I should have killed all of you broken flowers and fallen leaves. Zhou Qing felt no remorse, only blamed himself for being too soft-hearted. The millions of jumping insects were unstoppable. The jumping insect nest quickly broke through the weak defenses of Qingtung City. Clatter, 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 clatter. The broken tooth approached Zhou Qing. He Lin Yuan. Don't think you've won. The monsters you have, the forces that defy reality, will inevitably bring you disaster. The great families will not spare you, and the Light Church will not spare you either. As if trying to regain his last dignity, Zhou Qing stood up, straightened his clothes, and wore a calm expression. The next second, he was knocked down by Broken Tooth. The sharp teeth made Zhou Qing's pupils constrict, and his legs began to twitch uncontrollably. Bit by bit, his bones were crushed, slowly being devoured, starting from his limbs. The whispers echoed, Broken Tooth, faithfully executing the Queen's orders. A piercing scream quickly turned hoarse, followed by a sound like a rushing wind. In Evolution City, the two queens engaged in a mental exchange. Zhou Qing is dead, yet I feel no excitement for revenge. Indeed, amidst the resonance of the swarm, the emotion of revenge has become insignificant. We are a whole, yet also a part of that whole, with a much more important mission. Indeed, Zhou Qing is dead, but the Zhou family behind him is a colossal entity. So what? The 9 great families mutually restrain each other, and the Zhou family dares not act rashly. Moreover, would he dare to raise an army and traverse the vast mid-level dark region to trouble us? That is true, the Zhou family is populous, and losing a Zhou Qing means little. In the face of family interests, losing 100 Zhou Qings is inconsequential. What we need to worry about is that group of lunatics from the Church of Light. Zhou Qing was merely a small stone on the path of the swarm, easily kicked aside, while the Church of Light would bring immense pressure to the swarm. The dark world is endless, and the luminous territories held by humanity seem tiny in comparison. However, in terms of absolute numbers, the human world appears vast. Zhuke City is just one of the 4 main cities of the Human World S Alliance, yet it governs a region with a population of billions. The shadow of the Church of Light looms over the entire human world, indicating the extent of its influence. Only the primary units of the swarm constantly face the threat from the Church of Light. Fortunately for now, only the Zhuke City branch of the Church of Light has slightly shifted its attention to the swarm. Wait, Xiao Qiao, look over there. As consciousness brushed past the jumping insects, he discovered a peculiar plant emerging from the soil along the cliffs of Qingtung City. At first glance, This plant appeared to be ordinary weeds, but upon excavation, the part buried underground resembled white jelly, similar to a radish. This is a plant formed by some kind of fungal parasitism. Its appearance suggests an interaction between fungi and plant cells producing a filamentous collagen-like substance. This unexpected find could allow the jumping insects to bring it back, perhaps sparing the mutated cockroaches from idling at the base. Near the main nest, the mutated cockroaches were utterly bored, crawling around on the fungal mat, occasionally halting to shudder for a few moments. They are indeed the frontline assault, cannon fodder, units of the swarm, but currently, they have no opportunity to exert themselves. Outside the fungal mat, the movement speed of the mutated cockroaches, compared to the jumping insects, is like a slow ox pulling a cart. The heads of the mutated cockroaches bobbed under their heavy shells, looking extremely tedious. The idle mutated cockroaches longed for F2. The news of acquiring useful genes brought Lin Yuan back from his research to the mundane world. Strange, why do I always have the feeling of being overlooked? Could it be that my recent studies have been too exhausting? Lin Yuan rubbed his brow and began to examine the newly acquired genes. The Queen's authority is primarily limited to directing the worker bees and the mutation of larvae, as the integration of genes into the colony can only be personally overseen. Indeed, the neural collagen gene has a compatibility score of 863, allowing it to be integrated into the genes of mutated cockroaches. The mutated cockroaches, with their neural collagen recombination, evolve. A total of 100 units of crystalline minerals and 100 units of high-energy gas have been injected into the cockroach nest. The cockroach nest, as the name suggests, resembles an oversized mutated cockroach resting on a fungal mat, similar to the function of a splitting pool. The cockroach nest stores the genes of the mutated cockroaches while also synchronizing their genetic information. The cockroach nest slowly pulsates, incorporating the genes of strange plants while simultaneously transmitting them. At the microscopic level, the claws of the mutated cockroaches are composed of filamentous neural collagen, forming a sturdy triangular connection structure, enhancing their limb support and enabling them to move swiftly beyond the fungal mat. On the fungal mat, the mutated cockroaches excitedly raise a pair of forelimbs and wave them up and down. It's not easy, brothers, but our good days have finally arrived. Let those jumping insects know who the real cannon fodder of the colony is. However, Lin Yuan is worried. With only Yin Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao as experimental subjects, it's far from enough. Biological science is a practical discipline. All research must be finalized through practice, with the final confirmation coming from hands-on experience. Last time, when he helped the two queens reshape their bodies, Lin Yuan was full of inspiration and made significant strides in his research. Yet now, lacking materials, he finds himself trapped in a purely theoretical research dilemma. Lin Yuan can't just grab a few random people for experimentation. It's not that he has any moral standards, but to become a queen, there are strict limitations. Yin Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao became queens precisely because they possess impressive psychic potential, allowing them to integrate into the colony. Ordinary individuals would have completely disintegrated by the time the colony's genes invaded their cells. Only by transforming a person into an ordinary insect warrior can there be a high success rate. However, the insect troops have already reached perfection, and Lin Yuan has no inclination to modify insect warriors. Feeling troubled, Lin Yuan shook his head, picked up a cup, and took a sip of the primitive evolution liquid to quench his thirst. Oh, was Zhou Qing eliminated? A glance at the regional information revealed that Zhou Qing had indeed been removed from the roster. The two queens are both capable and hardworking, which is excellent. With no need to deal with various trivial matters, Lin Yuan could focus on research, feeling as if he had consumed 3 bottles of calcium, his body feeling completely relaxed. 048 cause and disaster, Zhou Qing is dead. Eliminated by Lin Yuan's monstrous army, Qingteng City has been directly flattened. This news is astonishing, although hard to believe. Zhou Qing's name has indeed turned gray on the roster of the Lord of the Light Tree. Many people do not understand the grudge between Zhou Qing and Lin Yuan, and why Lin Yuan wants to eliminate Zhou Qing. Only a few who received messages from Lin Yuan are secretly alarmed. They did not expect Lin Yuan to have such determination and strength, directly extinguishing Zhou Qing in its infancy. The reaction of the crowd is almost unanimous: silence. Is it not normal in this dark world for lords to scheme against each other and wipe out entire families at a moment's notice? The major families sold out the city lord's guards and 300 million civilians, yet no one uttered a word. He Yuan, Jin Xingming, and others trembled in fear, not daring to show their faces. They had previously flattered Zhou Qing and confronted Lin Yuan, but now they were terrified of being targeted by Lin Yuan, all turning into turtles hiding their heads. Of course, there was one exception. Yes, this person is Mu Guangzhe. Mu Guangzhe, Lin Yuan, UXX. U amp amp. Mu Guangzhe. I, the Church of Light, XX, U amp amp. Mu Guangzhe was long-winded in the communication channel, summarizing everything in a convoluted way. Lin Yuan, insane and lawless, spreading fear, siding with darkness, committing all kinds of evil, inciting internal strife, a societal scourge. It is evident that immediate purification is imperative. Mu Guangzhe, who had been involved with the Church of Light since the embryonic stage, had been brainwashed since childhood. Such fanatics are unreasonable and cannot be judged by common sense. Apart from the followers of the Church of Light, many lords held a wait-and-see and neutral attitude towards Lin Yuan. In a simple tavern in a certain light territory within the SC2 evolution area, a young man kept pushing a robust man. The man lay slumped on the table, resembling a massive bear. Even in his drunken state, the frail young man could not move him. "Don't bother me," the man slurred. "Ha ha ha, are you tired of hearing this? My parents, my wife and children, all sacrificed for Zhuke City. Ha ha ha, what a sacrifice for Zhuke City. They were all sold out by those officials." The young man covered his nose, enduring the pungent smell of alcohol, and said, "Brother Chung, how can you be drunk again? Everyone is going crazy. The eldest son of the Zhou family, Zhou Qing, has been taken down." "What did you say?" The man suddenly straightened up, his eyes filled with sorrow. There was no intoxicating liquor, just memories that sought to intoxicate themselves. "What you said, is it true?" The man fixed his gaze on the young man, his tiger-like eyes becoming clear, with light piercing like a spear. The young man suddenly felt breathless and could not utter a word. "Sorry, Xiaobu." The man withdrew his gaze. "It's okay, I understand." The young man patted his chest and said, "I have inquired from various sources, and this news is absolutely true. It is said that the city of Qing Tung has been flattened to the ground. Only those with the appropriate level of authority related to the light tree can receive information about it. In the territory of light, commoners and low-ranking soldiers are just ordinary people. For them, the Light Lord is a figure to be revered." How did the young man obtain this information? One can only say that among the lords, there are certainly those with ulterior motives, and they are more than willing to stir the pot. This matter is the doing of Lord Lin Yuan from Evolution City. The frail young man continued, "Speaking of Lord Lin Yuan, he is quite remarkable. According to reliable sources, he is a super genius, a prominent lord, and the namesake of the SC2 evolution area." The burly man silently stood up and walked towards the tavern door. "Chung, where are you going?" The young man called out hurriedly. "I once swore that as long as someone raises a knife against the 9 great families, my life would belong to them. But that Lin Yuan is said to be a dark lord, a monster, a heretic. I don't care what he is. As long as he accepts me, I will serve him." The burly man paused and added, "Moreover, I have already seen real demons, those who wear human skins." The young man gritted his teeth and said, "Chung, in the vast SC2 evolution area, where will you find Evolution City? Everyone gathered here shares the same plight. Together, we can definitely uncover the clues to Evolution City, and when the time comes, we will go and beg Lord Lin Yuan to accept us. We can serve him." "All right." The burly man nodded. At the entrance of the tavern, the sunlight of the light territory shone down, as if it were cast upon a marble sculpture. Everything in the world has its cause and effect. Zhou Qing treated his secretaries like commodities, while the 9 great families did not regard 300 million commoners as human beings. Such evil causes will bear the fruit of sin, and they will ultimately reap what they sow. Those in power have labeled Lin Yuan with many titles: rebel, dark lackey, heretic who betrays the light, and hyena who slaughters his own kind. Yet many see Lin Yuan as a beacon of hope and resolutely step into the darkness, embarking on the path to Evolution City. What thoughts will they have when they tread upon the deep black fungal carpet? Evolution City. The aftermath of the aberration cold wave is about to pass, and dark creatures will soon surge into this area again. Do you think these dark creatures reproduce asexually through fission? Why can't we ever seem to kill them all? Exactly. They provide us with biomass to improve our genetic diversity. Isn't that great? Yes. I've even seen mutated cockroaches growing mold. It's so funny. Darkness is endless, boundless, and filled with strange occurrences. It does not care about the trivial matters among humans in the SC2 evolution area. It only brings disaster and destruction. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar. A disaster struck, and the queen along with her faction in the evolution city felt it distinctly. Lin Yuan was jolted awake from his research. Although he referred to it as research, in reality, he was merely scratching the surface of his learning. In less than 2 months of study, he had only grasped a few fleeting insights. To put it plainly, he hadn't really made any substantial progress. He had indeed created 2 queens. But that was thanks to the precedent set by the Blade Queen. In essence, he was like a student copying homework from university, with his handwriting still rather messy. However, ignorance is not the scary part. The frightening aspect is the inability to face that ignorance calmly. Scientific research is fundamentally about exploring uncharted territories, and it is entirely normal to spend years on a single detail. Lin Yuan had a good psychological disposition and would never become irritable. The luminary, people of the Mother of Light, I now begin to judge Lin Yuan. Please listen to the teachings of the Mother of Light. The luminary, Lin Yuan. According to Article 236 of the Code of Light, the Mother of Light says, humanity is perfect. You are an aberration. The luminary, Lin Yuan. According to Article 2316 of the Code of Light, the Mother of Light points to the black insects, frowning. You are guilty. The luminary, Lin Yuan. According to Article 2338 of the Code of Light, the Mother of Light nurtures health and beauty. You are a heretic. The luminary. According to the Code of Light, Lin Yuan bears 563 crimes and can no longer receive the forgiveness of the Mother of Light. The luminary. No lord may engage in trade with Lin Yuan, otherwise, they will be deemed heretics. In the regional communication channel, only the luminary's voice echoed as he continuously enumerated Lin Yuan's crimes, aiming to nail him to the pillar of shame. Apart from the zealots, no one responded to his words. The cautionary tale of Zhou Qing made the other lords deeply respect Lin Yuan. They did not wish to court death. Many lords felt discontent, believing that the Church of Light was overreaching and too controlling. Without Lin Yuan's resources, what could the lords without a backing do to develop? It was truly noisy. It was like someone about to fall asleep, suddenly hearing the buzz of mosquitoes, and irritability surged in Lin Yuan's mind. The high-pitched screeches intertwined with the low insect calls, resembling a grand symphony. The swarm sensed the ruler's agitation, becoming restless. Jumping insects and mutated cockroaches were eager to make their mark, wanting to wreak havoc. The Church of Light was destined to be consumed by the swarm. Their fate was already sealed. A thought flashed through Lin Yuan's mind as he opened the trading panel. And indeed, he found that the resources he had put up for exchange had gone unnoticed. The restriction on lords redeeming his resources was obstructing his ability to harvest. He had yet to find the source of high-energy gas. If the lords no longer offered tender sprouts, the development of the swarm would be hindered. Ruler, Lin Yuan, the transformed queen of the faction, sends you greetings. Lin Yuan, the sovereign, I can feel your fury, and I will execute your every will. The 2 queens conveyed their thoughts. You too, can you speak plainly? Lin Yuan was somewhat speechless. This feels so interesting, Zhao Xiaoqiao chuckled. It has a kind of inexplicable epic feel. Isn't that how novels are written? Yan Yi responded gently. Are you two feeling too bored? Split off a faction to deal with the Mu Guangxia. Lin Yuan commanded. We honor your will. The Qiaobian faction is dedicated to serving you. Zhao Xiaoqiao replied playfully. All right, I'll let you have this one, but next time it's my turn, okay? Yan Yi expressed a hint of reluctance. The 2 queens decided the fate of Mu Guangxia amidst their banter. It seemed like raising a blade against the Church of Light was merely a trivial matter. Mu Guangxia. Lin Yuan was unaware of his status within the Church of Light. If he were just a minor character, then it would be insignificant. He could die without consequence. But if he had considerable influence, then the Church of Light would undoubtedly react. Therefore, with a decision regarding Mu Guangxia, Lin Yuan spent a full 0.23 seconds, equivalent to the speed of a blink. Yinyi, does anyone know the coordinates of Mu Guangxia's territory? Send me a message. Li Nai, Yin Yi. You finally showed up. Are you with Lin Yuan? Yuan Sanfang. Allow me to express my admiration. Qian Duo Zai. Lin Yuan is impressive. No other meaning. Just wanted to show my worship. Mu Guangxia. What do you want to do? Ding ding ding. In an instant, the messages flooded in. It seems everyone has been annoyed by Mu Guangxia for quite some time. This time we are doing a service for the people. Zhao Xiaoqiao brandished her sword. striking a heroic pose. We haven't been queens for long, and we need to keep fighting to integrate into the swarm and master our abilities. We shouldn't always be thinking about playing around, Yin Yi advised. During the last expedition to Broken Tooth, she felt a vague and special connection with her faction. The powerful spiritual energy gave her an intuition that, as she led her faction in their campaigns, something unique would surely emerge within her group. He got it. Don't be so serious. We need to stay happy. I'll take charge. Zhao Xiaoqiao stood at the top of the hatchery, randomly tapping the air with her index finger. Boo-hoo. Without Broken Tooth, I have to go out myself. She expressed envy and jealousy, but Lin Yuan's modifications are really impressive. I feel extraordinary power surging within me. Eager to unleash it. Lin Yuan, you truly are a master of transformation. The three-stitched monsters that appeared in Zhuke City on the day you teleported away were your masterpieces, right? Lin Yuan was at a loss for words. Although Zhao Xiaoqiao's praise was indeed sincere, he couldn't shake the feeling that she was being sarcastic. Regarding my three works, compared to the alien creatures, they are simply inferior. The Chaobian clan does not need to gather or mobilize. 1,000,000 creatures can set off directly, aiming straight for the 5th-level city of light ruled by the luminaries. Such efficiency is something human organizations could never achieve. Even if the luminaries anticipate the crisis and muster all their forces, they cannot escape the fate of death. The main nest's internal cavity automatically opened, and Lin Yuan stepped out of his base, arriving at the lookout point at the top of the main nest. Lin Yuan gazed towards the southern mountains. In the distant darkness, a pillar of flame shot up into the sky. A volcanic eruption? The flowing crimson hue evoked a sensation of heat on Lin Yuan's skin. The volcanic eruption in the distance triggered noticeable tremors in the Evolution City, indicating the magnitude of this disaster. High-energy gases are often produced at volcanic craters, so if it truly is a volcanic eruption, there would be a continuous and stable source of high-energy gas. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed, as if thousands of troops were galloping. The king insects scattered in the high altitude immediately relayed their aerial observations. King insect, Master, look quickly. We have discovered new biomass and new genes. Brothers, we have something to do again. In the shadowy image, countless dark creatures were advancing through the mountains. Various dark beings, such as jumping blade spiders, flesh-hook-stitch beasts, and rolling push bugs, rushed towards the SC-2 evolution area in bizarre forms. Their path was clear. They were fleeing the southern mountains, heading towards the area where Evolution City is located. A volcanic eruption is a natural disaster, but it is far from Evolution City and would not impact this place. However, these dark creatures were fleeing in such a panic, indicating that there must be some hidden truth. Lin Yuan pondered. Li Nai, everyone, this volcanic eruption is unusual. We must halt any developmental construction and focus all efforts on strengthening territorial defenses while increasing combat forces. Yuan Sanfang. Why do you say that, brotherly? Do you have exclusive information? 050 luminaries, just a small insect. Li Nai. The erupting volcano is called the Eye of Hell. It is a super-giant active volcano located at the border between the SC-1 Nirvana area and our evolution area. Qianduo Zai. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with us. The border area wouldn't have any light territories. Can it really spew lava into our territory? Li Nai. Such a level of disaster can incite a riot among dark creatures, and our territory will face varying degrees of impact. Li Nai. Of course, that is not the key point. The most important thing is, do you know why that volcano is called the Eye of Hell? Yuan Sanfang. Brotherly, you're not talking about that kind of thing, are you? Li Nai. Unfortunately, it is that kind of thing. Sun Ming. Big brother, I beg you, can you stop speaking in riddles? What on earth is it? Li Nai. The volcano demon. Boom. The entire regional chat channel exploded. It was like throwing firecrackers into a pot of boiling oil, an absolute catastrophe. The volcanic demons can be considered the most terrifying species among the shallow dark creatures. Historical records indicate that the last appearance of volcanic demons was 200 years ago. At that time, dozens of medium-sized volcanoes in the region erupted, unleashing countless horned demons that flattened the entire area in just 3 years. It's worth noting that the local lords had developed for a full 60 years and were quite strong. However, they still couldn't stop those flame-spewing monsters. The suffering was immense. Today, the entire region is left in ashes, with the acrid smell of sulfur lingering for 200 years. If the volcanic demons hadn't retreated underground, This disaster might have affected several other regions. Now, the eye of hell that has erupted is a super giant volcano, surrounded by dozens of volcanic clusters. Although the direct connection between the scale of the volcanic eruption and the volcanic demons is not clear, the lords of the evolution zone feel a great disaster is imminent. They need supplies, lots of supplies. How infuriating. You noble families don't have to worry about material issues, but what about us, ordinary lords? And that ridiculous sect? They can't exchange for supplies from Lin Yuan. What are we supposed to do with the high-energy gas we painstakingly acquired? In the face of life and death, there is no time to worry about anything else. Some people gritted their teeth and started exchanging for supplies from Lin Yuan. Once someone took the lead, the other lords rushed in like a pack of ravenous wolves, clamoring for Lin Yuan's supplies. Lin Yuan is our great benefactor. These supplies save us from peril. What is the use of that ridiculous sect? They can only blabber on. I heard that someone in the territory is preparing to set off to find the city of evolution. Spread the word. I will provide them with food, equipment, and all the help I can. The supplies Lin Yuan posted in the trading channel visibly decreased, but his prestige among ordinary lords soared. What? You say the creatures Lin Yuan raises are dark monsters? Nonsense. They are clearly his pets, unique to him. They just look a bit ugly. But they are actually very well behaved and cute. Otherwise, how can we explain the survival of those civilians in the Zhouqing territory? The sect, you? How dare you openly defy the judgment of the sect? You are all heretics and deserve to be executed. The sect. Your communications will be monitored by the authorities of the sect, and you have nowhere to hide. The sect. You will all be burned alive. You damned ones. The sect's beliefs were being slandered, and the members twisted their expressions, cursing and threatening in the chat channel. However, no one paid attention to him, as everyone was frantically exchanging resources from Lin Yuan. The light bearer was about to faint from anger. Beep, 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 beep. The territory alarm suddenly rang. An emergency alert. Were dark creatures launching a large-scale attack? No worries. My city of light is indestructible. The more dark creatures come, the more will perish. The light bearer shook his gem-encrusted goblet and strolled onto the balcony, leaning one hand on the golden-railed decoration. The diamond-shaped tower of light glowed with a hazy white light, and the light guardians, clad in splendid battle armor, stood in neat rows on the 20-meter-high city wall, holding round shields and rune warhammers. Ranged units like light gunmen, light artillerymen, and light throwers formed the main defensive force. The variety and complete configuration of ranged units in the City of Light could create powerful combinations. The overall strength of my territory is undoubtedly far superior to that foolish Qingzhou. Even if a volcano demon were to attack, I would be fully confident in my defense. Lin Yuan, even if you know my coordinates, what of it? That kind of monster is at most of 4-tier strength. No matter how many come, they will all perish. The light bearer displayed a confident and composed smile. Soon, in his line of sight, the rushing jumping insects appeared. Boom, boom, boom. The light defense towers shot out deadly magical rays, creating deep pits in the hard white crystal rock bed. Boom, 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 boom. The light warriors unleashed their full range of attacks, overwhelming the jumping insects, preventing them from advancing even an inch. Outside the light territory, an invisible line appeared, piled high with the corpses of jumping insects. Ha ha ha, Lin Yuan, you really sent troops to their doom. The light bearer laughed heartily, thinking of live-streaming this to let those lowly beings see my strength. I will eventually cleanse all those heretics. Now, let them tremble under my power. Ha! Light bearer. Just then, the terrifying monsters Lin Yuan used to break through Qingtung City indeed have some strength, much stronger than the ants I crushed. Image JPG. 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 051 The light bearer is done for. The light bearer sent images of the jumping insect corpses to the regional communication channel. Countless jumping insect bodies piled up along that firing line, while more jumped forward in the darkness, like ignorant beasts marching to their deaths. This artistic photographic technique gave the light bearer's images a strong impact. The fervent lords of the Light Church immediately trembled, shouting "Long live the Light Church," and praising the light bearer. Other lords were secretly alarmed. Faced with such a large number of formidable monsters, their territories could not defend against such a perfect assault. The strength of the Light Bringer was unexpectedly formidable. leading the lords to speculate that the Lightbringer must have a very powerful background, perhaps even a high-ranking figure as a supporter. Suddenly, an urgent alarm sounded again. On the other two walls of the City of Light, a large number of jumping insects appeared simultaneously. It's so easy to fall for this trick. Lin Yuan, your perfect tactics must have been achieved through cheating, the Lightbringer scoffed. Regardless of whether the suspicions were reasonable or backed by evidence, once jealousy arose, they would throw mud without hesitation. Only in this way could the Lightbringer find a sense of balance within. With a snap of the fingers, the Lightbringer summoned two towering walls of white light that enveloped the charging insects. The sizzling sound was akin to shrimp being tossed in a hot oil. The intense heat melted the jumping insects into a puddle of goo. In this light and smoke, they disappeared like black text being erased from a whiteboard. The Lightbringer shook the gem-encrusted white jade cup in hand and took a multi-angle selfie. Lightbringer, how about this background? In the light, darkness is reduced to ashes. Doesn't it give off a pure sense of brightness? Image JPG, image JPG, image JPG, image JPG, image JPG, image JPG, image JPG. Looking at the flurry of praise, the Lightbringer felt as if floating on clouds, a sense of superiority welling up. At that moment, the jumping insects unexpectedly crossed the firepower blockade. What does this mean? Isn't this a slap in the face to me, the Lightbringer? Furious, the Lightbringer commanded. Reinforce the firepower blockade and eliminate these insects completely. I refuse to believe there can be a million of them. Lin Yuan only possesses a mere fourth-tier evolved city. Often, people unconsciously overlook information they do not agree with. Previously, when Lin Yuan had killed over 100 million dark frozen corpses, neither Zhou Qing nor the Lightbringer took the time to delve into the underlying reasons. Perhaps they had given it enough consideration. But in the bright territory of the dark world, defense had always been the priority. They instinctively believed that Lin Yuan only had a strong defense and not a formidable army capable of offense. The alien insects were indeed otherworldly. The education the Lightbringer and Zhou Qing had received over the years constrained their thinking. The many inexplicable anomalies surrounding Lin Yuan led their recognition to automatically adjust their thoughts from their subconscious. Such phenomena might seem like a fantasy, yet they happen in reality all the time. The swarm of insects, of course, did not concern itself with the Lightbringer's thoughts. They were fearless, endless, and indifferent to the deaths of their fellow kind. The sound of the jumping insects resembles a primal instinct, a short hiss that remains unchanged regardless of the battlefield situation. Our weapons are plentiful, and my energy reserves are full. Open fire, cleanse them. The commander gestured with authority, satisfied with his commanding posture. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted, and explosions echoed continuously. Hundreds, even thousands, of jumping insects perished. Just then, the sounds of different jumping insects began to emerge. The mutated cockroaches surged from the darkness, their heavy shells encasing them, with sharp claws and sickle-like appendages characteristic of swarm creatures. This 274-meter-tall monster made its first appearance before humanity. The Commander South Bright City was close to the Evolution City. The mutated cockroaches, having evolved with neural collagen reorganization, increased their movement speed outside their fungal blanket and arrived on the battlefield just in time. The jumping insects tested the firepower while the mutated cockroaches pressed forward in a straightforward tactical approach. Hidden in the shadows, Zhao Qiao quietly observed the battlefield. The first battle of the clever transformation clan excited her, with ethereal energy surging, the patterns on her cheeks resembling obscure light flows. A new monster? Just as ugly as the previous dog-like creatures. Cleanse them, all of them, the commander shouted. When the mutated cockroaches first appeared, he was indeed frightened by their terrifying form. Now, to deny that he had been scared, the commander decided to make the mutated cockroaches pay a heavy price. Boom. A ray from the bright defense tower struck the leading mutated cockroach. However, the creature merely swayed, despite half of its shell being shattered. It continued to charge forward as if nothing had happened. How is that possible? The commander was stunned. In his imagination, the strike from the bright defense tower should have shattered the monster into pieces. The fact that it was still alive left him horrified. Cold sweat began to trickle down his back. If even the bright defense tower couldn't kill that monster, what use were the attacks from his light troops? The truth was, they weren't completely useless, but their effectiveness was severely limited. The concentrated firepower eliminated many mutated cockroaches, Yet this group of formidable assault units still advanced under the fire net of the Bright City. The swarm formed a three-sided encirclement. Due to the need to focus on the mutated cockroaches, the rapidly moving jumping insects also broke through the fire blockade and rushed under the walls of the Bright City. The geographical position of the Bright City was quite special, backed by an endless expanse of water and surrounded on three sides by shallow waters, with a solid white bedrock beneath. The commander was somewhat intelligent. He dug deep trenches around the three city walls, using the waters to form a moat. However, this proved to be of little use. In various environments, alien creatures can survive, including in water. Jumping bugs and mutated cockroaches dive straight into the water. At this moment, the wide moat becomes a cover for these alien creatures, preventing the warriors on the city walls from finding targets to attack. Soon, the swarm bursts out of the water, arriving at the city gates. However, the walls towering over 20 meters exceed the jumping limit of the bugs, forcing them to linger below and then be swept away by the countless aerial attacks. The walls made of luminous crystal and the gates formed from solid luminous jade. What can these tiny bugs do? Even if they break through the firepower defense line, the leader regains confidence. As long as the walls are not breached, he can rest easy. Mutated cockroaches declare, "Move aside, let me handle this." With a loud hiss, deep green corrosive acid sprays from their striped salivary ducts, and the seemingly sturdy gates melt like tofu. The corrosive acid from the mutated cockroaches can dissolve the armor of siege tanks equipped with galaxy-level technology. What is this so-called primitive wall in comparison? The City of Light has fallen. The well-trained defenders have already formed a human wall behind the gates. However, they are facing mutated cockroaches. It is known that against a swarm of interstellar siege tanks, the epic cockroach known for its boldness once famously stated, "There are only 7 or 8 tanks." This shows just how reckless and powerful the mutated cockroaches are. The strong acid affects the human body with a visual effect resembling high-temperature burning, causing the defenders to scream as they turn to ashes, leaving no bones behind. The transition from heaven to hell happens in an instant. A chill rises from their feet, reaching the crown of their heads. The moment the walls are breached, the leader feels as if he has fallen into an ice cellar. The monstrous creatures surge in like a tide, seemingly endless. Upon closer observation, the leader deeply senses their terror. They are like creations crawling out from the depths of hell. His heart, which wholeheartedly serves the goddess of light, is now filled with despair. How can such monsters be stopped? What can be used to block them? Leader, hurry. We will cover you. The shout from the defenders awakens the leader. Right, I must survive. I will lead the true fleet of light to completely purify these bugs. The leader follows the defenders, retreating toward the tree of light. There, he will use the invaluable teleportation talisman to transport himself to the grand cathedral of the light god in the city of Zhuke. Thinking of escape? In the darkness, 2 points of orange-red light flicker. Power surges through the body, and Zhao Xiaoqiao leaps high, streaking across the sky like a meteor, then accurately lands on the path ahead of the leader. Since the beginning of her memories, combat training combined perfectly with the transformation of the queen, allowing Zhao Xiaoqiao's individual strength to reach a terrifying level. The slaughter of the swarm and the connection of wills gradually awakened the destructive desire buried deep in her heart. When she saw the light bearer attempting to escape, her urge to kill erupted completely. As the dust settled, the body of the alien queen, perfectly combining beauty and power, appeared before the light bearer. "It's you, Zhao Xiaoqiao." The light bearer widened his eyes and suddenly burst into laughter. Once you were a respected figure in the realm of light, but look at you now, what a disgrace. I truly feel sorry for you. If your parents knew what you've become, shut up." Zhao Xiaoqiao's voice was cold, carrying a strange resonance. "My parents were devout followers of the Church of Light, and yet they were sacrificed to dark creatures by you. At that time, where was the Church of Light? You turned a blind eye to the atrocities of the 9 great families, colluding with each other. However, it doesn't matter now. I no longer care. I have integrated into what we are now. I just want to see the expression of despair on your face." Zhao Xiaoqiao stepped forward, her long legs propelling her into a rapid charge toward the light bearer. "Heretic!" the exceptionally strong light guardian shouted. He was different, emanating a pressure that indicated he was a battle-hardened warrior. However, in the next moment, he was overwhelmed by the jumping insects. One-on-one. Apart from certain special cases, that phrase didn't exist among the swarm. Die. With energy surging within her, Zhao Xiaoqiao executed several precise turns, drawing a smooth Z-shaped curve, and thrust her right hand directly into the light-bearer's clean face, lifting him effortlessly. The light-bearer's face twisted in extreme pain, and Zhao Xiaoqiao couldn't help but be entranced by it. You should just kill me. I will unleash my final light. As Zhao Xiaoqiao's pupils locked onto him, the light-bearer's body began to convulse like an electrified balloon. A high-energy reaction surged forth, and alarms blared. Zhao Xiaoqiao swung her right hand upward, then decisively cut off her own right arm at the elbow with her left hand. Due to inertia, her right hand, along with the light-bearer, flew high into the air. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous roar, a miniature sun abruptly appeared in the sky. A blinding flash erupted, and a powerful shockwave sent the jumping insects soaring into the air. Zhao Xiaoqiao curled her body while a barrier of mutated cockroaches and jumping insects enveloped her. The world seemed to fall silent. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Xiaoqiao crawled out from the remains of the mutated cockroaches. Fortunately, she reacted in time. She only suffered extensive burns, which were not life-threatening. Indeed, the fanatics of the Church of Light are all madmen. Zhao Xiaoqiao looked around and saw devastation everywhere. The buildings that once emitted a soft white light were now like flickering candles in the wind, dilapidated and battered. The differences in ideology made each person a unique existence. Except for the fanatics of the Light God sect. The healing protein acted on the wound on her arm, quickly stopping the bleeding. And the pain Zhao Xiaoqiao felt vanished in an instant. Suddenly, there was a loud explosion, and a giant beast burst forth from the ruins of a building. What kind of creature is this? A light-spiked lion beast. Zhao Xiaoqiao squinted. The mane extending from its neck to its tail swayed in the wind. This beast, towering at 3 meters, was imposing and formidable. If it weren't for the swollen human arm it was clutching in its mouth. There seemed to be secrets within the Lord's mansion. Her intuition told her the secrets here would surely be intriguing. Zhao Xiaoqiao showed an expression of interest. The jumpers sensed the queen's will and rushed toward the Lord's mansion. Roar! Roar, roar, roar. The light-spiked lion beast sensed the threat from Zhao Xiaoqiao and roared fiercely, the swollen human, severed arm crashing heavily to the ground. This was an untamed light-spiked lion beast. With a casual wave of her hand, Zhao Xiaoqiao summoned mutated cockroaches to swarm forward. Poo poo poo. The mutated cockroaches successfully attacked the beast, and after several rounds of spitting, it was dealt with. The jumpers entered the Lord's mansion to scout and found no threats. Zhao Xiaoqiao followed and discovered a roughly 20-square-meter underground entrance amidst the ruins. The black iron door had been destroyed by the light-spiked lion beast, and a chilling wind blew from the entrance, which resembled the mouth of a ravenous beast. The insufficient light did not affect the queen's vision, and Zhao Xiaoqiao saw a spiraling staircase leading downward. The dark, hard staircase formed a stark contrast with the white ruins of the buildings. Jumpers, go down and scout. The jumpers received their mission and happily jumped down. After confirming that no traps were triggered, Zhao Xiaoqiao also entered the passage. A clear sound of painful groans reached Zhao Xiaoqiao's ears. This groan was different. It was steady and smooth, devoid of any vitality, as if it were merely a vibration of air produced by a stress response. The culture medium for tumor masses, tap tap tap. The sound was crisp and rhythmic as Zhao Xiaoqiao walked down the spiraling staircase in her high heels. With her keen sense of smell, the insect queen detected a decaying odor, like maggots rotting in the soil. Yet, in that deep darkness, it seemed to hide some kind of taboo, some sort of evil. Could it be that beneath the Lord's mansion of the light fanatics, there lurked evil? Roar, roar, roar. The roar of the light-spiked lion beast echoed from within. Her acute hearing allowed Zhao Xiaoqiao to clearly sense that these light-spiked lion beasts had not yet been fully tamed and still retained their wildness. The radiant spiked lion, the guardian beast of the radiant church, exuded an imposing presence. Zhao Xiaoqiao stepped through the crooked gate and entered the underground chamber. What she saw made even the ethereal flames in the eyes of the insect queen flicker. Low growls echoed. The radiant spiked lion was feeding. Feeding was a normal sight, yet it was tearing into living humans. If those grotesquely swollen, tumor-ridden bodies could still be called human, soft moans escaped them, devoid of any vitality, seemingly only to indicate that they were still alive. However, the queen's ethereal energy extended, and her mental tendrils allowed Zhao Xiaoqiao to sense the pain of those who were trapped in a state of neither life nor death. These individuals were still alive, their bodies covered in grotesque flesh growths, while the radiant spiked lion opened its massive jaws, tearing at the flesh and swallowing hungrily. The radiant spiked lion, a symbol of the Radiant Church's authority, was nothing more than a beast nourished by living human flesh. This contradiction truly reflected the nature of the Radiant Church, which explained why it had been chosen by them. Zhao Xiaoqiao frowned slightly, and then summoned a virtual camera from the radiant tree, capturing several images with sharp clicks. After that, she closed her eyes, and in the darkness, countless points of light appeared, one of which was particularly large. She reached out with her will to touch that light. "Look, I've discovered a secret," she communicated with her fellow queen, who was also powerful in ethereal energy, allowing them to exchange thoughts over a distance. After discussion, both queens concluded that releasing these photos now would be futile, as it wouldn't effectively strike at the radiant god. They decided to wait until a critical moment to reveal them. Wait. The whisper of the sovereign resonated in Zhao Xiaoqiao's heart. A colossal will descended upon her, filling her like the blazing sun in endless skies, saturating every corner of her being. Zhao Xiaoqiao found herself at a loss for words to describe the greatness of this will. "Sovereign," she murmured, her body trembling with excitement. She knew Lin Yuan had filled her body and was using her eyes to observe everything before her. Those peculiar tumor-like masses likely contain useful genes. Bring them back. I will execute all your will. The sovereign's intent withdrew, and Zhao Xiaoqiao took a deep breath. Let those humans be freed. With a surge of thought, the jumping insects surged forth, tearing the radiant spiked lion into pieces while simultaneously destroying the human cultivation bases. The flesh and blood of these beasts would transform into nutritious organic compounds, stored within the jumping insects to provide energy for their long-distance pursuits. Meanwhile, the genes from the human cultivation bases would be brought back to the main nest. Suddenly, a transformation occurred. A deafening roar echoed as the wall at the end of the chamber suddenly exploded. Amidst the splashes of bricks and stones, a creature resembling an elephant, the luminous spiked lion beast, charged out. This luminous spiked lion beast was indeed quite special, but before Zhao Xiaoqiao could carefully observe its unique features, a swarm of jumping insects had already rushed forward. The massive beast, resembling an elephant, fell to the ground with a loud crash and, in the blink of an eye, went silent. Zhao Xiaoqiao expressed her hope that the luminous spiked lion beast could contribute some useful genes, even just a 0-1 would suffice. Although, based on the beast's appearance and its feeble strength, the probability seemed negligible. Roar. Another thunderous roar echoed, accompanied by heavy footsteps. A gigantic figure emerged from the dust at the breach in the wall. Zhao Xiaoqiao focused on the massive, irregular shadow, and her psychic energy allowed her to perceive that it still possessed the will of a human. As the dust settled, a humanoid creature, resembling a massive bear, stood quietly. The enormous shadow twisted in the dim light, and just its presence created an illusion of the air becoming dense. This was a human, but its body was covered in giant tumor-like masses, and its facial features were distorted into gaps, twisted in an eerie manner. Jumping insect. What, another one? What a day of good fortune this is. Wait a minute. Zhao Xiaoqiao raised her hand, and the jumping insects halted their charge abruptly, some even tumbling forward. Hiss. The jumping insects, diligent and compliant, expressed no dissatisfaction but could only scratch their heads in grievance. Of course, the insect queen did not command the jumping insects to stop simply because it was a human. Instead, it was when she subconsciously tried to probe the mind that she discovered her will was blocked by an invisible wall. From this, it could be inferred that the human before her possessed remarkable psychic potential and an incredibly resilient will. The nearly 4-meter-tall figure cast a large shadow, the tumor-like masses pulsating, and the humanoid monster exuded a powerful sense of oppression. Zhao Xiaoqiao remained unfazed, squinting her eyes and saying, "You seem to have something to say." The humanoid monster nodded, and its voice emerged in broken, boxy tones, sounding like the low growl of a beast, unclear in meaning. It appeared somewhat agitated, pointing at the jumping insects, seemingly wanting to convey something, but still unable to articulate complete words. "Take your time, speak slowly, and let down your guard. I can sense your thoughts," Zhao Xiaoqiao said. Boom. Suddenly, the humanoid monster knelt down, heavily bowing its head to the ground. Zhao Xiaoqiao took 2 steps back, not out of fear, but shock. Despite being subjected to such inhumane torment as a living specimen, this human still maintained a clear self-awareness, showcasing the resilience of its willpower. It was akin to steel forged through fire. Such a person would not easily kneel in submission. The flow of psychic energy made Zhao Xiaoqiao sense the emotional fluctuations coming from the other party, as if they had been searching for her, or rather, searching for the jumping insects. The voice of the humanoid creature was intermittent. Are you saying you've been looking for them? The insect queen pointed at the jumping insects. She couldn't hear the specific words, but the humanoid creature had already released its consciousness, and she could feel its thought waves. You want to find the jumping insects. Find the evolution city. You want to rely on Lin Yuan. The humanoid creature nodded frantically. Bring him back. Lin Yuan's will descended once more. The ruler had this power, controlling everything about the swarm. I will execute all your will. Zhao Xiaoqiao looked at the humanoid creature and said, Come with me. I'll take you to find Lin Yuan. The sound of water droplets hitting the ground echoed. Zhao Xiaoqiao thought that must be the sound of blood splashing onto the ceiling, dripping onto the cold stone floor. 054 Destroyer, Aberration. The Lightbringer is dead. Although the lords felt this news was utterly absurd at first. However, the name of the Lightbringer on the regional lord roster indeed turned a dull gray. Lin Yuan is amazing, the great god Lin Yuan. A true iron-blooded man, a passionate real man. Yuan Sanfang. If he doesn't take action, it's fine, but once he does, it shakes my mom for 300 years. Qian Duozai. Darkness lasts like a long night. Lin Yuan shines for 10,000 years. The regional communication channel was bustling with excitement. The lords felt electric currents coursing through their bodies, leaving them stunned. The Lightbringer and Zhou Qing were completely different concepts. Behind Zhou Qing was just one of the 9 great families of Zhuke City, while behind the Lightbringer was the entire Church of Light. But Lin Yuan didn't care. As long as these two provoked him, they would all be wiped out, regardless of whether Lin Yuan was a madman. This audacity to raise the butcher's knife was truly impressive. They secretly warned themselves never to provoke Lin Yuan again. Lin Yuan's actions meant he was shouldering the pressure from the Church of Light, becoming the primary target for their attacks. The lords were overjoyed. With Lin Yuan standing in front, they could safely exchange resources from him, and the Church of Light would only seek trouble with Lin Yuan, leaving them out of it. Moreover, with the Lightbringer gone from the SC2 evolution zone, it felt incredibly relieving. Lin Yuan is truly a real man. His promises are worth 1,000 gold. I greatly admire him. Yuan Sanfang. Oh? How did you conclude this about promises, brotherly? Your information is too outdated. As far as I know, Yan Yi was sold by Zhou Qing during the alien cold wave. But she's doing just fine now, still in Lin Yuan's evolution city. Don't you find that curious? Yuan Sanfang. Speaking of which, it is indeed a bit strange. Brotherly, please tell me more, I'm all ears. It was that day under the bright tree when Lin Yuan made a promise to protect Yan Yi. So when she was in danger, he personally led the army to break through the raging tide of mutated corpses and rescued the isolated Yan Yi. Yuan Sanfang, I see. Lin Yuan truly keeps his word. To lead an army through the mutated cold tide for a promise. What kind of determination is that? Many ordinary lords, upon seeing the news about the two, developed a better impression of Lin Yuan. Compared to the scions of noble families, Lin Yuan's image aligns more with the kind of people-oriented leader they admire. Imagining this, Yan Yi expressed her helplessness. I wonder what they would think if they came to Evolution City. Just thinking about it is amusing, Zhao Xiaoqiao chuckled. Remembering how she brought that big guy to the swarm base not long ago, and how he fell into deep self-doubt, a smile unconsciously crept onto her face. Now, the enemies of the swarm not only include Zhou Qing from the 9 great families, but also the Bright Church. The ability to tame the Bright Thorn Lion beast indicates that the person is extraordinary. Someone informed me that he is the only heir of a white-robed archbishop. Yan Yi said seriously. He got it. Organizations like the Bright Church are naturally our enemies. The ways to cross regions are limited. By the time they come looking for us, the swarm will have expanded to an incomprehensible level, Zhao Xiaoqiao remarked, indicating there was no need to worry. In any case, we must not let our guard down. Yan Yi insisted on remaining vigilant. Just then, a powerful wave of ghost energy suddenly erupted from the split pool. Zhao Xiaoqiao and Yan Yi exchanged glances, and in a few leaps, they covered 100 meters, quickly heading towards the split pool. When they arrived, Lin Yuan was already standing there. Besides him, there was a towering behemoth. It had a human form, but its body was covered in viral strains from mutated insects, and the insect cells had merged with it, forming an external proliferating body that pulsated continuously, strong and fierce. This was the instinctive reaction of Yin Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao when they saw this giant, standing at 3 meters tall. Its grayish body surface was writhing with glossy, mutated insect organisms, making it suffocating just by appearance. The creature, named Broken Tooth, circled around Yin Yi, fully alert to the threat posed by this terrifying being. This creature was indeed a mutated insect, but Broken Tooth sharply sensed a certain unpleasant aura mixed within it. The proliferating body contained rich crystalline mineral elements, showcasing both toughness and biological activity. The mutated insect virus infected the cells in a completely different way, establishing a peculiar symbiotic relationship with it. That's right, very good. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied with the results of this experiment. In the main nest gene bank, detailed information about the symbiotic entity Stokov was stored. Lin Yuan, trying his hand at something new, incorporated his own understanding into the large figure before him. For instance, the design of its appearance was crafted by him personally, reflecting his practical aesthetic. How do you feel? Lin Yuan asked. Very good. I feel very good. I can hear our voices. I can sense your will is everywhere. The large figure replied in a muffled tone. By the way, we still don't know your name. Lin Yuan smiled and inquired. Cheng Yong, the large figure answered respectfully. I heard from Xiao Qiao that you once set out on a journey to find the City of Evolution, but were captured by the light bearers when passing through the City of Light, right? Why do you want to find me? Lin Yuan continued. Because you killed Zhou Qing and resisted the 9 great families. In the eyes of us commoners, you are hope. We are determined to join you and fight for you, which is why we set out on the road to find the City of Evolution. I see, Lin Yuan nodded. To be able to endure the raw evolution slime and then be reassembled, your willpower impresses me. Lin Yuan's voice was calm. I sense your heart is filled with rage. Now is the time for you to unleash it. From now on, you will be the destroyer, positioned beneath the queen in the swarm hierarchy. You will not have the power to establish a clan, but you can mobilize the swarm. In fact, Lin Yuan originally wanted to call him Stokov Experiment Number 001. But as someone well-versed in novels, he felt such a name might not be suitable. Then an idea struck him, and he came up with the powerful and unique name Destroyer. Now, the Destroyer Cheng Yong leads the swarm southward to resist the onslaught of dark creatures. I will execute all your will, Supreme Ruler. Cheng Yong did not bow, as he had already integrated into the whole. His loyalty to the ruler did not require any unnecessary gestures to express. Cheng Yong knew that with just a thought from the ruler, he would not hesitate to sacrifice himself. On the battlefield in the southern mountains, the dark creatures were desperately fleeing towards the City of Evolution to escape the erupting lava. They were numerous and varied, and in their bid for survival, they relentlessly delivered biological material and genes to the insect race. For the swarm, their numerical advantage seemed insignificant, to the extent that Lin Yuan and the 2 queens did not focus their attention on the battlefield in the southern mountains. This time, having dealt with the light bearers, they gained quite a bit. These tumor masses possessed multiple gene sequences and were the main materials for fungal tumor and aberration types. Lin Yuan checked the main nest gene bank. Aside from the common gene portion shared among various insect entities, the gene collection progress for each insect unit was as follows. Progress for the insect queen, 663. Progress for the stinging snake, 562. The genetic progress of the spine needle crawler, 701 for mutants, and 100 for the genetic progress of mutants themselves, which are a hybrid of human genes and simple alien insect genes. After unexpectedly acquiring key genetic sequences in the City of Light, the genetic sequence of the mutants was fully completed, allowing this heavy unit of the swarm to mutate directly from larvae. However, the genetic synchronization of the mutants was completed by the evolution chamber, and the first task Lin Yuan had to accomplish was to transform a worker bee into the evolution chamber. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yong was that type of person, and the worker bee transformed into the evolution chamber. The will of dominance spread throughout the swarm. A lucky worker bee was randomly selected, ending its relentless life as a miner and arriving at its final reward, a home. Even though this home was built from its own flesh and blood, it was still a home. The fortunate random worker bee ceased its incessant travels and quietly floated on the fungal blanket, and then, with a snap, the embryonic form of the evolution chamber revealed itself before Lin Yuan. The fungal blanket pulsed, inputting 750,000 units of biomass and 75 units of crystal, ore, and soon, The evolution chamber was completed. Compared to other structures, the evolution chamber stood out. Lin Yuan studied the genetic activation and began to observe it closely. The entire structure writhed strangely, and the evolution chamber itself possessed a complete skeleton, including a skull, spine, and ribs. This biological structure evidently originated from some giant space organism. Although the evolution chamber had a peculiar appearance, its function was incredibly powerful. It served as the military research center for the alien insects, enhancing the ground forces of the swarm through comprehensive genetic reinforcement, making them stronger and more efficient. It could grant the swarm sharper claws, more destructive acidic spines, and thicker exoskeletons. Its evolutionary functions were divided into 3 main categories with 9 projects: melee attack levels 1, 2, and 3 for the alien insects, ranged attack levels 1, 2, and 3, and exoskeleton levels 1, 2, and 3 for ground units. The unlocking of the swarm's evolution needed to be gradual. Only after completing level 1 evolution projects could one advance to level 2. In comparison to these evolutions, the genetic synchronization of the mutants was merely an additional minor function. Yay, we will also be enhanced then, Zhao Xiaoqiao exclaimed. You are overthinking it. Lin Yuan ruthlessly shattered her fantasy. The genes required for evolution apply to all alien insects and are highly inclusive. They are too complex and advanced, and I suspect we cannot find them in the shallow dark areas. Evolving the alien insect melee attack level 1 could simultaneously enhance all melee alien insects, such as jumping insects, nesting insects, mutants, and thunder beasts. What a powerful genetic sequence this is. Powerful gene sequences often appear only in either strong or unique organisms, making them significantly more challenging to obtain compared to the gene sequences of mutated cockroaches. I see. Zhao Xiaoqiao lowered her head, feeling dejected. Just then, the ground began to tremble again. A rumbling sound echoed, like distant thunder, and several crimson lines appeared in the far distance. Everyone knew that if viewed up close, these crimson lines were the erupting super-heavy magma. Master, I have led the swarm out. Cheng Yong felt a majestic power surging within him. His previously injured body was now radiating incredible vitality, and he felt better than ever, eager to unleash his strength. Go ahead. Lin Yuan mechanically nodded. Lost in the evolution chamber, responding to the outside world purely out of reflex. Standing next to Lin Yuan, Yan Yi frowned slightly, staring at Cheng Yong. Cheng Yong, you are the former vice captain of the Phoenix Warriors. The Phoenix Warriors, a 12th tier hero level unit, could not be created out of thin air by the light tree, but had to be selected from among humans. Those who met the criteria would ride the Firebird, don armor, and achieve 12th tier combat power with the light tree's blessing. It's me. I didn't expect anyone would recognize me, Cheng Yong admitted directly. Then why did you fall to the status of a commoner and get captured by the Lightbearer? Yan Yi asked. 15 years ago, I was assigned to track down the Dark Fury Berserk Bear. I didn't expect that there would be more than just the bear there. I was gravely injured, and my brothers fought to cover my retreat, but in the end, our entire unit was wiped out, determined to avenge them. I dragged my wounded body back to Zhuke City, only to be arrested immediately upon entering. The charge was violating military orders by leaving the city without permission. It was then that I realized I had fallen into a trap. Under the influence of the ethereal energy, Cheng Yong's voice had a deep resonance, adding a sense of experience to his narration. Though calm, everyone could sense the intrigue behind his words. Oh, who set you up? Yan Yi inquired. I rose from a commoner to the vice captain of the Phoenix Warriors, and after my arrest and exile, those who took over were all from the 9 major families. The identity of the puppet master doesn't even need evidence, Cheng Yong recounted calmly, as if he had never suffered injustice. I thought so. If you were an ordinary person, you wouldn't possess such a resilient will like you do, Zhao Xiaoqiao teased. Allow me to respectfully call you brother. Cheng Yong smiled and said, call me whatever you like, my queen. However, while tracking the Dark Fury Berserk Bear, I accidentally discovered a ruin. A ruin? Are you sure? Zhao Xiaoqiao exclaimed, and even Yan Yi's eyes widened. Ruins in the dark often contained lost blueprints of military units, war machines, and various unimaginable treasures, presenting a great opportunity for their territory. What type of ruins are they? Yan Yi asked quickly. I haven't entered to explore, so I can't be sure, Cheng Yong replied. There might be unique species inside the ruins that are not found in the dark world, which we cannot afford to miss. Lin Yuan raised his head. But it's still too early to discuss this. Let's first complete the task at hand. The larvae mutated into aberrations. The happy wriggling larvae faced their fate as enormous cocoons quickly took shape. 100,000 units of biomass, 200 units of crystal ore, and 75 units of high-energy gas surged into the pulsating cocoons. With a pop, the cocoons burst open, revealing ugly and massive heavy units of the swarm in front of Lin Yuan, who had to look up to see the entire figure of this colossal creature. Standing at 168 meters tall, its four supporting legs grew irregularly. Although its shape was unappealing, it had excellent stability. The long legs provided an advantage, allowing jumping insects and mutated cockroaches to run freely beneath it. Its two long arms were also oddly shaped, capable of easily crushing engineering tanks due to the large amount of crystal or elements integrated into them. Its body was covered with pus-filled sacs, serving as hosts for swarm viruses. The muscles, due to their high strength, appeared crystallized, reflecting a dark sheen. In conclusion, Lin Yuan summarized that this rough monster, made from crude genes, was highly practical and a product that met the standards of the swarm. With the gene for the Thunder Beast still a distant prospect, the aberration, as a heavy assault unit, could effectively fulfill the role of the Thunder Beast. The aberration declared, "The master is right. Although I am ugly, I am gentle. Crawl under me, and I will provide you a safe and warm haven." With a sudden attack, the arc of light erupted. The sound of popping filled the air as 100,000 cocoons burst open, and the larvae completed their mission, transforming into aberrations. Many people are insensitive to figures related to height and area. Here, a simple comparison can be made. 168 meters is one-third the height of a famous giant creature. If 100,000 such colossal beings appeared on Earth simultaneously, it could certainly be declared an apocalyptic disaster scenario. This type of monster is purely strong. Its sheer physical power is already terrifying. Cheng Yong was stunned. His consciousness had merged with the swarm, and he understood that this could become an ocean of insects at any moment. Units with similar combat power in the Arc of Light would require at least half a year for recruitment. Witnessing the birth of the aberration in person, even with a swarm consciousness as a foundation, Cheng Yong's shock made him gasp for the fresh air that had been purified by the fungal blanket. Lord Lin Yuan, esteemed ruler of the Fourth Evolution City. Greetings. The Bright Tree Network has detected the emergence of a new combat unit and requires a power assessment. Assessing the overall combat power of the new unit. The comprehensive power assessment has concluded, and the overall power level is 8th tier. Please name this unit. Note that this name will become the official designation of the Bright Tree Network. Naming successful. The official name of the new combat unit is Aberration. Would you like to upload the data for this unit? Confirm. Cancel. Please note. If you wish to trade the unit blueprints, you must upload the unit data. Cancel. The power of the aberration surprisingly reached the level of 8th tier, which was somewhat unexpected. However, such large heavy units consume a great deal of resources. After canceling the unit's public release, Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. This army consumed 10 billion units of biomass, 20 million units of crystal, ore, and 5 million units of high-energy gas. With a thought, Lin Yuan, who had not left his quarters for a long time, instantly grasped the overall condition of the swarm. Biomass was not a concern, and although there were still plenty of reserves of high-energy gas, it would be a waste to consume it without need. The extraction of high-energy gas was already extremely difficult, and the remaining stocks of the local lords in the evolution area might not sustain a large-scale production of the swarm in the future. The advantage of the swarm lies in its ability to quickly form a tide of insects when needed. With this emergency measure in place, the swarm only needed to maintain a certain scale when not required. Currently, the scale of the swarm was just enough to crush the beast tides surging from the southern mountains with a very low casualty ratio. Thus, it was clear that resource reserves were indeed better to have in abundance. The reserves of crystal ore were also nearly depleted, and that giant crystal vein was almost exhausted. It was necessary to expand resource production. Lin Yuan issued the order. "As you command, esteemed ruler," Zhao Xiaoqiao saluted. Just then, Lin Yuan's brow furrowed. Zhao Xiaoqiao shivered, nearly losing her balance. Could it be that the ruler was dissatisfied with my attitude? Oh no, I should not have been so casual. What kind of punishment would the ruler impose on me? Zhao Xiaoqiao slowly squatted down, trembling all over, her face flushed. However, after waiting for a long time, she did not receive any reprimand from Lin Yuan. At that moment, the spore crawlers, which had been swaying like seaweed in the wind, suddenly retracted their tubes, aiming their nozzles in the same direction. Puff, puff, puff. The green spore balls shot into the sky like cannonballs. Enemy attack. Zhao Xiaoqiao suddenly stood up, realizing that anyone who could bypass the three-dimensional surveillance network she had personally set up was certainly not an easy opponent. She looked up at the sky, but found it completely empty, with only a few royal insects resembling decorative hot air balloons. What was going on? Is the enemy out of my sight? Or can they become invisible? No matter how the enemy approaches the main nest, they cannot escape the vast perception of the spore crawlers. The spore crawler's jet speed is incredibly fast, continuous like a pea shooter at 10 times speed. Green spore balls shot into the darkness, followed by a few explosions. As green acidic liquid began to corrode a damaged flat object in the distant dark sky, this flat object emitted a faint white light at its edges, revealing intricate patterns. What is this? Lin Yuan asked. This is the light arc of the Church of Light, capable of carrying thousands of people through the mid-darkness region, Cheng Yong replied. My goodness, transporting thousands through the mid-darkness region. I've never heard of such a thing. Zhao Xiaoqiao exclaimed in astonishment. Are there many of these light arcs? Yin Yi inquired. Cheng Yong shook his head. Not many. They are considered rare within the Church of Light. It seems the illuminated one indeed has a significant background. Just after we took him down, the Church of Light is already eager to send the light arc for revenge, Lin Yuan chuckled. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A chaotic, sharp sound erupted as humans clad in fine light armor rode bat-like creatures charging out of the darkness. These are the Qilin Bat Cavalry of the Zhou family, a unique elite unit of the 8th rank, belonging to the upper echelon of the Zhou family's forces, Cheng Yong explained. More and more Qilin Bat Cavalry burst forth from the darkness, their numbers just over 1,000. They were incredibly agile, maneuvering effortlessly within the firepower net of the spore crawlers. As expected of the Zhou family's unique 8th rank elite unit, they do possess some strength. Having witnessed such a spectacular performance, Lin Yuan couldn't help but applaud. Worker bees transformed into spore crawlers. In that instant, another 206 worker bees enjoyed the rewards of their hard work, successfully rooting into the mycelium blanket, transforming into spore crawlers. The anti-air firepower instantly doubled, appearing like a barrage shooting upwards. A few screams echoed as 7 or 8 Qilin Bat cavalry members fell from the sky, separated from their mounts. The jumping insects, mutated cockroaches, lay in wait, eagerly anticipating the Qilin Bat cavalry's fall, instantly thrilled. It must be said that as an 8th rank unit, the Qilin Bat cavalry wielded remarkable power. When spore balls hit them, their bodies would manifest energy shields resembling blue snake scales, allowing them to withstand the impacts and explosions. However, they couldn't hold on for long. Faced with the dense swarm of spore crawlers, the Qilin Bat cavalry could no longer maintain their position and had to choose to dive down. They aimed to land near the main nest to launch a lightning strike against Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan immediately beamed with joy. After being cooped up in the main nest for a while, some excitement was finally coming his way. ZZZZ, gray-hued, ethereal lightning gathered in his hands. The swarm had grown stronger over time, and the ethereal energy feedback to Lin Yuan had increased accordingly. Coupled with the feedback power of the bright tree's territory, the ethereal energy in Lin Yuan's hands rapidly expanded, the vast energy spreading outward. Just as Lin Yuan was preparing to enjoy the moment, he suddenly heard a loud roar. It is our negligence that has forced the ruler to take action. Please allow me to make amends. Cheng Yong suddenly stood up, his feet pushing off the ground. And with a thunderous crash, he launched forward like a battering ram, directly smashing the azure-scaled bat cavalry into pieces. Lin Yuan, the fungus blanket that was being crushed into a pit and was now writhing to recover. May I ask if you have any manners? Puff, puff, puff. The azure-scaled bats were exploded by spore-ridden insects, and the sky erupted with bursts of green fireworks. The aberrant creature stepped forward, covering 100 meters in just a few strides, and slapped upwards at the free-falling azure-scaled bat cavalry. A strong wind suddenly swept through as the enormous hand of the aberrant creature generated pressure and slapped towards the azure-scaled bat cavalry. Bang! The body of the azure-scaled bat cavalry spun and flew out. Lin Yuan saw their finely crafted light armor crack open, muscles trembling like waves, followed by blood spraying from their 7 orifices. Were the 8th-tier elite azure-scaled bat cavalry strong? Of course, they were strong. Otherwise, they wouldn't be the main force of a prominent family like the Zhou family. Unfortunately, they encountered the aberrant creature, a heavy giant beast that could not be shaken by their small, mobile units. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of flesh colliding continued. The azure-scaled bat cavalry was batted around like flies, with blood mist occasionally appearing in the sky. Ah, monsters! You monsters! You have revealed yourselves. The army of Zhuke City and the Legion of the Bright Church will trample this place. The azure-scaled bat cavalry, eyes bloodshot, roared irrationally. Ah, die. Taking out a spherical object from his chest, the azure-scaled bat cavalry laughed heartily, as if he could already see the moment the swarm would be annihilated. Boom. 20 mushroom-shaped white flames suddenly erupted, incinerating a large number of jumping insects and mutated cockroaches into ashes, even killing more than 10 aberrant creatures. However, neither the timely evading destroyer Chungyong nor the two insect queen figures felt anything for their deaths. Moreover, do the Yicheng even have the concept of death? The three insect generals transformed from humans held a reserved opinion on this matter. Lin Yuan sighed silently, was standing at a distance and watching the show the fate of the ruler, letting the swarm charge into battle while sitting safely in the main nest as if nothing was wrong. Was that really okay? Jumping insects, king insects, aberrant creatures, mutated cockroaches. MMP. Ruler, have you inherited some kind of bad human trait? What was that trait called again? Right, Versailles? Useless thinking. I suggest the master immediately return to the original split pool for reconstruction. Also, master, just stay in the main nest. We like to take risks, got it? Lin Yuan. I always feel that the bugs around me are looking at me strangely, with both disdain and a sense of disappointment. Am I overthinking my research and having hallucinations? Shaking his head, Lin Yuan expelled this unrealistic thought from his mind. The mushroom-shaped white flames were powerful, killing several bugs and burning away large areas of the fungal blanket. If it weren't for the spore crawler's keen discovery of the arc of light, the azure scale bat cavalry would have suddenly appeared above the main nest, dropping this mushroom ammunition on Lin Yuan's head. This is the Purifier's forgiveness, explained Chungyong. The arc of light. The Purifier's forgiveness was knowledge that the City Lord's reserve had never learned about. Indeed, it seems that in any world, the truth of the world gathers at the top of the pyramid. Lin Yuan reflected. They might still possess even more terrifying weapons. Chungyong, please upload everything you know later. This attack was my oversight. I should strengthen the monitoring network of the swarm. Without the gene of the surveillance king bug, I can only propagate more spore crawlers. Spore crawlers are always present and can move across the fungal blanket by rooting and uprooting, enjoying early mutations. Although they consume biomass daily, in this dark world, the least of our worries is biomass, as dark creatures are endless. They appear from nowhere. And since the era of light began, there has never been a report of any major region completely eradicating dark creatures. In this regard, Lin Yuan felt quite satisfied. On this day, another 120,000 worker bees were forced to abandon their dreams of mining day and night, existing in the swarm in another way. I'll plan their positions carefully. Yin Yi began her complex calculations again. The firepower cross-network she set up had just demonstrated immense power. If not for the spore crawler's clever positioning, those 3 mushroom cloud bombs might have actually landed on Lin Yuan's head. There is something I find very strange, Zhao Xiaoqiao said. Why is it that the Arc of Light is not loaded with the followers of the faith, but with the azure scaleback cavalry of the Zhou family? Yin Yi responded. It's simple. The Radiant One had an incident here, and a senior from the Radiant Faith branch in Zhuke City wanted to please the Radiant One's father, thus bypassing strict regulations to privately use the Arc of Light. At the same time, Zhou Xiong wanted to avenge his son and also please this senior from the Radiant Faith, so the two sides hit it off perfectly. I see. So it's that senior from the Radiant Faith who deployed the Arc of Light, and the Zhou family provided the manpower. If anything goes wrong, the Zhou family will take the blame. Zhao Xiaoqiao understood. TSK, it's really complicated. Human beings are indeed complex. This kind of thing is called scheming and cunning. Yin Yi said with a smile. She let out a gentle breath, feeling relaxed all over. It's wonderful not to have the winding troubles of the insect swarm. She thought to herself. On the other side, Chungyong also embarked on the path of battle. Hundreds of thousands of mutated beings moved simultaneously, resembling a city on the move. Chungyong would lead them to deliver a devastating strike against the dark creatures fleeing from the southern mountains. These adorable creatures, with both biomass and genes, would certainly not be overlooked by Lin Yuan. In the distance, the eruption of the Eye of Hell escalated. with volcanic ash swirling and drifting towards the SC2 evolution zone in the flickering light. From afar, it looked like the mouth of a devouring demon. As the temperature rose, the snow and ice from the alien cold wave began to melt, and the sound of flowing water resembled the veins of a giant rising from the earth, bleeding. Shadows loomed over the SC2 evolution zone, casting a pall over the heads of 800,000 lords. Li-9-9, it won't be long before the dark creatures flood into our territory, right? Yuan Sanfong. Yes, everyone must do their best to defend. We must seize the day and not worry about the future. Qian Duozai. Exactly, once people die, there's nothing left. Shuakai. It's easy for you to say. You're backed by great families with abundant resources, so you have nothing to worry about. What about us grassroots lords? Sure Fei, the impact of the dark creatures is imminent, and then there are the terrifying volcanic demons. Shouldn't Zhuge City provide us with material support at such a time? Why haven't we seen a single thing yet? 058 Dark Flying Army Zhuakai. After the 9 great families took control of Zhuge City, they wouldn't just stop preparing development materials for us, right? Sure Fei. To the 9 great families, we common lords are nothing at all. Letting us fend for ourselves allows them to control more territories, right? Zhuakai and Sure Fei ignited the topic, filling the regional communication channel with denunciations of the 9 great families. Yuan Sanfong, Li-9-9, and Qian Duozai, members of the 9 great families, discreetly fell silent. They knew these denunciations had no effect on the 9 great families, as they could choose to be responsible for the common lords or not. This is the dark world. The one with the strongest fist makes the laws. He Yuan, what are you shouting about? Why must the 9 great families provide resources to aid you? Are their resources just blown in by the wind? Jin Xingming. Exactly. I see some people are just ungrateful. If it weren't for the 9 great families supporting the old city lord and implementing education, how could you commoners become enlightened lords? He Yuan. They're all ungrateful wolves. If it weren't for the 9 great families guarding Zhuge City, you would have long been food for the dark creatures. Not knowing gratitude now, you still want to cling to the 9 great families and suck their blood. TSK. As the lords engaged in a war of words on the regional communication channel, confusion filled their hearts. The eye of hell had erupted, and those dark creatures should have already surged into the evolution area. So why was there no sign of activity around their territories? I'm too lazy to argue with you sycophants. Your masters haven't even spoken yet you're so eager to jump in. Speaking of which, my territory is only surrounded by weak dark creatures like mud rats and carrion worms. What about you? I haven't noticed any signs of dark impact. Here, I've encountered many herbivorous lethargic caterpillars emerging from the ground, one replied. These lethargic caterpillars usually hide underground. Now, with the rising temperatures and abundant water sources, naturally, they come out. However, it's really strange that there are no signs of dark impact, another remarked. The lords were filled with doubts, uncertain of what was happening. Many of the lesser lords felt insecure due to their lack of subsequent resources. They knew that even if they survived the dark impact, what awaited them next would be the annexation by the major families. The reason those major families hadn't taken action yet was simply that their lords were fully focused on developing their territories and couldn't spare the effort. In the 3-sided city, Yuan Sifong sighed deeply. In the city of Nainai, Li Nainai looked at the chat messages in silence. As a young man, he had once aspired to change the world. However, being a direct descendant of a major family, he was burdened with too many entanglements. He lacked the courage and ability to break through the layers of barriers. Perhaps someone could change all of this. How extraordinary that talent must be. A strong wind surged, creating a dull sound as a mutated creature slapped a 6th-tier rock serpent into a flat pancake. Another 6th-tier wild boar stood out, strong and robust, charging through the beast tide and crushing countless small animals. Upon seeing the mutated creature, it showed defiance and charged forward with a loud rumble. The 3 mutated creatures exchanged glances. This won't do. They swiftly responded with 2 powerful slaps that ripped the 6th-tier wild boar apart. After 100,000 mutated creatures joined the battlefield, the swarm became unstoppable, pushing back against the tide of dark creatures and advancing towards the eruption of the Eye of Hell. In the game, mutated creatures seemed insignificant, but when this colossal entity appeared in reality, just one slap was enough to leave people in shock. Lin Yuan wanted to understand the actual combat strength of the mutated creatures, so he kept a close watch on their movements. On the battlefield, these seemingly clumsy monsters exhibited overwhelming combat power. Those large dark creatures, which would normally require a lot of jumping insects and mutated cockroaches to deal with, now faced only three possible fates: being turned into meat patties, chunks, or mush. In the shallow dark regions, what could possibly stop the swarm? Unless there was an air force composed of more than 1,000,000 fifth-tier or above dark flying creatures. However, is this possible? Clearly, it is not. Over 3,000 years of the Bright Era, no similar records have appeared. With nothing challenging, Lin Yuan felt somewhat bored and even lost interest in research. Just then, a dense sound of wings flapping echoed as a massive flying creature broke through the dark clouds and came into view. Various ambiguous objects fell from the sky like a torrential rain. In an instant, flames erupted and corrosive liquids splashed, while bone spears rained down like a storm. A large number of jumping insects perished, and many mutated cockroaches were also severely injured. Although the aberrant creatures could withstand the onslaught, they could only passively endure the attacks. Why did reality always contradict what was taught in the Lord's Reserve? Lin Yuan was filled with questions. He began to doubt that the teachings in the Lord's Reserve were all wrong and that historical records were complete nonsense. Swarm, retract the defense line. Under Qingyang's command, the swarm had no choice but to retreat. There were too many flying creatures, and the swarm was losing members every second. The swarm did not fear death, but unnecessary losses were clearly unwarranted. Qingyang could only lead the swarm back to the spore crawler's position on the fungal blanket. The spore crawlers could not leave the fungal blanket primarily because they could only survive on it. Once they left, they would bleed out and perish shortly thereafter. The secondary reason was that spore crawlers could only take root on the fungal blanket, and without rooting, they could not launch spores. With no proactive anti-air fire and no assistance from the fungal blanket tumors for expansion, Lin Yuan swarm's weaknesses were fully exposed in front of the dark creatures filling the sky. The dark flying creatures pressed their advantage but were directly deterred by the spore crawlers. However, these dark flying creatures seemed to have locked onto the swarm, lingering just outside the spore crawler's range without any intention of leaving. Toxic winged pterosaurs, 6th-tier commander-level dark creatures. Flying fire toads, 6th-tier commander-level dark creatures. Multi-segment ring bone spear insects, 6th-tier commander-level dark creatures. As a former hero-level warrior, Qingyang was experienced and quickly recognized several troublesome dark flying creatures. At this moment, it felt like an exhibition of ultimate flying dark creatures in shallow darkness, with various 6th-tier commander-level monsters emerging one after another. Their appearance suppressed the swarm completely. The dark creatures stopped at a distance, their roars intertwining, and their ferocious gazes locked onto the swarm. They were gathering strength, planning to break through the swarm's defenses in one fell swoop. The Evolution City was at the end of the mountain pass, flanked by towering mountains, which left the dark creatures no choice but to charge toward the direction of Evolution City. The native species of the stinging serpent, along with the dark flying creatures, seemed to be provoking with empty shots. Fortunately, there were no long-range attacks from powerful warships. Otherwise, even the spore crawlers wouldn't be able to withstand this group of dark beings. Watching their arrogant behavior, Lin Yuan was left speechless. Just moments ago, he had been boasting about the invincibility of the swarm, only to be mercilessly defeated by reality the next moment. Lin Yuan thought to himself, if there were stinging serpent dragons, how would these petty creatures dare to be so reckless? At that moment, Yan Yi contacted him. Yan Yi, Lin Yuan, I saw someone say that he discovered a herbivorous sluggish worm. And isn't the native mutation of the stinging serpent derived from a special herbivorous sluggish worm? Whether through the will of the swarm or the authority of the light tree, Yan Yi could directly reach out to Lin Yuan. And she chose the communication line of the light tree. Lin Yuan, oh, give me his name, and I will contact him personally. After Yan Yi passed on the information about Sci-Fi, she said, Yan Yi, are you really going to contact him yourself? This kind of small matter can be left to me. Lin Yuan, I have other tasks for you. There are still some remnants of the light arc. I think someone will be interested in it, so you should contact those buyers. Yan Yi, all right, I'll go do that. Just as Lin Yuan was about to reach out to Sci-Fi, the voice of Master Ruler Zhao Xiaoqiao unexpectedly chimed in. What is it? Lin Yuan was filled with questions. I want to borrow your experimental chamber. Zhao Xiaoqiao expressed her intention, stating that the followers of the Light God and the Zhou family dared to attempt an assault on the ruler, and she couldn't let it slide without retaliation. I already have a brilliant plan in mind. Fine, that's approved. You can proceed with it. Lin Yuan agreed. Huh. Zhao Xiaoqiao elongated her tone. But I haven't even mentioned my plan yet. It's just using the genes of Zhou Qing and Mu Guangzhe. It's nothing special. You go contact Shifei. Lin Yuan waved his hand, signaling Zhao Xiaoqiao to take a step back. Zhao Xiaoqiao, her cheeks puffed in frustration, but unable to refuse the ruler's command, reluctantly opened her message panel. Zhao Xiaoqiao, hey, is this Shifei? Quickly tell me your territory location. Zhao Xiaoqiao, don't worry, I have no other intentions. Mu Guangzhe, Zhou Qing? Yes, it was indeed us. They brought this upon themselves. Zhao Xiaoqiao, are you going to tell me or not? Don't test my patience. If you don't, I'll just eliminate you directly. Before long, Zhao Xiaoqiao stood atop a mutated creature, leading the swarm into action. Sigh. Unlike the ruler who possesses infinite will and doesn't have to deal with everything personally, lacking elite troops like the Fangya, I have to handle everything myself. It's truly a laborious fate. In the experimental chamber of the main nest, Lin Yuan was performing a smooth and flowing gene editing operation. A person's experiences may not be determined by genetics, but their physical appearance is entirely represented by genes. 3 tentacles extended out and then split into countless nanofibers. These nanofibers are both soft and resilient, rich in high-energy gas, capable of performing gene-level welding tasks. The nanofibers penetrated the primordial evolutionary slime, and the genes of the individuals automatically emerged. When it comes to human genetics, Lin Yuan is quite familiar. Under his smooth operation, the genes of both were quickly edited. Soon, their embryos took shape, and under catalysis, the bodies of Zhou Qing and Mu Guangzhe rapidly grew to adult size. Although their appearance resembles that of humans, their insides had been completely assimilated by the swarm virus. When Zhao Xiaoqiao returns, he will hand these 2 tools over to her for further operation. He hopes she can bring back the original genes of the stinging snake. Lin Yuan lamented the lack of actively engaged alien insect units. In fact, there are genes of dark flying biological units in the gene pool. As long as Lin Yuan is willing, he could instantly produce a large number of flying troops. However, those genes are seen as worthless trash in Lin Yuan's eyes, utterly useless. After billions of years of evolution, the alien insects have filtered out creatures like jumping insects and mutated cockroaches, whose genes perfectly embody efficiency, making dark organisms incomparable. It's ridiculous that producing a 5th-tier organism requires 200,000 units of biomass. Even if the swarm were wiped out, he wouldn't create such garbage. Lin Yuan expressed that he is very picky and has a unique taste. Those genes from dark organisms do not appeal to him at all. If he had the legendary ability of the Evolution Master Abaser, he might be able to merge these genes and create entirely new and powerful alien insects. Right now, he needs to learn. Time is precious, and Lin Yuan dived back into the experimental chamber. Shifei's territory is quite far, and Zhao Xiaoqiao returns to the main nest 3 days later. Ha! This time I discovered 6 different species of inert herbivorous caterpillars. Praise me, Zhao Xiaoqiao exclaimed. So, Lin Yuan, how many match the original genes of the stinging snake? She eagerly asked. Only some fragments match. The current progress of the stinging snake's genes is at 2,367. Lin Yuan replied, looking up. You found 6 different species of inert herbivorous caterpillars on the way. Are they that common? Lin Yuan asked. Well, the ice and snow from the mutated cold wave have melted into water, and these inert herbivorous caterpillars have come out from underground to mate. I saw many different colors along the way, Zhao Xiaoqiao nodded. Xiaoqiao, we can send the jumping insects out to search and bring back the genes of these inert caterpillars. Yan Yi suggested. Zhao Xiaoqiao smiled. That's exactly what I meant. By the way, master, are those 2 tools ready? Lin Yuan casually pointed behind him, and 2 naked men walked out from the main nest. Looking at their appearance, weren't they Zhou Qing and Mu Guangzhe? Zhao Xiaoqiao disdainfully curled her lips. According to rumors, Zhou Qing had harmed many girls relying on his family's influence, but unexpectedly, his endowment was about as substantial as a toothpick. Truly, the more one lacks something, the more they try to prove otherwise. After Zhou Qing's death, his sordid deeds were exposed, and he was condemned by thousands, leaving a notorious legacy. The burly men who surrounded Yan Yi during the heavy rain were all Zhou Qing's subordinates. It was a remote and dark alley where Lin Yuan had just returned from the nearby black market after purchasing materials, but he was short of some corpses. Thus, out of humanitarianism, He enthusiastically invited those burly men to his laboratory. With Zhou Qing's actions being revealed, many lords' opinions of Lin Yuan skyrocketed, praising him as a true man who feared no power. 060 Bright City Lord, talents of the swarm? Lin Yuan pointed at 2 replicants and said, "Take them." "But how did you manage to get these 2 tools into Zhuke City?" Ding. Zhao Xiaoqiao playfully took out 2 teleportation talismans from behind her. These teleportation talismans were found on the Mu Guangzhe, right? Yin Yi was quite surprised. Zhao Xiaoqiao beamed with pride. Haha, yes, but they weren't found. It was a close call. When he was about to self-destruct, I threw him into the air, and these 2 talismans fell from him. Just then, a notification sound rang, and Lin Yuan received a message from Li Nai. The 2 queens also had access and coincidentally began to check the message. Seeing this, Lin Yuan established a chat group for the 4 of them and set up a sharing function. So any messages sent to Lin Yuan outside of the swarm would be displayed in this chat group. Li Nai, Master Lin Yuan. I have received news that the Bright Church has invested massive resources into 27,000 fanatics. And the Zhou family has also poured considerable supplies into their 500 Death Lord subordinates. They are likely to pose a threat to you. Their coordinates are as follows. Bright Affiliated City 1, 6422, 0035, 8875, 4001. Bright Affiliated City 2, 6422, 0036, 8875, 4003. Bright Affiliated City 3, 6422, 0036, 8875, 4004. Zhou Family Death City 1, 0375, 1123, 335, 3201. Zhou Family Death City 2, 0375, 1123, 335, 32002. Zhou Family Death City 3, 0375, 1123, 335, 32003. Tisk, TSK. Li Nai's intelligence work is impressive. She knows the coordinates of others' territories in such detail, Zhao Xiaoqiao marveled. Now that the volcanic disaster has struck, isn't it normal to invest resources? Yin Yi expressed her doubts. Could he be using us to eliminate his obstacles? If it's for utilization, then it would be a win-win situation. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly and said, I had thought about eliminating these territories earlier to nip the thread in the bud. I didn't expect Li Nai to actively provide the coordinates. It seems he understands my intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yuan continued. However, he alone cannot pose a threat to the swarm. There's no need to overthink it. Just let him assimilate into the swarm. Truly worthy of the master. The 2 queens exclaimed, their hands cupped in admiration. Are you 2 bored? Hurry up and collect the genes of the inert herbivorous caterpillars. Cheng Yong is still waiting on the front lines. Lin Yuan commanded. Also, while collecting the genes, destroy those more than 20,000 bright territories for me. With that order, the queens could only comply and leave. Li Nai, Lin Yuan muttered the name. After several encounters, he realized that as a member of a prominent family, Li Nai's stance was quite unstable, and some of his actions were inconsistent with the profit-driven nature typical of such families. With this in mind, Lin Yuan sent a message to Li Nai, attaching several photos of Cheng Yong. Lin Yuan, young man, I see great potential in you. You are suitable for intelligence work. I lead the swarm, and if you join us, you will gain power. Image JPG, Image JPG, Image JPG, Li Nai. Am I seeing this right? Lin Yuan, the Great. Li Nai, I was initially thrilled that you invited me, but with this context, it really affects my suave and charismatic image. Let me think it over. Lin Yuan, young man, you're overly concerned. Once you join the swarm, you'll understand that looks are just fleeting. Li Nai, Lin Yuan. Can you show me what you look like now? Lin Yuan. All right, I don't usually show this to others, but this is my sincerity in inviting you to join the swarm. Image JPG, Image JPG, Image JPG, Li Nai. Haha, you're tricking me. You clearly said looks are just superficial, but why do you look like such a handsome figure? Lin Yuan. Although you speak the truth, don't think I'll let you off easily. No more nonsense. If you don't join the swarm, I'll eliminate you directly. Li Nai, that is not fair. Actually, I want to leverage my status as a direct descendant of the 9 major families to infiltrate the enemy's ranks and gather more valuable intelligence. Lin Yuan, good idea. Come to Evolution City first. I'll have you infected with a shallow-level aberrant virus, which will imprint the swarm's thinking onto you. This won't affect your appearance. Li Nai, But how do I get to Evolution City? Lin Yuan, send me your coordinates, and I'll dispatch a luxury giant insect to pick you up. Is the swarm merely a brute that relies on numerical superiority? Clearly not. Whether it's the Cerebrates from the first StarCraft or characters like Eliza and Naladra from the second, they are all highly intelligent individuals with both courage and strategy, whose cunning plans leave their enemies in despair. Many times, the swarm has utilized parasitic larvae and other alien creatures to gain the upper hand. Currently, Lin Yuan's swarm is still in the initial stage of mass production, but he is already scouting for individuals akin to Cerebrates. He can see that Li Nai has some grand ideal. Otherwise, he wouldn't abandon his large family. However, Lin Yuan did not ask Li Nai about it. His recruitment approach has always been straightforward. If you have a dream, join the swarm, and billions of brothers will help you realize it. Cheng Yong. As far as I know, there are many civilians seeking the city of evolution, traversing in the darkness. If the swarm encounters them, we can bring them back. Is there such a good thing? Opening oneself to transformation and being forced to accept it yield entirely different results. I merely eliminated the threat of the swarm. Yet I didn't expect to gain significant prestige among the civilians. Lin Yuan smiled. All right, everything is arranged. I should go study the gene bank now. As tentacles wrapped around Lin Yuan, his figure disappeared into the main nest. 061 Revenge of the Tools. The swarm has already passed its primitive development phase and can now launch multiple attacks. Yen Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao split into two teams, collecting the genes of the stinging snakes while simultaneously eradicating the fanatics of the light god cult and the assassins from the Zhou family. During this time, Li Nai arrived at the city of evolution, utterly confused, and was transformed by Lin Yuan. After the transformation, Li Nai constantly murmured to himself, "This overall feeling is really good. This is the world I want. This is what I desire. There are no barriers between people. I should have come here sooner." It seems he was very pleased with the outcome of the transformation. Lin Yuan noticed that Li Nai also possessed considerable potential for psychic energy. But the superficial infection from the swarm virus couldn't unleash his psychic potential, so he appeared much the same as before. Is it true that those who become light lords all have similar potential? This hypothesis remains to be proven. Lin Yuan then said, "Li Nai, if others have great ideals like you, they can join the swarm." Understood. Yuan Sanfeng also has many grievances against his large family, but he doesn't have my resolve. Leave it to me, and I will gradually influence him, Li Nai responded. That sounds great. Inside the Lord's mansion of Sanfeng City, Yuan Sanfeng sneezed several times, an inexplicable chill rising in his heart. He always felt as if something was watching him. However, after looking around, he saw that the Lord's mansion was quite safe and nothing seemed amiss. While Li Nai was undergoing transformation, two figures appeared at the teleportation platform in Zhuke City. The teleportation station was heavily guarded and equipped with multiple detection arrays, but unfortunately, none of these could detect the abnormalities of the two individuals. Mu Guang'er walked towards the Church of Light, while Zhou Qing returned to the Zhou family. The appearance of Mu Guang'er shocked the Church of Light greatly. Wasn't he supposed to be dead? Did he come back to life? Or was someone spreading false news for their own gain? After all, only the Lord of this region could see the Lord's registry. The prominent figures in Zhuke City could not glean information about the Lords in the SC2 evolution area from the Tree of Light. Thank the Goddess of Light, my child. You actually came back alive. That's wonderful, wonderful. When I heard the news of your death, I was engulfed in darkness. I prayed for a long time in front of the statue of the Mother Goddess of Light before I could soothe my heart's pain. The love of the Mother Goddess of Light has always enveloped you. You need to return to her embrace to heal your wounds. A kind elder in a splendid white robe opened his arms and welcomed Mu Guang'er, embracing him tightly. However, Mu Guang'er revealed a strange smile and raised his arms high, shouting, "Church of Light, RNM." In the next moment, his body exploded with a loud bang, scattering flesh and blood that carried a virulent virus and corrosive acid, enveloping the elder in white robes completely. 10 seconds later, the elder struggled and fell to the ground, his appearance completely unrecognizable at the moment of death. The white-robed bishop of Zhuke City was assassinated. Meanwhile, in the Zhou family, under the astonished gazes of everyone, Zhou Qing encountered his father, Zhou Xiong. "You are not my son." Zhou Xiong roared, "What exactly are you? Someone, take him down." The instinct of a father regarding his biological son made Zhou Xiong sense something unusual. Strip off his shirt. Zhou Xiong knew that Zhou Qing had been stabbed by a poisoned dagger in his childhood, leaving an incurable scar on his chest. With a tear, the shirt was ripped open, revealing Zhou Qing's chest, smooth and unblemished. "You are indeed not my son. Who are you?" Zhou Xiong's anger reached its peak, his eyes almost bursting with flames. Hee. Zhou Qing laughed eerily, shouting, "Old dog, watch closely. Your fate will be like mine." Then, Zhou Qing exploded with a bang, instantly killing several elite guards nearby, intestines and internal organs splattering everywhere, drenching Zhou Xiong. Zhou Xiong's eyes nearly split with rage. "Ah, don't let me find out who you are." Even though the person before him was not his son, witnessing someone who looked exactly like his son explode right in front of him tore open the scabs of his grief anew. Zhou Xiong was overwhelmed with pain, slipping into a brief moment of madness. "Lin Yuan, it must be that beast Lin Yuan. My son, rest assured in the underworld, I will avenge you." Zhou Xiong howled like a beast. He has many sons, but Zhou Qing, born of his deceased first wife, is the one he values the most. Zhou Xiong has invested a lot of effort into Zhou Qing, focusing on his development and holding high hopes for him. Zhou Qing has lived up to those expectations, having gained an A-level territory. A-level territory, Qingting City, was supposed to be the place where his son would soar, but unexpectedly, it was destroyed by Lin Yuan. Zhou Xiong is filled with hatred. In the southern mountains, at the frontline insect swarm position, Yong is under immense pressure. Dark flying creatures swarm out of the darkness like locusts, blocking out the light. They attempt to break through the line of spore crawlers, although they fail. The spore crawlers suffer heavy losses. It's not that the spore crawlers are weak, but this pass has limited space. And even if every inch is filled with spore crawlers, their aerial firepower has its limits. In the sky, dark flying creatures obscure the light, resembling low-hanging dark clouds pressing down on the insect swarm position. The number of hidden flying creatures in the darkness is unimaginable. They seem intent on riding on the faces of the swarm to unleash their attacks. These dark flying creatures can leap over mountains. Why are they so fixated on our base? They appear to be deliberately gathering to engage in a decisive battle with the swarm. Is it truly because of the 100,000 aberrant beings? In the shallow dark area, it's impossible to gather a large number of units above the 6th tier, or it would trigger an attack from the dark beast tide. The ruler should be aware of this, presumably. The ruler aims to completely eradicate the dark creatures in the SC2 evolution zone and expand to other regions after achieving absolute unity. Indeed, the ruler's vision and ambition are beyond our comprehension. Yong's face shows admiration. All of this is within the ruler's calculations. The stinger is about to emerge, and despite the challenges, they will all be devoured by the swarm. Yong's towering figure crackles with dark energy like faint lightning. And with the pulsating organic entity of the alien creature on him, he appears like a demon general. The gene collection progress of the swarm will not halt due to the targeting of the Light God Church or Zhou Xiong's hatred. Various forms of inert herbivorous caterpillars continue to be collected by the two queens. Stinger's gene progress. 336 Stinger's gene progress. 535 Stinger's gene progress. 792 until Yin Yi discovers a special inert herbivorous caterpillar covered in bristles. The gene progress of the stinger jumps directly to 100. The original genes of the stinger have been fully collected. The swarm's super powerful units, the kings of both air and ground, are finally about to appear. From now on, the swarm will begin a massive expansion, and its existence will make even darkness feel fear. Lin Yuan also rarely steps out of the laboratory, awaiting this historic moment. 062 Stinger emergence. Worker bees mutate into stinger nests. The random lucky worker bees not only experience the joy of mining, but are also about to feel the delight of becoming living structures. This truly is double happiness. The crystal, or in the claw, fell freely. The skeletal and fleshy components of the worker bees all expanded, with 1 million units of biomass, 100 units of crystal, ore, and 100 units of high-energy gas continuously flowing into the unformed living structure. Before long, a spiked serpent nest appeared on the fungal blanket. Compared to other alien insect structures, the spiked serpent nest is more brutal and carries a more dangerous aura. Its overall shape resembles a giant hand, curling 4 sharp-boned spikes, as if it were a sea monster's hand reaching out from a pitch-black ocean. At this moment, the genes of the spiked serpent were synchronized into the larvae, granting both the newly born and the wriggling larvae the ability to mutate into spiked serpents at any time. The spiked serpent nest, a mid-tier structure of the swarm. exudes a powerful presence just from its appearance. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction as the fungal blanket pulsated like never before, supplying energy to the spiked serpent nest. The genes of the inert herbivorous caterpillar were enveloped by the overloaded evolution matrix within the spiked serpent nest, undergoing a twisted assimilation akin to metamorphosis. These genes would become the raw materials for the most ferocious and brutal life forms in the swarm. The larvae mutated into spiked serpents. The sound of the larvae resonated together, and 1,000,000 cocoons instantly formed, looking like clumps scattered across the ground, quite a spectacle. Each spiked serpent requires 30,000 units of biomass, 100 units of crystal ore, and 50 units of high-energy gas. For 1,000,000 spiked serpents, that totals 30 billion units of biomass, 10 million units of crystal ore, and 5 million units of high-energy gas. Thanks to the dedication of the dark creatures, the biomass reserves have reached a massive level. So there's no need to worry. Crystal ore is also not rare. The two queens have already discovered 7 medium-sized crystal ore veins, and the worker bees are working diligently. However, the high-energy gas reserves are down to less than 300 million units, nearing a dangerous threshold for resource reserves, which might not support a large-scale production of soldiers. There's nothing to be done. Simply consuming without any stable source easily leads to such a situation. High-energy gas. Lin Yuan turned his gaze toward the volcanic eye of hell, which was erupting continuously. Where does high-energy gas come from? It is a special substance formed by geothermal eruptions, particularly common at the volcano's mouth. If there is a stable source of high-energy gas, then the development of the swarm would face no constraints. Now, they just need to wait for the spiked serpents to finish hatching. With a pop, 1,000,000 cocoons burst open simultaneously, and the spiked serpents emerged, covered in a viscous liquid. In that instant, Lin Yuan couldn't help but catch his breath. What kind of ferocious alien insect is this? It's hard to believe that such a terrifying creature could emerge even in the most astonishing nightmares. The mouth parts resembling those of a fearsome predator, the enormous blade-like limbs, and the bow-shaped body exude an aura of bloodthirsty violence. If anyone manages to escape from the serpent, they are truly unfortunate, for every night thereafter, the serpent will haunt their dreams. The hissing of the serpent resonates with a deep, hoarse echo as they collectively bow down to express their absolute reverence for Lin Yuan. The sight of 1,000,000 serpents bowing is nothing short of shocking. Lin Yuan's interest in the serpent is profound, with an unprecedented level of observation. Standing at 457 meters tall, it serves as a long-range attack unit for the swarm, with its uneven shell concealing highly toxic spines capable of targeting enemies from the air or ground. The spines, measuring 30 centimeters in length, are filled with potent poison. Propelled by the contraction of 4,000 muscle layers, they can be shot at supersonic speeds, easily penetrating alloy steel even at great distances. It is indeed a terrifying biological weapon. Lin Yuan continues to observe, noting its impressive melee capabilities as well. The serrated jaws have a biting force of 268 kilograms per 645 square centimeters, easily capable of severing organic tissue, bones, and even new types of alloy steel. The massive three-bladed sickle can slice through interstellar armor with ease. The high-density bone blades are connected to a set of high-strength ribbon-like muscles, allowing for powerful, lethal strikes in confined spaces like narrow corridors. The genes of the inert herbivorous caterpillar have been enhanced, giving the serpent a supercharged metabolic circulatory system. The genetically modified endocrine and adrenaline systems can continuously deliver special hormonal compounds into its bloodstream. These compounds effectively compel the serpent to survive and remain ready for combat at all times, which explains its bloodthirsty and ferocious nature. Originally, the inert caterpillar was a gentle creature that merely grazed and laid eggs daily, but now it has been transformed into a brutal and bloodthirsty killer. One can only say that the swarm's utilization of genetics has reached the pinnacle of the universe. The vast numbers of serpents will become the butchers of the battlefield, combining with the swarm's current forces of jumping insects, mutated cockroaches, and aberrant entities to produce a remarkable chemical reaction of 1311. Fourth-level evolution City Lord, esteemed Lin Yuan. Greetings. The Bright Tree Network has detected the emergence of a new combat unit, which requires a combat power assessment. Assessing the comprehensive combat capability of the new unit. Comprehensive combat power evaluation completed. Total combat power, 7th level. Please name it. Note that this name will become the official name of the Bright Tree Network. Naming successful. The official name of the new combat unit is Venomous Serpent. Would you like to upload the information for this unit? Confirm, cancel. Please note that if you want to trade blueprints for this unit, you must upload its information. Cancel. The 6th tier is merely an assessment of individual combat power, but the Venomous Serpent is the real terrifying existence. Moreover, the current Venomous Serpent can only be considered a basic version of the 2nd generation swarm. Lin Yuan has spent a lot of time researching the Venomous Serpent. He knows it can undergo various evolutions. Evolving deep slot spines can greatly increase the range of the Venomous Serpent. After evolving the main nest to underground, the Venomous Serpent can gain the ability to burrow. Tendon expansion upgrades can enhance its speed and range outside the fungal blanket. Additionally, the Venomous Serpent can further mutate into a stalker or a puncturer, which would be the ultimate nightmare for the enemy. The Venomous Serpent is the backbone of the swarm. If there is a stable source of high-energy gas, I will continuously mutate Venomous Serpents. Originally, Lin Yuan intended to mutate 1 million Venomous Serpents to see if they lived up to their name. But now he feels that there is no need for such a measure. Larvae mutate into Venomous Serpents. 4 million Venomous Serpent cocoons form in an instant, wrapped in the slime from their birth, rushing to the battlefield ahead. 063 Venomous Serpent slaughter battlefield 6th tier commander level dark creatures, Poison Winged Dragon. 6th tier commander level dark creatures, Flying Fire Toad. 6th tier commander level dark creatures, multi-segment ring bone spearworm. The dark flying creatures have finally accumulated to an uncountable degree, rushing toward Chungyang's position like a biological typhoon. The dark creatures on the ground are not to be outdone, coordinating with their air force to launch a tidal wave of assaults. The ground shakes with a rumble. In the sky, various attacks pour down like a torrential rain. Powerful 6th tier dark creatures are everywhere, their roars mixed into a sonic attack. In the distance, under the eruption of crimson magma, all of this seems like the end of days. How many dark creatures have been studied? It has become impossible to count. Chungyang unleashes a burst of ethereal energy, turning hundreds of dark creatures to ashes, yet his attack feels like erasing a pixel from a 5 megabytes JPG image. In the shallow dark region, where Super 6th tier units cannot gather in large numbers, no one can withstand such a despairing dark onslaught. So why can Lin Yuan withstand it? The reason is simple, because he is an alien insect, not a human. The Venomous Serpent has arrived on the battlefield. 2 million Venomous Serpents launch their attack first. Their skeletal muscles expand on both sides of their shoulders, powerful muscles contract, generating explosive thrust. And the potent venomous spines surge forward like a waterfall toward the sky, filled with flying creatures. The sound of piercing through the air filled the surroundings, as dark flying creatures fell from the sky like raindrops. Following closely behind were 3 million spiked serpents, ready to launch a second round of attack. The spiked serpents fired their highly toxic spines at an incredible speed, ensuring seamless transitions with just 2 rotations. Additionally, they stored thousands of highly toxic spines within, meaning their ammunition was more than sufficient. Even more astonishing was their ability to produce these toxic spines autonomously, functioning like fully automated machine gun platforms. The sound of the toxic spines slicing through the air was the most beautiful melody to Chungyang's ears. Once all 5 million spiked serpents entered the battlefield, the descent of the dark flying creatures escalated from a drizzle to a torrential downpour. Great. With the firepower of the spiked serpents providing cover, Chungyang charged into the battlefield, tearing apart the dark-bred beasts with sheer excitement. The best approach to deal with the assembled spiked serpent army was large-scale bombardment. Unfortunately, these 6th tier dark creatures were rare and would not fall for such tactics. Their fate was sealed the moment the spiked serpents appeared. Spiked serpent, how wonderful it is without siege tanks and psychic lightning. Jumping insects, mutated cockroaches, aberrations, big brother spiked serpent, awesome. Feel free to unleash your firepower. The enemy must cross over our bodies to reach you. The dark world was vast and endless, filled with countless dark creatures. The swarm engaged in battle with the dark onslaught from the southern mountains for 9 days and nights, advancing 320 kilometers into the southern mountains. Along the way, Chungyang discovered 3 geothermal vents. Thus, 3 worker bees traversed mountains and rivers to reach the geothermal vents, mutating into high-energy gas extraction chambers. These high-energy gas extraction chambers consumed 250 units of biomass and 25 units of crystal, or to solidify high-energy gas into transportable solids. The colleagues of these 3 worker bees would cross the battlefield to collect resources at their mutated high-energy gas extraction chambers, using specialized claw-like collection organs to transport the high-energy gas back to the swarm's base. At this point, the expansion of the swarm officially commenced. Yuan Sanfeng, where's the dark onslaught we were promised? Why haven't we seen any signs of it yet? Qian Duozai, is this the calm before the storm? Li Nai, I know the reason. Do you want to hear it? Yuan Sanfeng, hurry up and say it, or I'll make you regret it. Li Nai, it's the great Lin Yuan. With his strength alone, he has stopped the dark onslaught from the south. He is the true protector of our SC2 evolution zone. He Yuan, nonsense. How can you say Lin Yuan is a god? Stopping a dark onslaught single-handedly is impossible even with a pig's brain. Jinxing Ming, exactly. Even when bragging, you should have some logic. What are you trying to gain by flattering Lin Yuan? What benefits can he offer you? Are you going to let his so-called monsters become fertilizer for him? Li Nai, ha, those of Lin Yuan are not monsters, but his unique troops. Although they look fierce, they are adorably fierce. Don't forget, those so-called monsters you speak of helped you withstand the alien cold wave and address the threat of the dark impact. How can you shamelessly enjoy Lin Yuan's benefits without doing anything, and still have the audacity to speak like this? Jinxing Ming, the other lords were shaken by Li Nai's words. It turned out that Lin Yuan had unknowingly done so much for them. They couldn't help but recall how Lin Yuan had used rare resources to exchange for biomass, helping them through the initial dark impact. At the same time, these lords thought about the 9 great families. When the old city lord was around, there would always be material support for the new territories. But now the material ratio had reached 2:1, and the ruling 9 families had not provided any support. In comparison, Lin Yuan's image gradually grew taller in their minds. In Nai City, Li Nai was quite pleased with her role in stirring the pot, while He Yuan and Jinxing Ming were becoming increasingly displeased. Li Nai, He Yuan, Jinxing Ming, what kind of powerful backing have you found to act so arrogantly? I'd advise you to prepare your coffins in advance, or you might find yourself without a place to be buried when the time comes. He Yuan, Li Nai, what do you mean? Explain yourself. At that moment, a thunderous regional announcement rang out. 064 Territory Adaptive Expansion, Unnamed Area SC2. Regional announcement. 4th Tier Evolution City, Lord Lin Yuan successfully defeated the devastating dark impact in the area with his troops. 4th Tier Evolution City, Lord Lin Yuan, Heroic Lord. Merit 120,000, received massive resources, and acquired the 8th Tier Commander level troop, Blood Commander. 4th Tier Evolution City, Lord Lin Yuan, SC2 Evolution Area Merit 3,500,000. 4th Tier Evolution City, Lord Lin Yuan, SC2 Evolution Area Merit has exceeded 5 million, received the geographical map of the entire SC2 Evolution Area, and gained the ability for the light territory to adaptively expand. From now on, no more regional contribution merits will be gained. The announcements from the light tree came one after another, leaving the lords feeling as if they were struck by lightning, their minds blank. The 8th Tier Commander level troop, Blood Commander, was already beyond their threshold of shock, but it was Lin Yuan's acquisition of 5 million regional merit and the power for the light territory to adaptively expand that truly left them in a daze. After a long time, the lords finally began to react. Sun Ming, if my eyes are not deceiving me, it means that Lin Yuan has already become the regional overlord. And this is happening less than 3 months after the birth of the new lord? Li Nai, the history books clearly state, the 15th tier Zhuke City Lord. The guardian of the Dark Pass, the one who wields fire, Yan Sihua, after becoming a lord, successfully acquired 5 million regional merits in 29 years and 3 months, making him the fastest in history to gain the adaptive expansion rights of the Bright Territory. Yet, Lin Yuan achieved this in less than 3 months. Qian Duozi, this world is too crazy, and I am already beyond help. Yuan Sanfeng, oh my heavens, what on earth is going on? Sure Fei, could it be that Lin Yuan's future achievements will surpass the former city lord? The adaptive expansion of the Bright Territory means that there is no need for the Bright Tree to increase the Bright Lord. As long as the Bright Tree determines that it is within your influence, then that area becomes your territory. It is evident that Lin Yuan obtaining the adaptive expansion rights of the Bright Territory means he has the key to unify the region. A simple example is that Zhuke City was built on the foundation of the region, and the former city lord was the first to obtain the adaptive rights. In the end, Zhuke City unified the entire region, establishing the current 4 main cities based on this foundation. A storm is brewing. A super hurricane is rising. This is the intuitive feeling of the lords. Whether it is the 9 major families or the Bright Church, all kinds of forces are urgently reporting this news. The impact of this event is rapidly fermenting, and it will create a huge uproar, leading to various unpredictable and far-reaching consequences. Li Nai, did you see that? The devastating dark shock was once again blocked by Lin Yuan for you, while those scoundrels of the Bright Church did what for you? Bright Church Zealot 1. Lin Yuan is considered a heretic by our faith. I advise you to be cautious with your words and actions. Bright Church Zealot 2. Blasphemy against the Bright Mother will surely be punished. Bright Church Zealot 3. Lin Yuan is already beyond redemption. The zealots of the Bright Church firmly defend their beliefs. Some passionate lords could no longer hold back. Zhukai, what nonsense about the Bright Church. On the surface, they seem righteous, but in reality, they are all hypocritical villains. Your doctrine of saving the world and leading them into the light. Why haven't I seen any action from you? Bright Church Zealot 4. The light is everywhere and cannot be fathomed. Foolish and vulgar people cannot understand the flow of light. Bright Church Zealot 5. Everything you possess now is a blessing from the Bright Mother. Your arrogance and disrespect towards her will be severely punished. Sure Fei, enough. You fools. Lin Yuan has blocked the dark shock for us. And what have you done besides flaunting your power and stabbing us in the back? You disgusting bunch. All of you are like maggots. Cultist 6 of the Church of Light. The Mother of Light is broad-minded and merciful, while we are the Blades of Light, destined to punish all disrespectful ones. It seems that in an attempt to curb public opinion against Lin Yuan, the fanatics of the Church of Light suddenly emerged, launching a fierce attack on him, trying to downplay his achievements. However, no one is blind. Lin Yuan has already gained the support of the people, and many lords have rallied behind him, with numerous voices in the communication channels bravely supporting Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, Yuan Sanfeng also got in touch with Li Nai. Yuan Sanfeng. Oldly, something feels off with you. You haven't been bought off by Lin Yuan, have you? Li Nai. What do you mean bought off? I'm doing this voluntarily. Yuan Sanfeng. Unbelievable that someone could make you willingly side with them. By the way, have you really been to Evolution City? What did you see? Li Nai. I saw endless combat power. They will reshape this world and bring hope to this desperate place. Yuan Sanfeng. So, those terrifying creatures are real, and they are Lin Yuan's troops? Li Nai, please watch your words. What do you mean by creatures? A frog catching pests in a rice field is considered beneficial, while the pests eating the rice leaves are harmful. So what if the frog eats the rice leaves? Wouldn't that make the frog a pest in our eyes? Lin Yuan's troops, though fearsome in appearance, are fighting with their lives against dark beings to protect us. How can you call them creatures? Yuan Sanfeng, you make a good point. Sorry, they are good troops, just a bit unusual in appearance. However, Lin Yuan's successive actions have completely angered the Church of Light. Can he withstand this wave? Even though he is an extraordinary anomaly, this is just a shallow, dark area. Li Nai, Church of Light? What a joke. Yuan Sanfeng. Is this still the rational Li Nai I know? Li Nai, I have joined Lin Yuan. Do you want to come along? Let me tell you, it feels amazing. The sooner you join, the sooner you can enjoy it. I've always believed in your management abilities. Yuan Sanfeng. I'll think about it. Li Nai, I hope you don't take too long because a change is coming soon. Various signs indicate that either things have already happened or are currently happening. The lords in the SC2 evolution area feel an increasing sense of unease. Although the dark impact has been resolved by Lin Yuan, there is still a looming invasion from volcanic demons. And Lin Yuan has clearly angered the Church of Light and the Zhou family of the council. This tangled web leaves everyone unsure of what to do, forcing them to focus on developing their own territories. After all that has transpired, a considerable number of common lords are beginning to entertain the idea of siding with Lin Yuan. The Church of Light is quite noisy indeed. In Yanyi's eyes, a killing intent surged, creating a stark contrast with her gentle face. Beside her, the creature known as Broken Fong suddenly stood up, awaiting the Queen's command. During this time, its body had expanded significantly, now roughly the size of 2 mutated cockroaches. The gaze of Broken Fong revealed cunning and brutality, if it were roaming the city. It would undoubtedly be the star of a monster movie. Yan Yi gently patted Broken Fong's head, and it let out a hissing sound. The genetic collection of the stinging snake is complete. Let's clear them out, Zhao Xiaoqiao said casually, as if narrating a trivial matter. In fact, it was indeed trivial. The swarm consisting of jumping worms, mutated cockroaches, stinging snakes, and aberrations could be easily wiped out, akin to dusting off a surface with a wet cloth. Now that the swarm had stable access to high-energy gas and crystal mines, unleashing a sea of insects was merely a matter of time. By the way, now that we've gained adaptive expansion in the territory of light, can we set up large-scale insect incubation facilities? Zhao Xiaoqiao asked excitedly. Yan Yi shook her head and replied, not yet. Firstly, the cost-effectiveness of the insect incubation facilities is too low. It would rapidly elevate the status of the evolution city, attracting incursions from the mid-level dark regions. Moreover, our resource production capacity corresponds precisely to the current number of larvae, so the insect incubation facilities are meaningless. Well, what a pity, Zhao Xiaoqiao shrugged. The two queens led the swarm once more, aiming directly at the remnants of the Church of Light and the death warriors of the Zhou family. The names of the hopeless fanatics, Fanatic of Light number 1, Fanatic of Light number 2, Fanatic of Light number 3, had already sounded their death knell. Their names would soon fade into darkness. As the insects surged into the territory of the fanatics, one could only wonder if they would regret opposing Lin Yuan. Swarm. Southern Front. Begin emergency dispersal training now. With the frontline battle momentarily paused, Cheng Yong began training the mutated cockroaches and stinging snakes. The natural tendency of the mutated cockroaches and stinging snakes to cluster together made the former vice-captain of the immortal warrior feel a sense of innate discomfort. If the incineration cannon of Suzaka City were to strike the swarm directly, the losses would be unimaginable. Cheng Yong could hardly fathom such a scene. His excellent tactical acumen allowed Cheng Yong to keenly identify the habitual weaknesses of the swarm, and without Lin Yuan's prompting, he proactively began training the stinging snakes. With the influence of genetic synchronization, combat skills would be passed down through generations. If this batch of stinging snakes were to perish, future generations would inherit these combat techniques. If Lin Yuan were present, he would surely marvel at how good it was to have workers, especially when these workers were all talented and did not require salaries. At that moment, Lin Yuan was hard at work in the experimental chamber of the main nest. He has fallen into a frenzied state of research. His body filled with various flesh and blood tubes, along with all sorts of tentacles dancing in the air. The dark energy has unknowingly transformed Lin Yuan's body. And this transformation is even more thorough than that caused by the infection of aberrant organisms. In a gentler and more sophisticated manner, it has made Lin Yuan gradually become an aberrant organism himself. Although he appears no different from a human externally, his genes at this moment are completely disconnected from the concept of humanity. The transformation brought about by dark energy has significantly increased Lin Yuan's physical strength. But he has yet to make a precise comparison to determine the extent of this increase. He once allowed a jumping insect to attack him. However, the absolute obedience to the Master's commands and the act of attacking the Master completely violated the fundamental genetic design of the jumping insect. Consequently, that jumping insect disintegrated in confusion, turning into a puddle of mud and returning to the fungal mat. The inferior genes were utterly useless. It is astonishing that such crude genes exist in the world, comparable to the fans of fleeting celebrities. Even the fungal mat would find them dirty. This small segment of genes is quite good. After modification, it can become raw material genes for the queen insect. When the swarm collects genes from dark organisms, the main nest of aberrant organisms will automatically compare them with the templates in the gene bank. Those with a high match rate will shine and be transmitted to the will of the master. However, are those with a low match rate completely useless? Clearly, that is not the case. The comparison by the main nest is mechanical and lacks intelligence. Some low-match genes can be enhanced through genetic programming to improve their compatibility. This is the significance of Lin Yuan's research. He needs to carefully observe each harvested gene to identify and fill in the gaps. By studying the genetic programming operations of the twisted snake genes, Lin Yuan opened the door to a new world. Through in-depth screening of existing materials, the completion rate of the queen insect's genes has significantly increased to 85. He has thoroughly unlocked the puzzle of swarm expansion, leaving only the final 15 of the queen insect's genes. With the research reaching a pause, he decided to handle some trivial matters. the blood-colored commander of the 8th tier commander-level troops. It is estimated that it can withstand 3 hits from a mutated entity, indeed qualifying as a super-strong troop type. Opening the virtual screen of the luminous tree, Lin Yuan casually operated it. SC2 Evolution Zone Trading Channel. Special notice, high-value item listing notification. 4th tier Evolution City Lord Lin Yuan has listed the 8th tier commander-level blood-colored commander. This transaction will be conducted in the form of an auction. Starting price, 80 million units of high-energy gas. Auction countdown, 48 hours 59 minutes 59 seconds. The 8th tier commander-level blood-colored commander. The major families had long been itching to make a move, and now, seeing Lin Yuan put the troop blueprint on the trading channel, they surged forward like sharks sensing blood. In the early stages of the auction, a heated competition emerged as everyone chased after the prize. 230 million units of high-energy gas. 250 million units of high-energy gas. 280 million units of high-energy gas. 370 million units of high-energy gas. Prices keep breaking records. In fact, this is not just a pricing issue, but rather a question of whether there is supply available in the market. What does it mean to have an 8th tier commander-level unit? Many 2nd tier families are willing to gamble all their assets to buy this blueprint, because they know that once they have 8th tier commander-level units, their wealth will soon return to them. 450 million units of high-energy gas. 480 million units of high-energy gas. Prices continue to hit new highs. Lin Yuan could see the bidders and noticed that it was not just the 9 major families competing anymore. There were also 3 sudden newcomers. They were likely agents put forward by certain families to avoid offending the 9 major families. Feeling too lazy to pay attention to the auction, Lin Yuan stretched and prepared to sleep to restore his mental energy. Meanwhile, Yin Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao began their extermination operation. Light Fanatic 1, Heretic. You will ultimately face judgment. Light Fanatic 2, I will enter the kingdom of the Light Mother. Light Fanatic 3, soon, judgment will come. The names of the Light Fanatics quickly faded, as the swarm destroyed one light territory after another, including the low-profile territories of the Zhou family as assassins, which the 2 queens did not spare either. In this Zhou family assassins' light tree warehouse, there were actually 600 million units of high-energy gas. The Zhou family still wants to buy our Dominion blueprint? Dream on. Zhao Xiaoqiao spat in disdain. Soon, this news spread like snowflakes to Zhuke City. The Eye of Hell 066 erupted completely. In the office of the chairman of the Zhuke City Council, Zhou Xiong was sitting comfortably in the old city lord's chair, gently stroking the fur of the 12th tier white feather beast, feeling a sense of world domination. Just then, the Zhou family's chief steward rushed in a panic, tripped over the threshold, and fell to the ground in a disgraceful manner. Zhou Xiong frowned, the creases on his forehead deepening. The old steward was his trusted confidant, trained as a steward since childhood, and had followed him for 20 years. Therefore, Zhou Xiong knew the old steward's steady character. Seeing him so flustered now suggested that something significant and troubling had occurred, which caused a sense of foreboding to rise in Zhou Xiong's heart. He remained silent, calmly looking at the old steward, waiting for his report. The more critical the moment, the less chaotic he could be as the head of the Zhou family. Master, something serious has happened. The old steward took a deep breath. The 600 million units of high-energy gas we set aside to purchase the 8th tier commander-level unit blueprint have been completely looted, and the territory of the 352nd assassin has been destroyed. The 352nd warrior sent a message with images just before his death, revealing that the instigator was none other than the monsters possessed by Lin Yuan. Upon hearing such dreadful news, Zhou Xiong's steady figure shook violently for a moment, and he felt a wave of darkness before his eyes. Master, are you all right? The old steward quickly stepped forward and supported Zhou Xiong with both hands. Zhou Xiong's lips turned purple as he murmured, how could this happen? 600 million units of high-energy gas, consuming a full fifth of the Zhou family's foundation. Zhou Xiong fixed his gaze on the old steward, his eyes sharp like a hunting tiger. Those with weak minds would reveal their true selves under such a stare. To ensure the safety of this 600 million high-energy gas, if I remember correctly, the 352nd warrior was randomly selected from the 500 warriors. It is normal for you to suspect me, Master, although I have no motive. Only you and I know that it was the 352nd who received the 600 million high-energy gas. However, this time, it's not just the 352nd warrior who has died. The warrior leaders of the Zhou family have lost 396 members to Lin Yuan's monstrous army, with the 352nd being just one of them. What did you say? Zhou Xiong was stunned, unable to accept this news based on his experience and common sense. The news is absolutely true. Master, there are other updates. After reporting the received messages one by one, the old steward left. Zhou Xiong's face turned extremely dark. He had no idea what kind of monsters had appeared in the SC2 evolution zone in just these 3 months. Is this the power of an F-level territory? He couldn't help but recall the F-level territory that his ancestors failed to protect. Even someone like Lin Yuan, without any background, could soar to great heights. If the Zhou family could have maintained control, they could have achieved even greater success than Lin Yuan. Zhou Xiong clenched his fists tightly. With a crash, the delicate glass wine cup was crushed in his grip. Lin Yuan cannot be left alive. He must die. Zhou Xiong had made his decision. However, if he invested a large amount of resources and troops to traverse the mid-level dark region, the Zhou family's own strength would significantly decline. Other prominent families were eyeing them closely. If the Zhou family weakened, they would certainly turn into wolves, ready to tear them apart. Since the death of the old city lord, the 9 major families had risen to power, and Zhuge City had become a battleground for authority. The impending disaster of the volcanic demon in the SC2 evolution zone seemed insignificant in their eyes. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Go contact Archbishop Mu Mingbai. The bright church of Zhuge City has been derelict in their duties, deliberately concealing the news of Mu Guangzhe's death while allowing heresy to run rampant. Yes, in the shadows, something stirred briefly before disappearing. It must be said that the dark world is indeed vast, and humanity has never explored its edges. Just the boundaries of the SC2 evolution zone exceed the Eurasian continent of the past. The swarm's 10-day expedition only annihilated a third of the territories of the fervent believers in light. The remaining distance was too far, and the 2 queens decided to postpone further action. The bird-catching 4-legged spider seems quite likely to have the raw materials for the insect queen. Zhao Xiaoqiao said with an exaggerated expression. Gene identification is something we can only leave to Lin Yuan. We just need to bring back all the insect and plant corpses we see along the way, Yin Yi said, rubbing her forehead in exasperation at her quirky friend. The 2 queens split up for their assault and were now reuniting to return to Evolution City. Just then, a rumble shook the ground again. However, this time the tremor was exceptionally strong, causing rocks on the nearby hill to tumble down. The shaking lasted a full 10 minutes before it subsided. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The queens could only feel the distant thunderous sound. Meanwhile, in the far distance, a blazing river suddenly surged forth from the darkness. The Eye of Hell volcano had completely erupted. Yin Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao exchanged glances and hurried back to Evolution City. Sun Ming, the Eye of Hell volcano has completely erupted. The volcanic demons are coming. Qian Duozi. Oh my, even with relentless development and ample resources, our territory's growth cannot compare to that of the predecessors who have developed for 60 years. Yuan Sanfong. Everyone, brace for the worst. Let's be a bit more optimistic. The territory built with great effort over 60 years by our predecessors is destroyed in an instant, while ours has only developed for 3 months. If it's going to be destroyed, it's better to be early than late. Qian Duozi. You know, thinking this way actually makes me feel better. Is it true that the misfortunes of others are the roots of our happiness? Shuakai. Heh, you young nobles may not care. But we commoners have no way out if our territory is destroyed. We'll just be buried with it. Li Nai, don't panic. Lin Yuan has already revealed to me that he will use his own strength to help everyone fend off the volcanic demons. Shifei, really? Did Lin Yuan really say that? Sun Ming. Shifei, are you crazy? How can you not question the possibility and instead care about whether Lin Yuan actually said that? Qian Duozi. Yes, Lin Yuan is indeed incredibly powerful beyond reason. He has withstood the initial dark onslaught of an F-level territory, killed over 100 million mutated frozen corpses, and even resisted the chaotic onslaught of dark creatures from the south. Qian Duozi, but the volcanic demons are terrifying beings that can destroy entire regions. They are said to be extremely ferocious, and their numbers are endless. Do you really think it's possible for a single lord to defend against them? You can't possibly believe there's even a 0.01 chance of that happening. Shifei. No, Lin Yuan is a man of his word. I believe he can do it. In a private chat channel between Li Nai and Yuan Sanfong. Yuan Sanfong. You told me that Lin Yuan possesses endless and powerful forces, but I can hardly believe that Lin Yuan can suppress the volcanic demon. This truly shatters my worldview. Li Nai, how about we make a bet? Yuan Sanfeng, I know what you're betting on. Your trust in Lin Yuan is a bit too blind. You are my best brother. I still remember that night under the starry sky when you shared your dreams with me, and I was deeply impressed. So, if you lose, I won't ask for anything. But if you win, I will join you and Lin Yuan's alliance. Li Nai, it's not an alliance, it's us. If you lose, you join us. Yuan Sanfeng, is there any difference? Fine. If I lose, I will join you. In the city of Nai, a smile appeared on Li Nai's face. A crazy infection plan gradually took shape in his mind. 067, the volcanic demon is coming. In the southern position, Cheng Yong felt a much stronger tremor than the two queens. If it weren't for his solid stance and unity of waist and horse, he would have probably been knocked to the ground. In the distance, the thick lava resembled a waterfall in reverse, filled with the destructive properties of nature. Wow. The roar of the demon was filled with chaos and evil, akin to a wire ball scraping against a blackboard, which would surely terrify humans and create great discomfort. Unfortunately, the swarm felt nothing. I have never tasted the flesh of a volcanic demon. I wonder what it tastes like. Cheng Yong licked his lips, his eyes filled with brutality. The alien virus was awakening his potential, while also igniting the anger within him. His desire for revenge was burning fiercely. The destroyer Cheng Yong would tear apart all creatures that obstructed the swarm's path. The lava surged high into the sky, as if it were a red war spear piercing through the heavens. In Cheng Yong's eyes, that red lava seemed like the blood of the enemies of the swarm that was about to flow. Let us start with the volcanic demon, Cheng Yong thought. Good. Keep up that fighting spirit. Lin Yuan's voice echoed beside Cheng Yong. Master, how did you come here? Cheng Yong was startled, remembering his earlier remarks. He couldn't help but blush. One can't stay in the lab all the time, and I'm very interested in the volcanic demon. Lin Yuan gazed into the distance. The Eye of Hell volcano has completely erupted. How will the volcanic demon appear? It's quite exciting. In fact, coming to observe the volcanic demon was just one reason. The other was that he wanted to test how strong the current spectral energy really was. Meanwhile, Cheng Yong, standing in place, fell into deep thought. The sudden arrival of the master surely isn't just for the volcanic demon. There must be deeper implications. I understand. It must be to assess my combat power or my ability to command a swarm. This time, I, Cheng, must perform well and not tarnish the title of the destroyer granted by the master. Cheng Yong made a quiet decision. The ground trembled as hot magma surged forth, and the temperature had already approached 45 degrees Celsius. The intense heat distorted the air, and with the steam erupting, Lin Yuan's vision was obstructed. Just then, a continuous tapping sound echoed in the air. Suddenly, countless red and black eggs flew out from the erupting magma. These eggs cracked open upon hitting the ground, and monstrous creatures covered in messy fur crawled out. They had two horns on their heads, resembling a legendary demon, with heads like those of dried old cattle. However, why were they on all fours and lacked hooves? Lin Yuan muttered to himself. The volcanic demons looked like beasts with lion bodies and cow heads covered in coarse fur. Entirely different from the demons of legend, save for the horns on their heads. Ha ha ha, the ruler is joking again. Volcanic demons are supposed to look like this. Cheng Yong laughed heartily, filled with joy at discovering the ruler's humor. All right, Lin Yuan said quietly. This demon was not the same as those he had in mind. He realized he had fallen into a stereotype. Even if true demons existed in this world, it was unlikely they would appear in shallow, dark areas. The volcanic demon eggs erupted from the magma like they were free, piling up layer upon layer on the ground. A scene that could easily send someone with a fear of clusters into shock. The cries of the volcanic demons were extremely unpleasant, and they seemed unaccustomed to moving, awkwardly crawling toward the swarm. It appeared that these volcanic demons were newborns, hatched from the heat of the magma and transported to the evolution area through the Earth's veins. Were they intending to prey on humans to grow? Lin Yuan speculated about the volcanic demon's habits. The aberration, a massive meat shield of the swarm, looked at the volcanic demons and couldn't help but think, is this it? They look even uglier than me. There's no reason for them to exist in this world. The aberration didn't waste time talking and charged in with a few slaps. With a sound like a stick hitting a watermelon, the volcanic demons met their end right after being born. The countless eggs continued to burst in a cacophony of sound. Sensing the tragic deaths of their kind, The volcanic demons were filled with rage and charged toward the aberration. "Come at me." Lin Yuan was very excited. Energy gathered in his hands, resembling a dim little sun. Just then, Cheng Yong stepped forward, extending his left hand to block Lin Yuan. "Ruler, leave this to me. You just sit back and relax." With a roar, Cheng Yong surged with energy, his cells activated and strengthened, transforming him into a dark war chariot that charged straight at the swarm of volcanic demons. He leaped high into the air, creating a shockwave upon landing. The explosive energy made his body spin like a top, and in an instant, the volcanic demons were tossed into a meat grinder, creating a whirlwind of blood and foam. Lin Yuan silently retracted his energy. The eagerness of his subordinate made him feel reluctant. He decided to let Cheng Yong showcase his abilities while the ruler could only sigh quietly. The frequency of the volcanic demon eggs dropping increased significantly, as if to fill the entire space. It turned out that the volcanic demons also relied on sheer numbers to win. No wonder they could annihilate a territory that had developed for 60 years. Faced with such a large number of volcanic demons, having well-trained troops and ample supplies had lost its significance. You may have many soldiers, but won't they get tired? You have enough food and ammunition? Sooner or later, you will run out. Unfortunately, the volcanic demons encountered a swarm. If it was about numbers, Lin Yuan could only smile faintly. The sound of death pierced the air. The venomous spines enveloped the group of volcanic demons. The 30 centimeters long spines were even more exaggerated than the projectiles from the fire god cannon, casting a shadow that made the volcanic demons deeply question themselves. TMD. Who exactly is the demon? The volcanic demons, unwilling to back down, inflated their throats and spat out fireballs the size of basins. The brave aberrations, unafraid of the fireballs, formed a meat shield with their flesh, resolutely fulfilling their mission. The fireballs exploded against the aberrations, leaving several scorch marks. The cost of 200 units of crystal ore and 75 units of high-energy gas was no joke. The aberration's resilience was among the top 3 in the swarm. The aberration was momentarily stunned. "Is that all? Can't you hit me harder? Can't you kill me?" The desire to be killed by the enemy as a meat shield pushed the aberration forward. The jumpers called out, "Big brother, wait for me. Let me burrow under your protective flank." From all angles, they crushed the volcanic demons. The endless tide of volcanic demons surged forward. Upon contact, Lin Yuan realized it was a clash of numbers. From the perspective of the Sky King insect, it looked like 2 roaring rivers colliding, stirring up countless waves of flesh and blood. With shoulder blades spread, the spine serpent slightly lowered its head, and then the venomous spine shot out, piercing through the volcanic demons. The speed of the venomous spines was too fast. Those volcanic demons charging forward, upon meeting death, still maintained their forward momentum before crashing to the ground. With numerous cannon fodder meat shields in front, the output capacity of the spine serpent was maximized, and the strong bodies of the volcanic demons were torn apart like rags. Even without any enhancements, the original form of the second-generation spine serpent exhibited its ferocity in this battle. However, the volcanic demons were not just a name. More volcanic demon eggs erupted from the magma like a massive fountain. With their exaggerated numbers, they prevented the swarm from advancing even a bit further. Biomass no longer needs to be a concern for a long time. The issue of high-energy gas has also been resolved. Lin Yuan revealed a relieved smile. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. A larger egg smashed to the ground. The volcanic demon egg cracked, and a 2-headed beast crawled out. Boom, boom, boom. Dual fireballs erupted, attacking the swarm. However, it was of no use. Were 2 heads really that powerful? At this moment, the jumping insects had closed in, pouncing directly on the 2-headed volcanic demon and tearing at it. The volcanic demon was losing strength by the second, while my 2 jumping insects from the 50 crystal mines were inexhaustible. The resonance of the insects intertwined, and the mutated cockroaches also surged forward. How to use the mutated cockroaches? One word summarizes all their tactical essence: surge. It doesn't matter if it's a siege tank, I just surge. It doesn't matter if it's a colossal being, I still surge. Self-destructing spheres are impressive? No problem, I just surge forward, creating momentum. And I ask you if you're afraid. The volcanic demon was instantly bewildered by the surge. What terrifying creature was this? So fierce. I would gladly call it a fierce insect. When the volcanic demon first appeared, it was already caught in a fierce battle of slaughter. How could such primitive beings with a single attribute, single unit, and single combat method compete against a swarm that is efficient and specialized. Now, Lin Yuan wanted to see just how many volcanic demons there were. Even if they were like cockroaches in a dark world, laying millions of eggs, the swarm would devour them all. Mutated cockroaches. Thank you, we are not offended. We are mutated cockroaches, not regular cockroaches. The difference of two words signifies entirely different species. Our ancestors were slugs, those cute, soft, and sticky creatures that appear on rainy days, understand? Wow. Another special demon cry. An exceptionally large volcanic demon egg crashed down in front of the swarm. In the next moment, a giant volcanic demon, at least 20 meters tall, broke free from the egg. This volcanic demon must be very special, perhaps among its kind. It is an extraordinary existence, possibly possessing special titles like fiery horns or wicked heads. However, Lin Yuan didn't even get a clear look at what it looked like. 5 aberrant beings rushed forward, blocking Lin Yuan's view. Then came an exciting wrestling performance. All that could be heard were the sounds of slaps. Bang, bang, bang. The aberrant beings were truly enjoying themselves. 20 seconds later, this giant volcanic demon was reduced to scattered chunks of flesh, ending its short and intense life. The volcanic demon roared fiercely, charging forward like a primal beast horde, without any organization. In contrast, the swarm was cold, cruel, and efficient, like a black torrent of steel, overwhelming the volcanic demon. In the vast volcanic cluster, how many entities known as the volcano demons still exist? Lin Yuan felt that this was a question worth exploring. The Eye of Hell volcano does not refer to a single volcano, but to a massive group of interconnected volcanoes. The central volcano stands over 30,000 meters tall, with a diameter reaching 8,000 meters. The entire Eye of Hell volcanic group covers an area of over 780 square kilometers, spanning 2 major regions, the SC2 Evolution Zone and the SC1 Rebirth Zone. At this moment, everyone in the SC1 Rebirth Zone is in a state of confusion, completely at a loss. What exactly has happened? They are puzzled and bewildered. Why have the volcano demons, having hatched, turned a blind eye to their territory and instead run in the opposite direction? Is it because they are too handsome and the volcano demons are reluctant to attack them? Some lords couldn't help but indulge in such fanciful thoughts. Besides this unreliable reasoning, is there any explanation that can account for the bizarre situation? It is truly incomprehensible. No matter how hard they think, they cannot find a reasonable explanation. The scene fell into an eerie silence. For some unknown reason, the flame demons have all run to the SC2 Evolution Zone. Alas, we have only been developing our territory for 20 years and can no longer bear the pressure for them. It seems that our colleagues in the SC2 Evolution Zone are in grave danger. Let's be confident. They are doomed. Let us pray together and wish them good luck. Thank the heavens. I hope the volcano demons never notice us. Alas, a newly established territory has perished just like that. The lords of the SC1 Rebirth Zone have mixed feelings. Some are overjoyed, some silently pray, and some revel in the misfortune. Regardless of their feelings, these lords have reached a consensus. The SC2 Evolution Zone is doomed. The volcano demons are beginning to exert their strength. Once the entire area is annihilated, it will be shrouded in darkness again, becoming a breeding ground for dark creatures, and the seeds of light will no longer appear in that area. For over 3,000 years of the era of light, countless territories have been eroded by darkness, leading to the fragmentation of the human world into many parts, forming distinct forces. Those darkened regions have extremely harsh climates, effectively eliminating any hope of restoring the light. Faced with the threat of darkness and fragmented forces, humanity can only defend their cities and cannot expand outward. Zhuke City is already straining to guard the Dark Pass in the mid-tier dark region. Now, in the eyes of the lords in the SC1 Rebirth Zone, the SC2 Evolution Zone is set to become one of these dark regions. They absolutely cannot imagine the tragic fate that now awaits the volcano demons. SC2 Evolution Zone, Southern Mountain Range. The swarm and the volcanic demons clashed, with both sides experiencing continuous reductions in numbers. Although the swarm had a remarkably high casualty ratio, the initial overwhelming numbers of the volcanic demons were a significant challenge. Ordinary volcanic demons possessed 5th-tier combat power, while the 2-headed volcanic demons were at least 6th tier. The enormous volcanic demons, towering at 20 meters, could withstand the assault of 5 aberrations for 20 seconds, boasting combat power at least at the top level of 8th tier, with some even reaching 9th tier standards. With such numbers and power, it was no wonder that the F2 territory was destroyed in an instant, with no time for reinforcements to arrive. Lin Yuan observed the battlefield from a global perspective, scoffing at the knowledge he had acquired during his training as a reserve for the Lord, dismissing it as complete nonsense. It was said that the highest-tier creatures in the shallow dark region would not exceed 6th tier, but how could the volcanic demons here be explained? Lin Yuan felt he might be in for a significant surprise. He realized he had fallen into the trap of dogmatism. He should have anticipated that since the sting serpent could reach 7th tier and aberrations could reach 8th tier, high-tier dark creatures would certainly appear in the shallow dark regions as well. If the volcanic demons were truly only 6th tier at most, the swarm could easily crush them. But the presence of the giant volcanic demons made the outlook of this battle appear grim. Lin Yuan was not blinded by the apparent advantages, but instead remained vigilant. Connecting various clues, he fell into deep thought. The volcanic demons were undoubtedly more formidable than they seemed. The F2 territory, unlike the disaster-prone SC2 evolution zones, had experienced 60 years of steady development, where each lord possessed at least 8th-tier territory. With 1,000,000 8th-tier territories, how many types of troops did they have? Even if each lord only had 100,000 6th-tier main troops, it was an unimaginably vast number. The ease with which the volcanic demons could annihilate the F2 territory indicated their overwhelming numbers and combat strength were certainly greater than currently visible. According to historical records, after the destruction of the F2 territory, all volcanic demons exceeding 6th tier disappeared, likely heading to the mid-level dark regions. It now seemed that the million territories of F2, with their countless troops, were merely the sustenance needed for the hatching of the volcanic demons. Piecing together various hints, Lin Yuan deduced much and recalled the divisions of the dark regions. The shallow dark region was like being shrouded in thick fog, where strong light could dispel the darkness. In contrast, the mid-level dark region had darkness akin to deep-colored water, liquid-like darkness that strong light could not penetrate. Only the brilliance of a 10th-tier light tree could illuminate the darkness within. As for the deeper dark regions, according to mythological legends, before the era of light, a powerful human civilization existed, gathering all their strength to venture into the deeper dark. The outcome was evident. Human civilization suffered a direct fracture, leading to the common sight of 14th-tier Overlord-level troops in myths becoming legendary entities in the human world. The thoughts swirled like fog and lightning. In order to prove his hypothesis, Lin Yuan questioned Cheng Yong with determination. In shallow dark areas, we rarely see life forms above the 6th level. Does that mean those high-level dark creatures must survive in mid-level dark areas? Yes, and if a life form above the 6th level appears in a shallow dark area, it will trigger a regional upheaval, causing all dark creatures to attack it. Cheng Yong replied, though he was puzzled. Master, this is common knowledge. What do you mean by asking this? I understand now. You want to test my adaptability on the battlefield. Ha ha ha. You underestimate me. Boom, boom, boom. Cheng Yong, in a frenzy, exploded several giant volcanic demons, resembling a swarm of insect-like demons. Lin Yuan paused for a moment, and soon he realized. He had crossed over to this world and returned to his youth, meaning he knew nothing about this world at that time. The result was that Lin Yuan was likely to overlook the common knowledge of this world. For example, if someone crossed over from a hexagonal planet to Earth, they would subconsciously assume Earth was also hexagonal. After all, no one mentions that the Earth is round every day, and schools certainly don't teach such common knowledge. In an instant, the battlefield situation changed rapidly. Unbeknownst to them, the volcanic demons had leveraged their numbers to push back the insect swarm, causing their defenses to retreat. Boom, boom, boom. The giant volcanic demon eggs fell like meteors, smashing into the ground, turning the scattered bodies into a bloody mess. Many unfortunate, ordinary volcanic demons were crushed into pulp. The sheer number of these volcanic demon eggs was so vast that they achieved a carpet bombing effect on their own battlefield. Crack! A 20-meter-high volcanic demon egg shattered, and a giant volcanic demon crawled out, its massive size instilling fear. Unfortunately, the alien insects did not understand fear. They charged forward without hesitation. However, the number of giant volcanic demons was overwhelming. The distorted bodies went from a 5-to-1 ratio to 1-to-10, with single distorted bodies surrounded by several powerful demons. The distorted bodies struggled to fight back, their resilient bodies suffering continuous injuries. Like a domino effect, worse things began to happen. Countless volcanic demon eggs fell from the magma, filling the sky and ground. The sound of these eggs hitting their fallen kin produced a sticky plopping noise. Following the giant volcanic demons, millions of two-headed volcanic demons emerged. They spread across the mountains, breathing fireballs. Jumping insects began to suffer heavy losses, and mutated cockroaches were rapidly decimated, with their spiked serpents also caught in the crossfire. The alien insects swept across the universe, occupying one star system after another, their numbers beyond counting. However, Lin Yuan's swarm, compared to the complete swarm, is like the difference between an interstellar carrier and an ant nest. Although Lin Yuan is developing rapidly, it is far from deserving the term swarm. Now, even the volcanic demons have suppressed the swarm with their numbers. 070 The volcanic demons are indeed not to be underestimated. Cheng Yong roared, his ferocity unleashed. Is my first battle before the master going to disappoint them? Absolutely not allowed. I have finally found my future path. Even if there is magma ahead, I will pave the way with my body. The ethereal energy surged like dark lightning, activating the virus cells within him, unleashing boundless biological energy. Cheng Yong leaped high like a cannonball, smashing down with his fists, exploding the giant volcanic demon's bullhead. He moved swiftly, taking down one giant volcanic demon after another. However, in the face of such a massive army, Cheng Yong appeared very powerless. If he had the complete Stokov gene, he could easily turn the tide of battle by himself. Unfortunately, Cheng Yong is merely an experimental product of Lin Yuan, a subpar entity within the swarm. His individual bravery cannot change the overall situation. Lin Yuan, we are coming. The two queens led their respective swarms from the north to support the front lines. Yanyi's swarm, the Yuanwang swarm, had 50,000 aberrations, 10 million jump bugs, 2 million mutated cockroaches, and 500,000 stinging snakes. Zhao Xiaoqiao's Qiaobian swarm had 30,000 aberrations, 5 million jump bugs, 800,000 mutated cockroaches, and 1.5 million stinging snakes. As fresh troops joined the battlefield, the swarm's combat power tripled instantly, allowing the previously suppressed swarm to counterattack. The situation was grim. It was like drinking poison to quench thirst. As the master, Lin Yuan possessed the legendary big-picture perspective. Now, the volcanic demons and the swarm were engaged in a war of attrition in terms of numbers. Due to resource constraints, Lin Yuan was aware of the swarm's troop limit. While the volcanic demons, capable of annihilating regions with millions of lords, likely outnumbered the current limits of the swarm. If all the larvae and resources were converted into troops, it would be akin to gambling blindfolded, with extremely high risks. The best course of action now was to strengthen positional defenses, minimize casualties, and engage the volcanic demons in a war of attrition. Lin Yuan made his decision. Ding! A message came through. Li Nai, Master Lin Yuan, I sense the swarm's predicament. This is 300 million units of crystal ore and 100 million units of high-energy gas that I tricked from my dad. Please allow me to contribute this modest help to the swarm. What a considerate insect. Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction. Ding! Li Nai sent another message. Li Nai, I just received important intelligence. The father of the Light-Bearer, Archbishop Mu Mingbai from the Central Holy City, has sent his envoy to Zhuke City. This envoy is a bright arbiter, specialized in judging heretics. He first met with the patriarchs of the 9 major families and then entered the Bright Church. 3 hours later, the cross at the entrance of the Bright Church was piled high with the ashes of the faithful. The Bright Arbiter has taken over the Bright Church in Zhuke City, and I believe he is definitely here for us. The Bright Church has been making trouble behind my back while I was fighting the volcanic demon, and dealing with such unreasonable and stubborn individuals is truly displeasing. With the volcanic demon in front and the Bright Church behind, not to mention the impending threat from the Zhou family, Lin Yuan's situation is quite dire. However, he currently has no time to deal with these issues. Overcoming the immediate challenges is the top priority. Worker bees have mutated into insect hatcheries. Hundreds of insect hatcheries sprang up, and the fungal blanket spread. Automatic evaluation of the Bright Tree level in progress. Bright Tree evolution. Rated as a Level 5 Bright Tree. Level 5 Bright Tree functions are being activated. Automatic evaluation of the Bright Tree level in progress. Bright Tree evolution. Rated as a Level 6 Bright Tree. Level 6 Bright Tree functions are being activated. Automatic evaluation of the Bright Tree level in progress. Bright Tree evolution. Rated as a Level 7 Bright Tree. Level 7 bright tree functions are being activated. The emergence of hundreds of insect hatcheries directly enabled a 3-level jump in the Evolution City's level. Under normal circumstances, due to resource exchange restrictions, newly born territories cannot receive resource support from other major regions. Thus, Lin Yuan nonchalantly accomplished what the top lords could not achieve in 10 years. The communication channel in the SC2 evolution area immediately erupted. With the resource exchange ratio at 2:1, a level 7 territory did not shock them. What startled them was the implication behind Lin Yuan's actions. Sun Ming, a level 7 territory. Ever since I arrived in the SC2 evolution area, I feel like I'm living in an unrealistic dream every day. Qian Duozai, what exactly has Lin Yuan done? No, how did he manage to do this? What is it that allows Lin Yuan to achieve such incredible feats? Li Nai, Lin Yuan is amazing. He is ready to unleash full production and fight the volcanic demon to the death. Shuakai, the master is indeed resisting the volcanic demon. It seems he is under a lot of pressure now. Shifei, a moment to wash away the dust, illuminating the mountains and rivers. Master Lin Yuan, there's no holding back now. Show your brilliance. Enough said. Master Lin Yuan, you're incredible. Shuakai, Goddess Yin Yi, I know you are in the Evolution City. Can you share some live pictures? Yin Yi, it's not the right time yet, but you will see them when the moment comes. The functions of the 5th, 6th, and 7th levels of the bright tree have been activated one after another. However, with the intense frontline battles, Lin Yuan doesn't have the time to carefully examine these functions. The worker bees mutated into spore crawlers. With a buzz, the worker bees floated fearlessly onto the fungal blanket generated in the incubation area and transformed into the shape of spore crawlers. Leave the repositioning of these spore crawlers to me. Yin Yi volunteered. All right. Lin Yuan nodded and said, you let the worker bees mutate into evolutionary chambers to block the entrance and absorb the impact. The evolutionary chamber, being an organic life form supported by a skeletal framework, is not only sturdy but also cost-effective, making it a perfect roadblock. The worker bees cheerfully mutated. They worked diligently in their previous lives, and after mutation, they would become solid physical fortresses to withstand the impact for the swarm. I will coordinate the worker bees. Zhao Xiaoqiao took over Lin Yuan's task and added, Lin Yuan, we have collected a lot of genetic fragments, and there is a high possibility of finding genetic materials suitable for the queen bug among them. Good. I'll head back to the main nest immediately. You take care of things here. Lin Yuan prepared to turn back. At this moment, Yin Yi said, by the way, we encountered the civilians mentioned by Cheng Yong on the way. There are about 200,000 of them. I had Duanyao lead them. They should arrive at the main nest in about 2 weeks. Great, I understand. Lin Yuan nodded. The battlefield is ever-changing, and no one knows what will happen next. Time is of the essence for Lin Yuan. If a queen bug joins the battle, the combat power of the swarm will increase exponentially. Efficient division of labor and teamwork is what makes the swarm as a whole terrifying. The advantage of numbers is just a bonus. Tactical suppression tense. In the vast battlefield that seems endless, the war between the swarm and the volcanic demons has reached a fever pitch. On the lengthy front line, 2 massive tides clash and devour each other, with countless units perishing every minute. The blood of the volcanic demons has dried up, merging with the bodies of the swarm to form a solid of black and red. This level of warfare can be described as a hellish meat grinder. The volcanic demons and the swarm collide. As long as one can tear open a gap in the other's defenses, the opposing line will collapse catastrophically. The worker bees traverse the battlefield under heavy fire, reaching the geothermal vents and transforming into high-energy gas extraction chambers. Their counterparts will mine from their bodies, extracting the solidified high-energy gas and sending it to the swarm's base. Despite being heavily injured, the worker bees do not retreat from the front line, transporting resources while also mutating into swarm structures. On the fungal mat of the alien insect hatchery, a dense swarm of spore crawlers emerged in an instant, with green spore balls and toxic spines contrasting with each other, bringing a touch of transformation to the volcanic demons. Additionally, many worker bees mutated into evolution chambers, becoming living meat shields to block the front lines of the swarm. The sound of bursting insect bodies echoed on the battlefield, and the bones of the evolution chambers scattered everywhere. Thanks to the selfless dedication of the worker bees, the advance of the volcanic demons was successfully delayed. Among these bullheaded, lion-bodied monsters. No flying units had yet appeared. Under the combination of swarm architecture and trench warfare, the casualty ratio began to rise sharply. However, the situation was far from optimistic. The volcanic demon eggs spewing from the lava seemed to be limitless in number. Who exactly is the mother of these volcanic demons? Possessing a reproductive capacity comparable to that of rats? This may forever remain a mystery. At the current rate of consumption, in less than 3 days, the number of larvae would be insufficient. Yan Yi stood atop the king insect in midair, the nerve node bundles behind her moving without wind. The 100 alien insect hatcheries had just mutated, and hatching larvae required time. Now they were just waiting for Lin Yuan to purify the genes after the insects, hoping that no unexpected events would occur on the battlefield during this period. Zhao Xiaoqiao's expression was serious. Kill, kill, kill. Oh. Zheng Yong, truly a peerless insect general, utilized the organic matter of the alien insects like an arm, condensing it into a large chopping knife, cutting left and right with great enjoyment. Unfortunately, the destroyer could not be mass-produced. Otherwise, with 100,000 Zheng Yongs, we would scatter the ashes of the volcanic demons. Zhao Xiaoqiao's imagination ran wild. Yan Yi shook her head, saying that Zheng Yong's potential and willpower were unmatched among millions. She advised her not to think too much. The two queens commanded the swarm, struggling to resist the onslaught of the volcanic demons. The daily consumption of larvae, worker bees, crystal ore, and high-energy gas amounted to astronomical figures. During this period, Yan Yi executed Lin Yuan's orders from before he left, allowing the worker bees to mutate and create a continuous alien insect hatchery between the main nest and the front lines, connecting the fungal mats. Perhaps due to the limit on the elevation of single-type buildings, even with the addition of 1,000 alien insect hatcheries, the evolution city did not increase in level and remained at Tier 7. Near the alien insect hatchery, where the fungal mat spread, golden sunlight poured down from the horizon, dispelling the darkness. This was the adaptive expansion function of the territory of light. The area where the fungal mat spread was Lin Yuan's territory. However, everyone's thoughts were not focused on expanding their territory. The two queens, along with the destroyer Zheng Yong, were leading the swarm in a difficult resistance against the assault of the volcanic demons. 2 days had passed, and new problems began to emerge. The alien insect hatchery could hatch between 150,000 to 250,000 larvae daily, and with 1,000 hatcheries, that amounted to 15 million to 25 million larvae each day. The output of the larvae is sufficient, but the production capacity has not kept up. At this time, a discussion began in the evolution area. Li Nai, everyone, listen to me. Lin Yuan is currently resisting the onslaught of volcanic demons. He is protecting our entire region. I suggest we donate some resources to Lin Yuan. Yuan Sanfeng, I second that. Qian Duozai, I agree as well. Shifei, support Lin Yuan. A civilian sent a message through the owl, saying Lin Yuan has taken them in, and they are very grateful. Zhuokai, Lin Yuan is truly a responsible lord. Go, Lin Yuan. Here are my resources. Although they are few, I express my respect. He Yuan. Those volcanic demons just happened to appear near Lin Yuan's territory. Why should I donate resources for him to defend his own land? Jin Xingming, exactly. This moral coercion is really disgusting. Whether I donate or not is none of your business. Can you manage your own affairs first? Li Nai, aren't you two still alive? You really have good luck. Being in a good location allows you to live a few more days. He Yuan, what do you mean, Li Nai? Jin Xingming, are you threatening us? Let me tell you, I, Jin Xingming, never yield to threats. In Nai City, the two queens told me the names of the donors, and I noted them all down. From what I heard, the Light Arbiter is about to take significant action soon, and I will give them another chance then. Joining the swarm is an unparalleled honor. It's not something everyone can achieve. There must be a threshold. After communicating with the two queens, Li Nai closed the communication window of the light tree. She smiled broadly, and two black tentacles suddenly emerged from her nostrils, shaking vigorously. Soon, the ideal, beautiful world will truly be born in this world. Unknowingly, many talents had gathered around Lin Yuan. The alien insects, which are even more terrifying and ferocious than dark creatures, can scare even adults to tears. Given this, why are these people still eager to join Lin Yuan? And why are even the civilians bravely embarking on the journey to find the evolution city? Lin Yuan certainly had no time to explore these reasons. His mind was overloaded. The human brain has infinite potential. By changing the way electrical signals are transmitted between neurons, the computational ability of the brain can be unlocked directly. The tubes behind him were gurgling, continuously supplying nutrients. And Lin Yuan's hair stood on end as he began to splice the genes of the insect queen with all his might. The insect queen genes found by the two queens had a compatibility of around 65, which needed Lin Yuan to modify and enhance. Initially, Lin Yuan was at a loss with the 65 compatibility genes, but now he was already able to perform gene editing on them. As a top biologist, Lin Yuan's talent is beyond doubt. 072 After the queen, the transformation of the alien insects. The research in recent days has not been in vain. The final beta element for targeted editing has finally been completed. Lin Yuan looked at the primordial evolutionary slime before him, his face filled with excitement. The ethereal energy burned in his eyes, and at that moment, Lin Yuan saw the genetic structure at the microscopic level. He was very thrilled. The success of the queen's genetic programming meant that his early research had made groundbreaking progress. The genetic progress of the queen reached 100. The key to the volcanic demon battle, the last piece of the puzzle for the large-scale expansion of the swarm, had finally been completed. Lin Yuan felt invigorated. His will spread far and wide, and the interconnected consciousness made all the alien insects emit hissing sounds. It seemed to celebrate the arrival of a new era, as if a world-ending beast had finally broken free from its shackles. The division pool synchronized the queen's genes. The incubation site and main nest began to create the queen. The alien insect base, in addition to nurturing larvae, also had a fully automated production line for the queen. The queen, emitting the typical hissing sounds of the swarm, appeared in the darkness. She spread out a deep black mycelium blanket, bringing light to this dark world. Lin Yuan couldn't wait to start his habitual observations. Height, 549 meters. The sliding insect legs, with their unique structure, allowed the queen to glide over the mycelium blanket with microfilament structures. However, once she left the blanket, her speed would become comparable to that of a snail. The oval-shaped abdomen's tail end had a mutated ovipositor. This was an inconsequential gene in the first generation of queens, but the new type of queen had fully developed it. It enabled the queen to lay spherical proteins known as mycelium tumors. This spherical protein could cause the mycelium blanket to expand rapidly. As long as the latest homologous mycelium tumor was not eliminated, this spherical protein could divide indefinitely. Due to the queen's height, Lin Yuan observed from below. The queen could secrete a thick, viscous protein fluid, which stimulated cell growth with its mitotic enzyme, possessing two functions. When the queen applied this red fluid to the wounds of alien organisms or nests, the damaged tissues would recover rapidly within seconds. If this fluid combined with the catalyst stored in the queen's neck glands, it would appear green. Injecting it into the alien insect incubation site would rapidly cultivate new larvae. Finally, Lin Yuan looked at the most important part, the brain. The queen had a developed brain with a very advanced structure. The skull was covered with thick armor, and a series of nerve cords connected to the back of the brain, resembling the structure of star spirits, granting the queen powerful psychic abilities. The developed brain distinguished the queen from other alien insects, allowing for free thinking and analysis, and enabling her to autonomously summarize evolution based on her experiences. The powerful mental abilities allow the queen to easily collaborate with lower-level alien creatures, while simultaneously analyzing the tactical data sent by the king insect. Executing tactics through the will of the swarm. Scientific research is undoubtedly a crucial aspect that cannot be overlooked. Lin Yuan pulled out the genetic template of the original queen and conducted a comprehensive comparison with the current queen. The original queen could hatch various parasitic pathogens, directly infect buildings, and generate various suicidal alien units. Compared to its predecessor, the new queen is much stronger. As a support unit, it can maintain the vitality of the swarm's nest. Not only can it produce fungal blanket tumors to accelerate the expansion of the fungal blanket, but it can also increase the number of larvae in the hatchery. The catalytic fluid of the queen can be directly injected into the alien base, effectively doubling the production of larvae. Just this function is equivalent to an alien hatchery. The cost of alien hatching is 15 million units of biomass and 300 units of crystal ore. The cost of the queen is 30,000 units of biomass and 150 units of crystal ore. As a defensive limited commander, it has comprehensive functions, capable of launching a youth version of spine spikes for both air and ground attacks. It can also secrete protein saliva to heal swarm units, making it a cost-effective unit for base defense. Moreover, the queen incorporates certain gene fragments from humans, possessing potential for further mutation, which may result in the emergence of special queen units during large-scale mutations. The appearance of the new queen marks a transformative milestone for the swarm, ushering in a new generation. Finally, Lin Yuan summarized, overall, the functionality of the new queen is significantly stronger than that of the original queen. Lin Yuan. I can feel the joy. Has the queen been born? Zhao Qiao. My lord, please send the queen to the front lines quickly. I can barely hold on. The two queens sent urgent messages. Their psychic energy is limited, making it impossible to command the swarm from a long distance. Meanwhile, the hatchery on the front lines is working tirelessly to hatch larvae, with no excess production capacity. All right, all queens, join the battle. 200,000 queens move their slender supporting limbs, gliding swiftly over the smooth fungal blanket without friction. Under Lin Yuan's foresight, the main nest had already covered the front lines with a fungal blanket, allowing the queens to move without restriction and quickly reach the front lines. Without much conversation, the queens immediately sprayed thick saliva at their alien counterparts. With 200,000 queens spraying simultaneously, it was as if red rain was falling from the sky. A mutated creature, besieged by giant volcanic demons, was already in a pitiful state, its body riddled with wounds. However, the moment the red saliva splashed onto it, the damaged creature seemed to come to life, with countless flesh buds sprouting, and its injuries healed in the blink of an eye. At that moment, it wanted to roar. Come on, spray me. Quickly, douse me with your saliva. The distorted creature charged toward the giant volcanic demon, ready to achieve a feat of 1 against 10 with the help of the queen's saliva. I'm invincible. Cheng Yong, drenched in saliva, moved in and out among the volcanic demons, enjoying the thrill of battle. The queens were spraying saliva wildly, which to the swarm was not just saliva, but a heavenly blessing. The casualty ratio for the swarm suddenly compressed. The scales of victory had tilted significantly in favor of Lin Yuan. Very well. If no new type of volcanic demon appears, the swarm will surely win this battle. With the biomass supply from the volcanic demons, we can now spread the fungal carpet and build an insect incubation facility near the crystal or veins to fully activate the swarm's production capacity. Lin Yuan said to the two queens. Just then, a sudden mutation occurred. Amid the eerie calls, new volcanic demon eggs burst forth. This batch of volcanic demon eggs exploded in the air, and flying volcanic demons appeared, resembling low-flying bombers, a nightmare for all ground troops. The queens, what a late arrival. The flying volcanic demons had dual wings and spewed flames, resembling bombers flying at low altitude. The airborne swarm faced a barrage of spikes and spore acid balls, imparting the profound lesson of suffering from birth to these flying volcanic demons. Seeing that the situation was settled, Yin Yi spoke up. If the flying volcanic demons had appeared earlier, they might have caused us a lot of trouble. But now, they are just targets in the sky. Volcanic demon, you blocked our doorstep and beat us up, and now you're blaming us? I should stretch my muscles too, Zhao Xiaoqiao said, eager to join in. With the queen's involvement, the low-level battlefield no longer required the two queens to command. The two insect queens themselves were high-end combat forces within the swarm. They were a highly integrated genetic template of the Shadow Energy Queen and the Blade Queen, capable of continuous growth and strengthening. Two bolts of shadow energy gathered in the hands of Yin Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao. The shadow energy spheres traced beautiful trajectories, turning the flying volcanic demons into ashes. The war continued. The volcanic demon eggs continued to erupt. For the next 15 days, the volcanic demons engaged in a tug-of-war with the swarm. Then, at a sudden moment, a section of the volcanic demons' front line collapsed. Like a breached dam, the gap in the volcanic demons widened, and in an instant, it was broken through by the swarm. The volcanic demon eggs were still erupting, but they no longer posed a threat. Next, the queen produced fungal carpet tumors, and the spore crawlers re-established their roots, surrounding the main volcanic body of the Eye of Hell. It was time to harvest biomass. For every volcanic demon that came, it would face its demise. Yin Yi said, Lin Yuan, it's time to show the world the greatness of the swarm and announce our arrival. Lin Yuan nodded in agreement. The existence of the swarm was no longer a secret, whether it was those from the Qing sect or the fervent believers in light. They would upload images of the alien insects before dying. Anyone with even a little source of information knew the true nature of Lin Yuan's troops. However, the various lords would only consider the alien insects as a special type of troop under Lin Yuan. They would never suspect how beyond comprehension the swarm truly was. At this moment, Yan Yi added, "But we don't have gold coins to start the live broadcast." Who would have thought that a swarm aiming for the stars and the sea would be troubled by gold coins? Lin Yuan paused for a brief moment and said solemnly, "Gold coins are just external possessions. Go find Li Nai and have him contribute some gold coins." Zhao Qiao chimed in, "Hee, the master is right. The live broadcast only consumes 100,000 gold coins per second, which is just a drop in the bucket for Li Nai." 3 minutes later, a live broadcast started in the SC2 evolution area, titled "The Volcanic Demon is So Strong." The viewership exploded instantly. Lords from the SC2 evolution area flocked in. The number of viewers soared to 5,000, 100,000, 300,000, finally settling at 763,258. Almost all the lords in the SC2 evolution area entered Yan Yi's live broadcast room. In Yan Yi's stream, there were only scenes of the swarm battling the volcanic demon. There were no shots of her or Chungyou. The vast battlefield, the clash of flesh, the anguished cries of the volcanic demon, and just from the video, Lin Yuan's troops sent chills down people's spines. Watching the evolution city single-handedly make the volcanic demon lose its way, the lords fell into deep self-doubt. They began to suspect that they were not in the real world, but rather in a surreal dream. 10 minutes later, someone finally sent the first comment. "Li Nai, Lin Yuan, you're awesome." Soon after, the entire comment section exploded. "Qian Duozai, Lin Yuan, you're awesome." "Yuan Sanfang, Lin Yuan, you're awesome." "Zhuokai, Lin Yuan, you're awesome." "Shifei, Lin Yuan, you're awesome." "He Yuan, Jin Xingming." Hundreds of thousands of lords sent comments simultaneously, overwhelming the live broadcast screen. During this time, no one questioned the grotesque appearance of the alien insects. It was like a person trapped in a perilous wilderness, suddenly confronted by an alien creature. This person, terrified to the core, then discovered that the alien was actually protecting him, helping him to defeat a pack of tyrannosaurs nearby. At that moment, the person felt immense gratitude towards the alien and instinctively thought that it wasn't so terrifying after all. Of course, if this person safely returned to human society, the fate of the alien would be hard to say. It's not just the nightmarish creatures that are to be feared. Even the heroes who have saved the world multiple times are still regarded with suspicion and have been mercilessly bombarded with rocket fire. Perhaps these heroes are silicon-based beings, differing fundamentally from carbon-based life forms, but the fate of the X-Men, who are also carbon-based, is a stark reminder of what can happen. There are countless similar examples. The livestream lasted for 10 minutes before being cut off. In reality, the attitudes of these leaders are insignificant. If they stand in the way, then this imposing leader will merely become organic matter on the ground. So why does Lin Yuan need to demonstrate strength? This is closely related to the upcoming situation. Based on the performance of 3 samples, Lin Yuan hypothesizes that the light-based leaders possess considerable potential for psychic energy. If that is the case, Lin Yuan is more than willing to validate this hypothesis and doesn't mind the swarm gaining a few more talents. The swarm is on the verge of rapid expansion. Yet Lin Yuan only has 2 queens, 1 destroyer, and 1 swarm spy at his disposal. Far from sufficient. Without Kerrigan's swarm, it would be nothing more than a chaotic beast. Similarly, a swarm lacking a large number of talents cannot unleash its full combat potential. Most importantly, without enough tools and talents, how can Lin Yuan focus on his research? In the hazy light of the area bordering the district, Lin Yuan wants the various leaders to willingly join the swarm because the parasitic virus cannot successfully infect all humans. During the infection process, the virus attempts to modify human cells, releasing some psychic energy. It is well known that psychic energy is closely linked to the mind. If a person's willpower resists the virus, the result of infection is that they will become mindless, transformed into battle bodies. Worse still, these battle bodies quickly deteriorate and become nothing but a puddle of sludge. After 30 days, not a single volcanic demon egg would erupt from the volcano. Lin Yuan single-handedly annihilated billions of volcanic demons right at their doorstep. The pitiful volcanic demons, who had the power to devastate the district, had barely taken a breath of fresh air before becoming biomass for the swarm. What is the total amount of biomass the swarm has accumulated? Lin Yuan doesn't want to look. That long string of numbers is dizzying. SC2 Evolution Zone. Area announcement. Level 7 Evolution City, Lord Lin Yuan successfully led his troops to eliminate the volcanic demons, resolving a major crisis of regional annihilation, and effectively save the SC2 Evolution Zone. The Lord of the 7th Order Evolution City, Lin Yuan, has achieved a remarkable accomplishment of 500,000 regional contributions. He has reached the contribution limit and has merged rewards, obtaining the Champion Crossbowman of the 9th Order Strategic Unit. The resource transfer ratio between the SC2 Evolution Zone and the 15th Order Vermilion Bird City is 1:1. The SC2 Evolution Zone now faces no visible threats and will connect with the nearby major regions, namely the SC1 Nirvana Zone and the FA1 Zhou family territory. Boom. It felt like a meteor striking the head. The lords of the SC1 Nirvana Zone were stunned when they received this news. They couldn't believe the words before their eyes. In fact, these lords had lost the capacity to believe in such cognitive activities. Their minds had turned into a mush, devoid of any thinking ability. Meanwhile, a vague light illuminated the dark sky. This light resembled the dawn before the sun rises and the dusk after the sun sets. The dim light did not signify weakness. It was so magnificent that the liquid-like swirling darkness was directly evaporated. The border areas between the SC1 Nirvana Zone, FA1 Zhou family territory, and SC2 Evolution Zone transformed into a hazy land of light. Thus, there were no longer any middle-layer dark regions separating the three major zones. What on earth happened? What happened to the promised volcanic demons? What about the destruction of the major regions? The lords of the SC1 Nirvana Zone all flocked into the SC2 Evolution Zone's channel. Wei Kongping. Colleagues, is this just an ordinary volcanic eruption? There are no volcanic demons appearing at all. Li Nai. Image JPG. Li Nai did not want to speak. She directly shared a screenshot of the announcement stating that Lin Yuan, the Lord of the 7th Order Evolution City, successfully led his troops to eliminate the volcanic demons, resolving the major crisis of regional destruction and saving the SC2 Evolution Zone. Xing Hetai. This can't be possible. Is this really possible? It's not possible. Gong Xiumin. No matter how unbelievable this matter is, the announcement from the Tree of Light will not lie. Colleagues, could it be that the number of volcanic demons this time is very small? Li Nai. Image JPG. Li Nai was uninterested in speaking and casually took a snapshot. It showed the overwhelming volcanic demons. Feng Yuling, my goodness. This is a two-headed volcanic demon. And there are giant volcanic demons. These are eggs that can only be laid by the volcanic demon queen. The scale of this volcanic demon is 2 orders of magnitude greater than 200 years ago, reaching a billion level. Li Nai, you know quite a bit, don't you? Feng Yuling. I happened to come across a damaged ancient book in a corner of the library, which is how I learned about this. The cross-regional communication channel buzzed with activity, while the SC2 Evolution Zone's channel remained surprisingly quiet. No one came to inquire about the price of the Champion Crossbowman, as the lords knew that doing so would make them appear foolish. A 9th-tier strategic unit? Let us put that aside for now. Lin Yuan casually tossed the blueprints of the Champion Crossbowman into the warehouse of the Bright Tree. Such a high-level unit would not fetch its true value in an auction within the Evolution Zone. The swarm was not lacking in resources, so there was no rush to auction it off. When he opened the warehouse, Lin Yuan caught sight of a fiery mass resembling a bird. Almost forgot. There's also a Vermilion bird spirit here. Let us leave it for now. The matters of Vermilion City need careful planning. Vermilion City had fallen into the hands of the 9 major families, and its first line of defense boasted walls towering 3,000 meters high, far beyond what the current swarm could breach. Next, Lin Yuan Rare momentarily set aside his research and focused on the expansion of the swarm. Worker bees mutated into extraction rooms. The main body of the Eye of Hell volcano was rich in high-energy gas, with such a high production capacity that it required 100,000 worker bees to mutate into extraction rooms to reach maximum efficiency. The queen laid down tumor-like fungal blankets. Millions of queens flocked to the edges of the fungal blanket, slightly bowing their fronts and lifting their tails, producing spherical protein bodies with a squelch. This was the tumor of the fungal blanket, capable of infinite division. After a period, it could split into another identical spherical protein. 075 Bright Arbiter Getalo, a gentle breeze, brought the fresh air purified by the fungal blanket. The territory of the Bright Tree evolved and adaptive expansion permissions were activated. Sunlight poured down from the sky, and beneath the pure blue sky, fluffy white clouds drifted lazily. The fungal blanket was teeming with fearsome alien insects. Where the deep black fungal blanket expanded, warm sunlight would shine. In the sunlight, on the black fungal blanket, the king insect floated leisurely in the air. Larvae wriggled joyfully. Worker bees worked tirelessly, jumping insects twirled in circles, and the queen flitted back and forth, responsible for spitting and injecting catalyst larvae. Mutated cockroaches scuttled about, while stinging snakes swam around, sometimes pausing to swing their broad, three-edged bone sickles. The fungal blanket brought light, and the light dispelled darkness, allowing the citizens of the evolutionary city to survive in this harsh, dark world. It must be said, the scene before them was filled with a magical contrast. Would anyone long for the swarm? Zhao Qiao asked. Well, there are people right now. Yan Yi pointed to the crowd near the main nest. And there would surely be more in the future, many more. 200,000 civilians, led by Duanya, had arrived at the main nest base 3 weeks ago. Many had fainted on the spot. There was no choice. Cheng Yong had to return to the main nest from the front lines. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yong held a high reputation among the common people, and his appearance greatly reassured them. On that day, Cheng Yong was passionate. Don't you want revenge? Do you want to continue living under the exploitation of the powerful families? In your eyes, these beings are monsters simply because they look fearsome. But have you ever considered that during times of crisis, when the cold waves came and when the volcanic demons attacked, it was these so-called monsters who protected you and saved you? Do you know how much these gentle-hearted beings have sacrificed? And what about those nobles in the city? They are merely wearing a human facade. Are they really kinder in your eyes than these guardians? Think carefully about what they have done. Now, the road to vengeance lies right before you. By walking this path, you can gain the power to avenge. I respect each of you. Think carefully and make your choice. Cheng Yong's organism transformed into 2 knives, clashing against each other with a sharp sound. The common people trembled in fear. This was terrifying. At that moment, Lin Yuan appeared. He was graceful and composed, wearing a white lab coat that highlighted his handsome, rational demeanor. Lin Yuan smiled warmly and said, Hello everyone. I am the Lord of the Evolution City, Lin Yuan. Please feel free to ask me any questions. Are humans really visual creatures? The emergence of beauty and makeup undoubtedly proves this point. Lin Yuan's presence seemed to be a stabilizing force, dispelling the unease in the hearts of the common people. Following this, his friendly interactions with the organisms further put their minds at ease. Cheng Yong, standing nearby, had become numb. He felt despair in this superficial world. It's worth the effort I put in, he thought. Next, I can verify my experimental hypothesis. Lin Yuan's smile grew even more amiable. Soon after, Li Nai arrived at the main nest with Yuan Sanfang. Yuan Sanfang's legs went weak, trembling in fear. The difference between what he saw in videos and reality was striking. Despite being psychologically prepared, he could not help but feel a wave of intense fear. Yuan Sanfang asked, Li Nai, have you sided with the dark forces? Not at all. I am fighting for my ideals. I have already seen the beautiful endpoint on this path, Li Nai replied firmly and seriously. Soon, you will understand. Let us merge into one. Li Nai chuckled. Merge into one. I regarded you as a good brother, but I didn't expect you to want to do this. Yuan Sanfang felt like crying without tears. He knew he had boarded a pirate ship, and it was the kind without an anchor. The sound of rapid clicking filled the air as the fungal tumors continued to divide, expanding the territory of the alien insects at a rapid pace. The geographical map of the SC2 evolution area that Lin Yuan had previously obtained proved useful, allowing the swarm to easily locate numerous crystal ore veins. The figures for the reserves of high-energy gas and crystal ore were increasing exponentially every moment. The swarm had entered a period of rapid, peaceful development. However, this situation did not last long. The Arbiter of Light had already arrived at the capital city, and the existence of the Light God Church had always posed a threat to the swarm. One day, an announcement shocked the entire SC2 evolution area. Arbiter of Light Gadelo from the 15th Order, Light Church of the capital city. I am Arbiter Gadelo. The heretic Lin Yuan has been reckless, nurturing dark creatures and desecrating the Light God Church, a crime that cannot be forgiven. To all the Light Lords in the SC2 evolution area, you are complicit in evil. Now, the Executors of Light will take over your territories. If you do not surrender all your authority, you will be regarded as Lin Yuan's accomplices and classified as heretics. The strong words of Arbiter Gadlo immediately sparked intense dissatisfaction among the lords. Sun Ming, is this an unconditional conscription of our light territories? I want to ask why? Just because he has the backing of the Light God Church? Xian Duozu. This is the jurisdiction of the capital city, under the influence of the Jojo Alliance. What is the Light God Church that it can come here to forcibly claim our territory? Zhuokai. Where was this so-called Arbiter of Light when Lin Yuan was resisting the volcanic demons? Now he jumps out to bark? I don't believe the Light God Church can control us. Sure Fei. We went through layers of selection and endured hardships to become Reserve City Lords. After 10 years of hard study and rigorous examinations, we became Light Lords. We bear the glorious mission of expanding our territory and fighting against darkness for the future generations. Can one word from this arbiter strip away all our efforts? If being like this makes me a heretic, then I would rather be a heretic. Zhuokai. Lin Yuan is just a special case. We have received so many benefits from him. How can someone like him be called a heretic? The lords were furious, especially the common lords, who were indignant and criticized the Light God Church, speaking out for Lin Yuan. Jin Xingming. Lin Yuan is a heretic. Do you also want to become a heretic? This is betrayal of humanity. He Yuan, you ungrateful wolves. If it weren't for the Light God Church spreading the light and enlightening the masses with the teachings of the Mother of Light, you would have long been food and couldn't even act as keyboard warriors here. Yuan Sanfong. Yes, people should understand gratitude. You lords have such a narrow vision. Don't you know that it is the Light God sect that is blocking those disaster-level dark monsters deep in the mid-level dark regions? Li Nai. I fully support the Light Arbiter Gaderuo. I will unconditionally offer my Nai city. I welcome the Light Executors to take over my territory with open arms. Zhuokai. Yuan Sanfong, you dog. Sure Fei. Li Nai. I can't believe you're betraying your own kind. I really misjudged you. At that moment, the lords of the two classes engaged in a fierce exchange. It was clear that the 9 major families and those second and third-rate families expressed their support for the Light God sect, while the common lords were in utter disagreement. Near the alien insect nest. Li Nai, I didn't expect you, with your thick eyebrows and big eyes, to betray the swarm. Zhao Xiaoqiao shouted loudly. Her face shrouded in a divine glow. Yan Yi covered her forehead. Can you not get so into character all the time? There's no little golden man award for you here. In the interstellar plot, there will be dissenting voices within Kerrigan's swarm. And some brood mothers may even establish their own factions. However, Lin Yuan possesses the highest dominion will, once one becomes an alien insect. There will be no thoughts of betrayal. Li Nai chuckled. I've been looking for an excuse to return to Zhuokai City. And this Light Arbiter Gaderuo is truly a timely blessing. Now we can return to our family openly. Yuan Sanfong was also very excited. Nai, your plan can finally be implemented. I've always regretted not being able to help you before, but now I can. We can work together to strive for that wonderful world, which is also the ultimate mission of the swarm. Ha. Li Nai couldn't help but laugh heartily. Sanfong, it seems you're adapting quickly. How do you feel now? Yuan Sanfong's expression was filled with fascination. The previous human cage was too small. Everyone was an island. And no one could truly understand all of your thoughts. But here, it is so vast, so magnificent, so boundless. We are for the whole. Yan Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao exchanged glances and smiled. We're glad you joined us. By the way, the strong territorial requisition by the Light Arbiter Gaderuo has already sparked intense resistance from many common lords. If these common lords refuse to let the Light Executors in, then even the Light God sect cannot forcibly make them surrender their lordship. Zhao Xiaoqiao wondered. As a law enforcement officer, Gaderuo wouldn't he be foolish enough to do that? Right? Of course not. Yan Yi shook her head. If he really did that, it would be like pushing these common lords to rebellion. Don't you think so? Li Nai? Li Nai nodded and said, if that were the case, it would be very beneficial for us, but obviously, that's impossible. The lower-level followers of the Radiant Church may have many fools, but the high-ranking arbiter, Gadlu, would never be that foolish. After taking a bite of the mushroom blanket, Li Nai continued, his actions must have received the consent of the 9 great families. They have reached a consensus on their interests. These individuals are skilled at manipulating the psychology of the common people. In my view, this is a typical divide-and-conquer strategy, a classic combination of the carrot and the stick. Sure enough, as the lords argued fiercely, another cross-region announcement appeared. Zhou Xiong. chair of the Radiant Tree Council of the 15-tier Vermilion Bird City. To all lords in the SC2 Evolution area, I am Zhou Xiong, the chair of Vermilion Bird City. What I want to say is, you have all been deceived by Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan is not only a heretic, but also the root cause of chaos in the SC2 Evolution area. Do you think he wants to help you and save you? You are terribly mistaken. His goal is to destroy the entire SC2 Evolution area and turn it into a hell for his minions. Words alone are not enough. New lords, please take a good look at this footage. The former city lord had once live-streamed the fight against the deathly ice prison Inya, igniting the passion and determination of the lords. Now, however, Zhou Xiong used a live stream to showcase the expansion of the swarm. The ground was covered with a deep black substance that spread like a virus, devouring all animals and plants in its path, turning everything into a deep black wasteland. In the eyes of the lords, all of this was even more terrifying than dark creatures, stirring complex emotions of horror, fear, and more from deep within. Li Nai's gaze sharpened. Here it comes, a complete denial of Lin Yuan's achievements, shaking the foundation of his reputation. Will anyone believe it? Lin Yuan's contributions are substantial and well documented in the Radiant Tree. Zhao Xiaoqiao asked, what are the reasons? There are 3 reasons, Li Nai replied calmly. First, those who are not of our kind will have different hearts. You all used to be human. Think about what people's first reaction is when they see alien insects. It is first filled with fear, followed by the desire to squash them with a slipper. Second, many people inherently enjoy seeing heroes tarnished, relishing the fall of those who are high above. Lin Yuan's achievements are unprecedented, creating numerous miracles. If he is vilified, many will rush to criticize him, akin to flies flocking to dung. Third, many people do not understand the truth, cannot think independently, and do not want to make efforts to uncover the truth. So they will only follow blindly. When everyone praises something, they applaud. When everyone criticizes it, they spit and trample. 077 watching 2 clap clap clap. Well said. Zhao Xiaoqiao applauded. Is this the kind of education you big family members receive? This is just a common phenomenon. If you read some basic logic books, you would understand these things. Li Nai scratched her head. Ha ha ha. People often have very high moral expectations of others, and it has always been this way. Lin Yuan walked over. Let us just enjoy the show. If I'm not mistaken, it's almost time to feed the carrots. With Lin Yuan's arrival, Broken Tooth stood up, glancing at the ruler and then at the queen, looking puzzled. In fact, Broken Tooth understood every word they said, but when put together, it had no idea what they meant. A strong intuition told it that these were complex things that would surely heat up its little brain. So, Broken Tooth lay down again, pretending to nap. It had a natural curiosity about the world, something other jumping bugs did not possess. However, it simply could not understand humans. Lin Yuan smiled. After all, humans themselves could not understand themselves either. Yin Yi, Zhao Xiaoqiao, Li Nai, and Yuan Sanfeng, the 4 large alien bugs fell silent, gathering around Lin Yuan, looking towards the already boiling chat channel. He Yuan, as expected, monsters are monsters. No matter what they seem to do on the surface, they will eventually be exposed. Jin Xingming, I feel disgusted just looking at those bugs. I knew Lin Yuan raised these creepy creatures. They must not be good. And now their true colors are revealed. Sun Ming, what kind of monster is this? Wherever it goes, nothing grows. Will it one day turn all our human territory into this kind of appearance? Shuakai, great Lin Yuan, what is going on? Come out and say something. We are waiting for your explanation. Fei, look. Where those deep black substances reach, light shines, darkness dissipates. Lin Yuan's territory is recognized by the Tree of Light. He Yuan, Fei, I think you are really crazy. Lin Yuan is a heretic, an unknown creature lurking in our midst. Don't think just because he looks human that he is human. Look at the tragic deaths of our fellow lords. In just 3 months, over 30,000 lords lost their lives at Lin Yuan's hands. A full 30,000 lords. They were all your classmates, all bearing the mission of exploring the darkness. And just like that, they were slaughtered by Lin Yuan. Fei, how can you speak for Lin Yuan? Look, open your eyes and see. This is the ironclad evidence of the Dark Invasion. Fei, I still clearly remember the incident where the 9 major families sacrificed 300 million people. When they personally buried 300 million compatriots, where was the Church of Light? And where were the 9 major families? Jinxing Ming, Fei, are you confused? Your source of information is completely unreliable. The 9 major families have never issued such orders. At that time, the situation was extremely urgent. The freezing death force from the ice prison came, and the old city lord couldn't withstand it. The mutated frozen corpses surged like a tsunami. Therefore, Baimai issued the command to retreat, and the 9 families had no choice but to fall back. The second line of defense was abandoned by Baimai. It was the 9 families who turned the tide and ultimately defended Zhuke City, saving us. Sure this. Sun Ming, right now? All I know is that the monsters raised by Lin Yuan are terrifying. Just thinking about being in the same territory as them keeps me awake at night. And I wake up in a panic. The lords were stunned. Many of the civilian lords, who had previously remained silent, could no longer hold back their doubts about Lin Yuan. Watching the public opinion shift dramatically, Lin Yuan remained calm. As the master of the swarm, he naturally wouldn't care about what these lords said or thought. Xiao Qiao, you have the video of the bright spiked lion beast feeding. Just put it up. Previously, Lin Yuan had infected those civilians seeking shelter with the alien insect virus. The results were neither disastrous nor particularly good, perhaps due to the difference in the world. When the alien insect virus infected these civilians who had no mental defenses, there were no uncontrollable changes. In other words, no one turned into a transient mutated combat body. These civilians retained their original memories, combat skills, and life experiences, and their bodies were significantly enhanced. Their overall strength was around the 6th tier. Due to their human origins, they possessed a weak ghost energy, allowing them to lead around 1,000 jumping insects, qualifying them as basic officers in the swarm. Lin Yuan knew that the original swarm was entirely under the control of the master. Although powerful, it lacked diversity. The swarm during the Kerrigan era included figures like Zagara, Stukov, and Dhaka, whose addition diversified the swarm and made it exponentially stronger. Now, Lin Yuan felt it was possible to integrate a large number of basic officers into the swarm, and these transformed humans were very suitable for this role. He named them Conquerors, placing them under Cheng Yang's command. Of course, the effectiveness of these basic officers was limited. Bright lords like Li Nai were much more suitable candidates. With the emergence of a swarm queen and the adaptive expansion of the Bright territory, the development speed of the swarm was like being equipped with an antimatter engine, becoming unstoppable. Naturally, the demand for talent was enormous. All right, let them choose willingly. After all, if they were forced to be infected with the alien insect virus, these bright lords would become complete fools. Zhao Xiaoqiao understood Lin Yuan's intention and uploaded the terrifying footage of the bright spiked lion beast feeding. Zhukai, is this really the magnificent bright thorn lion beast? Sure Fei, using human bodies as a breeding medium. Haha, it's the cult of light that raises these. Isn't that heresy? He Yuan. You guys, think carefully. This is clearly forged by Lin Yuan. Jin Xingming. Only the monsters raised by Lin Yuan would do such things. The discussion among the lords did not last long. Suddenly, a regional announcement appeared. Chairman Zhou Xiong of the 15th tier, Vermilion Bird City Council. Dear lords, I, Zhou Xiong, chairman of the Vermilion Bird City Council, along with 8 council members, hereby promise, all lords who voluntarily surrender their territories will receive permanent residency rights beyond the 7th defense line of Vermilion Bird City, along with the privilege of being exempt from all taxes. Additionally, the lords will receive a gift of 1 billion gold coins in a mansion from the Vermilion Bird City Council. 078 embraced the light. When Zhou Xiong's compensation announcement was made, the channel of the SC2 evolution area fell silent in an instant. The civilian lords, who had been vehemently condemning before, all quieted down and said nothing. The contrast was so stark that one might think the network of the Tree of Light had stalled. He Yuan. Look, if the 9 major council families ignored you, how could they offer such generous compensation? Jin Xingming. Lin Yuan is a heretic, and moreover, he is a tumor in our Vermilion Bird City. The 9 families have invested heavily this time, aiming to unite with the Church of Light to heal the SC2 evolution area. Fellow compatriots, we are the humans, we are on the same front. Think carefully. This is your rare opportunity. Yin Yi watched the situation unfold with cold eyes and said, indeed. The way the Church of Light and the 9 major families are handling this is indeed the best approach. The Church of Light, in order to showcase its authority, will not lower its stance to negotiate with these lords. Thus it needs to display a tough attitude. The 9 families, by doing this, can appease the Church of Light, while also beginning to woo these civilian lords, and it can mitigate the negative impact caused by previous harsh measures, achieving multiple objectives. The two parties hit it off, thus putting on this great show. Lin and I applauded with both hands. That's right, Big Sister has a keen eye, making me admire her greatly. Ha ha, the most interesting part of this show is about to begin. Lin Yuan, with great interest, thought, if I were them, I would increase the stakes further to break down those Lord's psychological defenses. Chairman Zhou Xiong of the 15th tier, Vermilion Bird City Council. Dear Lords, I know that your territories are hard-earned, and making a decision is very difficult. Here, I promise, the first Light Lord to transfer their rights will receive an additional reward of 500 million gold coins. The second Lord to transfer their rights. Chairman Zhou Xiong of the 15th tier, Vermilion Bird City Council. Very good. A bright Lord has made a conscious choice. He is the Lord of a certain city, Zhuakai. Oh, the top 10 Lords have already transferred their privileges. Congratulations to them, as they will receive additional gold rewards. They have sacrificed the realm of light for the justice they believe in, and this achievement will be passed down through generations. Zhuakai, I am willing to transfer all privileges of the Tree of Light. Come and take over, Executors of Light. Shifei, Zhuakai you. Shifei has so much to say, yet when the moment arrives, all his words are stuck in his throat. Zhuakai, permanent residency rights beyond the 7th defense line, tax exemption privileges, along with a reward of 1 billion gold coins and a mansion. With these, I can live a prosperous and happy life for 2 generations. My children will be born as citizens beyond the 7th defense line. They can enjoy better education and breathe fresher air. I still have a father to support, and I don't want them to worry about me every day. I'm sorry, Brother Shifei, I'm just an ordinary person. I fear death, and I dread the endless battle against that infinite darkness. I just long for a stable life. The fall of a single snowflake triggered the final avalanche. With the first leader stepping forward, the Lords of Light eagerly offered their privileges of the Tree of Light. However, there were still some lords watching and hesitating. They are the rare few who remain clear-headed in the face of enormous benefits. What are the 9 great families? They are cold-blooded snakes that sacrifice 300 million civilians for their own interests. Can their promises be trusted? What if they are just empty promises? The 9 great families have moved the invasion of the Church of Light into the jurisdiction of a certain city, rendering the efforts of the former city lord meaningless. Can such characters really be trusted? Many Lords of Light have yet to make a decision. At this moment, Fanatic of Light 4396, the eradication of heresy cannot be delayed. On behalf of the Executors of Light, I issue the final ultimatum. Within 10 minutes, you must hand over the privileges of the Tree of Light, otherwise, you will be considered accomplices of Lin Yuan and deemed heretics. The Lord of Light's arbiter will surely purify you heretics. The words of Fanatic of Light 4396 acted as a catalyst, a death knell. On one side are enormous benefits, on the other, threats to life. The evolution area seems to offer choices, yet there are none. When other lords set the example and handed over their territories, it seemed justifiable. After all, I haven't done anything immoral. It's just that my territory was annexed by others, and I stand to gain enormous benefits. Why not? Everyone is doing it. So how can I not? In just 3 minutes, 90% of the Lords of Light have already surrendered their privileges. Shifei, how can you all do this? This is ungratefulness. This is colluding with evil. However, no one paid attention to Shifei's words. In the city of Solid Rock, Shifei gritted his teeth, his face tense. He had made up his mind that even if he were to be shattered to pieces, he would not become that ungrateful person. A true man knows what to pursue and what to forsake. At that moment, Shifei's elderly parents walked in. My son, I heard from others that we can soon move into the 7th defense line. That's wonderful. We can finally live a good life. By then, you can marry a beautiful wife and have a few healthy children. In the 7th defense line, those children will be exceptional. We can also enjoy our old age and live well. And the folks from the Stone Clan, they came with you to build the city of Solid Rock, working hard without a word of complaint. Now that you have achieved success, you must not forget your roots and ensure that the villagers also live well. Looking at his energetic father, who was excitedly discussing life after moving to the 7th defense line, Shifei took a few steps back and slumped into a chair. It shouldn't be like this, it shouldn't be like this, he murmured with his eyes closed. He clearly felt that heavy shackles were binding him tighter and tighter. He wanted to scream, he wanted to break free, but could he really disregard his parents? It turned out that being a different person, simply being a person who upholds righteousness, was so difficult. In the city of solid rock, by the bright tree, a dazzling light suddenly shone. Thousands of light executors appeared in front of everyone. Their armor gleamed brightly. During the initial period of the territory, only civilians below the second tier could use the teleportation array in Vermilion Bird City to transfer to the corresponding bright territory with permissions. However, Lin Yu had significantly increased the development progress of the SC2 evolution zone. When the resource exchange ratio reached 1:1, Vermilion Bird City could endlessly transfer humans or troops of the 6th tier and below. But only with the rare reverse teleportation talismans could humans be transferred from the initial territory to Vermilion Bird City. The great battle is about to begin. Very good. You have embraced the light. A light executor praised after Shifei transferred the light's authority. He took out 3 directional teleportation talismans and said, "We are very generous to a devout believer. Take these." The precious reverse teleportation talismans were given out in 3s by the light executor. As the production of such talismans was controlled by the Church of Light, others wishing to buy them would face astronomical prices. Previously, Zhou Qing didn't even have 1 reverse teleportation talisman for self-preservation. The Church of Light had many similar technologies, troops, or building blueprints. This was their weapon to dominate the world. It is evident how vast the Church of Light was, a scale unimaginable to ordinary people. Shifei was stunned. What about my subjects in the territory? They all believe in the Light God Church. The Light Executor looked at Shifei strangely and said, "Please mind your wording, young Light Lord. Those who have never contributed to the Light God Church are not qualified to receive the blessings of the Light Mother Goddess. I will expel all these false believers from the land blessed by the Light Mother Goddess. Expel them all from the Light territory." This statement exploded in Shifei's mind like a bomb. Shifei was completely dazed. If he abandoned his people, how was he any different from the 9 major families that sacrificed 300 million civilians? Isn't the Light Lord supposed to have a noble mission? We are the Light Lords. We are the torches in the darkness. We will dispel the darkness, light the bonfire, and establish a safe haven for humanity. Shifei recalled the vow made under the light tree in Zhuke City by the new generation of Light Lords. That day, Shifei found the meaning of his life. And now, was he really going to betray that vow? Did the other lords who accepted the call mean that they had all given up on their civilians? Slap. Shifei felt something in his heart snap. "Son, let's go quickly," his elderly parents urged. "You go ahead. I'll handle a few things and come right after." Shifei smiled. Watching his parents disappear, Shifei raised his head. What a nice day it was. That day, the weather in Panshir City was sunny and pleasant. Shifei put on his favorite coat and walked out of the light territory, stepping into the darkness. At least, he still had a path to take. Has the grand play come to an end? Zhao Xiaoqiao was still immersed in the moment, and then excitedly said, "Does this mean that from now on, we will be enemies with the Light Church, which has 800,000 territories?" TSK, just thinking about it feels thrilling. Li Nainai shook her head and said, "Not just 800,000. The SC1 Nirvana area has already been summoned, and the FA1 Zhou family territory is also gathering troops on a large scale." At this point, Lin Yuan asked, "I'm curious, if they can't muster an army above the 6th rank, how can they fight against the swarm? Surely, someone at a higher level knows the strength of the volcanic demons. If we can take down the volcanic demons, we surely won't fear those troops that are only at the 6th rank at most." Li Nainai, Yin Yi, Yuan Sanfang, and Zhao Xiaoqiao looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion. Could it be that my question was too difficult, leaving them stumped? Questions that transcend the times are always so astonishing. Sensing the shock conveyed in their thoughts, Lin Yuan couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. "Master, you must be testing our overall perspective." At this moment, Sheng Yong stepped forward and said, "Since that's the case, let me share my insights. The Light Church will definitely make every effort to recruit forces beyond the 6th tier to provoke dark disturbances, which will attract dark tides. When that happens, the mid-level dark region will invade the SC2 evolution zone." "Very well, you have passed my test." Lin Yuan nodded. "When will the dark tide return?" "At least a year. At most several decades. The timing is uncertain," Cheng Yong replied. "Is the Light Church making such a big move just because a son of a white-robed archbishop died?" Lin Yuan asked. Immediately, a sense of inexplicable disinterest rose in his heart. What is the purpose of the Light Church, and what plans do the 9 major families have? Why do they want to provoke the dark tide in the SC2 evolution zone? Perhaps, like a millfight, there are layers upon layers of schemes involved. However, Lin Yuan's subconscious resisted thinking about these issues. It was as if humans wouldn't ponder the movements of an ant. Lin Yuan instinctively wanted to ignore these trivial matters. Forget it, I'm tired. Just let it all be destroyed. Whether it's the Light Church or the monsters from the mid-level dark region. Let them all be consumed. With the highest sovereign will, Lin Yuan himself was the master of the swarm. If ideology represents the essence, then he is the purest aberration. To devour everything, to continuously evolve and change, is Lin Yuan's instinct, and the swarm is the organic extension of his will. Everything else is insignificant. He didn't even want to know how many jumping insects or stinging snakes the swarm had, because for the master, the number is just a meaningless figure. Lin Yuan casually waved his hand and then walked into the main nest. We've been too slow. We must have disappointed Lin Yuan, Yin Yi said, her face showing guilt. Zhao Xiaoqiao raised her fist. Then let us begin to devour. A few special aberrations dispersed, with Yin Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao leading their respective clans to stir up the swarm. Cheng Yong, for now, did not have the qualifications to establish a clan. He would lead the main forces of the invaders to cooperate with the two queens. Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang returned to Zhuke City and went into hiding, waiting for the right moment. The Light Church was about to arbitrate the lord of a newly born territory, deploying an army of 3 billion invaders for this purpose. This news spread from Zhuke City as if it had grown wings. Who is Lin Yuan? Why did he make the Light Church deploy 3 billion troops? Not only were the streets and alleys of Zhuke City buzzing with heated discussions, but even Xuanwu City, Baihu City, and Qinglong City were also actively debating the matter. Tell me, what is going on? Who exactly is this Lin Yuan? It's unbelievable that such a huge commotion is necessary just for a newly born light territory. Listen to me. This lord named Lin Yuan is no simple character. Oh, what remarkable achievements has he made? I'd like to hear more. Well, there aren't really any achievements. I've heard that this Lin Yuan is a humanoid being born from darkness over a millennium. He has infiltrated our human society with the intent of overthrowing the human world and completely destroying the city of light. You see, with the support of darkness. Just a few months in, he has already made quite an impact, and it's said he has slaughtered tens of thousands in the territories of light. Oh wow, that's truly impressive. Luckily, the Church of Light discovered this early and dealt with this menace swiftly, so we can sleep soundly. TSK. How long do you think it will take to eliminate Lin Yuan? To make the Church of Light deploy 3 billion troops, he must have some capability. I guess 3 months. Ha ha ha, you really think things through, while others just see it as a big elephant stepping on an ant. 080 Lin Yuan couldn't have imagined the possibility of failure. Breaking news. I've heard even juicier gossip, and the atmosphere is heating up. What news? Spill it. Don't keep me in suspense. I'll treat you to this kidney treasure oat wine. Ha ha ha. Thank you, my friend. My uncle, who serves as a priest in the Church of Light, told me that this initial deployment of 3 billion troops is just a test. The subsequent troop numbers will exceed 10 billion. Hiss. The patrons in the tavern inhaled sharply. A deployment of 10 billion troops is an enormous figure. The entire population of Zhuke City and its surrounding areas is only about that. Of course, this refers to the number of native humans and does not account for the troops. In the era of light, population numbers have always referred to the native human count. After taking a sharp breath, the tavern erupted into a frenzy, the noise resembling 10 mothers chatting about daily life. My goodness. This is a military campaign on a scale exceeding 10 billion. Is a regional contest about to begin? The Church of Light is taking this seriously. So it seems Lin Yuan is indeed no ordinary figure. I'm becoming more and more intrigued by this matter. As far as I know, Lin Yuan is merely a newly appointed lord, yet he has garnered such attention from the Church of Light. What abilities does this Lin Yuan possess? Does he have some big figure backing him? Hiss. As these words were spoken, the cool air in the tavern was instantly absorbed. Everyone felt the heat rush in, their faces flushed with excitement. So, if Lin Yuan is merely a pawn, then this truly is a grand spectacle. Which powerful figure dares to stand against the Church of Light? Is it a certain imperial family from the central holy city? Stay tuned for further updates. This matter is filled with an inexplicable eeriness and an unrealistic sense of illusion, as if someone suggested using a nuclear bomb to eliminate a litter of newborn piglets. The city of Zhuke has long been in an uproar, while cities like Xuanwu, Baihu, and Qinglong are also paying close attention to this issue. Even the prominent figures in the central imperial city have turned their gaze toward the SC2 evolution area. Rumors in the market suggest that it is supported by a certain imperial family, Lin Yuan. It truly feels both amusing and helpless. It is quite normal. For the insignificant, elephants and blue whales are incomprehensibly massive entities. Alas, we do not possess the strength to challenge the Church of Light. Otherwise, we would have driven them out of the Jiuzhou Alliance long ago. An outsider's church, acting recklessly. This newcomer lord named Lin Yuan is indeed commendable for his courage. Alas, we have endured for many years, but have lost the determination to challenge. With internal strife and external threats, where does the road lead? Lin Yuan. Rare in that he hasn't immersed himself in research. His physical body stands in the VIP viewing area of the alien insect nest, while his will observes the swarm. As its master, he has long transcended what a mere human body can bear. As long as the swarm exists, Lin Yuan will not face any meaningful death. Even if only the last larva remains, Lin Yuan can reconstruct his body. This is one of the most terrifying characteristics of the swarm. As long as there is a larva alive, in due time, it will form a tide of insects sweeping across the stars. The two queens have limited psychic energy, and some tasks can only be personally handled by Lin Yuan. Worker bees have mutated into alien insect incubation facilities. Lin Yuan's will touches every alien insect. And under the protection of the combat insects, the worker bees unhesitatingly transform themselves into massive living cocoons. Thanks to the panoramic geographical map of the SC2 evolution area obtained earlier, the locations of these alien insect incubation facilities are in remote corners, deep caves, and labyrinthine jungles. In every critical and hidden location of the SC2 evolution area, there exist alien insect incubation facilities. Sizzle. The queen insect is being produced within these incubation facilities. Puffed. The catalytic larval protein liquid is injected into the alien insect incubation facility. Slap. The diligent queen insect immediately produces mycelium tumor blankets again. Following this, the sounds of cocoons breaking continue incessantly. Jumping insects, stinging snakes, aberrations, and mutated cockroaches form the alien insects that suddenly appear on the mycelium blanket. As long as there are alien insect incubation facilities, more than 150,000 alien insect troops can be born in a single day. The rate of swarm production is absolutely beyond the imagination of these lords accustomed to the usual recruitment system. Meanwhile, the Church of Light, after seizing territories, is rampantly constructing recruitment buildings. Even with unlimited resources, these advanced recruitment buildings require at least 3 months to complete. The higher the rank of the units, the longer the recruitment time required, but for Tier 8 units, the recruitment time is measured in weeks. The overwhelming force of the swarm compared to the recruitment system feels like using a planet-destroying weapon against primitive beings. What can the Light Church use to block my sea of insects? Lin Yuan was deep in thought. Even after reasoning through hundreds of hypotheses, he couldn't find a correct path for the Light Church. Decapitation tactics? Lin Yuan glanced at the sprawling spores and the swarm on 24-hour alert. Competing in overwhelming force? Don't joke around. Trying to crush the swarm with resources? Absurd. Am I being biased? Lin Yuan realized his logical flaw. I certainly know the various characteristics of the swarm, but the Light Church does not. The leaked information only shows the swarm's fierce appearance and the vast numbers that can be inferred. Therefore, the Light Church took it seriously enough to invest $3 billion in the Vanguard. However, that only represents a fraction of the swarm. In reality, the Light Church knows nothing of the swarm's terror. Unbeknownst to the Light Church, within the profound darkness, 5 million alien insect hatcheries stood tall. Thanks to the benevolent volcanic demon, the swarm received an immense amount of biomass. The consumption of 15 million biomass per hatchery was no longer an issue. With 5 million hatcheries, Lin Yuan could generate at least 500 billion swarm troops daily. However, this was clearly unrealistic. The reason lies in the insufficient quantity of crystal mines to support such troop strength. The crystal mines in the SC2 evolution zone had not been fully developed. It was time to accelerate the progress. However, according to the geographical map, even if the crystal mines in the SC2 evolution zone were fully exploited, they could not support such a level of troop production. Just then, a message came in. Lin Yuan. I sense you seem to be worried about the crystal mines. I have good news. The FA1 Zhou family territory is a rich crystal mine area. and there are reportedly rare, supergiant gold veins. Li Nai is truly talented, Lin Yuan smiled. Lin Yuan, from now on, the intelligence gathering for the swarm will be entrusted to you. Lin Yuan. Once the gene collection for the neuroparasitic insects and mimic larva spies is completed, I believe you can fully utilize your strengths. Li Nai's excellent performances had earned Lin Yuan's trust. Li Nai, ha ha ha, Lin Yuan is amazing. Appointing the talented and governing effortlessly. Since the moment the alien insects were born, consuming and plundering became their instinct. A swarm that stops plundering is not a good swarm. Gathering a high-quality swarm of 300 million mutated insects, primarily venomous ones, to invade the territory of a certain family and plunder their crystal mines. Naturally, the priority is to seize the crystal veins they are currently exploiting. The will of the ruler is supreme. Regardless of how unreasonable the orders may be, the swarm will execute them resolutely. Hissing, in an instant, the swarm of 300 million gathered and surged toward the territory. While waging war against a certain religious organization, they would also proactively engage in battle with this family and the council of a nearby city. Standing atop the main nest, Lin Yuan gazed at the sky. Ominous dark clouds drifted in from the shadows, accompanied by thunder and lightning, seemingly heralding the onset of disaster. At this moment, the swarm finally revealed its ferocious fangs to the entire world. I am the ruler. The swarm devours everything. Let the forces of light turn to ashes. The religious organization will burn beneath my feet. Let the brilliance of evolution illuminate the entire dark world. Ruler, I will execute all your will. Fight for the ruler. Fight for the swarm. Wherever the swarm goes, it becomes a realm of transcendence. Several large aberrant insects responded with waves of will. Countless aberrant insects shrieked. They had been pinned up for too long and yearned for real battle. In the evolution zone, a sea of aberrant insects surged forth like a tsunami. 800,000 territories of light were all their targets. Not a single one would escape. Meanwhile, on the vast land of the evolution zone, displaced civilians were struggling to move forward. They had only rudimentary weapons in hand, and the weak second-tier dark creatures were enough to inflict casualties on them. The civilian group that old Lu was part of had just encountered second-tier scavenger hyenas, and after sacrificing 100 companions, they finally eliminated the 12 terrifying dark creatures. Blood dripped from the blade as old Lu gasped for breath, his eyes filled with rage. The religious organization of light was once my faith. Why are we, the believers, so insignificant in their eyes? The executor's disdainful gaze felt like a deep wound to old Lu. He had sweated and bled for his belief and for the construction of the territory, but in the end, both had abandoned him. Damn the religious organization of light. Damn the Light Lord. They are all beasts. Old Lu cursed with a rich vocabulary, yet after venting, he was left in confusion. Uncle, where do we go now? His 3-year-old nephew asked curiously. This simple question struck the hearts of everyone present. Indeed, where could they go? The religious organization had forsaken them, and the Light Lord had betrayed them. They were merely insignificant dust, and their final fate would likely be to die in the darkness, unnoticed. A sudden roar made old Lu's heart tremble. Despite the soreness in his arms, he still strained to raise the large machete. 2 massive red lights flickered in the darkness, and a 3-meter-tall feline creature stepped out, gazing at its prey with keen interest. The natural instincts of this feline beast caused it to take its time, wanting to savor the sight of its prey struggling. The creature was known as the demon-eyed lynx. Despairing cries erupted from the crowd. A 5th-tier dark creature. My heavens. Am I really going to die here today? Woe is me. I don't want to die. I haven't even experienced the joy of letting go. Curse that light-worshipping cult. Curse their leader. Some cursed, some wept, while others collapsed onto the ground. Old Lu's hands trembled uncontrollably. He gripped the machete with all his might. The demon-eyed lynx. To old Lu, it was a beast of monstrous proportions, utterly beyond his ability to contend with. When the former city lord was around, he lived comfortably in the city, managing to save a little each year. After the 9 prominent families rose to power, taxes surged 3-fold, forcing him to come to this newly established territory. The hatred within him erupted like a volcano, and old Lu shot a murderous glare. Now, he found himself forced into darkness, only to be devoured by this beast. Why are you pushing me like this? I just want to live a stable life. Ah! Old Lu roared to the sky. He caught the attention of the demon-eyed lynx. Come on, beast. Old Lu gripped the knife handle tightly. Even if I die, I will strike you down with this knife. At that moment, He felt a burst of life within him. In the past, he had not resisted. Now, at least he would not die in vain. With determined strides, old Lu charged at the demon-eyed lynx. Memories flashed before him like a revolving lantern. Happiness was so fragile. Like a bubble. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. A terrifying scream echoed, and the once mighty demon-eyed lynx was torn into several large chunks. Old Lu felt as if he could still see the creature's mocking gaze upon its prey. The shadow came to a halt, looking toward the crowd of civilians. Instantly, the entire civilian group fell silent, not daring to even breathe. What kind of hell could give birth to such a terrifying monster? It was like the amalgamation of all things grotesque in the world. Just its appearance exuded an aura of slaughter and brutality. Old Lu was utterly hopeless. Clang! The machete fell to the ground, clashing against the rocks and bouncing before finally dropping limply. Faced with the demon-eyed lynx, he had once found the courage to lift the blade. But the monster before him instilled such fear that he lost all instincts for survival. Despair was like the claws of a demon, tightening around old Lu's neck. However, something unexpected happened. The monster glanced at him and then dashed straight into the darkness. Due to the monster's incredible speed, Lao Lu even thought he was hallucinating. Have we been saved? Just as Lao Lu began to feel a sense of relief from surviving a disaster, the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Hundreds of identical monsters surged out from the darkness. The relief he had just felt plummeted to the depths. With his emotions in turmoil, Lao Lu felt he was on the brink of collapse. Why can't I just have a quick end? Why must I be tortured like this? Lao Lu screamed in his heart. Yet, his nerves were already numb. Unfortunately, the jumping bugs had long received orders not to harm these civilians. Hiss! Countless shadows swept past, like a tide of phantoms, endlessly flowing. Just how many of these monsters are there? Lao Lu sank into an existential crisis. Why aren't they attacking us? Lao Lu was doubly shocked, astonished beyond measure. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the horde of monsters. Dressed in a coat and wearing a look of relief on his face, he seemed strangely familiar to Lao Lu. Both had walked the path of despair after enduring hardships. He looked at Lao Lu and said, I saw you raise your machete against the mountain cat of the demon eye. So, do you have the courage to raise your machete against the 9 great families, against the Church of the Light God? Or would you rather bury your unspeakable resentment in the jaws of beasts? If you wish, follow me. I will lead you down the path of revenge. And you will gain the power of vengeance. Let this world hear your roar. Boom. Blood surged to the top of his head. He no longer wanted to consider this person's intentions. He didn't want to explore what kind of power this person possessed. Lao Lu only knew that when there seemed to be no path, one appeared before him, and that was his only choice. I must go to Rock City to bring back my fellow villagers. I believe Li Nai Nai and the others will take good care of my parents. Shifei led the team of jumping bugs to guide the civilians while he set off towards Rock City. The feeling of joining the swarm was wonderful. There was no longer any hypocrisy in my noble mission, because we are united as one. Lin Yuan's gaze swept over Shifei. This bright lord who had come from afar lacked the ethereal potential of Yin Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao, and did not possess the robust physical qualities of Cheng Yong. After the alien bug virus infection, Lin Yuan had transformed Shifei into a warrior, making him a commander under Cheng Yong. It seems that the previous hypothesis has been disproven. The hypotheses proposed by scientific research must be falsifiable. Falsifiability refers to the possibility that a conclusion derived from a theory can conflict or contradict with one or more observational statements, either logically or in principle. In simple terms, when the bright Lord Shifei does not become an existence like the queen of the insects. The assumption that all bright lords under Lin Yuan have the potential to become queen-level insectoids is directly falsified. Not all bright lords can become the queen of insects. Although they may not possess such powerful psychic energy, the harbingers, as lower-tier commanders of destruction, are still quite excellent. The bright lords are all excellent materials for the insect race. Lin Yuan's will knows no bounds and projects onto all insectoids. After passing Shifei, Lin Yuan transmitted a mental wave signaling the start of battle. In an instant, the swarm surged toward all bright territories in the SC2 evolution zone. At this moment, it had been less than 3 hours since the bright arbiter Gadurlo had gathered territories. What kind of performance would the swarm exhibit against the bright legion with over 100 million units? Perhaps those special units contain the genes that the insect race needs. Lin Yuan was filled with anticipation. Rumors of the Bright Church dispatching 3 billion troops were rampant. Various versions of Lin Yuan's identity emerged, and the purposes of the Bright Church were also widely debated. However, regardless of the narrative, everyone unanimously believed Lin Yuan was doomed. Clearly, such speculation aligns well with ordinary people's understanding. After all, on one side is the colossal Bright Church, and on the other, just a mere fledgling lord. Even though this fledgling lord might have some special qualities, no one believes he can withstand the judgment of the Bright Church. At the peak of the Insect Lord's nest, Lin Yuan stood like a stone sculpture. His spirit extended endlessly, sweeping across every insectoid. The Bright Church is truly arrogant and self-inflated, Lin Yuan muttered to himself. The Bright Church, fully aware that Lin Yuan is the lord of the SC2 evolution zone and the highest contributor in that area, still boldly declared its intention to seize all Bright territories from the lords in the SC2 evolution zone. Isn't that equivalent to exposing their entire position to Lin Yuan? Perhaps in the eyes of the Bright Church, this is merely a trivial matter. However, to openly reveal their strategic intentions in front of the swarm is simply a path to self-destruction. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Across the vast land, the jumping insects were racing forward. Their numbers exceeded hundreds of billions. This was the result of Lin Yuan's full-scale mobilization. Many people do not have a concrete concept of what 100 billion units entails. If there were demographic statistics, it would reveal that, in the SC2 evolution zone, the average area occupied by jumping insects is even smaller than the per capita area in the bustling metropolis. The terrifying number of jumping insects was vividly manifested at this moment. As a reconnaissance and assault unit of the swarm, they bear the important task of locating the enemy's position and testing their firepower. Soon, a bright territory appeared before them. On the walls of this bright territory, hundreds of bright enforcers stood casually. Dressed in shining armor, they wore relaxed expressions and were chatting with one another. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's just a minor newly established lord. Is it really necessary to act this way? This is nice. We can treat it as a vacation. Exactly. In those front lines, we don't even know if we'll see tomorrow's sun. It's nice here, just relaxing. A dozen enforcers leaned lazily against the wall. One of them said mysteriously, I heard that this Lin Yuan has no real background at all. We were reassigned here just to be part of the plan of the Archbishop to invade the city. Shoo, keep your voice down. Be careful not to disclose military secrets. Despite their superiors' repeated orders to take this opponent seriously, many bright enforcers still believe that Lord Lin Yuan was just an excuse. Creating a baseless excuse to launch military sanctions is quite common in the history of the Bright Faith. Hiss. Wait, did you hear something? One enforcer asked, puzzled. Ha ha ha, no. Did you imagine it? Hiss. Suddenly, the sound of insects filled the air, ubiquitous like summer cicadas. Beep, beep, beep. The air defense alert of the Bright Territory's position 325 suddenly sounded. However, the Bright enforcers were too preoccupied to pay attention to the sluggish alarm. The jumping insects had completely surrounded the entire position. By the Light Mother, what kind of monster is this? Why are there so many of them? Hurry, activate the defenses. Position 325 is under main force attack from the enemy. Requesting support. Requesting support. Hey, hey, hey. Beep. Damn it. Boom, boom, boom. The defensive structures began to function, creating a few insignificant sparks amidst the swarm. In fact, the number of jumping insects that had been killed in these few attacks had already exceeded 10,000. Yet, in the sea of insects, this number seemed utterly trivial. The jumping insects filled all vision, covering the ground. The terrifying tide of insects soon reached the base of the walls. The Bright enforcers steadied themselves, facing evil. Even in death, we must uphold the light. Yes, a hazy glow lit up, making the armor of the Bright enforcers appear even more solid. As sixth-tier units, they possessed remarkable abilities. They wielded double-edged blades and held round shields, standing guard on the city walls, forming a solid defense line. We hold our ground. Reinforcements are on the way. The Bright executors, exuding an imposing aura, prepared for battle. A deep, rumbling roar echoed as the aberration emerged from the darkness. Oh, my radiant goddess, what kind of evil creature is this? The Bright executors looked up, their eyes widening in shock. They had encountered various ferocious beings before. But compared to this giant, those creatures seemed like gentle little rabbits. The newly acquired territory of light had walls only 10 meters high, and the upper body of the aberration towered over the walls. A heavy sound filled the air as the aberration approached, its hands the size of large fans. coming down towards the bright executors. With a loud smack, the bright executors were crushed. The force of the aberration strike was so strong that there were even streaks of air swirling as it raised its hand. The bright executor's eyes bulged with rage and fear. Brothers, this monster is at least of 8th tier strength. We must all attack together. We have to take it down, or we will all perish. The bright executors raised their double blades, the brilliant light shimmering on the edges of their weapons. They had a tenacious spirit and refused to give up in the face of a powerful enemy. We are the executors of light. This will be a glorious battle. Remember, even if we die, we will contribute to the final judgment of light. The bright executors shouted, born warriors who would never surrender until the last moment. Just then, more aberrations stepped out of the darkness, moving with a ruthless gait. Quickly, let us count. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. The bright executors fell silent. With a clatter, their glowing blades dropped to the ground. Dust to dust, flesh to flesh, as the swarming creatures flooded into the city. The stubborn members of the Light Church quickly became biomass. A worker bee drifted near the Tree of Light and then mutated into a hive of aberrant insects. The fungal blanket spread rapidly, engulfing the Tree of Light. The same scene unfolded across various locations in the evolution zone. The swarm blossomed in multiple places, pouring into the still under construction light lines, sending the astonished bright executors into the digestive maw of the aberrant creatures. The purpose of the Light God sect, ding ding ding, esteemed Lord Lin Yuan, greetings. Your territory is expanding, and you have the authority for adaptive expansion of the light territory. You have annexed the Light Tree Light Front 325, and your Light Tree evolution will consume it. Consuming more light trees can quickly elevate the rank of the Light Tree and unlock more Light Tree permissions, esteemed Lord Lin Yuan. Greetings, your territory is expanding, and you have the authority for adaptive expansion of the light territory. You have annexed the Light Tree Light Front 4396. And your light tree evolution will consume it. Consuming more light trees can quickly elevate the rank of the light tree and unlock more light tree permissions, esteemed Lord Lin Yuan. Greetings, the same message echoed continuously. The only difference was the names of the light trees. The rank of the light tree is being automatically assessed. Light tree evolution assessed as an 8-rank light tree. 8-rank light tree functions are being activated after consuming numerous light trees. The evolved light tree has also been upgraded to 8 ranks. The swarm initiated a blitzkrieg, destroying these light positions before they could establish defenses, leaving them in ruins. Currently, the swarm's attack methods are relatively simple. Composed of jump worms, mutated cockroaches, aberrations, and stinging snakes, the swarm emphasizes a direct assault on the Light Church. If there were infiltrators or infected insects among their ranks, the Light Church would experience true despair. The fungal carpet spreads, continuously expanding the territory of the evolved city. The swarm emerges from all directions, omnipresent. In an instant, the light line of the 800,000 territory was reduced to just 350,000. The only reason they have not been annihilated is that the location is too remote, and the swarm has yet to reach them for extermination. There was no obstruction whatsoever. The swarm conveyed an unfulfilled mentality. Lin Yuan smiled, spreading his will. The Light God sect should not be underestimated. This is merely an appetizer, and they will surely not be disappointed in the future. The dark clouds in the sky not only did not dissipate, but instead hung lower, as if they could be touched with a hand. The rolling thunder within the clouds seemed to herald a greater storm. This layer of clouds was somewhat eerie. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. The king worm had gone in for reconnaissance and found no anomalies. Perhaps this was just a special natural phenomenon. For safety's sake, Lin Yuan returned to the deeply buried experimental chamber to review the latest genes acquired from the aberrant insects. The Light God sect not only has humanoid troops, but also beast-type troops like the light-spiked lion. Here, one can see how hypocritical the Light God sect truly is. The aberrant insects are not humanoid either. They are merely a bit more ferocious in appearance. Yet the Light God sect has labeled them as heretics outright. No useful genes at all. The Light God sect, what a bunch of scum. I hope there will be some surprises later. Lin Yuan leaned back and rubbed his temples. After seeing the essence of garbage, his brain protested. Ding, there's a message connection. Whether it's the two queens or the newly joined Yuan Sanfeng and Shifei, their psychic energy is limited and they cannot send messages unrestricted like Lin Yuan, unless they establish special mental anchor points like Duanya and Yin Yi. They cannot transmit information over a certain distance through the will of the swarm. Fortunately, the existence of the light tree compensates for this flaw. Li Nai, Master Lin Yuan. I have returned to my family. I've gathered information from various sources and concluded that after the death of the old city lord, there has been no one able to maintain order in Zhuke City. The Light God sect is truly using us as an excuse to swallow the territory of Zhuke City. The 9 major families cannot resist at all. Lin Yuan, I understand. The Light God sect, using us as an excuse is truly your misfortune. The psychic energy flowed through Lin Yuan's pupils. He felt a certain anger. It was the anger of the alien creatures being underestimated. The aliens all followed his will. In this world, there is no oppression, no exploitation, and no hypocrisy. There is only purity, pure mutation, pure evolution, and pure death. Each alien creature is an ordinary existence. But their contributions to the swarm are equal. The actions of the Light sect instinctively disgusted Lin Yuan. To swallow the territory of Zhuke City, they casually found an excuse. The Light God sect chose Lin Yuan. Previously, Lin Yuan resisted the alien freezing tide, eliminated the volcanic demons, and saved the SC2 evolution zone. In the eyes of the Light God sect, these achievements were insignificant and could be easily erased. In fact, Lin Yuan didn't care about so-called achievements at all. What truly made him angry was the arrogance and frivolity of the Light God sect. If today, the excuse chosen by the Light God sect were not Lin Yuan, but another ordinary person, these ordinary people, like every alien creature, work silently and contribute diligently. Yet, just because the Light God sect wants to achieve their goals, they can randomly choose an ordinary person, negate their contributions, and then label them as heretics? A few large alien creatures sense their master's thoughts. Qingyong, I empathize. It's probably only because I'm the vice president of the Immortal Bird Warriors that I can barely save my life. Yin Yi, for ordinary people, this is like a mountain pressing down from the sky, completely impossible to resist. Li Nai, yes, from childhood to now, I have seen too many such things. Yuan Sanfang, that's why you have such ideals. Anyone with a conscience cannot turn a blind eye to this. Shi Fei, in the near future, those who have been betrayed will take their revenge, and those high and mighty will surely regret their choices today. Cheng Yong, they will only regret losing their power, not the actions they took. Zhao Xiao, hee, whether they regret or not is none of our business. Haven't you seen the anger of the master? Hurry up and attack. 085 Center of the Vortex 1 deep in the dark mid-level area. The Alliance of 9 Provinces, Central Holy City, Cathedral of Light. The depiction of the Mother of Light opens the Dome of Wisdom, filled with legendary aura, as sunlight streams through the stained glass windows, adding to the solemnity and sanctity. How many Light Executors have died? 1. 5 billion. Good, this 6th-tier troop type, the more that die, the better. This newly emerged lord named Lin Yuan has a very peculiar troop type. No wonder he can withstand the volcanic demons. Since the era of light, we have seen countless unique troop types, and these insect-like troops are just a drop in the ocean. Our goal remains in Zhuke City. This will be the starting point for our full invasion of the Alliance of 9 Provinces. The Flame God is dead, and my son has just died there. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 5 billion Light Executors, This 6th-tier troop type, we can create trillions at any time. If 5 billion Light Executors are not enough, then let us send another 15 billion, which will just expedite our plan. That Lin Yuan is the murderer of my son. Let's deal with him as well. Archbishop in white, I have opened the entrance above Lin Yuan's territory. Very well. Additionally, deploy other troop types, although 5 billion Light Executors are as trivial as dust. The reputation of our Church of Light must not be compromised. Understood. Zhuke City, Zhou family. What? You say Lin Yuan's troops destroyed our crystal mining site? Zhou Xiong sneered, truly unaware of his own demise. I hope you can hold on a little longer and help us weaken the strength of the Church of Light. Although you are merely a newly established territory, I don't have much expectation for you. With a stern expression, Zhou Xiong's face was lined deeply, as if he could brew various conspiracies with every move. Pass the order down to abandon all crystal mine veins. With Zhou Qing dead, I now have the opportunity to cooperate with the Church of Light. As long as Lin Yuan can attract the attention of the Church of Light, then my plan can be implemented. By then, in the entire Zhuke City, there will be only one great family, and that is my Zhou family. In the 4 main cities, the streets and alleys are bustling with activity. Have you heard? Lin Yuan actually wiped out 2 billion light executors. What 2 billion? It's clearly 3 billion. How could it be possible to achieve 3 billion in such a short time? That Lin Yuan is truly remarkable. I heard he was assigned to an F-grade territory. Is the F-grade territory for real? Wasn't it said that no one has ever been able to hold it? If Lin Yuan has managed to hold it, wouldn't he be the first in history? What a pity, though, he has attracted the attention of a certain religious organization, and he is doomed. The terror of this organization is beyond what a newly established lord can imagine. Zhao Xiaoqiao, you might not believe it, but I feel like this organization isn't foolish enough to act like this. Their actions this time are quite strange. Are they planning something big? Yanyi, what do you think about this strategic issue, Chengyong? Chengyong, warfare is about deception. In battle, it's normal for things to be both real and fake. Zhao Xiaoqiao, so what should we do? Not knowing their plans makes me feel anxious. Chengyong, there's no need for the queen to panic. As the saying goes, when the enemy comes, we will meet them when water rises. We will build dikes. In the absence of any intelligence, we must respond to changes with steadfastness. Yanyi, it feels like we've just exchanged a bunch of nonsense. Zhao Xiaoqiao, Chengyong, the alien swarms have overwhelmed the evolution area. One of the characteristics of these swarms is their speed in occupying land. Data shows that with sufficient resources, a larva landing on a certain planet can occupy it in just 12 days. Later on, the number of swarms increases exponentially. Moreover, when the swarms embark on a campaign, they bring along a large number of worker drones. With worker drones, the territory captured can instantly belong to the swarm. This efficiency is unimaginable for humans. As the saying goes, it is easy to conquer a territory but difficult to defend it. There are many examples to illustrate this. In ancient times, there was the Mongol Empire, which conquered Asia and extended its reach into Europe with a territory of 34 million square kilometers. That is an incredibly vast area. After the Mongol Empire split, the Yuan dynasty had a territory that reached from the Sea of Japan to the Mediterranean, covering Siberia to the Persian Gulf, spanning 2 continents. This shows the vastness of the Mongol Empire's territory. In modern times, there was the empire on which the sun never set, with global colonies covering 33 million square kilometers, spanning both hemispheres, where the sun never set on its territory. However, none of these great empires lasted. They quickly fell apart. Why is that? In the history of human conquest, what conquerors need to defeat is not just the armies of enemy nations, but to win over the local populace. Conquering the local people means challenging long-standing cultures and covering all aspects of local life. This is nearly impossible. If the conquerors make even a slight mistake during their rule, the empire can quickly disintegrate. The alien swarms, on the other hand, do not face this problem at all. Wherever the swarm passes, only the swarm remains. Since it is a swarm, there are no differences. All are under the shadow of Lin Yuan's will. The worker bees have inflated and mutated into landmarks of the evolutionary territory. The alien insect hatchery will soon produce piles of queen insects, laying down fungal blanket tumors. The regions where the fungal blanket spreads will all become territories absolutely controlled by Lin Yuan. Therefore, alien insects are indeed unreasonable entities. In the territory of a certain family, one after another alien insect hatcheries rose from the ground. Li Nai has returned to a certain city. As a cautious alien insect, he only carried out a single-digit number of infections. One of them was a mid-level personnel from that family. Mid-level personnel may seem inconspicuous, but they can yield enough intelligence. Soon, Li Nai learned the location of the crystal or veins of that family. Unexpectedly, the supergiant gold crystal or vein was so magnificent. Seeing the vein like a giant dragon coiling on the earth, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be astonished. Rough estimates suggest that even with millions of worker bees mining, it would take 10 years to completely extract this gold crystal or vein. Worker bees, as the only resource collection unit of the alien insects, have reached the biological limit in their working efficiency. Their tails have evolved into suspension sacs, emitting low-frequency ethereal energy fields, allowing them to ignore ground friction and obstacles, thus transporting resources at high speed. Their claw-like front limbs combine collection and transportation, achieving an efficiency that would make robots blush. Clumsy machines like excavators are merely primitive tools compared to worker bees. With a snap, the gold crystal ore was clamped by the worker bees and then transported to the nearest alien insect hatchery. Thanks to the existence of the bright tree system, All resources of the alien insects are shared, meaning that resources stored in any hatchery can be used collectively by the swarm. This is akin to adding wings to a tiger, further increasing the terrifying degree of the alien insects. In the center of the vortex, the gold crystal ore, rich in crystal or elements, allows the worker bees to obtain 8 units of crystal ore each time they collect. With 10 million worker bees, they can gather 80 million units of crystal ore in one go. It is evident that the swarm's demand for crystal ore has been temporarily alleviated. Although the swarm will never be satisfied with crystal ore, such a massive vein is sufficient for Lin Yuan to maximize his forces. In the evolution area, the sea of insects surged even more violently. Thousands of bright formations were captured in an instant. Dear Lord Lin Yuan, hello. Your territory is expanding, and you have the authority for adaptive expansion of the bright territory. You have merged with the Bright Tree Bright Front Line 2357, and your Bright Tree evolution will consume it. Consuming more bright trees can quickly elevate the rank of the bright tree and unlock more bright tree permissions. The rank of the bright tree is being automatically evaluated. The bright tree evolution is assessed as a 9th tier bright tree. 9th tier bright tree functions are being activated. The rank of the evolution city has increased by 1 tier again. This speed of territory elevation has surpassed historical records. If the evolution bright tree reaches the 10th tier, then the brightness of the evolution city will be enough to resist the erosion of the mid-level dark areas. The blood of the bright executors has moistened the earth, forming small streams. The sluggish herbivorous caterpillars have awakened from the soil, eagerly consuming the nutritious feast. A deep black fungal blanket spreads, instantly transforming these sluggish caterpillars into biomass. In the alien insect main nest, suddenly, thunder roars. The dark clouds in the sky undergo a strange change. As the clouds churn in reverse, their color gradually lightens, shifting from black to milky white. Terrifying energy gathers in the sky, slowly forming a high-speed rotating vortex. Boom! In the center of the vortex, lightning flashes, as if leading to an unknown realm. Gradually, the center of the vortex opens, and within the swirling halo of thunder, a hollow circular gate appears. Lin Yuan arrives at a familiar position. This cloud is indeed unusual. Is it some sort of teleportation? Seeing the vortex in the sky struggling, Lin Yuan decides to give it a boost. The gathered ethereal energy resembles an ocean in an 18-level storm. Lin Yuan slowly raises both hands, as if lifting 2 dark stars. Air particles silently disintegrate, to the point where even the sound of the ethereal energy surging cannot be transmitted. Has the feedback of ethereal energy reached this level? Lin Yuan is greatly surprised. Although unexpected, the Swarm Master, with its infinite ethereal energy capacity, is naturally capable of harnessing boundless ethereal energy. In an instant, brilliance destroys eternity. The release of dark ethereal energy, in a moment of dimness, seems to leave unhealable scars on the light. Lin Yuan accurately strikes the eye of the vortex. The energy collision stirs up turbulent winds. The vortex in the sky twists intensely, and when it reaches its extreme distortion, it bursts apart like a balloon. Lin Yuan dusts off his white coat. What a pity. I am a bit curious about what will ultimately fall out of this vortex. The Bright Divine Church seems to have quite the means. It's time to change bases. The immovable alien insect main nest has a fatal flaw. As the saying goes, a bright spear is easy to dodge, but a dark arrow is hard to guard against. The alien insect main nest stands here, making it a living target. Even with powerful defenses in place, swarms of creatures in the sky, and spores crawling across the ground, there may still be oversights that allow the Church of Light to find opportunities for a decisive strike. This illustrates the principle that one cannot guard against thieves indefinitely. Although theoretically Lin Yuan could reconstruct, no one enjoys failure. For Lin Yuan, relocating bases is incredibly simple. This place can serve as tempting bait, and it will surely attract larger prey in the end. With a wave of his sleeve, he left without taking a single larva. Lin Yuan departed from his territory, heading to a new experimental site nestled among the mountains. In this dark world devoid of radar, it would be nearly impossible to find his hiding place again. A certain secret hatchery for alien creatures welcomed its most glorious moment as part of the swarm's organic structure. The hatchery evolved into a nest for the alien creatures. However, for the nest to evolve into a main hive, it needed to infect the abyss, which is a structure of the swarm. According to Lin Yuan's estimates, only in the mid-level dark areas could he find the genetic fragments of the infectors. The main hive is merely an organic entity of the swarm. The true core of the swarm is Lin Yuan himself. The main hive has fulfilled its initial purpose and now stands as a hollow base, waiting patiently for the big catch. Lin Yuan was unaware that his casual defeat of the strange vortex had triggered a massive uproar, creating a significant impact within the Church of Light. In the profound mid-level dark area, at the central holy city of the Alliance, beneath the magnificent Cathedral of Light, rays of sunlight filtering through stained glass created a unique sense of sanctity. 3 individuals in splendid robes sat in a circle beneath the statue of the Mother Goddess of Light. Their wide hoods concealed their faces in deep shadows. Had the Judgment Gate failed? They had gathered the life energy of 3 billion light executives, yet achieved nothing. How could a newly emerged Lord possess the ability to shatter the Judgment Gate? This was truly incomprehensible. This Lin Yuan is quite peculiar. Initially, they intended to open the Judgment Gate above Lin Yuan's territory simply to eliminate him, but they never expected it could be defeated in the shallow dark area. Reliable sources confirmed that his initial territory was classified as F-level. An F-level initial territory, does that not imply? Yes, his seed of the Tree of Light is special, possessing extraordinary potential. This plan has become intriguing. Perhaps we should shift our focus to this nascent territory. In that case, let us deploy our true elite into the SC2 evolution area. The Light executives can still utilize their remaining functions to invest their life essence into building accelerators. Agreed. The Light front has suffered a complete rout. Until the northwestern edge of the SC2 evolution area, the continuous high-altitude territories formed a natural defensive line. Here, the territories of Light were interconnected. Lin Yuan, through the perspective of the King Insect, clearly observed the overall layout of the Light God Church. For some unknown reason, the buildings in these territories were being constructed at an unusually rapid pace. In just 2 days, the height of the city walls along this defense line exceeded 100 meters. Defensive towers stood in a row, and the sensory appendages of the King Insect could clearly feel the powerful energy fluctuations within. Countless Light executors had been transported to this defense line, appearing like ants crowded in a box from above. Just as a river is blocked by a dam, the sea of insects temporarily ceased its surge. The geographical advantage made it difficult for Lin Yuan's primary insect swarm to advance. Ding! The Queen sent a message. Yin Yi, Lin Yuan. An interesting new troop type has appeared among the forces of the Light God Church. Chengyong. That's right, I'm super brave. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan switched perspectives. He saw many giant spherical creatures floating in the territory of the Light Church. These creatures, over 30 meters in diameter, were covered in spikes, resembling floating enraged pufferfish. Whoosh! Sharp spikes shot out like spears, and the King Insect, observing the enemy from a height of 1,000 meters, was mercilessly pierced and met its demise. With the loss of the King Insect, the reconnaissance vision of the swarm disappeared, making it impossible to obtain specific information about the situation behind the Light defense line. Zhao Qiao, what is this? I've never seen it before. Yuan Sanfeng. My uncle serves as a Light priest in the central holy city. He told me this is the Light Spike Beast, possessing the combat power of an 8th-tier commander. Zhao Qiao. TSK. It seems the Light Church has quite a bit going for it. Lin Yuan. Underestimating the enemy strategically and valuing them tactically. The Light Church holds a dominant position in the human world and should not be underestimated. They must have various unexpected methods. For instance, this Light Spike Beast likely contains dual genes of King Insect evolution and Spike Snake enhancement. Yinyi, they are holding their line. And the Light Spike Beast is hiding far behind. How can we obtain its genes? Chengyong, no need for more words, just watch me perform. The insect swarm arced around the Light defense line. Chengyong charged out, his Tyrannosaurus-like physique resembling a humanoid engineering machine, exuding a sense of powerful beauty. Yin Yi and Zhao Qiao stood behind him, watching the fearless figure of this insect warrior, unable to help but marvel that Lin Yuan's efforts were not in vain. Wow! Is he preparing to launch a frontal assault? 1 against 10,000, obtaining the genes of the Light Spike Beast amidst the enemy ranks. Simply stunning. Zhao Qiao clapped enthusiastically. A frontal assault is quite challenging, but with Chengyong's current physical strength, it's worth a try. Yinyi nodded. Now, with the swarm unable to advance, it was the perfect moment to showcase individual combat strength. Boss, let us cover you. Don't worry, boss, charge ahead. We will shield you from the artillery. Many seekers have stepped forward. They are humans infected by the alien virus, and due to their limited potential, they can only become Tier 6 combatants. This is considered an unexpectedly good outcome, as in the original timeline, civilians infected by the swarm virus could only become mindless corpses, ready to self-destruct at any moment. After the Church of Light ceased its activities, the number of seekers reached 130 million. Almost all unwilling civilians have been infected by the alien virus. During the infection process, about 30 of the civilians died. After all, not everyone can accept the swarm. Despite being discarded like garbage by the benevolent forces and being accepted by the swarm, deep-seated prejudices are hard to erase. In fact, the willingness of 70 of civilians to join the swarm has exceeded Lin Yuan's expectations. And he knows this is thanks to Cheng Yong and Shifei. With such a massive infection base, Lin Yuan's hypothesis has become a reality. If there is resistance in the heart, the ethereal energy generated by the swarm virus cannot completely transform the cells, ultimately resulting in unstable beings like aberrant combatants. Many seekers eagerly volunteered, insisting they wanted to be cannon fodder. Cheng Yong waved his hand and said, "No need, just watch. When it's your turn to be cannon fodder, you'll naturally be called upon." The seekers lamented that this opportunity to be cannon fodder had slipped away. With a steady breath, Cheng Yong's ethereal energy crackled. The alien organism on him, enhanced in many ways, suddenly expanded, giving him an overwhelming presence as if a demon general had descended. In front of the multitude, he suddenly crouched down, his hands moving like high-speed drills, frantically digging into the ground. Rock debris sprayed everywhere. And before the two queens could react in astonishment, Cheng Yong had already burrowed in halfway, in a hidden alien nest. Lin Yuan couldn't help but exclaim upon witnessing this scene. "Cheng Yong, this is just the beginning. If the alien species evolves to burrow underground, and the mutated cockroaches develop digging claws, then this swarm general won't need to dig himself. Or perhaps if they possess the genetic traits for a network of tunnels, the forces of light could easily be shattered. There is still a need to accelerate the gene collection process. The current swarm is too restricted." Lin Yuan decided to eliminate the Church of Light as soon as possible in order to expand into the mid-level dark areas. Ample data indicates that the genetic quality there is top-notch. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Yong disappeared from sight, due to the efficiency of digging. The tunnel he opened was not large and required a lot of time. Truly a carefree swarm general. Zhao Xiaoqiao gave a thumbs up to Cheng Yong's raised backside. "All right," Yan Yi smiled. "Let's launch our attack. This will draw the attention of the forces of light." Two queens led the mutated creatures and variant cockroaches, launching multiple probing attacks. In a short period, the walls of the bright line were raised by another 15 meters. It was evident that the religious order had invested astronomical resources. The towering defense towers and formidable troops made the bright line appear as if it were an emerging domain of light. Unfortunately, they did not accept civilians. Their sole purpose was to combat Lin Yuan. Boom. The sound of explosions echoed everywhere. Energy fluctuations distorted the air. Diamond-shaped defense towers fired laser-like beams capable of penetrating the thick chitinous armor of the mutated creatures. Floating magical crystal defense towers emitted blinding light clusters that exploded within the swarm, overwhelming even the variant cockroaches. Various troops stationed high on the walls unleashed full firepower, creating a saturated fire network. The casualty ratio of the swarm surged rapidly. Lin Yuan's research had stagnated as he focused on the battlefield. The religious order, with a millennium of accumulated defensive experience, proved to be a tough opponent. In the wild, the swarm could easily swallow them. But humans in the dark world were adept at defense, mostly huddling behind their walls. Many swarms harbored resentment towards the urbanization of humans and the battery-like exploitation by the star spirits. Both tactics epitomized extreme defense, leading to the swarms exhausting their resources and meeting a dismal end due to high casualty ratios. Now, Lin Yuan had access to high-energy gas mines from the Hell Eye and the massive golden crystal mines from the Zhou family, with resource collection rates fully maximized. Every second, vast amounts of crystal mines and high-energy gas flowed into the resource warehouse of the Bright Tree. Even so, could the resources from just two large regions compete with the deeply entrenched religious order? Lin Yuan naturally had doubts. In no time, a fierce battle for breakthrough formed outside the Bright Line. Before the walls were breached, only the swarm faced casualties. The remains of the swarm piled up on the battlefield, creating a dark and shocking sight. Ha ha ha, kill these bugs. This feels great. These evil creatures deserve to be wiped out. Come on, breach the defense line. Let me burn you all. The Bright Executors were quite excited. The newly joined troops of the religious order held ranks even higher than the Bright Executors. They wore smug smiles, looking down on the swarm with a condescending gaze. The achievements of a newly born lord could indeed be considered legendary. Unfortunately, he made the grave mistake of using bugs as troops, positioning himself naturally against us. Moreover, these monsters seemed to lack intelligence, continuously sending themselves to their demise. I thought this task would be a bit challenging. The Light Arbiter, Gadlo, was watching the live broadcast in the Light Church of the city, feeling quite satisfied with the situation. Very well, hold this defensive line, and then send troops to eliminate these pests, and we can begin to fully implement the plan of the High Priest. He shook his exquisite jade cup and took a gentle sip. His face filled with a look of ecstasy. It was as if the countless sacrifices of troops were merely a grand performance in his eyes. Meanwhile, rumors began to circulate in the streets and alleys of the main city that Lin Yuan was unable to hold out. People could only lament that ants are ultimately ants and cannot compete with the Light Church. Their expectations that a small figure could slay a giant dragon were dashed. However, new topics of conversation would soon emerge. To them, Lin Yuan was merely a distraction during their leisure time. The prominent figures in the central holy city also sighed quietly. They had hoped Lin Yuan would stir the waters, but unexpectedly, he could not hold out for just a few days. We are truly getting old, timid and hesitant. And now we are starting to rely on a newly emerged lord. Alas, hope no longer exists, so we can only look forward to a miracle. But miracles, after all, will not happen. The owners of these voices were already quite aged. 3 days later, in a nondescript corner of the light defensive line, the ground slightly bulged and then collapsed into a small hole. Qingyong finally entered the light front. The dark creatures had various means, and in those long-established territories, there were underground works to defend against the dark creatures below. The light front had been established for a short time, and it was quite cool underneath. Boom. Qingyong's feet struck the ground, launching him into the air like a cannonball. Due to his incredible speed, a conical wave of air formed around him. Before the alarm could sound, Qingyong's head struck the light spike beast with great force. Crack! The light spike beast suffered an unexpected disaster, splitting into several large pieces. Qingyong reached out, grabbing the large chunks of flesh and swiftly burrowing underground. This brief scene left the light enforcers present in shock, unable to react. However, Qingyong's appearance exposed the defensive flaws of the light front, and soon resources began to flow in, with white metallic liquid being poured into the ground. Arbiter Gadlo watched as Qingyong appeared and disappeared, utterly baffled, with countless questions popping into his mind. What was he doing coming in and out like this? Did he go through all the trouble of infiltrating the light front just to blow up a light spike beast? Gadlo could not comprehend Qingyong's actions, nor could he understand his purpose. He found it to be nothing short of clownish behavior. In a certain insect nest among the mountains, in the original timeline, other races were doing everything possible to curb the growth of the insect swarm. Now, the Zhou family has sent me crystal ore, and the Light Church has provided me with genes. What kind of spirit is this? After comparing the gene sequences, Lin Yuan felt deeply moved. He understood that this was simply due to the indigenous people of the Dark World not comprehending the terror of the swarm. The fact that the alien insects could develop so smoothly was also thanks to the information gap. Lin Yuan refocused on the genes. The gene sequence of the light-spiked beast was excellent and could enhance the swarm's adaptability. It not only contained the genes for the king insect's inflated shell, but also had a remarkably high compatibility with the king insect's abdominal sac genes. What kind of welfare troop was this? Lin Yuan was shocked. The main nest of the alien insects began to synchronously transmit the king insect's inflated shell genes. 100 units of crystal ore and 100 units of high-energy gas were consumed by the main nest, transforming into energy for disassembly, absorption, and gene synchronization. The roar of the king insect was deep, like that of an old cow. The new genes merged into its body, and within the sealed shell, a miraculous colony of parasitic bacteria that produced nitrogen compounds thrived. From then on, the king insect could rely on nitrogen compounds for sustained aerial acceleration. The king insect was no longer the slow old man. After the mutation of its inflated shell, it had transformed into an agile figure, ready to seize opportunities. The king insect exclaimed, "I have never felt so vigorous. I want to fly better and faster in the howling winds." The main nest of the alien insects began to synchronously transmit the king insect's abdominal sac genes. Compared to other mutations, the genetic structure of the king insect's abdominal sac was quite simple, and synchronization did not require extra energy. However, although the king insect possessed the genes for the abdominal sac, each king insect would need to consume 25 units of crystal ore and 25 units of high-energy gas to mutate the abdominal sac. This type of mutation perfectly aligned with the swarm's efficient characteristics. It could mutate the abdominal sac when needed and not when it wasn't. To observe and study, Lin Yuan still ordered a fortunate king insect to mutate an abdominal sac. The king insect let out a comfortable sound as it expanded. Its originally balloon-like body swelled significantly, forming 2 additional hollow chambers. It could now transport over 1,000 jumping insects and 1 thunder beast. This nearly 40-meter-tall behemoth had an astonishing transport capacity. In the swarm's memory data, this cosmic monster, known as the Boki giant beast, was initially absorbed into the swarm to utilize its keen senses to enhance the combat capabilities of the alien insects. Later, the king insect rapidly evolved to become the communicator of commands, ensuring coordination during battles. As a support role in the sea of insects, the king insect must maintain a large population. After evolving the inflated shell and abdominal sac, the king insect could play the role of a support unit. Unfortunately, the bright spike beast also launches bone needles, and its similarity to the spiked serpent's advanced mutation is only 35, which is pitifully low. By the principle of form following form, this is truly pseudoscience. Lin Yuan thought again about the prototype of the spiked serpent. That chubby, sluggish, herbivorous caterpillar never expected to become the vicious killer that is the spiked serpent. The kingworm, mutated abdominal sac. In an instant, all the kingworms on the front lines grew larger and became hollow. 089 Air dropped Kingworm 1 in the city of Zhuke. Suddenly there appeared enormous projections. 15th rank Zhuke City Bright Church Bright Arbiter Gadello, faithful followers of the Bright God and residents of Zhuke City. My warriors of the Bright Faith are bravely fighting on the front lines, eliminating the dark threats to Zhuke City. They should not sacrifice in vain. The world will witness their heroism. In the projection, a live broadcast of the battle on the Bright Front appeared. When the crowd saw the true form of the alien insects, their breath caught in their throats. What kind of monster is this? I have seen many dark creatures, but I never imagined there could be beings so wicked. Even hell cannot accommodate them. So they fled into the territory of Zhuke City. Thanks to the Bright Faith. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to eat or sleep. Bright Mother above, long live the Bright Faith. The people in Zhuke City were horrified by the alien insects and cheered for the Bright Faith. Seeing the warriors of light eliminate the alien insects, they felt an overwhelming sense of security. Damn it, Li Nainai and Yuan Sanfong were currently in a tea house. Seeing the giant projection in the sky, they clenched their fists tightly. Sharp bone spikes shot out from their bones, gleaming with a metallic sheen. After being infected by the alien insect virus, their combat power gradually increased as their cells fused. It's not so easy to be infected and become a major alien insect. On the contrary, reaching the level of Li Nainai and Yuan Sanfong is already a rare exception among millions. To become like Cheng Yong is even rarer. There might not even be 1 in a billion, let alone mutate into a being like an alien insect queen. It can only be said that Lin Yuan is lucky enough to have the current foundation of major alien insects. Li Nainai retracted her claws and placed her hand on Yuan Sanfong's fair hand, saying, "Don't get agitated, calm down, we need to lie low now." Yuan Sanfong nodded, but said, "I'm still quite angry. Let us find a couple of people to vent our emotions." Li Nainai smiled and asked, "What do you think of He Yuan and Jin Xingming? Thinking about their tragic fate makes me feel much better." Yuan Sanfong also smiled. Perhaps these two could have lived a little longer due to their secluded territory. However, returning to the capital of a certain country was like letting the powerful families manipulate them. Coincidentally, 2 of the 9 major council families, the Li family and the Yuan family, were involved. The Bright Church, as a colossal entity in the human world, had an exceptionally strong defensive force. The defensive line of the Bright Front in the evolution zone was hastily built within a few days, yet its walls had already exceeded 100 meters. The second layer of the walls was nearing completion. Between the walls stood various defensive towers and sturdy bunkers. The defensive structures of the Bright Church were visibly advanced. The range of the defensive towers exceeded 10,000 meters. Zhao Xiaoqiao, known as the swarm strategist, brightened up and said, "Can't we use spore crawlers to attack this defensive line? You should pay more attention to the stats of swarm units," she added. "Yet you claim to be the inspiration type." Yin Yi shook her head helplessly. Question: The wall is 110 meters high. The defensive tower is 15 meters high. The range is 10,000 meters, and the spore crawler is 10 meters high. What angle does the spore crawler need to bend to attack the wall and the defensive tower? Zhao Xiaoqiao's eyes widened. Are you trying to challenge me? Let me explain, said Cheng Yong, bravely stepping forward. The notable feature of the swarm is that each unit performs its role, which is the inevitable result of evolving for maximum efficiency. The spore crawler, designed for aerial defense, has vertically rigid muscle fibers that can provide propulsion akin to a liquid nitrogen launcher for the spore balls. This muscle evolution allows the spore crawler's aerial range to exceed 50,000 meters. The specialization of the muscle fibers means that only the nozzle section can bend, and the angle won't exceed 85 degrees. Naturally, at a distance of over 10,000 meters, it cannot reach the bright front. Spore crawler, I am not a silicone product. I am inherently rigid. I apologize. After finishing his explanation, Cheng Yong cleared his throat, only to find both queens looking at him with strange expressions. What is going on? As a man who had never interacted with women, Cheng Yong was completely baffled. It's nothing. Yin Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao both shook their heads in unison. Zhao Xiaoqiao, skilled in calculations and adept at optimizing unit positioning through mathematical modeling, surely knew the answer to Yin Yi's question. What just happened was merely a playful exchange between two friends. Cheng Yong was stunned. You're lying. Your emotional fluctuations clearly indicate that you are making fun of me. Heartbroken, Cheng Yong could only squat in a corner and draw parallelograms. Bing. I have a new idea. Zhao Xiaoqiao chuckled and said, the aberrant form has immense strength. Launching mutated cockroaches with it into the bright front line is like divine intervention, isn't it? The aberrant form looked at its oddly shaped large palms and couldn't help but crouch down in the corner with Cheng Yong. Yin Yi, uninterested in her scatterbrained friend, began to strategize. The king worm has undergone mutation. Besides the main body developing a large chamber, new air sacs have also formed on both sides of its body. Cheng Yong and Zhao Xiaoqiao resumed their serious expressions. The will of the ruler had not left. This battle must conclude perfectly. The swarm initiated a feigned attack from the front. The aberrant form and mutated cockroaches, tough-skinned and resilient, attracted firepower head-on, creating space for the king worm's airdrop. The first batch of airdrops involved jump bugs to create chaos. Then, the conquerors were deployed to sabotage the internal structures of the defense buildings. Finally, mutated cockroaches and stinging snakes were dropped to eliminate their forces. Let's do it. Agreed. Let Lin Yuan mutate more airdrop king worms. Maintaining the projection of his will, Lin Yuan instantly transformed more king worms arriving on the battlefield into abdominal sac king worms. As the ruler, he seemed to lack presence. However, in reality, every aberrant creature on the battlefield was merely an extension of his will. Cogito, ergo sum. Based on this simple philosophical view, Lin Yuan truly existed in every aberrant creature. This war could also be understood as Lin Yuan standing alone against the entire bright church. The airdrop king worm descended like a falling sky, covering the heavens as it flew to the rear of the swarm, lowering its ladder-like appendages. In the darkness, beyond the sight of the bright church, the aberrant creatures covering the ground climbed onto the appendages and entered the king worm's body. With the nitrogen gas inflating its shell, the increase in the king worm's overall mass did not affect its speed. It remained a flying champion in the sky. The abdominal sac king worm, filled with aberrant creatures, soared to an altitude of 10,000 meters. This was their maximum flight height. At this moment, Lin Yuan's will spread throughout the swarm. Swarm, devour the enemies before you. The charge of the aberrant form sounded the horn for a total assault. Ha ha ha, these bugs are coming to their doom again. Truly mindless beasts. Let me show you a skewer of bugs. Boom. What a thrill. This is such a great way to relieve stress. Energy surged, and the exploding flames seemed to ignite the darkness. Lin Yuan focused on the battlefield. The bright front line stretched nearly 1,000 kilometers, and the bright church had established such a defense in a short time, demonstrating its profound foundation. If it were a simple war of attrition, the outcome was still uncertain. However, the people of this world knew too little about the swarm. The outcome of this battle was already determined. The relentless plunder and consumption had transformed into the instinct of the swarm, becoming a desire that dominated Lin Yuan's heart. At this moment, the war of the swarm filled Lin Yuan's primal urges, making him feel invigorated and bursting with inspiration. As he watched the king insects soar towards the front lines like locusts, a smile of satisfaction involuntarily appeared on his face. What the hell is that thing? So many of them. There are so many. Upon seeing the massive creatures suddenly descend from the sky, the warriors of light trembled in panic. Once they got a clear view of the incoming insects, they couldn't help but relax their expressions. Aren't these the non-aggressive giant brain insects? What do they want? The forces of light, equipped with various reconnaissance methods, naturally had intelligence on the king insects. Ha ha, I love the sound of bursting them. It's just like popping hot air balloons. Damn it, don't scatter our limited firepower. There are too many insects on the ground. Wait, I have a bad feeling about this. However, the appearance of the king insects signaled the imminent halt of their futile thought processes. Strange insects from the sky? Countless jumping insects fell from above, as if grains of rice were being poured down into the front lines of light. By the grace of the Mother of Light. These giant brain insects were actually transport devices for the swarm. How could such beasts possibly have tactics? The front lines of light instantly fell into chaos. Stay calm. A tall warrior of light in chainmail charged forward with a broadsword. A dazzling arc of white light illuminated the air as hundreds of jumping insects turned to ashes. Don't panic. Form battle formations and initiate urban warfare. Any force at the pinnacle of the world understands the simple truth of supremacy through military might. The warriors of the Light Church were clearly well trained. In no time, small teams were formed into battle formations, using the cover of fortifications. The warriors of light eliminated countless jumping insects with minimal casualties. Those insects attacking the defenses had no means to breach the walls. Concentrate fire in the sky and bring those large balloons down. The commander of the front lines remained calm and organized in directing the troops. The creatures from the dark world were endless, and he possessed rich experience in commanding large-scale battles. Indeed, this is interesting. Lin Yuan, far away in a corner, was very pleased with the performance of the Light Church. Only a sufficiently strong opponent could help him better understand the swarm. Although he had the supreme will of a ruler, after many years as a human, Lin Yuan needed continuous practice to deepen his understanding of the essence of the swarm. Only by thoroughly grasping the nature of the swarm and mastering its heart could he become a complete ruler. For this, the swarm needed to experience war and face formidable opponents. The sound of the king insects bursting resonated like a continuous drum roll. However, their contribution was far from over. Under the protection of a tough shell, the alien insects inside are essentially unharmed. Even if they fall from a height of 10,000 meters, they can crush several light soldiers. When destroyed, the internal organs of the king worm dissolve spontaneously, forming an imba substance blanket for the swarm, providing a small supply for the alien insects. The king worm can be said to nurture the flowers as it turns into spring mud. The overwhelming jumping insects have fallen into the defensive line. In the combat rating of the light tree, the battle power of the accelerated jumping insects is classified as Tier 4. With 0 attack and 0 defense, they struggle greatly against fully armed light executors. A squad of light executors can easily kill hundreds of these small creatures. The sounds of jumping insects dying echo in succession. Hang in there, brothers. We're coming. The Seekers spread their arms and glide down from the sky to join the battle. With their relatively agile bodies, they can rush into the narrow alleys and engage in close combat with the light warriors. The Seekers have a clear objective: to destroy the energy routes and paralyze the defenses of the light line. Among them is Lu, one of the first alien insect seekers to land. As he touched down, he saw the fearful eyes of a light executor not far away. Lu revealed a strange smile, memories flooding back like a torrent. A family, kneeling in front of the statue of the light goddess, praying devoutly. To live in the city, working hard and laboring diligently. His son died at the second defensive line. To cope with the suddenly increased taxes, his wife worked herself to death. They were forced into the perilous newborn territory, expelled by the Light Church, moving slowly in the darkness, not knowing where to go. The past memories gnawed at Lu's heart. When I was weak, you trampled on me. My humility was insignificant in your eyes. And when I grew strong, you feared me and looked at me with dread. No, you do not fear me, but us. With his chitinous shell opened, Lu charged at the light executor before him. It felt great to be able to lift a weapon and rush towards the light executor. In this hole, I only need to carry out orders. I am no longer bound by memories and do not have to take responsibility for my actions. Because I am no longer an individual, I fight for the swarm. Boom, 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 boom. Energy erupted in the sky, and blood and flesh splattered on the ground. Severed limbs and corpses were everywhere. As soon as the battle began, it entered a state of extreme intensity. 091, submerged. No, there are too many of them. Concentrate all firepower on the sky. The city walls are forged from our unique light stones. These insects cannot break through the walls anytime soon. Release the light wild roar beasts. Release the light flame birds. New troops join the battlefield. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar as countless massive beasts charged toward the swarm. These creatures resembled neither cattle nor tigers. With sturdy limbs and a body covered in white bony plates from head to back, the heavy layers of armor moved slowly, suggesting they could withstand powerful impacts. Suddenly, the sky brightened significantly, and a scorching wave of heat swept down. Two-headed giant birds with wings spanning over 15 meters soared above, their feathers resembling flames, continuously shedding fiery plumes. While these flames lacked significant destructive power, unable even to incinerate mutated cockroaches, they could automatically track their enemies with dense and frequent attacks. Ding! The message from the leader of the insect swarm, Li Nai, arrived punctually. Li Nai, the radiant roaring beast, and the radiant flame bird, both are 8th-tier commander-level units. These creatures are the signature battle pets of the Radiant Church, extensively deployed and top selections chosen by the Radiant deity. Lin Yuan, top-tier 8th-tier commander-level units? They certainly have an impressive presence. I hope their genes are particularly remarkable. Previously, Lin Yuan had sold a 7th-tier commander-level unit, the Barbarian Hawk Knight, to Yuan Sanfang. The humanoid riders were not worth mentioning, as the genes of the Barbarian Hawk appeared utterly subpar in Lin Yuan's eyes. Roar! The radiant roaring beast, massive and fierce, charged forward like an armored war chariot, seemingly intent on crushing everything in its path. Caw! Flames danced in the sky as the radiant flame bird flapped its wings, showering the ground with swirling white fire like falling snowflakes. Ha! You bugs are doomed. No 8th-tier unit can match the combined might of the radiant roaring beast and the radiant flame bird. Crush these insects and turn them to ashes. Just as a general's bravery on the battlefield can inspire morale, the soldiers of the Radiant Church felt a surge of passionate fervor. Clearly, the Radiant Church has strict criteria for selecting units. Not only must they possess top-tier strength, but they must also have an appealing appearance. In the streets of Zhuke City, cheers erupted everywhere. The tension felt by those watching the insect swarm breach the Radiant front line dissipated. Look at that. This is the power of the Radiant Church. What magnificent beasts and elegant birds. The Radiant Church must be the embodiment of the divine in this world. And those disgusting bugs. I'm about to lose my lunch. Only with such strength can the Radiant Church rescue us, the suffering masses. Hurry and eliminate those insects. In Zhuke City, on the enormous projection screen, the radiant roaring beast and the radiant flame bird stood in stark contrast to the alien insects. Do not lament the ignorance of the masses. First, ask yourself, do you? The cover's Abyssinian, like it? Suddenly, a gasp echoed through the crowd. Old Lou, isn't that my old neighbor, Old Lou? Not long ago, he moved out. And now he has become this way. Could it be that these creatures can assimilate humans? He is a devout follower of the Mother of Light. Yet he has launched an attack on the Warriors of Light. Ah, this is too terrifying. It makes my heart tremble. All-powerful Mother of Light, descend your divine punishment and cleanse this world of its evils. Let Old Lou find peace and enter your realm. Father, are these the people you risked everything to protect? In a simple room, a girl with crimson eyes quietly gazes at the close-up projection in the sky. It's understandable that the truth has been concealed. Their ignorance is a form of happiness, and the humble pain will soon be diluted by time. However, Father, you are right. Zhuke City, or rather, all of humanity, needs transformation. Watching Old Lou's fearless and brave figure, the girl with crimson eyes fell into contemplation. Through facial analysis, she knew that Old Lou clearly had a strong consciousness, and he radiated the light of dying for his beliefs. This light was so dazzling that anyone who understood the meaning of sacrifice would be deeply moved. You hid me away, waiting for such an opportunity. I, too, am waiting for him to prove himself. Father, I will fulfill your wishes, no matter the cost. The girl with crimson eyes murmured, Li Nai Nai. Hee hee, we were once a marvelous species adept at discovering the truth with our eyes. Yuan Sanfeng, the path has narrowed. The human exterior is merely an inefficient shell. Li Nai Nai, as long as Lord Lin Yuan is willing, he can create fluffy beings with big eyes at any time, and can customize various bodies to fulfill all fantasies and desires. Yuan Sanfeng, so, do you want to ask Lord Lin Yuan for a body that satisfies all fantasies and desires? Li Nai Nai, of course not. I was just wondering if this could speed up our infection process. After all, everyone must willingly transform into the creatures. Yuan Sanfeng. This idea is quite good. Lin Yuan. I refuse. Noble creatures do not need such inferior means. Li Nai Nai, Yuan Sanfeng. All right, we will listen to you. However, for the swarm, whether beast or bird, it is all the same. The emergence of the light-roaring beast and the light-flame bird does not pose any threat to the swarm. It is well known that to eliminate the sea of creatures, large-scale destructive weapons must be used. This limited individual combat power will not threaten the swarm unless it possesses an enormous area of effect like the Silent Ice Prisonia. Even if you can kill 1 million creatures in 1 second, what difference does it make? Lin Yuan's heart remained unaffected. The mutated cockroach, with its 6 short legs, directly confronted the light-roaring beast. At the moment of contact, the mutated cockroaches suffered heavy casualties, crushed into pieces, with their remaining small legs twitching on the ground. Mutated cockroach. In this world, there are many insects that sacrifice themselves for the greater good. Even if I die, I will spray corrosive acid into the enemy's face. If there are no pawns in this world, then let me be the pawn. May all the alien insects break free from the cold and rise up. Stab, stab. The jumping insect, with tears in its eyes, exclaimed, Brother Cockroach, on the road to the underworld, you and I together. Like ants climbing a tree. The agile jumping insect climbed onto the back of the radiant beast, its scythe-like limbs striking against the skeletal plates with a clanging sound. The back defense of the radiant beast was indeed formidable, but was its abdominal defense equally strong? The jumping insect's question was soon put to the test. Under the impact of the mutated cockroach, the radiant beast fell to the ground, exhausted. All the swarm needed to do was tear apart the pig on the chopping block. The resources of the swarm were being consumed at an exaggerated speed, like layers upon layers of clouds. The king insects, numbering in the millions, descended from the heights. The deep resonance echoed, heralding the arrival of the insect tide. The mutated cockroaches and the spiked serpents, 2 core soldier types of the swarm, completely changed the battlefield situation. The mutated cockroaches advanced, protected by their thick shells, spraying streams of corrosive acid at the radiant soldiers. The screams resounded through the sky. The highly corrosive acid sprayed onto the radiant soldiers, creating an effect akin to burning flames. Skin and bones rapidly dissolved, turning to black ash in the burning green. The strong venomous spines rained down like arrows, showcasing their terrifying power once again. Neither the nearby Radiant Shield Guardians nor the Radiant Artillerymen standing atop the city walls could escape the fate of being pierced. The spines pierced through, and under the powerful impact, the bodies of the Radiant soldiers were even lifted off the ground. Countless creatures fell from the sky, with no fire support. Exposed before the spiked serpents, the Radiant Flame Birds indeed seemed to want to hasten their demise. Ah no, they are everywhere. Reinforcements, request reinforcements. The air was filled with screams and cries for help. The glowing of the diamond defense towers and the magic crystal defense towers flickered a few times before completely extinguishing. The invaders have achieved success. How could this happen? Everything was fine, and then it suddenly collapsed. The Radiant Commander, filled with questions, collapsed to the ground. Hundreds of millions of Radiant warriors, even distributed over thousands of kilometers of defenses, appeared as densely packed as ants from the sky. Yet, they were like white sand, scattered by the tide of alien insects. In the face of the swarm, as long as there is a gap in the defense line, failure becomes an inevitable fate. Worker bees are everywhere. A massive organic entity takes shape in the blink of an eye. On the fungal mat formed within the royal organism, worker bees mutate into a hatching ground for alien insects. Attacking bases within the enemy lines is a highly explosive action. In the game, this is the strongest humiliation. And in the dark world, this move is quite formidable. Thanks to the powerful functions of the luminous tree, as long as there is a hatching ground for alien insects, Resources from the warehouse can be utilized. The ground that once belonged to the luminous line is now covered by a hard white substance, and the fungal mat, lacking organic material, will soon perish. However, in reality, the fungal mat has been replenished with biomass, allowing it to persist indefinitely. Unfortunately, nothing is absolutely perfect. The pursuit of extreme efficiency inevitably leads to high differentiation. The will of Lin Yuan also spreads with the fungal mat. All organic bodies of the alien insects are extensions of his will. Through this, he continuously observes and integrates into the swarm. The nature of the fungal mat is similar to a special fluid. They are interconnected by microfilament structures, which means the fungal mat can only exist near the swarm's base or fungal mat tumors. Furthermore, the fungal mat must take root on a solid foundation and can only spread on a gentle plane. Such characteristics are common in the swarm. The spore crawler, which specializes in air attacks, is a good example. Possessing powerful aerial capabilities, the biological characteristics of the spore crawler itself impose restrictions. First, the spore crawler must take root on the fungal mat. It needs to synthesize spore acid liquid balls, relying on the fungal mat for a continuous supply of raw materials. Most critically, the muscle tissue of the spore crawler must constantly draw nutrients from the fungal mat. Once it leaves the fungal mat, the spore crawler will quickly erupt with black muscle dissolution fluid and ultimately disintegrate and die. Additionally, its muscle structure prevents it from contorting. If the muscle structure is altered, the spore acid liquid balls would not possess such power, nor would their range reach 50,000 meters. The above points are easy to understand. No object can be both black and white at the same time, or simultaneously hard and soft. The swarm does not pursue perfect evolution, but rather continuous change to adapt to the complex and ever-changing environment. In less than a minute, 150,000 hatching grounds for alien insects towered prominently within the luminous line. The moment they take shape, the hatching grounds begin to fulfill their duties. After producing insects, they spread the fungal mat and simultaneously start hatching larvae. Similar to the spore crawler, larvae can only leave the fungal mat for a very brief moment. Otherwise, these larvae, which are more formidable than thunder beasts, would become invincible. In the era of the 8 armor, the thunder beast was referred to as the divine bull, causing countless shadowy competitors to break their hands. If the larvae of the 10 horns could leave the fungal blanket, wouldn't they be invincible? At that moment, a terrifying scene from a past life suddenly flashed through Lin Yuan's mind, the horrifying sight of a landmine flipping a larva. Fortunately, in this world, there are no hidden mines that can bury themselves. Lin Yuan couldn't help but wipe away the non-existent cold sweat from his forehead. In the past, the 8 horns had caused the human forces to sever their own hands, and now the hidden mines had left the Zerg-like creatures dazed and disheveled. This truly is the cycle of karma, retribution that cannot be escaped. For great beings that span the river of time, divergent thinking is a common trait. Lin Yuan had developed this habit. By the time he came back to his senses, the swarm had already begun its massacre on the battlefield. How vast and brutal is a battlefield with 100 billion troops? The heavy rain poured down. It was the steam rising from the biological blood, colliding with the cold air to form a torrential downpour covering thousands of miles. However, even this downpour could not wash away the thick blood on the ground. In front of the swarm, the sheer number of billions was devoured in the blink of an eye. In Zhuke City, there was an eerie silence. The crowd that had just been cheering was now completely quiet. The turning point of the battle came too fast and too suddenly, as if it had only taken a few blinks of the eye, leaving only those terrifying creatures in the light forces. Their hearts were filled with shock, confusion, and deep uncertainty. Why were the seemingly majestic forces of light so easily defeated? In the luxurious room of the Light Church, adorned with pure white wool carpets, the Light Arbiter, Gadlu, suddenly stood up. The white jade wine glass in his hand shook violently, splashing red liquid that stained the pristine carpet. An interesting heresy. Gadlu felt shocked, but it was just a slight shock. After taking a few deep breaths, he regained his composure. It was merely a weak force of 15 billion. Clap, clap, clap. After 3 claps, 3 individuals dressed in pure white robes abruptly appeared in the room. Initiate the second plan. Yes, the 3 people appeared suddenly and then vanished just as abruptly. Sitting comfortably back in his chair, the Light Arbiter Gadlu snapped his fingers, and the million gold wool carpet instantly turned to ashes, leaving not even a trace of it behind. P.S. Author's note: I really can't understand why I wrote this kind of Insectoid story. I wish I could travel back in time and strangle my past self. I know that writing this type of story is very draining, yet I stubbornly pursued it. Surprise, genes exceeding 100 compatibility. Once the battlefield, like a meat grinder, was activated, it could not be stopped. The swarm was vast, with the airborne king insects alone reaching hundreds of millions. Under the corrosive acid's effect, the aberration finally smashed a segment of the city wall. The rumbling sound was like a small mountain collapsing. It was as if a dam had burst, and a sea of insects surged into the ranks of the light. The countless billions of insects seemed to fill the entire space. Victory did not come easily. Although the forces of the light were retreating step by step, they still managed to take away countless alien insects. Chungyong stood on a high platform, observing the entire battlefield. The jumping insects, after accelerated metabolic evolution, reached a strength of level 4. The mutated cockroaches had evolved neural collagen recombination, reaching level 5. The alien insect conquerors were at level 6. The spiked snakes were at level 7. The aberrant forms were at level 8. Such a combination of insects did not have much advantage against the light enforcement army, whose lowest strength was level 6. The light warriors, relying on their defensive structures, could effectively kill our forces. Chungyong identified the key issue. We needed the alien insects capable of directly breaching solid defenses. As a former high-ranking military officer from Zhuke City, Chungyong had a solid military background. Yan Yi stood at the top of the light defense tower and said, "That's true. We are expanding, and I believe we will soon find suitable genes." Just then, Yan Yi suddenly frowned. "What's wrong?" Zhao Xiaoqiao noticed the chaotic fluctuations of ethereal energy and looked over. Yan Yi seemed not to hear her friend's concern. Her gaze became hollow, and the ethereal energy patterns on both sides of her face began to flicker at a high frequency. In a daze, her perspective shifted, and she saw a light enforcer, who was then torn to pieces in a few sways. "Broken Tooth, is that you?" "Hiss," Broken Tooth responded. Then, Yan Yi felt her consciousness elevate, and she sensed the resonance of all the jumping insects from the distant clan. In that instant, she felt her connection with the clan tighten even more. Yan Yi's ethereal energy stabilized, forming a special frequency wave that could only be accepted by the alien insects of the distant clan. Hiss. The jumping insects of the distant clan shook their bodies, and fine, backward-facing serrations grew on the backs of their scythe-like blades. Lin Yuan, good. The overall attack strength has increased by 15. Yan Yi. Lin Yuan, do you know the reason? Lin Yuan. The former alien insects were singular, but now they have multiple directions of evolution. The key lies in the birth of the clan. Lin Yuan. As long as you lead the clan to continue fighting, the resonance of ethereal energy will bring various beneficial changes to your clan's insects. Lin Yuan. Being singular and unchanging easily produces flaws. The insect swarm needs diversification. And that's the significance of the clan. Yan Yi understood. Ah, damn it. Why don't I have Broken Tooth? My clan has no changes at all. You quickly become smarter, transform into a big spiked snake, the kind that can pull up radishes by itself. Zhao Xiaoqiao placed her hands on her hips and pointed at a thorn snake. The snake blinked its bewildered little eyes, while its three-bladed bone sickle seemed to be at a loss. Ding! Li Nai. Everyone, the Light God sect has been thoroughly defeated by us. But the projection of Zhuke City has not been retracted. I feel something is off. You must be careful and avoid standing together to prevent a sudden wipeout. Zhao Xiaoqiao. Thanks for the reminder. If my thorn snake were as smart as you, that would be great. Li Nai. The cold rain from the sky met the rising heat from blood, enveloping the entire battlefield in a white mist. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had temporarily withdrawn his main consciousness from the battlefield. Decomposing new genes was like chocolate. You never knew what the next gene structure would be. Indeed, one should not place hopes on this so-called light bird beast. The terrible genes were not even worth including in the swarm's gene pool. After analyzing the genes of the light flame bird, Lin Yuan declared them trash. The genes of the light wild boar seemed to have some redeeming qualities. The tendrils split into countless nanofibers, resembling blooming sea anemones. After the dark energy became stronger, Lin Yuan's speed in gene editing had evolved to the level of a bald programmer. The compatibility of the bone armor gene and the mutated cockroach gene exceeded 100. Lin Yuan was taken aback. This feeling was akin to discovering gold in dung or finding non-discriminators in a land of freedom. How amazing that would be. This was the first time he found genes that surpassed the completion rate of the alien insect gene pool from primitive dark creatures. Genes with over 100 compatibility could perfectly merge with the stress bone gene of mutated cockroaches if the reverse triple stability deconstruction was completed. Discovering more perfect genes was indeed double the surprise for Lin Yuan, who possessed the dual identity of a top biologist and a ruler. Excited, Lin Yuan immediately immersed himself fully in the experiment. The dark energy stimulated his brain, assisting calculations, while countless information particles quantum transmitted within his mind. A powerful dark energy field erupted, creating a liquid-like spatial area around him. However, he had no time to pay attention to these external changes. Being completely absorbed was a fundamental quality of a gifted scientist. In this state, time lost its meaning, and his body and mind were entirely immersed in ethereal joy. Completed. Ha 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 ha. I shall name it the super stress bone. Lin Yuan laughed heartily. This was the first time he improved the swarm. It could be said that he had taken a very significant first step. Yenyi, congratulations, ruler. The swarm never stops. Zhao Xiaoqiao, Lin Yuan is amazing. Cheng Yong, the ruler is immortal. The swarm devours everything. Li Nai, Master Lin Yuan is impressive. My admiration for you is like a swarm of waves, unstoppable. Yuan Sanfeng, same here. Shifei, what the big shot said is great. Notable individuals from various factions sent their congratulations. Lin Yuan, I'm quite disappointed that these human habits haven't been completely eradicated. Remember to keep it up next time. The mutated cockroach nest, resembling an oversized mutated cockroach, began to pulse slowly. With 100 units of crystal ore and 150 units of high-energy gas, the gene synchronization was completed in an instant. The mutated cockroaches have many advantages, but their most outstanding feature is undoubtedly their highly efficient and dense exoskeleton. It's not that their exoskeleton is harder than that of a certain fierce beast, but under the same resource consumption, its design has approached perfection. Thus, further enhancing the exoskeleton of the mutated cockroaches becomes quite difficult. After acquiring the genes of the Radiant Wild Roarer, Lin Yuan combined his original superior design to construct a brand new exoskeletal structure. The stress-adaptive plates use a combination of plates to protect the cockroaches, providing equivalent protection. When a cockroach is injured, the self-adaptive plates react to blood flow, thickening to ensure the survival of the individual. However, the super stress-adaptive plates remove the need for such preconditions. They directly modified the outer exoskeleton without changing the overall weight of the cockroach. 094 Radiant Arbiter Scorpion, Stinger. The mutated cockroaches let out sharp and high-pitched cries. Their dense and thick exoskeletons made cracking sounds. The mutated cockroaches, feeling great, continuously extended their disproportionately long tongues from their wide jaws. Soon, the mutated cockroaches looked completely revitalized. Mutated cockroach, where's that fierce beast? Come out. I want to challenge it one-on-one and let it know who the real melee champion of the swarm is. Stinger snake. Cockroach, you've had too much to drink. Rush into the enemy lines to cool off. Mutated cockroach. Brothers, let us go. We are invincible now. Squeak. Respectful Lord Lin Yuan. Esteemed City Lord of the 9th Tier Evolution City, greetings. The Radiant Tree Network has detected the emergence of a new combat type unit, which must undergo a combat power assessment, assessing the comprehensive combat power of the new combat unit. The comprehensive combat power assessment of the new unit has concluded, with a total combat power of 6th tier. Please name it. Note that this name will become the official name in the Radiant Tree Network. Name successfully registered. The official name of the new combat unit is Mutated Cockroach. Upload the unit data. Confirm. Cancel. Please note, if you wish to trade the unit blueprint, you must upload the unit data. Cancel. After evolving the super stress adaptive plates, the mutated cockroach has completed its transformation, directly becoming a 6th tier unit. Although Lin Yuan felt that the troop evaluation system of the Bright Tree was not very significant, after all, the swarm operated as a group, it still indicated that the mutated cockroaches had become much stronger. His recent tireless research had finally yielded results, and he was in high spirits. The will of domination spread throughout the swarm, leveled the Bright Front to the ground. The bloody slaughter began. The swarm appeared fierce, yet their movements were cold and efficient. Their harvesting speed reminiscent of a harmonious and orderly beauty. The billions of bright warriors were not lambs to the slaughter. They fought back with all their might, believing that reinforcements would arrive soon. In the city of Zhuke, the once boisterous crowd fell silent. Confusion filled their hearts. and as their expectations were dashed, a strong discontent toward the bright church began to surge within them. Many felt like the clowns of a circus after just having cheered for the church. A deep sense of humiliation echoed in their chests. If the Bright Tree community didn't enforce real name registration, posts cursing the Bright Church would have flooded the comment section long ago. Meanwhile, in a certain house, a girl with crimson eyes couldn't help but narrow them. He really succeeded. In such a short time, he had breached the bright front. Incredible. Then, her gaze became incredibly resolute. However, it was precisely this incredible power that could bring about real change. She stood up, passed through the wall, and entered the vast underground. There, the brilliance of the Bright Tree awaited. Ah, ignorant ones, even the Mother Goddess of Light cannot save you from your ignorance. Through the floor-to-ceiling glass window, the Bright Arbiter Gadurlo observed the expressions of the crowd, filled with disdain and contempt, as if a dragon were looking at ants. Soon, you will know the true power of the church. The second plan was officially activated. This time, let you lowly insects witness what true power is. Gadurlo clenched his hand as if to crush the swarm projected before him. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted between heaven and earth. A mutation struck suddenly. Countless blue and white energies flew out from the corpses of the bright warriors and gathered in the sky. 3 enormous, unmatched whirlpools of thunder appeared above the swarm. Wasn't this the same type I had destroyed before? Now, I could finally see what would emerge from within. Hopefully, some useful genes would come out. Lin Yuan felt that the Bright Church was truly benevolent, not only sending countless biological materials and supplies, but also continuously delivering various new genes. Even the dark creatures were not as proactive as they were. Amidst the crackling of thunder, the 3 whirlpools expanded to their maximum size. The storm of energy swirled, lifting the severed limbs and remains off the ground into the air. The speed at which this vortex formed was clearly much faster than during the last encounter with the alien hive. In the blink of an eye, 3 massive creatures fell out of the vortex. Boom! The defense tower shattered like clay, broken into pieces. The powerful impact even gave the impression to the larger alien creatures that the ground itself was trembling. The aliens didn't care who you were, they surged forward. The jumping insects led the charge. Zzz. Hundreds of pillar-like lasers swept across, instantly turning over 100,000 jumping insects to ashes. Their towering bodies, reaching 50 meters in height, resembled small mountains. The defense towers of the Light Coalition seemed like toys beside them. However, even at such a height, the creatures that descended appeared flattened overall, showcasing the enormous size of these 3 monsters. They were clad in shiny block-like armor, with countless hooked tail spikes swaying, resembling seaweed dancing wildly in water. The lasers that killed the jumping insects were shot from these tail spikes. Zzz. Energy exploded, lasers sliced through the air, igniting it and causing green smoke to rise. The massive aberrations were the primary targets of the Light Arbiters, yet they could withstand at most 3 lasers. Rumbling like a fortress vehicle, wherever the Light Arbiters passed, the aliens were reduced to ashes. Shoo. This was the sound of the powerful toxic spines being launched. Ding 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 ding. This was the sound of the toxic spines striking the block-like crystal armor of the Light Arbiters. Spines that could easily pierce through alloy plates failed to penetrate the defense of the Light Arbiters. The unenhanced spines appeared quite ineffective against such mobile fortress-like beings. Ding. Li Nai. This is a unique unit of the Light Arbiter, an 11th tier king-level unit, the Light Arbiter Scorpion Guard. Yen Yi, perhaps triggering the dark disturbance is exactly his intention. Only then can the original faction of Zhuke City be cleansed. Chungyong. Haha Gadro. You are truly a good dog of the Light God sect. Zhao Xiaoqiao, what about those from Zhuke City? Are they indifferent to this? Chungyong. Inviting wolves into the house. I bet the 9 major families are stunned right now, huh? Enough talk, I'm going in. Several large alien creatures charged toward the Light Arbiter Scorpion Guard simultaneously. They were not aiming to engage in a glorious battle with the Light Arbiter Scorpion Guard, but rather to create a small opening. The conclusion came swiftly. The bright arbitration Scorpion Guards appeared in the shallow dark area, and their impact was certainly not as simple as the emergence of 11th-tier entities. Lin Yuan had recently brushed up on relevant knowledge and knew that the bright arbitration Scorpion Guards would directly trigger dark disturbances after a while. It was crucial that creatures above Tier 6 rarely appeared in the shallow dark area for 2 reasons. First, the native troops and creatures of the dark world could not survive for long periods in the shallow dark area. Second, when the number of Super 6-tier native life forms in the shallow dark area reached a certain threshold, it would cause the mid-level darkness to flow towards the shallow dark area. From Lin Yuan's observations, the swarm species did not seem to be restricted by the rules of the dark world, allowing them to spawn a large number of Super 6-tier units in the shallow dark area. Was this due to their status as invasive species? Or was the swarm itself a higher-level existence? Many possibilities flowed through Lin Yuan's mind, but for now, he focused on the battlefield. Yin Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao. The two alien insect queens, along with Cheng Yong, the destroyer, were transformed by him following a template, yet they were his painstaking creations. He had invested a lot of effort into them. Just as a newly manufactured car requires 1,000 kilometers of driving tests, Lin Yuan needed to know how they would perform against the Bright Arbitration Scorpion Guards. ZZZZ. 3 Bright Arbitration Scorpion Guards rampaged through the swarm. The distorted forms over 15 meters tall appeared like weak infants in front of them. Beams of lasers sliced through the ground, leaving charred, deep marks. Buildings within the bright front line were sliced in half like tofu, and beams of laser shot in from various directions, causing the structures to instantly collapse into irregular piles of rubble. The existence of such colossal beasts indirectly demonstrated the terror of the dark world. The casualty figures of the swarm were rising rapidly every second. Ding! Lin Yuan suddenly received an inter-regional email. SC-1 Nirvana Region, Tier 9 Firebird City Lord. Gong Xiumin, esteemed Lord of Evolution City, I apologize for the sudden intrusion. Not long ago, your extermination of the volcano demon was akin to a miraculous creation, leaving us all in shock, astonished by the arrival of an extraordinary savior. All the lords of the SC-1 Nirvana region are immensely grateful and eager to repay your kindness. I have heard that you are currently engaged in battle with the Bright Church, and I hold you in the highest regard. Every lord in the SC-1 Nirvana region cheers for you, admiring your courage to raise the knife against the Bright Church. Learning that you require a large quantity of crystal, ore, and high-energy gas, I hereby represent all the lords of the SC-1 Nirvana region to make the following promise. We are willing to offer the highest price, even at a premium, for crystal, ore, and high-energy gas in exchange for the resources in your possession. We hope that the SC-1 Nirvana region can form a good alliance with you. Knowing that I have an irreconcilable conflict with a certain organization, suddenly extending an olive branch towards me, Lin Yuan stroked his chin and asked in his mind, Li Nai Nai, what do you think? Li Nai Nai, to the infinitely wise ruler, I feel there must be something suspicious about this. It's hard to believe that all the lords of the region would willingly support us out of gratitude and admiration. Lin Yuan, maybe she said this on purpose, using a clumsy excuse to get close to us. ISNT that better than a scheming approach. Li Nai Nai, I have 6 perspectives on this matter. Let me explain slowly. The first one, Lin Yuan. All right, no need to elaborate. If we can't easily grasp the other party's thoughts, we can't empathize with them. We can only explain the situation through lengthy dialogues and body language. In the end, we would be trapped in a cycle of suspicion. This is the eternal shackles of human development, as well as the strongest internal conflict of humanity. Li Nai Nai, indeed. Lin Yuan, since they want to support us, let them do so. You are in Zhuke City, open up trade routes, and handle this matter on my behalf. By the way, inform Gong Xiumin that we have never spoken of alliances. Li Nai Nai, I understand there is no talk of alliances. Lin Yuan, furthermore, since we have the Tree of Light, we should fully utilize its advantages. You can try to acquire the corpses of dark creatures from other regions. Li Nai Nai, all right. I will assign Yuan Sanfong to handle this matter. He is quite skilled in related affairs. The resources of an F-level territory indeed exceeded imagination. Nowadays, Lin Yuan almost dominated the SC2 evolution area, yet he found that excluding the nascent territories, the total resources of the entire region could not compare to the resource reserves near the F-level territory. Moreover, many of these resources were extremely rare. Rare resources meant skyrocketing prices, and high prices could only reflect their value in large markets. At this moment, Lin Yuan's consciousness rippled like water. When he looked towards the battlefield, he found that the battle was nearing its end. Woo good. Zhuke City erupted in cheers, the noise deafening. The twists and turns of this drama had the crowd exclaiming their excitement. Evil creatures might achieve temporary victories, but justice would ultimately prevail. The organization had once again protected us. This time, I must donate more gold coins to express my devotion to the organization. What? We don't need to support them with real money? Then how can you still have the face to stay here, in this city protected by them? In Zhuke City, those who had long been plotting began to take action. In the midst of such a strong emotional atmosphere, people in a crowd would inevitably be swept along and make decisions without much thought. Despite the fact that the Light God sect actually provided no benefits and even ignored the previous threats from the Silent Ice prison, many people developed the idea that the Light God sect was powerful and acted as guardians. In moments of mental wavering, they mysteriously joined the Light God sect. Suddenly, the noisy world seemed to be frozen in time. Everyone's expressions became stiff, as if a mute button had been pressed, and the crowd fell silent. Someone opened their mouth but found that no sound could escape, no matter how hard they tried. The image on the massive projection screen transformed into a shocking revelation, casting them out of their dimension entirely. The crowd, which had just been cheering, instantly turned into dazed stone statues, creating an inexplicable sense of absurdity. How could this happen? Gadalo, the Light Arbiter, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. The Light Arbiter Scorpion Guards were a unique troop belonging to the Arbiter, deeply connected through the binding of life essence. If the Scorpion Guards died, the Arbiter would suffer severe damage. The resources invested in hundreds of billions of troops, culminating in the consumption of resources to activate the Swift Judgment Gate, were enough to build 3 prosperous regions. And now all of it was gone. What kind of creature could be so endless, so indifferent to life? And why did it instill such fear in me? My Scorpion Guards, my children, unable to comprehend, unable to accept. Gadalo, the Light Arbiter, was severely wounded both physically and mentally. Gadalo weakly said, "Help me up." A figure in a white robe silently slid in. "Sir Arbiter, I'll help you up right away." The white-robed figure hurried over to assist Gadalo. "Wait, who are you?" Gadalo suddenly widened his eyes. "Me? I am, of course, a deeply devout follower of the light." The white-robed figure grinned with a bizarre smile. Then, their entire face seemed to melt like mud. Gadalo's eyes widened in horror as he realized that the black, muddy substance was actually countless tiny insects. Creeping and crawling, the black, grotesque bugs climbed onto Gadalo's aged face and burrowed into his eyes. No, the Light Arbiter Gadalo, who had descended upon Zhuke City with great authority, was supposed to be welcomed by the 9 great families, yet he found himself failing so quickly and utterly. In the end, all ambitions merely turned into food for the insects, which were then expelled through their digestive systems. In the evolution zone, the bright front. If this were the head of a certain entity, it would surely be more satisfying to step on. Cheng Yong laughed heartily as he stepped on the transformed head of the Bright Arbiter Scorpion. As the former vice-captain of the 12th Order Immortal Bird Warriors, Cheng Yong's strength had gradually recovered with the mutation of the alien insect virus. As a fierce warrior of the swarm, he had the capability to confront the Bright Arbiter Scorpion head-on. However, in this battle, Cheng Yong chose not to do so. Yin Yi smiled and said, "Perhaps there are beings in this world that can counter the entire swarm with just 3 of their kind, but clearly, the Bright Arbiter Scorpion is not one of them. This entity has truly lost its mind. I suggest it undergo a thorough ideological transformation within the swarm." Zhao Xiaoqiao shook her head, her expression full of sympathy. At this moment, the Bright Arbiter Scorpion was no longer in the spirited state it had when it first appeared. Now, it was severely damaged, dismembered into various sized pieces. Its originally shiny carapace was scattered everywhere, gleaming even in the rain. In a certain alien insect nest, Lin Yuan felt relieved. When he saw the old city lord's shocking battle stance, he had once worried that this was actually a high-level martial world. However, it turned out that the gap in levels was not insurmountable. Under the continuous assault of the swarm, the Bright Arbiter Scorpion became increasingly powerless. Its astonishingly defensive carapace was corroded, and its wounds multiplied, with its attack power significantly diminished. The 2 queens and Cheng Yong, like circling predators, decisively struck when the Bright Arbiter Scorpion was at its weakest, shattering its defenses. Next came the classic scene of countless ants eroding an elephant. The entire process took less than 50 seconds. The once imposing Bright Arbiter Scorpion met its end unexpectedly. Indeed, the 11th Order Monarch-level units were formidable, but when faced with the ocean of insects, they could only meet a bitter fate. The Bright Front suffered a major defeat. This battle had concluded, and one could only hope that the Bright Church would continue to strive for success. The genes of the Bright Arbiter Scorpion had been acquired. and Lin Yuan eagerly entered the research chamber. The operation of isolating and dismantling genes was already second nature to him. The barbed tail could launch energy lasers, while its trait genes were deemed useless. Wait, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up, the ethereal energy swirling endlessly. It actually contained the overall evolution gene of the alien insects. The so-called overall evolution gene refers to the collective evolution of the swarm that is yet to be activated within the evolution chamber. This overall evolution is divided into 3 major categories and 9 parts. They are Insect Melee Attack Level 1, Insect Melee Attack Level 2, Insect Melee Attack Level 3, Insect Ground Unit Shell Level 1, Insect Ground Unit Shell Level 2, Insect Ground Unit Shell Level 3, Insect Spray Attack Level 1, Insect Spray Attack Level 2, Insect Spray Attack Level 3. Each major category requires a progressive approach. Only by evolving Insect Melee Attack Level 1 can one evolve Insect Melee Attack Level 2. What Lin Yuan didn't expect was that this small bright arbiter scorpion guard actually possessed a swarm overall evolution gene with a compatibility as high as 868. With this mutation in the Insect Spray Attack Level 1 gene, the overall combat power of the mutated cockroach and stinging snake would increase significantly. For the future insect units relying on spraying, this type of evolution would be directly implemented. It's so beautiful, so intoxicating, this complex and balanced 6-dimensional transstructure. Seeing such excellent genes, Lin Yuan felt every pore in his body open up, unable to help but emit waves of praise. This genome is quite large. So let's start with the basic disassembly. After observing for what seemed like an eternity, Lin Yuan continued to fulfill his dominion duties. As one gene mystery after another was unraveled, the bright arbiter scorpion guard revealed no secrets to Lin Yuan. Wait, it was like finding 10,000 in the pocket of a long-unused coat. Lin Yuan's expression was a mix of surprise and joy. Beyond Insect Spray Attack Level 1, there was actually a deeply hidden Insect Ground Unit Shell Level 1. Compatibility 7613, beyond imagination, truly beyond imagination. Lin Yuan noted that the species selected by the Bright God sect over 1,000 years is indeed unusual, with high-quality genes within. Could it be that the Bright God sect is truly a blessing for the swarm? Lin Yuan couldn't help but question the motives of the Bright God sect. Are they really here to offer warmth? The complexity of the Insect Ground Unit Shell Level 1 gene is even a notch higher than that of Insect Spray Attack Level 1. This can be inferred just from their names. Insect spray levels only apply to the insect spray attack, while insect ground unit shell levels cover all ground units of the insects. Whether you walk on 4 legs, glide on 6 legs, or crawl without legs, as long as you run on the ground, you can achieve the enhancement of Insect Ground Unit Shell Level 1. Even worker bees can incredulously become harder, demonstrating the exaggerated effect of Insect Ground Unit Shell Level. Look at this elegant structure. The wonderful combination is simply amazing. Next, I will enter a boundless realm of joy. Lin Yuan let out a satisfied sigh and then fully immersed himself in the editing of genetic engineering. Such powerful genes, their complexity goes without saying. Lin Yuan needs some time for transformation and editing to enhance compatibility with the swarm. Completely immersed in research, Lin Yuan is naturally unaware of the tumultuous events occurring outside. In Zhuke City, the enormous projection screen was hurriedly shut down. If the fall of the Light Front had a backup plan, then the death toll of the Light Arbitration Scorpion Guards exceeded their imagination. The spectators clearly witnessed the vulnerability of the Light Arbitration Scorpion Guards. The Light Church deployed nearly 15 billion troops and invested countless resources, with the Light Arbitration Officer parachuting into command. The combination of these factors made the Light Church's failure unimaginable, especially considering they were only dealing with a newly established lord who had just arrived in the Light territory for less than a year. Before this, most people thought it was like using a high-energy magic crystal cannon to swat a mosquito. A few clear-headed individuals believed that Lin Yuan was merely dust on the Light Church's chessboard, and that the Church's actions were only about cleaning the board. However, regardless of their thoughts, the Light Church was defeated, utterly vanquished by a fledgling lord in plain sight. The overwhelming swarm left a deep impression in people's minds. The mutated insect people, who merged with the swarm, also drew significant attention. Many recognized that some of these mutated insect people were their neighbors from 20 years ago, or shop owners operating in the second line of defense. Everything happening exceeded people's understanding. It was as if electric currents were coursing through their bodies. They were stunned and unable to comprehend the inner logic of the events unfolding. In the streets and alleys of Qinglong City, Baihu City, and Xuanwu City, everyone was discussing the same question. How did Lin Yuan accomplish all this? Some speculated that he was actually the illegitimate son of Satan, the lover of the light mother goddess, sent for revenge after being abandoned. Others claimed that Lin Yuan was the negative energy aggregation of many followers of the light church, inherently standing against it. However, the shock and wild guesses of the crowd were trivial matters. The development of the world order is not something the common people can influence. In this dark world, the top occupies 90 of the resources, so changes in the situation will not be swayed by the thoughts of the commoners. Many powerful factions, after confirming the authenticity of the news, finally began to take action. In the deep core of Zhuke City, the leaders of the 9 great families were engaged in a heated debate. Chairman Zhou, you say that luring the light church here will allow us to use them to eliminate our enemies and uncover the secrets of the F-level territory. But I see this as inviting a wolf into the house. Exactly. Now that Gadalo is dead, the light church has an excuse to strengthen its intervention. The development of the situation has completely escaped our control. We are just a small family in the main city. If the religious organization takes over forcefully, we will have no power to resist. Do you think that the individual named Gadlu was intentionally sent by the organization to meet his demise? That is impossible. Gadlu is an important confidant of the Archbishop, and he indeed possesses a genuine royal-level guardian. We all see that clearly. The core meeting room, filled with flowing crimson energy, is currently as noisy as a market. The heads of the Li family, the Yuan family, and the elder of the Qian family exchanged glances and silently sighed. They recalled how prosperous the city was when the former lord was in charge, maintaining order and diluting the influence of the religious organization. If the former lord had not died, why would they be in such a state of fear? All right, enough noise. Zhou Xiong tapped the table and spoke. The influence of the religious organization has indeed reached a level where it can overshadow everything, but they are divided into 3 factions internally. Moreover, you need to understand that the pressure we face does not come from the organization as a whole, but from the Archbishop within it. As long as we unite, the Archbishop will have to consider his own strength. The representative from the Sun family asked, so, what do you propose for us to unite? Zhou Xiong shifted the topic. Aren't you curious about Lin Yuan? A newly emerged leader, opposing a low-level army of 15 billion and instantly defeating 3 royal-level units. Don't you think that is too unusual? What kind of units are those creatures that can be so powerful? Don't you want to know? The heads of the major families looked at each other, recognizing a similar spark in each other's eyes. Those fearsome creatures were so strong that they enabled Lin Yuan to gain such terrifying power in such a short time. If those units were controlled by their families, wouldn't that lead to immediate ascension? What if their intimidating appearance could be spun as a fashionable punk aesthetic by the media held by the 9 families? What is fashionable punk beauty? If you don't understand, that is exactly what the 9 families want. A sense of high status that looks impressive. As they envisioned a bright future, greed bubbled up among the family heads. Even though the old foxes tried to conceal their thoughts, everyone present was of the same level and could easily discern each other's intentions. The representative from the Sun family asked again, then, according to your view, what should we do? Zhou Xiong replied steadily, since Lin Yuan has been labeled as a heretic, the organization will undoubtedly seek to eliminate him entirely to maintain its authority. At that point, our 9 families will find ourselves in a very awkward position, facing immense pressure from the organization. Once that happens, will you still be able to sit here so leisurely? As his gaze swept over the crowd, Zhou Xiong continued, however, due to the suppression from the former city lord, the Church of the Light does not have its own territory in Zhuke City. In that case, we can offer a portion of our controlled land to let the Church of the Light and Lin Yuan engage in a mutual struggle, while also winning the favor of the church. This way, we can avoid falling into a passive position. This allows us to refrain from sending troops. If the Church of the Light emerges victorious, we will benefit, and if they fail, our losses will be within a controllable range. Thus, we will be inherently in an invulnerable position. This is the most effective plan. Our 9 major families can simply distribute the benefits according to the area of our territories, which will also help avoid any disputes later on. Seeing everyone lost in thought, Zhou Xiong stood up, exuding an extraordinary aura that caught everyone's attention. As a precedent, My Zhou family is willing to contribute the entire territory of FA1 Zhou family. Boom. Zhou Xiong's declaration echoed, striking the other 8 council members like a bolt of lightning, leaving them stunned. To offer an entire FA1 Zhou family territory is a display of immense courage. That represents a large region. To control and properly manage such a vast area requires the dedication of many generations. It is the foundation of their great families. Yet Zhou Xiong was willing to give it all away. Everyone knew that Zhou Xiong was a strategic thinker, not a reckless person. His actions must be backed by a well-thought-out plan. After a prolonged silence, the spokesperson for the Sun family spoke up. My Sun family intends to donate 30 units of land, but before that, I would like to hear Chairman Zhou's specific plan. Of course, Zhou Xiong nodded. Dividing land is a significant matter that cannot be decided hastily by a clan leader alone. There are countless details to consider, and the specific division of benefits will require extensive discussion and negotiation. Therefore, such a meeting at this level will undoubtedly consume a lot of time. The heads of numerous families exited the deep core conference hall and arrived at the upper chamber. In the spacious circular hall, representatives from various families sat upright in elegantly designed wooden chairs. Each of them radiated a glimmer of intelligence. Their deep-set eyes clearly revealed that these individuals were adept at scheming against their own kin, as rare direct descendants of their families. Yuan Sanfeng and Li Nainai naturally found themselves among them. 2 large alien insects were communicating through a mental link, and I dare say they were formulating a grand plan within. Faced with external pressure from the Church of the Light, the 9 major families would likely choose to band together, though it remains uncertain whether they would unite to oppose the Church or support it. Unfortunately, no matter which choice is made, the implementation of this grand plan is incredibly difficult, as everyone has their own ulterior motives, making even alliances seem fragile. Oh, the impending trivial discussions are causing me physical discomfort. Yuan Sanfeng painfully scratched his head. Sanfeng, you've worked hard, said the clan uncle beside him. Seeing Yuan Sanfeng in distress, this plan is likely quite extensive. You can expect its complexity. Just consider this an internship and don't overthink it. Yuan Sanfeng replied earnestly. However, countless eye rolls surged in his mind. Overthink? What nonsense. Only you humans would waste so much time on such trivial matters. If it were a swarm, as long as the will is communicated, all the creatures would execute it without a hint of hesitation. Come on. We are deeply linked in spirit. Can you stop rolling your eyes so much? I feel like you've become a bit strange after merging with the whole. Li Nainai expressed her dissatisfaction. What do you mean strange? This internal strife is genuinely making me feel an indescribable irritation. I'm so annoyed. For the sake of the swarm's grand plan, let us endure it. But honestly, I'm starting to doubt how such primitive efficiency can survive in the dark world like mutated cockroaches. Amidst the deception and betrayal, this feeling truly makes me nauseous. If it weren't for the great plan of Lin Yuan, I would really want to smash their heads. If Lin Yuan, who is currently researching the overall evolution genes of the creatures, heard this, he would surely be puzzled. What great plan do I have? How come I don't know? Bang! The wooden hammer fell. The meeting of the 9 major families officially began. The 2 large creatures also ceased their communication, starting to upload every detail of the meeting into the collective memory bank of the swarm. Memory is information and can naturally have a carrier. 6 days later, the discussions of the 9 families came to a temporary halt. Zhou Xiong returned to his private room. After a long wait, the virtual communication finally connected. An elder dressed in a white robe adorned with golden patterns appeared on the screen. A faint golden light, akin to holy radiance, surged around him, giving him an unresistible sense of divinity. Zhou Xiong stood up and respectfully said, "Respected Archbishop, I have followed the plan and secured the other family's agreement to sacrifice part of the bright territory of Zhuke City." The elder nodded, saying, "You've done well. Once this is accomplished, the conditions I promised will be immediately fulfilled." The communication was abruptly terminated. The respectful expression vanished in an instant, and Zhou Xiong sneered repeatedly. Soon, he initiated another communication. "Hello, this is the Intelligent Communication Representative of the Central Sacred City, Kirin City Elder Council. The communication recipient, Zhou Xiong from Zhuke City. You are currently tasked with delivering supplies to Lin Yuan of the 9th level Evolution City. How can I assist you? The Day of Judgment, the 7th day of death, falls on the 4th Thursday of November in the year 3325 of the Light Era, which is a Thanksgiving day for the Light Church. The Light Church believes that on this day, They achieved the unification of all sects, spreading the radiance of the Light Mother across the human world, thus establishing Thanksgiving to express gratitude for the guidance of the Light Mother to her followers. As for the bloody history of slaughtering so-called heretics, is the air not sweet? Or is the light turkey not tasty? Or is it that the discounted goods lack appeal? The atmosphere in Juke City suddenly became lively. However, for the followers of the Light Church who had just experienced failure, this day seemed somewhat bleak. Their parade was not as splendidly adorned as in the past. The Light priests and apostles, although displaying kind smiles, gave off a sense of lethargy. The devout followers of the Light Church gathered on both sides of the road, cheering for the Light Parade. Yet, in an inconspicuous corner of the crowd, a small group was murmuring quietly, "Look, there is the light-spiked lion beast. A beast that consumes human flesh, yet walks so brazenly on the streets of the human capital, while those followers of the light cheer for it." A middle-aged man clenched his teeth, his extreme disgust creating a dissonance in his features. Perhaps, regardless of the magnitude of the disaster or the atrocities of those in power, they will soon be forgotten by the uninvolved as time passes. However, for those who have experienced these disasters, the pain in their hearts cannot be erased by time. If, in the face of an unavoidable disaster, there are people around who are united and supportive, along with reliable and respectable supporters, the trauma brought by the disaster might be alleviated to the greatest extent. Yet, the atrocities of those in power will never be forgiven by the witnesses. Rather, they will intensify with the passage of time. The pain of 300 million sacrifices will certainly not disappear without a trace. At midnight, when these individuals awaken from their nightmares, what burns in their eyes is the flame of revenge. However, what can they do in the face of the immense 9 great families and the even more despairing Light Church? The man-eating light-spiked lion beast strides confidently at the forefront of the parade, while the devout followers of the Light Church praise its might. Meanwhile, they can only hide in the corners of the crowd, unable to change anything. How despicable! How despicable! How can these people be so indifferent to the deaths of their fellow countrymen? These beasts consume humans. They were raised on human flesh. Some among them choked up. Some cried out in anguish. A sense of helplessness and despair enveloped them, leaving these individuals feeling suffocated, wishing they could die immediately to end the endless psychological torment. At that moment, a voice suddenly broke the silence. "You are right. Those radiant thorn lions should be shredded and fed to the dogs. And those hypocritical champions of light should all be sent to the gallows." Instantly, the big bald man felt his hair stand on end, a chill running down his spine, his neck stiffening in horror. It wasn't fear that caused this reaction, but the fact that someone had dared to speak such heretical words in the street. Words they wished to say, but did not have the courage to express. The bald man felt as if he might explode, as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, or like he was strapped to a firework soaring into the sky. The crowd was stunned, unable to utter a complete word for a long time. Only the bald man managed to turn his head, his gaze landing on a young man with a delicate appearance, who looked somewhat frail, but radiated a remarkable spiritual brilliance. The bald man had only seen such light in the holy warriors of the faith. This was indeed the light of belief. No, it was not just belief. It was more steadfast and pure than that of those holy warriors. The bald man thought to himself. The young man looked at the bald man and smiled, saying, "The Church of Light boasts of its brilliance, grandeur, and righteousness. But inside it is filled with evil. Their actions are akin to demons stealing the faith of the Tree of Light. What appears to be a fierce presence is actually the true executor of the Tree of Light. They have come to the world to expose those robbers of belief." Gulp. The bald man swallowed hard, his eyes widening involuntarily, his pupils instantly constricting. You are. That's right. You have seen us before in the projection." The frail young man nodded. "We are Zeej, the representatives of those brave, fighting insects, the true agents of the Tree of Light. Now, make a choice. Will you stay here, accepting this powerless and pitiful life, or will you choose to follow me and strike a defiant blow against fate?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd surged, and the young man seemed to be fading from view. Was he really going to miss this fleeting opportunity? No, absolutely not. The bald man's heart roared. The driving force within him left him with only the image of the frail young man in his eyes. Soon, the bald man followed in the young man's footsteps. In that moment, the cheers around him seemed to fade away, and he was about to step onto a path from which there would be no turning back. Not just him, but others with the same fate also chose the same path. As for those who chose to survive, the little insects showed kindness and sent them off to paradise early. In the underground chamber of the Li family, where Li Nai was located. Li Nai, not bad. The recent infections have been going smoothly. Yuan Sanfang, do we really need the invaders? They are quite weak, just at the 6th stage. Li Nai, first. We can select those with exceptional talent from the swarm. If they have potential for dark energy, then they are more than just invaders. Second, attacking a city is secondary, while winning hearts is primary. Although the authorities in Zhuke City view the masses as insignificant, they remain an undeniable foundation. This foundation lies not in combat power, but in spirit. Yuan Sanfang, listening to you is like hearing a profound truth. Li Nai, you will understand when the ground turns to quicksand, and the destruction of tall buildings happens in an instant. Yuan Sanfang, all right, I won't participate in your plan. I'll just focus on the swarm trade. Li Nai, everyone has their own expertise, haha. The news of Lin Yuan's victory over Giardello has stirred up hidden currents within the alliance. The situation is fermenting, and its effects will gradually reveal themselves. However, for the swarm, humanity's response is too slow. Evolution area of the swarm. Zhao Xiaoqiao, so boring. By the time they deploy again, I don't even know what the swarm will have developed into. This light god sect is not as interesting as the dark creatures. Yi, I think you just have a simple love for battle. So, Lao Cheng, has the dark disturbance not been triggered? Cheng Yong, after my observations these past few days, it can be confirmed that the dark disturbance 1T be triggered. This may be due to the short existence of the light arbitration scorpion guards. Zhao Xiaoqiao, what a pity. Yin Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao commanded the queen of the swarm to expand the territory of the evolution city. The queen raised her tail and birthed countless fungal tumor blankets. These fungal tumor blankets are truly remarkable, merging seamlessly with the fungal blanket itself, from the outside. It is hard to distinguish them from the fungal blanket. Zhao Xiaoqiao expressed her amazement. Yin Yi replied calmly, it also has drawbacks. Possessing a weak, dark energy magnetic field that can be sensed by hyperception units. Additionally, large-scale firepower coverage can also eliminate it. As a queen of the alien insects, Yin Yi is clearly very attentive to the specifics of the alien units. As the core connection of the fungal blanket, once the fungal tumor dies, the blanket will begin to fade from the edges. If I were the enemy, facing the swarm, this terrifying organic entity, the fungal blanket, would be the first target for elimination. While the two queens chatted, the fungal blanket consumed all organic matter. Whether it was weeds or the inert herbivorous caterpillars among the weeds, everything was decomposed into biomass within the fungal blanket. Sunlight pierced the darkness and illuminated the fungal blanket, revealing a smooth luster and emitting a faint mysterious purple light membrane. On the vast land of the evolution zone, the presence of the Zerg hatcheries is everywhere, and the Zerg are abundant. However, two Zerg queens are not happy. They are facing a classic issue of the swarm, insufficient crystal minerals and a lack of high-energy gas. Zhao Xiaoqiao, hey, where did all my crystal minerals go? I had so much high-energy gas. How could it all disappear in an instant? Yin Yi, we exposed too many Zerg to deal with the light deity, so our resources are tight. Zhao Xiaoqiao, we discovered a super giant vein of golden crystals, and we have the Hell's Eye volcano producing abundant high-energy gas. How could we run out? Yin Yi, that's the reality, so we need to explore more avenues. It's impossible to save, we need to increase our sources. At that moment, the two Zerg queens felt a strong wave of joy. This joy carried an irresistible will, and they both felt it deeply. The Zerg hissed. Whether it was the jumpers from the Farlook family or the spines from the Crafty Change family, they all trembled. Soon, their shells visibly became denser. As sunlight poured down, from a specific angle, one could see a deep metallic luster on their shells. Then, the jet organs of the mutated cockroaches and spines underwent astonishing changes. If the original jet organs were steam-powered, then the current ones were oil-powered. Overall, their attack strength increased by a generation. The Zerg expressed that this evolution was exhilarating. Mutated cockroach, the eternal god of jet warriors, who else can withstand my thick phlegm? Step forward, and see if I can't spray you to death. Spine, hey little bro. Weren't you supposed to compete for the position of melee big brother with the Thunder Beast? Why are you joining the jet group now? Mutated cockroach, big brother. We've always been the classic double jet. That barbaric melee method lacks technical skill. Spine, what are you talking about? I shoot my spines from the grooves of my shoulder blades. That's not spraying. Mutated cockroach. Look, You've already upgraded to Jet Level 1. And you're still saying you're not part of the Jet family? 100 potential for the main city's Bright Tree? Ha ha, I've finally succeeded. Lin Yuan waved his fist, his face full of excitement. At that moment, he looked radiant, as if he had been waxed. After countless days and nights of hard work, Lin Yuan finally integrated the genes of the Zerg Ground Unit Shell Level 1 and the Zerg Jet Attack Level 1 into the swarm. This was a significant success, representing that Lin Yuan fully understood the genetic structure of the lower Zerg. It is known that even the most basic jump insects have at least 15 types of fusion gene structures. In a short period, Lin Yuan has completely understood the genetic structures of jump insects, mutated cockroaches, and stingers, showcasing his extraordinary talent. When alien insects encounter Lin Yuan, it is truly a perfect match, like cola with ice or instant noodles with ham sausage. Lord Lin Yuan, esteemed city lord of the 9th tier evolution city. Greetings. The Bright Tree Network has detected the emergence of a new combat type unit, requiring a power assessment. Assessing the comprehensive combat power of the new operational unit. The assessment of the new unit's comprehensive combat power is complete, with a total power of 9th tier. Please name this unit. Note that this name will become the official designation of the Bright Tree Network. Naming successful. The official name for the new combat unit is Aberration. Would you like to upload the data for this unit? Confirm. Cancel. Please note, if you wish to trade the unit blueprint, the data must be uploaded. Cancel. The perfection of the genes and the Bright Tree's power assessment system do differ somewhat. Although the Aberration originally had an 8th tier power level, its genes are relatively simplistic, thus requiring a significant amount of resources for mutation. Now, having evolved the alien insect ground unit to Shell Level 1, its combat power has increased to a higher tier. However, the mutated cockroaches and stingers have yet to ascend. This difference is quite understandable. It lies in the size of the organisms. The Bright Tree's power assessment is akin to equipping an elephant with armor, which raises its power significantly more than equipping a newly born alien creature. Yenyi, congratulations, ruler. Zhao Xiaoqiao, ruler is amazing. Cheng Yong, the ruler will lead the swarm and clear everything. Li Nai, ruler, you are my idol. Yuan Sanfang, same here. Shifei, what the big shots say is right. I give you all a thumbs up. Lin Yuan, I seem to hear someone say that resources are insufficient. This is quite normal. For the swarm, there will never be a day when resources are enough. Originally, Blue Star has a population of 7 billion. And while major cities appear crowded, there are vast areas of land that are rarely visited by people. On average, the per capita area is terrifyingly large. The specific figure is 778, 963, 415 square meters. Therefore, for the entire Blue Star, humanity is indeed not numerous. The SC2 evolution area is vast. If alien insects were everywhere, their numbers would start at least in the hundreds of billions. Thus, the consumption of crystal mines would be at least 10 trillion. And the consumption of high-energy gas would be similar. If there are no enemies, the time it takes for alien insects to occupy a star system could be counted in months. The small SC2 evolution area is like a tiny pond for the swarm, unable to accommodate even a fraction. Yan Yi, Zhao Xiaoqiao, Cheng Yong, each of you choose a direction for expansion. Understood. After the Bright Tree evolves to the 9th tier, the SC2 evolution area has connected with all adjacent regions. In fact, the so-called connection is merely the dissipation of the mid-level dark area. After witnessing the power of the 15th tier dark creature, the Dead Silence Ice Prison Ania, Lin Yuan decided to improve combat strength as much as possible before advancing into the mid-level dark area. Ding! Just after giving the order, news from the Bright Tree emerged. 9th tier evolution city lord, esteemed Lin Yuan, greetings. Your 9th tier evolution city has occupied 95 of the SC2 evolution area, and you have the authority to establish a main city. As long as you advance your Bright Tree to the 10th tier, your evolution city will be upgraded to a main city. Once the main city is established, the evolution city will have the ability to connect with other main cities in the same block. A Bright Tree with main city potential. Cheng Yong jumped 30 meters high. He felt as if his forehead had been struck by a 100-ton hammer. Since the establishment of the Jojo Alliance a millennium ago, apart from the 4 main cities and the central holy city, no new main cities have emerged. The reason lies in the fact that not all Bright Trees can undergo infinite tier advancement. Bright Trees also have different potential ratings. And throughout the history of the Jojo Alliance, There have been no more than 20 with main city potential. Yin E. The territories of grades A to E have uncertain bright tree potential. Everyone thinks it's a matter of luck. But my intuition tells me that there is some inevitable connection between F-grade territories and bright tree potential. Zhao Xiaoqiao. I agree with E's viewpoint. The resources near the main nest are extraordinarily rich. What? The initial territory of the sovereign is actually an F-grade territory. An F-grade territory that has never been held in history. Cheng Yong was stunned. However, thinking about it being the sovereign, he felt there was nothing surprising. Everything seemed so natural. Cheng Yong found himself caught in a strange contradiction. Lin Yuan. Advancing to the 10th tier is easy, but I'm not planning to do it immediately. Cheng Yong, got it. I understand the deeper meaning of the sovereign. A 10th tier bright territory, while having the authority to connect to the main city, will trigger a dark tide. To resist the dark tide, resources from over 30 major regions must be accumulated. At the moment of upgrading to a 10th tier territory, an explosion of troop numbers is necessary. Only then can we withstand the impact of the dark tide. Truly, the sovereign knows such confidential information. The sovereign is an all-knowing and all-powerful deity. Yin Yi. I see. Lin Yuan, you are really amazing. Zhao Xiaoqiao. Perhaps this is the gap between me and the sovereign. Lin Yuan. Cheng Yong, what are you talking about? I don't know anything. Lin Yuan. Everything is under my control. Surrounded by the beautiful language of the great insects, Lin Yuan did not lose himself. He couldn't help but admire his own composure. The dark tide may not be a bad thing for the swarm. Since that's the case, we need to start preparing. First, we will sell the resources of our territory in exchange for crystal, ore, and high-energy gas. We will fully execute your will. The resources of an F-level territory make even elder-level families from central holy cities envious, to the extent that they are willing to take risks due to the richness of the resources, which is quite telling. Lin Yuan's F-level territory is not just rich in resources, it also has many rare minerals that are valuable yet not available in the market. The names of these three minerals, crimson crystal ruby, silver-striped zircon, and silk agate, are enough to make one's breath quicken and eyes shine just by mentioning them. However, these three types of minerals are merely ordinary resources found everywhere in the F-level territory. But the plan to sell resources in Evolution City was forced to come to a halt at the very beginning. 101 The true purpose of Gong Xiumin Lin Yuan had completed the basic genetic evolution of the swarm and was now enjoying a rare moment of relaxation. He was personally managing the resource sales as a pastime. On the other hand, Li Nai was temporarily unable to take on the task of selling minerals. The reason was that if he used the trading system of the Bright Tree in Juke City, it would leave undeniable traces. After all, the quantity of these unique minerals is substantial, making it easy to raise suspicions among those with ulterior motives, potentially exposing Li Nai as a spy within the swarm. Currently, the trading channel of Evolution City is connected to all jurisdictions of Juke City. Lin Yuan's transaction. General Region Trading Channel, Special Notice. High-value item listing notification. 9th level Evolution City, Lord Lin Yuan has listed A-grade mineral crimson crystal ruby. This transaction will be conducted by resource exchange. The exchange price is set at 1 unit of crimson crystal ruby for 25 units of crystal ore and 5 units of high-energy gas. Total existing amount of crimson crystal ruby, 100,000,000 units. General Region Trading Channel, Special Notice. High-value item listing notification. 9th level Evolution City, Lord Lin Yuan has listed A-grade mineral silver-striped zircon. This transaction will be conducted by resource exchange. The exchange price is set at 1 unit of silver-striped zircon for 50 units of crystal ore and 10 units of high-energy gas. Total existing amount of silver-striped zircon, 60,000,000 units. General Region Trading Channel, Special Notice, High-Value Item Listing Notification. After a smooth operation, Lin Yuan felt very satisfied. The minerals, crimson crystal ruby, silver-striped zircon, and silk agate, are valuable yet not available in the market, creating a complete seller's market. As long as the prices aren't exorbitantly high, they will be snatched up the moment they are listed. Moreover, the price I set is very reasonable. After the territory resources are sold, the resource shortage issue for the swarm will be alleviated for a while. However, 10 minutes have passed, and there hasn't been any exchange information in the trading channel. The A-grade super rare mineral, which should have sparked the market upon listing, is now going unnoticed. Someone is causing trouble. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. The wolf fluctuated. The massive swarm simultaneously raised their heads, looking in Lin Yuan's direction. With just a thought, all the alien insects would do anything for Lin Yuan, even if it was as unreasonable as playing with fire among feudal lords. As long as the ruler desires, 1,000 or 10,000 such reckless actions will be entirely feasible. Zhao Xiaoqiao, I can sense the ruler's displeasure, and this displeasure must be extinguished with the enemy's blood. War is about to begin. It has started. It has begun. Cheng Yong, this will definitely be a truly grand scene. I can't wait. Yanyi, Lin Yuan, what happened? Ding. Li Nai's intel arrived promptly. Li Nai, I didn't expect the actions of the Light God sect to be so swift. They must have employed thunderous means. After thinking it over, the only way to simultaneously suppress us by the 9 major families is through significant concessions. For the Light God sect to do this, a heavyweight figure must be present in Zhuke City. Strangely, I haven't heard any rumors or found any relevant information. Seeing Li Nai's message, Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. Blocking his resource sales is equivalent to obstructing the swarm's development, and the swarm never accepts any hindrance. Even if it's as powerful as the Light God sect, so what? The swarm will still strike without hesitation, because this involves the most fundamental issue of survival. There's no room for negotiation. The expansion of the swarm will continue until death. Yin Yi, the actions of the Light God sect are quick and decisive. It seems our swarm has finally attracted the attention of that white-robed archbishop. Zhao Xiaoqiao, come on, let us go to war quickly. My spiny snakes have been so idle that they are ready to dance. I have a hunch that with a few more wars, I will definitely see hero-level units like Broken Fong among my spiny snakes. The 2 alien insect queens were ordered to expand, and although they were far apart, they could still communicate through the light tree. The existence of the light tree played a supplementary role, making the swarm appear even more perfect. Just then, another message came in. In the SC-1 Nirvana area, the Lord of the 9th level Firebird City, Gong Xiumin, Honorable Lord of Evolution City, we, the Lords of the SC-1 Nirvana area, are willing to fulfill our previous promise to exchange resources at your set price. We only have limited high-energy gas and crystal ore. If we were to transfer them, it would incur a significant amount of transaction tax. However, please rest assured that we will do our utmost. Soon, Lin Yuan noticed that the resources he had listed in the trading channel began to decrease slowly. Before long, the depletion of resources came to a halt. Lin Yuan glanced at the total amount. The existing total of red crystals was 955,000,000 units. And the existing total of silver pattern zircon was 56,150,000 units. The existing total of twisted agate left Lin Yuan speechless. So you went on about a lot of irrelevant things, and in the end, you only exchanged a tiny fraction of my mineral resources? With this, you might as well come over and accept assimilation by the swarm. Perhaps that way you could contribute even more to it. However, by exchanging my resources openly, you essentially positioned yourselves against the Light God sect and the 9 families. What is the purpose of this area? Previously, a certain individual mentioned it was to repay the favor of dealing with the volcanic demons. Lin Yuan had expressed back then that even Larvae wouldn't believe such a reason. In fact, Lin Yuan understood that concocting such a far-fetched excuse was a mark of this individual's cleverness. Only in this way could her sincerity be demonstrated. From this matter, Lin Yuan could conclude that this individual was an excellent diplomatic talent. However, this way of showing sincerity was of no use to the swarm. Engaging in such frivolities would be better replaced with sending over a few more spectral lords. Presumably, feeling a loss of face, the Lord of Firebird City sent another message. Area name, 9th tier Firebird City Lord. Honorable Evolution City Lord. We truly have sincere intentions. However, as you know, the extraction of crystal ore and high-energy gas is not easy. We currently only have this little stock left. But we know a secret. There is someone who possesses an unimaginable amount of resources. However, she insists on meeting you in person. To express her sincerity, she is willing to come alone to Evolution City to discuss the details of an alliance with you. Finally revealing the true purpose? Lin Yuan smiled. The name of this area reminded him of the former city lord. Could it be that the lord of this area has a deep connection with the former city lord? Shaking his head slightly, Lin Yuan cast aside the chaotic thoughts. Just like a mountain in a storm, as long as one has enough strength, one can remain unmoved. What the truth is will naturally be revealed in due time. All right, I will start making arrangements. The meeting is set for noon 3 days from now in your territory. In the Evolution Zone, Lord of the 9th Tier Evolution City. Lin Yuan, sure. Before that, I need you to cooperate with me on something. In the Nirvana Zone, Lord of the 9th Tier Phoenix City. Gong Xiumin, feel free to speak. In the Evolution Zone, Lord of the 9th Tier Evolution City, Lin Yuan, blah blah blah. After a long time, Gong Xiumin finally processed Lin Yuan's words, or rather, she came back to her senses from extreme shock. In the Nirvana Zone, Lord of the 9th Tier Phoenix City. Gong Xiumin, is what you said true? Really true? It can't be untrue. I think it must be true, if it is true. Sigh. Humans always have a cognitive bias, believing that only what they understand is real. Ignoring Gong Xiumin's incoherent rambling, Lin Yuan looked at the operating table in front of him. Unlike the high-tech laboratories in his biological technology, this experimental chamber was entirely made of flesh and blood. There were no cold machines here, only biology, only genes. The Church of Light, right? Lin Yuan, who was under economic sanctions, felt quite displeased. As he thought about it, a simple yet insidious plan took shape. Having crossed over from a distant realm, Lin Yuan had been deeply influenced. Among them was a deadly trick that could darken the heavens and change the colors of the sun and moon. It could make millions live in confusion, as if they were in a pigsty, only able to consume rough, inferior sustenance. That's right, it's the method of replication. This method is also known as the piracy that kills the genuine, or the bad money driving out the good. As long as one masters such a method, even a penguin can create a trillion-dollar capital empire. The Executors of Light, the basic troop of the Church of Light, with 6th-tier strength. Their genes are simple and can be replicated instantly. In Lin Yuan's eyes, dark energy was gathering, like 2 emerald halos embedded in his pupils. Unknowingly, Lin Yuan's dark energy had strengthened again. In fact, Lin Yuan was receiving dual enhancements. One was the feedback from the territorial troops of the Light Tree. The other was the supernatural automatic evolution brought by the will of dominance. The second enhancement method, conceptually similar to synchronized genetic transmission, had subtly transformed Lin Yuan into an alien creature. Due to the miraculous nature of this transformation, Lin Yuan sensed the collapse of the material world. With both enhancements combined, Lin Yuan was unsure of his own strength. As a qualified behind-the-scenes ruler, Lin Yuan naturally would not step onto the battlefield for the ridiculous reason of wanting to test his strength. The dark energy overflowed, rippling through space like flowing water. In a flash of thought, Lin Yuan's specialized experimental tendrils had already completed the genetic writing. The rudimentary genes are merely 6th-tier units, and just the manufacturing process consumes 250,000 units of biomass. Within the structure of the Light Enforcers, how much inefficient tissue is there? It's truly unbearable, suppressing the discomfort of destroying waste. Lin Yuan continued his work. With a mental command, a cluster of cells in the primitive evolution liquid began to rapidly differentiate and proliferate. In just 30 seconds, a fully masked Light Enforcer emerged in the evolution pool. Lord Lin Yuan, esteemed master of the 9th Tier Evolution City. Greetings. The Light Tree Network has detected that you have created a troop type and is searching the troop database. Search complete. This troop type has a name, Light Enforcer. You have obtained the blueprint for the 6th-tier elite troop, Light Enforcer. Please check. Lin Yuan exhaled a breath of foul air. For him, creating waste was a torment. His foul air was quickly absorbed by the microbial blanket. And under the diligent transformation of the fully automated air purification system, the air quality in the City of Light was always top-notch. The Light Church is serving you an appetizer, huh? Lin Yuan laughed heartily, thinking about how his plan was about to be implemented. He couldn't help but show a sunny smile. High-quality insect dominators, nothing more. Universal Regional Trading Channel, special notice. High-value item listing. Lord Lin Yuan of the 9th Tier Evolution City has listed the blueprint for the 6th Tier Elite Light Enforcer. This transaction will be conducted via anonymous auction. Starting bid, 1 billion gold coins. Auction countdown, 23 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds, boom. Like a thunderous roar, as if the earth was splitting apart. The various lords of the Zhuke City regional area and the officials of the Light Tree felt their heads buzzing, on the verge of exploding. The blueprint for the Light Enforcer, the blueprint for the Light Enforcer, the blueprint for the Light Enforcer. My goodness, am I seeing things in broad daylight? Some were so shocked their eyes nearly popped out, while others could no longer articulate their thoughts. Damn it, This is truly insane. I'm gasping in shock. I can't believe it. Some began to question Lin Yuan's true identity. Lin Yuan, are you human or a ghost? I know, Lin Yuan is neither human nor ghost, but an everlasting god. This is just too incredible. How on earth did he obtain such a thing? I'm impressed. How dare he? I would call him the strongest warrior in 3,000 years. The lords were utterly dumbfounded, their scalps tingling to the point of baldness. Lin Yuan's auction of the Light Enforcer blueprint had immense implications. Although the Light Enforcer was trash to Lin Yuan, this 6th-tier troop was a unique unit of the Light Church. The so-called unique troop types are those that do not have uploaded blueprints, representing a special existence for a certain faction. Unique troops are often very powerful. The Light Executor stands out among them, being a carefully selected entity. As a grassroots troop type, the Light Executor represents the face of the Church of Light and serves as the main force of its lower-tier legions. Lin Yuan's decision to auction off its blueprint is akin to directly confronting the Church of Light, delivering a resounding slap to its face. After a long period of mental preparation, everyone finally regained their senses, their minds rebooting after a temporary shutdown. This was merely a provocative act. No one would genuinely auction it off. It should be this way, as no one dares to claim the Light Executor as their own troop. Once discovered, they would surely be branded as heretics by the Church of Light. However, while Lin Yuan's move may not yield economic benefits, the insult is quite potent, truly impressive. If I were a high-ranking member of the Church of Light, this would surely make me spit blood in frustration. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed heartily, applauding their own wit. Just then, the auction price changed. Under countless gazes, the price for the blueprint of the Light Executor soared to 1,000,000,001 gold coins. On the cross-regional trading channel, the blueprint for the 6th-tier elite troop, the Light Executor, displayed a complete three-dimensional image. With a double-edged sword in its right hand and a finely crafted shield in its left, clad in silver-gray chainmail, the Light Executor truly exudes an imposing presence. And everyone can clearly see its extraordinary combat power. Next to the three-dimensional image, the key parameters of the Light Executor are lined up. TSK, TSK, TSK. It's no wonder it's a grassroots troop of the Church of Light. This combat power, this versatility, is truly impressive. Although it is an elite-level troop, it is already incredibly close to commander-level strength, and both the resource consumption and recruitment cycle are impeccable. This is simply the perfect 6th-tier elite troop. I can confidently say that there is no 6th-tier troop more perfect than the Light Executor in this world. All the lords sighed in astonishment and envy. Some turned into lemon enthusiasts, wishing they had such a 6th-tier elite troop, dreaming of waking up with a smile. But let us be realistic. This is the final choice meticulously selected by the Church of Light after sifting through countless troop types, consuming vast amounts of manpower and resources. It's not just daydreaming. If you want it, go ahead and bid. 1 billion gold coins isn't too expensive. But I dare not. I don't even have the courage to bid. Yet I claim this is my dream troop. Ha ha. I'll just sit back and watch in silence. In the midst of shock, someone posted, by the way, aren't you curious where Lin Yuan got the blueprints for the Light Executors? I'm not curious, and I don't want to know. Because I want to live a few more days. No matter what, I just want to shout, Lin Yuan is amazing. The Light Cathedral in Juke City, no? Not just the Light Cathedral in Juke City, but perhaps the cathedral in the central holy city, is about to go crazy. Alright, get ready with snacks and drinks. We're going to watch the show. After the blueprint for the Light Executors was listed, someone offered 1 billion and 1 gold coins. This made the lords realize that an unprecedented spectacle was about to unfold. The Church of Light would undoubtedly spare no expense to obtain the blueprints for the Light Executors, even if that number might reach astronomical heights. The lords understood that this was Lin Yuan's open strategy, and the Church of Light had no choice but to accept it. The price of 1,000,000,001 gold coins did not stay for long. The Light Arbiter Skaku, 1,500,000,000 gold coins. The auction was anonymous. Bidders could remain anonymous or reveal their names. The onlookers immediately became restless, sensing something unusual in the air. A new Light Arbiter Skaku had arrived in Juke City. Y&T I heard any news before. When Gadurlo arrived, it was a grand affair, welcomed by the 9 major families. But Skaku arrived in Juke City with no presence at all, like a passerby. The lords couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Soon, they locked onto a possibility. Someone of even higher rank than the Light Arbiter had descended. Was it the Light Judgment Leader, or perhaps the Archbishop personally overseeing the situation? Regardless of which possibility it was, everyone's expression turned serious. Zhuke City had already been in turmoil since the Lord's death, with over 100 mysterious murders even within the 7th defense line. If a powerful figure like the Archbishop personally descended upon Zhuke City, their lives would become quite difficult. After all, only in a stable environment could the Lords enjoy the pleasures that wealth and power brought. The fact that the Light Arbiter personally placed a bid was equivalent to warning Lin Yuan, right? Laughable. I see that Lin Yuan doesn't care at all. Almost simultaneously, the auction price for the Light Executors was updated. Anonymous bidder, 1,500,000,001 gold coins. Light Arbiter Skaku, 2,000,000,000 gold coins. The newly arrived Light Arbiter said nothing, merely increasing the bid silently. Anonymous bidder, 2,000,000,001 gold coins. Light Arbiter Skaku, 3 billion gold coins. Anonymous bidder, 3 billion and 1 gold coin. Light Arbiter Skaku, 5 billion gold coins. Anonymous bidder, 5 billion and 1 gold coin. The auction was proceeding in this rather ridiculous manner. It was merely a blueprint for a 6th-tier elite unit. Yet the bidding price soared as if it were on a rocket, increasing dramatically. The anonymous bidder's offer was always just 1 gold coin more than that of the auctioneer. This method of incrementing bids was filled with a strong sense of provocation, akin to spitting in the auctioneer's face. Judging by the intensity of the auctioneer's bidding, everyone could already imagine the distorted expression of this figure in the light of justice. This was a war without smoke, and the Church of Light was at a complete disadvantage from the start. For such a massive force, its authority was considered sacred and inviolable. If someone successfully provoked them, the foundation of the Church of Light would be shaken, sowing the seeds of chaos. This situation led Lin Yuan to sigh. For humanity, maintaining such a large overall system is indeed too difficult. Throughout the history of Blue Star, dynasties often perish quickly. Some attribute this to natural disasters, others to wars and chaos, and some to internal corruption. However, Lin Yuan personally believed that all of this stemmed from the fact that the technology of the time simply could not sustain the long-term operation of the overall system. Later, humanity entered an era of technological explosion, significantly extending the existence of nations. Yet, despite the assistance of the Tree of Light, the very nature of the Church of Light dictated that it must maintain its sanctity. Therefore, Lin Yuan's plan was destined to be a successful strike at their weakness. Anonymous bidder, 10 billion 1 gold coin auctioneer, 11 billion gold coins anonymous bidder, 11 billion 1 gold coin auctioneer, 13 billion gold coins. Zhao xiao qiao, ha. I'm going to die laughing. The Church of Light is completely being led by us. For a 6th-tier unit, reaching a price of 13 billion means they could buy 100 types of 6th-tier elite units. This time, the Church of Light will be unrecognizable. Yin E. So Lin Yuan's purpose in using gold coins for the auction is to prevent the Church of Light from being able to mobilize resources in time. I estimate that the auctioneer is already so angry his nose is crooked. Chengyong. Got it, I understand now. Seeing Chengyong's words, Lin Yuan was shocked. What? You understand again? Chengyong's astonishing ability to fill in gaps made Lin Yuan ponder. Could it be that there were some issues with certain genes when he was being modified? Chengyong. The Master is truly the embodiment of wisdom. In fact, whether the Church of Light wins the auction or not, it will cause internal disruption. Lin Yuan. Good, it's great that you can see this. Recently, I've gained a deeper understanding of genetics. Come to me in a few days, and I will give you a complete upgrade. Chengyong. Thank you, Master. 104 surprises from the sky, Zhao Xiaoqiao. So what exactly is going on? Can you explain it more clearly? Chengyong. This auction, regardless of the outcome, will not bode well for the Light God sect, because the blueprints for the Light Executors are classified and only known to the upper echelons. Thus, the higher-ups of the Light God sect will definitely suspect the source of these blueprints. They will surely think that someone at the top has leaked information, leading to widespread investigations. This scrutiny of internal spies will put everyone in the Light God sect on edge and erode their mutual trust. This is a classic double-edged strategy of the mastermind. Li Nai, brilliant. I've learned a lot. Zhao Xiaoqiao, Lin Yuan, you're amazing. Even if the Light God sect racked their brains, they would never discover the source of Lin Yuan's blueprints. The existence of the alien insects is far beyond their comprehension, much like primitive humans cannot grasp the concept of a spaceship. The auction continues. Anonymous bidder, 13 billion 1 gold coin light arbiter Skikuku, 20 billion gold coins. Anonymous bidder, 20 billion 1 gold coin light arbiter Skikuku, 30 billion gold coins. Anonymous bidder, 30 billion 1 gold coin light arbiter Skikuku, 50 billion gold coins. Bang, bang, bang. The auction hammer struck 3 times, and Light Arbiter Skikuku successfully secured the blueprints for the Light Executors for 50 billion gold coins. Boom. Skikuku's bid left millions of lords stunned. For just a 6-tier blueprint, Lin Yuan acquired wealth that they would need to toil for a decade to amass. It's worth noting that every living lord in Zhuke City is a figure at the pinnacle of the pyramid, and even they are envious. Showcasing how outrageous the auction price is, Lin Yuan essentially pulled off a heist, trading a pile of worthless genetic material for 50 billion gold coins. While gold coins themselves have no value to the insect swarm, as a universal currency in the human world, they can be used as funds for Li Nai's espionage activities or to purchase crystal mines and high-energy gas on trading channels. This indirectly strengthens the swarm. In the Nirvana Zone, 9th-tier Phoenix City Lord, Gong Xiumin. Sorry, my lord. Our gold coin expenditure has been high lately. We can only gather 30 billion gold coins. In the Evolution Zone, 9th-tier Evolution City Lord, Lin Yuan. Gong Xiumin. Why are you so cold at 37 degrees? Lin Yuan. Since gold coins are of no use to the insect swarm, the number of gold coins in the Evolution Tree's warehouse doesn't exceed 6 figures. When Lin Yuan was designing his plan, Gong Xiumin happened to come knocking, so he casually asked her to act as a proxy for the auction. The auction has ended, but hidden currents surge more violently. Intelligence from Li Nai indicates that the 3 main teleportation platforms in the city are shining brilliantly day and night. Huge devices, covered in black cloth, are frequently seen appearing. The security level of the Light Church has been raised several notches, and all original church personnel have been cleared out. 9th-tier Light Guardians are conducting seamless patrols around the clock. The possibility of Li Nai infiltrating has almost become zero. Although no direct information has been obtained, Li Nai is already certain that a figure more powerful than the Light Arbiter has settled in the city. What is brewing in this Light Church? Lin Yuan expresses no concern. His only goal now is the expansion of the swarm, to collect genes, and to ensure the swarm's completeness. Disrupting the Light Church is merely a secondary task under this objective. With the initial phase of the plan completed, Lin Yuan is in high spirits and decides to step out of the alien insect nest for some fresh air. Next, the Light Church will receive an even greater surprise. Ha 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 ha. Breathing in the pure air, Lin Yuan feels the beauty of insect life. Walking on the fungal carpet is true luxury. Just then, an unidentified object suddenly falls from the sky, landing not far from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looks closely and sees a dark, sticky mass. Could it be a lump of feces? The fungal carpet beneath it starts to work. Since the carpet excels at consuming organic matter, it naturally digests the feces. Soon, the lump is completely consumed by the carpet. This should be a very ordinary phenomenon, yet Lin Yuan feels quite surprised. He discovers that within the feces, there are gray, branch-like structures that even the fungal carpet cannot digest. Genes. Lin Yuan's eyes light up, immediately directing a jumping insect to retrieve the object back to the experimental chamber. A peculiar body structure. It seems to have both plant-like fiber structures and animal-like fascia structures. Let me see what your essence is. The swarm master begins the gene disassembly work once again. Immersed in the joy of new discoveries, Lin Yuan completely forgets to provide a greater surprise to the Light Church, diving headfirst into the endless ocean of genes. Meanwhile, while Lin Yuan conducts his research, the swarm does not stop expanding. Under the diligent efforts of the insect queens, the SC2 evolution area has completely dispelled the shallow darkness. Such days are increasingly promising. Old Lu pats the head of a jumping insect, laughing heartily. After the battle on the light front, Old Lu unexpectedly awakened some psychic energy and is now the commander of 1,000,000 jumping insects. Here, there is no need to worry about the sharp knives behind. All useless emotions hold no value, yet I feel a noble sublimation. I finally understand what has imprisoned my thoughts. As an individual, surviving in society is already challenging. In the whole, I have returned to the essence of life. Suddenly, Lao Lu's gaze sharpened. The queen is calling me. Lao Lu stood up, basking in the sunlight. and then entered the darkness once more. The Conqueror, after retaining human memories, has the potential for further evolution. Lin Yuan said this is a positive phenomenon. The original alien virus could not achieve this level. But the current infection has progressed surprisingly smoothly. Observing the Conqueror's position within the swarm still requires them to prove themselves. The swarm is constantly changing, and continuous change implies elimination. If the Conqueror cannot demonstrate their value within the swarm, they will soon be discarded. The warning of the broken Fong interrupted Yan Yi's thoughts. She withdrew her gaze and looked at the Fa-1 Zhou family territory before her. Light and darkness have a clear boundary. Yet, in that deep darkness, something seems poised to leap out at any moment. What kind of terrifying monster could that be? Yan Yi knows it will be the manifestation of her inner fears. However, she is now fearless. Strange calls echoed in the darkness, seemingly warning Yan Yi not to cross the boundary. The distant swarm, to devour everything. Yan Yi pointed towards the darkness. The broken Fong was incredibly excited, leading the charge. The sound of rapid, dense running mixed together, resembling a dull thunder. A black torrent surged past Yan Yi. The swift flow generated a powerful pressure difference. The intense wind whipped Yan Yi's nerve bundles, lifting them to the sides. The Zhou family territory underwent a strange transformation. The strange calls in the darkness grew closer. Yan Yi could clearly hear the sound of wings flapping. The jumping insect's eyes emitted an orange-red or orange-yellow glow. With abundant photoreceptor cells, they could easily pierce through the dark mist. However, connected to the consciousness of the broken Fong, Yan Yi did not see anything flying in the sky. Clearly, this time, the dark flying creatures were soaring at an altitude beyond the broken Fong's line of sight. Yan Yi could only inquire about the king insect. The limitations of ethereal energy prevented her from displaying the scenes seen by the king insect as Lin Yuan did. The king insect floated at an altitude of 10,000 meters, its densely packed nerve cells swaying. They possess strong perception, and after evolving a gas-filled shell, they proudly joined the reconnaissance ranks of the swarm. Although flying at high altitudes provides a relatively safe environment for them, the casualty numbers of the royal insects continue to rise. There's no way around it. The royal insects themselves have no combat capability, and their massive size increases the risk factor of reconnaissance, which is already a high-risk job, by at least 120 points. The royal insects feel fortunate. At least the mortality rate is much lower than that of the first royal insect born in the colony's base. Thankful for that. At this moment, the information transmitted by the royal insects indicates that large groups of flying creatures are rapidly approaching the colony. They pose no threat. The royal insects collect information and make this judgment. Are the non-threatening dark flying creatures flower-feeding hummingbirds or seed moths? Several thoughts quickly flash through Yan Yi's mind. The judgment of the royal insects is trustworthy, but Yan Yi decides it's better to be cautious. Queen, stingers, prepare. On the fungal carpet, the queen glides on 6 legs while the stingers glide on their single tails, both at high speed. The queen can launch a weakened version of spine spikes. Although its power is far less than that of the stingers, its range for aerial attack exceeds that of the stingers. In the distant group, the main force for aerial defense is the stingers, while the queen's main roles are to produce fungal tumors and use her healing saliva to treat injured units. However, the queen herself has a robust physique, and under the protection of hard exoskeleton plates, her durability greatly surpasses that of the stingers. Making the best use of resources, Yan Yi brings the queen in front of the stingers, utilizing mutated cockroaches as supporting units. This way, the queen can spray healing saliva in front, attack aerial threats above, protect the stingers behind, and in her spare time, produce fungal tumors and care for the incubation sites of other insects. Such a versatile unit surprisingly only requires 150 units of crystal, or prompting Yan Yi to marvel at how much the colony has outperformed the recruitment system. Truly a creation with the queen's genes. Yan Yi gives her thumbs up. Queen, I want to compete for the colony's Model Worker Award. Please support me. From the darkness flew a large number of flying creatures. With long antennae, a grayish-white spindle-shaped body, and 3 pairs of scaled wings fluttering, they are dodo moths. A herbivorous flying species that never actively attacks humans, harmless. This information suddenly pops into Yan Yi's mind. Large swathes of dodo moths emerge from the darkness, like grayish-white clouds drifting out. Although dodo moths themselves are not threatening, their behavior reveals something eerie. One of the hardcore tests for Reserve City Lords is to memorize over 300,000 entries of dark creatures. Yin Yi clearly remembers that dodo moths are not social creatures, and there have been no observed instances of large-scale migrations. The ethereal energy can touch the shallow thoughts of other creatures, and Yin Yi senses the dodo moth's frantic and aimless flight. They seem to be fleeing from some kind of threat. Interesting. Yin Yi finds it intriguing. The queen, the venomous serpent, attacks. The sharp, toxic spines rain down like a storm, and the creatures fall onto the fungal blanket, quickly being digested and transformed into biomass. 10 minutes later, no more of those creatures fly out from the territory. The queen lays down the fungal blanket tumor. At the edge of the evolution city, the light expands, gradually engulfing the territory. The ground trembles with the sound of thousands of giant boulders rolling. Is there a surge of dark creatures? The territory is already a mature area. Why would there be such a surge? Yin Yi feels that the territory is filled with all sorts of anomalies. Soon, the scout insects led by Duanya gather relevant intelligence. In their sight, various dark creatures are mixed together, rushing toward the swarm. Rather than a dark surge, it resembles a disaster outbreak where animals flee in groups. What exactly is happening in the territory? Let me check the information collected from the insect incubation facilities within the territory. Yin Yi closes her eyes, focusing her consciousness for long-distance connection. The ethereal energy surges. Mysterious patterns on her cheeks shimmer with a faint glow, and the nerve bundles at the back of her head rise high. However, as time passes, the queen's brow furrows deeper. She cannot establish a connection with the insect incubation facilities in the territory anymore. Yin Yi suddenly opens her eyes, and the ethereal light flickers and vanishes. Her first reaction is to contact Lin Yuan. If she were human, she might hesitate for a long time, fearing it would make her seem incompetent. However, information feedback is an instinct for all insects, and the queen is no exception. Yin Yi, Lin Yuan. I found anomalies in the territory and can't connect to the insect incubation facilities there. Can you try to connect? Naturally. She does not receive a response from the unreliable ruler. Yin Yi. Hey, Lin Yuan, are you there? 10 minutes later, Yin Yi confirms that Lin Yuan is studying the status. Sigh. It looks like she has to rely on herself now. It's easy to deduce that the swarm is in dire need of crystal mines. Did the Light Doctrine decide to swiftly strike the swarm's resource points? What means did they use to provoke the dark creatures into fleeing? Yin Yi's expression is serious. Although she comes from a civilian background and has not been exposed to the secrets of the upper world, she knows that the Light Doctrine has survived the dark wilderness for over 3,000 years, undoubtedly possessing various unpredictable methods. However, insects never fight alone. Even if they must face battles individually, they will not feel lonely in spirit. Behind her stands billions of her kind. Yin Yi, Li Nainai, Yuan Sanfeng, Cheng Yong. Do you know what methods the Light God sect has that could cause this phenomenon in the Zhou family's territory? Soon, the three large Yichong returned with information, indicating that they were also unclear. Since that was the case, they had no choice but to conduct a firepower reconnaissance. Light on her feet, Yin Yi jumped onto the distorted creature's large head, heading towards the super-giant golden crystal vein. The Zhou family's golden crystal vein is currently one of the lifelines of the insect swarm. If it falls, the swarm will face stagnation in development under the resource blockade of the Light God sect. Yin Yi must clarify the situation there. Roar. The dark beast tide was approaching madness, seemingly desperate to escape from some great terror. Leading the way were the serpent-necked leaping beasts. These creatures were long and slender, with smooth skin, running on 2 feet. 3 toes provided stable traction, and their developed leg muscles allowed them to be at the forefront of the beast tide. Their eyes were bright red, as if leading the surging tide of beasts, while the enormous number of dark creatures behind them made these leaders appear powerful, as if they could trample everything in their way. Whoosh! The sound of the poisonous spines being launched by the Zhou was always crisp and pleasant to the ears. To Yin Yi, the rhythmic sound of air rushing past was like the most beautiful notes in the world. However, for the enemies, it was the harbinger of death and fear. The Zhou, a classic representative of the insect swarm, embodied the brutal and bloodthirsty nature of the swarm's aggression. A 30 centimeters poisonous spine pierced through a serpent-necked leaping beast, followed by the second, third, fourth, and fifth. The speed of the poisonous spines was so fast that the dead serpent-necked leaping beasts still maintained their forward momentum. After evolving to Yicheng Puncha and Yi1, the hue of the poisonous spines deepened, exuding a chilling aura of death. The muscle grooves of the spines also became more resilient, capable of generating greater propulsion. The enhancement of the material itself and the improvement of firing capability resulted in a qualitative increase in the power of the poisonous spines. For the insect swarm, this shallow dark beast tide posed no threat at all. Just the Tushug alone could slaughter them entirely. However, due to the characteristics of the group, Yin-Yi did not bring too many Thusha. The main force of the Wang Shichin was a large number of jumping insects. To ensure the integrity of the swarm, Yin-Yi still brought along other types of troops. Yin-Yi did not understand why she did this, much like she did not know why the Danya chose her instead of Zhao Qiao. When she became the Yi Chung Nuang, her instincts called out to her, urging her to choose jumping insects as the main force of the group. Following her own will was the nature of the Yi Chung, and Yin-Yi could not resist the craving of her genes. The dark beast tide advanced with its massive numbers, pushing forward under the pressure of the venomous spines. The aberrant creatures were restless, eager to engage. With loud slaps, the dark beings were struck down, leaving them in disarray. The mutated cockroaches burrowed beneath the aberrant creatures, spraying a thick, acidic saliva. Enhanced by the first level of the alien insect's spraying ability, their corrosive saliva was evidently more powerful. Although the mutated cockroaches had a significantly shorter spraying distance compared to the venomous serpents, their attack range still exceeded 200 meters, with a maximum range surpassing 250 meters. Between the dark beast tide and the distant forces, it was as if there was an invisible line. Any ferocious dark creature that crossed it would be instantly torn apart. The jumping insects surrounded the dark beast horde from both flanks, efficiently slaughtering them in coordination with the frontal insect army. Suddenly, Yin-Yi's expression changed to one of surprise. How had these jumping insects grown so large? Perhaps due to the presence of a formidable creature. There weren't many jumping insects around her. At that moment, she realized that the jumping insects nearby were actually 2 sizes larger than the ordinary ones. Though they were not as large as the formidable creature, their claws appeared sharper, and their exoskeletons more robust. Yin-Yi even thought that these jumping insects could take down a mutated cockroach on their own. Upon closer observation, Yin-Yi discovered that these jumping insects were seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Many of them were the same ones that had rescued her from the city during the outbreak of the alien cold wave. At that time, Lin Yuan had dispatched 300,000 jumping insects, but by the end, fewer than 1,000 remained. These jumping insects had endured through all subsequent battles. It turned out that individual insects could grow stronger in combat. Previously, Yin-Yi had thought of the alien insect hatchery as a biological factory, producing each insect with strict and precise settings. Now she realized how naive her thinking was. After all, alien insects were living beings, and as such, they had the potential to surpass themselves. Yin-Yi recognized that although the swarm existed under Lin Yuan's will, each alien insect unit still possessed the ability for individual evolution. Perhaps this was the miracle inherent in living organisms. If she could convey this information to Lin Yuan, he might be able to explain the essence of this phenomenon. After sending the information, she felt a mysterious stirring within as she watched the jumping insects fighting valiantly. These adorable beings were fiercely tearing apart their enemies with their claws and sickles. We stand united, fighting for the swarm. Though the jumping insects could only make squeaking sounds, Yin-Yi deeply felt their determination. Some became heroes, some became villains, some lived grand lives, while others returned to dust and obscurity. Various experiences of humanity flashed before her eyes, all of which seemed like mere illusions, for in the grand scheme of humanity, individual experiences always appeared insignificant. Over the past 3,000 years, only a few, like distant stars, have hung over the long river of history. Perhaps, for the human collective, such a mode of development seems too slow. Is it really so? With my limited understanding, can I truly draw some insights from the vast history of humanity, rather than being filled with ignorant and strong biases? Yin-Yi murmured to herself. However, none of this mattered anymore, because that was merely the history of humanity, and she was now the queen of the alien insects. The alien insects would not miss any opportunity for evolution, even if that evolution was exceedingly weak. In an instant, she gained a more profound understanding of the essence of the swarm. In that moment, the will of the alien insect queen resonated peculiarly with all the jumping insects. A faint glow of swirling energy radiated from her body, a unique frequency that represented Yin-Yi's unparalleled existence. Hiss, the jumping insects hissed. Yin-Yi felt that those massive jumping insects seemed to have a vague awareness of their own existence. Although not as powerful as other beings, it was still a delightful change. As the queen of the alien insects, she naturally felt joy at the emergence of powerful alien insects. Your names shall be war beasts. In Zhuke City, within the Zhou family's core conference hall, all the senior members of the Zhou family gathered. Not only were the high-ranking officials present, but several elders of the family also sat at the head of the hall. On the large screen, images of the battle between the Wang family and the dark beasts were being displayed. Such a terrifying breed of soldiers. Yes, seeing these insects sends a chill down my spine, as if I were walking alone in the wilderness, with hungry wolves locking onto me. Such powerful combat strength. So strong that I can hardly comprehend it. Are these really soldiers? This is too exaggerated. Facing the tide of dark beasts head-on, what kind of existence are these insects? Do you think this is a counterattack? This is clearly slaughter. Some senior members of the Zhou family looked at the scene before them, still struggling to believe the truth their eyes beheld. Don't you find their battle strange? Someone said solemnly, likening it to a cold meat grinder working as usual, with an indescribable sense of unease. Fortunately, we no longer have to deal with these insects. By offering FA1 territory of the Zhou family, we not only free ourselves from the threat of these insects, but also gain the trust of the Church of Light. We can finally return to the central holy city. The long-cherished wish of my Zhou family can finally be realized. Long-established families often excel not in crisis resolution, but in risk aversion. Zhou Xiong clearly understood this well. As long as we complete the final task, we can return to the central holy city and become an elder-level family again. At this moment, Zhou Xiong was radiant, with a bright smile on his face. Zhou Qing, my son, thanks to you. Lin Yuan, you haven't let me down either. The earlier displeasure felt like a fleeting cloud, and Zhou Xiong believed that as the clan leader, he would surely leave a remarkable mark in the history of the Zhou family. Lost a son? That's all right. He has a long life ahead, and more sons can be born. All right, everyone, be prepared. Zhou Xiong gathered his expression and stood up. He pressed his hand down, and the venue became so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The senior members of the Zhou family and the clan elders all stood up simultaneously, holding their breath. What followed would be a crucial step for the Zhou family towards glory. In the name of the president of the Vermilion Bird Council, I activate the sole authority to forcibly initiate the maximum power of the Vermilion Bird City Master Teleportation Platform. Approved. 15th Tier, Vermilion Bird City. Announcement. The main teleportation platform is now at maximum power. The third defense line will lose energy support. Please prepare accordingly. 15th Tier, Vermilion Bird City. Announcement. The main teleportation platform is now at maximum power. The third defense line will lose energy support. The crimson announcement echoed 10 times. The 500 million residents living behind the third defense line were all stunned. This utterly absurd announcement left them momentarily unable to comprehend the message conveyed by the text, until the walls of the third defense line dimmed and the energy crystals atop the defensive towers lost their brilliance. In an instant, the residents of the third defense line rushed out of their houses. They filled the streets and then charged towards the fourth defense line. What are you doing? Hurry and restore the energy supply. Why are you doing this? We are the privileged class behind the third defense line, not those civilians behind the second defense line. Have you thought about the consequences of your actions? The boiling crowd erupted with angry questions. The same questions echoed behind the ninth defense line, but the identities of those questioning were vastly different. Zhou Xiong, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? The furious leaders of the 8 major families, accompanied by the most elite warriors of their clans, rushed towards the Zhou family's location. However, the Zhou residence had long been emptied. As if realizing something, the leaders of the 8 families simultaneously looked towards the teleportation platform of Vermilion Bird City. The vividly carved vermilion bird seemed ready to soar. It was like a small sun rising, with intense light that made it hard to open one's eyes. The teleportation platform at maximum power had the capability to transport large-scale high-tier troops across the main urban area. Zhou Xiong, farewell, my council colleagues. After sending this message, all personnel above the mid-level from the Zhou family vanished from the teleportation platform. Immediately, a suffocating pressure surged from the platform like a tidal wave. Giant, golden-armored warriors stepped out one by one from the light portal. Their faces were hidden beneath their helmets, but their eyes revealed boundless indifference. The overwhelming might felt as if a 1,000-pound stone was pressing down on everyone's chest. The Guardians of Radiant Judgment. The 8 clan leaders were filled with disbelief. Their emotions soared to the peak like a roller coaster, only to plummet back to the depths in an instant. The anger towards Zhou Xiong had long since dissipated, as the survival of their families now hung by a thread. A greater anxiety gripped them. They were not anxious about the appearance of the 12th-tier heroic units, but were shocked by the significance represented by the emergence of the Guardians of Radiant Judgment. In the desperate gazes of the 8 clan leaders, a slender figure stepped out from the light portal. He wore a long robe with black edges and a white base, with white scales embroidered at the cuffs. On the left side of the scales was a sharp, long sword, and on the right was a heart. At that moment, the scales were swaying. The sword radiated a cold light, and the heart was beating. Compared to the golden giants of the Guardians of Radiant Judgment, this figure appeared too frail, as if a gust of wind could topple him. "Welcome, Judge." The golden giants thunderously knelt on one knee. In an instant, light erupted like an everlasting day. The sunlight seemed to blaze like flames, as if it aimed to burn away all shadows in the world. The pressure was overwhelming, making everyone feel as if the sky were splitting and the ground were collapsing. Thud! The high-ranking warriors of the city around the platform could not withstand this pressure, bending their backs and kneeling heavily on the ground. Hearing that the immortal warriors of the city were brave and skilled in battle, now they had all withered, leaving only a few insignificant remnants. Thus, the growth of evil could not be contained. "I, Judge Alphastar, condemn you all for your crimes." Boom. The clan leaders felt a tremendous roar echoing within their minds, like rolling thunder. How could this be? The leader of the Qian family at the forefront stumbled back 2 steps and fell to the ground. The 8 clan leaders exchanged glances, seeing the same despair reflected in each other's eyes. They had come to realize. Reflecting on Zhou Xiong's previous actions, they understood they had been betrayed. What puzzled them was why the Zhou family would do this. Losing the Zhou family's territory was equivalent to losing their family's foundation. Even if they reached the central holy city, they would merely be commoners burdened with great debt. Commoners burdened with great debt? Once in the central holy city, they would likely be left with nothing. What could possibly make Zhou Xiong willingly give up the power of the council leader of the city? Abandon the foundation built over 300 years? The clan leaders racked their brains, but could not fathom Zhou Xiong's motives. Li Nai was being scrutinized by the chief arbiter. But at that moment, they had no time to consider Zhou Xiong's motives. The arrival of the chief arbiter Alphasta signified that the Light Sect would take full control of Zhuge City, and the Jiuzhou Alliance could not intervene. All actions of the Light Sect were in accordance with the rules of the Jiuzhou Alliance. Firstly, there were heretics appearing in the jurisdiction that Zhuge City could not eradicate. And although the Light Sect sent troops to assist, they suffered great losses, even losing an arbiter. Secondly, and most importantly, the chief arbiter Alphasta had been personally invited by the speaker of Zhuge City, which justified his arduous journey to provide assistance. Since the procedures were in line with the rules, the Jiuzhou Alliance had no reason to intervene. In reality, the crucial issue was that the Jiuzhou Alliance had been weak for a long time. Otherwise, what right did this so-called Light Sect have to act so arrogantly on their territory? They should just be driven far away. If they wouldn't leave, they'd see what would happen to them. It was infuriating. If the former city lord were still alive, if Lord Baimai were still around, how could these petty figures be so rampant? The head of the Yuan family was in tears. At that time, the alliance of other families had already become a trend, and he had no choice but to agree to Zhou Xiong's plan, never expecting that retribution would come so quickly. Zhou Xiong truly was a formidable character. Ever since the former city lord was injured, the Zhou family might have already plotted everything, and by the time they reacted, it was too late to resist. The head of the Li family was filled with grief and regret, wondering if things would have turned out differently had he united with the wavering families to resist. The foreign families were just ungrateful wolves. The head of the Zhu family was filled with resentment, forgetting that he was the first to sacrifice himself to feed the wolves. Meanwhile, in a less conspicuous spot, Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang quietly observed everything, their minds connecting in a state of unity. In the swarm, there was no concept of gender. They could connect freely without burden. This felt completely normal to them, and neither Li Nai nor Yuan Sanfang felt anything was amiss. What do you think? Do you think our fathers have any regrets? Perhaps there is some regret about plotting against Lord Baimai, but the majority is sadness over their impending loss of power. I think you're absolutely right. Suddenly, The mental connection was interrupted. They stood frozen in place, like wooden sculptures, too afraid to move, because the chief arbiter Alfasta was standing right in front of them, looking at them with an expressionless face. In those indifferent eyes, there was an absolute authority to judge everything. Cold sweat poured down, and Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang didn't dare to speak. Had their identities as aberrants been discovered? What should they do now? How could they break through and survive this crisis? Li Nai's mind raced. But the 33 methods he thought of were all denied by himself. In front of the bright judgment leader, he had no room for resistance. Beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks, falling to the ground. Time seemed to stretch infinitely. So what if he was discovered? If I die, the swarm is endless. To die for the swarm, I die with honor. My death goes unnoticed, but my demise contributes to the supreme glory of the swarm. An unparalleled sense of ambition surged in Li Nai's heart, supported by the will of billions of insects. He raised his eyes, fearlessly meeting the gaze of the bright judgment leader. Li Nai's father saw this scene and felt a chill run down his spine. Not all powerful figures are ruthless enough to sever familial ties. Often, it is quite the opposite. Family bonds become the most cherished things. Li Nai and his father had a close relationship since childhood, and under his father's care, Li Nai grew up healthy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such unrealistic ideals that transcended his family. Seeing Li Nai resisting the bright judgment leader, Li Nai's father felt darkness closing in. Was he really going to witness the white-haired send off the black-haired? Nai, why are you so foolish? Is this the moment to show your backbone? Li Nai's father wished he could take Nai's place and die instead. However, around the bright judgment leader, there seemed to be an invisible pressure. Li Nai's father was unable to move. The air felt as if it had solidified. Willpower itself possesses energy. Within Li Nai, the insect cells were agitated, their genetic instincts causing them to emit heat to sustain Li Nai's waning will. As a result, Li Nai appeared to be drenched in sweat, as if he had just been pulled from boiling water. Come on, kill me. Fulfill my glorious death. Li Nai roared inside. His eyes shone with an extraordinary brilliance. That was the light of absolute idealism, the faith of one who dedicates oneself to their ideals. Come on, hurry up. Come on, you brat. Li Nai stared directly at the bright judgment leader. Very well. The bright judgment leader began to speak. Although his expression did not change and his tone remained flat, Li Nai still sensed a strong appreciation in his words. 5 question marks popped up above Li Nai's head. What is going on? Could it be that the bright judgment leader is some kind of fool, getting more excited the more others resist? Li Nai was baffled. To withstand my mental pressure, and to have an indomitable light of faith in your eyes, you are one of the most gifted young people among all my peers. Your spirit is pure and unblemished. The Mother of Light has favored you greatly. The High Judge of Light, Alpha Star, spoke again. Your potential in light is unparalleled. I intend to take you as my only true disciple. Come to the chapel to find me. What? Li Nai was completely stunned. The High Judge of Light, Alpha Star, wants to take me as his only true disciple? What on earth is happening? What? Li's father was equally astonished. He could hardly believe his ears. Being the only true disciple of the High Judge of Light, Alpha Star? Wouldn't that mean his son is making a meteoric rise? Wouldn't the Li family have a chance to become the de facto power in Zhuke City? Li Nai, my good son, all those years of raising you were not in vain. Li's father was filled with tears of joy. Just then, as he was about to turn and leave, the High Judge of Light, Alpha Star, suddenly turned back, his gaze sweeping between Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang. I can sense that your bond is deep. Your talent is also quite remarkable, and you can be my registered disciple. Come to the chapel together. Before his words fell, the High Judge of Light, Alpha Star, vanished from sight. Ha ha ha. Yuan Sanfang's father laughed foolishly. Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang exchanged glances, suddenly feeling that this was truly unbelievable. They knew that their ability to withstand the mental pressure from the High Judge of Light, Alpha Star, was entirely due to the will of the swarm supporting them. And if the so-called pure and flawless faith light represented absolute loyalty to the swarm, then even the lowest tier of creatures would possess that kind of light. Li Nai was left speechless by the High Judge of Light, Alphaster's extraordinary imagination. However, at least one thing was confirmed. Even the High Judge of Light, Alpha Star, could not see that he had already become an aberrant creature. Did that mean he had to go undercover within the higher echelons of the Light Church? For some reason, a line of dialogue suddenly echoed in Li Nai's mind. 3 years later, and another 3 years. Do you know how I've spent these years? Master, If you don't clear my name soon, I'll become a light arbiter. Under the fourth city wall, a dense crowd had gathered. What are you all doing? Hurry up and restore the energy supply. Do you know who I am? I'm the third uncle of my uncle's second nephew, and I hold the position of level 7 secretary in the 5th defense line. Do you think you want to face divine retribution for this? The crowd was in an uproar. Their agitation was naturally due to the lessons learned from the 2nd defense line. If it weren't for the sacrifice of 300 million civilians by the 9 major families, these people wouldn't be so stirred up now. In fact, they had felt a bit of secret delight earlier. After all, they belong to a class that is naturally more noble than the commoners behind the 2nd line of defense. Moreover, to appease them, the 9 major families have provided various benefits, with each household receiving 10,000 gold coins. Even better, in order to rebuild the 1st and 2nd lines of defense, the 9 major families will inevitably need the people from the 3rd line of defense. There will be many opportunities to make money. Many from the 3rd line of defense think that the people from the 2nd line of defense deserve to die. There are also some who feel deep sorrow for such a world, but they are powerless. After all, for them, just surviving is already difficult. So how can they have the energy to blame others? Originally, the existence of multiple walls was meant to enhance the defense capability of the city. If the first wall fell, there was still the 2nd and 3rd walls to withstand the onslaught of dark creatures. However, the natural division between the walls created distinct areas, with those closer to the center being safer. Those with assets certainly wished to live in safe places. The houses beyond the 5th line of defense quickly soared to sky-high prices. And even if someone from the 3rd line of defense did not eat or drink for 100 years, they would still not be able to afford them. Soon, the social classes became clearly separated. Now, the shadow of the 2nd line of defense looms over the people of the 3rd line. Roar! A tremor-inducing beast roar echoed through the liquid-like darkness. The darkness flowed like a black serpent, seemingly ready to completely swallow the helpless crowd. The disappearance of energy supply made the dark creatures restless. They could emerge from the darkness at any moment to attack the 3rd line of defense. At that time, would the walls and defense towers, which had lost energy supply, be able to withstand the ferocious dark creatures? The crowd trembled thrice, growing even more frantic. Cries and curses blended into a chaotic uproar. The situation of the 3rd line of defense had long been known to the 8 major families. The heads of the 8 families exchanged glances, but no one spoke. They knew that the power of their families in the city had already crumbled and would soon be fully taken over by the leader of the Light Judgment, who was now absent. Previously intimidated by the presence of the leader, they finally reacted and began to address the situation. This situation, of course, did not refer to protecting the commoners of the 3rd line of defense, but rather to how to fully maintain the interests of their families. The heads of the 8 families quickly realized that the current situation was clear. While the Light Divine Church could not be countered, their influence was deeply rooted in the fertile land of the city for hundreds of years. For the large city to operate healthily, the management of the 8 major families was still indispensable. The spokespersons of each family quickly accepted this reality. Although his identity has changed from chairman to professional manager, he can still enjoy what he originally had. Now, what he needs to do is to preserve his own strength. Only by doing so can he have a say in matters and avoid being left with nothing. Thanks to Zhou Xiong, the territory he previously offered to a certain religious group might still bring more benefits. It can only be said that these family heads truly have unique ways of thinking. Clearly, Zhou Xiong sold them out, yet they still want to thank him. In a world driven solely by profit, such absurdity is not surprising. Under this logic, how could they care about the lives and deaths of ordinary people? Open the door, let us in. What do you want to do? Is there no law in this world? Are we living in the light, or have we long been in darkness? The energy supply of the 3rd city wall has not yet been restored, and the crowd grew increasingly angry. Just then, an even more despairing event occurred. The troops stationed at the 3rd city wall began boarding the floating ships of a nearby city. They were actually starting a large-scale retreat. My heavens, you soldiers are cowards. Are you the vampires we support? I don't want to die. On the floating ships, the troops looked expressionless. Clearly, in the city, the military was merely private soldiers raised by the prominent families. They fought only for the interests of these families. The roar of beasts echoed, and darkness surged like waves. The people at the 3rd line of defense felt like floating weeds, facing an impending storm, destined to be consumed. Suddenly, an unparalleled light erupted. A rainbow bridge appeared from afar, as if crossing space. landing directly behind the third line of defense. Light would judge the darkness. In a calm tone, it seemed to recite a divine decree. A giant, golden-armored warrior stood at the end of the rainbow bridge. Light grants you the authority to judge. Thousands of light judgment guards stood like titans in the clouds. They simultaneously gripped their massive swords behind them, and in an instant, white light surged, seemingly about to engulf this space. Judgment. A vast crescent-shaped white light shot out, merging as it soared, its unmatched sharpness seeming to slice the air in two. Boom. Like a sword's aura, the white light plunged into the darkness. In the darkness, the painful roars of beasts echoed. Among the same 12th-tier heroic troops, the city had fewer than 300 immortal Phoenix Knights. These few knights had nearly all perished in the chilling tide of aberration. Now, there were at least 1,000 light judgment guards under the command of the judgment leader. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the influence of the light deity sect. The dark forces are surging more wildly. The injuries have awakened the primal instincts of the dark creatures. The terrifying monsters submerged in darkness make everyone's hearts tremble. Just the earth-shattering roars make people feel as if they are amidst a bloodstorm, and their lives are merely dust floating in the air. This is the natural suppression of predators on the food chain. Boom. A colossal claw emerged from the darkness, pressing down on the third city wall. The aura of destruction swept through, causing everyone's souls to shudder. Suddenly, a grand sound of sacred music rose from the horizon, as if billions of devout followers were praying and singing. The sound soared high into the clouds, and in a daze, it seemed as though a judgment sword capable of severing darkness appeared from the clouds. The light arbiter, Al-Fashtar, had appeared in the sky at some point, pointing towards the darkness and calmly saying, "I judge your arrogance." Boom. Countless white rays struck down, and in an instant, that giant claw was reduced to a pile of bones. Roar. It seemed that the giant claw sensed Al-Fashtar was not to be trifled with and moved away from the city wall, followed by the terrifying roars growing fainter. The crowd erupted in excitement. Someone led the shout for the light deity sect. Long live the light deity sect. From now on, I am a follower of the light deity sect. The 8 noble families are useless. Only the light deity sect is the true savior of Zhuke City. Let those vampires roll out of Zhuke City. Only the loving light mother can guide us to a path of happiness. Unbeknownst to many, they suddenly revered the light deity sect as the true leader of Zhuke City. What a clever strategy. The 8 noble families watched Al-Fashtar showcase his might with cold eyes, their hearts filled with bitterness. As they entered the light church, Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang felt somewhat anxious. If they truly became disciples of the light arbiter Al-Fashtar, they would be part of the core echelon of the light deity sect. Although they had complete confidence in the overall situation, their opponent was the millennia-old light deity sect. Moreover, could the light deity sect really not discover the changes within themselves? If they were found out, it wouldn't matter if they died. But the infection plan of the swarm would be in vain. Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang were lost in thought through their mental connection. The corridor paved with white marble had come to an end. They stepped into the church hall. "Children, you have arrived." The voice of the light arbiter Al-Fashtar was always so steady, without any tonal variation, making it impossible to sense any emotional fluctuations. He spoke calmly. "I have once interacted with various young people. In this sorrowful world dominated by darkness, few can remain steadfast in their hearts. Among this small number of resolute individuals, your potential stands out remarkably, leaving me astonished." The light judgment leader, Al-Fashtar, gazed at Li Nai without any emotional fluctuation. At that moment, "I was so eager that I still do not know your names." Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang respectfully said, in response to the leader's question, "I am Li Nai." In response to the leader's question, "I am Yuan Sanfang." Al-Fashtar nodded in satisfaction. "From now on, you should call me teacher." Grateful for the blessings of the light mother, student Li Nai pays respect to the teacher. Grateful for the blessings of the light mother, student Yuan Sanfang pays respect to the teacher. Under the connection of their minds, the 2 large alien insects spoke in unison. "Indeed, your bond is deep, after all. Those with pure hearts are naturally attracted to each other." Al-Fashtar, bathing in the sunlight that streamed through the glass, said, "Sanfang, your potential is lacking, so you can only become my named disciple. But rest assured, I will treat you no differently than Nai, and I will not have more than 10 named disciples." Yuan Sanfang quickly replied, "Being a student of the teacher is already the greatest fortune of my life." Meanwhile, Li Nai felt a chill in her heart. The reason was simple. Alfasta was terrifying. She could see no emotional fluctuation in him. This seemingly frail man was like a judgment blade forged from cold stone. Even an authority figure who has long held power would find joy in discovering a disciple to inherit their legacy. Yet, Alfasta remained completely unmoved. This cold, weaponized leader made Li Nai truly feel the terror of the light church. Nai, do you feel that the teacher is unfeeling and too cold? Noticing Li Nai's gaze, Alfasta spoke. There are always insurmountable barriers between people, so one can only interpret each other's thoughts through external expressions. Under the loving grace of the Light Mother, people will ultimately come to understand each other. This is the original purpose of the Light Church. If this is the purpose of the Light Church, then I suggest you disband right here and join the swarm, Li Nai thought silently. In earlier years, the teacher once fought against the 13th tier city-destroying dark monster, the sorrowful winged one. Although he defeated it, its poison invaded my facial nerves, rendering me unable to express any emotion thereafter. For this, I also earned the title of the Cold Judgment Leader. After saying this, Alfasta felt quite pleased with himself. Come now, worship me, be awed by my glorious achievements. Your teacher is truly a remarkable figure, skilled in both literature and martial arts. You must feel incredibly honored to be under their guidance. As he wished, Li Nai's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. A virus that could leave Alpha Star expressionless, one that even the Light God Church couldn't cure. It holds great research value. If the swarm could obtain a sample of this virus, the benefits would be limitless. Teacher, could you spare a small piece of your flesh for me to study? Li Nai's gaze was filled with desire and longing, which greatly pleased Alpha Star. It is not easy to find a good disciple to inherit one's legacy. It makes my recounting of past glories worthwhile, Alpha Star thought to himself. You all need to start learning the fundamental principles of the Light God Church from scratch. Alpha Star felt a renewed sense of hope for the latter part of his life. He must now invest his resources into his disciples. However, the situation in Juke City is turbulent, making it unsuitable for you to focus on your studies. I will send you to the central holy city, where you will be guided on the sacred path. Rest assured, I will provide your families with appropriate conveniences. In just a few words, Alpha Star had arranged everything. Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang readily agreed. Unfortunately, they would not be able to obtain his toxin samples. Li Nai felt a deep regret. The infection plan in Juke City had to be terminated, and they could no longer provide information to the great deity Lin Yuan. His gaze then turned resolute. A new battlefield, a new journey. Let us become infiltrators within the Light God Church. The status of being a true disciple of Alpha Star would grant me significant operational space. Intelligence from the Light Church will continuously supply the swarm. Li Nai's changing expressions were fully captured by Alpha Star. It was the longing for home that made him hesitate. But then he recalled his identity and mission, and his determination to pursue the path of the Light God became as steadfast as a rock. For someone with such a pure heart, the Mother of Light naturally called out to him. Indeed, very good. The Light Judgment Leader was increasingly satisfied with his disciple. As spies of the Yichong, Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang solemnly approached the main teleportation platform of Juke City. They were about to leave the city they had lived in for over 20 years, heading to the more prosperous, yet also more disorienting, central holy city, Qilin City. The wind stirred fallen leaves, and their lonely figures seemed to express the longing and reluctance of children leaving home. Li's father felt a surge of mixed emotions, wiped his eyes, and said, Nai, my son, go with confidence. Your old father will always be waiting for your return. Yuan's father was also deeply moved, reminding him, child, make sure to work hard over there, and look out for Nai. Once you arrive, I won't be able to help you much anymore. Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang walked away without looking back, as if turning around would make them unable to hold back their tears and leave their home behind forever. Their steps were resolute, but everyone could sense the complex emotions within them. What good kids they were. The crowd sighed in sympathy. In the connection of the two giant alien insects' minds, there was a sense of regret. If only we had a little more time, the higher-ups of our families, as well as our fathers, could be swayed by us. Indeed, I asked my father if he hesitated or regretted when sacrificing 300 million civilians. He said it was the fate of a large family, and he had no choice but to accept it. Although it sounded like an excuse. Many people in the dark world share the same helplessness. Therefore, as their biological children, we should help them find liberation from suffering as soon as possible. You're right. It's just that we have been unfilial and failed to do this. Nai, it's not your fault. The world is ever-changing, and moreover, we still have a greater mission than freeing our fathers from the shackles of the mortal world. Yes, that is true. The connection of wills allows information to be transmitted with unprecedented quantity and speed, surpassing any known communication method. Under the dominion of the rulers, all alien insects share a common fate. Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang exchanged many words, while others could only blink in confusion. These two giant alien insects had not been completely infected by the alien virus. Under Lin Yuan's operation, their alien cells, except for their brains, remained in a dormant state. Recently, to ensure their espionage efforts, Lin Yuan utilized the gene synchronization transmission function to upgrade the two alien insects entirely. Previously, when Li Nai became excited, two black tentacles would extend from her nostrils, but this issue had now been completely cured by Lin Yuan. In the hazy glow of the traditional platform of the Lord of Zhuke City, the figures of Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang vanished as they embarked on a greater espionage mission. Meanwhile, the Yuan Wang clan, led by Yin Yi, encountered a tough challenge. The Dark Beast horde did not cease, and the Yuan Wang clan dealt with 3 more waves of Dark Beast tides. Yin Yi continued to lead the clan toward the supergiant gold mine. During this time, she also discovered several territories belonging to the Zhou family. However, they were long abandoned, with crumbling walls silently expressing accusations against the Zhou family. The collapsed city walls still buried many civilian corpses. Their bodies had been eroded by darkness, leaving only weathered bones. The Zhou family had activated the recovery system of the Light Tree. Once the Light Tree reached the 6th tier, it would have the function of recovering territorial buildings. However, the resources recovered were less than 20, and it took a long time. Buildings of the 5th tier required at least a month to recover all 20 resources. It turned out the Zhou family had long been planning this. I am sure they have long discovered the anomalies in their territory. That's why they used the entire FA1 territory as leverage to maximize their own interests. Yin Yi understood the cause and effect. She wrote down her speculations in the memorandum of the evolutionary bright tree, making it easier for the other large Yichong to refer to. Everything was going smoothly until a range of towering mountains appeared ahead of the Yuan Wang clan. The aura emanating from these mountains made Yin Yi stop in her tracks. It was too quiet. However, before Yin Yi could think of a strategy, the enemy could no longer hold back. Accompanied by strange and chaotic sounds, bizarre dark creatures surged toward the Yuan Wang clan. These dark creatures had become unrecognizable in their original forms. Their eyes and skin were covered in swollen pustules. Inside the pustules, black and red liquid churned, enough to make anyone vomit on the spot. The Taochong rushed in to surround them, regardless of their appearance. As the Taochong approached, the pustule-covered dark creatures charged straight at them. With a series of explosive sounds, the pustule dark creatures began to self-destruct, splattering black and red liquid all over the Taochong. In an instant, the Taochong were reduced to nothing. As 5th-tier creatures, the individual strength of the Taochong was very weak, often resulting in mass casualties. This black and red liquid was highly corrosive. Yin Yi observed closely and noticed that there were fibrous objects slowly wriggling on the flesh of the pustule dark creatures. Were they parasitic? Yin Yi raised her palm. With a crackling sound, dark energy flickered, and a beam of ghostly light struck the mutated dark Jiao Shou. In the blink of an eye, the skin of this dark Jiao Shou vanished. This was the precise annihilation effect produced by Yin Yi's meticulous dark energy control. Inside the dark Jiao Shou, everything was hollow. Its original organs and brain had all disappeared. In their place were parasitic fungi clinging to the bones of the dark Jiao Shou. Indeed, these dark creatures were parasitized. Dark energy could enhance the insects in all aspects: a clear brain, sharp vision, and heightened hearing. Yin Yi focused her gaze and discovered that the parasitic fungi on the bones of the dark Jiao Shou were gradually merging with the bones. There was no way to make a deeper judgment now. She needed to obtain relevant genes. The worker bees had mutated into a Yichong incubation facility. Gene uploads over long distances required the decomposition of the fungal blanket and the presence of an insect colony base nearby. The aberrant forms and mutated cockroaches moved forward. Although the losses of the Taochong were not significant, unnecessary consumption was not needed. The aberrant forms confronted the large dark creatures, perhaps due to their large size. These dark creatures did not self-destruct immediately, but instead emitted a series of wails, seemingly suffering immense pain. The rear legs of the jumping insect twisted, while the mutated cockroach faced the blistering dark creature head-on. A hissing sound erupted as the blackish-red corrosive liquid exploded, splattering onto the rocks with a sizzling noise, quickly penetrating them. However, the mutated cockroach, evolved with super-stress bone plates and ground biological armor, had an unimaginable hardness. Its dark, oily shell resembled a rugged superalloy jungle, with the blackish-red liquid only leaving shallow white marks on its surface. Moments later, these white marks vanished, and the cockroach's shell gleamed as if it had just hatched from an egg. The bizarre dark mutated cockroach had genes derived from volcanic slugs. It is well known that these soft, slimy creatures are synonymous with incredible self-healing abilities. Naturally, the swarm would not waste such excellent genes. The mutated cockroach possessed extraordinary self-healing capabilities. As long as it did not suffer fatal injuries, its organs would gradually restore over time, and its shell would automatically repair itself. With the enhancement from the swarm, the self-healing genes of the volcanic slug became even more perfected. An immortal mutated cockroach could recover in just 10 seconds and be as lively as ever. Clearly, this segment of genes harbored part of the secret to immortality. In fact, all alien insects, as long as they keep consuming, would never die until they grew into the most powerful predators. However, due to the complexity of these genes, it temporarily exceeded Lin Yuan's capabilities. So he did not delve deeper into the research. Just as the ambiguous final words of the worker bee faded away, the alien insect hatching ground stood before the blistering dark creature. This enormous living organ of the swarm slowly wriggled, and soon, a 549-meter-tall intelligent being was created. 1 queen, 2 queens, 3 queens. Before long, there were swarms of them, due to their unique structure of sliding legs. Their movement speed outside the fungal blanket was no different from that of a snail, making it impossible for the swarm to march into battle. Now that the trade of crystal minerals and high-energy gas was locked down, they truly did not want to waste too much, as Yin Yi expressed her concern. The fungal blanket expanded, sunlight poured down. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. All the blistering dark creatures self-destructed on the spot. In Yin Yi's astonished gaze, the black parasitic fungi bizarrely boiled, and then, the bones of those dark creatures actually fused together. Before Yin Yi could react, a mass of black vines appeared before her. The black vines danced wildly in the wind, growing at a frenzied pace, even giving Yin Yi the illusion that this creature would soon fill the world. Was this the fundamental reason behind the anomaly in the Zhou family's territory? What on earth is this thing? Yin Yi was stunned. Even though she was well-versed in entries about 300,000 dark creatures, she still couldn't identify what this strange creature was. If only Lin Yuan were here, he would definitely know the name of this vine. After a moment of astonishment, Yin Yi quickly regained her composure. No, Lin Yuan is out of contact. I must make my own decisions. I am the queen of insects, and the Yuan Wang clan will heed my commands. Yin Yi clenched her fist. Insect queen, lay down the mycelium blanket. Workers, mutate into spore crawlers. Swish, swish, swish. The powerful toxic spines shot into the black vine like a rain of arrows. However, this black vine possessed liquid properties, and the attack from the spiny serpent was hardly effective. Mutant cockroach. Little brother, just stay put and watch your big brother spray. That's the real deal. Puffed. The corrosive acid sprayed through the air, tracing a deep green trajectory. Sizzle. The smell of burning filled the air as many sections of the black vine were destroyed, revealing large patches of emptiness. However, a creature capable of making the dark beast tide of the Zhou family scatter in panic was clearly not to be underestimated. The empty areas were quickly filled by black parasitic fungi, as the black vine spread relentlessly toward the insect swarm. For some reason, the properties of this black vine bore an uncanny resemblance to the mycelium blanket. If Lin Yuan were here, he could easily resolve this issue with a wave of his hand. Yin Yi unconsciously thought of Lin Yuan again. Squeak. The mutant cockroach emitted a sharp cry. As long as the insect queen did not give the order, they would not retreat. Even though the black vine was fierce, the mutant cockroaches stood their ground, spraying defiantly, a classic case of fighting to the last breath. Soon, thousands of cockroaches were engulfed by the black vine. Heh, Yin Yi sneered coldly. Mutant cockroach, do you really think you can handle this? Be careful of indigestion. All insect units harbored parasitic bacteria and viruses that had evolved for millions of generations. For individual organisms, these parasitic bacteria and viruses were not always harmful. In fact, the ability of organisms to live healthily was largely due to these bacteria and viruses. Lin Yuan had studied that these viruses represented the chiral expression of the 365th aspect of insect genes and were symbiotic with the insect units. Just like the mutant cockroach, the corrosive acid it sprayed was produced through complex chemical reactions carried out by the bacteria in its body. However, the bacteria and viruses capable of coexisting within a mutant cockroach might not be so easily accepted by other organisms. Puff, 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 like a ping-pong ball launcher. The black vine spat out all the mutant cockroaches. Oh, is it an instinctive safety response toward food? Yin felt a bit regretful. What a pity. I actually wish you could digest all those mutant cockroaches. Mutant cockroach. Crying. How could you bear to do this to us, our lovely queen? 100,000 newly mutated cockroaches, steaming and fresh, joined the battlefield. The mutated cockroaches sprayed wildly, repeatedly damaging the black vines. However, the number of mutated cockroaches from the distant group was relatively small, and their output was quite insufficient. The black vines seemed to have an unknown source of energy, even showing signs of expanding their range. It rose high into the air, like a giant demon wrapped in a cloak, reaching out with its evil claws towards the swarm. At that moment, a cluster of green spore balls crashed into the black vines. The spore crawler exclaimed, "Why are you rising so high? Did you ask for my opinion?" The intense acidic explosion filled the sky with remnants of the burnt black vines. With a hiss, the brave, toothless creature, in a series of agile movements, managed to slice off a protruding corner of the black vines with the scythe like appendages on its back. In an instant, the black vines became extremely agitated. It seemed to realize that the enemy possessed extraordinary characteristics and would not allow any part of itself to be taken by the foe. Air surged violently, and the atmosphere shrieked. The black vines straightened their bodies, transforming into millions of piercing spears aimed at the brave, toothless creature, sealing off all its pathways forward. Well done, Toothless. Yen's eyes lit up as she provided cover. The mutated beings, acting as meat shields, desperately pushed Toothless beneath them, using their resilient bodies to block the thrusts of the black vines. The scene was truly spectacular. The black vines were enormous, their edges beyond the limits of human vision, truly obscuring the sky. They twisted chaotically in the darkness, resembling lurking demons. Meanwhile, near the alien insect hatchery, sunlight poured down. In the shadow of the colossal dark vines, this small light flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. The spore crawler strained to contract its muscular tube, expelling large acidic spore balls. The waves stirred up by the black vines resembled a deep blue curtain, and as the acidic spore balls exploded, the sky seemed to burst into green fireworks. To Yin, this color was not monotonous, but rather filled with a unique beauty, like a fungal blanket spreading across the land, infecting everything it touched with a mysterious glow. With a splatter, the acidic liquid burst forth, ripping apart large sections of the black vines. While the bizarre creatures before her emitted piercing cries, the situation was dire. Yin frowned tightly. The spore crawler's attacks were effective, but the interconnected whole of the black vines seemed to have an infinite ability to repair itself. The blank spaces representing the wounds quickly restored to their original state. Due to the limited number of larvae in the newly born alien insect hatchery and the insufficient worker bees, large-scale mutations of the spore crawlers were not possible. The black vines seemed to be deeply rooted underground, yet they appeared to spread far and wide, with no end in sight. Realizing that the mutated cockroaches could not be digested, the black vines shifted to physical attacks. The liquid-like parasitic fungi suddenly hardened, forming powerful spears. These spears stood ominously, like thousands of elite soldiers, ready to charge with a murderous aura. With a sharp whistle, countless spears pierced through the mutated cockroaches. Faced with such a powerful physical assault, the mutated cockroaches could only be suspended in the air, helplessly wriggling their short legs. They could actually pierce through the cockroach's exoskeleton. Yin was extremely shocked. It was hard to believe that such a creature existed among the dark beings at such shallow depths. She had originally thought that the mutated cockroaches were invincible in the shallow dark areas, but now they were facing widespread destructive strikes. Was this entity a plant or an animal? The strangeness of the darkness was truly unpredictable, exceeding imagination. Yin found herself in a predicament. The flickering energy around her stagnated as she looked towards the battlefield. The distant swarm was still fighting valiantly. The leader, Duanya, was leading the newly promoted elite jumping insects in a chaotic attack, desperately trying to tear off a piece of the black vine. Although their efforts yielded little result, the spitting serpents continued to unleash their toxic spines without pause. The aberrant creature was already riddled with wounds, but still stood firm. The situation on the battlefield had placed the swarm in a severely disadvantageous position, yet the strange insects showed no signs of wavering. They would not cease their attacks unless they were all wiped out. However, Yin-Yi would not allow them to die in vain. In the face of a hopeless battle, the best strategy was to conserve strength, wait for the right moment, and then make a comeback. Suddenly, the spread of the fungal blanket came to a halt. The tumor of the fungal blanket could no longer produce more of it. What was happening? In her confusion, Yin-Yi received information from the fungal blanket. Underground, there was some kind of organic matter that could resist the digestion of the fungal blanket, competing for territory. What kind of organic matter could withstand being consumed by the blanket? This was bad. As if realizing something, Yin-Yi's expression changed, and the energy patterns flickered urgently. Retreat. Just as Yin-Yi issued the command, a sudden change occurred on the battlefield. A roar erupted. The black vines let out a thunderous, beastly roar. Like a furious lion, the speed of the black vine's assault suddenly accelerated. The distant mountains seemed to liquefy. It was then that Yin-Yi realized that this was actually part of the black vines. The ground trembled. Massive rocks were overturned, and soil spouted into the sky like a fountain. The black vines rolled like earthworms, charging towards the swarm. The distant swarm was surrounded on all sides by this unknown and bizarre creature. They are buried deep underground. So much so that even the king worm has not detected their ambush. Was the earlier show of weakness merely a tactic to completely devour my swarm? This black vine possesses intelligence. Yin-Yi's expression turned cold. Breakthrough. She gave the command. In an instant, all the Yichong contracted their formation and rushed back in the direction they came from. King worm, mutated abdominal pouch. Above the atmosphere, the king worms began to swell. The light tree directly transmitted the resources they needed for mutation. The colossal beast descended from the sky, taking Yin-Yi, broken tooth, and the battle beast into its abdominal pouch. To ensure her own safety, Yin-Yi ordered multiple king worms to disperse around the mutated king worm to draw fire. The number of king worms is limited, so Yin-Yi chose to transport only herself and the elite jump worms. For the queen, among the ground swarm. The conqueror Old Lu roared loudly. For the queen, for the swarm. Other conquerors also shouted hoarsely, whether it was Yin-Yi's illusion or not. After the conquerors shouted the slogan, the overall attack power of the swarm seemed to have subtly increased a notch. Beneath the cold Yichong carapace covering most of his body, Old Lu felt his blood boiling. I sacrifice for the noble cause. I give my all for the swarm. Old Lu charged towards the black vine. The Yichong virus within him boiling, and under his subjective will, it completely fused with human cells. The extreme force cell fusion within a short time caused violent chemical changes. And Old Lu's body suddenly expanded threefold. In that brief moment, Old Lu reminisced about his past as a human. He worked early and late. He was part of the 996 and 007, earning money and supporting his family with his own strength. But why was it so exhausting? He received corresponding rewards. Yet why was his heart filled with negative emotions? These negative emotions were neither resentment nor unwillingness, but a terrifying numbness. A numbness to the point where he could not even feel his own numbness. And now, for the swarm, Old Lu voluntarily offered his life, without any hesitation, without a trace of doubt, and without any reward. Old Lu radiated the brilliance of an idealist. This selfless dedication would at least make him superficially admired in human society. Surrounded by flowers and praise, he would forget that he was just an ordinary person in life, merely receiving an inadequate reward every day. But now, he was just a part of the swarm, doing what all Yichong would do. For some reason, perhaps remnants of human genes lingered. Yin-Yi felt a sense of absurdity and an impulse to cry as she watched the scenes before her. What is going on? Yin-Yi felt a bit lost. As the leader of the Unwang Shichin, she was the first to retreat, while the other Yichong covered her rear. This completely aligns with the will of the swarm. Everything seems so logical. She couldn't find anything wrong. Lao Lu charged into the black vines. Then, he was pierced by several transparent holes created by black spears. Ha! Lao Lu laughed heartily, feeling an extraordinary exhilaration. For some reason, he thought of his sacrificed wife and children. Perhaps after that deep sense of disillusionment, he developed a self-destructive impulse. Originally, self-destruction among humans was scorned by society because few could empathize with the suffering of others. But now, self-destruction gave meaning to his life. For the continuation of the whole, he dedicated himself. He could clearly feel his spirit transcending. I need to regroup the swarm, Lao Lu shouted. Suddenly, the black vine split apart, and Lao Lu was torn to pieces. Boom. The violent fusion of the alien virus and human cells exploded. The muddy genetic debris burst apart, and wherever it passed, the black vines dissolved as if they encountered makeup remover. Squeak. The black vines let out a painful high-pitched scream, and the darkness surrounding Lao Lu retreated as if it had encountered a plague. Meanwhile, millions of attackers followed the same path as Lao Lu, creating a route for the swarm through self-detonation. The will of the attackers connected with the swarm. In that moment, their final will fluctuations unleashed a miraculous spiritual energy, like a gentle breeze sweeping across the entire group. The broken fangs let out a long cry. Not just the broken fangs, but all the battle beasts raised their heads in response to the cry. In Yin Yi's consciousness, there was a large light spot emitting a familiar and intimate aura. It represented the thoughts of the broken fangs. At that moment, beside this large light spot, 305 small light spots were approaching. Yin Yi knew that these small light spots represented the will of the battle beasts. Master, is this why you left the attackers? Yin Yi murmured. Then, she became surprisingly angry. She felt she should have done better, but she hadn't succeeded. Zhao Xiaoqiao, Yi, what happened to you? I sense a weakening of the group. Although the alien queen's psychic energy was limited at the moment, she still had a vague perception of the overall situation of the swarm. In Zhao Xiaoqiao's mind, she clearly sensed the reduction in the scale of the group. Yin Yi encountered strange dark creatures. The group is retreating under pressure. Video MP4. Cheng Yong, how dare they be so brazen in the territory of the swarm? Queen, you regroup the group, and we will come to your aid immediately. Zhao Xiaoqiao. Yes, let's drown this mysterious creature with a sea of insects. I want to see how big this dark creature really is. Yin Yi. I've sent the Wang Chong to expand the reconnaissance range, but it's not good. Zhao Xiaoqiao, what happened? Yin Yi. They have a large number of parasitic flying creatures, and the Wang Chong has been killed. Using the ethereal energy to display the images seen by the Wang Chong, currently only Lin Yuan can do this. And Yin Yi is unable to obtain the footage of the Wang Chong's death. She can only know that the Wang Chong she sent to scout above the dark vines has met with an unfortunate end. Zhao Xiaoqiao. To be able to kill the Wang Chong, this dark creature has some strength. Wait for us to come over. In absolute numbers, the swarm is vast, approaching the level of 300 billion. However, distributed across the SC2 evolution area, it appears quite sparse. Nearby dark creatures are constantly invading this SC2 evolution area, threatening the safety of the worker bees. Therefore, these alien insects need to patrol along the borders of the large area and near the mining sites to ensure the safety of the swarm's production. Furthermore, due to Yin Yi's limited ethereal energy, the alien insect units of the Yuan Wang swarm are only in the hundreds of millions. Currently, only Lin Yuan can mobilize the entire swarm. With the self-detonation of the attackers clearing large blank areas, the black parasitic fungi do not dare to approach. Thus, the Yuan Wang swarm breaks through quickly. The alien insect queen looks back and sees the newly established alien insect hatchery being engulfed by the black vines. It's my own uselessness that prevents me from helping at all. Yin Yi feels very disappointed. There's no need to blame yourself. You are just in the initial stage of my transformation. You are far from reaching your potential. Suddenly, a whisper resonates in her heart. The penetrating sensation makes Yin Yi tremble all over, and she asks with a shaking voice, Lin Yuan, has your research been completed? Yes. The results of this research are significant. You all come over immediately. I will give you a full transformation. Lin Yuan's voice sounds again. It is the will of the Supreme Master, which Yin Yi cannot resist, nor does she wish to. As you command, Yin Yi replies. In a certain inconspicuous alien insect nest among the mountains, after an unknown number of days of in-depth research, Lin Yuan's analysis has been completed. The mysteries of genetics are endless. It seems that every living being contains the secrets of the cosmos. Lin Yuan smiles. Under the evolution of ethereal energy, his cognitive domain has reached the level of a quantum computer. Even so, the analysis of genes still takes a considerable amount of time. For the unknown organic entity that fell from the sky, Lin Yuan has completed the analysis. Like appreciating a work of art, Lin Yuan looks contentedly at the peculiar genetic image slowly rotating before him. It is a unique parasitic symbiote, possessing characteristics of both plants and viruses. From a certain perspective, its nature is somewhat similar to that of the swarm, both constantly devouring to achieve their own growth. This parasitic symbiote has fused with the animal skeleton, making it extremely resilient, even able to withstand the erosion of fungal mats for a period of time. Through genetic insertion at positions A214 and C325, as well as the rearrangement of base pairs at positions 463, 745, and 326346, this gene can be fully integrated into the swarm. What brings joy to Lin Yuan is definitely the genes that are beneficial to the swarm. Even more exciting for Lin Yuan is that this gene is not among those included in the main gene repository. This is a completely new gene sequence. Great, very great. This is a significant day for my independent research. Although the genes discovered this time seem trivial compared to the vast perfection of the main gene repository, Lin Yuan is still quite exhilarated. For Lin Yuan, this feels like stepping onto the true path of research and creation. Everyone knows that if one merely follows the old paths of predecessors, the research holds no value. The most important aspect of research is innovation, exploring entirely new pathways. Even if this path is shrouded in darkness, revealing only a tiny glimmer, it is enough to excite researchers for a long time. After all, there are so many pioneers who have spent their lives without ever seeing the dawn of a new path. The genes discovered this time are perfectly aligned with the dark world, making them extraordinarily significant. Evolution chamber, synchronized gene transmission. 115 units of crystal ore and 150 units of high-energy gas were inputted into the evolution chamber as tools for gene synchronization. Instantly, all gene expressions acted synchronously on the invaders. I call this chimeric evolution. Lin Yuan was satisfied. He directed his will towards the Yuanwang swarm, preparing to verify his research results. Perhaps due to some impatience, Lin Yuan's projection this time was very impactful. Lin Yuan commands. Among the mutated abdominal sacs of the king insects, Yan Yi trembled all over, feeling her consciousness and thoughts filled with the vast universe. Sorry. Lin Yuan realized this and slowly withdrew part of his spirit. For the swarm. Brothers, charge. I will explode first as a gesture of respect. Everyone move aside. I'm about to blow up. Don't let me splatter you all. The invaders shouted with all their might. They fought fiercely to carve out a retreat with their lives. Their spiritual fluctuations seemed to form a peculiar chimeric connection with the Yuanwang swarm at a specific frequency. The jumpers screamed and shrieked, as if undergoing some indescribable mutation process. What is going on? Do the invaders have such an effect? Lin Yuan was stunned. Compared to the genetically perfected alien units, the invaders, based on human templates, appeared inefficient and poorly designed. In other words, their overall combat power was roughly equivalent to being ineffective. The mutated cockroach, despite both being at the 6th stage, is significantly stronger than the raiders. A single mutated cockroach can easily eliminate 20 raiders. The reason Lin Yuan created a large number of raiders is mainly due to two factors. First, the production of raiders is very simple and requires almost no additional resources. As long as they are thrown into the primitive evolution liquid without mental resistance, the advanced evolution virus from the swarm will automatically infect them, turning them into the raiders of the Yi Chong. After all, only those extraordinary individuals are worth Lin Yuan's personal transformation. Second, Lin Yuan knows that in the original world, the Blade Queen K had dedicated herself to combining Yicheng genes with humans. However, she only had a few successful cases, and the project as a whole can be said to have completely failed. In the dark world, humans are different. The compatibility between the advanced evolution virus and human cells is very high, and every willing individual becomes a raider. This abnormal phenomenon naturally caught Lin Yuan's attention, and with a spirit of exploration and truth-seeking, he decided to conduct large-scale experiments. The flashes of thought transcended the constraints of time, and as various ideas flowed through his mind, reality seemed to come to a standstill. Lin Yuan, you are amazing. You must have known that raiders have the ability to elevate the entire Yicheng through human spirit, which is why you started planning early. Touching a corner of Lin Yuan's thoughts, Yan Yi was filled with admiration for the master. You're right. I already have a plan in mind, Lin Yuan replied calmly. Just then, the battlefield below became tense. The raiders let out a tragic roar, spreading their arms and exposing their chests as they charged toward the black vines. The black vines, startled, desperately retreated. At that moment, the raiders suddenly felt the energy reaction within them completely quiet down, no matter how they catalyzed the advanced evolution virus of the Yichong. The viruses behaved like a meditative monk, ignoring their hosts. The raiders were stunned. What's going on? Why can't I expand? I want to self-destruct. Why can they self-destruct? But I can't. I refuse to accept this. The black vines were confused. It seems someone pressed the pause button. Both the black vines and the raiders were bewildered. At this moment, the evolution chamber finally fully integrated the new genes created by Lin Yuan. With a series of cracking sounds, the hard black chitinous shell began to writhe as if it had come to life. Subsequently, the exoskeleton of the raiders softened, and the blood and flesh tissue that had been protruding wildly visibly retracted into their bodies. In less than 10 seconds, the raiders astonishingly returned to a human appearance. Moreover, compared to before, they had become even more handsome and beautiful. No. Seeing the changes in their kind, the raiders' faces changed dramatically. Am I to be completely cast aside? The challengers' faces were filled with fear. Don't treat me like this. Why, when we finally see the light? Must we be sent back into darkness? No, please don't put me back in the cage. Rest assured, you are still my people. Once you enter the swarm, there is no escaping. Lin Yuan's soothing voice echoed in the minds of the challengers. Instantly, all the challengers breathed a sigh of relief. The Yuan clan took this opportunity to break free from the encirclement of the black vines. It seemed that the black vines sensed something, swaying in place without pursuing them. Some challengers looked back, seemingly trying to find that brave figure. However, old Lu had long since vanished from the world. No creature could survive the explosion caused by such a genetic collapse. Let us go. Old Lu will forever remain in our hearts, in the collective memory of us challengers. We need not erect a monument for him. He will always exist and never be forgotten. Another challenger came over and patted his shoulder just as the message from the Tree of Light appeared on time. City Lord of the Ninth Order Evolution City. Esteemed Lord Lin Yuan, greetings. The Tree of Light Network has detected the emergence of a new combat unit, which must undergo a power assessment. Assessing the overall combat power of the new unit. The assessment of the new unit's overall combat power is complete, with a total power rating of 7th Order. Please name it. Note that this name will become the official designation in the Tree of Light Network. Successfully named. The official name of the new combat unit is Challenger. Would you like to upload the data for this unit? Confirm or cancel. Please note, if you wish to trade the unit blueprint, you must upload the data for this unit. Cancel. Previously, the challengers did not trigger the new unit prompt, possibly because their completion level was insufficient at that time. Now they could be considered an independent unit. Lin Yuan casually clicked cancel. Recently, his research results had been promising, with good news coming frequently. Yin. Lin Yuan, what is going on? Why have the challengers returned to human form? Lin Yuan, this is a new chimeric evolutionary gene I created. This gene is derived from the black vines. Its cells possess both the versatility of plant cells and the differentiation of animal cells. I extracted its essence gene and embedded it in the challenger's cells, allowing the alien insect virus and the human virus to coexist more effectively, achieving a result of mutual embedding. Yin. Although I don't fully understand, I am deeply shocked. So, in the future, the challengers will look like humans, right? Lin Yuan, exactly. Yin. Lin Yuan, you truly have remarkable foresight. Humans are ultimately creatures of appearance judgment, and the image of the conquerors is highly beneficial to our infection plan. Cheng Yong, the ruler of the bullhide. The ruler of eternity. The ruler is the eternal deity in the heart. The army led by Cheng Yong is primarily composed of conquerors, and he sincerely praises the ruler involuntarily. Fei, the ruler of the bullhide, the ruler of eternity. The ruler is the eternal deity in the heart. Fei is a higher-tier conqueror, an upgraded version of the conquerors, and he too has been enhanced by chimeric genes. Yin. Lin Yuan. Can we return to our original form? Lin Yuan. Your existence is completely different from that of the conquerors, and the virus you use is not a high-level evolution virus. Now that you have returned to the main nest, I will provide you with comprehensive enhancements. Yin. Lin Yuan. During the parasitism of the black vines, a parasitic entity similar to the toxic explosion insect was produced. How is the gene compatibility? Lin Yuan. Is there such a good thing? I will go test it right away. The toxic explosion insect is always present with the black vines, and it can be dealt with at any time. However, the improvement of genes is absolutely urgent. It is the first principle of the swarm, and any factor must make way for evolution. The Yuanwang clan and the Chaobian clan have returned. Yong also led the swarm dominated by conquerors on the way back. Each of them commands billions of insects. However, while the numbers may seem large, they are still far from sufficient in the scale of the swarm in the dark world. The black vines encountered by the Yuanwang clan illustrate this point. In Zhuke City, in the Cathedral of Light, the Light Judgment leader Alfashta had an expressionless face, resembling a marble statue. Meanwhile, the Light Arbiter Skaku at his side was sweating profusely and dared not raise his head. Other high-ranking members of the Light Divine Church were equally silent, their eyes focused inward as the atmosphere felt frozen. Is the intelligence prepared accurately? Alfashta finally spoke. It has already been confirmed. Skaku respectfully replied. A 13th-tier city-destroying dark creature, the pitch-black devourer, suddenly appeared on the edge of the Fa1 Zhou family territory. Is this preparing to unleash a dark tide? Alfashta pondered. Seeing that his direct superior had not spoken for a long time, Skaku cautiously asked, Leader of Judgment, how should we act? After all, the mission assigned to us by the Great White Robe is— Alfashta slightly raised his hand, and Skaku's words were abruptly swallowed back. A mission? Skaku, your faith in the Light Mother has already been mixed with too much gravel. Since when has the Judgment Department taken others' missions as guidelines for action? Alfashta's voice was devoid of tone, but carried an undeniable authority and a kind of admirable pure charisma. Thank you for your guidance. Skaku deeply lowered his head. As an arbitrator, he embarked on a sacred path from a young age, but he was well aware that the world's turmoil was overwhelming. Therefore, he held deep reverence for Alphastar. Alphastar slowly began to speak. The Mother of Light is compassionate towards all beings and only raises the torch against darkness. While we are the blades beneath that torch, our sole duty is to eliminate the filthy creatures lurking in the dark and protect our followers. Lin Yuan. Although he is a heretic and must be eradicated, our true task is to destroy the devourers of darkness. Do you all understand? Alphastar's gaze was cold, but the crowd saw the thunder of judgment against darkness in his eyes. Understood. Everyone responded in unison. Once others had left, Skaku said, But if the Archbishop in White asks, how should we respond? We will answer truthfully. I will bear the pressure from the Archbishop in White, Alphastar replied, looking out the window as if trying to see the shadows hidden beneath the sunlight. Gene compatibility, 91. Editing difficulty low, completion will be quick. Incredible. It's merely a parasitic symbiotic intermediate, yet it harbors the genes of a toxic explosion insect. However, the genes of the stinging snake come from herbivorous sluggish caterpillars, and the genes of the mutated cockroach originate from slugs. Given that, the sources are not surprising. Yet, this parasitic symbiotic intermediate exists for a very short time and is highly unstable. Its purpose is to consume biological entities and then form the raw material for those black vines. Once the biological entity explodes, these genes will vanish completely. Therefore, well done. Lin Yuan lifted his head from his research, his eyes swirling with ethereal energy, reflecting like a jade full moon. In fact, this was purely an external manifestation of Lin Yuan's joy. Under the influence of ethereal energy, no matter his expression, it perfectly matched the temperament of a ruler. Your ability to obtain the genes of this short-lived symbiont indicates your keen sense for genetics. Lin Yuan praised generously. Was momentarily stunned, dazed for a while before she stammered. No, this was actually brought back by Broken Tooth. Ha ha ha, Broken Tooth, well done. You're truly a good dog. Come bark a couple of times. Lin Yuan laughed heartily. The will of the ruler and Lin Yuan's usual conversations were two completely different concepts. The overall will could also be referred to as the will of the main nest or collective mentality, a concept that is both profound and elusive. On Blue Star, ants and bees are considered to possess collective mentality, yet compared to the ruler's will, they are not entirely the same. In fact, this is a rather esoteric abstract concept, and Lin Yuan could not clearly define what form of existence it truly was. Commands issued under the ruler's will would inevitably be executed by the alien insects. However, the syllables Lin Yuan spoke carried no coercive command. Hiss. Broken Tooth lazily lifted its head, its symmetrical eyes casting a disdainful glance at Lin Yuan. Ha ha ha. Zhao Xiaoqiao laughed heartily. Lin Yuan decided to punish this impudent queen. You will eat 3 pounds of fungus blanket. Zhao Xiaoqiao froze. What could she do? She had no choice but to kneel on the ground, lean forward, and gulp down the fungus blanket jelly. Under the command issued by the will of the Overmind, Zhao Xiaoqiao could not refuse. Lin Yuan, you are taking personal revenge. Zhao Xiaoqiao wiped her mouth and protested, baring her teeth. Indeed, this was a vibrant and dynamic swarm. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. In that game on the blue planet, the Overmind's swarm was singular, while K's swarm was filled with all kinds of talented individuals who spoke beautifully. Whether it was the Essence Collector Dhaka or the Evolution Master Abathur, their eloquence was simply remarkable. The ultimate victor was the deified K. So Lin Yuan chose to align the swarm's development direction with K's style. Some might say that it was just a game and could not be used as a basis for reality. If the real main nest had not appeared, Lin Yuan might have thought so. However, after seeing the living broken tooth before him, to still think it was just a game would be overly naive. In fact, Lin Yuan suspected that hidden Zerg were present within the snowstorm, but they had all been eliminated by a certain powerful entity, allowing the snowstorm to turn out the way it did. Returning to the main task, worker bees mutate into explosive larvae nearby the main nest. A worker bee placed nearby minerals next to the bright tree, then floated aside and began to expand. The fungus blanket pulsed, feeding 1 million units of biomass, 100 units of crystal ore, and 50 units of high-energy gas into the pulsating organic life. In less than 3 minutes, the explosive larvae mutation was complete. The explosive larvae looked like a giant spider with its legs tucked in. Its function was to synchronize the transmission of explosive larva genes, granting all jumping bugs the glorious ability to mutate into toxic explosive bugs on the spot. The jumping bugs mutated into toxic explosive bugs. This time, Lin Yuan randomly selected a jumping bug. Toxic explosive bugs were battlefield-type units. They were only useful when mutating at critical moments and could only lie on the fungus blanket soaking up the sun otherwise, making them utterly useless. The lucky jumping bug was chosen, and it silently mutated on the spot. 25,000 units of biomass, along with 25 units of crystal ore and 25 units of high-energy gas, were fed into the larval cocoon. The speed at which the jumping bug mutated into a toxic explosive bug was faster than that of a larva. With a crack, the larval cocoon broke open, revealing a plump toxic explosive bug in front of Lin Yuan. The toxic explosive bug was a classic biological weapon in the swarm, the truest nightmare for countless enemies. It was said that facing a horde of toxic explosive bugs was far worse than facing a group of sting snakes. Muttering to himself, Lin Yuan combined the data from the gene pool within the main nest and immediately began practical research. The toxic explosion insect stands at 213 meters tall, which is 30 centimeters taller than the average jumping insect. The claws of the jumping insect have shriveled, becoming dry and sharp, while its back has mutated to develop sacs filled with volatile acidic chemicals. This mutation process is quite fascinating. First, the jumping insect's tough skin, which is hard and adaptable to different environments, undergoes large-scale cellular reorganization and stretching, ultimately forming a new epidermis. At the same time, the hard carapace of the jumping insect softens, allowing for the mutation of a supporting skeleton for the spherical sacs that contain the acidic liquid. Although the remaining shell offers little real protection, it forms a jet base that provides centrifugal explosive force for the corrosive strong acid. Its appearance is rather bulky, and its limbs have regressed, making it almost unable to walk. Fortunately, subsequent evolution can significantly enhance the movement speed of the toxic explosion insect. Lin Yuan gazed with fervor as the toxic explosion insect trembled. On its mutated back, adrenal-like bulbous sacs pulsated with a vibrant green. The spiky limbs suitable for burrowing were now shyly at a loss for placement. "Master, if you keep this up, I'm going to explode," the toxic explosion insect pleaded. Of course, Lin Yuan ignored its cries and continued his manipulations. The fungal cells within the acid sacs produce a strong corrosive acid that fills the bulbous sacs. When the explosion insect gets close enough to the enemy, it secretes a catalyst that combines with the strong corrosive acid and simultaneously self-detonates, creating an effect that splashes strong acid outward. Although the life of the toxic explosion insect ends with the self-detonation, it simultaneously inflicts significant damage on the enemy. Quite impressive. This type of insect perfectly aligns with the characteristics of a swarm. Self-sacrifice among the swarm is just a common occurrence. The toxic explosion insect amplifies this trait, allowing it to self-destruct while dragging the enemy into the depths of death. If it evolves digging claws, the tactics of the toxic explosion insect will become even more diverse. Suddenly burrowing up from underground, the toxic explosion insect rushes toward the enemy, catching them off guard and causing them to wail in despair. What seems to be a calm safe zone is, in fact, a deadly trap. Oh dear, the toxic explosion insect is so cute. Yet you are always thinking of sending them to their deaths. You, Master, are cold-blooded and unreasonable, and not environmentally friendly at all. Zhao Xiaoqiao pretended to wipe her tears. Lin Yuan responded, what is wrong with this woman? You, keep eating 3 kilograms of fungal blanket. Ah, how cruel. Lin Yuan, are you even human? This is such a misuse of power. Ah, I can't hold it in anymore. My stomach needs to be filled. My belly is getting bigger. With a squelching sound, Zhao Xiaoqiao gulped down the jelly-like fungal blanket. However, the next moment, she heard Lin Yuan coldly say, this time, I didn't use my will as the master. I was just speaking. Zhao Xiaoqiao froze, her hands full of the fungal blanket suspended in midair. Her thoughts lost their vitality, and she felt as if she had turned to stone, unable to accept this cruel reality. Yan Yi, Chungyong, and Shifei leaned against the flesh wall of the nest, their feet having dug out a spacious area. After understanding the overall appearance and combat positioning of the toxic explosion worm, Lin Yuan continued to study and observe its structure. The specialized crawling legs of the worm, designed to support and stabilize its enormous new body, had become stronger and thicker than those of jumping worms. Yet to ensure stability, they were relatively short, averaging only 10 centimeters in length. The feet had transformed into spiky shapes. Although capable of traversing rugged terrain, this was merely a magnified advantage among its many fatal flaws. Both tactically and practically, the slow speed of the toxic explosion worm was a critical defect. Fortunately, the gene pool included an evolution of the circular heart hook that could solve the speed issue in one go. Having studied the legs, the next step was naturally the head. The sonar system evolved in tandem, a degraded version of the complex visual system of jumping worms. Was a necessary choice made to match the damage capacity and body size. This sonar system featured a transmitting unit in the center and 2 receiving units on the sides. The transmitting unit emitted pulses to map the surrounding environment, which then returned to the receiving units, allowing the explosion worm to continuously acquire spatial information. Finally, Lin Yuan's focus settled on the most crucial aspect of the toxic explosion worm, the bulbous liquid sac. Targeted organ mutations, coupled with black parasitic fungi, formed part of the genetic structure of the explosion worm. After minor modifications, these fungi could survive in low oxygen concentrations and minimal humidity. During the pupation process, the digestive and respiratory systems of the jumping worm were utilized for nutrient absorption to accelerate the pupation speed. The vacant organ spaces were filled with plump mutated adrenal glands, ultimately forming a large number of bulbous liquid sacs. With the gene structure and expression verified against physical specimens, Lin Yuan's research ambitions were well satisfied. Nearby, a few large aberrant worms were whispering to each other in a daze. What is he saying? Can you understand? It feels like some kind of negative magic. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. You might not believe it, but I just lost consciousness for a moment. Thankfully, I woke up in time. I just realized I had fallen asleep. This must be an unspoken hypnotic spell. The gap between me and the master is still too great. I completely couldn't understand what the master was saying. Every word from the master is filled with deep meaning. I need to ponder over it more. Lin Yuan remarked. He is merely describing superficial external traits, yet these large aberrant worms cannot comprehend it. But thinking it over, the existence of the bright tree has caused the humans in the dark world to stagnate in theoretical research on essence. The most basic scientific knowledge from the blue planet has become a mysterious concept in the dark world. Next came the physical research. Lin Yuan rubbed his temples. The toxic explosion worm emitted a long, low, resonant call, reminiscent of a death cry from a demonic abyss. Indeed, the experimental subject, the toxic explosion worm, was very lively and ready to self-destruct. With a loud pop, the only toxic explosive insect self-destructed, spraying green acidic liquid all over Lin Yuan. Thanks to the genetic compatibility, all units of the insect swarm were immune to the strong acid of the toxic explosive insect, so Lin Yuan naturally remained unharmed. This might be quite difficult to understand, but that's all right. Even more complex concepts are yet to come. After further evolution, The toxic explosive insect could even heal other insects while destroying enemies with its strong acid. Apologies, but with knowledge of genetics, such things can be done freely. The explosion of the toxic explosive insect was measured in microseconds, covering an area of 20 square meters. Having recorded the data, Lin Yuan completed his preliminary research. In the evolution of the large alien insects, Lin Yuan personally commanded the creation of a chimeric gene for the unknown black vine. Its parasitic coexistence led to the acquisition of the toxic explosive insect. What a benefit this was! Grateful, Lin Yuan asked, we must repay the black vine well. What do you all think? Except for Zhao Xiaoqiao, who still doubted the existence of the insects, the other large alien insects expressed their admiration for the ruler's extraordinary wisdom. Cheng Yong suddenly realized, clapping his hands together and saying, got it. I understand again. The ruler's actions must be highly efficient, and this time, the ruler's engagement with the black vine was definitely not just about reclaiming the super giant golden crystal mine. That's right. Lin Yuan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Cheng Yong to be correct this time. According to my research, the black vine is merely a small part of a certain life form, akin to an octopus's tentacle or a starfish's arm. Through the theory of genetic tracing, it can be inferred that its primary gene should bring us many surprises. Instantly, Cheng Yong raised his head high, glancing around, causing the other large alien insects to feel annoyed. How frustrating that he got ahead of them. Lin Yuan paused and said, this time, I will personally command. Before that, I will upgrade you all. Oh no. Yan Yi's face turned red. Why are you blushing? Your body was created by my own hands, Lin Yuan remarked, speechless. The upgrades for the large alien insects didn't take much time, as there were ready-made templates. And Lin Yuan used mature technology. How does it feel? Lin Yuan asked. It feels like I had a good long sleep. Yan Yi stretched lazily, showcasing her beautiful curves. Lin Yuan stared intently at Yan Yi. The insect queen's heart trembled. Could it be that Lin Yuan was finally showing interest in her? Although she was ready, she wasn't completely prepared yet. Moreover, there were other large alien insects nearby, and they could wake up at any moment. Wouldn't this be too intense? Oh dear. What should I say to express my acceptance? Or would it be better to just remain silent? Yan Yi began to overthink. The gentle face unexpectedly exuded a sense of vulnerability. After a brief glance of 5 seconds, Lin Yuan began to speak. The light gray external soft armor covering your bodies has perfectly integrated with the ethereal energy, making it more vibrant. Yan Yi, you can feel it yourself. After a moment of daze, Yan Yi extended her hand and noticed that the external soft armor had become even glossier. This gloss was not the cold sheen of metal or shell, but rather a moist, elastic luster. Moreover, the high degree of fusion between the external soft armor and ethereal energy had enhanced her combat power by at least 2 levels. Do you have any experiences regarding your mental state? Lin Yuan asked. I feel like I'm more deeply integrated with you, Yan Yi murmured. If Lin Yuan's will was like a flexible fabric, Yan Yi felt as if she had completely embedded herself into it. Countless pieces of information flooded her mind, and the deep integration with the ruling will expanded her ethereal energy capacity. Now she could control a swarm of insects 10 times larger. The number of the swarm should be able to reach a scale of 1 billion, right? Lin Yuan smiled. Absolutely, Yan Yi nodded affirmatively. Just then, a long moan sounded beside them. I feel an unprecedented comfort. Zhao Xiaoqiao had also completed her mutation process and half sat up from the evolution pool. Compared to Yan Yi's evolution, Zhao Xiaoqiao's external soft armor appeared to fit her even more closely at this moment. The flowing curves and sharp ethereal energy patterns gave this mutant insect a bizarre and fierce aura reminiscent of a venomous snake. This transformation caught Lin Yuan's attention. Could it be that he preferred this type of Xiaoqiao? Yan Yi felt quite nervous. What are you looking at? Have you never seen someone this impressive? Zhao Xiaoqiao turned her head away, her legs fidgeting restlessly. It was no wonder. This was indeed the ultimate evolution virus, which was rare among mutant insects. Lin Yuan had anticipated this. The so-called ultimate evolution virus was the king of the mutant insect viruses. On a macro level, mutant insect individuals continuously devoured life, tearing flesh and bone, assimilating all superior genes. On a microscopic level, within the primal evolutionary slime, the mutant insect viruses also consumed each other. And what remained in the end was the most powerful ultimate evolution virus. This virus could only combine with organisms that had sufficient ethereal energy potential and Yin Yi. Chung Yong, Li Nai Nai, and others were among them. For individuals, the path to power inevitably leads to independence, and this inevitability naturally results in an inability to mass produce. The ultimate evolution virus of mutant insects allows the host to undergo specific autonomous evolution, adhering to this principle. The universe and all things within it always adhere to order, yet are always imperfect. The planets are like this, and living organisms are even more so. The more Lin Yuan delves into the essence of genes, the more he feels the infinite nature of life, leading many of his thoughts to unconsciously drift towards peculiar philosophical musings. Chung Yong and Shifei have also awakened. Logically, Shifei, as a conqueror, should not have qualified to enter, but Lin Yuan discovered that his potential was deeply hidden, with areas worth exploring within his ordinary cells. Now, it is evident that Shifei has made significant progress. Shifei, how do you feel? Lin Yuan asked. To the Supreme Ruler, I feel unprecedentedly good. Shifei replied as he quickly stepped aside after getting up. Let me see. If you continue to advance, you should be able to reach the power of a destroyer. Lin Yuan then looked at Chung Yong and asked, your evolution process has gone smoothly. Your energy intensity is close to that of the previous queen, and you are already qualified to establish a clan. Have you thought of a name? With a splash, Chung Yong stood up from the evolution pool, his muscles bulging, and his massive body seemed to fill the space. However, this was merely a visual distortion caused by the natural pressure he emanated. Let's call it the Chung Yong clan. Named after me, Chung Yong answered decisively. Lin Yuan praised. Not bad. You are the core of the clan. If you die, the existence of the clan loses its meaning. Your clan name is simple and direct. Very good. Hearing the ruler's compliment, Chung Yong smiled as if blooming like a flower. Look, this is me, Chung Yong, the man who understands the ruler the most. At the same time, he felt a deep sense of emotion. If the city of Zhuke were named Yinsi Fire City, those from the Jiuzhou Alliance would probably suspect that the old city lord wanted to start anew. TSK, so superficial, how boring. It's a miracle that human society continues to operate day by day like this. Chung Yong couldn't help but complain internally. After all, he had fallen to the status of a commoner due to being framed, but now he was quite grateful to that person who had set him up. Play the battle footage of the Yuanwang clan and the Black Vines. After completing a series of mutations and evolutions, Lin Yuan could finally focus his attention on the Black Vines. Although Yin Yi could not materialize the scene at that time through energy, the imaging system of the bright tree could. The 8K high-definition screen played the entire process of the Yuanwang clan's failure. A mere Black Vine dares to be arrogant in front of my swarm? Lin Yuan stood up. After a long period of silence, the ruler of the swarm finally expressed the will for war. He decided to select a small portion of jump bugs. Jump bugs attack. In that moment, billions of jump bugs roared in unison. The will of the ruler spread through the swarm, and the billions of jump bugs closest to the territory of the Fa1 family began to gather. The Qiantang River tidal wave attracts countless viewers every year. Suddenly, light thunder rumbled in the sky, and the sun shone on the silver spear battle formation. 200,000 people vie for a moment, as the dragons leap and the tidal wave rushes in. This verse describes the great tide of the Qiantang River, illustrating its overwhelming force, akin to an army of 200,000 advancing fearlessly. However, with billions of jumping insects surging across the land, how should these poets depict this scene? The earth is already a swirling mass of black, with countless jumping insects moving in the same direction. It's as if in the silent night, the endless dark sea quietly spreads, submerging the entire city while people are still in their dreams. Each region covers an area exceeding 5 million square kilometers. Although the evolution zone of SC2 and the territory of FA1 are adjacent, the nearby jumping insects have to run for 2 days and nights without rest to gather. On the vast plains, the jumping insects stretch endlessly in all directions. No matter which way you look, there are swarms of them until the horizon. The number, 100 billion, is simply a 1 followed by 10 zeros, but in the real world, even if they were all $100 bills stacked, they would reach a height of about 10,000 meters, enough for someone to step on the bills and reach the sky. At an altitude of 5,000 meters, several large insects stand on the head of a mutated king insect, quietly observing this scene in the gusty wind. Every time I see the sea of insects surging, I feel a special tremor and thrill within. Truly the master, commanding 100 billion insects, is as easy as drinking water. We are still far from that level. Observe well, learn, and strive to expand the scale of our clan. Wait, look over there, what is that? Zhao Xiaoqiao discovered a dazzling white light in the darkness. The large insects looked in the direction Zhao Xiaoqiao pointed and found a white ring of light had risen in the northwest at some unknown time. It is the holy light of the Church of Light, Yan Yi said calmly, judging by the distance. This ring of white light represents a high-level light army of over 100,000. Cheng Yong squinted, observing their direction of advance. They didn't seem to be coming to trouble us. Zhao Xiaoqiao agreed, intuitively sensing that their goal might align with ours, both targeting the black vines. Oh, they aim to eliminate the dark threat first. It seems the Church of Light isn't rotten to the core after all, Cheng Yong chuckled. Perhaps. This is just an exception, Yan Yi replied noncommittally. On the Ark of Light, the Light Judgment Commander Alpha Star stood at the bow, listening to his subordinate's report. We have detected a large number of fifth-tier troops. The quantity is unpredictable, the Light Scout said, cold sweat dripping from his face. Unpredictable? Explain. Alpha Star made no move, as if the wind beside him had frozen. The number exceeds the detection limit, and within the range, all are fifth-tier troops, at least over 100 million. The Light Scout hurriedly explained. Only that heretic Lin Yuan could possibly amass over 100 million fifth-tier troops. Alpha Star remained expressionless. Are they targeting the Dark Devourer? Yes. They are heading straight for the Dark Devourer. Their objective is clear. Courage is commendable, but the ignorant are fearless. Alpha Star shook his head and fell silent. Ha, this is hilarious. Lin Yuan is utterly foolish and beyond saving. Beside him, Skaku couldn't help but mock. Lin Yuan, the heretic, somehow gained power and acquired those peculiar troops. But he is completely incompetent. Using fifth-tier troops to confront the 13th-tier city-destroying dark beast, the Black Devourer. What a ridiculous idea. For the Black Devourer, weak creatures are merely its nourishment. 100 million fifth-tier troops would only allow the Black Devourer to grow stronger in a short time. The Light Arbiter, Skaku confidently concluded that attempting to overcome such a significant gap in strength with sheer numbers is naive and childish. Alpha Star spoke up. Don't let Lin Yuan the heretic complicate our campaign against the Black Devourer. Skaku, go warn him. Understood. Ding, Light Arbiter, Skaku, Lin Yuan the heretic. I solemnly warn you in the name of the Light Arbiter, Skaku. You are about to face the 13th-tier city-destroying dark beast, the Black Devourer. Your numerous fifth-tier troops may dominate in the shallow dark areas, but against the Black Devourer, they will only become its nourishment. In the face of the Black Devourer, numbers are meaningless. Here, I issue a serious warning. Please stop your troop dispatching immediately. The Light Judgment Leader Alpha Star is leading elite forces to eliminate the Black Devourer. Do not create obstacles for us, and do not add more sins for your heresy. Since Evolution City has not yet become the main city, it is still under the jurisdiction of Vermilion Bird City in the Light Tree system, allowing Skaku to use his authority to send the message directly to Lin Yuan. Upon seeing the message from the Light Arbiter, Skaku, the giant insects exchanged glances, various thoughts emerging simultaneously. So that Black Vine is a 13th-tier city-destroying monster, the Black Devourer. What a cool name. You didn't lose unjustly, Zhao Xiaoqiao exclaimed. Their primary target for the first deployment is indeed the Black Devourer? Alpha Star is not as incapable as I imagined, was Cheng Yong's reaction. The Light Church actually sent a reminder? Aren't they all just hypocrites seeking fame? Shifei whispered. Yan Yi looked at Shifei and said to the giant insect, who was once a commoner lord, in the dark world, there will always be a glimmer of light. And even in the mud, a blue lotus may occasionally bloom. Interesting. The appearance of Alpha Star made things more intriguing. How can one discern a person's character? The best way is to observe their choices, especially under pressure. The decision of the Light Arbiter, Alpha Star, to deploy troops to eliminate the Dark Devourer revealed a vulnerability in his character that Lin Yuan was quick to notice. In the blink of a photon jump, the outline of a plan began to take shape in Lin Yuan's mind. Meanwhile, the warning from the Light Arbiter, Skaku, was completely disregarded by Lin Yuan. It felt strange. Something seemed to be missing. Was there a detail he overlooked? Lin Yuan mused to himself. At that moment, a notification chimed. 120 Elite Light Legion vs Dark Devourer, Level 9 Evolution City Lord, esteemed Lin Yuan. Greetings. The Light Tree Network has detected the emergence of a new combat type unit, requiring a power assessment. Assessing overall combat strength of the new unit. Overall combat strength assessment complete. Total strength is level 6. Please name this unit. Note that this name will become the official designation in the Light Tree network. Name successfully assigned. The official name of the new combat unit is Poison Burst Bug. Would you like to upload this unit's data? Confirm. Cancel. Please note, if you wish to conduct a blueprint transaction for this unit, you must upload its data. Cancel. The notification from the Light Tree came rather late. Was it because the Poison Burst Bug directly mutated from the Jump Bug, causing a delay? Lin Yuan speculated that the advanced nature of the Light Tree might indeed be inferior to the alien bugs. After this little interlude, billions of jump bugs continued their rapid advance towards the super giant golden crystal or vein. Reconnaissance was essential, and the king bugs had already positioned themselves with their incredible speed. Through the connection with the king bugs, Lin Yuan discovered that Alpha Star's Legion had reached the location where the black vines appeared ahead of time. You all take a look and witness the strength of the elite Legion of the Light Sect. Lin Yuan projected the energy to the front of Yin Yi and other bugs, allowing them to intuitively understand the movements of Alpha Star's army. The continuous mountain range delved into darkness, pulsating as if it were a heart filled with pus, seemingly gestating nightmarish monsters. The adult Dark Devourer had consumed at least 2 billion living beings. Although Alpha Star's expression remained unchanged, the seriousness in his eyes was evident. A level 13 city-destroying dark monster emerged at the edge of the FA-1 Zhou family's territory, indicating that the mid-level darkness near Zhuke City had erupted into a massive dark tide. This was akin to a catastrophe for the shallow darkness. Since the dark tide had already erupted, the dark disturbances were of little concern, allowing Alpha Star's elite legion to directly appear in the FA-1 Zhou family's territory. Even at a distance of 100,000 meters, the Dark Devourer detected the Light Legion, and its sharp sound waves spread far and wide. Suddenly, a black liquid surged high, crashing towards Alpha Star's Legion like a massive wave. The surface of the dark wave was not smooth. Countless spikes jutted out as if they were mutated viruses under a microscope. At that moment, a fierce white light erupted from the formation of the Allied forces. The front line of the troops raised their torch-like weapons high. In an instant, the surrounding darkness dissipated. The white light seemed to have a life of its own, intertwining in the air like blooming sunflowers. Boom! From the center of the sunflowers, a thick laser shot out. From a distance, it looked like a spotlight suddenly turned on in the night, with dazzling beams of light that were blinding. The intense energy seemed to evaporate the air. In the blink of an eye, the concentrated white light struck the Dark Devourer. Sizzle! The white light scorched the black vines, and the dark tide rushing towards the Allied forces was already riddled with holes, like torn rags. Creak! The pitch-black creature let out a high-pitched cry, resembling a painful wail, yet also like an angry roar. The black vines instantly restored themselves, with waves of darkness crashing one after another, each higher than the last. As if there were no end, the dark creatures, chaotic and disorderly, could be judged directly without any trial. Facing the towering black vines, the leader remained unmoved. Continue the bombardment. Find its life core. Understood. Boom, boom, boom. The Allied forces led by the leader were fully equipped, possessing various attacking capabilities. In addition to the initial sunflower laser, there were wide-ranging explosive white flames, continuously burning walls of light, and spiraling jets of luminous water. The searing light turned the black vines to ashes. For a moment, the leader's legion firmly suppressed the Dark Devourer, halting at 30,000 meters away. Wow, their firepower is so fierce. Praise Jiao Xiaoqiao. Their attacks seem to be very effective against the black vines. Cheng Yong noticed the crucial point. Could it be that they are going to win? That would be great. It means the Allied forces are helping us recover the output of the crystal mines for free. Currently, both sides were in a stalemate. It was still uncertain who would win or lose. Moreover, I feel something strange about this Dark Devourer. Its life fluctuation seems too intense. Yin Yi felt something was off. Indeed, I share the same feeling. Zhao Xiaoqiao shrugged. Let's keep watching. Interesting, it's getting more interesting. The sensing appendages of the king insect could collect battlefield information, and at this moment, Lin Yuan had already noticed the unusual traits of the level 13 city-destroying monster. The unexpected encounter between the Allied forces and the swarm was supposed to be a life-and-death battle. However, The actions of the Light Judgment leader made Lin Yuan aware of a possible weakness in the leader's strategy. He decided to capitalize on this insight. The jumping insects stopped at the periphery of the battlefield, lined up neatly, with equal distances between each, truly orderly, highlighting their obedience. This indeed caught the attention of a certain leader who, through the long-range vision of a creature, could even see the sudden constriction of their pupils. These are the units of the heretic? The tone was so flat that others couldn't perceive the inner thoughts of the leader. Indeed, these terrifying-looking creatures are the units of the heretic, came the reply. The leader then asked, the heretic judgment list states that these creatures have no reason and only kill humans, having destroyed multiple human territories. Which is why the individual was judged as a heretic, correct? The Light Arbiter quickly found and browsed through the stored information. Indeed, these creatures have breached the territories of over 10,000 novice Light Lords, killing several, including notable figures. The death of another Arbiter was also related to these creatures. Infighting among the Light Lords is a common phenomenon. Who handled this heretic trial? The leader suddenly inquired. It was presided over by the esteemed Archbishop personally. A few drops of cold sweat slid down the Arbiter's face. The atmosphere aboard the great vessel fell into an eerie silence. With a thunderous roar, black vines surged thousands of meters, breaking through the blockade. The beastly roar was unlike the previous high-pitched calls, resembling the boiling fury of a dark devourer. At the moment the leader was distracted, the liquid-like black vine creatures surged and crashed towards the Elite Light Legion. The Elite Legion, composed of millions of various units radiating strong life waves, was adequately equipped to contend with the four major strongholds, despite the highest-end combat power differences. The protective wall remained steady as the leader, undisturbed, waved his sleeve, releasing a rich white light that shot into the sky. A crisp sound echoed, like metal resonating. At the same time, the light units uniformly raised their shields, and the towering city walls appeared to stand over 100 miles high. The intertwining light formed patterns that, though made of brilliance, looked solid. The black wave crashed against the protective wall, producing a thunderous roar, as if countless massive rocks exploded simultaneously, disturbing the air and creating dozens of whirlwinds. In a critical moment, the protective wall held against the sneak attack of the Dark Devourer. This scene was naturally observed by a certain individual, who thought it was a rare opportunity to witness such a level of Legion combat up close since the time of their crossing. Indeed, Legion warfare is very different from individual combat, devoid of any hint of individualism. Through the keen sensing of the King Worm, Lin Yuan has already realized that this magnificent wall of light is not solely the work of one individual. Instead, at the moment of action, he acted as a coordinating center, mobilizing the forces of the light troops to form this splendid structure that spans hundreds of miles. However, through the process of reconstituting with ethereal energy, Lin Yuan discovered that this seemingly perfect protective wall still hadn't achieved final unity and coordination, resulting in its ultimate power being reduced by at least half. Perhaps the Legion under his command achieved a 90 synchronization rate through relentless training and years of combat. But that final 10 is the crucial threshold that determines the maximum power. Even after being forged through countless trials, achieving complete resonance is still impossible for a human body. Countless pieces of information flowed through Lin Yuan's mind. The great arc of light, at the bow, is indeed a perfect protective wall. Only the bravest warriors, the purest and most devout beliefs, combined with a stroke of luck that occurs once in 10,000 times, can ultimately create such a level of protection. The Light Arbiter, Skaku, gazed at the almost tangible wall of light, filled with pride and satisfaction. Indeed, it couldn't be more perfect. The Light Adjudicator, Alpha Star, expressed agreement, while the Light Goddess watched over the battle, certain of victory. The gaze of the Light Goddess signifies a blessing of fortune, affirming the glory of combat. The morale of the Light Warriors soared, their faces filled with fervor. Even if a cliff lay ahead, they would not hesitate to fill it with their bodies. The Light Goddess is watching us, the Light Warriors shouted as they ascended the protective wall. Behind them, the unarmored Light troops hurriedly carried large, intricately constructed boxes toward the front lines. Like a magic trick, defenses with a diameter exceeding 10 meters and towers with hundreds of launch tubes rapidly took shape. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted. The dark liquid twisted in agony. The black vines ahead evaporated instantly. The Kingworm floated high in the air, and Lin Yuan took in everything. In the battle within the dark world, The pursuit of firepower coverage was no exception for the Light Faith. There were no complex magical formations, no lengthy incantations. Lin Yuan discovered that the attacks from the light troops all featured short preparation times and high frequency. Moreover, their attack range was at least a kilometer away, with few close combat troops. After 3,000 years, humanity has indeed gained rich experience in defense. If they were to attack the main city, a direct assault was clearly not the preferred option. Lin Yuan gained a concrete understanding of human defensive strength. The elite Light Legion clashed with the Dark Devourers for several rounds, with the Dark Devourers retreating step by step, failing to eliminate a single light soldier. The Black Tides surged back, and the Dark Devourers seemed to abandon their attack. However, the elite Light Legion chose not to pursue. They merely reinforced their defenses in place. A 13th-tier city-destroying dark creature? I think this Abyss Devourer is nothing special, Zhao Xiaoqiao scoffed. Cheng Yong helplessly said, the battle between the two sides has just begun. This is merely a probing attack. A 13th-tier city-destroying monster is definitely not that simple. Great. Then we have a good show to watch. Zhao Xiaoqiao became excited again. In the distance, at the end of her line of sight, the continuous mountain range undulated as if it were alive. To Zhao Xiaoqiao's astonishment, millions of sticky masses were spewed onto the ground. The material twisted and coalesced, then was covered by black armor, forming bizarre creatures of various shapes. Some resembled cheetahs. Some took on humanoid forms, while others appeared to be mere weapons. The only commonality among them was the cord-like tubes that still connected them to the Black Mountains. As Cheng Yong had said, the Abyss Devourer was making a comeback. Towering waves surged, and at the same time, over 1 million creatures moved, charging towards the Light Elite Legion. The attacks of the Abyss Devourer were no longer singular, and instantly, the defensive pressure on the protective walls increased sharply. The dark creatures were evolving towards a legion formation. Each dark monster represented a legion. The Silent Ice Prison, Enya, was like this, and so was the Abyss Devourer. The book was rarely accurate in this regard. Lin Yuan had finally validated a point in the book. Soon, the battle between the Light Elite Legion and the Abyss Devourer entered a fever pitch. Waves of energy surged, seemingly aiming to obliterate everything around. Even though the Abyss Devourer's attacks were more ferocious, the light troops remained organized, showing no signs of panic. On the Light Arc, the Light Arbiter, Scaculu, displayed a smile that conveyed complete control over the situation. The 3 million dark derivatives were the upper limit of the adult Abyss Devourer's capabilities. This was entirely within our calculations. The demise of the Abyss Devourer was destined. It's your turn to take the stage, Alpha Star commanded. Understood. The Light Arbiter and the Light Judgment Guards moved simultaneously. The attack intensity of the Light faction instantly increased by 2 levels. Laser beams shot out in all directions, and the crescent-shaped milky light crisscrossed, instantly dispersing 100,000 dark derivatives. Meanwhile, the current death toll of the light troops remained at 0. Roar. The roar of the Abyss Devourer erupted like an explosion from the Earth's core, causing the ground to tremble. Zhao Xiaoqiao widened her eyes, exclaiming, "No, it's not my illusion. The ground is really shaking." Boom. The Earth cracked, resembling the apocalypse, with countless deep chasms opening up on the ground. Boom. Nearby, 3 large mountains exploded. With hundreds of tons of rock thrown into the sky, everything seemed apocalyptic. The air felt as if it was dissipating, and the atmospheric pressure continuously dropped. Cheng Yong said with a serious expression, "The body of the Dark Devourer has moved, with a large number of high-level life forms gathering in the shallow dark area. The dark disturbance has completely been ignited. The erosion in the mid-level dark area is also irreversible. We don't have much preparation time left." Suddenly, Cheng Yong smiled self-deprecatingly. "But all of this is certainly within the plan of the Overseer. Why should I worry about it?" Realizing this, Cheng Yong felt a sudden sense of relief. All plans can be entrusted to the Overseer. My only mission is to destroy all enemies that the Overseer wants me to eliminate. Yan Yi's expression was stern as she said, "The books say that the erosion in the mid-level dark area can easily overturn a main city. At that point, the newly formed dark area will become a battlefield for countless terrifying dark creatures fighting for territory." Zhao Xiaoqiao's eyes lit up instantly. "Does that mean I will have many high-quality genes again? At that time, the Chao Bian clan Stinger Serpent will definitely evolve." The communication among the giant insects was interrupted by a thunderous roar of beasts. The high-pitched calls and earth-shaking roars intertwined, creating a sound that was almost deafening. Troops with poor resistance felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. Suddenly, from the dark mountains, over 1,000,000 dark derivatives spewed forth. The face of the Radiant Arbiter, Skaku, changed dramatically, turning as pale as paper. Another 3,000,000 dark derivatives. How is this possible? Skaku's eyes were filled with disbelief. The same expression appeared on the faces of all the Radiant troops. Accompanied by sharp cries and thunderous roars, the dark mountains suddenly split apart, forming two massive figures. Lin Yuan understood now. These were two Dark Devourers, two 13th-tier, city-destroying dark monsters. What were they doing? Were they mating? What a pity. They would have been excellent subjects for observation. Lin Yuan felt quite regretful, as he was very curious about the mating process of the two Dark Devourers. 3,000,000 dark derivatives were launched near the sanctuary wall. Once formed, they immediately launched an attack. The brilliance of the sanctuary wall quickly dimmed. The double attacks from the two Dark Devourers obviously exceeded its capacity. Fear, panic, and anxiety about the uncertain future surged. Even though these emotions were well concealed by the Radiant troops, Lin Yuan still sensed the explosive negative emotions within them. Everyone knew that with the current Legion configuration, there was a significant chance of killing a single Dark Devourer. However, facing two Dark Devourers, the elite Radiant Legion had no chance of winning. The forces of light are still fighting, but is there any need to persist in a battle that is destined to be lost? The invisible morale is plummeting at a visibly rapid pace. Since it is a fight with no chance of survival, there is no meaning in continuing to fight. Retreat. The commander of Light, Alpha Star, has indeed given the order. Has Lin Yuan's unit not retreated yet? The jumping insects had no intention of hiding and were easily spotted by Alpha Star. Skaku, go warn Lin Yuan again, not to act recklessly. Understood. The commander of Light, Alpha Star, spread his arms wide, and under the cascading holy light, his hair stood on end. The will of judgment is unbreakable. Boom, boom, boom. Huge pillars of light descended from the sky, like gates keeping the dark entities at bay. The elite forces of light, like defeated roosters, retreated in an orderly manner. But the shadow of failure loomed over everyone's faces. At that moment, a sound rang out, and Commander Alpha Star received a letter. SC2 Evolution Zone, Level 9 Evolution City Lord. Lin Yuan, Alpha Star, your forces lack faith, and their resolve is insufficient, which is why you have failed. Due to the effects of the virus, Alphastar's face was expressionless, but his clenched fist revealed his inner turmoil. Commander Alpha Star, Heretic Lin Yuan, your arrogance and ignorance astound me. My warriors have long devoted themselves entirely to the Mother of Light. Their resolve is extraordinary, and their actions embody her faith. In the face of the Dark Devourers, they show no fear. And you? You hide in the shadows, questioning our great warriors of light. SC2 Evolution Zone, Level 9 Evolution City Lord. Lin Yuan, but you have failed. In the face of the Dark Devourers, your warriors' faith wavered, which is why they lost their courage to fight. Commander Alpha Star, nonsense. In the presence of two Dark Devourers, the warriors would only sacrifice themselves in vain. Retreating is the entirely correct choice. Heretics are heretics, completely unreasonable. SC2 Evolution Zone. Level 9 Evolution City Lord, Lin Yuan. The first tenet of the Mother of Light's grace states, darkness, I shall dispel you, even at the cost of my life. You call me a heretic, yet you flee in panic before the darkness? Commander Alpha Star, heretic. You are completely misinterpreting the Mother of Light's grace. I can sacrifice myself to dispel darkness, but that is certainly not a meaningless sacrifice. SC2 Evolution Zone, Level 9 Evolution City Lord, Lin Yuan. Is it truly meaningless? Even if it dispels a little darkness, your sacrifice is worth it. Your troops lack pure faith, so they have not achieved enlightenment and cannot hear the teachings of the Mother of Light. The Grand Arbiter of Light, Alphashta, you heretic. You claim to sacrifice to dispel the darkness, but can you truly do that? Can your troops? Upon seeing Alphashta's response, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile brightly. Evolution Zone, Level 9 Evolution City Lord, Lin Yuan, Grand Arbiter of Light. Take a good look at how true believers with pure faith act. The Grand Arbiter of Light, Alphashta, ridiculous. A mere heretic dares to call themselves a true believer. Although the judgment process and the designation of heresy are questionable, Lin Yuan is ultimately branded as a heretic. Alphashta must adopt an attitude appropriate for dealing with heretics. Suddenly, the Grand Arbiter of Light felt a subtle sense of contradiction. Alphashta could not pinpoint the source of this feeling, but it felt like a tiny thorn stuck in his throat. It wasn't painful, but it caused a slight discomfort. Why does it feel this way? The Grand Arbiter of Light, Alphashta, attempted to find the source of this disharmony. A heretic is supposed to be someone who desecrates the Mother of Light. However, after Lin Yuan was forcibly labeled as a heretic by the High Priest Mu Mingbai, should he really treat him with the attitude reserved for heretics? Thinking this, Alphashta didn't want to descend any further. Like a fish living in water. Even if the water becomes murky, the fish cannot leave. Alphashta came to his senses just as Lin Yuan's message arrived. Evolution Zone, Level 9 Evolution City Lord. Lin Yuan, Grand Arbiter of Light. Let me show you the truest and purest faith. Humph. The Grand Arbiter of Light, Alphashta, snorted coldly. This made the Arbiter of Light, Skaku, turn in surprise. The Grand Arbiter actually expressed emotion in his tone. He had followed the Grand Arbiter for hundreds of years. And this was truly his first time witnessing such a thing. Even the usually silent and robotic Light Judgment Guards were astonished and looked towards Alphashta. The Great Arc of Light dropped anchor. The light-shaped anchor fell and fixed itself in the air. Although the higher-tier troops were full of questions, no one dared to question Alphashta's decision at this moment. The Arbiter of Light and the highest echelons of the Light Judgment Guard gathered at the bow of the Great Arc of Light. Suddenly, their expressions changed. An indescribable, terrifying screech came from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the ground was covered with grotesque insects, an endless sea of bugs. Even with the vision of troops above level 11, they could not see the edge of these insects. The sheer number was astonishing. A newly emerged lord achieving this level is indeed quite remarkable, thought Skaku. However, Alphastar had a different perspective. These are all recognized units by the Mother of Light. Although their appearances are terrifying and hard to comprehend, they are, like the Light Executors, children of the Mother of Light. This is true. But their existence is difficult for ordinary people to accept, and Lin Yuan's territory may never have any population. Skaku agreed. Then he shifted the topic. However, no matter how many 5th-tier units there are, what use are they against the Dark Devourers? They would only provide nourishment to them. The two Dark Devourers are both fully grown, and their merging cannot be stopped. Whether Lin Yuan provides nourishment is no longer significant. Alphastar gazed far ahead, seemingly foreseeing the outcome. Indeed, 5th-tier units cannot even stand before the Dark Devourers. Skaku said that when these creatures approach the Dark Devourers, they will certainly collapse without a fight, with loyalty drastically reduced or even betraying. Alphastar remarked, perhaps this is what Lin Yuan wants to prove to me. Pure faith. In the face of darkness, even losing such a number of 5th-tier units, one must still launch an attack against the overwhelming darkness. In my view, such proof is narrow-minded and foolish. Just then, the gaze of Alphastar, the Light Arbiter, suddenly sharpened. He saw with his own eyes that those creatures entered the dominion of the Dark Devourers without any hesitation. Even their charge speed remained unchanged. How could this be? Skaku's expression froze as if he were frozen himself. No, this is completely wrong. This does not conform to the normal reaction of units. It is too bizarre. Alphastar watched all of this without any change in expression, making it hard for others to detect his emotional fluctuations. Only the flickering light in his eyes indicated that the Arbiter was not as calm as he appeared. SC2 Evolution Zone, 9th Tier Evolution City Lord. Lin Yuan. Do you see it, Light Arbiter? This is the purity of my faith. My units are capable of this. Light Arbiter Alphastar. Is this your reason for sending your units to their deaths? Lin Yuan, perhaps your faith is indeed pure, but in my view, your faith has taken an extreme and misguided path. SC2 Evolution Zone, 9th Tier Evolution City Lord. Lin Yuan. Do you think my units are dying for nothing? Light Arbiter Alphastar, of course. You may not know, but the Dark Devourers are 13th Tier city-level monsters. Your numerous 5th-tier units are merely abundant fodder. SC2 Evolution Zone, 9th Tier Evolution City Lord. Lin Yuan. You do not understand at all. Pure faith can create miracles. Light Arbiter Alphastar. Nonsense. The Mother of Light above, what is this? Skaku suddenly shouted, his voice trembling with excessive shock. All around, the 5-tiered insect soldiers suddenly formed countless cocoons. A rich and vibrant life wave filled the entire space, spreading like a tide. Alphasta's pupils constricted to pinpoints. A new life form? He murmured, his tone filled with uncertainty and deep confusion. Crack, crack, crack. The cocoons burst open, and countless bloated insects appeared before the high-ranking members of the Light Elite Legion. Six-tiered soldiers had directly transformed from five-tiered soldiers into completely different beings. How is this possible? Skarkook shouted in a state of panic. Creating an entirely new life form based on existing life is a privilege only the Mother of Light possesses. Why has the Mother of Light granted such favor to Lin Yuan? Could it be because of his pure faith? Alfasta felt a sense of disorientation. The reality he was witnessing felt intensely surreal. This was the sense of disillusionment brought on by something he had once firmly believed being shattered before his eyes. The chirping of insects rose and fell, and due to their exaggerated numbers, it felt as though the sound enveloped those who heard it. Compared to the short and sharp calls of jumping insects, the sound of poison explosion insects was completely different, a low, irregular, elongated sound. Yet, regardless of the form of the call, the sounds of these strange insects evoked a terrifying nightmare-like whisper. The cries of the poison explosion insects were filled with an indescribable sense of horror, instinctively reminding one of their most feared death scenarios. On the head of a watching king insect, Zhao Xiaoqiao exclaimed, "Hooray! My most revered Lord of the Abyss can easily control billions of jumping insects and effortlessly manage the hatching of billions of poison explosion insects." Her eyes sparkled with admiration. When will I ever reach such a level? Just thinking about that feeling is exhilarating. Yan Yi covered her forehead and said, "Xiaoqiao, after joining the swarm, you've completely unleashed your true nature. Lin Yuan wants us to observe here to help us better understand the swarm and the teachings of the Light God. Not just to watch a show, but it's so spectacular and thrilling." Zhao Xiaoqiao chirped. "Look at Cheng Yong and the others. They're just a step away from writing Lord of the Abyss on their faces." "Great idea." Shifei's eyes lit up. "I feel your idea is very unique. I think I could modify the ethereal patterns on my face to spell out Lord of the Abyss." The other strange insects felt speechless. The billions of poison explosion insects were all one-time use soldiers, resulting in a significant expenditure this time. Yan Yi tried hard to steer them back on the right track. The biomass reserves were increasing, and there was no need to calculate. Despite this, the billion-unit toxic explosion insect requires 250 billion units of crystal ore and 500 units of high-energy gas. As a result, the reserves of high-energy gas and crystal ore are nearly depleted. Yan Yi felt worried. Her mind was filled with thoughts about needing more crystal ore and high-energy gas. Just then, ding! The 9th-level evolution city of the SC2 evolution zone received an anonymous donation of 500 billion units of crystal ore and 500 billion units of high-energy gas. Yan Yi was stunned. What is happening? Resources just falling from the sky? She looked at the other 3 giant insects, who were also in a daze. Could it be the Overseer? If you have any questions for me, I can only answer with 3 words. I don't know. Lin Yuan's voice rang out at just the right moment. When this unexpected surprise arrived, Lin Yuan almost thought he had bound some kind of divine system again. But upon closer inspection, he realized that these resources came from the bright tree. Lin Yuan was too lazy to think about the source of these resources. But the giant insects under him were brainstorming. Such a massive amount could probably only come from the elder-level families in the central holy city, Cheng Yong speculated. Are you saying that the elder-level families in the central holy city are secretly supporting us? Why would they do this? Yan Yi questioned. Their aim is not to support us, but to oppose our enemies, Zhao Qiaoqiao analyzed. Supporting us to attract the attention of the Bright God Church? They have indeed played a good game. Cheng Yong scoffed. Regardless of their intentions, this resource is solid, and we are the ones benefiting, Yan Yi concluded. After the giant insects finished exchanging ideas, the toxic explosion insect, with its short legs, trembled and crawled toward the pitch-black devourer. The toxic explosion insect's legs are only 10 centimeters long, while its body reaches a height of 203 meters. One can imagine how difficult it is for them to climb with such short legs. Each step was shaky and comical. Through their relentless efforts, they finally crawled into the oppressive range of the pitch-black devourer. Roar! The pitch-black devourer sensed the intruder and immediately launched an attack. With the numerous toxic explosion insects, the pitch-black devourer unleashed a wide black wave, attempting to swallow the sea of toxic explosion insects. Meanwhile, the Bright Judgment leader Alfashta and the Bright Arbiter Skikuku remained immersed in the mutation of the jumping insects, unable to extricate themselves. Their reactions were entirely within Lin Yuan's expectations. After all, It was clearly stated in the head scriptures of the Bright God Church that altering life forms is the authority of the Bright Mother God, with a strong dose administered. The high-ranking commanders of the Bright Elite Legion witnessed an even more incredible scene. The crisp sounds echoed across the battlefield. The explosions of the toxic bomb insects always brought an inexplicable sense of pleasure. Their explosions were quite straightforward. Upon hitting a target, they would burst open immediately. In an instant, green acidic liquid erupted like a lavish firework, covering the ground. The black liquid, on the other hand, melted away instantly, as if encountering red-hot iron blocks. The genes of the toxic bomb insects originated from the parasitic intermediates of black vines, naturally countering the dark devourers. This research brought me great satisfaction. Lin Yuan was very happy. Ding, noble Lin Yuan, Lord of the Ninth Evolution City. Greetings. The Bright Tree Network has detected the emergence of a new combat unit that requires a combat power assessment. Assessing the comprehensive combat power of the new combat unit. Assessment completed. The comprehensive combat power is 7th tier. Please name this unit. Note that this name will become the official designation in the Bright Tree Network. Naming successful. The official name of the new combat unit is Queen Bug. Would you like to upload the data of this unit? Confirm. Cancel. Please note. If you want to engage in unit blueprint trading, you must upload the unit data. Cancel. Huh? Lin Yuan was surprised. The logic of the Bright Tree system was indeed unexpected. Although the Queen Bug had weak combat power, its tough exterior and auxiliary functions, which the Bright Tree might not comprehend, made its 7th tier assessment not surprising. However, Lin Yuan suspected that the Bright Tree might lack intelligence altogether, operating more like a computer system. The appearance of the Queen Bug caused the Bright Tree to malfunction, which was why the assessment came so late. The Bright Tree was primitive and suggested it integrate itself into the swarm. Toxic Bomb Insect A. Brothers, I'm about to explode. Toxic Bomb Insect B. What a coincidence. I'm exploding too. Toxic Bomb Insect C. Let's all explode together. Toxic Bomb Insect D. Same explosion, self-detonation is so much fun. Toxic Bomb Insect E. My body is born to explode. The toxic bomb insects charged forward one after another, causing the Dark Devourer to writhe in agony. Its form was visibly shrinking at a rapid pace. What a spectacular sight! Lin Yuan exclaimed. In the game, managing 50 or 60 toxic bomb insects was already quite an achievement. While 50 or 60 might seem like a small number when they rolled together, it was a magnificent sight, enough to trigger a wild release of dopamine in the human body. Especially at the moment when the toxic bomb insects rolled over the planetary fortress. Watching the seemingly indestructible fortress crumble in flames would bring an exhilarating peak of satisfaction. If another 10 or so SCVs were taken out in the process, that would be sheer bliss. The characteristics of the poisonous explosion insects lie in their ability to not only bring joy to themselves, but also to induce a frenzy of dopamine and adrenaline secretion in their opponents. They are truly an excellent troop that benefits both sides. If 50 or 60 of these insects can cause such chaos, what kind of scene would it be if billions of them appeared in the real world, rolling in like a tide? Would the Himalayan mountains collapse? Or would the Pacific Ocean be dried up? Or perhaps the Sahara Desert be submerged? The advancing poisonous explosions carry an overwhelming sense of destruction, and any obstacles in their way would simply turn to dust, regardless of their scale. Lin Yuan could only feel his body trembling with excitement. From the darkness, countless poisonous explosion insects staggered out, rushing towards the Dark Devourer. Green strong acid exploded here and there, creating chaos all around. The Dark Devourer initially attempted to burst the poisonous insects or consume them, but soon realized that it would only end up getting hurt itself, no matter what. The Dark Devourer emitted a painful high-pitched cry, its mountainous body twisting restlessly as if it were a worm burned by fire. The dark entity tried to stop the poisonous insects, but with 6 million of them, it was nothing but a drop in the ocean against billions. Soon, they were obliterated by the explosive force. On the Arc of Light, there was a heavy silence. With great difficulty, Skikuku swallowed hard and murmured, "It's hard to believe these troops. Why are they so fearless? Even the Knights of the Holy Order would retreat in such a situation. After all, sacrifice is meaningless. Why do I see the pure light of faith in these insect troops? Am I going crazy? No, you are not crazy." Alphastar wanted to say this, but obviously, he couldn't voice it. As the Chief of Judgment, he must remain resolute. However, how could he explain everything before him? A heretic could inspire troops to march to their deaths continuously. What could explain this besides pure faith? Perhaps there were other explanations, but Alphastar couldn't fathom it. In his understanding, he could only think of faith as an abstract concept. He took a deep breath and proactively messaged Lin Yuan. Alphastar, enough. Perhaps your faith is strong enough to make your troops fearless, but because of this, you must cherish your troops even more. Even though your troops can inflict damage on the Dark Devourer, you have seen that you are only scratching the surface. That continuous mountain range is its true form. As long as the true form exists, the dark entity can continuously regenerate, and the damage it sustains will quickly recover. Your troops will only sacrifice themselves in vain. Lin Yuan. Alphastar, your understanding of the light has always been so narrow-minded. Let me tell you, in the face of darkness, light never compromises. And the purest faith will surely lead light to triumph over darkness. Crazy, Alphasta could not understand Lin Yuan's line of thought. Does the ultimate purity mean the ultimate madness? Is it because I am not mad enough that I cannot get closer to the Mother of Light? In fact, even Alphasta himself did not realize that he had unconsciously acknowledged Lin Yuan's faith in the Mother of Light. He had already dropped the term heretic when referring to Lin Yuan. As the light judicator fell into self-doubt, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck his mind. No, it is absolutely not like that. The faith of Nai Nai is pure and will never be defeated by Lin Yuan, and he is a good boy, calm, passionate, and resolute. Alphasta's gaze became resolute again. He believed that Lin Yuan must have strayed onto the wrong path. Lin Yuan's faith in the Mother of Light is undeniable. He is like a lost child, and I must guide him back to the right path. First, I will remove the label of heretic from him. As Alphasta's ideas flowed, Skaku beside him felt as if his heart was being continuously struck by a battering ram. O Mother of Light, how many of these insects are there? Skaku could not comprehend. In his previous understanding, the number of these insects would not exceed 100 million. However, in just 3 minutes, 100 million insects had already perished. It was as if these insects were sprouting from the darkness, endless and boundless. The pleasing sound of crackling represented a dual meaning of death, both one's own death and the death of the enemy. The life of the soldiers blossomed and withered, crashing against the enemy with their own flesh and blood. Brutality and devotion intertwined, passion and coldness fused. This scene was inherently captivating. It was not that it had some philosophical significance, but rather that the form itself possessed the quality of touching the soul. This was the sight of self-sacrificing warriors, stirring intense emotions in humans who are uncontrollably driven by instinct. Even though the insects appeared ferocious, this essence still deeply shocked those with inherent emotions. The power of self-realization is always so deeply moving. Alphasta and Skaku stared blankly at the scene before them. After the extreme shock came numbness. They were all numb. Many questions filled their minds. For example, why are there so many of these strange insect soldiers, almost like a dark onslaught? And how could Lin Yuan, a newly born lord, recruit so many soldiers? Recruiting soldiers requires time and proportional soldier buildings, but intelligence reports stated that the buildings in Lin Yuan's territory were quite few. So, how did he accomplish all of this? On the Bright Arc, even the air seemed to be filled with questions. Could it be that Lin Yuan truly wanted to use the power of a newly born lord to eliminate the 2 pitch-black devourers that had left us helpless? Skaku weakly inquired. Although he felt that his question was rather foolish, he still voiced it. Surprisingly, no one present laughed at him or dismissed his inquiry. The city-destroying level monsters, known in history, rolled through the mortal world. To transcend, one only needed to find the toxic explosion worms and crash into them. Faced with billions of toxic explosion worms, the pitch-black devourers were utterly enraged. As a 13th-tier city-destroying monster, how could they have ever endured such humiliation? They were unable to function properly after being rammed by mere 6th-tier creatures. The pitch-black devourers were filled with anger, grievance, and helplessness, continuously screaming. However, the moment the toxic explosion worms appeared, their fate was already sealed. Lin Yuan did not understand why the pitch-black devourers did not flee. He speculated it might be due to an interruption in their mating process. After all, for such massive creatures, that process must take a considerable amount of time. Nevertheless, it no longer mattered. The pitch-black devourers, 13th-tier city-destroying monsters, were rampaging through the mid-tier darkness, invading the vast area of Zhuke City, displaying their arrogance and invincibility. Even the elite army of Alphastar was forced to flee in panic. And now, with their unfinished mating left as regret, the two pitch-black devourers were obliterated into nothingness, becoming the first and second city-destroying monsters ever defeated by pure 6th-tier troops. Their massive bodies, akin to small mountains, were flattened by the toxic explosion worms, leaving behind pools of green slime at the scene. The onlookers on the bright arc stared blankly at everything, unable to utter a word. They longed to say something, but with their limited vocabulary, they could not find an appropriate term to describe the scene. In fact, Skaku felt his throat tighten, and his vocal cords were knotted. He knew that if he spoke, his voice would undoubtedly sound absurd, so he chose to remain silent. Announcement from the vast area of Zhuke City. 9th-tier evolution city Lord Lin Yuan, leading his troops, successfully eliminated two 13th-tier city-destroying monsters, the pitch-black devourers, amidst blood and fire sacrifices. This achievement will be eternally remembered and inscribed in the historical records of the vast area of Zhuke City. The moment the bright tree issued the notification, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A clear chime, like the sound of jade pendants colliding, echoed through the sky. In Zhuke City, two clouds resembling fallen sunsets ignited with the flames of rebirth, transforming into two Zhuke birds. A fiery cloud-patterned list slowly descended from the clouds, and the Zhuke elegantly flapped its wings, soaring around. This list was referred to by the bright tree as the historical records of the vast area of Zhuke City. However, the people of Zhuke City preferred to call it the merit list of Zhuke City. People rushed out of their houses, looking up at the list in the sky. Ordinary individuals did not have the privilege of glory and could only learn the names of those who had achieved great deeds from the list. Ha! It must be the esteemed leader of the Radiant Judgment, Alfashta, who personally led the charge to quell the disaster in the Vermilion Bird City. The leader of the Judgment is truly magnificent. He achieved such remarkable feats upon arriving in Vermilion Bird City. He is indeed the benevolent ruler of our city, genuinely caring for us common folks. Many people knelt on the ground, their fingers spread wide, palms together against their foreheads, engaged in prayers of gratitude. If it weren't for the arrival of the leader of the Radiant Judgment, those two 13th-tier city-destroying monsters would have been unstoppable. After all, the 9 major families are utterly useless. Shoo, keep your voice down, or you'll get into trouble. Besides, there are now only 8 major families. I said what I said. So what? Look around. Everyone is criticizing the 8 families in the streets. If they have the guts, they should just eliminate them all. Long live the Radiant Faith. Only the Radiant Faith can completely save Vermilion Bird City. As long as we believe in the Radiant Faith, our future days will only get better. Recently, they have been suppressing the 8 major families, which is truly satisfying. The leader of the Judgment is mighty. Many people continuously praised the Radiant Faith. In such an atmosphere, many began to waver. Perhaps the Radiant Faith is not as terrible as imagined. They seem to have done nothing wrong to us. The people of the Radiant Faith are quite different from what I had envisioned. Could it be that I was too biased in the past? Since Alfashta has made it onto the merit list of Vermilion Bird City, his contributions to the city are undeniable. Many people found themselves in a state of uncertainty. Alas, how sad. The head of the Li family looked at all of this and sighed deeply. The efforts of the old city lord over 1,000 years, aimed at suppressing the Radiant Faith, are about to vanish. These people have no idea what the control of the Radiant Faith truly means. Li Nai's father displayed a look of sorrow. When the time comes, they will only become faith puppets without their own thoughts. Their descendants will never be able to escape the mark of the Radiant Faith, serving it for generations to come. The most ridiculous part is that these people will think that it is their own thought, their own choice. Fortunately, it wasn't Alfashta who eliminated the Abyssal Devourer. Who exactly is Lin Yuan? It's strange that there is no information about him from 11 years ago. The head of the Li family furrowed his brows tightly, lost in thought. In the sky, the list surrounded by the Vermilion Bird illusion slowly unfurled. People craned their necks, waiting for that already destined name to appear. Alfashta, the great leader of the Radiant Judgment. People held their breath. The first thing to appear was the date. Year 3326 of the Radiant Era, May 25th. Then, the location. In the territory of FA1 Zhou family, the leaderboard gradually unfolds, and the most anticipated name is about to appear. Here it comes, here it comes. The last line of text catches everyone's attention. The Lord of the 9th level evolution city, Lin Yuan, has eliminated two 13th level city-destroying monsters, the Dark Devourers. Boom. Like thunder breaking open, People are left in shock. How could it be Lin Yuan? What about our great leader, the Light Judgment, Al-Fashta? Lin Yuan. Isn't he the heretic? How could this happen? It's incomprehensible, completely incomprehensible. Everyone feels as if their brains are being smashed and stirred wildly. The brilliant fire of the Vermilion Bird accurately records Lin Yuan's achievements. In the year 3326 of the Light Era, on May 25th, in the territory of Fa1 Zhou family, Lin Yuan, the lord of the 9th level evolution city, eliminated 2 13th level city-destroying monsters, the Dark Devourers. In the abruptly halted atmosphere of excitement, a thunderous cheer suddenly erupts from the crowd. Most of the loud cheers come from the elderly. They had followed the old lord on a long journey, many of them nearing the end of their lives. However, at this moment, their faces are glowing, their eyes shining with hope. The repression in their hearts is completely released. Only those who have made extraordinary contributions to Vermilion Bird City can ascend this leaderboard. Indeed, each time it is a significant event that shakes Vermilion Bird City. Every person on the list has become a hero of Vermilion Bird City, a pillar supporting the city's survival in the dark world. Wonderful. Our Vermilion Bird City has finally produced an extraordinary figure again. After the old lord's passing, our city has clearly weakened. And now the emergence of the merit list is like a divine needle stabilizing the city, enough to silence those petty people. Humph, those fence-sitters who only bow to power have recently been flattering the light sect, and I've long wanted to shut them up. What is Al-Fashta? Our Vermilion Bird City doesn't need an outsider to speak for us. Look at our lord, fully capable of combating 13th level city-destroying monsters. The elderly are extremely excited, trembling all over, their faces displaying the expression of having fulfilled their long-held wishes. Old friends, my memory is fading too much. But which era was Lin Yuan the prodigy from? Speaking of which, I don't have much impression, but such a prodigy I can't possibly not remember. So he must be one of our predecessors. I see, truly admirable. We must pay a visit one day. Just then, a young man beside them stutters. Isn't Lin Yuan the lord of the evolution city, the latest generation of newborn lords? And he is also the heretic judged by the light sect. The young man suddenly breaks out in cold sweat, realizing he is being burned by fiery gazes. Why do these seemingly kind-looking old men still exude such an oppressive presence? Before the young man could figure it out, he found himself surrounded. What do you say? An old man with gray-white beard asked, articulating each word clearly. The young man even doubted that the flames in the old man's eyes might accidentally ignite his own beard. The young man couldn't find the words. Huh. Newly risen lord, what kind of absurd joke are you making? Heresy, is this true? Haha, one of the heroes of my city. Being labeled as heretics by the Church of Light? How amusing. This is truly amusing. Brothers, let's go and demand an explanation from the Church of Light. As they moved forward, the crowd gradually grew larger. It wasn't just the old man. Many more young people joined the throng. Many young people remained silent. Their expressions remarkably similar, almost 90 alike. This surprised the leading elders. Ha ha ha. I love their expressions, that strong will to overcome all difficulties beneath their calm demeanor. I didn't expect there to be such young people in our city. Great, truly great. They must belong to some youth organization. Their movements, though deliberately concealed, still reveal their strong discipline. To reach this level requires persistent and rigorous training. Rare indeed, truly rare. Ha 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 ha, wonderful, truly wonderful. With the support of the young people, the elders felt invigorated and strode towards the Church of Light. Lin Yuan, who was in the experimental chamber, never imagined that merely fulfilling his responsibilities as a ruler would inexplicably attract a large following. Ding. Lord Lin Yuan of the 9th level evolution city. Merit points 200, 000. 000. Lord Lin Yuan of the 9th level evolution city. Significant contributions to the Phoenix City region, rewarded with an 11th level King class unit, Flawless Crystal Manipulator, and an 11th level special building, Flawless Crystal Tower. The merit points had already reached 5000,650,0012 million, but Lin Yuan had no idea what this actually meant. The rewards were generous, comprising an 11th level King class combination reward. Lin Yuan rested his chin on his right hand, his fingers clicking continuously. Through these days of research and experimentation, Lin Yuan discovered that the genes of all humanoid units were of the same origin as humans, meaning there was no extraction value. Only infection could be performed. As for why not create the units first and then infect them? Anyone with such thoughts should go reflect on their mistakes. Idiot. However, this reward could be auctioned for a high price, and the swarm could supplement vast amounts of crystal mines and high-energy gas. After auctioning the Barbarian Eagle Knight and the Barbarian Eagle Nest combination, Lin Yuan learned a new piece of knowledge: the extreme scarcity of combination auctions. The combination of troop types and special buildings allows these troops to exhibit certain specific abilities while significantly enhancing their loyalty. Accordingly, the price for combined troop types and special buildings is at least 10 times higher than that of individual troop types or special buildings. Moreover, the exorbitance of the prices will increase exponentially with the elevation of the ranks of the combined troop types and special buildings. Lin Yuan, how much can a combination of troop types and special buildings at the 11th rank royal level auction for? Cheng Yong fell silent for a moment, seemingly digesting this shocking news. Cheng Yong, back to the ruler, I do not know. I have never heard of any 11th rank royal level blueprints being auctioned in the Alliance, let alone combinations at that level. Lin Yuan, priceless and unsellable? Cheng Yong, exactly. If this combination appears in the auction system, it would directly ignite the entire Alliance. And those super families hiding in the shadows would be forced out. Very good. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Although he felt it was somewhat hasty, the swarm needed a broader area. Currently, Evolution City could only trade within the vast area of Zhuke City. To conduct transactions across main cities, one must first become a main city themselves. With the dark disturbances having been completely ignited, the mid-level dark zones could trigger large-scale dark tides at any moment. Only main cities of the 10th rank and above possess the light power to resist the mid-level darkness. And Lin Yuan's Evolution City has the capability to be promoted to a main city at any time. The light judgment rift of the Great Arc of Light moved silently through the darkness. Suddenly, this massive vessel burst forth from the shadows. This caused exclamations from Skarku and others. Sunlight poured down, accompanied by light, revealing an endless expanse of light territory. It was the insects. Under the Light Mother. What is this covering the ground? There was no other life force, only this strange lichen and those insects. But this is a territory of light. A sanctuary blessed by the Light Mother. How could it be? The high-ranking light troops were stunned, as what they saw exceeded their comprehension. The self-adaptive expansion of the light territory acknowledged Lin Yuan's contributions. The insects appeared evil and ferocious. Yet the self-adaptive expansion of the light territory served as undeniable proof that Lin Yuan was not an heretic. On the contrary, the Light Church would further commend him and recognize his contributions. Looking at the actions of the Light Church, one would find they cannot directly confront the Light Lords. Entering Zhuke City requires procedural correctness. Even towards the nascent lords in the SC2 evolution area, the Light Church approaches with reason and emotion. With the understanding of the Light Church, they could easily achieve overwhelming strength. So why do they still respect the Light Lords? The reason lies in the fact that the Church of Light is established based on the Tree of Light. If they violate the Tree of Light, the system of the Church will automatically collapse. It was only after Lin Yuan was deemed a heretic that the Church took action against him. So, why was Lin Yuan recognized as a heretic? Although everyone was filled with doubts, no one spoke up. After all, Lin Yuan's heresy trial was personally conducted by the Archbishop. Over the years, they have learned to turn a blind eye to many things. Otherwise, how could they maintain their place on the Great Arc of Light? It turns out that their faith is not pure. Do they truly fight wholeheartedly for the Mother of Light? Or is it merely to satisfy their own desires? Under the influence of power, they are even unaware of betraying their original intentions. The High Arbiter's gaze flickered, his mind racing. He originally thought these people's faith was pure and noble, but now, Lin Yuan's words and the images of those insects self-destructing seemed to take root in his mind, refusing to dissipate. In comparison, even his own faith appeared so dim. What puzzled the High Arbiter even more was why his subordinates seemed so indifferent to all of this. When Alpha Star returned to the city, the Church of Light was already filled with an angry crowd. Lin Yuan was proven to be a hero of the city. Lin Yuan is not a heretic. The Church has abused its power of judgment. We must vindicate Lin Yuan. Restore the rightful order of our city. Besides the mixed crowd of old and young outside the church doors, there were many people expressing disappointment. When they saw Alpha Star, although their expressions were respectful, their eyes showed clear disdain and contempt. Was it because he had not met their expectations, causing them to lose face, that they cast such looks at him just to vent their emotions? Although he had not completed the extermination of the Dark Devourer, he had done his utmost. Initially, Alpha Star was filled with faith, facing these people who had long been calm. The Mother of Light is compassionate to all beings, forgiving the ignorant and guiding their paths. However, Lin Yuan's actions had created a slight crack in his beliefs. Now, this slight crack was gradually widening. In a daze, Alpha Star even found the faces of those on the periphery to be ugly, while the originally hideous insects now appeared somewhat endearing. He couldn't help but imagine Lin Yuan. With such pure faith, how would he respond if he saw those people showing such expressions towards his self-sacrificing insects? Vindicate Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan is not a heretic. The church cannot judge the hero of our city. For the sake of fairness and justice, the church must apologize to Lin Yuan. The voices of the churchgoers rang out in unison. Alpha Star regained his composure, stretched out his hands to calm everyone down, and said, "Don't worry. I have personally confirmed that Lin Yuan is definitely not a heretic." What? Skaka stumbled and nearly fell. Although he had witnessed Lin Yuan's pure faith firsthand, Lin Yuan's heretic status had been personally judged by the Archbishop. For Alpha Star to say this was equivalent to publicly slapping the Archbishop's face, right? The Chief Justice couldn't have lost his mind, could he? He used to be more rational than this. Lin Yuan, while very special, had nothing to do with me, right? To offend the Archbishop for an unrelated lord? The Chief Justice must have a problem with his head. Skaka was at a loss for words to describe this bizarre event, and he suspected that the Chief Justice might be losing his sanity. Even the light judgment guards exchanged puzzled glances. An old soldier stepped forward and asked, "Chief Justice of Light, is this true?" Of course, Alpha Star nodded affirmatively. "All right, I believe the Chief Justice of Light wouldn't make baseless claims." The old soldier hadn't expected Alpha Star to be so reasonable. "Old mates, let's head back and wait for good news from the Chief Justice of Light." "Hey, young ones, wait a moment." The old soldier hurriedly followed after the special young ones as they dispersed. Alpha Star returned to the Light Church and carefully organized the relevant materials that proved Lin Yuan was not a heretic, then submitted them to his direct superior, Archbishop Mu Ming. In the SC2 evolution zone, the swarm had reclaimed the super giant golden crystal mine, essentially establishing a source of continuous flow. The Chungyong clan, Yuan Wang clan, and Xiaobian clan each expanded outward. For humans, even if they obtained the adaptive expansion rights of the Light Territory, it was still a daunting task to expand the territory. They had to be on guard against the attacks from dark creatures, constructing walls step by step. The multi-layered wall construction pattern of high-level territories was formed in this way. However, merely building walls was far from sufficient. Within the area, there must also be enough buildings and population for the Light Tree to recognize this area as part of your Light Territory. This shows how difficult the expansion of the Light Territory is. However, for the swarm, the expansion of the Light Territory was much simpler. With a pop, the queen relaxed and stretched comfortably after pulling down the fungal blanket tumor. The fungal blanket spread autonomously until it reached the limits of connection. This fungal blanket had building-like functions, but it was a living organism. It was unclear how the Light Tree determined this, but wherever the fungal blanket covered, it was considered part of the evolutionary city's Light Territory. Lin Yuan believed that this must have triggered a bug in the Light Tree's recognition system. Thanks to the convenience of the mycelium blanket, the territory of the evolution city is expanding rapidly. During this time, reports of mutations in nearby areas keep coming in from the three clans. A corrosive swamp has suddenly appeared over there. Hail the size of bowls has fallen in a specific area. Unknown weeds are growing wildly on the land, and the original hills have suddenly transformed into lakes. With many electric eels appearing, various strange phenomena are unfolding under the dark disturbances. Faced with such bizarre weather, humanity is bound to suffer greatly. However, the pests that come and go with the wind see these environments as trivial compared to space. Remarkably, the swarm is entering a period of development. Lin Yuan felt like he had forgotten something and rubbed his hair. Never mind, since he couldn't remember, it must not be important. The genes of the Dark Devourer looked very interesting and had great research value. SC1 Nirvana region, Lord of the 9th tier Phoenix City, Gong Xiumin. Honorable Lord Lin Yuan. I sincerely apologize. Due to a sudden outbreak of numerous disaster events in our region, we regrettably have to postpone the previously scheduled meeting. Your broad-mindedness in not urging me is truly humbling. So there was a meeting. I almost forgot. Indeed, the things nearly forgotten are usually trivial matters. Reality validated Lin Yuan's hypothesis, and the process of this validation made him somewhat pleased. SC2 Evolution Region, Lord of the 9th Tier Evolution City. Lin Yuan. No need to be anxious. When will you come for the meeting? Gong Xiumin. We can set off at any time. To show our sincerity, we will only send a 100-person team for escort, and only one person will meet with you during the meeting. Lin Yuan. All right, you can head to coordinates 23432, 43643, and I will send a transport unit to pick you up. Gong Xiumin. Transport unit. Lin Yuan. My transport type troops. Gong Xiumin. Okay. Fortunately, Lin Yuan did not hold a grudge. He had surprisingly made it onto the merit list of the Vermilion Bird City. Many exceptional individuals would spend their entire lives unable to achieve such remarkable feats, yet it was accomplished by a newly born lord. Gong Xiumin's eyes sparkled with a strange light. No wonder he was chosen by the Vermilion Bird Spirit. Only such an incomprehensible prodigy could fulfill the wishes of the former lord. Gong Xiumin let out a breath and looked at the woman in front of her. Although they had grown up together, just seeing this stunning figure made Gong Xiumin momentarily lost. Was this the flawless moonlight under the starry sky, or the most enchanting star in the deep blue night? Gong Xiumin couldn't describe that beauty, and this was merely the silhouette of the woman in front of her. The specially dressed princess had a charm that no man could resist. Gong Xiumin was certain that to earn His Highness's smile, most men in the world would give everything. Taking a deep breath, she respectfully said, "Your Highness, let's go. The coordinates given by Lin Yuan aren't far." The girl responded, and then turned her head to look at Gong Xiumin, her lips parting. However, Gong Xiumin could no longer hear what she was saying, only feeling that the girl's glass-like crimson eyes radiated brilliant starlight, gathering all the beauty in the world. 3 hours later, the girl with crimson eyes stood dazed on the peak of the mountain. She had 1,000 words to say, but didn't know where to start. Although she was prepared, being in close proximity to these creatures was indeed overwhelming. Watching the large-clawed insects float around, the girl managed to steady her heart. Although these insects completely ignored her presence, she still felt a chill running down her spine. Moreover, the volcanic area known as the Eye of Hell was covered by some gigantic life form. These insects were likely collecting high-energy gas, but was it really so easy to gather high-energy gas? Lin Yuan's territory of light had seamlessly expanded to this place. Yet she saw no signs of any evolutionary city or population. How did he achieve this? Every night, the girl with crimson eyes strained to imagine Lin Yuan's strength, his extraordinary nature, and his uniqueness. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not fathom that he had reached such heights. Everything she saw before her exceeded her imagination, challenging her capacity to comprehend. "Xiumin, tell Lin Yuan that we have arrived." The girl with crimson eyes finally managed to calm her emotions. Oh, okay, I'll contact him right away. Gong Xiumin shivered, finally snapping out of her daze. After she sent the message, a massive shadow loomed over them. The girl with crimson eyes looked up and instinctively narrowed her pupils. A colossal body standing 40 meters tall swayed its tentacles like a sea monster, and its eyes emitted a light that seemed to gaze from the abyss. What kind of terrifying creature was this? What level of combat power did it possess? Was it an 11th tier monarch level, or a 12th tier hero level, or perhaps a 13th tier city destroyer level? Lin Yuan must have played a significant role in the battle against the Dark Devourer. "Your Highness," Lin Yuan said, "that is the King Insect here to receive us." Gong Xiumin swallowed hard. The imposing name of the King Insect was indeed fitting. The girl with crimson eyes calmly stated, "My father once told me that as a commander, one must remain composed at all times. Only then can one become the backbone of everyone, the pillar of support." From childhood to adulthood, she had always held herself to this standard. No matter how much she cried inside, she would never expose her vulnerable side to others. The oppressive atmosphere seemed to be swept away by an invisible hand. The 100-strong guard stood tall, facing the king bug. Truly, the young master is exceptional, a natural talent since childhood. Gong Xiumin was filled with admiration. With a deep roar, the king bug lowered its altitude, its shell emitting a faint glow. Everyone felt a mysterious energy enveloping them, and then they rose into the sky, entering the open shell of the colossal creature. Through the transparent exterior, they saw the king bug rapidly ascending, while the massive hellish volcano continually shrank. That is, the crimson-eyed girl widened her eyes. She was astonished to discover that extending beyond the horizon was all of Lin Yuan's bright territory. And on that land shimmering with mysterious purple light, countless bugs were swarming. Their numbers were incalculable. In the so-called alliance meeting, the inflatable-shelled king bug flew supersonically in the sky. The crimson-eyed girl and her companions saw a remarkably consistent view. The ground was covered in a similar dark hue, and upon this deep black surface were countless menacing magical bugs. These bugs were Lin Yuan's troops. The sheer number was truly despairing. This was indeed a special kind of troop Lin Yuan used to eliminate volcanic demons. Soon, the 100-strong guard noticed many strange aspects. Were they just left out here without any management? What if these bugs rebelled? Where would the food come from to sustain such a vast number of troops? The consumption of food would be astronomical. Gasps of astonishment echoed as the group searched for reasonable explanations for the various anomalies. The crimson-eyed girl's guard was composed of seasoned warriors, resolute in spirit, yet at this moment, their expressions were quite complex. Shock, doubt, and unease swirled together like a chaotic stew of emotions. Although it was a common tactic in alliance negotiations, Lin Yuan's show of strength was indeed very effective. When one possesses absolute power, merely demonstrating that power can dismantle the opponent's psychological defenses. Gong Xiaomin's smile was somewhat bitter. Meanwhile, the crimson-eyed girl remained remarkably calm. Stay composed. I acknowledge that Lin Yuan's troop numbers are unexpected, but we are well prepared with multiple strategies. The initiative in negotiations is in our hands. Lin Yuan's intimidation may be surprising, but it ends there. The crimson-eyed girl stood tall, her long legs like jade pillars. Her confidence of victory inspired those accompanying her, and soon everyone calmed down. Oh, trying to maintain composure forcibly? Interesting. Lin Yuan naturally observed the crimson-eyed girl and her group through the ethereal energy. The sensory appendages of the king bug could gather information, including human emotions. The girl with crimson eyes had intense fluctuations in her thoughts, far from the calm she appeared to have on the surface. There were many methods at play. What exactly were they? Lin Yuan expressed considerable curiosity. The ethereal energy flowed endlessly, already liquefied around Lin Yuan. This substantial ethereal energy distorted the light, making Lin Yuan appear like a reflection in water, shimmering with ripples. Now, the ethereal energy in Lin Yuan's eyes no longer dissipated, but formed a transparent dark ring. If breaking through the previous gate of judgment required Lin Yuan to gather strength, now it was merely a matter of casually lifting a hand. Lin Yuan felt that the growth of ethereal energy was absurdly rapid, almost unreasonable. Fortunately, the system that allowed for unlimited ethereal energy capacity was well thought out, ensuring that good deeds went unrecognized. It seemed to be a mature system tested by practice, completely different from those flashy entities that clung to their hosts. These individuals have quite good ethereal potential, especially the leading girl. From a human aesthetic perspective, I have never seen such an extraordinarily beautiful existence. What exactly is beauty? Harmonious and exquisite features, a perfect face shape, a body in golden ratio. In fact, when beauty reaches a certain level, it boils down to temperament and the unique spirit one possesses. Undoubtedly, the innocent yet alluring face of the crimson-eyed girl forms a perfect contrast with her noble temperament, akin to laurel. It's said that while one can paint a surface, capturing the essence is much harder. Lin Yuan could probably create a female human with an appearance identical to that of the crimson-eyed girl. But capturing the unique temperament formed through the passage of time would be a challenge. It can only be said that beneath the beauty, there are many who are merely good-looking, yet those with true charisma are extremely rare. The crimson-eyed girl and her companions were unaware that their every move was completely under Lin Yuan's surveillance. The royal insect landed steadily, and the 100-member escort team stepped out first, while the crimson-eyed girl stepped onto the fungal carpet like the moon rising over the eastern hill. Your Highness, according to the terms of the alliance, it will depend on you from now on, Gong Xiaomin said solemnly. There's no need to worry. It's just a meeting of allies. The crimson-eyed girl replied, her expression confident and assured. Your Highness, no matter what happens, we will always be ready to give our lives for you. Gong Xiaomin declared resolutely. Xiaomin, relax, the crimson-eyed girl smiled. Thump, thump, thump. The heartbeat quickened, faster and faster. In an instant, Gong Xiaomin felt as if the colors of the world had dimmed, leaving only the sacred hue of the girl before her. Extreme beauty was akin to a mental assault. As long as the princess merely beckoned with her finger, those men would fight fiercely for her. Even the Lord of Light would not hesitate to sacrifice his territory. If the princess were to suffer even the slightest harm, those men would go mad. The beauty of the princess was simply too overwhelming. Lin Yuan was merely a target within reach. Gong Xiumin confirmed once again that any man would be utterly unable to resist the princess's charm. However, what followed was deeper self-blame. Such a beautiful figure should have been as unreachable as the bright moon in the sky, yet now had to rely on her appearance to increase the bargaining chips for the alliance. Gong Xiumin felt her heart twist in pain. "Your Highness, it's our inadequacy that has led you to this." Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by the red-eyed girl. "My father said that if I choose the path of change, I must face unimaginable hardships and obstacles. Therefore, I must use every advantage I have. So, please forgive my stubbornness." After the red-eyed girl finished speaking, she boldly walked toward the insect hive. At that moment, a hoarse resonance echoed like overlapping sounds. In an instant, Gong Xiumin and the others felt the cold claws of death gripping their throats tightly. That must be the voice coming from the depths of a nightmare. The genes within Gong Xiumin trembled. Her hand instantly pressed against her weapon, her body slightly hunched, entering a state of readiness for battle. The red-eyed girl paused for a moment, and then continued walking forward as if nothing had happened. Her courage helped Gong Xiumin and the others break free from the cold grip of fear. They gasped for breath. What kind of creature made that sound? Their questions were soon answered. Hundreds of stinging snakes emerged from behind the hive and soon stood before the red-eyed girl. The classic emblematic unit of the swarm was neither leap bugs, nor the queen, nor mutated cockroaches, but the stinging snakes, which everyone acknowledged. Why? The answer was simple. Whether in appearance, the powerful branches of mutation, or their ferocity, the stinging snakes completely matched all people's imaginations of the swarm. At the moment the stinging snakes appeared, Gong Xiumin and the others turned pale as paper. Their hands instinctively gripping their weapons trembled slightly. These stinging snakes were indeed terrifying and fierce, but in their perception, their strength did not exceed that of an 8th-tier unit. Yet, why did they have the instinct that if they took action, they would certainly face death? Cold sweat continuously broke out on their foreheads, and Gong Xiumin and the others felt they could hardly move. "Humph," the red-eyed girl snorted. "Lord Lin Yuan, you should be able to hear me, right? We came with sincerity, and is this how you treat your guests? Bullying a weak woman like me repeatedly, does that give you a sense of accomplishment?" Suddenly, Lin Yuan's voice echoed. "Don't get me wrong. These stinging snakes are just here to welcome you. Although they look fierce, they are actually gentle and won't harm you. You're just overreacting. Please follow the stinging snakes. I will wait for you ahead." The red-eyed girl was momentarily taken aback, her eyes deep as water. "So this insect unit is called stinging snakes, huh? Good. I've gathered useful information." Originally intending to take the initiative before the negotiation, I didn't expect to be countered by him and ended up at a disadvantage. Suddenly, the girl with red eyes sensed something was off. Wait, why didn't he immediately apologize and reflect on my actions? He must not have seen my expression. After all, my father once said that in this world, no matter what I do, I will always be forgiven by men. The facts have proven this point as well. Though I grew up in a relatively closed environment, countless details have proven my appearance. This is the confidence of the girl with red eyes, and the source of that confidence is the undeniable truth. The girl with red eyes, full of confidence, maintained a perfect posture and, guided by the serpent, finally arrived before the nest of the alien insect leader. Sunlight streamed through the top of the nest, and from this angle, the towering 100-meter structure seemed to sink into a sinister shadow. "Welcome to the Evolution City." He appeared before the girl with red eyes, asking, "I still don't know your name?" The girl was stunned. He exuded the rational aura of a researcher. But that was not the reason for her astonishment. What truly surprised her was his calm question. Besides her father, no other male had ever maintained such composure in front of her. The girl with red eyes stared into his eyes, trying to find even the slightest hint of pretense. Yet she failed. His gaze was incredibly indifferent, as if the enchanting figure before him was not a captivating beauty, but merely a small stone by the roadside. A single dog, or some other inconspicuous object. How could this be? The girl with red eyes was taken aback. He smiled kindly and said, "What's wrong? Are you unwilling to tell me your name? That is quite impolite." Aye. My name is Yinji." The girl with red eyes appeared somewhat flustered. The plan she had set was facing unexpected hurdles right from the start. Her lightly armored body was restlessly twisting. "Yinji, a rare surname. Is the former city lord of Zhuke City your father?" He had completely taken control of the situation. In fact, whether it was a show of strength or negotiation tactics, He didn't need to resort to such small tricks. He was the ruler, and the existence of the insect swarm naturally endowed him with supreme authority. Would a ruler really go to great lengths for a human woman? Certainly, but the purpose behind such efforts is thought-provoking. Because he was the ruler, he would use all available means for the smooth development of the insect swarm. This is why he was here to negotiate with Yanji. He is my father. A look of sadness appeared in Yanji's eyes. This sadness was enough for a powerful figure to burn down a city to resolve. He seemed completely unaffected and continued. The former city lord is someone I greatly admire, but I've never heard of him having a daughter. Yanji was stunned. Watching Lin Yuan, whose expression and tone showed no change, she finally came to a conclusion. This lord is definitely not a man. With this thought, Yanji felt relieved and regained her composure. She slightly parted her lips, smooth as jade, and said, "My mother has been well protected by my father, never allowed to show herself in public, and my existence is even less known. Lin Yuan, I came this time for something." "Oh." Lin Yuan smiled. "Is it this thing?" He took out the Zhuke Yaoling, the bird-shaped flames flapping their wings in his hand, as if ready to fly away at any moment. Zhuke Yaoling, the key to unlock the 15th level resource space of the Bright Tree Zhuke, bound to the evolution of the Bright Tree. Yanji's pupils contracted, her breath quickening, exhaling like orchids. "Lin Yuan, do you know why the Zhuke Yaoling chose you?" Listening attentively, Lin Yuan chuckled, "But let's sit down and talk for now." He slightly raised his hand, and 2 worker bees floated over. "Just sit on them. Don't worry, it won't be bumpy." "Gulu, gaga," the worker bees buzzed, seemingly affirming Lin Yuan's words. Yanji was momentarily speechless. However, when she sat on the worker bees, she unexpectedly found it quite comfortable. Originally, Lin Yuan wanted to create a table and chairs with the fungal blanket, but he discovered that due to the properties of the blanket, he couldn't make it rise into shape, so he had to call over the 2 worker bees as cushions. "Worker bees, we need to work, we need to mine. We need to collect high-energy gas, we don't want to be cushions." Adjusting her position, Yanji made herself sit more comfortably. "To gain the automatic recognition of the Zhuke Yaoling, 2 conditions set by my father must be met. First, the new lord must pass the dark impact of an F-level territory. The second condition is that he must die. Historically, there has never been a record of an F-level territory being maintained. I never expected you to truly accomplish this." Yanji's eyes were filled with admiration. This was yet another attempt. After all men like to be admired by women. When this woman is a rare beauty, such admiration becomes the strongest hallucinogenic hormone. The next moment, Yanji realized she had failed decisively, without any suspense. Lin Yuan remained unmoved, merely asking, "So, Elder City Lord Yan, what is the reason for setting these 2 conditions? What use is the Zhuke Yaoling in my hands?" The ultimate backup plan was revealed, the opportunity to seize the initiative. Despite the failure of her beauty strategy, as long as Lin Yuan heard about what the Zhuke Yaoling involved, he could not help but be tempted. Then, she could completely grasp the initiative. Yanji's eyes sparkled, like the moonlight spilling forth. As you can see, the Zhuke Yaoling is the key to unlocking the resource space of Zhuke City. In the resource warehouse of the Vermilion Bird City, there is an immense accumulation of resources built up over 1,000 years. However, compared to a certain item inside, this vast amount of resources is insignificant. "Oh, what is that item?" Lin Yuan smiled gently, like a friendly older brother. Yanji beamed with a victorious smile, saying, "That is the secret to immortality." "Oh." Lin Yuan's expression was filled with disappointment. Oh my." The crimson-eyed girl raised her voice, unable to believe or accept it. She stood up, her onion-like fingers trembling as she pointed at Lin Yuan. "That is immortality. Do you know how to write the 2 characters for immortality and what they represent? How can you be so indifferent?" Yanji was extremely agitated, her perfect figure trembling, like waves of snowflakes rising and falling. "Lin Yuan, if this is your depth of character, then I admire you." Yanji seemed to be on the verge of breaking down, looking helpless as if abandoned. Women are truly born actors, unable to distinguish between half-truths and half-lies. No wonder they can deceive honest and earnest men so easily. Lin Yuan sneered inwardly. Up in the sky floated the king insects, while the ground was covered in a blanket of fungi. Yanji had no idea that all her pretenses had already been torn away, completely exposed before Lin Yuan. Immortality? How much crystal, or could that possibly be worth? Besides, I am already immortal now. Immortality? I'm quite interested, Lin Yuan replied dismissively. So what exactly do you want me to do? I want you to help me reclaim Vermilion Bird City and initiate a transformation for all humanity, to fulfill my father's dying wish. Yin Ji wanted to say this, but Lin Yuan's indifferent demeanor made her realize she was completely at a disadvantage in this negotiation. Her appearance had no effect on him at all. Unintentionally, Yin Ji became curious about Lin Yuan. What kind of man is he? Is it really possible for someone to show no interest in immortality at all? Impossible. No human could resist the temptation of immortality. Over the past 3,000 years of the Age of Light, how many magnificent domains have fallen in pursuit of immortality? Lin Yuan, as a newly appointed lord, rose to the achievement list of Vermilion Bird City. Surely a man like him would be greedy for eternal power? Does he have no ambition? Therefore, it absolutely cannot be true. Yin Ji solidified her thoughts. The imposing figure of her father appeared before her eyes, and Yin Ji calmed herself, staring directly at Lin Yuan as she said, "The Vermilion Bird Spirit is the key, but only I can unlock the resource space of Vermilion Bird City. I am willing to ally with you, help you obtain the secret of immortality, and allow you to gain the 1,000-year accumulation of Vermilion Bird City. In return, you must help me reclaim Vermilion Bird City and support me in rising to power." Lin Yuan smiled lightly and said, "So this is your true intention. However, I have no interest in the resource warehouse of Vermilion Bird City. Although we share a common enemy, I have never accepted alliances. Therefore, I refuse." It hit her like a thunderbolt, and an electric shock coursed through her body, leaving her completely stunned. She had thought her first attempt at seduction would be effective, but it turned out to be a complete failure. Even the secret of immortality could not sway the man before her. The two cards she believed to be foolproof had proven utterly ineffective, and now she had been rejected. By a man, no less. How regrettable. She had initially hoped to form an alliance in a gentle manner. "Lin Yuan, I must tell you something." The rejected figure slowly stood up. "In fact, your will is of no importance. Regardless, you must agree to my terms. Do you know why I dared to come here alone? Because I am strong. Much stronger than you can imagine." The flame patterns engraved on her light armor emitted a glow, and it seemed as if a light flame ignited around her, dancing gracefully like a butterfly. A massive pressure enveloped the area, and the elegant flames instantly scorched the surrounding air into a vacuum. Powerful, graceful, beautiful, and deadly. At this moment, she truly embodied the Fire Maiden. Nearby, I, as a powerful entity, could wield authority. The figure spoke indifferently, slowly extending her flawless palm. The energy from Lin Yuan's entity radiated a satin-like crimson glow, all of which merged into her light armor. In an instant, her hair ornaments scattered, her dark hair rising like waves in the night. The red energy danced around her, amplifying her pressure as if a true phoenix was awakening. At this moment, she resembled the goddess people envisioned. Yet the goddess spoke cruel words. "Lin Yuan, rest assured, being chosen by the phoenix, I will not kill you. I will only make you feel pain. I hope you will obey me soon, lest the suffering becomes long and endless." In the next moment, her eyes widened in shock. Lin Yuan's fist had already struck her abdomen. At that moment, he seemed to be submerged in liquid, unable to discern the true form amidst the layers. As if the wind blew out a candle, the flames on her body flickered backward, scattering into the air before fading away. "This is your power, isn't it, Yin Ji?" Lin Yuan withdrew his fist. Previously, the swarm had absorbed many perfectly infected humans, and their combat skills would be fully integrated into Lin Yuan. Even though he had not undergone any actual training, he had experienced countless battles. How could it be possible? Yin Ji's body arched like a boiled shrimp. She coughed uncontrollably, unable to suppress her retching as she knelt on the ground, the flawless beauty in distress. In order to study freedom, one must be prepared to endure suffering before striking at others. Lin Yuan said calmly, "I hope you will obediently submit to me soon, lest the suffering become long and endless." The Crimson Girl felt as if her insides were in chaos. Supporting herself with her hands, she stood up unsteadily, relying on her strong will. "Not bad, not bad," Lin Yuan said, his eyes filled with appreciation and interest. For some reason, a strange feeling arose in Yin Ji's heart. Lin Yuan's gaze made her uncomfortable. Unconsciously, her inner anger and resentment were overshadowed by this awkward sensation. "Don't think you've won." She stubbornly lifted her head, her glass-like crimson pupils filled with defiance. "Vermilion Bird Spirit, transform." The energy form resembling a vermilion bird flapped its wings again, and a torrent of crimson energy erupted like a river breaking through a dam. Lin Yuan helplessly remarked, "Are you out of your mind? Just because negotiations failed, you want to draw your sword against me? Isn't that just giving me a reason to hit you?" Yanji immediately lost her composure and shouted, "Why are you so indifferent to me? How can you ignore the temptation of immortality? Do you even know the kind of mission you bear?" The red-eyed girl grew more agitated with each word. "So many people are suffering now. Can you just watch them sink under the ideological control of the Church of Light? Humanity is trapped in darkness and needs change, and as the destined reformer, why won't you accept your mission with peace of mind?" "Oh," Lin Yuan shrugged, understanding. "You're just a princess suffering from self-importance. You think because you look good, the world should revolve around you, and I should accept this inexplicable destiny of reform?" Yanji took a deep breath, realizing that further discussion was futile. "Now, I will get serious. On the path of great reform, one must have the resolve to use all means to achieve their goals." Her light armor seemed to come alive, vibrant life energy rising as the armor gradually took on a liquid state. Crimson energy spun endlessly, blooming like a lotus, making it hard to distinguish whether it was a flame lotus or a lotus flame. A wave of heat rolled out, making the area near the main nest look like it was filtered through a montage effect. Yanji's combat power skyrocketed, leaving Lin Yuan amazed. "Wait." Lin Yuan raised his hand. Are you scared?" Yanji maintained a stoic expression. "Even if you beg me, I want to go easy on you." "Not at all. I just wanted to ask if you were using your full strength this time. If not, I can wait a little longer." Lin Yuan's nonchalant attitude completely enraged Yanji. "Don't be so arrogant. I hope you want to kneel and beg for mercy, so I can hit you a few more times." With a flicker, Yanji vanished from her spot. Time slipped away quietly, and in the next instant cough, cough, cough. The flawless girl knelt on the ground, unable to suppress her dry heaving. With her body arched and the lingering red energy around her, she truly resembled a cooked shrimp. "Ha ha." Lin Yuan retracted his massive fist that was pressed against her abdomen, and seeing her posture made him burst into laughter. Cough, cough, cough. The girl lay on the ground, desperately retching, tears shimmering in her eyes. She couldn't understand why Lin Yuan was so strong. It was a failure, a complete failure of this alliance. She realized that if Lin Yuan had truly wanted to kill her, she would have died countless times by now. He was merely tormenting her, breaking her will. Since Lin Yuan was strong to this extent, why did he agree to the alliance? He must have ulterior motives. The girl did not give up and kept thinking. What could it be that he wanted? It must be related to me, but it's neither beauty nor power. What could it be? Think quickly. As long as I can understand Lin Yuan's ultimate goal, I can take the initiative. Just as she was desperately pondering, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly rang in her ears. "Although you have many flaws, you still have quite a few strengths. In a desperate situation, your effort to find a way out is commendable." The girl was startled. What is this? Mind reading, or just psychological warfare? In any case, being seen through by Lin Yuan made her involuntarily panic. TSK, TSK, TSK. Lin Yuan, you really are ruthless. How could you target such a lovely girl? You must be quite the scoundrel. The wind howled as Zhao Xiaoqiao jumped down from the giant insect, with Yan Yi following closely behind her. "Come here, sister will protect you from harm." Zhao Xiaoqiao helped the girl up, while Yan Yi gently patted her back. "You are Yan Yi, and also Zhao Xiaoqiao." The girl's eyes widened in surprise. The tall, perfectly curved figure, with powerful lines and an innate strong aura, resembled a queen seated on a throne, commanding millions to die for her. The striking appearance of these two sisters overlapped with the faces in her memory, filling her head with countless questions. "You know us?" Yan Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao exchanged secret glances. "Yes, I remember the names and appearances of the top 1,000 new lords of your generation. But now it seems that only the three of you are needed?" As the girl slightly struggled, Yan Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao released her. The two sisters didn't need to play the role of the good cop. This time, I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. Although the girl's face was still somewhat pale, she had regained her composure. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "You are quite honest. A strong person is not one who is always undefeated. It is the willingness to accept failure that defines true strength." Yanjia shot Lin Yuan a displeased glance. "Do you remember when you were assigned to the F-level territory, and Yi was willing to offer her bright territory in exchange for your promise?" "Yes." Yanjia's demeanor made Lin Yuan's gaze become eager. Why was he willing to indulge Yanjia in this alliance game, akin to child's play. Lin Yuan's intentions were clear. Although Yin Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao were competent queens, their methods were still too limited due to their upbringing. If a fresh force like Yinjie joined, Lin Yuan would find things much easier. He had yet to explore the core genes of the 13th-tier city-destroying monster, the Dark Devourer. The Dark Devourer had consumed countless dark creatures, harboring a diverse array of genes within. Some of these genes were fragmented, but many remained intact. Those two dark monsters were essentially miniature gene banks that Lin Yuan could study for an extended period. However, the expansion of the swarm could not, and must not, be halted. Thus, the growing demand for expansion of the swarm clashed with Lin Yuan's need to research the genes. The solution to this contradiction was simple: vigorously develop the productivity of the queens. But this was actually quite challenging, primarily because there were two thresholds for queens. The first was potential. To become a queen, one must be an extraordinary XX chromosome bearer. The second threshold was that during the infection process by the alien insect virus, the XX chromosome bearer must not resist mentally. Otherwise, the infection was doomed to fail. For the sake of future ease, I suppose I should endure a bit of hardship now, Lin Yuan sighed. Yinjie looked curiously at the two alien insect queens, seemingly understanding something. She turned to Lin Yuan and said, "This alliance is just a game for you, isn't it? Although I've thought of some things, I still want to ask you. What do you need me to do to help me reclaim Zhuke City?" This was the answer Yinjie wanted most to know. In the history of the Era of Light, there were many cases of wars waged for stunning women, and she was certainly no less than those recorded beauties. However, Lin Yuan showed no interest in her at all. She didn't even sense a hint of desire from him. In Yinjie's mind, men's pursuit of beauty and power was endless. If someone was obsessed with such matters, it was surely because they couldn't have both. Beauty was herself, while power represented the secret to immortality, accompanied by the supreme title of a meritorious figure in Zhuke City, a regional governor, or an equivalent of a prince, along with the millennium accumulation of Zhuke City. Yet Lin Yuan even rejected such power, without even asking what conditions he wanted to propose. This left Yinjie utterly perplexed about what kind of peculiar being Lin Yuan truly was. Are you saying that he has reached the legendary state of being desireless and untroubled? Lin Yuan smiled warmly and said, "Before you hear my conditions, I want to ask you, is recovering Zhuke City really for the so-called human transformation you mentioned?" "Exactly," Yinjie nodded. "Then what does this so-called transformation actually refer to?" Lin Yuan's question struck at the core. At this point, there was nothing left to hide, because I can no longer bear any more. Her once bright and ethereal demeanor dimmed, as if Lin Yuan had effortlessly defeated her, shattering her long-held resolve. Zhao Xiaoqiao seized the opportunity to criticize Lin Yuan. "Humph. You scumbag. You can even target such a cute girl. You're simply inhuman. I looked down on you 3,333 times. Yinjie, I sense that your heart is overwhelmed. You've endured too much for too long, so please feel free to confide in us. We are the best listeners." "Thank you, sisters." Yinjie smiled relievedly. Perhaps Lin Yuan's strength was not a bad thing for her at all. Yinjie decided to lay bare her secrets. "Lin Yuan, sisters, what do you think of the current human world? Is there hope?" Yinjie asked a difficult question. Yi pondered for a moment and said, "To answer this question requires profound experience and a deep understanding of human society, grasping the pulse of the times." Yinjie shook her head. "Sister, you misunderstood. I just want to hear your personal opinion." "Personal opinion? That's much simpler." Zhao Xiaoqiao quickly chimed in. "Although class divisions are severe now, the main city has a rich foundation and strong defenses, and the multiple shallow dark districts it shelters are also quite stable. Humans must constantly endure the encroachment of darkness, but everyone's safety is still guaranteed. Overall, the future of humanity is still filled with hope." Yinjie nodded, non-committal. "What about you, Lin Yuan? What do you think?" Hee. Lin Yuan shrugged. "What do I think? Of course, I see it with my own eyes." Zhao Xiaoqiao, Yin Yi, "Lin Yuan, you are so rude. What if it causes her resistance?" Lin Yuan, "Don't worry, she is already under my control. For someone with a princess complex, she must be dealt with using an iron fist that she cannot resist." Zhao Xiaoqiao, Yin Yi, "You are too violent." Lin Yuan, "What is wrong with you two? Have I been too lenient with you?" Zhao Xiaoqiao, Yin Yi, "We will fully execute your will." Unexpectedly, in response to Lin Yuan's perfunctory answer, Yinjie did not get angry. Instead, it seemed as if she understood something, her gaze fixed intensely on Lin Yuan. I finally understand one thing now, Lin Yuan. It seems you don't care about the fate of humanity at all? Lin Yuan replied indifferently. If humanity itself doesn't care about its overall fate, how could I possibly care? Lin Yuan, you are indeed not human. From Lin Yuan's words, Yin Ji finally confirmed this fact. What felt strange to her was that she had no shock inside. Instead, it felt rather natural. After all, only a non-human existence could achieve such incredible feats. Yin Ji accepted this point calmly. I once heard rumors that you are the embodiment of darkness. But darkness could never gain the recognition of the tree of light. I see now. You are the messenger of the divine, the savior come to rescue humanity. A glow shone on her smooth forehead, and Yin Ji was filled with pride and excitement at discovering the truth. So that is how it is. Everything makes sense now. No wonder the person her father sought had to pass through the F-level territory. This is something only the true messenger of the divine could accomplish. Yin Ji pounded her right fist against her left palm. Yes, indeed, your observation skills are sharp. You are clever and wise, Lin Yuan said with an affirming gaze. Yin Ji's eyes sparkled. Let us return to our previous topic. The reason I want to initiate change is because of my father's request. The human world appears prosperous now, but in reality, a crisis of extinction is brewing in the depths of darkness. Once the deep darkness awakens, it will be the end for humanity. The light of grand ideals flickered in Yin Ji's eyes. There is little time left for humanity, yet humans are currently embroiled in endless internal strife, with factions in disarray. Beyond the Juzhou Alliance, there are neighboring small islands, and to the west, there are the distant Barrow Alliance and the Tricolor Free Federation, along with other forces like the Brahmin Leaders Nation, all stirring restlessly. Even more importantly, the Church of Light is rampant, seeking to turn people into puppets devoid of self-thought, which is absolutely unacceptable. If humanity cannot unite, cannot come together, and cannot attain liberation of thought, then when the dark disaster descends, it will mark the beginning of humanity's destruction. Currently, various major forces are more or less aware of the impending disaster. Yet they only seek to protect themselves and have no intention of uniting. Only change can save humanity. After saying a heap of passionate words, Yin Ji couldn't help but breathe heavily, the scent of laurel filling the air. Lin Yuan was captivated. She had quite the lung capacity and was definitely worth transforming. Lin Yuan. Yin Ji was furious. Here she was, pouring her heart out, and Lin Yuan seemed utterly indifferent. It was simply unbearable. Even the fungal carpet beneath them was more valuable than what you said. Lin Yuan pointed at the carpet. You. Yin Ji was even angrier, sparks flying. Lin Yuan raised his fist and blew on it. In an instant, Yin Ji felt a sharp pain in her soft abdomen, causing her to stop gathering energy. Suddenly, a wave of helplessness surged in her heart. The figure emerged again, wanting to retreat. Lin Yuan looked up at the sky and slowly said, throughout history, there have been many who sacrificed themselves for justice, as well as many who made outstanding contributions to human development. They are indeed very admirable. However, the overall nature of humanity cannot be changed. Yin Ji looked puzzled. Why can't it be changed, and what is the overall nature of humanity? Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously. You should come to understand this on your own. I know. Zhao Xiaoqiao raised her hand, shaking it vigorously. When she saw someone weaker than herself, she instinctively used her strength to intimidate them. When she saw an opportunity for exploitation, she would not hesitate to act. Knowing full well that war only leaves behind pain, how much compassion remains in people's hearts when war breaks out? The nature of humanity itself is belligerent, prone to infighting. Lin Yuan shook his head, finding it too narrow-minded. Rather than exploring what humanity's overall nature is, it would be better to discuss what is something that humanity can never achieve as a whole. Yin Ji's expression turned serious, an instinctive intuition telling her that perhaps Lin Yuan was trying to guide her to ask this question. At this moment, Lin Yuan spoke again. Of course, I will help you reclaim Zhuke City, and I will fully realize your vision of reform, provided that you join us. Join you? Yin Ji hesitated, wondering if that meant to unconditionally become your subordinate. If that's the case, Yin Yi approached Yin Ji, gently placing her hand on her delicate shoulder, saying, Sister Yin Ji, I possess the ability to connect our minds. If you want to know what Lin Yuan means, please do not resist, okay? After pondering for a moment, Yin Ji silently nodded. If it's just a matter of connecting minds, then there's nothing to worry about, right? What I've said is all the truth, without any concealment. My sincerity is complete. If they intend to harm me, there's no need for such elaborate measures. With this thought, Yanji relaxed. The ethereal energy could attack or defend, leaving no trace, arriving in an instant. One could say it was the perfect energy. More importantly, the powerful ethereal energy also had the ability to connect minds. Zhao Xiaoqiao and Yan Yi each took Yanji's hands, enveloping the three of them in dark ethereal energy. Zhao Xiaoqiao's ethereal energy had a hint of crimson, while Yan Yi's was light and abundant. It seemed that the manifestations of ethereal energy differed behind different queens. At this point, my independent research endeavors can finally be worry-free. Lin Yuan felt happiness descending upon him. Time passed, second by second. The soft, ethereal energy danced like snow in the wind, eventually dissipating slowly. No, don't leave me. I don't want to return to such a narrow place. Yanji suddenly opened her eyes, her crimson pupils filled with fear. She was as limp as a noodle, and if it weren't for the two queens supporting her, she would have collapsed onto the ground long ago. At that moment, this stunning girl seemed like a helpless child abandoned by the roadside, trembling all over. Feeling a natural mission within her, she was willing to sacrifice everything for a great ideal. Yanji, with tender affection, stroked her hair, thinking that this child had been too hard on herself since childhood. The daily and nightly rigorous training, enduring the pain of her soul burning to merge with the vermilion bird armor. With her father gone, there were no close relatives left in the world, and she was left to walk a dark path that seemed endless. Zhao Xiaoqiao looked at Yanji with compassion, thinking that if she had to bear such burdens, she would probably have collapsed long ago. No, I beg you, Yanji pleaded. This place is too small. There is such a vast world out there, with so many shared beliefs. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Yanji's expression was numb, her eyes devoid of spirit as tears streamed down her cheeks, continuously pleading for something. Yan Yi sighed in deep empathy, saying, "Once you have experienced the feeling of being part of a whole, you can never go back, can you? This connection and resonance is something that humans cannot resist." Zhao Xiaoqiao nodded, realizing that those noble and shocking flashes of inspiration among humans now seemed so fragile. In the end, they were merely powerless cries trapped in a cage of thought. After connecting with Yanji, Yan Yi felt heartbroken. "Silly child, you say it's for humanity. But humanity does not thank you." Yanji seemed not to hear the words of the two queens, mumbling continuously as clear saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth. "Give it back to me. Give it back to me." Her glass-like crimson pupils trembled. At that moment, Yanji was in a state of total collapse. Transitioning from luxury to frugality was already incredibly difficult, let alone facing such a downward blow. "Come, Yanji, seize the future." Lin Yuan extended his hand. Yanji eagerly broke free from the two insect queens, stumbling toward Lin Yuan, tightly hugging his arm and nuzzling against him. "You too, record this scene. It'll be more fun later," Lin Yuan chuckled. "You bad guy." The two queens exclaimed in unison as Lin Yuan wrapped Yanji in ethereal energy and entered the main nest, in the central holy city of Qilan City. Beneath the grand dome of the bright cathedral, with stained glass windows and the loving statue of the Light Mother, the three sat around a round table. An elderly man in a white robe with golden patterns sat at the head, while two middle-aged men in warrior attire flanked him. Although the three appeared unremarkable, like ordinary elders and middle-aged men, the air in their surroundings was completely still. "Alpha Star has sent me a request to withdraw the heresy trial against Lin Yuan, claiming he is definitely not a heretic." "Ha ha ha, that is indeed quite typical of Alpha Star. We can confirm that the adjudicator in Vermilion City is surely him. Can you stop talking such nonsense? What is the matter? Are you not convinced? If you're not, we can settle this one-on-one, although you definitely can't beat me." "What do you mean definitely can't beat? Didn't we just have a draw?" "Exactly, a draw means you can't beat me. Hee hee. I want to argue with you." "Are you scared?" The Archbishop in white, Mu Ming, looked at his loyal aides and felt a wave of sorrow rise within him. Although he was an archbishop, he was actually exiled to the central holy city and rendered powerless. In the Alliance, the Light God Church was weak, and there were very few talents available, which these two clowns proved. Knowing full well that Alpha Star would doubt the legitimacy of Lin Yuan's heresy trial, Mu Ming still sent him to Zhuke City, simply because he had no one else to rely on. Fortunately, Alpha Star sent over two young individuals with potential as saints, giving him a chance to make a comeback. "Shut up." Seeing the two still arguing, Mu Ming, the Archbishop in white, felt a surge of anger rise. Finally, there was a brief moment of silence. The archbishop cleared his throat and said, I originally just wanted to find a casual excuse, but I didn't expect Lin Yuan to be so peculiar. Lin Yuan is merely an excuse for our invasion of Zhuke City, and now that Alpha Star has established a presence, whether Lin Yuan is a heretic is no longer important. The middle-aged man in samurai attire spoke casually. Next, we just need to find an excuse to wipe out the forces in Zhuke City. With Yin Sihua and that old fool Bei Mai dead. What else is there to pay attention to in Zhuke City? They're just easy prey. Another middle-aged man in samurai attire also looked indifferent. Those people in Zhuke City are really stupid. Yin Sihua had to sacrifice himself, but they even managed to get Bei Mai killed. They're just hopelessly foolish. No, Mu Ming. The archbishop in white firmly disagreed. Now Lin Yuan has connections, very important ones. Our invasion of Zhuke City is precisely for that true dragon relic. And to unlock that true dragon relic, we must have a key. The archbishop snapped his fingers, and a hazy image suddenly appeared. Although the image was unclear, it still showed a bird-like flame flying out from Zhuke City, tracing a meteoric path before landing in a massive dark flesh-like entity. Seeing the image Mu Ming conjured, the two middle-aged men in samurai attire became intrigued. That old fool, Yin Sihua, seems to be a brute. But he is actually quite clever and must have sensed our plan long ago. Who did he give that key to? His own cultivated territory or a secret high-ranking guard unit? Mu Ming shook his head, as if confirming something. Neither. The Zhuke Yaoling has fallen into the hands of a newly emerged lord in the realm of light. Huh, a newly emerged lord? The middle-aged man in the samurai outfit was taken aback. I retract what I just said. This firemaster really is getting more confused with age. Entrusting the Zhuke Yaoling to a novice lord? Ha. I can't believe he thought of that. I truly admire his muscle-filled head. Could it be that playing with fire has muddled his mind? Archbishop Mu Ming in white slightly furrowed his brows, filled with doubts. Although the spokesperson of the light myth in the Jojo Alliance has been marginalized, Mu Ming still holds a high position. He has seen too many schemes and intrigues. But encountering something so elusive is a first for him. Despite this novice lord's remarkable achievements, ranking on the Zhuke City merit list, and even making historical milestones, in the end, he is still just a novice lord. A mantis killing a sparrow would astonish people and earn praise for the mantis's remarkable feat, however. In the eyes of a hawk, a mantis remains just a mantis. Lin Yuan is certainly a unique novice lord, but to Archbishop Mu Ming, that is all there is to it. He slowly spoke. When Lin Yuan defeated the Black Devourer, Alfashta was leading the Legion to battle that 13th tier monster, which must have allowed him to take advantage of some opportunity. But is this firemaster really losing his touch? That is debatable. Alright, I'll go stabilize Alfashta for now and wait for the right moment to descend. Archbishop Mu Ming said to his trusted aides, you two can go prepare. The dark tide is about to descend. Yes, Your Excellency the White Archbishop. In the evolution zone of the SC2, the main nest of the alien insects. Your Highness, are you alright? What do you want to do to His Highness? Even if it costs us our lives, we must ensure His Highness's safety. If you want to harm His Highness, you must first walk over our corpses. The flame-like red energy enveloped them as the 100-man guard shouted and rushed to the vicinity of the main nest. They could proceed unhindered because Lin Yuan didn't want to harm them. Stop! Yin Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao stepped forward. The ghostly energy surged, and a powerful pressure spread like a hurricane. The 100-man guard led by Gong Xiumin was instantly pinned to the ground, unable to move. Oh, a lot of high-quality native organisms are coming. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Let them stay here for a while. After saying that, Lin Yuan left. Not everyone is qualified to experience a mental connection. In an instant, the swarm surrounded the 100-man guard. In a moment, these people felt as if they had fallen into an icy hell, their bodies seemingly frozen. They finally understood the power Lin Yuan possessed. Even if they turned into corpses, they could not stop Lin Yuan from doing what he wanted. What kind of malice is this? What do you want to do? Don't harm His Highness. The 100-strong guard could only shout desperately. Yin Yi glanced at them lightly and said, Don't worry, Sister Yinji will become even more perfect. Her ideals will ultimately be realized. The guard could only huddle together for warmth, trying to prevent their bodies from shaking too violently. At least she was still willing to provide an explanation. So the situation seemed to be developing in a positive direction. Gong Xiumin could only comfort herself like this. She wrapped the dazed girl in ethereal energy, and Lin Yuan walked into the experimental chamber. After experiencing a complete mental connection, Yinji could no longer resist. First, The test for ethereal potential began. The ethereal energy severed the connection between the Zhuke armor and Yinji, and without her resistance, the armor was stripped away. In an instant, it was like snow piling on powder, a beauty beyond compare. From a human aesthetic perspective, Yinji indeed possessed a stunning grace. The ethereal energy enveloped the girl with crimson eyes as Lin Yuan meticulously examined Yinji's structure. Confirmation of her potential could not be taken lightly, as it related to the completeness of the future transformation into an insect queen. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, carefully feeling the sensations transmitted by the ethereal energy. Suddenly, the ethereal energy began to fluctuate, rippling like light dancing on a lake's surface. Before long, Lin Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, shining with surprise. An unprecedented phenomenon. The ethereal energy perfectly resonated with the energy within her. The reason was her extraordinary ethereal potential. Lin Yuan was astonished. This was the strongest individual he had encountered in terms of ethereal potential since mastering the insect swarm. If Yin Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao's ethereal potential were likened to a large lake, then Yinji's ethereal potential was an ocean. The two were at least 2 tiers apart. If Yinji became the insect queen, her swarm would start with a scale of 30 billion. As Lin Yuan delved deeper into his own ethereal energy, he quickly made a new discovery. Yinji's ethereal potential was very different from that of the 2 queens. For some reason, it exhibited strong inclusivity and plasticity. One could say that if it weren't for my presence, this would be the perfect original form of the Blade Queen. The surprises kept coming. Lin Yuan initially thought Yinji was only slightly stronger than Yin Yi and the others, but he didn't expect her to surpass expectations by so much. It seemed he would be quite busy in the near future, and Lin Yuan felt invigorated. Everything in the world has a clear marginal effect. To give a simple example, if you want a piece of clothing to reach a comfort level of 90 points, it might cost 1,000. If you want it to be 95 points, it could very well cost 2,000. What about 96 points? The cost would grow exponentially, requiring 10,000. For 97 points, it would be 1,000,000. For 98 points, it would be priceless. Only the top-tier wealthy could enjoy it. It can be observed that after reaching a comfort level of 95, every additional point in comfort requires an exponentially increasing amount of money. Similarly, when strength reaches a certain level, it becomes increasingly difficult to make further progress. Lin Yuan realized that in order to transform Yinji, he would need to invest much more effort than he did with the previous 2 queens. Indeed, this is what makes it challenging. Lin Yuan instinctively pushed up non-existent glasses, a habitual action indicating his determination to focus entirely. The liquid-like ethereal energy condensed, thick as a solid, creating small dark lightning sparks that flickered and vanished as they rubbed against each other. In the primal evolution pool, the most powerful alien insect virus, the Super Queen evolution virus, was stored. Naturally, Yinji attracted the invasion of this Super Queen evolution virus. In her sleep, she unconsciously furrowed her brow. Without the guidance of ethereal energy, this invasion would have been overwhelmingly intense for her. It began. Lin Yuan remained calm and composed. The flesh-like tendrils wriggled and split open, while the micro-nano gene editing needles started to modify Yinji's genes. Why is this path so long? Yinji found herself still treading the same road. Does a road without an end truly exist in this world? She couldn't help but doubt, wrapping her coat tighter around herself. The cold and damp air made even breathing feel torturous. "Father, where are you?" Yinji looked around, realizing she was utterly alone, her voice echoing back to her. Would there be light at the end of this dark road? Yinji didn't know. She only felt the onset of night, or rather, the consuming loneliness. No nightfall could create such pure darkness, for this darkness stemmed from the prison of her soul. In the prison of her soul, nothing was visible, no light, no shadows. Nothing at all, until even her own existence felt intangible. Is that ideal truly what I wish to pursue? Yinji asked herself. If, for that ideal, she had to give up all warmth, abandon dazzling light, and forfeit all colors, should she continue down this path? Numbness began to spread from her limbs, creeping up her torso and unknowingly invading her mind. Perhaps she was never as resilient as she had imagined. Time passed second by second, and an extremely lengthy transformation process was underway in the alien insect hive. Anomalies began to manifest. Ethereal energy spontaneously turned into wind, swirling around the hive. Around the massive organic entity, the alien insects, worker bees, jumping insects, royal insects, stinging serpents, Mutants and mutated cockroaches surrounded the hive, producing a harmonious chorus of insect sounds, seemingly anticipating the emergence of a new queen. What is going on? Gong Xiaomin nervously watched the scene before her. Can you really guarantee that His Highness is safe? What exactly is Lin Yuan doing to him? Zhao Xiaoqiao replied helplessly. Are you a repeating magic stone? You've been saying those words over and over again. As the weaker party, you need to have the awareness that comes with it. Ignoring us like this makes it very difficult for me. Gong Xiaomin suddenly felt awkward. I'm just worried about His Highness. Yan Yi smiled gently. I have established a barrier using ethereal energy. Don't you feel much better now? You aren't being suffocated by the swarm anymore, right? Yes, I do feel much better, Gong Xiaomin said gratefully. If she had remained surrounded by the swarm, she felt she could faint at any moment. The violent and ruthless waves were unbearable for her. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Pop, 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 pop. The sound of bubbles bursting suddenly intensified. Everyone could tell something was wrong without even needing to observe closely. In a daze, the world had already changed dramatically. Countless dark bubbles emerged from the air and then burst, leaving behind traces of mist-like shallow darkness. The sunlight in the bright territory flickered and dimmed, unable to resist the invasion of these dark bubbles. The originally bright and limitless territory became dim, as if it were heading towards an end. Dark disturbance. How could it happen so quickly? Gong Xiaomin's face changed dramatically as she exclaimed. The dark disturbance, which was expected to occur at least 3 months later, had already begun? Yan Yi's expression turned serious. At most in 7 days, the dark disturbance would directly erupt in the shallow dark area, followed closely by the dark tide. At that time, all districts of Zhuke City would be doomed. Gong Xiaomin's face turned pale. Hee, without the supply from the shallow dark area, Zhuke City won't last long, right? Zhao Xiaoqiao said with a hint of glee. If Zhuke City is the stronghold resisting darkness, then the shallow dark area is clearly its rear, its reserve resource hub, granary, and recruitment center. If the shallow dark area disappears, Zhuke City will lose its foundation. When the old city lord was still around, he could deal with the source of the dark disturbances, but now relying on those 8 prominent families? I think Zhuke City is doomed. Perhaps, Zhuke City could be our opportunity to step into the public eye, as the conditions for generating swarm leaders are already set, and we must consider everything thoroughly. Yan Yi sighed deeply. If only Lin Yuan were in charge, then we wouldn't have to think so much. Actually, I somewhat disagree with your perspective, Yi. Zhao Xiaoqiao had a different viewpoint. As long as we become stronger, countless people will willingly join us without us doing anything. Yan Yi nodded and said, what you said. Xiaoqiao, makes sense. In any case, if there are good methods, we should use them, just to be more thorough. Indeed, Zhao Xiaoqiao agreed. Gong Xiaomin was stunned, blinking her big eyes as she looked at the 2 queens. Wait, let me catch my breath. It's not easy. Gong Xiaomin finally calmed down and asked curiously. Don't you have any sense of tension? Aren't you worried about the dark disturbance? That could lead to dark tides. Dark tides, you understand, right? Countless terrifying monsters will flood into this region. Before Gong Xiaomin could finish her words, 3 question marks popped up above her head. She noticed that Yan Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao looked at her as if they were admiring a frog at the bottom of a well. While Lin Yuan was fully engaged in the transformation of Yanji, the 8 major families were in complete disarray. The lords of the light in the shallow dark areas were thrown into chaos. Dark disturbance. Why is there a dark disturbance? Why didn't I hear any news before? It's too fast. This dark disturbance erupted too quickly, and we didn't have time to prepare. Quick, gather all the magic stones and minerals, transfer everything that can be moved. The only thing we can do now is to hold the city of Zhuke. What? You say the civilians in your territory? That's foolish. If Zhuke City falls, those civilians will surely perish. We can only let them make some sacrifices for the greater good. They will understand. The sudden outbreak of the dark disturbance plunged the entire jurisdiction of Zhuke City into chaos. In Zhuke City, at the Light Cathedral, the application for the withdrawal of the heresy trial had been received. Once the process was completed, Lin Yuan would shed his heretical identity. Alfashta nodded in satisfaction. More than 99 of the people in the Light Church were less pure in their faith than Lin Yuan. If he were heretical, that would be ridiculous. The Archbishop in White may have been misled before. After all, losing a beloved son is understandable. Archbishop Mu's timely handling made the head of the Light Judgment feel very pleased, and he expressed understanding regarding the Archbishop's previous judicial error. No one is perfect. As long as one corrects mistakes in time and takes responsibility, that's enough. Just then, a commotion erupted outside the Light Cathedral. The dark disturbance has exploded. The head of judgment certainly won't sit idly by. We must believe in the Light Church. They are the true saviors from our suffering. Don't worry. Even with the dark disturbance, as long as the Light Church is here, Zhuke City will remain safe. Wah. There are 80 billion citizens of Zhuke City in the jurisdiction. Head of judgment, please save them. Many people cried out outside the Light Church. The dark disturbance exploded. How could it happen so quickly? Alfashta's eyes were filled with astonishment. The rapid signs of the dark tide caught him off guard. Chief Arbiter, I have received news that the dark disturbance has been triggered ahead of schedule. The Arbiter of Light, Skaku, hurried into the church hall. At that moment, he also heard shouts from outside the church, and his expression turned grim. How could these people get the news even earlier than us? There must be something fishy about this. Need I say more? It's just the 8 noble families trying to push us out. Alfaster's gaze was calm. These parasites. They are the true old families of Suzaka City. It is the hard work of the citizens of Suzaka City that allows them to live such luxurious lives now. Skaku was furious. When it was time for them to contribute, they hid like rats. They will be cleaned out sooner or later. Alfaster's expression grew serious. The early detonation of the dark disturbance means that our arrangements in the shallow dark areas have completely lost their effectiveness. With our current forces, we cannot withstand the dark tide. As the Arbiter of Light pondered, the noise outside grew even louder. Let's go see what is happening. Alpha Star was the first to step out of the church. A large crowd erupted in excitement upon seeing the Arbiter of Light, and after bowing, they loudly expressed their demands. The Church of Light is located at the 8th defense line, and although these people's clothing was clean, it was evident they did not come from the wealthy families living at the 2nd line. Rest assured, the Church of Light will do everything possible to protect everyone's safety. Alpha Star stood on the steps and gestured for quiet. Immediately, the noise ceased. Truly, the Church of Light has a sense of responsibility. Only the Church of Light can allow us to live good lives. The position of the Arbiter is certainly one of great trust. With the words of the Arbiter, I feel reassured. The crowd gradually dispersed. Before long, the heads of the 8 noble families arrived together. Arbiter, the dark disturbance has detonated early, and the dark tide will invade soon. We cannot possibly relocate all the citizens in the Suzaka City jurisdiction. What shall we do? Alpha Star looked puzzled. Every main city has emergency recall teleportation pads to deal with sudden crises. How could Suzaka City not have one? Arbiter, Suzaka City does have an emergency recall teleportation pad, but we do not have the key to activate it. The head of the Zhu family stepped forward to explain. What? Alfaster's eyes widened in shock. What about the 8 billion civilians in the Suzaka City jurisdiction? What are you planning to do? The heads of the 8 noble families exchanged glances, and the Zhu family head stepped forward and said confidently, of course, we will not stand by and do nothing. We have decided to jointly fund the purchase of teleportation charms to ensure the safety of the citizens reaching Suzaka City. However, our financial resources are limited, and we can only purchase 100 million teleportation charms. The head of the Jean family also spoke up. The Church of Light holds the technology for these charms. Surely they can offer them at a lower price. With the combined financial power of your 8 families, is it really only possible to purchase 100 million teleportation charms? Alpha Star's eyes were cold. Even if I used my identity as the Chief of Judgment to purchase 100 million teleportation charms with gold, I could only buy 1 billion teleportation charms. What about the remaining 7 billion people? The head of the Zhu family smiled bitterly and said, Chief of Judgment, you may not be aware, but recently, to strengthen our crisis response, we have converted all resources into military forces. The gold for these 100 million teleportation charms is truly the limit of what we can gather. At that moment, the crowd that had just dispersed gathered around again. They were even more agitated, shouting loudly. Those people are just refugees. Why take them in? Indeed, the space in Zhuke City is already very crowded. Bringing them back would only waste resources. We only need to protect Zhuke City. Among the crowd, someone loudly reproached the 8 great families, saying, as members of the council in Zhuke City, you should prioritize the interests of the local citizens. Taking in those refugees would only cause chaos in Zhuke City. You cannot ignore the will of the people. I urge you to reconsider. Chief of Judgment, the head of the Zhu family spread his hands helplessly. We are also in a difficult position. Alpha Star remained expressionless. but his heart was still turbulent. An indescribable strangeness and awkwardness filled his thoughts. Looking at the scenes before him, he suddenly felt that everything was like a puppet show distorted by funhouse mirrors. Why is there such a deep divide between people that, when their interests are threatened, they disregard the lives of their own kind? Chief of Judgment, Chief of Judgment? The head of the Zhu family called Alpha Star back to reality. I will find a way to address this matter. The urgent issue now is to deal with the dark tide. The Chief of Judgment decided to focus on the key issue amidst the chaos. You have already recruited military forces with your resources. You should be strong enough to defend Zhuke City, right? The head of the Zhu family said awkwardly. We lack high-tier troops. We fear we cannot face the dark tide. Alpha Star had nothing to say. He now understood. The 8 great families had clearly realized they could not contend with the forces of light. Since they had lost power, it was better to lie flat and let the forces of light take care of everything. At that moment, Alpha Star received a message of the highest priority. Archbishop Mu, I have understood the situation in Zhuke City. Yin Sihua and Bai Mai are already dead. With your current forces, you cannot resist those dark monsters. Activate the main teleportation platform. I will send the Holy Hall Legion to you. The Holy Hall Legion. Alpha Star trembled all over. This was the most elite super force of the Archbishop, standing at the pinnacle of combat strength in the human world. With them around, Zhuke City would be safe. Understood, Your Excellency the Archbishop. Additionally, I would like to inquire about the process for the withdrawal of Lin Yuan's heresy trial and how long it might take. Archbishop Mu Mingbai, Alphastra. I don't understand why you are so concerned about an outsider to the extent that you secretly urge me. Since Lin Yuan's heresy trial is conducted by me personally, the process must be reviewed by the Cardinal, so it will naturally take some time. Alphastra, understood. The Chief Justice looked at the head of the Zhu family and said, activate the teleportation platform of the Zhuke City. The Holy Legion will arrive. That's great. The head of the Zhu family slapped his thigh. However, the energy to teleport the Holy Legion requires cutting off the supply from the 3rd and 4th defense lines. At that time, we will need to move the people from the 3rd and 4th defense lines to the 5th defense line. I'm afraid the people from the 5th defense line will be unwilling. I hope the Chief Justice can oversee the situation then, he said sincerely. Alphastra was completely at a loss for words. Clearly, it was a good thing, so why were there so many obstacles? Why was it so difficult to accomplish something? If everyone's will was the same and their faith equally pure, what a magnificent undertaking could be achieved. Alphastra couldn't help but think this way. 7 days later, at the 5th wall, the wall was towering, reaching a height of 1,000 feet, made of the unique firebird-patterned crystals of Zhuke City. The intricate patterns interconnected, capable of ignoring energy attacks below the 10th level. At this moment, the area inside and outside the wall was crowded with people. A sea of black figures was passing through the gate, entering the 5th defense line. Those entering the 5th wall saw clean and spacious streets, as well as exquisite sculptures in the fountain pool. Wow, it's so clean and beautiful here. If only I could live in such a place. It's simply a garden from a dream, someone exclaimed, cautiously walking, afraid to touch the beautiful flowers and plants. However, more people felt their eyes stinging, revealing expressions of dissatisfaction and jealousy. This is the scene behind the 5th defense line. Disgusting. Enjoying life here with our hard-earned money. Truly heartless. Haha. Everyone here must be earning black-hearted gold coins. These people really deserve to die, holding wealth, but not knowing how to give back to society. We work hard to earn money, pay taxes, and live in cramped rooms every day, while these people live comfortably. How despicable. Meanwhile, those inside the 5th defense line heard these discussions and immediately showed disdain. Due to their status, they wouldn't confront these people face to face, but whispered among their small circles. These people are really out of their minds. Just because we earn more gold coins, they call our money black-hearted gold. What does that mean? You folks are both foolish and unwilling to work hard, not wanting to reflect on your own problems. Yet you blame us? Smart individuals will certainly seize this opportunity to create pathways to the upper echelons, while ignorant fools will only complain about their circumstances. What a group of envious beings, unable to tolerate others living better than themselves. The ungrateful ones, whom we took in with kindness, show no gratitude in return. Sarcastic remarks echoed from the bourgeoisie behind the 5th defensive line. Where do these annoying voices come from? Alpha Star stood at the city gate, capturing all the discussions of the people. At this moment, he felt as if 1,000 mosquitoes were buzzing around him incessantly. Suddenly, The endless images of self-destructive creatures flashed in the mind of the commander of Light Judgment. The images were so vivid, as if rooted in Alpha Star's brain. Impossible to shake off no matter how hard he tried to ignore them. Those creatures knew they were headed for self-destruction, yet not a single one hesitated or backed down on their way. They charged forward, sacrificing themselves to create sparks, consuming the Dark Devourer entirely. Even if one of them felt fear, Alpha Star would find some psychological comfort in that. What a pure and noble belief it must be to inspire such miraculous actions from these creatures. Looking at the surging crowd, Alpha Star couldn't help but feel waves of disgust and impatience rise within him. As long as everyone is united, even a 6th-tier being could defeat a 13th-tier city-destroying dark monster. Yet we humans, who pride ourselves on being the pinnacle of all beings, loathe the grotesque appearance of these creatures. Yet when it comes to action, we are even worse than them. Why can't you unite a little more? Why can't you understand each other better? The negative emotions rooted deep within began to tear open the defenses of Alpha Star's heart, flooding in. Alpha Star was fair and just, with high ideals. Yet it was this very fairness and belief that became his fatal weakness. Lin Yuan's blow was precise and effective. Alpha Star was gradually heading towards extremism, and those who move towards extremism are on the brink of collapse and degradation. The long bell tolled. The lights of the 3rd and 4th defensive lines went out. Energy was drained and directed to the main transmission platform. In the city of Zhuke, the main transmission platform stood tall. Red energy filled the sky like a crimson glow, with the Zhuke relief on the grand platform seemingly ready to take flight at any moment. However, the portal remained unopened. What was going on? Skaka was quite displeased. Not long ago, Zhou Xiong had forcibly activated the main transmission platform, so this transmission would require some time for energy to reload. The head of the Zhu family quickly stepped forward to explain. How long will it take? Skaka's expression was grim. At most 2 days. The head of the Zhu family replied quickly. Skaka nodded, indicating that he understood. The teleportation platform of the Vermilion Bird City stands majestically, towering at 10,000 meters. A true architectural marvel. At this moment, the sky is filled with radiance, and the main teleportation platform resembles a gateway to the heavens, revealing extraordinary sights among the clouds. In a tavern somewhere along the 5th defensive line, a tall veteran suddenly crushed the wine glass in his hand. How dare they do this? The veteran's eyes burned red, as if he were about to spew forth flames. Beside him, a shorter veteran, who was drinking with him, had a gloomy expression. I'll go check again, the shorter veteran said as he stood up, pushed open the window, and leaned out. Then his whole body trembled. The tall veteran seemed to have anticipated it, taking a large gulp of strong liquor for himself. I say, brother, no need to look anymore. What they activated this time is definitely not an emergency summons. I know those cowardly types too well. They probably sold out Vermilion Bird City to save themselves long ago. The tall veteran stared at his wine bowl, suddenly slamming his hand on the table and shouting, Hey, waiter, what's going on? Isn't this your strongest drink? Is this all it amounts to? It feels like drinking plain water, completely lacking in strength. The shorter veteran's face was ashen as he sat down with a cold expression. They only activated the main teleportation platform, not the sub-teleportation platforms, so it definitely isn't an emergency summon. Those beasts are abandoning 8 billion civilians just like that, and they still want to use energy to summon the forces of the Divine Light sect. At that moment, the waiter entered with a tray of dishes. Gentlemen, the wine in our small establishment. The moment the waiter met the shorter veteran's gaze, the tray fell to the ground, shattering into pieces, and the fragrant dishes scattered everywhere. The waiter collapsed onto the floor, trembling uncontrollably. His eyes seemed to lose focus, and his teeth chattered incessantly. Brother, why bother? The tall veteran stepped in front of the shorter one, casually lifting the waiter up and saying, Sorry for scaring you. Here is a tip for you. He stuffed some coins into the waiter's hand, and only then did the waiter regain his senses. Sorry, thank you, sir. The waiter hurriedly apologized as he fled, as if being chased by a monster. The shorter veteran gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with killing intent. These beasts truly disregard the lives of 8 billion people. This teleportation array is definitely for summoning those despicable individuals from the Divine Light sect who buy cities for glory. The tall veteran burped, his gaze unfocused. But what does it matter? We are merely forgotten veterans. Even if we know the 8 major families plan to abandon 8 billion civilians, we can do nothing about it. This is the dark world. To them, 8 billion civilians are no different from those low-tier soldiers they recruit, perhaps even of lesser value. The tall veteran looked forlorn. All right, let's stop thinking about these unhappy things. Come, let's drink. The short veteran remained silent, quietly pouring a bowl of liquor and drinking it. Suddenly, he perked up and said, "Someone's coming. They're heading our way." The tall veteran straightened his posture. "We're just forgotten veterans. Who would be interested in us?" It didn't take long to find out. The short veteran stayed calm. "Ha ha ha, Lao Wang, your vigilance hasn't diminished at all. Good job." Accompanied by hearty laughter, a figure resembling a tyrannosaurus blocked the doorway. The newcomer wore a black cloak, obscuring his face, and gave off no pressure of a strong presence. However, the two veterans suddenly stood up, back to back, taking defensive stances. They stared intently at the man who had appeared so abruptly, their hearts racing with alarm, ready to fight at any moment. In an instant, the air in the room felt compressed, the weight of three standing figures pressing down. The tall veteran's expression turned serious as he breathed deeply. "You are very strong," exuding a fierce aura, treating human life as insignificant. "You must have walked out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood." The short veteran, while fully focused, felt a hint of confusion. "From the aura, it seems we have no connection with you, yet there's an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This is puzzling. Who are you?" "Ha ha ha, don't be nervous. I know, Lao Gao, Lao AI, you two have never disappointed." The Tyrannosaurus-like man pulled back his hood, revealing his true face. The two veterans widened their eyes in shock and exclaimed, "Instructor?" The room quickly returned to calm. The short veteran looked at Chung Yong with uncertainty and said, "Instructor, ever since you were dismissed, we lost track of you. We don't know what happened to you. But can a person's aura change completely? If it weren't for you calling out our combination nickname, I wouldn't dare to believe it's really you. This is hard to explain. After my dismissal, I exiled myself to a shallow, dark area, where I encountered tremendous opportunities." Chung Yong downed a large bowl of strong liquor and sighed with satisfaction. "In any case, as you can see, although my aura has changed, it has strengthened even more." Indeed, the pressure Chung Yong gave off now was far greater than before, triggering their instinctive reactions as if facing a mortal enemy. The short veteran fully agreed, squinting as if reminiscing about the feeling of entering combat just moments ago. He felt as if the blood within him was being heated like a red-hot iron, continuously boiling. After experiencing great hardship, the instructor not only did not falter, but instead broke through himself. "I wonder what terrifying trials you went through to become this strong." The tall veteran appeared a bit awkward, and we have only been drinking and embarrassing the instructor every day. Struggles? Rather than calling it struggles, it's more like evolution. Chung Yong's words left the two veterans momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the meaning of that term. However, their keen intuition led them to sense that this might be the reason Chung Yong had come to find them. The shorter veteran directly asked, "Instructor, what exactly do you want from us?" Chung Yong's gaze was profound, for the 8 billion civilians under the jurisdiction of Zhuke City. The two veterans felt as if they had been thrust into the highest frequency of a massage chair, their muscles starting to tremble. They looked at Chung Yong, shocked into silence. At that moment, the resolute lines on Chung Yong's face resembled a marble sculpture, radiating a mysterious glow, much like a flickering candlelight meant to illuminate endless darkness. The manifestation of willpower. The two veterans were astonished. This was a phenomenon only those with pure beliefs could exhibit. There was no doubt about it. They fully believed that what Chung Yong said was true. "Instructor, you really came to save those 8 billion civilians. This is not a place for talk. Follow me," Chung Yong said, standing up and leading the way out of the tavern. The two veterans followed him without hesitation. Life within the inner ring of Zhuke City was undoubtedly abundant. There were only things one couldn't imagine, not services that couldn't be bought with gold coins. The architectural layout was divided into 5 sections, each with its unique characteristics, leaving people in awe. After exiting the antique-style buildings, Chung Yong and the two veterans arrived at the castle-style district. Old Wang, follow me." Chung Yong entered an ordinary castle. "Is this your base, instructor? I didn't expect so many people to have gathered here. You must have had a plan all along." The two veterans instinctively surveyed their surroundings, surprised by the bustling activity within the castle. The castle's exterior was traditional, yet the interior was brightly lit. Although the lamps, sculptures, tables, and chairs appeared simple, a closer look revealed thoughtful design, reflecting the practical philosophy of the castle's decorator. They had thought Cheng Yong was still in the early stages of gathering people for a venture, but it seemed he had already achieved success. Quite strange indeed. Suddenly, the shorter veteran halted, confusion evident on his face. Why is it that these people completely ignore us strangers? Even when they see you, instructor. They act as if they've seen nothing, not even greeting us. Before Cheng Yong could respond, the taller veteran exclaimed in surprise, Old Wang, look at those young people. Aren't they the ones we encountered before who stood up for Lin Yuan? No wonder they are so well trained. They are all your people, instructor. Cheng Yong stopped and looked into the eyes of the two veterans, saying, they are all subordinates of the ruler, and the ruler is Lin Yuan. He is the one to whom I now pledge my wholehearted loyalty. Before the two veterans could react, Cheng Yong continued, do you know about Ziege? Yes. The short veteran nodded. I heard it's a new church developing in secret, but no one has ever seen them. Could it be that you are the Pope of the Ziege Church? Ha ha ha. Cheng Yong laughed heartily. Such a trivial title cannot describe us at Ziege. Come, follow me. I will take you to meet the master. Cheng Yong stepped into the underground passage. Although the two veterans felt an inexplicable eeriness about this place, Cheng Yong's unwavering determination was undeniable. Since it was indeed to save billions, they would not hesitate. Soon, the three figures disappeared at the entrance of the passage. TSK, TSK, TSK. Can those who speak for the people only drown their sorrows in taverns? Even the billions must be abandoned. What significance does it have for those who advocate for the people? He chuckled to himself. This kind of world should have been completely assimilated by the swarm long ago. Shifei watched the two veterans vanish into the distance, chuckling softly to himself. Before long, Cheng Yong and the two veterans arrived at the end of the underground passage. There, specks of white light danced up and down, like light butterflies in spring, making one unable to resist being entranced, wishing to bask in this radiance forever. The two veterans widened their eyes in disbelief. What were they seeing? They saw a tree of light. How could this be? The usually composed short veteran exclaimed. This is Zhuke City. Why is there such a tree of light under the 15th level Zhuke tree? It's impossible, this can't be. The sudden appearance of the tree of light shattered the understanding of the short veteran, Lao Wang. You cannot imagine our greatness, Cheng Yong said solemnly. You? Lao Wang felt something was off about this place, but he couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. You will know when the time comes, Cheng Yong replied ambiguously. Come on. Your transformation shouldn't take too long. The light transmission system had no negative effects at all. In the blink of an eye, Lao Wang and Lao Huang had already stepped into the territory of the Evolution City. What on earth is this? Where have we arrived? The two veterans couldn't comprehend what was happening. Before them were thousands of massive flesh pools, dark black pools bubbling with a greenish liquid. People were lined up, jumping into the pools one after another. This is simply the site of an evil ritual, the short veteran murmured. As those who emerged from the pools walked out, the short veteran found it hard to describe them. Their eyes sparkled, yet they did not speak to each other. They quietly walked out, blending into the distant crowd. In a place with many people, there were bound to be various sounds. However, the scene was eerily silent. The silence was so profound that it sent chills down the spine of the short veteran. Instructor, I've always had a question. What exactly do you want us to do? Do you want to turn us into them? Turn? Cheng Yong was puzzled. What do you think they have turned into? It's hard to say, but it feels strange. They seem like the fanatics of a certain cult. But their behavior is even more terrifying than those fanatics. It's as if they are parts of some self-aware mechanism, engaging in a secret communication that I don't understand. Old Huang, if you could save 8 billion people, what price would you be willing to pay? Cheng Yong suddenly asked. Our lives. The two veterans replied without hesitation. Good. I knew you had this awareness, which is why I approached you. Cheng Yong's eyes were filled with approval. Since you are willing to sacrifice your lives, are you still afraid to jump into a pool? Of course not. The two veterans answered emphatically. Cheng Yong nodded. Well, even if it doesn't work, what is the harm in trying? After all, you don't have any better options. You could just drown your sorrows in strong liquor at the tavern, couldn't you? We understand, instructor. The two veterans suddenly connected the dots. So what if it's bizarre? So what if it's terrifying? Can anything be more frightening than those in power who casually abandon the lives of 8 billion people? This is a rare opportunity to act on our beliefs. Death. What is so significant about it? The two veterans strode confidently toward the nearest pool. Wait. Cheng Yong called them back. You were once elite soldiers, so you have special privileges. Your pool is over there. The destroyer pointed to the left front. In the enormous splitting pool, which was obviously 3 times larger, The primordial evolution liquid was boiling. This atmosphere of high-energy reaction made Old Wang and Old Huang instinctively hesitate as they gazed at the bubbling green slime. This was not about courage or determination. It was merely a biological instinct in the face of deep unknowns. More pure than the breath of a demon, more frightening than a natural disaster-level monster. It seemed that once they immersed themselves in it, they would completely lose themselves, and their will would no longer be under their control. The two veterans were very sensitive to this atmosphere. The green slime seemed like a seductive spring that made Old Wang and Old Huang's hearts tremble. Cheng Yong understood their experiences all too well. He smiled and said, "When you were drowning your sorrows at the tavern, weren't you already losing yourselves? So don't get it wrong. I'm presenting you with an opportunity to reclaim yourselves. I must remind you, if you have any hesitation in your hearts, jumping into this pool could mean certain death." Haha, the two veterans couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Instructor, you underestimate us," one of them exclaimed. "If you want us to go back to drinking and getting drunk, what's the difference from being dead? 3, 2, 1, jump." With a leap, the two veterans plunged into the swirling primordial evolution slime. In an instant, the splitting pool boiled over, countless bubbles rolling around. The super-evolution virus of the alien insects, upon seeing the two perfect hosts descending from above, became extremely excited and rushed in through every orifice, filling the bodies of the two veterans. Half a day later, with a splash, the two veterans stood up from the now shallower primordial evolution slime. Their skin appeared slightly duller, but their appearance remained unchanged. However, at this moment, they exuded an unsettling aura, filled with deadly intent and a sense of danger. "What is this feeling?" Old Wang murmured. "Ah, I regret it so much." Old Huang knelt on the ground, repeatedly pounding on the flesh of the splitting pool. "Had I known it would be like this, I should have come earlier." Old Huang lamented. Old Wang was also full of grievances. "The instructor is too inconsiderate, coming to find us only today." Cheng Yong appeared, laughing heartily, and said, "All right. If it weren't for the Queen of Flames having a direct route to the bright tree in the city, you wouldn't even have this opportunity. Now you are conquerors, directly under my command. How does that feel?" Lord Destroyer, the main insect of the Cheng Yong clan. The two veterans shivered. "We feel great, better than ever." They had no doubts left about their lives. Suddenly, Old Wang seemed to catch on to something. Queen of Flames? The bright tree underground in the city? Old Wang wondered. Could this woman named Yen Ji be related to the former city lord? Exactly, Cheng Yong nodded. She is the biological daughter of the former city lord, the rightful successor of the city, and the soon-to-be queen of the newly revived swarm. Boom! It was as if a landmine exploded beneath their feet. The two veteran conquerors felt their shock threatening to burst out of their skulls and fly to the heavens. The former city lord actually has a daughter. Why have we never heard of her? And she is about to become the new queen. What kind of outrageous turn of events is this? Even the most sensational novels wouldn't dare to write such a plot. However, no matter how astonished they were, the two veteran conquerors could only accept this fact. After all, they knew that under the overarching will, lying had lost its ground for survival. Just then, an immense pressure suddenly descended upon them. This pressure did not come from reality, but from the spiritual realm, dropping down without any warning. Thud! Cheng Yong, Old Wang, and Old Huang immediately knelt towards the main nest, without hesitation or reluctance, though they had essentially been transformed into alien insects. The human way of expressing absolute submission remained intact. The insects paused, facing the direction of the main nest, and began to chirp in unison. Not just the insects near the main nest, but all of them within the evolution zone were alike. The calls of different insects intertwined, creating a soaring symphony that reached the sky. In an instant, an indescribable surge of energy shot upwards, materializing into a highly rotating energy tornado. This energy tornado reached from the ground to the clouds, an awe-inspiring sight. Then, the shockwave of the energy explosion formed a hurricane of level 12. The jumping insects could only cling tightly to the fungal blanket to ensure they wouldn't be blown away. It was born. The hierarchy within the swarm had surpassed the original two queens. Cheng Yong was extremely excited, and in the next moment, his eyes widened as he witnessed an even more shocking scene for the insects. The hurricane quickly dissipated, yet the energy tornado reaching into the sky remained. Flames of crimson burst forth, entwining with the energy tornado. Wind and fire intertwined, resembling a mythical pillar connecting heaven and earth. The flames of the vermilion bird. Who would have thought we would see such flames in our lifetime? The expressions of the two old soldiers were very complex, their feelings deeply moving. However, this phenomenon did not last long. Like a rapidly fading oil painting, the red bird-shaped flames quickly dimmed and merged with the energy. In an instant, the anomaly transformed again. The originally storm-like energy gradually condensed and ultimately fused into a dark-colored vermilion bird soaring through the sky. Wasn't it said that this flame could not coexist with any other energy? Yet now it was perfectly integrated? Old Wang and Old Huang stared blankly at all of this. The scenes before them exceeded their understanding, the unreasonable degree making the two pragmatic soldiers feel as if they were dreaming. However, a light sphere slowly rising like the morning sun in their will made them aware that they were still in reality. The insects chirped loudly again, celebrating the birth of the powerful queen. The jumping insects couldn't help but start a Thomas spin, and the stinging insects performed the classic trembling dance, swinging joyfully. The insect knife dance crew lived up to its name. The dark-colored energy vermilion bird dove down, directly blasting a large hole in the main nest. Shouldn't they feel happy? Why still engage in such childish behavior? Lin Yuan wiped his forehead, which wasn't sweating, and slowly leaned against the fleshy wall of the main nest, watching the large hole that turned the main nest into an open sky room. The genetic editing and optimization of Flame Princess, in terms of analogy, was like the reorganization of trillions of chaotic codes. During this period of complete focus, although Lin Yuan's body did not suffer from nutritional issues, his brain was already quite fatigued. I just wanted to test the power. Yan Ji stood up from the crystal green pool with an expressionless face. She casually waved her hand, and the light armor of the vermilion bird flew into the air, perfectly fitting her body. Yan Ji stretched lazily, fully showcasing her beautiful figure. It turns out you're really not a man. No wonder you're not interested in me. However, I still want to thank you for making me no longer feel lonely. Yan Ji closed her eyes, sensing the collective consciousness around her. Here, she was above all creatures, united in purpose without any barriers. The dark path disappeared, replaced by endless light, a future visible without any pain or struggle. I finally understood what my father meant by transformation. This is a change that can truly rid humanity of all prejudices. Actually, I want to ask, is this your father's prophecy? Where did he get the information? Lin Yuan expressed curiosity. If anything could truly unite humanity, it would only be turning everyone into non-humans. Yan Ji chuckled softly, covering her mouth, and had to admit that this statement was indeed filled with dark humor. My father was severely injured 100 years ago. Many believed it was from the battle with the Silent Ice Hell, but that is not the case. Before that, he fortuitously entered an ancient relic and received enlightenment from an old stone tablet. Oh, interesting. Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. If the enlightenment received by the old city lord of Yanxi was clearly articulated, then everything would have a strong flavor of conspiracy theory. Was Lin Yuan's crossing prearranged? Was the self-dissolution of the altruistic system not very unreasonable? Of course, there is another possibility. As we all know, prophecies are often vague and mysterious. If the information on that stone tablet was unclear, then Yanxi will likely derive the prophecy purely from imagination. In that case, Lin Yuan's crossing would simply be a coincidence. Some might ask, what if the old city lord of Yanxi was also arranged by some irresistible existence? One can only say that a complete conspiracy theory is not advisable. It can easily damage one's logical limits. Yan Ji gazed deeply at Lin Yuan and said, I once had doubts about transformation, but those doubts did not stem from my lack of resolve, nor from uncertainty about the future. Rather, I know that any significant change in the human world must be accompanied by rivers of blood, whether the change succeeds or fails. It will inevitably lead to turmoil. Indeed, it's more accurate to say that this is the result of the clash between old and new interest groups rather than the outcome of war. Lin Yuan nodded. You were really a kind little girl back then, always worrying about unrealistic things. There's no need to say such sarcastic words. I can feel it directly from your will, Yan Ji said resentfully. She then said solemnly and with a serious expression, having been born as a human, I know that being an individual human is truly lonely and painful. Many people live their entire lives without understanding the reason for their existence. Let humanity truly begin to change. Joining the swarm is their true liberation. Ha ha ha, you speak of the swarm as if it were a savior. But we merely wish to consume and assimilate everything. Humans experience birth, aging, sickness, and death, along with resentment and hatred, the pain of separation from loved ones, and unfulfilled desires. All existence is suffering, Lin Yuan casually remarked. Birth, aging, sickness, and death, the gathering of resentment and hatred, the separation from love, and the inability to obtain desires. Yan Ji's eyes were dazed as she repeatedly murmured Lin Yuan's words. When one is born, does that cry express their suffering? Time passes and cannot be reclaimed. No matter how ambitious one may be, in old age, they inevitably become frail and mentally diminished, which is why so many seek immortality. Illness, whether minor or major, is always excruciating. If death is a process, then those facing death harbor much unwillingness and resentment. If death is the end, then the manner of death varies greatly, with souls and bodies separating. The gathering of resentment leads to bitter encounters filled with enmity. Love is fleeting, and separations are many. Desires are endless and often unfulfilled. Yan Ji frowned in contemplation, feeling that these few short phrases seemed to encapsulate all human suffering. If she were still human, seeing these words would likely unleash uncontrollable negative emotions. Admiringly, she looked at Lin Yuan and said, Lin Yuan, your wisdom is beyond my reach. Well, learn from me more in the future. Lin Yuan replied lightly. Your position in the swarm is even higher than that of Yan Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao. Your potential is beyond my imagination. The title of Insect Queen no longer suits you. From now on, you shall be called Insect Empress. At this point, Lin Yuan couldn't help but sigh internally. The descriptions of the Blade Queen on Blue Star suggested a being capable of tearing planets apart. According to comparisons with templates, Yan Ji's potential even surpassed that of the Blade Queen. Yet here he was, having created such a being, leaving him greatly disappointed. Although the lack of genetic raw materials was a primary reason, Lin Yuan still felt regret for wasting such a perfect original body. Indeed, there is no end to learning, and he needed to refine his genetic technology further. Lin Yuan resolved to gather enough tools this time before entering a state of seclusion. Noticing Lin Yuan suddenly staring intently at her, Yan Ji felt a subtle sensation. Lin Yuan? Yes, Lin Yuan returned to his senses. You can now establish your clan. Have you thought of a name? Inke Clan, Yan Ji had already decided. Very good, a name with significant meaning. Lin Yuan expressed his approval. You can check the chat channel for the great insects. Instead of placing the hope of reclaiming Zhuke City in the hands of others, it is better to take the initiative into your own hands. TSK, 8 billion people, and they are capable of such actions, truly a reflection of a dark world. This method of mass extinction, counted in billions, can probably only be witnessed in this peculiar world. However, if the previous world could develop into a stellar civilization, it is quite possible that it would reach a similar conclusion. After all, there are various examples to draw from. Now it's simply a matter of scale, but fundamentally, it remains the same. Lin Yuan's thoughts began to wander again. At this moment, Yan Ji said softly, Are you still someone else now? With a snap, Yan Ji's body traced a graceful arc as Lin Yuan tossed her out of the main nest. I need to focus on my training now, don't bother me. Lin Yuan walked towards the mountains, instantly disappearing from Yan Ji's gaze, which resembled that of a disappointed observer. Looking at the swarm, it may seem numerous now, but it is still in the initial development stage. In terms of both the quality and quantity of troops, it cannot compare to a fully developed swarm. Although the emergence of the 4 major alien insects, the Alien Queen, the Alien Empress, the Destroyer, and the Conqueror, along with the appearance of the evolved invader, is an unexpected surprise that leads the swarm towards a new path of diversification. The swarm ultimately relies on numbers to prevail. Only with more alien insect varieties and further evolution can the swarm sweep across the starry sea. Lin Yuan needs to dismantle genes in a race against time. The pressure on him is immense. Yan Yi gazed in the direction Lin Yuan had disappeared, her eyes filled with concern. With the dark tide looming and the forces of a certain religious organization stirring, our situation could be described as being caught between a rock and a hard place. It's understandable that Lin Yuan feels anxious. Zhao Xiaoqiao nodded in agreement. Sister Empress, you're here. Yan Yi and Zhao Xiaoqiao greeted Yan Ji with smiles. Hello, sisters, Yan Ji responded naturally. Various thoughts began to emerge in her mind. For someone like me, who has suddenly joined the swarm, they can accept it instantly. It seems that only within the swarm could this happen. The will of the swarm clearly has its own thoughts, yet I know that I cannot go against the overall will. This seemingly contradictory aspect is perfectly integrated. The combination of individual consciousness and collective consciousness is simply indescribably marvelous. Only a ruler can achieve this. Sisters, you don't need to worry. I can help Lin Yuan share some of the pressure now. Yanji looked at her guard team and was immediately stunned. Wow, this jelly-like thing called fungal blanket is really delicious. It's incredibly chewy. Wow, this is too tasty. It's absolutely amazing. I'm consuming it like crazy. Today is another day in paradise. The 100-member guard team casually sat on the ground, elegantly enjoying the dark, glistening, chewy fungal blankets. It is said that humans have a natural craving for high-calorie foods, but such foods can easily lead to indulgence and weight gain. Fortunately, this fungal blanket is both energy-rich and completely healthy. I would call it the ultimate delicacy. Come, let me add some cocoa powder for better taste. Sprinkling more matcha powder is also great. It's so delicious it makes me want to cry. I wonder what it would taste like to fry the mushroom blanket in breading. Gong Xiaomin looked so moved, completely rendering Yanji tender on the outside and crispy on the inside. I told you, the mushroom blanket is delicious. Zhao Xiaoqiao claimed she was just a simple food lover and definitely not a weirdo who liked mushroom blankets. Sister Xiaomin, Yanji called weakly. Ah, it's so good, Your Highness. You're out. Gong Xiaomin raised her head, her eyes shining with joy and pride. They didn't lie to me. Your Highness, you have become very powerful. I can feel the terrifying energy within you. Yes, Yanji nodded slowly. Just as we anticipated, those usurpers in Zhuke City are planning to sell out 8 billion civilians. Fortunately, the main teleportation platform needs 2 days to restore energy chaos, so there is still a chance to salvage the situation. Time is running out. Follow me. Yanji turned and walked toward the main nest, and Gong Xiaomin and the others followed her. Sire, I heard them call you Empress. Are you going to conduct some kind of loyalty-enhancing ritual with us? Gong Xiaomin asked. You could say that, Yanji replied gently. You must not have any ulterior motives, otherwise it will be life-threatening. For Your Highness, we would risk our lives. The 100-strong guard shouted loudly. Very good, Yanji expressed her satisfaction. Though the mushroom blanket you ate is delicious, it is extremely toxic to humans, harboring countless viruses and bacteria. If not transformed, you will undoubtedly perish. The 100-strong guard responded. We will never eat anything recklessly again. Sister Xiaomin, how many loyal light lords are there in the SC-1 Nirvana area? Yanji suddenly asked. There are 325, 600 light lords, and their loyalty can be guaranteed, Gong Xiaomin replied fluently. 325, 600 potential native beings? Yanji nodded. You are the leader of the SC-1 Nirvana area on the surface. Issue a notice for them all to come here. Understood. Although Gong Xiaomin didn't know what native beings meant, she didn't ask further and immediately executed Yanji's order. After sending the message, Gong Xiaomin hesitated and finally asked, Your Highness, what kind of agreement did you reach with Lin Yuan? Can his credibility be ensured? After all, we still have a long way to go. Agreement? Yanji scoffed. We don't need such things. Moreover, I have already seen our future path. It is so vast and bright. Sister Xiaomin, you will know soon. Gong Xiaomin looked confused. Your Highness, you always say things that seem nonsensical, as if you've been brainwashed. As your subordinate, what should I do? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. As for the potential of the 100-strong guard, Lin Yuan had already conducted a preliminary investigation. Aside from Gong Xiaomin possessing the capacity of a destroyer, the others can only become invaders above the conquerors. The transformation operation between destroyers and invaders can be described as mindless and simplistic, under the guidance of powerful alien insects. All that is needed is to push them into the splitting pool. Come on, Sister Xiaomin, we don't have much time left. Yanji grabbed Gong Xiaomin's little hand and led her to the splitting pool next to the main nest in Zhuke City, at the sub-transportation platform. 2 figures appeared. Fortunately, our strength isn't that impressive. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to return easily. The annoying restrictions of the main city prevented us from feeling the warm care of the Master, nearly driving me insane. Ah, the torment of the vague connection day and night. It's so good to be back now. Ah, this deep feeling, more and more of it. These 2 beings, or rather 2 insects, were Li Nai and Yuan Sanfong, sent by Alpha Sta for further training in Qilan City. At this moment, they were dressed in plain white robes, radiating a sacred brilliance. The gold-inlaid jade circular hairpin on their heads indicated their noble status within the Church of Light. Those people were really crazily enthusiastic. When they saw me, it was like flies meeting dung. If I weren't an alien insect, I might have almost believed I was the reincarnation of a holy child, Li Nai complained. Yuan Sanfang shrugged, saying, "All right, let us hurry and get to business." The two alien insects walked towards the Church of Light. "Children, how did you return?" Alpha Sta appeared a bit haggard, but upon seeing Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang, his eyes filled with surprise. During this time, Lin Yuan's words often echoed in his ears, making him unable to eat or sleep. It not only generated great annoyance towards the faith of those around him, but even made him begin to doubt the purity of his own faith. A true believer should have rushed to confront the Dark Devourer in a life-or-death battle at that time, the long-standing judgment of light often thought. At this moment, seeing Li Nai's return, Alpha Sta felt a sense of spiritual comfort. It can't be wrong. Nai's pure faith will not be overshadowed by Lin Yuan. Nai's existence proves that human faith can be pure. Teacher, the 8 billion people in the jurisdiction of Zhuke City are in grave danger. We had no choice but to return, Li Nai said, her face glowing with a noble light. Good child, Alpha Sta felt very relieved, but said, "We are powerless and must sacrifice the small to protect the greater good. If Zhuke City falls, the dark abyss will collapse, leaving no chance for those 8 billion people to survive. Such events have occurred many times during the era of light. It is a choice made out of necessity, and I believe everyone will understand that." "Yes, we understand," Li Nai nodded and then said, "Teacher, what if you could save these 8 billion people?" "Nai, do you have a way? This is not something to joke about," Alpha Sta said seriously. Li Nai affirmed, "Teacher, do you know that the main city of the Kyushu Alliance has an emergency recall teleportation function? If any unpredictable disaster occurs, the main city can activate the emergency recall teleportation to bring back all the citizens within its jurisdiction." "What?" Alphasta's tone suddenly rose. He was surprised to learn of such a teleportation function. "That's right. As long as it's a prominent family or a unit above the 10th tier, everyone knows about this," Li Nai stated confidently. "Nai, I know you're not lying," Alphasta said with a complicated expression. "However, those people never told me that Zhuke City has the capability for emergency recall teleportation." "They certainly wouldn't," Li Nai retorted angrily, "because they need to use the main teleportation platform to send the Holy Hall Legion, and at that time, the energy of the teleportation array would be exhausted, making emergency recall teleportation unusable." Li Nai fixed her gaze on Alphasta. "So, teacher, what will you do? Will you use the teleportation energy to guide the Holy Hall Legion? Or will you save 8 billion citizens?" Alphasta stumbled back 3 steps and then sat down heavily in his chair. The current situation was completely different from before. Although it was still about the death of 8 billion citizens, sacrificing for the future and being sold out for the interests of certain individuals were two entirely different concepts. Why did they do that? Alphasta was filled with confusion but hesitated to make a choice. Could he defy the orders of the Archbishop in white? However, when he saw the disappointment on Li Nai's face, he felt a deep pain in his heart for some unknown reason. At that moment, Li Nai said, "Teacher, I know this choice is difficult, but I will only do what I believe is right. If the Mother of Light sees us ignoring the lives of 8 billion, she would surely weep. The current Church of Light is no longer pure. It's better for us not to stay in such a place." Suddenly, she ripped off the circlet from her head and smashed it on the ground. Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang tore apart their white robes and turned away without looking back. Just as they reached the door, Li Nai suddenly turned and said, "Teacher, the Archbishop in white did not apply for the withdrawal of the heresy trial for Lin Yuan at all. Everything was just his self-directed play. He has blasphemed the authority given to him by the Mother of Light." After saying this, Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang vanished from Alphasta's sight. Crash! It sounded as if something had shattered. The pupils of the Chief of Light Judgment shrank to the size of pinpoints, beating erratically. Why is faith not heresy judgment? Alphasta's lips moved, uttering incomprehensible syllables. Suddenly, 2 snake-like golden ropes shot out from the corner, binding Alphasta tightly. The ropes glimmered with golden light, and the Chief of Light Judgment instinctively struggled but could not break free. Heresy judgment golden noose? Feeling the power within him rapidly depleting, Alphasta's gaze was filled with confusion. "I'm sorry, Chief of Judgment, but the plan of His Excellency the Archbishop in white cannot fail." In the corner, Skaku emerged from the shadows. There was a sound, as if something had snapped. Alphasta surprisingly calmed down. "Skaku, we have fought together for 100 years. I don't want to ask why you betrayed me. I just want to hear your thoughts. Don't you care about the lives of those 8 billion people?" Skaku shrugged. "They are just 8 billion civilians. If they die, they die. After all, Those people reproduce so easily. Your actions and thoughts completely contradict the principles of the Radiant Grace, Alfasta replied in a flat tone. Huh? The Radiant Grace? Skaku looked at the chief judge with an incredulous expression. Isnt that used to control those foolish people? At our level. Only you would care about such things. Chief Judge, your thinking is too rigid. Look at the brothers working under other chief judges, who Isnt living in luxury. I've followed you for 100 years, and you've never thought about securing any benefits for me. And now you want to push me into the fire? Do you know what will happen if you defy the Archbishop? Skaku's expression was agitated, and he grew more furious as he spoke. I've been fed up with your icy face for a long time. His eyes blazing, he stepped forward angrily and swung at Alfasta. Slap, 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 slap. The sound of slapping echoed loudly in the empty hall of the Radiant Church. The statue of the Radiant Mother stood, watching everything unfold with compassion. At that moment, an announcement suddenly appeared, and all the citizens of Suzaka City saw the relevant information before them. Announcement from the Suzaku City Pan District. Yanheim, citizens of Suzaka City. I am Yanheim, the daughter of the Fire God. Since my father's passing, chaos has erupted in Suzaka City, with all sorts of malevolent beings appearing. The Zhou family has betrayed Suzaka City, and I will ensure their punishment. Among the 8 great families, those who sell out the 8 billion civilians in the shallow dark regions for their own benefit will be completely purged. Now, as the legitimate heir of Suzaka City, I will reshape Suzaka City and restore it to a bright future. Boom. The sudden announcement spread like thunder, exploding throughout all of Suzaka City. After a moment of silence, a wave of uproar erupted, rising and falling in Suzaka City. The old city lord has a daughter? Is that true? This is an official announcement. We can all see it, and only the direct blood relatives of the old city lord have the authority to issue it. Not even the council leader can. Does this mean we one team need a traditional performance to prove her bloodline? Everyone was discussing eagerly. And on the shallow forum of the Radiant Tree in Suzaka City, the citizens were posting their opinions. Certainly, her ability to issue an announcement proves that point. Even if she doesn't issue a universal announcement, as long as she is the daughter of the former city lord, she has many simple ways to prove her identity. My friend, is the method you mentioned the dark-colored vermilion bird flame? The lively discussion in the forum came to an abrupt halt. People on the street looked up, and those inside the houses opened their windows and leaned out. Although the colors were different, the resonance that stirred my heart couldn't be mistaken. This is the vermilion bird flame. Indeed, this dark-colored vermilion bird flame must have mutated. The daughter of the former city lord is truly extraordinary. The vermilion bird flame. I never expected to see it in my lifetime. Some people were in tears. After the 8 great families rose to power, taxes increased 5-fold, and the annual city defense construction fees doubled, blatantly exploiting us. Someone loudly accused. Only the bloodline of the Flame family is the recognized legitimate lineage of Vermilion City. Justice lies in the hearts of the people. We all know how the 8 great families came to power. Someone said indignantly, the 8 great families colluded with outside factions, selling the interests of Vermilion City. Their crimes are treason. Someone was filled with rage. Universal announcement from the Vermilion City area. Lady Flame, citizens of Vermilion City. I am the daughter of the Flame Lord, Lady Flame, the legitimate successor of Vermilion City. I will soon begin the purge of Vermilion City. Please take shelter in basements or nearby underground shelters. Lady Flame's universal announcement resonated once again. Meanwhile, the 8 great families were completely dumbfounded. The Flame Lord actually has a daughter, well hidden, and we had no idea. Is this his trump card? The 15th tier Vermilion Light Tree is heavily guarded. How could she issue a universal announcement? Wanting to purge us is simply a joke. What can a universal announcement do? What does she have to purge us? One clan leader was perplexed. Exactly. What can the daughter of the Flame Lord do? We have cleared out all systems. Can she conjure up forces to counter us out of thin air? This little girl surely doesn't expect to rely on those commoners. It seems as an elder. I must teach her that a ruler's authority comes from power. Moreover, we have the support of the Light God sect. After a moment of surprise, most clan leaders remained calm and composed. The situation was clear. They controlled the military power of Vermilion City and had the assistance of the Light God sect. What could this suddenly appeared Lady Flame use to fight against them? At that moment, 2 figures stood up. Head of the Yuan family, head of the Li family. Where are you going? I forgot to take my medicine when I came. My kidneys are failing, and I need to hurry back to take my medicine. My third and sixth concubines are fighting. I need to go mediate. Farewell. The two clan leaders clasped their fists and hurriedly left. Humph. The Yuan and Li families seem to be on the fence. It seems they are not united with us. Someone said ominously. Hee hee. Wait for the arrival of the big shots from the Bright God sect, and we will join forces to swallow them whole. Great idea. Ha ha ha. The remaining 6 major families believe that Yanji poses no threat at all. They can't figure out how Yanji could possibly threaten them, who are safely in the city. Just then, the Bright Arbiter, Skaku, suddenly appears. I now fully represent His Excellency the Archbishop of the White Robes. Skaku pulls out a balance token. This kind of token can only be produced by the fair balance that only the Archbishop of the White Robes can possess. Each balance token carries a unique mark of the corresponding Archbishop. The heads of the 6 major families exchange glances. As seasoned players in the mod, they sense the familiar scent of conspiracy. Where is the Chief Arbiter, Alfasta? Skaku carrying the Archbishop's balance token is equivalent to having his inspector with him. This means that Alfasta has now lost the trust of the Archbishop. They quickly grasp the key point. I want you to accelerate the activation of the main teleportation array. Skaku says coldly. The head of the Zhu family hesitates and replies. But more than half of the personnel on the 3rd and 4th defensive lines have not yet been relocated. They are the foundation of the city. Without them, it may take a long time for the city to operate smoothly again. Surely, the Archbishop Wu Ti want to inherit a paralyzed city? The head of the Qian family also advises against it. If we accelerate the main teleportation array now, it will cause irreversible damage to the city's teleportation system, and recovery will be extremely difficult. Humph, Skaku scoffs. Are you questioning the decision of the Archbishop? Dare not, dare not. The 2 family heads immediately express their willingness to execute the order. Boom. Energy surges. It's as if the ground exploded with the force of a peacekeeper. Crimson energy erupts like magma. The immense energy roars, echoing through the sky, and the entire city seems to shake violently. Buzzing, a heavy, muffled sound reverberates, as if pulsing from the depths of the earth. In just 3 minutes, all energy supplies to the 3rd and 4th defensive lines are cut off and redirected to the main teleportation array. The crowd still entering the city is instantly stunned. What do you want to do? Are you going to attack us? Have you all gone mad? My God, the city has turned into hell. Those major families are heartless beasts. When the 1st defensive line's innocent members die unjustly, they say nothing. When the 2nd defensive line's members are betrayed, they are not worried at all, even feeling quite pleased. They never expected that the slaughter would come down upon them so quickly. Roar. The waves of darkness surge forth immediately. A terrifying roar echoed from the darkness. Just the sound of the roar made billions feel their blood surge and their heads spin. How terrifying could this monster in the dark be? Let us in. I don't want to be drained of my life essence. I don't want to become food for the monster. Oh, former city lord, if you are watching from above, please save us. My God, it's madness. You've all gone mad. The crowd surged wildly. Under the threat of the monstrous darkness, no one was condemning anything anymore. Everyone was frantically pushing forward, trying to reach the 5th line of defense that represented safety and stability. Many people fell. In their desperation, they were trampled to death by various kinds of shoes, canvas shoes, sneakers, leather shoes, and more. Help! The cries of despair were endless, but the crowd had gone mad, deaf to the screams of their fellow beings. Push forward, push forward. Just an extra centimeter could mean survival for 1,000. Charge, charge, keep pushing forward. A step away. Heaven or hell. Bastards. Don't block my way. Go die. Get lost, get lost. All of you get out of my way. Just need to push ahead of those behind. The scene was chaotic beyond belief. Ha ha ha. The gentleman on the observation deck of the 5th wall laughed heartily at the sight. What a splendid scene. Truly delightful. Such a rare sight. It was lucky to witness it. Sipping freshly squeezed juice, drinking clear red wine, munching on exquisite pastries. The faces of these gentlemen were filled with joyful smiles. The observation deck was filled with a lively atmosphere. The best part was yet to come. One of them laughed heartily. Crackling sounds echoed loudly. In the horrified gaze of the crowd, the gate, over 500 meters wide, was slowly descending. Inch by inch, it fell. Let me through. You all go die first. Screams of shock erupted, as the crowd moved like fish frantically thrashing as the tide receded. Unfortunately, the gate's descent was not influenced by their will. Many were trapped in the passage of the gate, unable to move. Their hope was right before them. Visible to the naked eye, Yet the gate that was supposed to protect them from the darkness was slowly coming down. Finally, boom, the gate slammed shut. A sound like a steamroller crushing flesh echoed. The people in the third and fourth lines of defense, whether in the fifth line or the fourth defense area, all reacted the same way. They collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at the thick blood seeping from beneath the gate. This must be hell, they thought. Haha, great. This feels comfortable. After waiting for so long, this wonderful moment has finally arrived. TSK, TSK, TSK. Now I feel completely relaxed. The gentlemen on the observation deck are glowing with excitement. This is what makes it interesting. Watching beasts fight is just too boring. Sigh. I'm tired of all the delicacies. Only things like this can spark a bit of my interest. Suddenly, a scream pierces the air. Looking towards the source of the sound, these people are hit with a severe mental shock. Not because of a colleague turned to ashes by that woman, but because of her indescribable beauty that exceeds imagination. Unfortunately, they can only admire her for a little while. It's truly disgusting. Since you all like it so much, why not experience it yourselves? Without any action from the woman, everyone on the observation deck has already fallen towards the area of the fourth city wall. Here comes the Flame Princess. I have returned to the city of the Vermilion Bird. From now on, neither the petty criminals nor the dark monsters can harm you anymore. The Flame Princess steps onto the city wall with one foot, raising her right hand. With a screech, mutant cockroaches and stinging snakes surge towards the wall like a tidal wave, overwhelming the soldiers on top. The fifth city gate opens again. Looking at the hellish scene of blood and flesh, countless people are retching while spilling out. Worker bees have mutated into a breeding ground for alien insects. The Flame Princess commands. The worker bees float to just outside the city gate. At this moment, the once terrifying alien insects seem completely non-threatening in the eyes of the crowd. The worker bees quickly perform a transformation, and in the blink of an eye, an alien insect breeding ground takes root in the land of the Vermilion Bird City. Any race that understands alien insects would pay any price to destroy this breeding ground. However, the dark world where the alien insects reside is clearly unaware of them. The alien queen produces fungal blanket tumors in the breeding ground. The fungal blanket spreads, consuming and covering that hellish scene. The crowd watches in a daze. Compared to that nightmare-like sight, this dark material reflecting mysterious purple light seems somewhat adorable. Fellow compatriots, what are you waiting for? Come on in. At the city gate, a large group of humans suddenly appears. They wear simple cloth garments. Yet their extraordinary aura cannot be concealed. Each one is well-built, proportionate, and possesses excellent features, giving a sense of reassurance. The combined genes of Lin Yuan build a bridge of coordination between human genes and insect genes. Although the conquerors are essentially alien insects, their appearance is evolving towards that of excellent humans. Even Lin Yuan, who once believed that human genes were inferior, couldn't help but look at human genetics with new eyes. Unfortunately, he has many projects at hand, and the priority for researching this phenomenon can be said to be at the bottom of his list. In the human world, perhaps the prevailing thoughts are constantly changing. However, there seems to be a sociological law that has never changed. Humans completely determine first impressions based on appearance. When the invaders appeared, the public's favor and trust in them skyrocketed. Yet, among the crowd, many were filled with dread towards these invaders. It was a terrifying aura. Although they appeared gentle and were not armed or armored, in my eyes, they were nothing less than terrifying beasts hiding their claws. The aura of tearing apart all enemies was too strong. My intuition told me they were nothing but death warriors who disregarded their own lives. My heart raced. Fear began to breed. Among the crowd were many veterans who felt their bodies rapidly losing heat, icy coldness spreading through their limbs. What kind of terrifying power was hidden beneath that gentle and handsome exterior? How much bloodshed had they experienced? These people dared not think further, lowering their heads and quickly passing through the city gate corridor. Everyone lined up, don't panic. We won't abandon any citizen of the Zhuke city. Please pass through in an orderly manner. The invaders maintained order. The crowd was no longer agitated, and the rate of passage was several times higher than before. These insect warriors, are they not the signature troops of Lord Lin Yuan? Living flesh? Such an unsettling recruitment structure. The citizens entering the 5th defensive line area looked hesitantly at the strange insects and the hatchery before them. Dark and rugged exoskeletons, rough skin, menacing bone spurs, and sharp-toothed mandibles. The chilling aura of slaughter penetrated everyone's limbs and bones, even though the insects had just saved them. Seeing their fierce appearance up close made people's muscles tremble involuntarily. Everyone instinctively felt fear towards these terrifying predators, their minds going blank. The instinct to flee washing over them like a powerful water gun. For a sense of security, the crowd subconsciously huddled together. Humph. Yin-Ji watched the crowd's reaction and snorted coldly. If the insects were cute rabbits or kittens, these humans might have already smiled and expressed their gratitude. When changes occur in the human world, it is only natural for peers to turn against one another. Since ancient times, human civil wars have been like this, let alone the differences between the insect swarm and humans. Worker bees mutated into splitting pools. The diligent little worker bees not only operated 24/7 for mining and gathering, but also had to constantly separate their bodies to expand and transform into various insect buildings. Gulu. The worker bees called out in their daily routine, sprawled on the fungal mat, and soon after, hundreds of splitting pools appeared behind the city gate. To the citizens of the city, I stand here as a representative of the Conqueror, and the Empress has joined us in our evolution. If you wish to be part of our strength, jump into these pools of evolution. As long as you willingly join us, you will become powerful like us. From now on, you will no longer suffer or doubt the future. People are looking at me, and I am looking at you, all bewildered by this proposal. What do you intend to do? These pools appear sinister. Jumping in might lead to death. No one stepped forward. Their cautious habits formed from daily life made them reluctant to leap into the bubbling pools, even though many had just been crushed at the city gates. And a large portion of them would become prey for dark creatures. The recent encounter with the swarm made them more protective of themselves. Suddenly, the cries of children echoed through the crowd, spreading like an infection. Panic spread among the adults as they tried to comfort the children, while their fearful gazes occasionally darted toward the surrounding creatures. The creatures looked at each other, expressing their confusion. The jumpers also wondered why the humans were making such noise. They lacked discipline. Observing the people's reactions, the leader felt a growing disappointment. Images of many herbivores flashed through her mind. Is this the group she wished to save? What was the meaning of saving them? With their potential, even if they transformed, they would only become the most basic of conquerors. The significance of change quickly faded, like copper exposed to air, tarnished and rusted. Perhaps for most. As long as life is secure and they can eat and dress well, that is enough happiness. If others are consumed, at least they can lower their heads and graze peacefully. Suddenly realizing this, she understood that offering them a choice was already an act of mercy from the dominant. It would not significantly impact their plans whether they joined or not. Unlike humans, the swarm does not merely survive in a limited space. Indeed, the dark world is boundless. And the territory occupied by humans is minuscule. The Conqueror deeply resonated with this sentiment. The leader stated, "Our purpose in this city is merely to stop the oppressive forces against the swarm's development." At this moment, her mind was like a wide and calm lake. Something was continuously sinking, eventually falling to the bottom, covered by endless mud and sand, disappearing without a trace. What was I originally here for in the Phoenix City? Such questions lingered in Yin-Ji's mind for just a moment before vanishing completely. I came to Phoenix City, of course, to showcase the development of the swarm. Yin-Ji was extremely certain and confident. Having been assimilated into the will of the swarm, unconsciously, all actions would prioritize the interests of the swarm. Even more terrifying was that this standard had no specific description, no precise meaning. Yet it would never have logical errors or systemic flaws. Roar. A terrifying beast roar seemed to pierce through the eardrums. Liquid darkness rippled continuously, and block-like skin resembling the bark of a dead tree flickered in and out of sight in the darkness. Oh no, the dark monster has arrived. How could it come so quickly? Help, I don't want to be drained dry. The crowd was in a panic, faces filled with helpless fear. It was just a tier 10 minor monster, yet it dared to make such noise. Interrupted in her thoughts, Yin-Ji's gaze was as cold as ice. Her fingers intertwined like butterflies, making elegant and noble gestures. The ethereal energy gathered in an instant like rippling waves. Dance of the spectral sparrow. Ignoring the dark energy resembling a black phoenix, it flew out like celestial flowers scattering, wings fluttering towards the darkness. Boom, boom, boom. A whirlpool like a waterfall exploded in the liquid darkness. Crash. A monster resembling a bull and a wolf flew out from the darkness, crashing down like a small mountain. Its body was already mangled from the explosion, lying on the ground and roaring weakly. Squeak. Ant-like jumping insects rushed in for the final blow. quickly reducing this Tier 10 monster to nothing but scraps. A Tier 10 Dominion-level monster, the Dark Unicorn Bull, was thus slain. With just one strike, it was brought to the brink of death. This was at least the power of a Tier 13 city-destroying level. The retired soldiers in the crowd felt their scalps tingle. Astonished, roar, roar, roar. One after another, giant roars spread like a loudspeaker. Dozens of unicorns broke through the water curtain, and groups of dark unicorn bulls emerged from the darkness. The swarm was instantly excited. Only by fighting continuously could they soothe the restless genes within them. The aberrant creatures took the lead, with jumping insects surging forward, followed closely by mutated cockroaches and thorn snakes. "We will join in," Public Showman called out, leaping high and crossing a distance of 1,000 meters to land on the head of the aberrant creature. The eyes of the conquerors shone with a crimson light as they entered combat mode. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Chitinous armor extended from within their bodies, enveloping them completely. The sleek armor displayed sharp lines, giving the conquerors a sense of powerful beauty. 149, Traders of Phoenix City. "Let us go." The conquerors roared as they skillfully maneuvered through the swarm. Their presence added many possibilities to the swarm. Roar. The dark-horned beasts charged forward with their massive hooves pounding the ground, their bodies resembling small mountains. The bark-like exterior shimmered with a dark glow, making their defenses comparable to alloy materials. Boom. 42 dark-horned beasts charged, and the houses along their path crumbled like fragile toy blocks. Gong Xiuming. "This is up to you. I have more important matters to attend to," Yanji said, showing no interest in the battle whose outcome was already determined. Before turning to leave, "Leave it to us, Your Majesty," Gong Xiuming responded, filled with a sense of delight. With the queen gone, there would be no competition for kills. What a relief. Let me make it quick. The conqueror-type creatures used the aberrations as mounts and springboards, charging at the dark-horned beasts. Odd-shaped, pitch-black weapons erupted from within their bodies, tearing through the dark-horned beast's skin as if it were freshly fried crispy chicken. Compared to the rigid traditional creatures, the conqueror type perfectly showcased the subjective initiative inherited from humanity. In an instant, the dark-horned beasts were bleeding profusely, their cries echoing. They were directly clashing with a formidable dark creature horde. Many people, with murky eyes, ignited with a certain light. Had they ever witnessed such a scene? Not relying on walls or defensive towers, nor using defensive devices, they faced the dark beings head-on. Why did it feel like a heavy breath was released from their hearts? Previously, they thought defense was the ultimate truth. Now, it felt so stifling. A flash of lightning crossed their minds, as if they had opened the door to a new world. At that moment, thousands resolutely walked toward the writhing mass of green slime and flesh. "I've had enough of the 8 great families, enough of the light church, and more importantly, enough of my own helplessness." The walls were a cage. They wanted to break free. Rather than living stifled behind walls, they preferred to die fighting passionately. "I've made up my mind. I want to join the Evolution City." Thud, 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 like dumplings being dropped. Thousands jumped into the division pool. War brings endless suffering, but how many people harbor fierce beasts within? Do those participating in the war truly feel guilt when slaughtering their own kind? In fact, war itself can evoke primitive longings. Gong Xiuming turned back, revealing a knowing smile. The endless devouring had its unique charm, which many found irresistible. As long as someone took the lead, their ranks would soon expand. In the inner ring of Zhuke City, beneath an ancient castle, in a vast underground space, the luminous tree shone brightly, operating at high speed. The invaders and conquerors, though fundamentally different creatures, are recognized by the Tree of Light as humans and soldiers. Countless larvae wriggled joyfully, their numbers swelling beyond measure. At this moment, the underground space is filled to capacity with the hatcheries of these creatures. Having been away for some time, I feel a sense of relief witnessing the thriving swarm. Li Nai wears a beaming smile. Yin Ji approaches, expressing gratitude for the intelligence you provided. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to prepare in advance. Your Majesty. Li Nai waves her hand, indicating that everything is ready. Then let us set off, Yin Ji commands. Larvae transform into jumping bugs. Larvae mutate into abnormal cockroaches. Larvae evolve into stinging serpents. Boom. The ancient castle is uprooted, debris flying out like a fountain. The dark entrance resembles a black hole from hell, spewing forth an endless stream of soldiers. Larvae metamorphose into king bugs. The massive beasts soar into the sky, providing a wide, all-encompassing view. Larvae turn into aberrations. As the dust settles, the blood and flesh tank-like aberration stands on the land of Zhuke City. In just 10 short minutes, an army of billions has fully formed and is ready to mobilize. How long would it take for humans to recruit such a level of soldiers? 10 years? 20 years? During the time it took for the larvae to become a swarm, the 6 major families didn't even sound the alarm. The terrifying nature of instantaneous mutation is fully realized at this moment. Reclaiming Zhuke City will happen today. Yanji seems to be stating a fact that has already occurred. The swarm is exhilarated. To participate in such a large-scale battle right after birth is far more enjoyable than being idle like those older predecessors. Zhuke City was originally built on the foundation of a vast region, covering at least 3 million square kilometers. Yanji's stronghold is at the 7th defensive line, where the streets are wide enough for 10 horse-drawn carriages to run side by side. However, as the swarm floods in, it fills the streets to the brim like a torrent of water in a pipe. Dark monsters. What is happening? How could dark monsters invade the area of the 7th defensive line? My goodness, these creatures are all soldiers recognized by the Tree of Light. Lin Yuan. The soldier of the newly emerged Lord Lin Yuan. How could there be such numbers? Quick, sound the alarm. The urgent alarm blares sharply, perfectly expressing the feelings of the patrolling defense soldiers at this moment. Fortunately, they want to be punished for their slow reaction. The swarm quickly overwhelms them. Target, the 15th level Zhuke Tree of Light. Advance. Reclaim everything that belongs to the swarm. Ethereal Zhuke soars around, while Yanji hovers in the air like a toxic rose. Both tempting and deadly. The flame of the vermilion bird. She is the daughter of the former city lord. This is a battle to reclaim legitimacy. Don't kill me. Let me join you. I've been waiting for this day. Your Highness, let me join you. Many people raise their hands, calling out eagerly. Indeed, the prominent families have thoroughly purged the mid-level ranks, but they simply lack the capability to carry out a massive overhaul at the grassroots level. Many of the lower-tier soldiers still hold loyalty to the former city lord. After all, the Vermilion Bird City has been under the governance of the Flame Division for 1,000 years, with a glorious reputation. It's impossible that there aren't loyal followers. However, with the former city lord gone, who can they fight for? They can only temporarily serve the prominent families. At this moment, the appearance of the Flame Princess ignited their faith. Yet, despair and regret filled their eyes in the next moment. Before these old soldiers, a massive swarm of insects surged into view. There's no time left. Sigh, even if we had 1,000 strengths, we are still traitors, dying at your highness's hands. We would at least die with honor. It's just that we want to be able to see the day when your highness inherits the throne. What a pity. Truly a pity. Many soldiers closed their eyes, tears streaming down their cheeks. They were seasoned warriors, aware that a charge from such a multitude of soldiers could not be halted. Moreover, in a war of this scale, who would even notice them? Even if, hypothetically, your highness did notice them and ordered the troops to halt their charge, by the time the order was relayed, those soldiers would have already trampled them into pulp. In such a vast scale, even a 3-minute delay in commands from above would be abnormal, and the endless swarm of insects was already upon them. Let it end like this. Yet, 1 second passed. 5 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. These old soldiers still felt very much alive. What is going on? This feeling of impending death is rather exaggerated. The veterans suddenly opened their eyes, and the scene before them left them utterly stunned. The tide of insect soldiers surged past them like a rolling river, yet they felt as if they were statues in the midst of a flood, untouched by a single drop of water. This surreal sight overloaded their minds, turning their thoughts into mere white noise. Father, this is the power you spoke of that can change the world. Your soldiers remain loyal. You can rest peacefully now. The Flame Princess gazed into the distance. The prominent families didn't have time to organize their troops, while the insect spies had already infiltrated the city gates and defensive towers, allowing the swarm to pass through unhindered. After an unknown amount of time, the old soldiers finally regained their senses from the miraculous discipline of the insect soldiers. Your Highness, don't go to the Vermilion Bird's bright tree. The 6 prominent families have amassed a strong force there, with the main troops being of the 8th tier. Your Highness, it's not that we don't believe in your strength, but launching an attack now will definitely result in heavy losses. They shouted loudly, trying to remind Yanji. However, the veterans' warnings had become irrelevant. At this moment, the swarm had already reached the outskirts of the 15th tier Vermilion Bird Bright Tree. The term 100 billion is merely 2 words in a novel. Many people are not sensitive to measurement units and cannot imagine such a concept. Even the more relatable target of 100 million is a number that many cannot fathom, which is why comparisons are necessary. For a simple example, if 100 billion is simply deposited in a bank, the annual interest alone would exceed 3 million. A 3 million annual salary is an unattainable goal for many. With 100 million in savings, achieving a dream that 999 out of 1,000 cannot reach becomes easy. Moreover, bank managers will treat you like royalty, showering you with attention during holidays. The magnitude of 100 million is indeed terrifying. Or to provide an even simpler example, if a swarm of 100 billion descends upon the Dragon Kingdom, then on average, each person would have to face 7 alien insects. Just imagine facing 7 jumping insects alone. That illustrates the vastness of the 100 billion figure. However, such a scale can be reached by the swarm in an instant. If the wide streets of Vermilion Bird City are likened to a water pipe, the tide of insects has filled it to the brim. Before the 6 major families could react, countless alien insects had already rushed to the outskirts of the 15th tier Vermilion Bird Bright Tree. The Vermilion Bird Bright Tree required no defense, yet these petty beings, suspicious of one another, had set up heavy defenses here. It was utterly ridiculous. Yin-Ji's gaze was icy. The swarm would devour them, drowning them. The Empress's command was conveyed instantly. The swarm charged towards the enemy without hesitation. Even facing strong defenses, they would only be torn apart in the endless sea of insects. Boom, boom, boom. Fiery energy exploded within the swarm. The jumping insects were blown to pieces, their remains flying into the sky. Here, the 6 major families had heavily fortified their positions, and there was finally some sporadic resistance. Enemy attack. The enemy is numerous. Defensive formation. The energy surged. Large machinery was assembled to form shields, a faint red halo taking shape, appearing solid and reliable. The soldiers within the halo visibly relaxed, showing confidence in their defensive capabilities. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The deadly spine needles descended like a torrential rain. But these terrifying 30-centimeter long bone spikes turned to dust upon hitting the halo, unable to penetrate. Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers within the halo fired in unison, energy dispersing. The soldiers reacted quickly and launched a counterattack. A massive fireball exploded among the swarm, resembling small mushrooms. The city was not an open plain, and the swarm had limited space to maneuver, resulting in tremendous damage from this area attack. Soon, millions of the strange insects perished. Blast these bugs. Turn them to ashes. The morale of the troops surged as they increased their output. The defensive troops of the Zhu family? Why is it only your family here? While others are not coming to help. Truly isolated. A slight smile curved on Yin-Ji's lips. The insect tide was not attacking from just one direction, but was a multi-directional assault. Other family troops were also defending against the swarm from different directions. Their defensive measures varied, but their output was fierce. After all, they were elite troops recruited with significant resources, so lacking strength was not an option. So, can you withstand the next attack? Yin-Ji instinctively licked her lips. The dissipation of life trembled through her mind. Large-scale warfare, brutal yet magnificent, was something Yin-Ji relished. Jumping insects mutated into toxic explosive insects. Crack! Countless cocoons burst open. The round toxic explosive insects magically appeared on the battlefield. The sharp legs struck the stone slabs, producing a crisp sound. The toxic explosive insects swayed toward the troop positions of the 6 major families. What are these creatures? They transformed right before our eyes. This insect troop is incredibly bizarre. I have a very bad feeling. Prioritize killing these green, plump bugs. However, the toxic explosive insects were not something they could easily kill. Deformed type. Come on, explosive brother, my space is vast. Big brother will protect you. Boom. 10 massive fireballs struck the deformed creature's ugly yet reliable body. Seeing a large chunk missing from its body, the deformed creature revealed a chillingly sunny smile. Yes, that's right. Even as they bombard me, I love the feeling of being hit. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, 356 deformed creatures were blown to bits, sliced in half, and riddled with holes. Toxic explosive insect. Farewell, big brother. I will come to accompany you soon. I'm about to explode. Hiss, 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 hiss. The green acidic liquid was so green, so acidic. This special substance could even obliterate the energy shields of advanced beings. let alone the relatively lower-tier energies. It was like a mop wiping away dust. The energy shields of the family troops were directly annihilated. In the Dark World, the troops primarily focused on defense, standing high on city walls to unleash firepower. To maximize firepower output per unit area, their positioning was often quite dense. The dense positioning was like throwing a bone in front of a dog that hadn't eaten for 3 days when faced with the toxic explosion worms. The worms' eyes turned green, hissing as they crawled forward. The family soldiers widened their eyes, wanting to retreat. However, the ubiquitous jumping insects had unknowingly sealed off their escape routes. As soon as the jumping insects leaped, their sharp blades left deep scratches on the soldiers' armor, greatly hindering their movements. The toxic explosion worms exclaimed, "Don't run, my little treasures. I'm coming." With a sizzling sound, the soldiers, unable to even scream, were quickly corroded into ashes under the strong acid, transforming into mindless creatures. The higher-tier family soldiers were not to be underestimated either. Massive war machines rose from among them. Some resembled tanks, others self-propelled artillery, and some looked like killing machines from sci-fi movies. The formidable soldiers of levels 10 and 11 piloted these war machines, elevating their combat effectiveness to another level. The useless steel, lacking any genetic material, was deemed worthless by Yen-Ji, who looked down on it. Connected to a swarm of billions of insects, Yen-Ji resonated with their energy, raising their combat power by 2 tiers. If one looked closely, they would notice a faint glow on the scythe like limbs of the jumping insects. This strange phenomenon had never occurred before. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan was currently in a critical research phase, or he would have thoroughly studied Yen-Ji right then and there. Surrounding the 15th tier, vermilion bird bright tree were silver phoenix trees. Legend has it that every 100 years, the silver leaves of these trees turn crimson. Now, less than 30 years had passed since the last time the leaves turned red, and the silver leaves were already engulfed in flames. From a distance, it looked as if they were stained with blood. Such an anomaly startled the old soldiers in the insect swarm, who muttered to themselves as they watched the bizarre scene in the distance. Urgent messages spread like wildfire. Just as the insect swarm seemed unstoppable, the leaders of the 6 families received news. "What? You say they have already started attacking the vermilion bird bright tree? How is that possible? Where did they get their soldiers? What? You've already lost ground? Damn it, are you herbivorous lazy insects, responding so slowly? We must hold the bright tree. The teleportation platform is about to be activated. Before the Holy Legion, these low-tier insects are nothing. Impossible. It's too late. There are too many insects. We can't stop their advance. You useless fools, activate the highest-tier war machines. We have already activated them." Crack. The communication was cut off, and the leaders of the 6 families turned pale. What on earth is happening? Just as a high-rise building was being constructed, it suddenly collapsed in the next moment. What could be the reason? What exactly led them to this point? Everything seemed so smooth when they captured the Phoenix City. Their family was on the verge of making a significant leap, gaining even greater power. How could everything vanish in an instant? That Lin Yuan. What kind of calamity is he? Is it really appropriate for a newly emerged lord to possess such strength? Heaven, have you ever considered the feelings of ordinary people like us? Lord of the Light Arbitration, could you please send troops to support us? You still have thousands of 12th tier light judgment guards and a complete elite light corps, right? The head of the Zhu family tentatively asked. Skarka's expression instantly turned grim. If he could kill the swarm, he would have eagerly sent the elite light corps over. However, he had personally witnessed how those creatures mercilessly slaughtered 13th tier city-destroying devourers. His own forces were nothing but insignificant compared to them. Why could these creatures appear in Phoenix City in an instant? Skarka's mind was about to explode, unable to fathom how Lin Yuan accomplished this. At this point, he could only resort to this ultimate move. Skarku took out the scale insignia of the Archbishop. In an instant, endless radiance spread out, covering the ground like sunlight. The judgment of the Order S scale has arrived. The heads of the 6 major families widened their eyes. Skarku, are you crazy? If you do this, you will destroy Phoenix City. The head of the 6 major families went mad, rushing forward to stop him. Just then, the golden armored judgment guards descended from the sky, restraining the head of the 6 major families. He was forced to kneel, like a beaten dog with a broken spine. Perhaps they would understand that their greatest mistake was betraying Phoenix City? Skarku, don't think we don't have our own territory. Since you want to send us to hell. The head of the Zhu family gritted his teeth, his voice hoarse like that of a demon. We have lost everything, and you won't have it easy either. Phoenix City belongs to us. Why do you all want to hinder us one by one? Ha ha. Let us go down together. Phoenix City Council. The council president is preparing to activate the demon suppression tower. Please vote. Passed. 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 Phoenix City Council. The council has passed with 6 votes to activate the demon suppression tower. Ha 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 ha. A family head laughed maniacally, rolling on the ground. Death must come. Death must come. The elder of the Sun family chuckled foolishly. Crack. 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 The sound of massive gears echoed. It was merely the sound of mechanical movement, yet it felt strangely unsettling to everyone present. Even the battlefield of the swarm and family troops seemed to freeze for a moment. The first target has been achieved. An extreme chill surged from a hidden place, spreading like dry ice vapor through the hearts of all living beings. No creature is more ferocious, more perfect, or more at the top of the food chain than the swarm. The gaze of the queen burned with anger. She was furious at the slight unease that had arisen in her heart and the tiny worry about the unknown creature. The swarm is unstoppable and unyielding. All beings must either be assimilated by the swarm or devoured by it. There is no other choice. Devour. The energy waves surged like tides, flowing over the surface of the densely armored swarm under the queen's control. Hisses. The ferocity of the swarm escalated once more, charging towards the stunned family soldiers. The soldiers disappeared in patches like wheat under a large automatic harvester. In an instant, rivers of blood flowed, mixed with crushed organs, even thickening to the point of stagnation. How dare these lowly beings block our path? The queen's gaze darkened. Has the magic suppression tower been activated, Father? Now, even the fundamental reason for establishing the Phoenix City has been ruthlessly trampled by those people. As the daughter of the former city lord, she naturally understood the original intention behind the establishment of the magic suppression tower. The choice of location for Phoenix City was largely because the tower had to be built here. My father and I spent little time together, and when I asked him what kind of beings were imprisoned in the tower, he was evasive, hoping that the creatures inside contained excellent genes that could elevate the swarm further. The 6 great families had gambled everything. Once the magic suppression tower was activated, it could not be closed again. The queen's gaze was profound. Ah! The screams of the family soldiers echoed endlessly. In the past, the queen often felt empathy, such as sorrow for the fallen. Now, however, their cries sounded like mere background noise to her. The emotional resonance of humans is precious precisely because their backward-thinking traits hinder the development of their species. Positioned behind the swarm, the queen moved towards the phoenix tree of light. At that moment, a brilliant light suddenly erupted, thousands of beams dancing wildly into the sky, forming the shape of the scale of light. The queen's dimming pupils suddenly constricted, filled with boundless anger and killing intent. The order scale. Phoenix City has silently protected humanity for a millennium. What has it done wrong to warrant the council families activating the magic suppression tower, even prompting the Light God Church to completely destroy its foundation? Jumping worms have mutated into toxic explosive worms. Clear out these nuisances for me. Initially, the queen intended to advance steadily, but now she had to increase her speed. Jumping worm. We wanted to become toxic explosive worms for a long time. Your Majesty, you've just joined the swarm. Your awareness is still lacking. The queen. In the midst of Yen Ji's puzzled gaze, the jumping insect transformed into a poisonous explosive insect, straining to lift its short legs and charge toward the enemy before it. The swarm's advance noticeably accelerated. Was it completely wrong for me to care for and protect my troops? Yen Ji fell into deep self-doubt. She then decided to put these thoughts aside. The matter at hand was urgent. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed from the distant Zhuke city as a volcano erupted into the sky, setting the heavens ablaze. From afar, immense fiery tendrils reached upward, each covered in numerous suction cups, all spewing scorching flames. Public message. Your Majesty, a 13th-tier city-destroying dark monster has appeared, engulfed in flames, making it impossible for the swarm to approach, resulting in heavy losses. Given the current composition of the swarm, it truly could not handle this type of dark monster. Yen Ji realized that the troop structure of the swarm was very singular. Yen Ji, withdraw for now. I will come to support immediately. The family troops cried out in horror, quickly collapsing and scattering in all directions, leaving chaos in their wake. The alien insect queen descended beneath the Zhuke light tree. This was indeed the place where the sovereign began to manifest in the world. Without the sovereign present, Everything here seemed so ordinary. Yanji looked around and took out the Zhuke Yaoling from her bosom. Zhuke Yaoling. Key to unlock the 15th tier Zhuke resource space of the light tree. Bound to the 9th tier evolution. The Zhuke Yaoling emitted a mist-like crimson flame, while the Zhuke light tree gently swayed, radiating a soft light akin to summer moonlight. The mist and moonlight illuminated a dreamlike scene. 15th tier light tree Zhuke. Detected that you possess the Zhuke Yaoling. 15th tier light tree Zhuke. Detected that you possess the pure bloodline of a legitimate successor. 15th tier light tree Zhuke. You have obtained the highest authority of the light tree Zhuke. 15th tier light tree Zhuke. You have dissolved the Zhuke City Council. 15th tier light tree Zhuke. You have halted the energy transmission of the main teleportation platform. 15th tier light tree Zhuke. You have restored the energy transmission of the 4th defense line. 15th tier light tree Zhuke. Preset behavior. The energy transmission of the 3rd defense line will resume in 30 minutes. A deep rumble resonated from the depths of the Zhuke City Foundation. The entire energy flow of Zhuke City suddenly changed. The light of the main teleportation platform extinguished. Teleportation halted. Ultimately, without the highest authority. The energy transmission of the platform had not reached the necessary threshold. Everything could still be salvaged. Even so, without the swarm, I fear I would have lost my purpose for existence. Yanji's emotions churned, but then her gaze became as resolute as rock. She slowly raised her hands. Cradling the Zhuke Yaoling transformed into a bird-shaped flame. With a crisp and clear call, the spirit of the vermilion bird crashed into the vermilion bird light tree. Manifest in the present. Yanji said softly. 15th tier light tree vermilion bird. You have activated the vermilion bird's purification of the world. In an instant, the vermilion bird light tree became blurred as crimson flames scorched and evaporated the surrounding space. Within a few breaths, the flaming vermilion bird spread its wings, creating spatial fluctuations as it charged towards the celestial balance of light. Boom. Energy was annihilated, and a large vacuum appeared in the nearby area. A heavy downpour began to fall from the sky, which was eventually swept up by the airflow, forming a massive vortex of water that filled the sky. The first target was completed. Insect swarm. Proceed to the Demon Suppression Tower. Yanjie turned and left. 153. The Demon Suppression Tower opens puff. Far away in the central holy city, Archbishop Mu Ming in white robes suddenly spat out a mouthful of thick blood. The platinum balance floating in midair visibly dimmed. Skaku. Failed. In this final stage of the plan, it failed. Archbishop Mu Ming weakly said. We said that thing was unreliable. A middle-aged man in warrior attire stepped forward to support Mu Ming. Exactly. That guy was too ambitious but lacked the corresponding strength, ultimately leading to his own demise. Another middle-aged man in warrior attire echoed. Hey, how did you know? Always talking after the fact. Where were you when it mattered? A crew-cut man in warrior attire retorted. Are you looking for trouble on purpose? Come at me one-on-one. The bald warrior retorted back. Come if you dare, who is afraid? Bring it on. Archbishop Mu Ming thought to himself. What kind of karma have I created, that my subordinates are such fools? Forget it, failure is failure. It was just an attempt after all. Archbishop Mu Ming put away the order balance and sat back in his chair to rest. That relic was discovered by Yinsi Fire. That old fox might have left something behind in the relic. If we go, we will face many unpredictable threats. The two middle-aged men in warrior attire said, Archbishop in white, are you just comforting yourself for your failure? Archbishop Mu Ming felt the veins on his forehead thumping wildly. Thankfully, two immensely talented youngsters came along. They are incredibly smart, and their pure faith astonished me. As long as they are nurtured well, they will soon become my right and left arms. No longer will I have to endure these two big fools. Hope filled Archbishop Mu Ming's eyes. How could this happen? The order balance. Skaku fell to the ground, half of his body in a bloody mess. He looked at the balance artifact that had fallen to the ground, quickly turning to sand, with disbelief written all over his face. How could this happen? What on earth happened? Who can tell me? Where did that energy come from? Skaku roared in anguish. Ha ha ha. The flames of the vermilion bird cleansing the world. Ha ha. The leader of the 6 major families laughed uncontrollably. Skaku, the foundation of my vermilion bird city exceeds your imagination. Dream on if you want to invade my city. The daughter of the former city lord is a peerless talent. She will lead Vermilion Bird City to endless prosperity, while you, the invader, won't last long, Huh? The leaders of the 6 families were acting crazily, as if they were mentally unstable. Usually high and mighty, either skilled in scheming or steady in maintaining their position. They now found themselves in such a state. It was unclear what had triggered this reaction. My fate won't be good. Skaka's eyes were blood red. What pleased me is that before that, I can torment you all as much as I want. Hee, the Light Arbiter. Skaku snapped his fingers. The Light Judgment Guards escorted a group of over 100 people into the scene. What do you want to do? Whoa, Daddy, help me, they are all bad people. Husband, what is wrong with you? The screams of women and the cries of children mingled together. The leaders of the 6 families trembled all over, their madness subsiding. Looking at Skaku in disbelief, what do you want to do? You are defying the Light Church. You are a heretic. Ha ha ha, a heretic? The Light Church has suppressed me for too long. Skaku laughed loudly. Why is pursuing one's true nature considered heresy? Today, I, Skaku, will experience that feeling. You all better open your eyes and see my might. The leaders of the 6 families exchanged glances and turned their heads away. They knew that if they reacted with anger now, it would only satisfy Skaku's twisted desires even more. Hee, I want to see how long you can endure. Skaku grinned as he looked at the crowd, deciding who to start with, chuckling to himself. Let us start with you. Skaku walked towards a young woman. The burned half of his face made him look like a demon crawling out of hell. The young woman was so frightened that she collapsed to the ground, her pupils trembling uncontrollably. Hee, do you think I look scary? Ha ha ha, scream as much as you want. That's what makes it interesting. Skaku stretched out his remaining large hand towards her. Judgment of the 7 sins. Suddenly, a heavy voice echoed, and 7 light swords descended from the sky. The severely injured Skaku had no time to react and was pierced and pinned to the ground. The eyes, mouth, kidneys, stomach, and hips, 7 light swords perfectly struck 7 of Skaku's body parts. Let your sins be burned away in your soul, Skaku. Alfasta descended from the sky, sorrowfully looking at the subordinate who had followed him for 100 years. Everything that had happened in Vermilion Bird City was truly like a mirage, leaving the Light Judgment leader doubting if it was all a dream. Fortunately, I have awakened from the true illusion of lies. Alpha Star raised his head and looked into the distance. The faith of the Light God sect was too narrow and impure to save the world. Only there, with Lin Yuan, could I grasp the true essence of faith. Li Nai walked in and said with a smile, Teacher, it's great that you can realize this. Let's go with the students. Alpha Star hesitated a bit. Do you really not need my help here? No, you just need to follow the student. Li Nai shook her head. In that case, let's go. Alpha Star nodded and followed his disciple towards the teleportation platform. He truly looked forward to receiving guidance on pursuing pure faith from Lin Yuan, filling his heart with longing. 6 great families patriarch. Can you not ignore us like this? Do you think we are just a few tools? Although you saved us, you cannot afford the cost of ignoring us. A few elders, the weather is nice, how are you feeling? The patriarchs of the Yuan and Li families walked in. 6 great families patriarch, good. You guys don't need to rush, we are here to help you get free. The 2 patriarchs grinned, their smiles stretching to the back of their ears. The expressions unnervingly eerie. Hiss, the jumping insects surged in. The swarm led by Yen Ji quickly gathered in the southwestern corner of the first defense line area. Here, not a blade of grass grew, forming a stark contrast with the surrounding prosperous areas. It's hard to imagine that in the most critical first defense line area, there exists a desolate region. Ka, ka, ka. The sound of massive gears still echoed, although it was not a loud sound. It reached the hearts of every person in Juke City. For those with weak will, this sound was like a siege hammer, pounding heavily on their hearts. It sounded like mere mechanical turning, yet it resonated like the tolling of a death knell. Boom. Like petals blooming, the ground in the southwestern corner began to rotate open. Isn't this a coincidence? Ka, 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 clack. The invisible giant mechanism temporarily ceased its rotation. The ground completely opened up. In the southwestern part of the first defense line area, a circular opening with a diameter of over 10,000 meters suddenly appeared. The dark entrance stood silently. With no wind flowing out, no scent wafting out. Time seemed to stop for that brief moment. Clack, clack, clack. The rhythmic sound of the mechanism turning echoed again. The gray-white ancient tower tip slowly rose, looking newly built, yet inexplicably filled with the decay of time. In an instant, an invisible sense of oppression descended like the stillness before a thunderstorm, accompanied by the clack, clack, clack. The rhythmic sounds create an oppressive feeling, making it hard to breathe. What on earth is happening? Oh my, I feel like I'm going to die from this sound. Clearly surrounded by brightness. Why do I feel like darkness has enveloped us completely? Where is this terrifying aura coming from? I can't take it anymore. I feel like I can't breathe. The people in the city have pale faces, feeling as if their hearts are being tightly gripped. What exactly is imprisoned in the tower? Yanji is very curious. Click, click, click. The tower continues to rise. Unlike the tower structure Yanji imagined, apart from the tip resembling an ordinary tower, the body of the tower is a smooth cylinder. 15 minutes later, the towering structure of over 100,000 meters finally reappears before the world. After a brief moment of silence, a sound like raindrops suddenly comes from within the tower. Tap, 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 tap. Some creature inside seems to have suddenly come to life, continuously striking the tower's body. Malicious intent cannot be clearly described, reverberating through the sturdy tower. Yanji looks puzzled. This feeling is somewhat similar to when I first encountered the swarm. It's like the psychological pressure felt when facing a collective as opposed to an individual. Her eyes are filled with interest. During this time, she has completed the arrangement of the swarm's troops. The arrangement is simple, just surround a target, and at most ensure an average distribution of troops while paying a bit of attention to their positions. In short, grasping the general direction is sufficient. To be cautious. Yanji has also transformed 1,000,000 worker bees into 1,000,000 spore crawlers, settling around the tower. At some point, the parasol tree is stained crimson, gently swaying like waves of blood. What a beautiful sight. Yanji quietly observes the eerie scene. Buzz, 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 buzz. The mechanisms roar, operating at high speed. The tower shakes, and its body begins to slowly rotate. The tapping sounds become denser, the frequency quickening like noise. Brotherly, you are from the distinguished family that followed the former city lord. Do you know what is imprisoned in the tower? Yuan Lufeng, the head of the Yuan family, smooths his chest. No one knows what is inside the tower except for the former city lord. All I know is that several beings of the same caliber as the former city lord descended to construct the tower. This shows how terrifying what is imprisoned within must be. Li died. Li Na's father looks heavy-hearted. So what? No matter how terrifying it is, can it be more terrifying than us? If fear has a physical form, then we are fear itself. Yuan Lufeng grins widely. Meanwhile, the old soldiers who have been gazing towards the tower sit down on the ground in despair. It's over. This is the end. The city is finished, and we have no way to escape. Once the Tower of Suppression is opened, it will herald destruction. This has been personally confirmed by the former city lord. Although the troops under your command are indeed peculiar, there is absolutely no way they can defy fate and alter the destiny of the city. It is what it is. At least we fought until the very last moment, sharing the same fate as the city. The old soldiers, with faces marked by time, have made their resolve. Buzzing sounds filled the air as the slowly rotating Tower of Suppression finally opened. The neatly arranged stone slabs fell silently. A sharp shriek pierced through the air like the cry of a girl in white from a nightmare, shaking one's very soul. Inside the tower, countless crimson lights flickered to life. They are coming. The swarm is ready. Yanji's gaze sharpened. The mutated cockroaches' striped tubes were filled with corrosive saliva, ready to spray at any moment. The venomous snakes opened their shoulder blades, slightly lowering their heads, with toxic spines poised to strike. A high-pitched screech layered upon screech. And in the next instant, countless monsters flew out from the Tower of Suppression. What is this? The appearance of the creatures made Yanji widen her eyes in disbelief, unable to accept that such wild beings could truly exist. With bee-like curved tails, C-shaped bodies, mantis-like mandibles, and a pair of bat-like wings growing from the back of their heads. Wasn't this just the unreleased variant from the insect units? The only difference in appearance was that the variant had a hollow tail, while the creature before her had a spiked tail. At the same time, the oppressive waves of mental energy suddenly erupted, causing the nearby human troops to collapse, losing consciousness, their bodies falling to the ground like rags. However, in Yanji's perception, this level of mental shock felt like a gentle breeze, completely harmless. Under the dominion of will, any mental attack was ineffective against the swarm. This strangely familiar creature surged forth from the tower like a flood, flapping its wings as it aimed for the sky. The venomous snakes certainly wouldn't be polite. The powerful toxic spines covered every angle, executing a perfect ambush among the snake swarm. Yanji was extremely excited and quickly recorded a video to share in the chat channel of the insect swarm. Yanji, Look at this unique little thing. Then, without missing a beat, she frantically called out to Lin Yuan. Yinji, Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan, Lin Yuan. Look quickly. I've discovered something. Lin Yuan, do you realize you've interrupted my focused research? If you don't have a good reason, I will definitely. Yinji, pictures, videos. Lin Yuan, screeching mantis? The original genetic entity of the variant. Lin Yuan stood up, connecting his will with Yinji. The connection of will included sensory links, allowing Lin Yuan to receive and process everything Yinji saw and heard. The ring of ethereal energy glowed doubly in Lin Yuan's pupils as he observed the dark, shrieking mantises dancing wildly in the air, data flooding into his mind. Lin Yuan, no, that's not right. They only resemble each other in appearance. There are many biological differences. Let's call it the dark, shrieking mantis for now. Hurry up and get me a genetic sample. Based on the existing data, it should be superior to the regular shrieking mantis. Yinjia, understood. The monsters from the Tower of Demon Suppression should not be underestimated. The dark, shrieking mantises, like locusts, flew out from the tower with a diameter of over 10,000 meters. Covered by strong, venomous spines, the dark, shrieking mantises were pierced and fell to the ground, resembling a gray-brown waterfall cascading from the sky. The scene was extraordinarily spectacular. Is this the terrifying creature imprisoned in the tower? No, it shouldn't be just this. Yinjia frowned slightly. Just then, an unexpected situation occurred. A dark, shrieking mantis, pierced through the body and head by several venomous spines, landed on the ground and flapped its wings a few times, visibly healing its wounds before flying up unharmed. Lin Yuan completely set aside his research and eagerly focused his attention on this battlefield. Oh, super regeneration ability, interesting. It's not just a simple regeneration effect. These dark, shrieking mantises are indeed more fascinating than I imagined. I didn't expect such outstanding genes to be hidden in the city of Zhuke. Lin Yuan felt that surprises were everywhere in this insect world. Sensing Lin Yuan's mental projection, Yinjia's expression became very serious. Spore crawlers, covering bombardment. Mutated cockroaches, delivering finishing blows to the dark, shrieking mantises. I refuse to believe that under corrosive acid, they can still regenerate. Mutated cockroach. Woo-woo, how many chapters has it been? Finally, it's our turn to take the stage. So touching. The mutated cockroaches pushed forward. The stings of the dark, shrieking mantises were not to be taken lightly. As ethereal light cascaded down from above. Clang, 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 poof, poof, poof. The mutated cockroaches, equipped with super defensive exoskeletons, had outstanding defense, but still could not completely withstand the piercing shots of the dark, shrieking mantises. About 60% of the stings embedded themselves in the cockroaches' shells, making them look like plump hedgehogs. The sensation of pain, being an unnecessary perception, had been completely discarded by the swarm. The mutated cockroaches had no concept of their own lives and did not need pain to remind them that their bodies were being harmed. The mutated cockroaches were severely injured, but this could not deter their determination to push forward. The Tower of Demon Suppression finally opened completely. Crimson dots densely packed together. Layers of the tower were filled with dark, shrieking mantises. It was unknown how they survived in the tower's environment, devoid of food and air. However, over 500 million of the creatures surrounded the area, forming numerous circles. The powerful toxic spines could completely cover the swarm of dark, screeching mantises that had taken flight. The sound of piercing air mixed with the shrieks of the monsters from the tower, creating an overwhelming auditory chaos that could drive one to madness. The mutated cockroaches finally approached the grounded, dark, screeching mantises from a distance of over 100 meters, enduring countless stinging attacks. Due to their heavy shells, the mutated cockroaches were unable to strike upward and could only spray at the grounded mantises. Thick green acidic liquid poured over the mantises. The oddly shaped creatures from the tower screamed as they transformed into two strange masses of flesh and blood in the acidic liquid. Surprisingly, they were not reduced to ashes, which elicited an unexpected reaction from the observer. Suddenly, the strange masses exploded, and two black spherical entities emerged, crashing into the mutated cockroaches. The black spheres screeched and exploded, hitting the mutated cockroaches repeatedly, ultimately shattering them. Lin Yuan, be careful. This dark screeching mantis is far more bizarre than you think. Yinji, don't worry, master. Just as Lin Yuan's warning fell, an even more chilling event occurred. The black mass seemed to suddenly gain vitality, merging with the limbs of the mutated cockroaches. Black cocoon-like structures rapidly formed, pulsating continuously. With their extraordinary regeneration and flesh recombination abilities, Lin Yuan observed closely. Realizing this was likely the reason these creatures could only be sealed within the tower. With a pop, the black cocoon burst open, and a rejuvenated dark screeching mantis flew out. Ha ha ha! The monsters from the tower truly lived up to their reputation. These creatures had the potential to become disasters. Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm. Although their genes showed promise, they had not undergone genetic editing and had only evolved to this extent naturally. When alien insects swept through the universe, what kinds of enemies had they not encountered? The seemingly insurmountable abilities in the dark world were nothing more than trivialities in Lin Yuan's eyes. Therefore, he conveyed the simplest method to Yanji. Understanding dawned on Yanji. Clan resonance. She slowly raised her hands, her queenly sharp nails glistening like a crescent moon against the deep blue night. The dark flames expanded in rings, merging seamlessly with the special energy of the shadowy flames, which attached to the alien insects. Each queen, along with those above them, would awaken their unique abilities after establishing a clan. Yan Yi's distant gaze clan seemed to have a special enhancement against the jumping insects. Zhao Xiaoqiao's spiny snakes also exhibited unusual characteristics. However, these two queens are still in a vague exploration phase regarding their abilities. Yanji, on the other hand, is different. She was transformed into the insect queen right from the start. After establishing her swarm, Yanji naturally possessed this miraculous ability, and her mastery of it has reached an advanced level. The insects swarm under the shadow of the queen, excited by her gifts, became even more energized. Each sharp toxic spine released a dark tail flame. The corrosive acid spat out by the mutated cockroaches deepened into a dark green, splashing onto the fallen dark shrieking mantis and dissolving it into a pool of acid in the blink of an eye. Hiss! When it comes to finishing off, no one can match the jumping insects. The massive number of jumping insects surged forward, unleashing a ruthless slaughter. Very good. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. However, the resonance of Yanji's swarm will not last long. I should decipher the genes sooner rather than later. It's just in time to apply my recent research findings. During the battle at the Magic Tower in Juke Town, Yanji temporarily held the advantage, so there was no need to worry. The core genes of the Dark Devourers have universal applicability, and Lin Yuan obtained the overall gene for the swarm's general evolution from them. Unexpectedly, among the 13-tiered Dark Giant Devourers, he dismantled a complete gene related to the evolution of the stinging snakes. The fruitful results allowed him to advance 2 levels. Previously, after defeating a city-level Dark Giant, Lin Yuan dispatched billions of toxic explosion insects, and now it was time to savor the fruits of victory. The 13-tiered Dark Devourer possesses the ability to devour and assimilate other organisms into itself. Lin Yuan was surprised to find that this type of creature reproduces in a rather primitive way. Among the 2 Dark Devourers, he found 2 sets of aggressive complementary gene groups. The homology similarity of these 2 gene sequences to the melee attack levels 1 and 2 of the swarm's insects reached a staggering 87%. After days of diligent gene editing, Lin Yuan has completed the recombination of these genes. The evolution chamber synchronized the transmission of the melee attack level 1 genes. With the injection of 100 units of crystal ore and 100 units of high-energy gas, and after a brief upload of the evolution genes, the evolution of melee attack level 1 was completed. With the current structure of the swarm units, excluding the worker bees in the logistics group, all ground units of the swarm, including the stinging snakes, the queen insect, and mutated cockroaches, will benefit from the combat power increase brought by this evolution. Jumping insects. We are the blades of the ruler, death like the wind. Toxic explosion insects. Enjoying an even better explosion experience. Mutants. My claps are louder now. Conquerors, invaders, destroyers. You might not believe it, but we are also ground units of the swarm. The overall evolution gene transmission of the insects is certainly not as simple as what the aforementioned units claimed. This optimization at the genetic level will change various aspects of these ground units' attack power. Whether biting with teeth, cutting with limbs, or striking foes with fists, the genes of these attacking organs are directly enhanced. Venomous snakes, insect queens, and mutated cockroaches, envy. Many believe that evolution is a gradual process, shaped over time for each species. However, from a genetic perspective, evolution has always been sudden and filled with uncertainty. Swarm creatures retain the advantages of sudden evolution while discarding the drawbacks of uncertainty. With a primary gene pool, as long as suitable genes are found, evolution can be completed in an instant. The evolution of melee attack level 2 for aberrant insects is the best proof, as the evolution chamber synchronously transmits the melee attack level 2. 150 units of crystal ore and 150 units of high-energy gas were injected into the evolution chamber. In the dark world, the results of this consecutive evolution are quite intuitive. Ding ding ding. Respected Lord Lin Yuan, the Lord of the Ninth Order Evolution City. Hello. The Bright Tree Network has detected the emergence of a new combat unit, and a combat evaluation must be conducted, evaluating the comprehensive combat power of the new unit. Evaluation completed. Comprehensive combat power is level 5. Please name it. Note that this name will become the official name in the Bright Tree Network. Naming successful. The official name of the new combat unit is Jumping Bug. Would you like to upload the data for this unit? Confirm. Cancel. Please note. If you want to trade the unit blueprint, you must upload the unit data. Cancel. Not bad. The Jumping Bug has evolved from a level 4 cannon fodder to a level 5 cannon fodder, enhancing its value as cannon fodder. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Respected Lord Lin Yuan, the Lord of the Ninth Order Evolution City. Hello. The Bright Tree Network has detected the emergence of a new combat unit, and a combat evaluation must be conducted, evaluating the comprehensive combat power of the new unit. Evaluation completed. Comprehensive combat power is level 8. Please name it. Note that this name will become the official name in the Bright Tree Network. Naming successful. The official name of the new combat unit is Conqueror. Would you like to upload the data for this unit? Confirm. Cancel. Please note. If you want to trade the unit blueprint, you must upload the unit data. Cancel. The Conqueror, due to its large numbers, has been recognized as a unit by the Bright Tree. This leap from level 7 to level 8 is quite a pleasant surprise. Lin Yuan looked at the last piece of information from the Bright Tree. Respected Lord Lin Yuan, the Lord of the Ninth Order Evolution City. Hello. The Bright Tree Network has detected the emergence of a new combat unit, and a combat evaluation must be conducted, evaluating the comprehensive combat power of the new unit. Evaluation completed. Comprehensive combat power is level 7. Please name it. Noting that this name will become the official name of the Bright Tree Network. Naming successful. The official name of the new combat unit is Toxic Explosion Worm. Would you like to upload the information for this unit? Confirm. Cancel. Please note that if you wish to trade the unit blueprint, you must upload the unit information. Cancel. For the Toxic Explosion Worm, attack strength is the only factor that determines its combat power. This time, it directly advanced from 6th to 7th tier. If it evolves into the Heart Ring Scythe, the Toxic Explosion Worm will be at least an 8th tier unit. After scanning the information prompts from the Bright Tree, Lin Yuan input the extracted Spike Snake genes into the Spike Snake nest. It is unclear what dark creature the Abyssal Devourer has consumed, but among the massive genes this time, there are actually complete genes for 2 Spike Snake evolutions. The first gene sequence is Muscle Tendon Amplification. It optimizes the arrangement of the Spike Snake's muscles comprehensively, enhancing the tendons used for movement, which increases the Spike Snake's speed by 25 outside the fungal blanket. Due to the special structure of the fungal blanket, the Spike Snake can achieve maximum speed without relying too much on muscles. So the tendon amplification does not increase its speed on the blanket. The second gene sequence is called Deep Slot Spine Spike. It deepens and strengthens the toxic spine needle channels on the back, improving the aerodynamic properties of the spine spikes, allowing the Spike Snake to attack enemies from a greater distance. Overall, this can increase the Spike Snake's range by 20. The Spike Snake nest evolves with muscle tendon amplification and deep slot spine spike. High-energy gas and crystal minerals in the hundreds are injected into the Spike Snake nest. The Spike Snake nest slowly pulsates, synchronously applying these 2 evolutions to all Spike Snakes. The biological genes from the shallow dark area are limited in what can be extracted, while the genes from the mid-layer dark creatures are quite excellent. I hope the mid-layer dark creatures can bring me more surprises. The impressive genes of the Abyssal Devourer fill Lin Yuan with anticipation for the mid-layer darkness. The fully activated Demon Suppression Tower resembles a demon breeding chamber, with countless dark, screeching mantises flying out. The coverage area and density of the toxic spine needles instantly upgrade to a new level. The increase in range by 20 is certainly not as simple as just adding 20. The entire sky seems to be shrouded in darkness. Is this the reliance of the prince? It's so spectacular, with such execution, such fearless combat units, and such astonishing biological weapons. Compared to these insect units, we are completely outmatched. Previously, we advised the prince not to act recklessly, but now it seems we have grown old and cannot keep up with the prince's pace. In the distance, the veterans struggle to climb to the top of the city walls, gazing at the sky covered by spine needles and the ground filled with swarms of insects, speechless. Their feelings are quite complex. When they saw Yanji, their hearts were filled with guilt and excitement. However, when they witnessed Yanji leading the swarm to suppress the monsters in the tower, they felt a sense of loss. As if forgotten in a corner, several of them wondered if they were interested in having a chat with them. They were from the recruitment department of Evolution City, the territory where Emperor Yanji served. At this moment, Yuan Sanfang approached with a harmless smile on his face. Are we still useful? The veterans were surprised, yet hesitant. Not just useful, Yuan Sanfang shook his head. The veterans' expressions dimmed immediately. Oh, come on. You veterans are still strong, experienced, and highly skilled in military affairs. It's not just useful, but extremely useful. Yuan Sanfang began on a down note, and then uplifted their spirits. As long as you are willing to accept our body enhancement, you can join us. To serve the princess and receive body enhancement. How could this be true? The veterans clearly wouldn't believe it easily. Yuan Sanfang appeared indifferent. I've said it's voluntary. If you're unwilling, we certainly won't force you. But just now, Emperor Yanji has joined us, and she would surely hope that you could provide her with support. With his hands behind his back, Yuan Sanfang clicked his tongue and turned to leave. Wait. Before Yuan Sanfang could take 2 steps, one of the veterans called him back. What people fear most is not death, but living as if they are dead. When the motivation to live is lost, it feels like being a walking corpse. Especially for veterans, honor and a sense of responsibility are deemed more important than life itself. Yuan Sanfang understood. Losing a target for a moment isn't critical. What's terrifying is when the opportunity to pursue a target is right in front of them, yet they hesitate and lose a precious, possibly unique chance. If that happens, they would live the rest of their lives in regret. Rather than saying Yuan Sanfang gave the veterans a choice, it was more accurate to say that when he appeared, the veterans had no other options. Today, the high-end strength of the swarm will expand exponentially. Yuan Sanfang's eyes blazed with energy. This way, we can make ample preparations to face the dark tide. He took a firm step on the path to fulfill the Dominator's wish of conquering the world. Yuan Sanfang clearly remembered the day when the Dominator solemnly expressed a desire for quiet research. In that instant, he understood the Dominator's profound meaning. Only by completely dominating the world could research proceed without any disturbances. At that moment, Yuan Sanfang had already made up his mind. The great insects must think the same way. The road to fulfilling the Dominator's wishes alongside Nai is truly colorful. Yuan Sanfang smiled as he left. Yanji, Lin Yuan, I have uploaded the genes of the dark screeching mantis. In a certain insect nest, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately began his research. In the world, could there truly be 2 flowers with a similarity of 98? During the process of dissecting the genes of the dark screeching mantis, Lin Yuan felt quite surprised. The gene sequence before me was so familiar that it required minimal modifications to serve as the genetic material for the clone. Not only that, but this organism's stem cells also contained relevant evolutionary genes of toxic balchong. Soon, I made another unexpected discovery. No wonder the old city lord, a powerful figure, specifically constructed the Jinloatar to seal and imprison such monsters. This gene is truly extraordinary. I have to say, the old city lord has great foresight, preparing such a surprise right in Du Chirchung. In an instant, countless flesh-like tendrils unfurled behind me like a peacock spreading its tail. Although these tendrils looked similar, they could transform into various tools of different sizes and specifications required for gene editing, all at my will. Moreover, these tendrils were extensions of my own consciousness, so I didn't have to worry about potential risks from operational errors during the experiment. The ethereal energy surged like mist, completing a grand project on a microscopic level at a miraculous speed. Compared to the method of consuming organisms and tearing them apart, my approach had a more rational aesthetic. Before long, the genes were fully integrated, and simultaneously, I discovered the fatal flaw of the dark Jin Xiao Tonglong. Ling Yun, Yanji, you can completely prevent their regeneration by burning the flesh at 3,474 centimeters from the tail of the dark Jin Xiao Tonglong with ethereal energy. Yan Ji understood. Great. I felt a surge of excitement. The first space combat unit of the insect swarm was about to be born. I didn't expect to acquire the Yilong genes so quickly. The worker bee mutated into a Janta. With a soft sound, a fortunate worker bee was selected for expansion. The Jintang supplied 2 million units of biomass, 200 units of crystal ore, and 200 units of high-energy gas to continuously generate new organic living tissues. As the Jenta was formed, it emitted a collective shrill sound reminiscent of a cave full of bats. Although the sound was sharp and high-pitched, it felt deeply oppressive to others, as if possessed by an inescapable demonic shadow. However, I felt a joyful emotion from the Jenta, akin to a child seeing their father for the first time. The larvae mutated into the Yilong. In just a few blinks, the wriggling larvae on the ground transformed into flying Yilong. I waved my hand, signaling this Yilong to come down for further study by the master. Zhao Xiao Qiao, is there a new unit? Wow, it's flying in the air. That's amazing. Ningya, please explain it to us. Yang Yi, your explanations are very helpful for us to understand the new units. Thank you. Chengyong, we humbly request your guidance, esteemed master. Yanjiao, does Lin Yang explain every time a new unit appears? It seems I missed a lot before. I must grasp this opportunity. Sure Fei. Gong Xiumin, place your hands on your knees, sit nicely on the bench, take out your notebooks, and represent the conquerors. 158 Lin Yuan's teaching, Lin Yuan. It seems you have already experienced the joy of acquiring knowledge, which makes me very pleased. Under his subtle influence, these individuals have realized the value of learning, which gives Lin Yuan a sense of achievement. Lin Yuan, since you have sincerely requested it, I will explain it to you well. With a flicker, Lin Yuan connected with the consciousness of the giant creatures, allowing them to see images of their research on the strange dragons. All right, focus your attention. I am about to start the explanation. Lin Yuan picked up a hardened appendage, and the nightmarish creature, the strange dragon, floated obediently in the air, its wings flapping continuously. The strange dragon, also known as the flying dragon, is a classic representation of our aerial units, while the stinging snake symbolizes the ground units. The strange dragon stands at 671 meters tall, with a sharp and short cry, requiring 200,000 units of biological matter, 100 units of crystalline minerals, and 100 units of high-energy gas for mutation. As he showcased the physical model, Lin Yuan couldn't help but recall classic scenes from the era of the Blue Planet regarding the strange dragon. Countless exciting battles involving strange dragons in RTS games have left a deep impression on fans of interstellar games. However, two scenes are particularly etched in the minds of players. Once, a tough guy with a silly smile under the spring sun, during a match between two nations, tearfully launched the flying dragon, leaving behind a legendary tale of being weaker than a woman for life. At another time, a top player with a significant advantage used a flying dragon strategy. And just when victory seemed certain, their keyboard suddenly malfunctioned. Pulling back from the memory, Lin Yuan continued his explanation of the strange dragon. The genes of the strange dragon originated from the dark shrieking mantis, and after merging with the swarm, there were not many changes in appearance. Lin Yuan tapped the tail of a newly emerged strange dragon with his hardened appendage and said, "Now let us learn about some of its important organ structures. First, the living weapon of the strange dragon. The dark shrieking mantis naturally has a massive stinger at the end of its tail, which has considerable attack power but is inefficient and does not align with swarm characteristics. He discovered that the reproductive organs at the tail of the shrieking mantis had been infected by parasitic blade worms, leading to an extraction and modification of this parasite. The parasitic blade worms consumed and replaced the stinger within the crystalline embryo, transforming the tail structure of the dark shrieking mantis into an activated, open organ structure. Now, these destructive semi-sentient blade worms reside within the open tail of the strange dragon and can be forcefully expelled when needed. That's the attacking organ of the strange dragon. Do you understand? Lin Yuan adjusted his non-existent glasses. Zhao Xiaoqiao. Wow, that's amazing. I didn't expect this cute little creature to have so many intricacies. Yin Yi. I think I roughly understand. Chengyong. To be honest, I only partially grasp it. Yin Ji. Is this the process of creating new species? I have gained new insights. Sure Fei, Gong Xiumin. The ruler is indeed omnipotent, able to create such marvelous creatures. Very well, now it's time for questions. Lin Yuan's gaze was stern. What is the common name for the Yilong? Zhao Xiaoqiao, you answer. To ensure the timeliness of the questions, Lin Yuan directly posed the question with his will. Zhao Xiaoqiao, a flying insect? Incorrect answer. Go eat 3 pounds of mushroom blanket, and it must be extremely spicy. Lin Yuan said coldly. Zhao Xiaoqiao, wowa gudu pajipaji. Since this is a learning session, one must be fully focused. Now we will proceed to the explanation of the second part. Look, the Yilong has a folded body structure. Yilong needs to adapt to the harsh environment of deep space. The skin covering its segmented body is wrapped in a viscous substance. This substance can be secreted through the dermis, moistening the surface of the Yilong. This process can increase the pressure on their organs and circulatory system, preventing damage from external pressure. This is the key to the Yilong's survival in a vacuum environment. Lin Yuan pointed to a pair of membranous wings of the Yilong. These skin appendages allow the Yilong to fly at incredible speeds, and even in atmospheric conditions. They can maintain full agility. It is well known that movement does work. The movement of the wings also generates biomass energy, serving as a catalyst for the biological operations within the Yilong, providing energy for the internal biological matrix. Their wings never stop flapping, even in a vacuum. It can be considered that this is purely an instinct of the Yilong, unrelated to kinematics. Zhao Xiaoqiao, so, you mean that the Yilong flapping its wings is purely to make it look like it's flying because of the wing flapping? Correct. Your wisdom has increased as the mushroom blanket digests in your stomach, Lin Yuan expressed with satisfaction. Next, let's discuss 2 special points together. The Yilong continuously secretes skeletal muscle receptor tyrosine kinase. Part of the communication between Yilong occurs through scent. And these different scents come from a biological process within the Yilong that is yet to be specifically identified. The gaseous products of these biological processes are stored in special sac-like organs distributed throughout the Yilong's body and can be used for propulsion during deep space flight. Zhao Xiaoqiao, so, the Yilong can fly, and it's definitely not because of the wing flapping? Wow, the Yilong is really unique. That is merely an instinctual behavior left by genetic inheritance. Lin Yuan scoffed, interrupting my explanation. Zhao Xiaoqiao, ruler, the supreme being in my heart, you are so great, bringing complete light to this dark world. Wherever the swarm passes, it is a land of blessings. Everyone, look, this is the chemical synthesis organizational system of the Yilong. To survive in a deep space environment, the Yilong has evolved a self-sufficient system. Every cell within the creature serves as a host to various bacteria, which can be utilized to generate or assimilate chemical substances to produce essential nutrients. At the same time, new variants of this creature exhibit specific genetic modifications at the cellular cluster level, allowing for more effective biological processing and wound healing. This characteristic enables rapid regeneration of its tissues. The specimen on display flaps its wings repeatedly, making creaking sounds, indicating agreement with the statements made by the leader. Lin Yuan, these are the 4 notable characteristics of the creature. What are your thoughts after hearing this? As large insects, how would you utilize it? Yin Yi, the creature is extremely agile and can leverage its aerial advantage to focus attacks on the weak points of ground units, effectively breaching defenses. Cheng Yong, the existence of this creature poses a significant threat to the enemy. It continuously threatens their logistics. Yin Ji, with this creature, the combat strategy of the swarm has become multidimensional. The inclusion of an aerial combat unit represents a qualitative enhancement for the swarm. Lin Yuan nodded calmly. Indeed, you all have valid points. I hope you will engage in more discussions and research to elevate the tactical system of the swarm. We will fully execute your will. Lin Yuan disconnected from the large insects and sighed in relief. In truth, he had no idea how to make the most effective use of these creatures. While he possessed some military knowledge from his previous life on Earth, it was merely superficial. Moreover, was it truly appropriate to apply military theories from a civilization that hadn't even reached a planetary level to guide a cosmic-scale biological entity? The level of civilization in this dark world was still uncertain and fundamentally different from Earth, as evidenced by the large-scale battles involving hundreds of billions of units discussed in textbooks. Clearly, Lin Yuan's understanding of unit utilization was merely theoretical and could not compare to that of the large insects. Different fields require specialized skills. It would be best to let these tool insects engage in warfare, allowing him to focus on his research. Speaking of which, the dark screeching mantis and the evolution of toxic explosive insects have related genes. Ding, Lord Lin Yuan, esteemed ruler of the Ninth Order Evolution City, greetings. The Bright Tree Network has detected the emergence of a new combat type unit, requiring a combat power assessment. Assessing the overall combat power of the new operational unit. Combat power assessment completed. Overall power rating, 9th order. Please name this unit. Note that this name will become the official designation in the Bright Tree Network. Successful naming. The official name of the new combat unit is the Creature. Would you like to upload the unit's data? Confirm or cancel. Please note that to conduct blueprint transactions for the unit, the data must be uploaded. Cancel, given its weak direct combat capability. A 9th order rating was not unexpected. The alien insects are merely the basic units of the Swarm's Air Force, as the species that dominates the universe. Space combat is indeed the specialty of the Swarm. The ultimate unit of the Swarm is also the absolute overlord of the cosmos. The projection of the dark energy from the great alien insects dissipated, and the experimental chamber fell silent once more. Lin Yuan basked in this tranquility, immersing himself in the research of the next project. He had a lingering feeling that he had forgotten something. As the ruler, commanding trillions of insects, it was normal to forget certain matters. If something could be forgotten, it surely wasn't too important. Never mind. The gene XX213P1325 can be inserted at the position of 363P43AA35 in the core area of the Zhuke city. The battle situation remained as fierce as ever. This intensity did not refer to a stalemate between the two sides, but rather to the sheer spectacle of combat due to the overwhelming numbers involved. However, the battlefield situation was completely one-sided. No creature could withstand the genetic breakdown. If every creature is a physical embodiment of genetic coding, then Lin Yuan possessed the ability to cause this coding to collapse. The dark screeching mantis, known for its infinite regeneration, was considered a terrifying disaster. One that even 15-tier powerhouses could not handle and could only be sealed within the demon suppression tower. Yet now, this seemingly unsolvable dark screeching mantis was rapidly diminishing in number. Fluttering down like snowflakes, the dark screeching mantises fell from the sky, crashing helplessly to the ground while weakly flapping their wings. The jump bugs surged forward, their energy-infused blade-like limbs striking at their vital points with precision. In the microscopic world, dark energy silently destroyed the key cells of the dark screeching mantis. With a scream, the monster within the demon suppression tower melted away like mud, becoming a puddle of black water. After upgrading the ground attack level of the alien insects to 2, the claws of the jump bugs were covered in a layer of dark radiance, easily severing tank barrels. The jump bugs of the UK clan were even more ferocious, their blades flowing with energy like water. Throughout the entire battle, these legendary monsters sealed within the demon suppression tower had never even flown out of the Swarm's encirclement. In the distance, the high-ranking officials of Zhuke City, observing the battlefield in various ways, were completely astonished. What level of power is this? To eradicate the monsters of the demon suppression tower like this. Those are bizarre creatures that even the old city lord could do nothing against. Well, Zhuke City can be considered to have its possessions returned, and it will become even stronger. After all, regardless of who holds power, they will always depend on us. The upper echelons of Zhuke City were clearly unaware that the path ahead would be vastly different from what they had anticipated. Meanwhile, many hidden eyes within the main city of the Jiuzhou Alliance witnessed everything that had transpired during this time. Baga. How could this newly emerged lord named Lin Yuan possibly possess such power? Yalu, the insect troops are too strange. This Lin Yuan will become a major threat to our small island nation. No matter what, we must spread this news. Our imperial family's holy son has been born, and we cannot allow any hidden dangers to arise. Hi. Announcement from the Zhuke City General Region, 9th Tier Evolution City. Lord Lin Yuan led his troops to successfully eliminate the unknown dark monsters sealed in the demon suppression tower of Zhuke City in an unpredictable, indescribable, and unimaginable manner. This achievement will be forever remembered and inscribed in the major events of the Zhuke City General Region. As the Zhuke cries out, amidst the fiery clouds, a brilliant golden list descends from the clouds. In less than a year, the merit list of Zhuke City appears before the world once again. And on it is the same name as before. January 16th, year 3327 of the Era of Light, in the main city of Zhuke City. 9th Tier Evolution City, Lord Lin Yuan eliminated the dark monsters in the Demon Suppression Tower. Ding. 9th Tier Evolution City, Lord Lin Yuan Achievement of a Genius Lord. 1, 500. 000 points. 9th Tier Evolution City Lord Lin Yuan made significant contributions to the Zhuke City General Region, rewarded with a 12th Tier Hero Level unit, the Extinguishing Flame Priest, and a 12th Tier Special Building, the Extinguishing Flame Prayer Altar. This is a luxurious reward that would drive even the elder families to madness. However, Lin Yuan ignored this reward entirely. He was focused on his research and had no time for those genetically inferior troops. Zhuke City has been recovered. Yanji gazed at the merit list of Zhuke City. To be precise, she was looking at the name on the list. She had imagined countless times how she would weep with joy and have a myriad of emotions when Zhuke City was recovered. However, when this moment truly arrived, she felt that recovering Zhuke City was merely a trivial matter. Compared to the evolution liquid lying openly before the ruler, Zhuke City was just an insignificant small area. At that moment, an urgent message arrived from her friend and subordinate. Gong Xiumin, Your Majesty, we request support. In front of the 5th defensive line, darkness bubbled up like boiling water. In the dimness, massive segments of tentacles flickered in and out of sight. A muffled sound like that of a whale echoed, and the suction cups on the tentacles opened, flashing red in the darkness. Boom, 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 boom. Huge fireballs shot out like a barrage from a machine gun. My goodness, how on earth can we defeat such monsters? This is terrifying. Have we been fighting such monsters all along in Zhuke City? Many people live their entire lives within the safe defensive zones, naturally never encountering monsters of this level. The decision of the upper management in Zhuke City to choose a closed-off approach makes sense. After all, if people deeply feel their own helplessness and insignificance while being unable to change anything and realize they are threatened by such monsters every day, the average person is not far from a mental breakdown. This is the reality. Those without power who rashly approach might face a breakdown of will, and in worse cases, face complete annihilation. The civilians on the front lines have never seen the dark monsters. Now that they have, they can only huddle together, trembling in fear. The mutated cockroaches and aberrations are the first to charge into the darkness. The liquid darkness, like boiling molten iron, quickly melts the chitinous shells of the swarm units. The mid-tier darkness itself is harmful, and the swarm cannot endure it for long. Yanji arrives at the battlefield of the 5th defense line. Gong Xiumin quickly welcomes her. Puzzled, even if the 3rd and 4th defense lines have lost energy, this dark monster has appeared too quickly. The 13th tier city-destroying dark monster, the blazing land octopus, is sinister. Yanji ponders. According to records, this type of dark creature has invaded the main city no more than 3 times, indicating it poses little malice toward humanity. The previous dark unicorn bull could still be considered normal, but the appearance of the blazing land octopus is inherently strange. It's as if something is driving them. Something must have happened in the darkness. Yanji begins to address the current issue. Only the forces belonging to the main city can enter the mid-tier darkness, while the swarm belongs to the evolution city and cannot gain the protection of the main city's luminary tree. However, that is fine. We just need to defend here at the 5th city wall. The moment the blazing land octopus emerges from the liquid darkness, it will meet its demise. In an instant, the will of the queen emanates. The swarm reluctantly withdraws, temporarily taking on the role of defenders of the 5th city wall. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of fireballs rains down on the defensive shield. The blazing land octopus seems to possess considerable intelligence. Instead of rushing to attack, it opts for continuous ranged bombardment. At this moment, a rhythmic sound of heavy footsteps can be heard from a distance. Red dots fly up in a 3-dimensional formation in the sky. Upon closer inspection, it turns out to be a large number of Zhuke City troops. Your Highness, the Yin Claw Legion No. 12 from Zhuke City has come to support. The leading warrior shouts, his voice echoing for miles. Seeing this, other legions immediately become anxious. Are you the only one trying to show off? Your Highness, the Yin Claw Legion No. 16 from Zhuke City reports in. Your Highness, the Yin Claw Legion No. 35 from Zhuke City reports in. The leaders of the other legions also refuse to be outdone, their voices growing louder. Your Highness, the Fire Feather Legion No. 5 from Zhuke City reports in. Your Highness, the Fire Feather Legion No. 17 from Zhuke City reports in. In the blink of an eye, the sounds of over 1,000 legion numbers resound through the sky. Like rivers flowing into the sea, various legions converged, their iron-blooded battle spirit surging fiercely, truly a gathering of fierce lions. Although the city was heavily infiltrated by influential families, the accumulation and reputation of the powerful beings were no joke. While these families could control some aspects, there were many areas where their influence could not reach. If the leader had not appeared, over time, these military factions and generals would either become warlords or gradually disband and fade away. At this moment, the leader emerged, and it was only natural for these legions to pledge their loyalty to her. Of course, what was even more important was the countless swarms behind her. The ability to annihilate the heavily fortified factions in a single breath and easily exterminate the monsters of the tower was terrifying to the point of being incomprehensible. The leaders of these legions saw the situation clearly. If they did not express their loyalty now, when would they? The leading general's neck flushed red as he shouted loudly. The leader had obviously gained the support of that outsider, but we were the ones truly close to her. She certainly needed us. Whether to enhance her strength or to balance the outsider, we were essential. Many generals saw a bright future ahead. There were suspicions of opportunism, but they had come nonetheless. The leader's expression was very indifferent, barely passing the mark, having the qualifications to be assimilated by the swarm. Leader, third party, help arrange the swarms in the city. Aside from the annihilation of the influential families, I will give the other factions 15 minutes. If they do not come within that time, just devour them. They can be temporarily disqualified from joining the swarm. Third party, understood, Your Majesty. The leader looked at the trembling crowd beneath the fifth city wall, her expression unchanged. The fact that these humans could unconditionally join the swarm was their greatest blessing, and she had originally thought they would be grateful and eager. However, reality was entirely different. Just because the swarm tended towards a perfect evolutionary form, these ignorant people were filled with baseless fear. Did such individuals truly have the qualifications to join the swarm? Leader, as the dominant beings under our command, while developing the invaders, we should strive to improve the overall quality of the swarm. Third party, absolutely agree. These people don't even realize how great it is to join the swarm. They should know that these division pools were painstakingly mutated by the worker bees. It's truly despicable to not respect their hard work. Leader, humans are like that. They do not cherish what they easily obtain and do not understand why such inferior genes flow within them. In short, if joining the swarm requires qualifications and we raise the threshold for humans to be infected, then they will rush to join. Third party, indeed, soon. Various legions of the city gathered atop the fifth city wall. The city of Vermilion is vast, with its fifth wall resembling a mountain range stretching endlessly. A segment of the wall can accommodate thousands of legions, more than enough. Your Highness, we have come to support you. 1,000 legion commanders arrived together. Oh, that is fine. After Yin-Ji finished speaking, she no longer paid them any attention. Instantly, the 1,000 commanders exchanged glances, limited by their thoughts. Could it be that their lack of timely support had caused the displeasure of His Highness? The little girl is just a little girl. All her emotions are written on her face. If His Highness wants to become the supreme ruler of the city of Vermilion, there is still a long way to go. Confused thoughts exchanged in the gazes of the commanders. Some appeared open-minded, while others were filled with anger and frustration. How infuriating. She's just a little girl. Thinking she can disregard us because she has a few bug-type soldiers? Is this meant to intimidate us? Who knows if she has the strength to back it up? Silly woman, Lin Yuan merely wants to elevate you as his puppet. Can't you see such an obvious thing? In the end, 1T you still have to rely on us for support. At that time, I hope you 1T come crying and begging for help. Numerous commanders speculated and theorized, each with their own thoughts. As for Yin-Ji's thoughts on them, it's laughable. She didn't care at all about their opinions. She was merely selecting candidates for the insect infection. Perhaps their behavior could be deemed loyal, but their failure to come to her aid at the first opportunity already indicated some issues. Humans are always entangled in their own interests. Their little loyalty, though commendable in the human world, seems utterly ridiculous under the will of the swarm. To Yin-Ji, it was barely passable. Damn it, you dare to ignore me. I am a 13th tier city destroying dark behemoth. Witness my power. Boom, boom, boom. The massive tentacles flailed, and the frequency of fireballs suddenly increased by 2 levels. Like raindrops hitting the surface of water, ripples appeared on the protective shield of the 5th line of defense. Your Highness, your special troops cannot enter the mid-level dark area. Let us fend off this behemoth. Please organize an attack. A legion commander stepped forward to request. Yin-Ji was momentarily stunned. Organize an attack. Isn't this something that should be a given? Does it need to be specifically mentioned? Suddenly, Yinji realized that this is how the human world operates. Unconsciously, her way of thinking had completely changed. You all organize the attack yourselves. I have more important things to do. Yinji turned to leave. What Yinji said left the Legion commanders dumbfounded, their faces full of disbelief. What does it mean to organize the attack yourselves? Is there anything more important than organizing the legions? If we can organize ourselves, what do we need a leader for? The Legion commanders had no choice but to gather together for a meeting. Legion 16 of the city was stationed in this position. Why should we guard this dangerous point? Our Legion is not even the most elite one. I think Legion 5 of the city should take this position. This gentleman might know nothing about us. But let me tell you, our Legion truly cannot bear this heavy responsibility. Then what should we do? Are we going to choose our positions individually? I say, let's draw lots. I completely agree. Let's do it. After a long and exhausting meeting, the commanders surprisingly decided to determine the defensive positions by drawing lots. Gong Xiaomin couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it all. Once the defensive positions were confirmed, she casually glanced at the tactical diagram and laughed even more heartily. The tactical diagram was simply appalling. Legions equipped with various defensive measures were placed at the edges, while those skilled in area-wide firepower attacks were stationed in the corners of the walls. This tactical diagram was truly ridiculous. The creativity displayed by these people was impressively imaginative. Gong Xiaomin couldn't help but show a mocking smile. The main troops of the legions in the city were of level 8, while the elite legions were based on level 9. The combat power of these units was quite considerable. Various energy rays and energy arrows rained down like a celestial scattering on the fiery octopus. Gong Xiaomin was uncertain about the effectiveness of their attacks. But one thing was certain. The visual and sound effects were quite impressive. Units that could unleash a combat power of 999 were, under such poor organization, reduced to a pitiful combat capability of only 111. The once powerful legions of the city now appeared full of flaws in Gong Xiaomin's eyes. The unit types were too chaotic, and the invisible resources wasted on organization alone amounted to a staggering figure. Ah, how primitive. After thinking for a while, Gong Xiaomin felt that the word primitive aptly described the scene before her. Sounds akin to sea beasts echoed from the darkness, and the fiery octopus sounded vigorous, showing no signs of being harmed. Fireballs the size of basins fell like heavy raindrops, striking hard against the protective barrier. In the dark corners of the city, probing eyes observed everything, and those relatively short humans wore smiles that suggested they were living quite well. The fiery octopus was immensely strong, and the city had no way to deal with it. If this continued, it would soon turn into a hell of flames. These people from the Alliance, who only know how to fight among themselves, are truly foolish. If they had even half the unity of our small tribe, they wouldn't have allowed a mere 13th level dark monster to invade the main city. Have the intelligence reports from Lin Yuan been sent out? Yes, they have already been sent. Excellent. Wait, what's this? It's those bugs. We've been exposed, but how is that possible? We've been undercover for 50 years without a single slip-up. Screech. Leapers burst through the door. Many people might not grasp the concept of leapers breaking down doors. If someone has long lived in the safe, urban environment of human society, it's hard to imagine the sheer terror of suddenly encountering a ferocious beast. Frequently watching cute animal videos like those of cats can lead to a dulling of one's senses, resulting in reckless actions like getting out of the car in a tiger enclosure. Let's just say, if you have no idea how vicious large predators can be, you can search online for videos of adult bears attacking humans. Just watching those videos can send chills down your spine and make your body tremble. Imagine if, in reality, an adult bear actually broke into your home. What a scene that would be. There's a 99 chance a person would be paralyzed with fear on the spot. It would be a living nightmare. An adult bear could snap a human spine with one swipe or easily crush a person's skull. And bears prefer to eat their prey alive, starting with the thighs or abdomen. Now, what about leapers? A single leaper can effortlessly tear apart 10,000 adult bears without even breaking a sweat. Moreover, the mere appearance of a leaper is terrifying enough to star in a horror movie without any special effects. As the leapers burst through the door, the people of a certain island nation felt their breath freeze. Baka, don't underestimate the courage of our people. I've seen plenty of monsters like you. The elite spy reacted instantly, a third arm bursting out from his back, grabbing a weapon to counterattack. The next moment, The group was completely overwhelmed by the leapers. Mun, a certain overlord, calmly floated in the sky, using its appendages to scratch its large head. The supersensitive cells densely packed along its neural appendages could detect even the subtlest pheromones. Where was the hostility now? The Overlord propelled itself higher into the air and continued patrolling over Suzaku City with its colleagues. Your Highness, there are many powerful weapons on the 5th defensive wall. Shouldn't we activate them? Gong Xiaomin seemed puzzled. I need to activate the emergency recall function of the main city's teleportation platform. The 5th defensive wall can only maintain basic energy supply. With a light tap into the void, Yenji connected to the Suzaku Tree of Light. The Suzaku Radiance had already merged with the Tree of Light, granting Yenji the highest authority over Suzaku City. Buzz, the roar of energy transmission rumbled like an earthquake. In an instant, the fading crimson glow once again spread brilliantly across the sky. 162. Emergency teleportation complete. The crimson glow spread like a tide, with visible energy radiating in concentric rings. The people at the 3rd, 4th, and 5th defensive lines trembled involuntarily at the sight. They're going to drain the defensive line's energy again. The 5th wall is no longer safe. I thought the new ruler would be different, but in the end, they still don't care about our lives. Hee. How could these powerful figures care about the lives of common people? Ha ha ha, what are you dissatisfied with, and what are you hinting at? If you think the city is not good, then invest your time in building it. Are you being foolish? In no time, rumors spread rapidly among the populace. Negative speculations about those in power circulated quickly. The buzzing sound intensified, with energies colliding and overlapping, creating an illusion of the city in the sky, gracefully floating. Around the main teleportation platform, substantial energy surged upward, resembling a roaring flame. The sub-teleportation platforms in various directions of the city all emitted dazzling pillars of light reaching the clouds. These sub-teleportation platforms resonated with the main platform, constructing an immense energy circuit. The emergency summoning function of the city was activated. How could this be? The city council had already consumed a lot of energy. How could they activate the emergency teleportation in such a short time? The commanders of the city's legion felt as if struck by lightning, their hairs standing on end as they stared wide-eyed in the direction of the princess. There was only one possibility. The princess's power exceeded their imagination, and only by using herself as a medium could she forcibly harmonize the energy circuit to construct such a vast energy pathway in a short time. But how could she, at such a young age, reach that level? Whether you believe it or not, the fact is as such, so one must have reverence for the princess. Among the many commanders of the city's legion, some still had a hint of disdain for the princess, believing she was merely relying on the power of another. Now, that disdain had completely vanished. Absolute power, absolute legitimacy. Nothing could stop the princess from taking control of the city. Suddenly, the expressions of these commanders changed drastically. They naturally thought of a chilling fact. How could a princess with such power be content to be beneath another? This suggested that the strength of the other was unimaginably terrifying. Could a newly emerged leader really be so unreasonable to this extent? The commanders of the city felt that everything happening at this moment was so unreal. The dark energy around the princess gradually calmed, and the patterns on her light armor dimmed. With her night-like hair cascading down, she casually gathered it and issued a regional announcement. Regional announcement from the city. Princess, citizens of the city, I will summon you to the city through emergency teleportation. You may enter the light pillar that appears before you. As soon as the princess finished speaking, a teleportation light pillar appeared before all the citizens. Immediately, the citizens from the region surged out like a tide from the various sub-teleportation platforms. There were some unique creatures maintaining order, and the flow rate at the teleportation platforms was fast enough to prevent crowding and trampling incidents. Thus, the teleportation of 8 billion citizens was completed. Gong Xiaomin furrowed her brows in confusion and asked, Your Majesty, what does the life and death of these 8 billion people have to do with us? The swarm is the swarm, and humans are humans. Why should the swarm care about the lives of humans? Yenji shook her head and replied, A complete swarm naturally doesn't need to care about the opinions of other races. But we are currently in a developmental stage and need to make full use of all favorable factors to expand ourselves. This is what Lin Yuan taught us, to view issues from a developmental perspective. Saving these 8 billion people has many benefits. What benefits? Gong Xiaomin quickly inquired. First, it allows for low-cost expansion of the swarm. Not only will more units join us, But there may also be annihilators, or even units surpassing annihilators, that will join us. As Yanji spoke, she was also reinforcing her own understanding. Second, it can significantly increase the resource conversion rate. The swarm only needs crystal mines and high-energy gas. Other resources are of little use, and no matter how precious they are at best scraps. We must convert these resources into the crystal mines and high-energy gas we need. This is why we need human channels in that regard. I see now, Gong Xiaomin realized, understanding that the sovereign was looking at the bigger picture. In fact, the most important thing is that humans can only live within the city walls. Yan Ji's gaze was distant, and the territory of the swarm would encompass the entire dark world. The number of humans and the area they occupied were pitifully small. The Flameland octopus continued to bombard the 5th defensive light circle. Its main body cautiously remained within the mid-level darkness. However, the one-sided beating that Zhuke City was receiving was soon reversed, due to the blockade of the Evolution City trade by the Light God Church. A large amount of precious energy ore obtained from the F-level territory had long been piling up. With a light tap of her fingers, Yan Ji directed all the energy ore stored in the Bright Tree warehouse into the energy core of Zhuke City. In an instant, the energy bar of Zhuke City's energy core surged wildly. Despite the Flameland octopus intensifying its attacks, the defensive light circle of the 5th line of defense not only did not dim, but instead became even brighter. Zhuke City Bright Tree, you have restored the complete energy supply of the 5th line of defense. The magnificent city walls lit up with fiery patterns, indicating the influx of energy. Energy is here. Let's drive this giant octopus back into the darkness. Let's make it leave the territory of Zhuke City. The troops of Zhuke City were excitedly cheering, rushing into various defense towers and large defensive mechanisms. Boom, boom, boom. The flow of energy was like splashing large strokes of oil paint on a canvas. A fierce attack erupted. The whale-like cries rang out as the Flameland octopus suffered damage and retracted its tentacles. Good. Keep attacking. Let this giant octopus taste our cannons. The troops were glowing with excitement, utterly thrilled. It seems they are trying hard to impress in front of Yanji. The sky is filled with energy rays and various enchanted arrows, creating a formidable sight. This is indeed the elite legion of our city. With them around, I feel reassured. Go, go. The crowd cheers enthusiastically. Yanji, however, watches coldly. Is it really worth expending such a massive amount of energy just to repel a fiery creature? How inefficient. They seem so pleased with their defensive stance, yet it feels like they are just huddling in fear. Yanji feels she can hardly tolerate such inferior troops any longer. Perhaps it's better to wait a moment. The master should be ready soon in the Dark Realm, and it's time to eagerly anticipate the grand appearance of the swarm. A bloodthirsty impulse flows through Yanji's heart, and she can hardly contain herself. The swarm screeches, standing still, waiting for something significant to happen. Nearby the alien insect main nest, the almost invisible evolutionary light tree finally lights up. Alpha Star has set foot on the land of the Evolution City. The sunlight here is flawless, and the air is so pure. It truly is a place favored by the Mother of Light. The Light Judgment closes its eyes, savoring the warm sunlight on its face and the high-quality air that is a delight to breathe. Is this architecture or a living being? It is filled with vibrant life, like a hymn to existence. Alpha Star looks up at the alien insect main nest in the distance, feeling a deep shock. Li Nai smiles and says, "As expected of you, teacher. If it were anyone else who saw the swarm, they would be filled with fear, hardly caring about faith. People are deluded, only seeing the surface of things. Their inner beliefs are not strong enough to lift them from their primal instincts." Alpha Star's expression turns serious. During this time, I have seen the most despicable believers of the light and the most noble of insect troops. If you ask me why I am not afraid of these insects, it is because I know that beneath their fierce appearance lies a noble spirit. Indeed, the students agree wholeheartedly. Yuan Sanfong resonates deeply with this sentiment. I just didn't expect that you had already joined Lin Yuan's church, Alpha Star remarks with a hint of reproach. The church's Yuan Sanfong is taken aback for a moment before responding. We only guide those with faith. Before accepting the teacher, one must undergo a test. That's how it should be. Only then can one qualify to embrace pure faith. Alpha Star expresses understanding. Suddenly, a mutated abdominal sac king insect descends from the sky. The presence of this giant creature instinctively makes Alpha Star grip the staff tighter. Teacher, this is our transport insect, Li Nai quickly explains. Since Lord Lin Yuan is not here, we needed to take us to his location. I understand, but I do not require this means of transport. Alpha Star nodded in understanding, filled with a determination for pure faith. I will walk across this land until I reach the sanctuary where Lin Yuan resides. The gaze of the light Judgment Long was filled with hope and resolve. Li Nai was completely speechless. What? Sanctuary? That was merely a random insect nest chosen by the great deity Lin Yuan. However, Alpha Star's actions were truly admirable to Li Nai. Recently, during his training in the Central Holy City, everything he witnessed confirmed the fact that the Church of Light had decayed. Practitioners of faith like Alpha Star, who remained true to their convictions, were rarer than giant bear rabbits in the Church of Light. Leave a message for the great deity Lin Yuan, asking him to choose a closer insect nest, or else the teacher won't know when he arrive. Yuan Sanfeng pointed out the direction. With the piety of a pilgrim, Alpha Star took one step after another. Yet, with each step, he felt increasingly alarmed. These insects, though relatively weak, why did I sense an immense power of life? Every time they looked at me, it felt as if an unstoppable and undeniable great presence was watching me. Could this be the will of the Mother of Light? The Church of Light has always claimed to be the spokesperson of the Mother of Light. Yet I have never felt her presence. Could it be that the Church of Light is a fraud, merely a tool for their power to deceive people? Just because the Church of Light is powerful, does that mean no one questions it, and everyone joins in blindly? Chaotic thoughts surged in Alpha Star's mind. He felt as if the benevolent image of the Mother of Light in his heart was collapsing, while a new image of the Mother of Light was being established. With dark, smooth skin, pitch-black armor, a body filled with sharp spikes, and arms intertwined with bones, the new image of the Mother of Light became increasingly clear. Somewhere in an insect nest, this gene sequence was relatively simple and was easily edited. Lin Yuan stood up, his pupils reflecting the gene sequence flowing like a waterfall. These gene sequences and codes had similarities. The essence of the code consisted only of the two digits 0 and 1. But the basic unit types of gene sequences were equivalent to 100,000 times the periodic table of elements, plus spatial variations. It is well known that compounds have spatial concepts, and just the arrangements of the periodic table can drive many chemistry students to despair. Human genes only have one structure, the double helix, but the gene spatial structures Lin Yuan encountered were truly diverse. Therefore, the gene editing Lin Yuan conducted was completely different from the gene editing in an average person's mind. Toxic explosion insects evolved and split. A small amount of crystal ore and high-energy gas were injected, causing the toxic explosion insect nest to move its spider-like long legs. Before long, the explosive insect's splitting evolution gene was synchronously uploaded. The explosive insect's splitting gene originated from a dark screeching mantis. After its death, two primitive genes were extracted by Lin Yuan and used in the toxic explosive insect. The primitive form of the toxic explosive insect is a jumping insect, with a simple genetic structure which was further modified, resulting in a complete nervous system composed of two relatively smaller nervous systems. When the toxic explosive insect explodes, it generates two smaller toxic explosive insects from its body, inflicting secondary damage on enemies. At this point, the toxic explosive insect could be said to have exploded within an explosion. Lin Yuan was quite satisfied with his achievement. Just then, a message from Dingli came through. Oh, has Alpha Star finally arrived? Just in time to verify my hypothesis. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. However, things did not go as the insect wished. An unexpected mutation occurred. In the shallow dark area, the black water bubbles, which were originally forming and bursting slowly, suddenly increased in speed several times. In an instant, countless bubbles filled the entire space. The outbreak of dark disturbances accelerated abruptly. As the bubbles burst, the space seemed to corrode, with liquid darkness seeping in from the void. The shallow dark area under the jurisdiction of Zhuke City appeared to be distorted as if viewed through a funhouse mirror. Sounds of rising tides echoed from all directions. The dark tide, which was expected to arrive in at least 2 months, was now imminent. The dark tide erupted, and the Evolution City was promoted to the main city of the Central Holy City, Qilan City. Pavilions and towers, layers upon layers of peaks, 9 entrances and exits. Deep and eerie, the arrangement of such buildings was strict and profound. From the moment one stepped over the threshold of the first layer, the endless pursuit of power began, until reaching the pinnacle of the 9 layers. However, The deepest part of this architectural complex was anything but calm. Reports came in. The dark tide heading to Zhuke City began. Although it was known that Zhuke City would face this calamity, the arrival of this dark tide was unexpectedly rushed. After the death of Yanxi, some changes must have occurred in the middle dark area of the Zhuke City Dark Passage. 8 or 9 middle-aged men were sitting in chairs, chatting animatedly. They were dressed in ancient-style garments made of fine fabric, with abstract patterns of cranes and fish embroidered on the cuffs. The performance of Lin Yuan, the newly born lord, greatly exceeded our expectations. According to reliable sources, Mu Ming's plan to forcibly descend upon Zhuke City was thwarted by Lin Yuan, and Mu Ming himself sustained serious injuries. As a newly born lord, he managed to injure someone like Mu Ming. Impressive. Our Zhouzhou alliance will top the list of outstanding lords and suppress other regions. Someone laughed heartily. However, the words of another person seemed to cool down the heated atmosphere. Even so, the support for him here was limited to just a few of us. Someone let out a deep sigh, and many were unwilling to confront the church directly, even though Mu Ming was injured and his prestige had been repeatedly undermined. A group of decayed old-timers. Someone looked incredulous, only concerned about preserving themselves. After all, it was not easy for a figure like Lin Yuan to emerge. Yet they were unwilling to shoulder even the slightest risk for him. This Kirin City, is it the Kirin City of the Alliance or the Kirin City of the Church? The crowd fell silent for a moment, until one person spoke heavily. I hope Lin Yuan can create another miracle and withstand this dark tide. However, everyone knew he was just saying it. Sigh. It's hard to find a prominent leader in other regions who would do anything to protect and invest resources without hesitation. Someone said fiercely, I just hate those people for being too weak. What a joke. The dark tide. Even defending the main city would be very difficult. What could Lin Yuan use for defense? Others shook their heads. The mid-tier liquid darkness could only allow troops below level 10 to survive under the protection of a main city-level light tree. Someone sighed heavily. Lin Yuan, a newly emerged leader, even if he survived the catastrophe of an F-level territory and created a miracle of resisting the church, how could his territory possibly upgrade to a main city in such a short time? Before the words fell, an announcement rang out like 1,000 thunderclaps. Alliance Light Tree Network, Alliance Pandomain announcement. The prosperous era shines light on the darkness. In the 15th level Zhuke City Pandomain, the 9th level Evolution City, Lord Lin Yuan has upgraded the light tree to a 10th level light tree. The Evolution City has been upgraded to a main city, becoming the 6th light territory of the Alliance Pandomain to reach main city level. Boom. Deep in the city gates, the buildings shook and thunder roared. The entire world trembled violently. However, this was just an illusion for those present. This Pandomain announcement echoed in their minds like countless great bells. The crowd felt dizzy. How is this possible? Someone exclaimed hoarsely. A main city, the 5th main city of the Alliance now. Someone was overjoyed. In the 3,000 years of the era of light, how difficult it is to have a main city. I had imagined the scene of the 5th main city appearing countless times, yet it came so abruptly. Some felt everything was like a dream. Lin Yuan did it. He really did it. He became the lord of the 5th main city of the Alliance. But how is this possible? How could such a thing happen? Someone murmured, unable to accept this reality that had already occurred. Soon, another announcement appeared before all qualified individuals. This announcement was particularly extraordinary. The ancient scroll slowly unfurls, its characters radiating a brilliant golden light, as if capable of dispelling all darkness. In the network of the bright tree of the human world, a global announcement. In this prosperous era, light shines upon the darkness. In the 15th tier of the Vermilion Bird City, in the vast region, the 9th tier Evolution City, Lord Lin Yuan has upgraded the bright tree to the 10th tier. The Evolution City has been promoted to a main city, becoming the 6th bright territory at the main city level within the vast domain of the Alliance. At this moment, not only the other 3 main cities of the Alliance and the Central Sacred City, but also other major regions occupied by humans in the Dark World, all turn their attention to Vermilion Bird City. At this moment, Lin Yuan and his swarm officially take the stage in the Dark World. Crazy, completely crazy. What kind of monstrous existence is Lin Yuan? Perhaps the new hope of the Alliance can be entrusted to him. Hee, you're also crazy. We're all crazy. Someone chuckled, their eyes burning with madness. For some reason, the various entanglements of interest seemed less important in their eyes. Do you think other families would support us even a little bit? Someone asked with a laugh. Never mind. I can no longer tolerate the bright divine church. Someone clenched their fists. They were invading the alliance in another way. They provoke a dangerous struggle, using the inherent attributes of life to divide us, planting a virus in the thoughts of our people. This virus is too vicious, causing people to lose their rationality, making them believe that they can gain benefits in madness. Yet the final result can only be a descent into hell. I can no longer endure this ideological invasion by the bright divine church. If this continues, even if we drive them away, their thoughts will poison our descendants for generations. Someone gritted their teeth. All right, since this is the case, send out envoys to convey our intentions. Now that Evolution City has become a main city, we can conduct resource exchanges across regions. We will directly support him. As long as he can withstand the dark tide, he will become our great support. Someone was already impatient. Agreed. Let's quickly discuss. The mobilization and distribution of supplies takes a lot of time. Good. The dark tide came suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Liquid darkness slowly flowed out from the ruptured bubbles, ruthlessly swallowing the sunlight in the evolution territory, making it appear incredibly fragile. Splash. The sound of endless tides echoed. People seemed to be falling into an endless abyss. Those among the 8 billion urgently transported people were all unregistered individuals not listed with the Bright Tree. They did not have to pay taxes to the Bright Tree. Correspondingly, they also lost the right to be protected by it. In their daily lives, although they struggled, there were occasional small joys. However, under the dark tide, these small joys shattered like bubbles in the air. The liquid darkness surged, overwhelming those who lived in the abandoned territories of light. Swarms prepared, and the liquid darkness gushed forth like a fountain from the void. Countless sources of dark water formed, gathering into an endless tide. The unrecorded residents of the area could only watch helplessly as the dark tide swept in, engulfing all weak organic life forms. Countless king insects patrolled from above, taking everything in. Some screamed at the sky. Oh heavens! We just want to survive. Is such a simple wish impossible? More people simply sat quietly or huddled together, looking up as the dark waves crashed down upon them. At the edge of the evolution city, the tide of the 8-tiered dark creature, the crystallized three-eyed demon wolf, was jointly eradicated by 2 major factions. Zhao Xiaoqiao and Yin Yi stood atop a king insect, their long hair blown by the fierce wind stirred up by the dark tide. After the second improvement by Lin Yuan, although the 2 queen insects retained the genetic makeup of the Blade Queen, their exterior had become indistinguishable from humans. The presence of nerve bundles was originally intended to enhance their mental connection with the swarm. However, with Lin Yuan, the supreme ruler, this enhancement seemed rather cumbersome. Thus, Lin Yuan directly removed this unnecessary trait. How fragile it is. Zhao Xiaoqiao looked at the humans beneath the dark tide, her once playful demeanor fading. Yin Yi nodded and said calmly, "We must accept the outcome of being powerless to resist. The simple, peaceful happiness is always fragile in the face of sudden disaster. So, when enjoying happiness, one should never assume it is eternal, right?" Zhao Xiaoqiao asked. No, the fragility of happiness is not a reason to reject it. Yin Yi shook her head, insisting on continuously strengthening herself so that when happiness is shattered, she has the ability to rise again and pursue it. Zhao Xiaoqiao seemed to realize something and said, "Speaking of which, we are the swarm. Why bother with all this nonsense?" Indeed, Yin Yi nodded in agreement. Feeling the same way. Such emotional concepts as happiness have nothing to do with us. I have a new discovery over there. I'm off, Zhao Xiaoqiao said, turning and waving her hand, lightly leaping into the darkness. The Yuan Wang faction and the Qiao Bian faction separated once more. They would wait for the moment that was about to happen, then march into the mid-layer darkness. An insect hatching ground was visible everywhere. Is this the place? Alphas stood still, joy evident in their eyes at reaching the sanctum's end. Exactly, Li Nai sighed with relief, stepping forward and bowing respectfully. Ruler, I brought him. Lin Yuan emerged from the hatching ground. You've arrived. Just then, bubbles in the air burst completely, and the dark tide erupted in full force. The dark tide has arrived earlier than expected. With a serious expression and a humble posture, Alpha Star said to Lin Yuan, esteemed divine envoy, I believe you must have a plan in mind. Seeing Alpha Star's demeanor, Li Nai could only shrug helplessly. Divine envoy? She wondered what her unorthodox teacher had imagined Lin Yuan to be during their journey. Moreover, The only known way to counter the dark tide is to evolve one's light tree to the level of a main city. It took the Jojo Alliance 3,000 years to produce 5 main city-level light trees. What made her teacher think Lin Yuan had a solution? Is this what fanaticism looks like, transforming something deemed impossible into a notion of ease? Li Nai silently complained. Alpha Star, you are indeed a devoted believer. Lin Yuan smiled warmly, affirming that the dark tide was merely a minor disturbance for them. Lin Yuan summoned the light tree system and tapped his finger. Greetings. Esteemed Lin Yuan, Lord of the 9th Tier Evolution City. Your 9th Tier Evolution City has occupied 100 of the SC2 Evolution area, granting you the authority to establish a main city. Once you advance your light tree to the 10th tier, your Evolution City will be promoted to a main city. Upon establishing a main city, your Evolution City will gain the ability to connect with other main cities in the same region. The nearest 100 insect incubation facilities will mutate into insect nests. The thought arrived instantly. The insect base is divided into 3 tiers. The first tier is the insect incubation facility, unlocking basic swarm structures. The second tier is the insect nest, unlocking intermediate swarm structures. The third tier is the insect main nest, unlocking advanced swarm structures. During this time, Lin Yuan had confirmed that by constructing insect nests, the light tree could be upgraded. To some extent, this was a miscalculation regarding the light tree. The insect incubation facilities that unlock insect technology levels were continuously supplied with vast amounts of biomass, required crystal minerals, and high-energy gas. With a thought, 100 insect nests appeared in the territory of the Evolution City. Automatic assessment of light tree tier initiated. Light tree evolution assessed as a 10th tier light tree. Light tree evolution upgraded to main city level light tree. 10th tier light tree functions being activated. A new main city level light tree is born and will soon be announced to the world. Jojo Alliance Light Tree Network. Announcement to the Jojo Alliance's vast domain. A 10th tier main city level light tree. Originally, it was intended to confuse the enemy with the light tree's level, but the situation changed too rapidly, and the swarm's strength could not be concealed. Lin Yuan's gaze remained calm. When Lin Yuan first obtained the main nest of the alien insects, he devised a series of plans, including a strategy to feign weakness. Despite his rich imagination regarding the swarm, his limited understanding at the time ultimately prevented him from grasping just how terrifying these predators among the stars truly were. The result is what we see now. Encountering the enemy leads to minor adjustments in the swarm and tactical responses, followed by a cycle of gathering the swarm for an attack. At this moment, the evolutionary light tree grows tall against the wind, its branches thickening and extending densely, pouring out endless, rich light. From a distance, it resembles a newly born star. The vibrant energy radiates forth, and the liquid darkness within the territory of the Evolution City dissipates at a visible speed. Meanwhile, the evolutionary light tree emits an invisible energy, and all alien insect units are no longer eroded by the liquid darkness. Yin-Yi, finally, this day has arrived. Congratulations to the master. Zhao Xiaoqiao. There must be genes of the evolutionary thorn snake in the mid-level darkness. Cheng Yong. Charge, 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 kill, kill, kill. Li Nai. Our strength can no longer be hidden. Yuan Sanfong. Master is impressive. Shifei. What the big shots say is right. The great alien insects sent their congratulatory messages. To celebrate this momentous occasion, our group will kill a giant octopus for some fun. Yinji squinted her eyes, looking at the flaming land-walking octopus swaying recklessly in the darkness. P.S. I have matters to attend to these days, but I will resume normal updates tomorrow. The limit of 166 individuals. A leaping insect that was crawling on the city wall stood up. A mutated cockroach scratching its head put down its small front limbs. The bored thorn snake also entered a state of readiness. The previously listless swarm instantly entered a full activation state. The flaming land-walking octopus, wildly waving its tentacles in the liquid darkness, suddenly paused. The flaming land-walking octopus thought, I'm happily waving my tentacles and launching fireballs. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? Could these insects pose a threat to me? Impossible, absolutely impossible. A bulging, watery supergiant eye opened in the darkness, its radius exceeding that of the 5th defensive wall. It's worth noting that this 5th wall stands over 6,000 meters high. This shows just how enormous the flaming land-walking octopus is. Even the ocean cannot contain it completely. enough to cause those with a fear of giant creatures to faint on the spot. The giant eye blinked a few times, and in an instant, an extreme cold swept over the crowd, freezing them in a state of fear. Then, fireballs fell like meteor showers, striking against the defensive light circle of the Zhuke city. The flaming land-walking octopus still possesses some strength. Through its relentless efforts, the defensive light circle of Zhuke city rippled with countless waves, its brightness suddenly dimming, appearing precarious. Cackling, people's teeth trembled, and they couldn't utter a word. In front of the colossal cruise ship, a sense of powerlessness engulfed everyone. Faced with a monstrous entity that was millions of times larger than the giant cruise ship, ordinary humans felt utterly incapable of resistance. How fragile they were. Could it be that individual will can only showcase its strength when contrasted with weaker beings and peers? Yanji coldly glanced around, then stepped onto the city wall with one foot, pointing at the gigantic figure in the liquid darkness. For the Supreme Swarm, offer your genes. If your genes are accepted by the ruler, it will be your unparalleled glory. Boom. Just as Yanji finished speaking, the gates of the fifth city wall swung open. The crowd, triggered into a state of shock, watched in horror as the gates opened, collapsing to the ground, their feet scrambling backward. That place had once been a hell of flesh and chaos. Although it was now merely a layer of fungal carpet, the people still couldn't face it. Yanji paid them no mind and began commanding the swarm. Jumping insects, charge forward. Abnormal forms, charge forward. Mutated cockroaches, charge forward. Stinging snakes, charge forward. The toxic explosion insects will transform later. The swarm surged out. However, that gate, which seemed to offer a sense of safety, had now become a bottleneck for the swarm. The city wall, towering like a mountain, prevented the swarm from immediately maximizing their numerical advantage. To ensure the defensive capability of the wall, there were only a few limited gates. Yanji frowned slightly, finding it troublesome. Attack with the Yilong first. Larvae, transform into Yilong. Cackling. The larvae wriggled more joyfully as their specific genetic sequences were activated, forming cocoons. 200,000 units of biomass, 100 units of crystal ore, and 100 units of high-energy gas were evenly injected into each cocoon. The sound was like the calls of countless cave bats, akin to a demon's summons. The cocoons burst open, and the Yilong soared into the sky, gliding past Yanji. The sound of their densely beating wings was clearly audible even 10 kilometers away. And within moments, the Yilong filled the sky. What is happening? The high-ranking officials of Zhuke City were stunned at the sight. What was unfolding before them shattered their absurd perceptions. Those caterpillar-like insects could actually transform directly into combat units. The changes before them led them to question their past experiences. Weren't combat units supposed to be recruited, and didn't they require time? These were all combat units recognized by the Tree of Light. Why could these insect units take form in an instant, if the time for recruiting combat units is meaningless? One high-ranking official of Zhuke City spoke, causing everyone present to shudder involuntarily. This seemingly impossible event is likely to occur in reality, creating a truly bewildering magical atmosphere. Even a fool should understand what it means for a military unit to lack recruitment time. The leader, Yanji, did not expect that the biological laws, which are perfectly normal within the swarm, would instill great fear in the high-energy inhabitants of the city. She was solely focused on commanding the swarm. Suddenly, it was as if a drop of water fell onto a mirror-like surface. Yanji's mental energy began to spread uncontrollably. Within the governing will, she clearly felt that her mental connection with the foreign dragons had become even tighter. A certain invisible and mysterious energy cycle formed at the moment the foreign dragons were born. With a flurry of sound, 30 million foreign dragons flapped their wings, utilizing biomass energy and ethereal energy to soar into the sky. They resembled aircraft in size, yet their numbers were comparable to locusts. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. Ethereal energy around Yanji surged like dark fire, then expanded to both sides, giving birth to clearly defined dark feathers out of thin air. At the same time, dark flames suddenly ignited on all the foreign dragons of the Yoshui clan, making them appear as magical creatures. The foreign dragons emitted excited and high-pitched calls. Oh, interesting. As I expected, during this dark period, the queen and her clan shared some peculiar resonance. The reason for this phenomenon should be related to the energy feedback system of the Tree of Light's military unit. The first combat of the foreign dragons and the resulting mutations prompted Lin Yuan to project his awareness here. The changes in the Yoshui clan allowed Lin Yuan's hypothesis to continue being verified. Could it be that the swarm in the dark world is stronger than in that world? Lin Yuan suddenly considered this possibility. He couldn't help but ask himself whether the swarm was already a dimensional strike and whether adding such peculiar clan mutations was a bit excessive. Perhaps unfair to the indigenous inhabitants of the dark world? The Yoshui clan, our first battle, will surely conclude perfectly. Feeling the governing will fill her mind. Yanji's excited body trembled slightly. The foreign dragons, cloaked in dark flames, charged directly into the darkness. The powerful muscles of their tails surged with energy, and the hollow tail prepared for the blade insects. Blade insect, reporting, I am ready, the host. Foreign dragon, okay, let's go. Blade insect, bye. The launch of the blade insects produced a metallic clashing sound. These parasites, residing at the tail of the foreign dragons, are rich in crystal mineral elements, encased in a metallic hard shell, with heads resembling sharp blades. Upon high-speed impact with the enemy, they would use their tension-filled muscle structure to perform a secondary launch, inflicting damage on enemies near the main target. Even more astonishingly, at the moment these blade insects were launched, they were engulfed in a similar dark flame. Countless blade insects charged down from the sky at high speed. If this scene were to be adapted into a comic, the blade insects would undoubtedly wear expressions of fearless determination. They plunged into the darkness and crashed fiercely into the fiery octopus to actively attack a 13th tier monster. What incredible courage! Is success possible? Probably not. Even we need to prepare for a long time and deploy large weapons that consume high energy to injure monsters of this level. The troops of the Zhuke City Legion on the 5th city wall watched everything with their hearts racing. Indeed, a city-destroying monster is truly a city-destroying monster. The fiery octopus was covered in some kind of sticky substance, and the blade insects were unable to inflict any damage on it. The Zhuke City Legion troops exhaled heavily. Although these troops had the advantage of recruitment time, their strength was far inferior to ours. That's great. We definitely have our value in existence. Being weak is probably the downside of such a short recruitment time. Instinctively, the Zhuke City Legion troops ceased their attacks. They believed that only when His Highness recognized the gap between them and the insect troops would they truly be valued. Only through comparison can their own worth be shown. The Zhuke City Legion troops thought this way in their hearts. After the Evolution City advanced to a main city, the liquid darkness could no longer block the sight of the swarm. The doomsday monster-like figure of the fiery octopus appeared before Lin Yuan. Just its height had already far surpassed that of the world's tallest peak, and legendary sea monsters that could overturn ships seemed like mere plankton in front of the fiery octopus. Such a monster descending upon the blue planet would certainly lead to destruction. It would either destroy the city or humanity would do it themselves. City-destroying monsters possess unique traits. Indeed, very impressive. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Based on his observations, the sticky substance on the fiery octopus was precisely the raw material for the endless fireballs and had the property of dissipating impact, making it highly valuable for research. Boom. The fiery octopus waved its tentacles, launching fireballs like concentrated artillery fire from ground to air towards the Yilong. The Yilong flapped their wings to evade, yet many were still hit. The dead Yilong fell from the sky like raindrops. However, those Yilong that were struck by a fireball, although severely burned, did not die. Their internal stem cells rapidly divided, quickly replacing the damaged tissues. The battlefield regenerated quickly, which was a significant advantage of the Yilong. Humph, Yanji snorted coldly. Strong defense, so what? Being solitary is the most fatal weakness. Yanjia slowly extended her hand, pointing to the sky, where the Yilong filled the void. Countless chrysalises burst open, and more Yilong soared into the heavens. Indeed, in the game, the biggest limitation of the swarm is the population cap. Lin Yuan watched this scene, feeling deeply moved. 7 or 8 Yilong couldn't defeat a squad of machine gunners. 7 or 8 Yilong would flee in panic when faced with 5 SCVs and a missile turret. 7 or 8 Yilong trembled in fear when encountering a group of blink stalkers. 17 or 18 Yilong would scatter in terror when confronted by a single Thor, with any slight delay resulting in severe casualties. Lin Yuan could easily recall numerous examples of Yilong facing various attacking units, leading to their inevitable defeat. This gave rise to the misconception that Yilong were weak. In reality, this all stemmed from the fact that the game is just a game. In any case, the patch limiting the Zerg population to 400 could no longer wait. Interestingly, in reality, There is no population limit for the swarm. The most that can be done is to produce more overlords to coordinate on the battlefield. The true terror of the Yulong was thus revealed. Hundreds of millions of Yulong filled the sky. The Rinchung dove down, and from a distance, the sky appeared to be filled with countless black lines. The Rungchong, engulfed in dark flames, finally broke through the layer of slime on the octopus, piercing fiercely into its soft skin. Roar! The fiery octopus was instantly enraged, and amidst the booming roars, thousands of tentacles flailed wildly, slime gushing forth and pooling into the suckers. The suckers on its tentacles suddenly opened wide, unleashing an endless torrent of flames like a waterfall. It was as if countless high-powered flamethrowers were firing simultaneously, and the sky was covered in a blazing hue. Creak! Many Yulong were reduced to ashes, the numbers beyond counting. In fact, Yinjia had no intention of counting them at all. The fiery breath of the fiery octopus was a classic move, and countless units had perished under this attack. Yinjia's gaze was cold. She had already stated that how could solitary monsters resist an endless swarm? However, the fiery breath required preparation time. The birth of my swarm, on the other hand, needed virtually no time. Yinjia extended her onion-like fingers, pointing to the ground, and softly uttered, "Swarm, occupy the ground." The Taochung chirped, "Esteemed queen, please don't let our noble Yulong brothers perish. Let us be the cannon fodder." The eager Taochung immediately surged into the darkness. With the protection of the main city-level luminous tree, the liquid darkness could no longer harm the lower Tirichung. The enormous eyes of the fiery octopus opened wide, trembling violently. Boom, boom, boom. A fireball fell from the sky, landing among a dense swarm of pests. However, without any flames spitting out, such an attack could not possibly deter the swarm. Like ants devouring an elephant, countless pests climbed onto the body of the fiery cephalopod. Hissing, the pests raised their sharp limbs and struck down fiercely. Yet, although the skin of the fiery cephalopod was soft, it was incredibly tough. A creature that reigned in liquid darkness could not be easily breached by the pests. As expected, the creature, with great determination, transformed the pests into explosive variants. The pests used their sharp appendages to secure themselves as best as they could. In the next moment, a mass of cocoons adhered to the massive tentacles of the fiery cephalopod. With a crack, the cocoons burst open, revealing round explosive pests, which then detonated immediately. With a loud bang, the mighty cephalopod was no more, and resources were gained. As the pests transformed into cocoons, the biological instincts of the fiery cephalopod alerted it to an impending crisis. However, it could not pinpoint the source of this danger. Thousands of years of living experience told it that such low-tier creatures could not inflict harm. Confused, the fiery cephalopod could only instinctively lash out its tentacles, trying to shake off the cocoons. Unfortunately, similar situations had occurred countless times in the evolutionary history of the swarm. The cocoons secreted a universal adhesive compound, merging with the cephalopod's own slime to form a super adhesive 10 times stronger than standard glue. No matter how the fiery cephalopod thrashed, the cocoons remained as immovable as mountains. In an instant, its massive tentacles were covered with tightly packed cocoons. The true face of peril emerged. When the pests transformed into explosive variants, it was undoubtedly the day of doom for the enemy. With a crack, the cocoons burst open, and the explosive pests detonated. Green acidic liquid erupted like a deranged fountain, creating a stunning pool of green in the liquid darkness. The offensive level of the ground attack by the pests was formidable against the explosive variants. Now, the self-detonation power of the explosive pests was even stronger than when they attacked the dark devourers. The tentacles of the fiery cephalopod suddenly stiffened and then drooped helplessly, covered in numerous pits and emitting thick white smoke. Realizing something was wrong, the fiery cephalopod coiled its body abruptly, releasing a large burst of flames before turning towards the darkness. Trying to escape, a cold smirk curled at the corner of the creature's mouth, as excitement surged through its cerebral cortex. The once feared colossal monster now fell easily under its command, igniting a thrill within. Surrounded by the swarm, if it hadn't fled at the start, the outcome was already sealed. The deformed entities and mutated roaches had long awaited behind the fiery cephalopod. With a thunderous crash, the massive tentacle came crashing down like a small mountain. The mutated cockroaches were crushed into a paste, while the 16-meter-tall aberration was nothing more than a tiny bug in comparison. However, the swarm surged, a pure ocean of life, its grandeur surpassing any known marvel. The aberration and the mutated cockroaches took advantage of the gaps between the fiery land-walking octopus's attacks to climb onto its massive body. The aerial assault from the strange dragons continued, and the second round of explosions from the toxic bugs soon followed. With a crisp sound, the head of the fiery land-walking octopus exploded, its body drooping as a multitude of viscous substances flowed out. The 13th tier dark behemoth, the fiery land-walking octopus, was dealt with in a classic manner by the swarm. We won. Oh my, the 13th tier dark behemoth just died like that. Both the ordinary populace and the elite forces of Zhuke City, as well as the higher-ups, were momentarily stunned. Us? Who do you think we are? You think you are worthy. When the time comes, even if you cry and plead to join us, you won't be qualified. The aberrant insects beside them sneered. In fact, the inherent nature of these aberrant insects made it impossible for them to tolerate coexisting with humans. If it weren't for their absolute reverence for the will of dominance, these aberrant insects would have long since struck. Perhaps there were beings in the mid-tier darkness capable of contending with the swarm alone, but the fiery land-walking octopus was not strong enough for that. Compared to this individual city-destroying behemoth, the tide of dark creatures erupting from the dark tide posed a greater threat to the swarm. Yin-Ji turned to leave, heading towards the Zhuke Tree of Light. It was time to open the millennium-accumulated warehouse of the Zhuke Tree of Light, but before that, there was another matter to attend to. 15th tier Zhuke City Tree, you have the highest authority. You decide to merge the 15th tier Zhuke City into the 10th tier Evolution City. Major decision, please confirm. Major decision, please confirm. Major decision, please confirm. Yin-Ji clicked 3 times to confirm. The earth-shattering news erupted throughout the Jiuzhou Alliance. Crazy. Is this woman out of her mind? She is the direct heir of Zhuke City, and only she can truly obtain the highest authority of Zhuke City. She is fully qualified to negotiate with Lin Yuan. Could it be that damned love that drives all women to lose their reason? Impossible. Who at that level would still believe in such things? Yin-Ji's actions could only be explained this way. Many powerful figures simply couldn't comprehend what Yin-Ji had done. This meant that Lin Yuan, a newly emerged lord, now directly possessed 2 major cities. My heavens! I thought Lin Yuan was a rising star, and then, in just a moment of inattention, he became the lord of 2 major cities. A super figure whose stomp could shake the Jiuzhou Alliance. It's truly magical to the point of being unbelievable. None of the novels I've read dared to write like this. Indeed, reality can feel so surreal. Just 3 days ago, if someone had told you that air could turn into starch, you would have thought they were insane. Many people are experiencing a wonderful feeling of witnessing a legend. Dear Lord Lin Yuan, you have received donated supplies from others. The specific quantities are 800 billion units of crystal or 300 billion units of high-energy gas. There are a total of 8 joint donors, namely, the Shangwan family of Qilin City, the Dongfang family of Qilin City, and the Shiza family of Qilin City. This time, the donation was made under real names. Lin Yuan glanced casually at it. Level 10 Evolution Bright Tree, you have received a diplomatic letter. Dear Lord Lin Yuan of Level 10 Evolution City, we are the 8 Directions Family Association of the Central Holy City, Qilin City. Our purpose is to expel the Light God sect and restore the former glory of the Jiuzhou Alliance. We sincerely invite you to join us. We believe that our previous anonymous donation of 500 billion units of crystal and 500 billion units of high-energy gas demonstrates sufficient sincerity and has established enough friendship between us. Signed, the Shangwan family of Qilin City, the Dongfang family of Qilin City, the Shiza family of Qilin City. An alliance, huh? Lin Yuan chuckled faintly, not taking this so-called invitation seriously. Although these 8 families are quite generous and share a common enemy with the insect swarm, their actions may align with their stated aims. However, the peculiarity of human organizations lies in the fact that as long as there are interests to pursue, without higher oversight, they inevitably fall into corruption. Perhaps this so-called 8 Directions Family Association is thriving now, but with the passage of time, it will inevitably devolve into an organization that seeks only its own benefits. This kind of degeneration might take decades, or it could happen in just a few days. Ding! The prompt from the Bright Tree system sounded again. Today, Lin Yuan was very busy. 169 Destroyer emerges. Announcement from the greater Zhuke City area. Lord Lin Yuan of Level 10 Evolution City, leading his subordinates, has successfully eliminated 2 Level 13 city-destroying monsters, the Black Devourers, in an incredible manner. This achievement will be forever remembered and inscribed in the annals of the greater Zhuke City area. In Zhuke City, amidst the clouds, the list of achievements was announced. On January 18, 3327 of the Bright Era, in the territory of the Zhou family of FA1, Lord Lin Yuan of Level 10 Evolution City eliminated the Level 13 city-destroying monster, the Flame Landwalking Octopus. Lord Lin Yuan of Level 10 Evolution City. Outstanding achievement points. 100 million. Lord Lin Yuan of Level 10 Evolution City. Significant contributions to the greater Zhuke City area. Rewarded with an 11th level Monarch class unit. Energy Coordinator. The rewards are increasing, and soon, it will flood the main city trading channel with auction information. The reward that would drive elder-level families crazy was merely glanced at by Lin Yuan. During this brief moment, Alpha Star waited quietly, exhibiting a calm demeanor. Master, the matter on the side of Zhuke City is settled, Li Nai spoke at the right moment. That's right, Lin Yuan replied, looking at Li Nai. So far, the Church of the Light has not discovered the connection between you and me. Your identity remains undisclosed. What about afterward? Do you want to return to the swarm, or continue to stay hidden within the Church of the Light? Lin Yuan essentially considered himself a tech enthusiast. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been ambushed in his previous life. Li Nai immediately expressed, staying hidden makes me happy, being a spy excites me. And the feeling of making a mess in someone else's home is simply irresistible. Lin Yuan nodded and said to the nearby Alpha Star, come with me. Upon entering the experimental chamber, Alpha Star paused, astonished. Clearly a flesh and blood creation, yet the aura here is filled with a sense of the sacred, as if the faith of countless devout believers has converged. You could understand it that way. After all, I created them here, Lin Yuan said casually. Your potential is unique and requires a long time for examination and customized transformation. Please wait here for a moment. I need to handle some other matters. The genes of the 13th tier city-destroying monster, the Flame Landwalking Octopus, had already been uploaded, piquing Lin Yuan's interest. During the initial scan using ethereal energy, Lin Yuan found that Alpha Star's condition was quite complex and likely involved unprecedented modifications. He decided to first complete the editing of the simple genes. Ethereal energy surged, and in the evolution slime pool, the genes of the Flame Landwalking Octopus were decomposed. All doubts regarding biological entities were laid bare through the dissection at the genetic level. Lin Yuan discovered that the fireball of the Flame Landwalking Octopus was not a traditional fireball. Although it looked like a fireball when launched, its essence was worlds apart. The essence of an explosion is when a material system undergoes rapid physical changes or chemical reactions, and the energy of the system is converted into mechanical work on surrounding media due to the rapid expansion of gases, usually accompanied by intense heat release, light emission, and sound effects. The fireball of the Flame Landwalking Octopus was a special substance of high explosive and corrosive properties, formed by the fusion of its unique slime attached to its body into a plasma state. The genetic comparison showed a similarity degree of up to 916 with the key genes of the destroyer. So far, the useful genes Lin Yuan obtained were highly similar to those of the swarm, making it seem as if swarm genes were everywhere. In reality, this was merely a survivor bias. This situation occurred mainly because there was already a main nest gene pool present, and the genes selected naturally had a high overlap. Moreover, during the expansion of the swarm, at least hundreds of millions of species of dark biological entities were absorbed by the swarm. However, there are very few genes that are useful for the swarm. The remaining ones that do not fit are just some simple gene resets and directional mutation operations. Thus, editing begins. Experimental tendrils appear, hovering above the evolution pool, and then split into various models and shapes of experimental instruments. This kind of arbitrary operation is far superior to the fixed and clumsy machinery found on the blue planet. Hearing Lin Yuan's murmurs, Alpha Star's head emitted 8 question marks. What is this messenger of the Mother of Light talking about? Why can I understand every word, but when put together, I am completely confused? Could this be the special knowledge contained in the divine revelation from the Mother of Light, which makes Lin Yuan's troops so extraordinary? Although I completely don't understand, Alpha Star feels that there is profound mystery in Lin Yuan's words. In the next moment, Alpha Star's eyes were completely filled with shock. Such rich life-creating energy. How is this possible? This is something even the highest priest of light cannot achieve. Why can Lin Yuan carry out such feats so easily? With the Mother of Light above, am I about to witness the birth of a miracle? Alpha Star's body stiffened like a statue, but his eyes burst with incredible fervor and devotion. He clasped his hands tightly and murmured, "Loving Mother of Light." Lin Yuan, of course, was unaware that his basic operations would lead Alpha Star to such imaginative conclusions. As the swarm grew stronger, Lin Yuan's psychic energy became increasingly powerful in response to the feedback from his subjects. Correspondingly, his brain's computational speed had already surpassed that of dark proton computers. The vast amount of genetic sequences that could not even fit on a planetary hard drive was easily manipulated by Lin Yuan. Soon, the genes of the destroyer, based on the mutated cockroach, were fully created. With a splash, Lin Yuan scooped up a handful of thick evolutionary liquid. Under the vision of psychic energy, the microscopic genetic structure appeared in its entirety. The geometry of the destroyer's genes is nothing short of perfect. It is a flawless hyperspace folded rhombus. The so-called hyperspace folded rhombus means that, no matter from which angle it is viewed, its surface is a perfect rhombus, with dense and uniform atomic arrangements. The surface of the destroyer's hyperspace folded rhombus is incredibly smooth, like a mirror. A glass mirror magnified 1,000 times would become extremely rough. However, even if the surface of the destroyer's genetic structure were magnified 10,000 times, it would show no signs of cracks or wrinkles. The crushing of civilization levels is fully reflected in these small details. The seemingly fierce and rough destroyer possesses such orderly and beautiful genes. This is a stark contrast. Lin Yuan sighed slightly before uploading the genes into the cockroach nest. The prerequisites for the mutation of the destroyer have all been completed, and the mutated cockroach can undergo transformation directly. Completely forgetting the existence of Alpha Star, Lin Yuan ignored the trembling bright judgment leader and stepped outside the experimental chamber. Lin Yuan had no interest in the junk auction. A mutated cockroach had transformed into a destroyer. A fortunate mutated cockroach was selected, and a cocoon formed, filled with several biological materials, 25 units of crystal ore, and 75 units of high-energy gas. With a pop, the cocoon burst open, producing a sound even thicker than that of the mutated cockroach. An orange-red glow emanated from its joints, and 6 long, tank-like legs supported its fortress-like body. On its back, amidst spiky appendages, a fierce liquid energy was churning. Compared to the 27-meter-tall, short-limbed mutated cockroach, the destroyer was imposing and exuded a strong sense of pressure. Miracle. It's a miracle. I have witnessed the wonder of creation. Alpha Star appeared dazed, which was actually a physical stress response due to overwhelming shock. In short, Alpha Star almost knelt down. Indeed, this mutation could be considered classic among the swarm. Lin Yuan began his routine study of the destroyer. The destroyer, commonly known as the fire cockroach, stood 102 meters tall. In the history of the swarm, it was a product of the mutated cockroach breaking biological limits after years of transformation and adjustment. It could launch plasma liquid and had both close combat capabilities and the ability to disrupt enemy formations, which was precisely what the current swarm lacked. The appearance of the fire cockroach filled a significant gap in the current swarm, and Lin Yuan grew more satisfied as he reached out to touch its shell. Although the thick shell looked rough and rugged, its defensive power was astonishing, effectively protecting the 2 launch ports, from which high-explosive corrosive bile would spray, becoming a nightmare for enemies. As Lin Yuan spoke, he responded to the strong requests of the large insects and uploaded this research video to the dedicated channel for them. The fire cockroach was designated as a heavy mobile siege unit. The corrosive bile could easily destroy defensive structures and also provide fire suppression to prevent enemies from entering specific areas. Lin Yuan summarized based on his understanding. The subsequent use of the fire cockroach in the dark world awaited further development by the large insects. The combat power evaluation system of the bright tree seemed to have stalled again, arriving late after Lin Yuan finished his research. 10th Tier Evolution City Lord, esteemed Lin Yuan. Greetings. The Bright Tree Network has detected a new combat type unit that must undergo a combat power evaluation, assessing the comprehensive combat power of the new operational unit. The evaluation of the new unit's comprehensive combat power is complete, with a total combat power of 9th tier. Please name it. Note that this naming will become the official name of the Bright Tree Network. Naming successful. The official name of the new combat unit is Destroyer. Should the data of this unit be uploaded? Confirm, cancel. Please note that if you want to conduct blueprint trading for this unit, you must upload its data. Cancel. Ding. The large insects sent their congratulations. celebrating the addition of the new unit to the swarm. The gene editing of the fire cockroach has been completed, and it's time to clean up the garbage. Lin Yuan opened the Bright Tree Network. The trading channel for units of level 8 and above is only accessible to Lin Yuan, so he had to come in person. Jojo Alliance Pan Domain Advisory Channel. Special Notice, High-Value Item Listing Notification. Level 10 Evolution City, Lord Lin Yuan has listed the Level 9 Strategic Unit Champion Crossbowman. This transaction will be conducted in auction format. Starting price, 30 million units of high-energy gas. Auction countdown, 299 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Jojo Alliance Pan Domain Advisory Channel. Special Notice, Special Notice, Special Notice. Highest Level Display. High-Value Item Listing Notification. Level 10 Evolution City, Lord Lin Yuan has listed the reward Level 11 Monarch Unit Moon Energy Coordinator. This transaction will be conducted in auction format. Starting price, 10 billion units of high-energy gas. Auction countdown, 299 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Jojo Alliance Pan Domain Advisory Channel. Special Notice, Special Notice, Special Notice. Highest Level Display. Level 10 Evolution City Lord Lin Yuan has packaged and listed the Level 11 Monarch Unit Flawless Crystal Manipulator and the Level 11 Special Building Flawless Crystal Tower. This transaction will be conducted in auction format. Starting price, 100 billion units of high-energy gas. Auction countdown, 299 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Jojo Alliance Pan Domain Advisory Channel. The grand auction for the entire domain has begun. In the Jojo Alliance domain, the tax rate for resource transportation in bright territories of level 8 and above has been reduced to 0. Top transaction, top transaction, top transaction. Level 10 Evolution City Lord Lin Yuan has packaged and listed the reward Level 12 Hero Unit Skyfire Priest and the Level 12 Special Building Skyfire Prayer Altar. This transaction will be conducted in auction format. Starting price, 30 trillion units of high-energy gas. Auction countdown, 599 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. Finally, these items have been listed on the trading channel. After a simple and efficient operation, Lin Yuan felt relaxed. And those who didn't know might think he was just listing a few second-hand goods. Alfasta, follow me. Lin Yuan took the lead towards the experimental chamber. Previously, Lin Yuan found it quite interesting to watch others bid for useless items, but now he naturally felt it was rather dull. As Lin Yuan entered the experimental chamber, he said to Alpha Star, "High Judge, your legion used a certain energy resonance formation to create a wall of light when facing the Abyssal Devourer?" "Yes. It was the most perfect resonance I have ever witnessed in my life." Despite having many doubts about the Light God sect at this moment, Alpha Star's eyes still sparkled with pride when recalling that battle. However, upon seeing Lin Yuan's expression, Alpha Star was taken aback. He hurriedly said, "You aren't implying that my faith is not pure enough to achieve perfect resonance, are you? That was merely my delusion of perfection." "Exactly." Lin Yuan wanted to commend the High Judge for even answering himself. "I have come here to seek pure faith." Alpha Star's pupils trembled. "What must I do to reach that state?" "It's actually quite simple," Lin Yuan smiled. "As long as you do not resist my guidance." Alpha Star was stunned. Is it really that easy? In his mind, achieving pure faith required rigorous training to control one's desires, a grueling process that few could endure. Before coming here, Alpha Star had been prepared to sacrifice himself for pure faith. He would be willing to die, even if just for a moment, to reach that state. Yet now, Lin Yuan was telling him it was as simple as not resisting guidance. "Of course," Lin Yuan said with a smile. "Our existence is meant to embrace all beings. If things are too complicated, how can we achieve such a grand aspiration?" "I see now," Alpha Star said, enlightenment dawning upon him. "Now, first, lie down in the pool before me," Lin Yuan gently encouraged. Alpha Star fully submerged himself in the evolution pool, and Lin Yuan, utilizing the mental properties of the ethereal energy, caused him to lose surface consciousness. The surface energy within him was entangled closely with the ethereal energy deep inside. This was the first time Lin Yuan had encountered such a situation. Ethereal energy was mysterious and intangible. Although Lin Yuan could sense and use it, he could not specifically describe its existence. "It seems I can try that emergency creation from the main genetic repository," Lin Yuan thought, as the ethereal energy radiated brilliantly in his eyes. The entanglement of the ethereal energy showed an unexpected consistency. "Excellent. This is a highly valuable experiment." Lin Yuan decided to focus 120%. To avoid any external influence, he directly turned off the communication system of the light tree, allowing contact only in the highest emergency situations. What Lin Yuan did not expect was that the moment those items were listed on the trading channel, it triggered a massive upheaval in the alliance of 9 provinces. The intensity of the upheaval far exceeded his expectations. Crash, bang, various sounds erupted. Pots, bowls, utensils, teacups, jade items, tables, chairs, artificial mountains, fossils. Countless items were shattered and destroyed in various ways, either torn apart by strong hands or swept off and smashed. Among the numerous powerful families controlling authority, it felt as if a colossal earthquake had struck. During the 171st earthquake in Qilan City, when Lin Yuan showcased the champion crossbowmen of the 9th tier strategic unit, the top families of the Great Domain were thrown into chaos. When these individuals saw the specific parameters of the champion crossbowmen, their eyes turned red, and they fell into madness. Even the usually composed leaders of families, who had been steadily guiding their clans, lost their composure. They swept everything off the table, disregarding their dignity, leaning forward with wide-open eyes as if they wanted to shoot their eyeballs out. This was simply the perfect unit of their dreams. Any leader of a top family with a bit of sense could see the power of this unit from its numerical model. The 9th tier strategic champion crossbowman not only showed overwhelming stats, but, more importantly, possessed ultra-long-range concentrated attack capabilities. Quick, hold the most urgent family meeting. I don't care what they are doing. If they are not here in 10 minutes, they will be eliminated, shouted one family leader. They understood deeply what such a tier of units meant. It was the key to breaking through the ranks of top families, a ladder for their ascension. Units of this caliber were never supposed to appear on the trading channel. To obtain them, one needed favorable timing, location, and people, along with sacrificing significant interests of their own family to potentially acquire this pass from those powerful families. However, at this moment, such an opportunity lay glaringly before them. And how could they possibly give it up? Quick, contact those allies. As long as we secure it, we will share the unit. And this agreement will be certified by the Tree of Light. Many family leaders reacted, realizing they could not handle it alone, and quickly began seeking allies. In an instant, communications were non-stop, and various messages flooded in. Yet, the next moment, they all halted, staring blankly at the trading channel. Lin Yuan had not responded to their messages. How arrogant. Wait, he listed a 9th tier champion unit. Some were slightly surprised. Ha ha ha. Is he showcasing his capabilities to take the initiative in alliances? No wonder he didn't reply to us immediately. He is flexing his muscles. Someone laughed heartily. What boldness. We didn't misjudge him. Indeed, suddenly, someone realized, wait. Lin Yuan was already the lord of a main city-level territory. In terms of status, he was now on par with elder-level families, even slightly above the 6 present. These two statements struck like thunder, awakening most members of the 8 Directions Family Association. The patriarch of the Nangong family couldn't help but smile wryly. Indeed, he has already reached the level of a city lord, but his rise has been so rapid that we subconsciously think of him as just an emerging lord. The head of the Shiza family felt a tingling sensation all over his upper body. It's not just fast. It's simply an extraordinary genius. And the list of leading lords hasn't even been released yet. When the list of leading lords is published, it will create immense waves across the major regions. And all eyes will be on Lin Yuan. The head of the Xia family nodded in agreement. By that time, it won't just be a simple matter within the 9 provinces alliance. The elder of the Nangong family expressed his approval. At that moment, a series of urgent alert sounds suddenly rang out. In front of the actual power holder of the Haxiang family, red alert information unfolded like a banner. This was an emergency reminder they had set up. When a major event occurred, this red alert would appear before them in the most prioritized manner. The urgent alert sounds rang out continuously like raindrops. Various flashing and vibrating alerts made the actual power holder of the Haxiang family change color dramatically. 11th tier king level unit. Moon Energy Coordinator. 11th tier king level unit. Flawless Crystal Manipulator and 11th tier special building. Flawless Crystal Tower. 12th tier hero level unit. Skyfire Priest and 12th tier special building. Skyfire Prayer Altar. Upon seeing these 3 unit information lines, the actual power holder of the Haxiang family felt as if a surge of blood was rushing like high pressure straight to the top of his head, nearly blowing off his skull. The buzzing in his ears echoed in his brain, and due to the shock, He felt as though colorful disco lights were flashing madly before his eyes. After a while, they finally regained their breath. Then, they saw their own comical reflections in each other's pupils. However, no one felt that it was disrespectful. The 6 people present looked at the 2 sitting in the main seats. These 2 were the heads of the Shang family and the Dongfang family. The Shang family and Dongfang family were both elder-level families in the central victory city of Qilin. The other 6 families were all elder-level families. The Shang family appeared quite young, but their voice was very old. I never expected to personally experience such a major event in my lifetime. The 12th tier hero-level unit Skyfire Priest and 12th tier special building Skyfire Prayer Altar. Just hearing this name fills my heart with a tsunami of emotions, unable to calm down. The head of the Shang family took a deep breath, his gaze profound, not dazed by those extraordinary units. This auction is of great significance, requiring various forces to coordinate and balance. On the surface, everyone will appear to negotiate amicably, but in reality, it will be a stormy sea of blood. We need to adjust our strategic attitude towards Lin Yuan and place him on the same level as our family. That's right. Agreed. The leaders of various families unanimously supported this statement. They did not underestimate Lin Yuan due to his sudden rise, as the troops from the auction house have already proven his strength. Most importantly, the family recognized Lin Yuan's potential, which shines as brightly as the stars in the sky. We have had some contact with Lin Yuan before, which might give us a slight advantage over other forces. Sister from the East, can we leave the diplomatic matters to you? The family leader inquired. Leave it to me. Speaking of which, I have a great-granddaughter there, and the situation is quite concealed. A beautiful young woman with fiery red hair smiled as she spoke. The family leader nodded and began assigning tasks. Patriarch Nangong, you will contact our affiliated forces. Patriarch Zhuo, please assess the total assets of our alliance and the maximum amount of high-energy gas we can gather during this time. The responsibility of gathering intelligence on other forces will be left to you, Patriarch Xia. The alliance of our family tightened its operations, and everyone began to take action. Due to the connections made from previous donations, this force adopted a gentle approach. However, the intricate forces within the central holy city were not all thinking the same way. What about the city lord of the main city? An innocent man may suffer for possessing something precious. We will negotiate first, and if that fails, we will take a hard stance. Zhou Xiong, I heard you had interactions with Lin Yuan while in Juke City. You will handle the negotiations. Similar dialogues took place among several major forces. In no time, the atmosphere in Qilin City became charged. Around these auction items, schemes unfolded, with open and covert struggles occurring intensely. The interests among the forces sought exchange, with balance and compromise among various organizations, creating a complex situation akin to a chessboard. Everyone was playing chess, or rather, everyone was a piece on the board. Lin Yuan merely tossed out a few low-level troops, not realizing that his casual actions triggered a storm. He himself became the epicenter of that storm. On the edge of the Bright Territory, the Yuan clan and the Chao clan fought side by side once again. The 2 insect queens stood atop their royal insects, chatting. Do you think someone might plot against us because of these low-level troops? Zhao Qiao asked. Yan Yi chuckled. Of course, there will be. Those who harbor such thoughts must belong to powerful forces. Can't they assess our combat strength? Why would they act so irrationally? Zhao Qiao expressed her confusion. Never underestimate the arrogance of those great forces. Yan Yi looked into the distance. Many people believe that those powerful entities are filled with elites and think tanks, possessing vast resources, and thus they would never make mistakes and could remain prosperous forever. In fact, those colossal organizations that have collapsed and fallen dynasties once thought the same way. A small mistake could lead to their complete downfall. I understand. Zhao Xiaoqiao exclaimed with excitement. This small mistake refers to their attempts to act against the swarm. Xiaoqiao, you're mistaken, Yan Yi chuckled. This is not a small mistake. It's the fundamental reason for their demise. Ding. The communication device beeped. Li Nai, everyone, Yuan Sanfang and I have returned to the central holy city, Qilin City, and gathered some information. Evolution City has become the main city, connecting with other main cities and holy cities. Li Nai can finally maintain contact with the swarm through the communication system of the Tree of Light. Li Nai, due to the random release of those troops and special buildings by Lin Yuan, the major forces in Qilin City have gone mad. Some want to befriend us. Some are watching coldly, and some are stirring restlessly. Just now, Archbishop Mu Mingbai hurriedly left, seemingly having received information from the church. The information that could make Archbishop Mu Mingbai so concerned must be from an entity of the level of a secret scripture pontiff. Yinyi, there was once a war that destroyed a great domain. We need to enhance our overall strength as much as possible. Qingyong, the queen worries too much. We have already gained strength. The internal forces among humans no longer affect us. The only concern is the powerful individuals lurking in the shadows. Originally, Li Nai was warning about threats from the human level, but the great insects seemed unconcerned. In fact, Li Nai understood that although humans have many flaws, as relative victors in natural evolution, they possess various incredible traits. Those at the top of the human pyramid, who have survived in the dark world until now, must have hidden cards up their sleeves. These cards could be concealed super fortifications, perhaps a forbidden army long forgotten, or even ancient types of devastating weapons. It's strange. For some reason, even though I know about these unknown threats, I don't want to care about them at all. As the eldest daughter of the city lord, the Flame Empress should be more aware of these threats than I am, yet she has never mentioned them. It must be due to this awareness, Li Nai pondered. If Lin Yuan were here, he would see this as the higher dimensional being's disregard for lower dimensional existences. It's not disdain, nor is it a sideways glance, and certainly not contempt. It's a complete and utter disregard. In summary, it can be expressed in one sentence. The insects don't care. Li Nai became a major anomaly, and in just under a year, the swarm was still in the very early stages of development. It is quite normal for him to have a contradictory mindset of being aware of the existing threats, yet completely indifferent to them. Even Lin Yuan, while controlling the swarm, continuously denied the thought processes he had as a person. Yinji, I have accessed the warehouse of the Bright Tree in Zhuke City. The accumulation over 1,000 years includes 23 trillion units of crystal ore, 6 trillion units of high-energy gas, and various other types of resources. Qingyong, great. Now the swarm can expand rapidly without worrying too much about resource consumption. Li Nai, Your Majesty, I am very curious about the rumored secret of immortality. Yinji, I found a map and a key. When Zhuke City is washed by the tide of darkness, a place called the True Dragon Ruins will open. But it didn't mention any secret of immortality. If immortality means the body is undying and the mind is incorruptible, then we are already immortal. Li Nai, it seems that the so-called immortality is just a rumor, a baseless tale that can drive the families in Zhuke City to madness. Human greed truly knows no bounds. Soon, amidst the casual conversation, the topic shifted to the True Dragon Ruins. Zhao Xiaoqiao, does the True Dragon Ruins really exist in this world? Its genes must be remarkable. Yin Yi, even if there isn't a so-called true dragon, there might be many remains of ancient creatures in the ruins, and those genes could be valuable. Li Nai, as far as I know, the former city lord visited that ruins 100 years ago, and Archbishop Mu Mingbai went to great lengths to arrive in Zhuke City just for this ruins. Zhao Xiaoqiao, good. The True Dragon Ruins have successfully piqued this queen's interest. Yinji, the master has awakened. In the experimental chamber, dense liquid ethereal energy resembled a deep pool. Suddenly, the deep water began to boil, like a waterfall in the rainy season, fiercely washing through the space, carrying away the quantum chaos generated by the disorder of atomic chaos. With a long exhale, Lin Yuan detached from a state of complete focus at 120%. Creak, creak. Energy fluctuated, entropy increased and decreased, and dark ice crystals spread through the void, then vanished. In the evolution pool, silvery light spread like synapses, gradually converging from a highly unstable state. Looking at the pool where Alfasta's skin glowed with a silvery light, Lin Yuan felt somewhat disappointed. Recently, the continuous success in gene editing had restored several anomaly units and created a new type of gene called chimeric evolution. The smooth sailing made him somewhat arrogant, leading to the illusion that he had achieved some small success in the path of genetics. Lin Yuan's gaze dimmed. In the beginning, facing the vast and boundless gene bank of the main nest, Lin Yuan felt incredibly small. Now, that feeling is spreading from the heart once again. The transformation of Alpha Star has hit a deadlock, and Lin Yuan feels stuck. Many who have some understanding of scientific research can relate to this indescribable sense of depression. To engage in research, merely obtaining a doctorate is just the basic threshold. Furthermore, those who can conduct research must be further selected from among the doctors. A doctorate is already a rare achievement, and those who persist on the path of research are even more exceptional. If past studies were about following the paths trodden by predecessors, then scientific research is about exploring new roads. You do not know whether this path is a broad highway or a dead end, nor how long it will take to traverse it. You might walk for decades only to find that the end of the road is a dead end, or perhaps you may not reach the end even until death. Therefore, those who can conduct scientific research are, in the traditional sense, geniuses. They not only need a wealth of knowledge in their fields, but also require an extraordinary psychological resilience to endure solitude. It is certain that without the belief in chasing ideals, such tenacious willpower would be impossible. Now, Lin Yuan has encountered a bottleneck in his research journey. The previous insect units already had clear genetic templates, and all he needed to do was replicate them, merely understanding the structures and types of elements involved. However, for the transformation of Alpha Star, the records in the main nest gene bank are vague, providing only brief descriptions. It seems that it will take a long time to overcome this challenge. A spark of inspiration ignited in Lin Yuan's eyes. The passion for exploring unknown paths rekindled in his heart. I can attempt to create entirely new insect soldiers to accumulate experience. The genes of the Dark Devourer possess strong inclusivity, which can serve as a foundation, while the Flame Walker octopus has high body remoldability, making it highly relevant for in-depth research and transformation of Alpha Star. Lost in thought, Lin Yuan pondered deeply. Just then, a notification sounded. Yinjia, Master Lin Yuan. Recent insect swarm. However, Yinjia's words were quickly interrupted. Lin Yuan, if you are going to bother me with such trivial matters, what use are you? Boom. Like the sovereign will of an endless deep sea, a surge of waves suddenly arose. Yinjia, Yin Yi, and Cheng Yong, these great insects, turned pale and simultaneously knelt on one knee towards Lin Yuan. Great insects, Almighty Sovereign, please forgive our incompetence. However, Lin Yuan was already too lazy to pay them any attention. Having found a new approach, he began conducting experiments. The 13th tier city-destroying dark monster, the Dark Devourer, and the 13th tier city-destroying dark monster, the Flame Walker octopus, had their genes dismantled by Lin Yuan, and he worked swiftly. Before long, a brand new insect appeared before him. The 16 tentacles possess retractable characteristics, with sharp spines at their tips that integrate the genes of venomous spines from a certain species. The body is covered with tile-like arranged bone plates, providing formidable defense, derived from the superstress bone gene of mutated cockroaches. This octopus-shaped creature can perform incredible movements, making it a true slaughterer on the battlefield. Ding! The system prompt from the Bright Tree Network sounded. Your Excellency Lin Yuan, the esteemed Lord of the 10th Level Evolution City. Greetings. The Bright Tree Network has detected the emergence of a new combat type unit, which must undergo a power assessment, assessing the comprehensive combat power of the new operational unit. The assessment of the new unit's comprehensive combat power is complete, with a rating of 9th level. Please name it. Note that this name will become the official designation of the Bright Tree Network. Gaga. The alien octopus chattered at Lin Yuan, extending its tentacles to wrap around Lin Yuan's thigh. However, in Lin Yuan's eyes, all he could see were its rough genetic sequences lacking any aesthetic order. A failed specimen. Lin Yuan extended his hand, dark energy surged, and the alien octopus was instantly obliterated. P.S. Everyone, happy National Day. After a while, the large alien creatures finally recovered from their trembling. Zhao Xiaoqiao. I've never seen the sovereign angry. It's truly terrifying. Yin Yi. It feels like a small boat caught in a tsunami. Li Nai Nai. It feels like the whole world is shaking, as if it could shatter at any moment. Yin Ji. Indeed. If we have to bother the sovereign with such trivial matters, then we have no reason to exist. Yin Yi. Your Majesty, what should we do now? Lin Yuan has rarely assigned us specific tasks. Only you have the authority to issue commands to us. Within the swarm, there is a clear hierarchy. Higher-level alien creatures have absolute command over lower-level ones. This is the distinct hierarchical structure of the swarm. However, for the vast majority of alien creatures, they only possess the attributes of tools and lack independent thoughts. The large alien creatures absolutely obey the sovereign, yet their thoughts are not unified and have their own independent ideas. Although there is a significant difference in essence, the large alien creatures can be understood as being absolutely loyal subordinates to Lin Yuan. Yin Ji. The instinct of the swarm is to consume biological material and absorb what is known as genes. For this reason, the swarm needs to constantly expand. Yinji. However, the situation is different now, as the dark tide has erupted, and countless dark creatures will spontaneously attack us, meaning there will be a continuous supply of genes delivered to our doorstep. Yinji. During this time, the Sovereign has been in seclusion, and Evolution City has now absorbed 30% of the shallow, dark territories of Phoenix City. Hundreds of millions of worker bees are tirelessly collecting resources. Moreover, the 8-Direction family has already submitted to us, offering resources, and we have obtained a large amount of high-energy gas through the auction of combat units. Coupled with the millennia of accumulation from Phoenix City, our swarm's resource stockpile is abundant. Yanjiji. In summary, there is only one decision now, which is to construct the Zerg Spring. It's strange why I would say the term Zerg Spring, but you all understand, right? It means to build a spore-crawler formation. Based on the direction given to you by the Overlord for expanding the swarm, let's assign your positions for construction accordingly. The large Zerg creatures, upon hearing Yanjiji's reasonable explanation, expressed their agreement and would definitely carry out the orders. In fact, it didn't matter if they agreed or not. They were already required to follow Yanjiji's commands. The Empress's status in the swarm was even higher than that of the Queen. Therefore, being a Zerg was truly easy. After all, if one made their own choices, they had to take responsibility for them. And responsibility was such a tiring thing. The worker bees halted their relentless labor and rushed to the front lines. Yin Yi began to command them, organizing a firepower cross-network in a reasonable arrangement. Other large Zerg also recognized Yin Yi's expertise in this area and entrusted her with the task of placing the spore crawler. The dark disturbance erupted completely, and the phenomenon of the dark tide arrived early. However, it seemed to be brewing something, as the rolling liquid darkness surrounded the territory of the Evolution City but did not take any further action. During this time, Li Nai continuously collected information from Chilin City. The news about the Kyushu Alliance auctioning off 12th-tier hero-level troops and 12th-tier special buildings could not be concealed and was known by other major regions. In an instant, various forces in Chilin City were taking turns to showcase their strengths. The auction was only 600 hours long, and under such a short time limit, gentle resource exchanges seemed too slow. After all, no one would know how many resources the other competitors had gathered. In Chilin City, the undercurrents were surging. Meanwhile, within the jurisdiction of Chilin City, those light lords were complaining incessantly. To ensure competitive resources, their superiors were extracting resources from the light territories, which directly led to a significant increase in difficulties for the light territories. Zhou Xiong, you useless waste. You can't even handle such a small matter. What face do you have to appear in front of us? I was negotiating on your behalf, but Lin Yuan ignores me completely, as if you don't exist. Someone shouted angrily. Zhou Xiong remained unafraid. If you have the ability, go find Lin Yuan to negotiate yourself, or try to see if you can use force to make him submit. I'm willing to provide you with all the relevant information about Zhuke City. That person coldly snorted. Zhou Xiong, do you think your current position was given to you by someone? What I can give you, I can naturally take back. Ha ha ha. Zhou Xiong laughed heartily, knowing that he absolutely could not back down at this moment. Otherwise, he would become a lamb to the slaughter. The position you gave me? Nonsense. I merely took what my Zhou family deserved. Want to move against me? Go ahead, and see how many people will be willing to work for you in the future. Zhou Xiong, mind your tone. The other person refused to back down, saying that without you, countless others would be willing to sacrifice everything to rise up. Zhou Xiong sneered, about to retort, when others came over to mediate. All right, we're all in the same boat here, no need to get so worked up. A kindly old man said with a smile. Zhou Xiong and the person he was arguing with immediately composed themselves and respectfully greeted. Elder Zhou, we pay our respects. Good. The old man replied with a smile. The other parties are stirring. I've heard that those old-timers from the 8 Directions Family Association have already expressed intentions to ally with Lin Yuan. Yes, I have received reliable information. Zhou Xiong nodded. It seems the gentle approach is already lagging behind. Providing assistance in a time of need has a different significance. The old man spoke casually, as if discussing everyday matters. Let's go inside. The second round of discussions is about to begin. Yes, Elder Zhou. Zhou Xiong replied respectfully. Following Elder Zhou, he opened the communication channel and selected the name of the family leader. The Ancient Alliance has a strong inclination to take aggressive actions against Lin Yuan. The intelligence from Chilin City is escalating. Every day, a top-tier family disappears without a trace, let alone those second-tier and third-tier families. Under the whims of the powerful, weaker families find it hard to remain unscathed. 10 days later, under the silver-white phoenix tree, the 15-tier vermilion bird luminary tree radiated a dazzling yet gentle light. Xiaoming, let us go, Yin Ji said lightly. Your Highness, are we leaving Zhuke City to return to the swarm? Gong Xiaoming seemed to have anticipated this. Yin Ji was slightly surprised. Aren't you at all shocked? You know that reclaiming Zhuke City is my long-held wish, and transforming humanity is my ideal. Gong Xiaoming smiled and said, Your Highness, we should add once in front of long-held wish and ideal. As for why I'm not surprised, it's simply because I have empathized with your reasons for leaving Zhuke City. Indeed, Yin Ji nodded. Compared to the vastness of the world, the walls of Zhuke City are merely a cage confining the swarm. Moreover, I no longer care how humans will live, whether they fight among themselves or support each other. To me, it all seems like a self-indulgent farce, Yin Ji murmured. Gong Xiaoming wholeheartedly agreed. This is fundamentally why so many have voluntarily joined us during this period. What do you plan to do next? Gong Xiaoming asked again. Retain my highest authority in Zhuke City, and let the citizens manage the rest. The purpose of the swarm occupying this place has been achieved. It's sufficient to leave some conquerors and a division pool here. The Yusha clan will completely withdraw from Zhuke City. Many people finally breathed a sigh of relief. Great, those terrifying creatures are finally gone. Just seeing them made me have nightmares every night. That Lin Yuan is truly the embodiment of fear, a harbinger of terror, otherwise. How could he have commanded such a monstrous army of insects? Princess Yin Ji must have been bewitched by him, which is why she ended up joining them against her will. The crowd murmured in agreement. You're right, otherwise, how could Princess Yin Ji leave Zhuke City? Which is her home. She is our noble and stunning princess. We must rescue her from Lin Yuan's clutches. At this moment, both the higher-ups of Zhuke City and the spies from other factions within the Jiuzhou Alliance lurking in Zhuke City had their eyes shining brightly, as if they were lit by a 100-watt bulb. With the 6 major families destroyed and Princess Yin Ji gone, Zhuke City had undergone an unprecedented reshuffling of power, creating a significant power vacuum. Isn't this the perfect opportunity for them to vie for power? A series of open and covert struggles unfolded in Zhuke City. It seemed everyone had forgotten that the newly promoted main city of the Jiuzhou Alliance, Evolution City, was facing the threat of dark tides. An elder lamented. Lin Yuan was a prodigy who emerged from Zhuke City, and Princess Yin Ji must have left Zhuke City to join him in resisting the dark tides. Why is everyone so indifferent to the most important matter? Instead, you're all out on the streets giving speeches to gain support, conducting so-called publicity campaigns. At least provide support to Evolution City. Those insects, while terrifying in appearance, have never harmed you. The elder shouted loudly, but no one paid him any mind. Instead, they thought he was crazy and kept their distance from him. Eventually, the elder arrived at the ancient castle left by Princess Yin Ji. To his surprise, many people had come, both young and old, most of whom were from the lower class. Why do you want to join Lord Lin Yuan's Evolution City? The elder asked, somewhat puzzled. Someone replied with a bitter smile. Life is too exhausting, too hard. No one understands me. No one knows my efforts. Because I earn little, they think my hard work has no value. But I have indeed been trying. I work 12 hours a day. I heard someone say that if you feel deeply disgusted and annoyed by everything around you, then you must change your environment. Someone shared what seemed like a philosophical reason. Oh, that essay given. I think those insects are super cool. A young trendy guy said with admiration. Haven't you seen how those self-destructing insects fight? They blow themselves up. At that moment, I thought Lord Lin Yuan must possess extraordinary leadership qualities to make other troops willingly sacrifice for him. This longing makes me want to join them day and night. Others chimed in with their reasons as well. I find this conversation quite interesting, and others have joined in, eagerly sharing their opinions. The old man listened to these bizarre reasons, looking completely bewildered. Is it really possible to think this way? So many reasons that make these people willing to leave the city. This world is truly colorful. The old man chuckled silently as the group moved forward, chatting and laughing. The voices gradually faded as they approached the ancient castle. When they were about 100 meters away, silence fell over the group. A heavy atmosphere enveloped everyone. Do you think someone as significant as Lord Lin Yuan would pay attention to us? After all, we are just insignificant figures. Some hesitated. This castle is quite grand and carries an inexplicable sense of oppression. To be honest, my legs are shaking. Lord Lin Yuan is a miracle lord, a prominent figure in the achievements list of the city, and we are merely trivial individuals. If Lord Lin Yuan were to even glance at me, I would be satisfied. The group gradually came to a halt. Finally, it was the old man who uttered a classic saying, "Since we are here, wouldn't it be a pity to go back?" In the end, the group arrived in front of the castle. At the entrance, there were two recruiters offering smiles and welcoming services. May I ask if, as long as one is willing, even an elderly person like me who has difficulty moving can contribute to Her Highness Yin Ji and Lord Lin Yuan? Of course. However, we need to test your sincerity. Without enough sincerity, you won't qualify, a kind recruiter said. Follow me. The recruiter stepped forward to lead the way. The people in the group exchanged glances and clenched their fists in excitement. 3 days later, ding dong, the long bell rang through the city. The alarm sounded. The dark tide erupted completely. Roar, roar. Outside the city, the roars of countless monsters echoed. However, the swarm only cleared out the Light God sect and the 6 major families. The various legions of the city remained intact. Unless multiple city-destroying monsters attacked together, the city would not need to worry about safety. After all, the main target of this dark tide is the territory of the Evolution City. Suddenly, the long quiet liquid darkness began to stir. A massive whirlpool appeared to the west of Evolution City, so large it could fill the entire continent. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted from the darkness. Jumping insects rushed into the liquid darkness to carry out reconnaissance. Countless king insects bravely flew into the liquid darkness, uploading the collected information into the swarm consciousness under the will of the ruler. Rumbling, countless dark creatures were running on the ground. The dark creatures living in the middle dark zone are at least of the 7th rank. Even small-scale 7th-tier beings are as large as a heavy-duty truck. Countless dark creatures gather together, and as they run, the ground trembles. P.S. Tomorrow is a break, no updates. Research has hit a bottleneck. The heavy black rain pours down upon the territory of the Evolution City. It seems that even the main city-level light trees cannot fully defend against the invasion of liquid darkness. The howling wind between heaven and earth is filled with a decayed scent, seemingly telling that no matter how great a life form is, it cannot escape the erosion of darkness. The earth rumbles, as if the entire continent is shaking violently. The beast tide of the dark tide is thousands, or even tens of thousands of times larger than what the previous swarm experienced, and no matter how hard one looks, there is no end in sight. These creatures living in the mid-level dark regions are far beyond the low-tier beings in the shallow dark areas. They surge with elemental energy to varying degrees. Some breathe flames, some have horns like metal, and some leave frost forming under each step. The scale of the beast tide of the dark tide is simply beyond what the territory just elevated to the main city can withstand. This time, the beast tide appears to be fleeing, as if something is driving them away. It's strange why I say again. Zhao Xiaoqiao tilted her head, her twin tails leaning to one side. It feels like this scene is very familiar. Yan Yi seems to be trying to recall something. A flash of inspiration struck, and Cheng Yong said, "Isn't this just like the eruption of the Eye of Hell volcano?" At that time, the beast tide also ran like today. There must be extremely powerful creatures or apex predator groups behind them. As their clan grows larger, the 3 major aberrant insects become increasingly powerful, and they can now communicate through the wool network of the swarm within the same expansive region. However, they soon found that other major aberrant insects could not learn the content of their conversation. The 3 major aberrant insects believe that this way of communication is not conducive to other major aberrant insects obtaining information, so they decide to continue communicating through the light tree network. Just then, a sudden crackling sound erupted, as if the sky was about to split apart. Countless lightning bolts lit up the distant sky, resembling an apocalyptic scene. Red lightning, like a giant net, descends upon the territory of the Evolution City. Zhao Xiaoqiao, did you see that? The moment the lightning lit up, it seemed like a huge outline appeared faintly, vaguely resembling a mountain-like twisted edge. I'm so scared. Not only is there that unknown gigantic creature in the far distance, but under the illumination of the flashing lightning, the entire ground rises irregularly, as if countless plump earthworms are wriggling beneath the surface. The moment the lightning extinguishes, the distance falls into darkness, sending chills down one's spine. Yenyi, Your Majesty Flame Queen, I have a question. Flame Queen, you may speak. Zhao Xiaoqiao. I feel weak, pitiful, and helpless. Why doesn't anyone come to comfort me? Am I not adorable? You all have such cold hearts. Sob, sob, sob. Yin E. The reason our evolved territory is suffering from the dark tide is quite special. It's because the dark disturbance was completely triggered. However, according to the records, as long as there is a light territory that reaches the level of a main city, the dark tide will inevitably emerge. Based on the current detected intensity of the dark tide, an ordinary main city simply cannot withstand it, right? Yinji, you want to know how Zhuke City survived the dark tide from me? Actually, the relevant information is accessible. But since there hasn't been a main city in the Kyushu Alliance for nearly 1,000 years, it has gradually been forgotten. According to historical records, at the beginning of the era of light, humanity was united, and there were mutual assistance agreements among the major regions. When the dark tide emerged, there were also watch agreements between the main cities, which were recognized by the Tree of Light and could be activated in times of crisis. Yin E, I see. Thank you for clarifying, Your Majesty. Yin Ji, no need for such formalities. We are all family. Li Nai Nai, no wonder. Recently, I've collected a lot of information about major powers mobilizing their troops on a large scale. Are they planning to help us resist the dark tide? I just can't believe it. In this current situation, can this ridiculous agreement still be effective? Yin Ji, let us set that aside for now. The ruler has awakened. I can feel the boundless fury of the ruler, as if it wants to burn the world to ashes. So loud. Lin Yuan was jolted awake from his focused research state by the rumbling noise. For the swarm that has already occupied a vast area in the dark world, Lin Yuan entering an inactive state of research can be considered as sleeping. When Lin Yuan exits this state, the boundless will, like an overwhelming shadow threatening to envelop the entire world, begins to awaken. This is the awakening. This is easy. Feeling Lin Yuan's anger, dark ball lightning swirled around him, emitting circles of destructive energy. At that moment, Lin Yuan felt as if he were a simple swarm battling against the urbanized tyrant for an hour, unwilling to accept defeat. When suddenly a prompt box appeared on the computer screen indicating a disconnection. A fervent researcher may not be sensitive to other matters, but if their focused research is interrupted, then even the gentlest sheep can transform into an angry lion. Moreover, Lin Yuan has never been a sheep. He is the ruler of the swarm hidden beneath the guise of research, the absolute ruler of billions of swarms. It's time to go out and clear my mind. Perhaps I will achieve a breakthrough in insight. Speaking of which, I have successfully restored so many swarm units, but have rarely watched them fight properly. Maybe I can gain some insights into genetic expressions from their battles. Puff, puff, puff. The energy-providing tentacles withdrew from him. The experimental tentacles have retracted into the laboratory chamber. I underestimated the difficulty of this experiment. Rest assured, I will successfully transform you. Lin Yuan looked steadfastly at the figure of the bright judgment lying in the evolution pool. Has the dark tide arrived? It's time to go out and take a look. Lin Yuan exited the laboratory chamber and soared into the sky. The sound of rapid wing beats echoed, sweeping away all the Yilong like a tornado, following Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, the powerful Yichong guarding the ruler rushed towards the direction Lin Yuan had departed. The coordination of the swarm was still too slow. The current combat methods remained primitive. There is still much to be done to achieve the goal of replicating the main nest gene pool. To complete the transformation of I need to understand and grasp more knowledge from the main nest gene pool. Lin Yuan gazed at the swarm below, resembling a black sea of sand, and thought to himself, the ruler, personally leading the charge. All the Dai Yichong sensed Lin Yuan's will. At this moment, the Yo Chia Shurchin, Yunwang Shurchin, Chao Bang Shurchin, and Kingying Shurchin gathered at the place where Lin Yuan's will reached. The dispersed swarms across the vast land began to come together. It was not that the pressure of the dark tide was too great, necessitating the gathering of all the swarms for resistance, but rather that the Yichong were simply responding to the ruler's will. Lin Yuan wanted to witness the current strength of the swarms firsthand and did not stop their assembly. With a loud thud, a spore crawler uprooted itself, pulling its limbs out of the fungal carpet, leaving behind a black hole oozing with fluid. As part of the swarm, they naturally had to join the fight. Such a large-scale movement could not escape the notice of the keen observers. With the arrival of the dark tide, Lin Yuan was undoubtedly in a tricky situation, leaving him no time to manage Ducheng. I thought Yinji withdrew from Ducheng due to his exceptional mercy, but it turns out the pressure from the dark tide was too great, forcing Yinji to provide support. Zhu Chircheng is still a main city. The power of its lord is something many desire. How could it be given up so easily? This is a good opportunity for us. We won't have to worry about Lin Yuan for a long time. It would be best if Evolution City perished in the dark tide, making Gu Chircheng our territory. I hope so. But Lin Yuan is quite unpredictable. The high-ranking officials in Duling directly knelt in celebration of the arrival of the dark tide, sliding down 30 meters. In their eyes, Lin Yuan had no choice but to relinquish control over Duchircheng. 1350 kilometers southeast of Ducheng, the Qing Shichen was assembling here. They discovered a crystal mine rich in resources. However, this area was occupied by a massive number of half-rock, half-living monsters, and the Qing Shichen had previously been engaged in battle with this group of creatures. Cheng Yong stood atop the giant insect, gazing at the orderly ranks of the 100 types of insect troops before him, feeling a surge of pride. With a voice like thunder, he shouted, "Conquerors, warriors, are you ready to offer the fruits of victory to our master? Fight for our master. We are the sharp blades of our master. We have descended from the cocoons." With blood and tears, the warriors responded loudly, their voices echoing. Each insect clan had a comprehensive array of insect soldiers, but due to the unique abilities of each clan's leader, the focus of their forces varied. Yinyi's clan, the distant Glance clan, clearly favored jumping insects. Zhao Qiaoqiao's Clever Change clan primarily used stinging snakes, supplemented by mutated cockroaches. Yan Ji's Ghost Sparrow clan was newly established. But during the Battle of Zhuke City, she had already found her destined unit, the Ghost Dragon. As the first destroyer, Cheng Yong commanded the warriors of the Conqueror lineage. Very well, advance to the gathering point. With a wave of his hand, the clan moved without any preparation, setting off directly. Just then, a signal from the giant insect scattered across the vast sky indicated that a large group of humans was invading the territory of the insect swarm. What? Why are there human forces here at this time? Cheng Yong wondered. Since the furthest giant insect was beyond his ability to read the ethereal energy readings, he decided to investigate personally. In the dark mid-level, a legion numbering over 10 million was on the move. Reconnaissance, siege, charge, large energy devices, airspace control troops. This legion had a full array of troop types. They either wore imposing armor or tough leather, wielding staves embedded with glowing gems. And various steel weapons had flowing energy patterns on them. It was clear that this equipment was not ordinary. Only a superpower could equip such a legion of millions. The appearance of such a legion in the mid-level darkness showed their confidence in their strength. Finally, before the high-ranking members of the legion, a deep black, moss-like jelly substance appeared. This substance was sticky and elastic, scattering a mysterious purple glow under the sunlight. What on earth is this? Cheng Yong thought, feeling disgusted by the sticky substance. According to intelligence, this was the territory of Lin Yuan, compared to our streets, which were cleaner than a devoted followers. This place looked like a garbage dump. Ha ha ha, San Xiajun, that's just something our spies exaggerated. You can't really believe our streets are clean, right? Stay serious on the battlefield. Don't forget the noble mission we carry. A stern middle-aged man approached, his eyes sharp like a wolverine's, focusing intently on the officers who had been talking moments ago. Ha-E, Colonel of the Shogunate. Two officers bent their legs and bowed at a 90-degree angle, executing the maneuver as if it were ingrained in their genes, flowing seamlessly. Just then, the message box of the colonel suddenly flashed. Urgent reconnaissance report. A massive creature has been detected at an altitude of 10,000 meters, possessing special energy, identified as one of Lin Yuan's insect troops. Suspected to be of the 10th tier. There are more than 10 of them. It's just a 10th tier troop. Bring them down. Boom. Thousands of red beams, each over 30 meters in diameter, suddenly extended, piercing through the liquid darkness and spanning 10,000 meters to directly strike the king insect. The king insect suffered fatal damage, its insides instinctively dissolving, turning into pools of black sludge that fell from the sky. Humph. The colonel smirked disdainfully. Lin Yuan's insect troops were nothing extraordinary. Mobilizing our forces was truly overkill. The laughable Kyushu alliance, after finally producing a super genius capable of establishing a main city, was embroiled in internal strife for various reasons. The presence of our forces here is indeed a stroke of luck for them. The Kyushu alliance is truly fragmented. Once our emperor's holy child matures, the Kyushu alliance can be destroyed with a snap of the fingers. Now let me enjoy a little appetizer. The colonel raised his right hand, extending 7 fingers toward the front, his gaze filled with aggression. Continue advancing. Beep, beep, beep. Red beams filled with destructive energy emanated from a large energy device resembling a drill head. The king insects in the sky were struck one after another. Even with their evolutionary armored shells, they could not evade such attacks at their speed. The king insects burst apart like balloons. Long live. The troops were extremely excited, their faces glowing with unusual light. At that moment, the colonel received another high-priority report. To the left front, a massive legion has been detected. The number is at least 8 million, with the main force consisting of 8th-tier fighters, unique troops of the Nalan family from Chelan City. Encounter 1. The Nalan family. Known in legends to have a 15th-tier fighting master stationed in Chelan City, the colonel's expression turned serious as stone. Beside him, his advisor, Fujihara, said with a worried tone, "With 8 million troops, such a vast number and the main force being 8th-tier fighters, if we clash, it may not bode well for us. Especially since this is in the territory of the Kyushu Alliance." However, the colonel shifted the topic, speaking earnestly. "Fujihara, your father hopes you follow me to learn well. But do you know what he really wants you to learn? Please teach me, Colonel." Fujihara immediately performed a standard 90-degree bow. The colonel patted his shoulder. "Fujihara, your father did not send you here just to learn various tactics or how to use troops. What I hope is that you, as the eldest son of the Fujiwara family, can learn how this world truly operates. This is the core element you need to master in order to inherit the Fujiwara family in the future. I have been enlightened." The advisor Fujiwara brought his legs together and bowed again in a standard manner. Very good." The general of the shogunate nodded and then looked at the messenger beside him. "Convey the order. My shogunate army will enter the highest state of combat readiness. Energy weapons will be set to standby, and the troop formations will enter immediate combat status." Understood. The messenger immediately activated the complex system to begin the deployment of commands. With millions of troops, the scale is enormous, and when fully deployed, it could occupy the area of a large city. Even with the assistance of the system, coordinating such a large-scale army took nearly 30 minutes. Buzzing sounds of energy machinery filled the air. Within the formations, various colors of energy illuminated, and the energy pathways were completed. From above, it looked like a dazzling metropolis, radiating the brilliance of civilization. Weapons glimmered, and armor stood like a fortress. The entire army seemed alive, exuding a heart-pounding power. "Advisor Fujiwara, do you see? This is the power controlled by our shogunate family." The general of the shogunate spoke proudly. "As long as you master this power, you will qualify to be the operator of the world's game, and countless people will have their destinies changed by your decisions." "I understand." The advisor Fujiwara bowed once more. Suddenly, a vapor-like energy rose from the distance, dispersing the liquid darkness and revealing a clear sky. The fighting spirit is a unique energy construction circuit of the Nalan family, and today it can be witnessed. The general of the shogunate looked ahead. The shogunate's army discovered the Nalan family's fighting spirit army, and the Nalan family's troops must have also noticed them. The fighting spirit surged like a boiling ocean, and the 8th-tier fighters unleashed their signature skill, transforming into steeds that shook the ground as they ran. The general of the shogunate couldn't help but exclaim at the terrifying strength of the Nalan family's 8 million troops. As both armies drew closer, the atmosphere grew tenser. Like an arrow on the string, with a great battle imminent. 100 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 30 kilometers. At such a distance, they had entered the striking range of long-range troops. At that moment, both armies unexpectedly stopped moving in perfect harmony. This situation left the inexperienced advisor Fujiwara bewildered. "General of the shogunate, isn't the Kyushu Alliance our sworn enemy? Why have both sides stopped, and the entire command center lacks the atmosphere of an impending battle? Sworn enemies? Our small island nation and the Kyushu Alliance are indeed sworn enemies, but our shogunate family and the Nalan family are not sworn enemies. The shogunate family and the Nalan family have a bit of a connection when it comes to their history. Given this, why do they resort to fighting as soon as they meet?" The shogunate colonel said meaningfully. The inexperienced advisor Fujiwara suddenly understood. As if his mind had been cleared by a plunger. "I get it. I get it. Thank you for your guidance, Colonel." Indeed, the shogunate army and the Nalan combat army did not exhibit an atmosphere of tension. The actions of the previous commander were merely a display of strength before negotiations. Soon, a communication request came in. "Nalan Xiaohua, Colonel of the Shogunate, how dare you people from that small island nation step onto the territory of my Kyushu Alliance? Acting so recklessly? Don't you fear becoming as fertile a nutrient for this land as your ancestors?" "Shogunate Colonel, Mr. Nayland, why put on a show? If you had that determination, why not launch an attack directly? Nayland Xiaohua, state your purpose, or I will defend the dignity of the Kyushu Alliance. Shogunate Colonel, Mr. Nayland, I have no intention of being your enemy. We are merely passing through. I heard that a lord named Lin Yuan has caused quite a stir in your Qilin city. You want his troops, and we just wish to have a friendly exchange with him. Our interests do not conflict. Nayland Xiaohua, I see, since you were just passing through the Kyushu Alliance. It does not count as an invasion of our territory. Since you wish to have a friendly exchange with our newly established lord, I have even less reason to stop you. Shogunate Colonel, excellent. Mr. Nayland, your understanding of the greater good is admirable. Humph. The Shogunate family is making such a fuss just for Lin Yuan? Cutting off the communication, Nayland Xiaohua was filled with disbelief. This is likely just one of their objectives. They must have other plans. Even with the previous Bright Tree Agreement, deploying such a large number of troops would be costly. An elderly strategist disguised as an advisor remarked. No matter what their intentions are, as long as they do not interfere with our piece of the big pie in Juke City, our Nayland family must get the largest share. A chilling look appeared in Nayland Xiaohua's eyes. The Lord Lin Yuan must have some incredible secrets. Once they fall into our Nayland family's hands, we have plenty of ways to pry them open. The other 3 elder-level families also noticed the Shogunate family's army. They want to ask our opinion? The elderly strategist received the latest news. Is there even a need to ask? When there is no conflict of interest, everyone is unlikely to clash with the Shogunate family. Let us just respond to them in standard written format. Nayland Xiaohua was quite displeased. He did not expect the other families to act so quickly. The Shogunate Colonel and Nayland Xiaohua had a friendly conversation and ultimately reached a consensus. The 2 armies would maintain a safe distance while heading to the same destination. Suddenly, the scouts of the Shogunate reported an urgent message of the highest level. Colonel, 3 legions with millions of troops have appeared at distances of 230 kilometers southwest, 330 kilometers west, and 260 kilometers northwest from our position. According to the reconnaissance, they all belong to the elder families of the Kyushu Alliance. What? The Shogunate Colonel was taken aback. Why would so many legions appear here? Could it be that our information was leaked? But how could that be possible? Which 3 families are they? The Colonel asked. Before the words left his mouth, a series of ringing sounds were heard, and the spokespersons of the 3 families sent their message. The gist was that as long as we did not interfere with their actions, they would not concern themselves with us. So it's these 3 families. Ha ha ha, great. The Colonel couldn't help but applaud. Colonel Fujiwara was puzzled. Colonel, we have clearly been discovered by 3 legions of the Kyushu Alliance and are at a disadvantage. If they unite to attack us, we could suffer heavy losses. Why do you say it's great? Colonel Fujiwara, there's a saying you might have heard, the Shogunate Colonel replied. Please enlighten me, Colonel. Fujiwara bowed deeply again. The Colonel was quite pleased with Fujiwara's humble attitude and explained, that is, we must understand our enemies better than they understand themselves. If it were just the Nayland family, I would be more cautious of them turning against us. But if 4 elder families appear at the same time, then we can rest easy. Ha 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 ha. Why is that? Fujiwara seemed to grasp something, but still couldn't comprehend it fully. The Colonel decided to clarify. The answer is simple. These 4 families belong to 4 different factions within the Kyushu Alliance, and they will restrain each other. If one faction sends troops to deal with us, that faction will surely be swallowed up by the other 3. Therefore, our legion is in a very safe position and can move freely within the jurisdiction of Suzaka City. I see. Fujiwara suddenly understood. In the high skies, countless king insects were distributed everywhere. The king insects emitted a dull sound. Their tentacles, filled with sensory cells, collected all tiny pheromones. The movements of several legions were captured by Chung Yong. Too slow, too slow, the coordination is too slow, truly a primitive species. Chung Yong's eyes glowed with energy like flowing magma. The watchful agreement between the main cities of the Kyushu Alliance was surprisingly used here. These people truly had an imagination. The small island nation and the Kyushu Alliance had a deep-seated enmity. When enemies met, instead of hostility, they conversed cheerfully, a truly strange sight. The destroyer clicked its tongue in wonder. Flame Princess, Chung Yong, why is your clan moving in the opposite direction? Chung Yong, I saw something interesting, and I'm preparing to eliminate this small group of humans. What does your majesty think? Video, Zhao Xiaoqiao. How despicable. I thought these people were here to help us resist the dark tide. But it turns out they are here to stab us in the back. Yin Ji, The ancient covenant meant for mutual assistance among humans is now being used for infighting. I wonder what the pioneers of the Dark World think when they see this scene. These creatures have no right to step into the realm of evolution, nor do they have any value for transformation. Chengyong, I order you to eliminate them all. Chengyong, for the swarm. I will fight to the last drop of blood. The number of the destroyer's swarm is about 2 billion. To command such a massive scale of creatures, Chengyong has no choice but to personally issue the order. Chengyong's swarm, assemble, attack. First, eliminate the hybrids from the small island nation. Almost simultaneously, countless jumping insects surged like a black tide toward the forces of the shogunate. No matter the circumstance, sending the jumping insects in first is never a mistake. Ding ding ding, so many insects. It's Lin Yuan's insect troops. I can't escape. Damn, where did they come from? Oh, get away. Get away. In the vast dark world, a few insignificant screams echoed. The commanders of the shogunate forces continuously received reports from scouts. Shogunate General. Our scouts deployed on the left flank have been completely wiped out. The scout commander hurriedly ran to the shogunate general. Don't panic. The enemy's movements have been revealed. We just need to confront them with all our strength. The shogunate general remained calm, thinking that a mere newly emerged lord could get carried away just because they killed a few city-level monsters. The 13th-tier city-destroying dark monsters will only meet their end before the shogunate forces. With 7 fingers together, the shogunate general suddenly waved his right hand downwards and said in a flat tone, "Turn those insects into fertilizer for the land." Buzz, 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 the machines roared. Energy surged like a tide. The operation of the large energy machinery did not cease. The energy circuits of the shogunate forces continued to shine. In the core area of the army, which was as brilliant as a city at night, energy as hot as the sun was gathering. On a base covering an area of 50 acres, energy devices resembling drill bits slowly lifted. Zzz, a myriad of intense red lights shot into the sky, traveling a distance of 500 kilometers, disappearing into the endless dark sky. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, like a red curve of countless chrysanthemums blooming. It wove into a massive net in the sky, descending upon the swarm, just like a hot knife cutting through butter. The bodies of the jumping insects were instantly sliced into hundreds of pieces, due to the high speed of the jumping insects. These fragments continued to move forward under their own inertia. Due to the varying qualities, the inertia of these fragments is inconsistent, as they collide and fall to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the ground is covered with a layer of insect remains. The energy net is so fierce that the nerves of the insects are still intact, and the legs on the fragments keep flapping. Ha ha ha, that's the feeling. Reducing these insects to bits. The general laughed heartily. The sensation of annihilating millions of insects exhilarated him, and with this strike, significant losses were inflicted upon Lin Yuan. Meanwhile, Chengyong watched the small-scale casualties of the insects with a blank expression, his heart showing no signs of fluctuation. With a creak, Chengyong did not issue any orders, and the second wave of insects charged in an arc toward the army. In the eyes of the insects, there was no concept of a second wave. They simply kept charging forward. The subsequent insects were merely in a different spatial position from the ones that had fallen, without any notion of waves. Another wave coming to die? The general revealed a cruel smile. Activate the Level 2 battle formation. The energy circuit for stable output suddenly lit up, and countless energy beams shot out. In terms of long-range strikes, the development direction of the island nation and the allied region was remarkably similar, both focusing on large energy weapons. After all, individual units of the 8th-tier species could not achieve effective attacks at such distances. Boom! The beams struck the insects, resulting in widespread explosions, leaving no remains of the insects within the blast radius. Level 3 firepower coverage. The general ordered coldly. Tiny points of light, resembling fireflies, filled the space and then fell like meteors. These points made a high-pitched sound in the air. As the ultra-high frequency sound waves merged, the points expanded larger and larger, eventually forming a massive lightning sphere. Zzz. When the giant lightning sphere hit the ground, thousands of lightning chains suddenly shot out from it, powerfully penetrating the exoskeletons of the insects nearby, causing those within a kilometer radius to collapse, their insides charred. Ha ha ha, if this is the level of intensity, then no matter how many insect units you have, my army can easily wipe them out in an instant. The general raised 3 fingers to adjust his military cap. Beside him, Chief Staff Fujiwara looked on with disdain, as members of the allied region, It's surprising that other elder families aren't helping their own. I truly don't know what to say about our attacks on the main city, Lord. It's quite normal that you've noticed. Only the people from Chilan City seem restless, while the other three main cities outside Juke City show no signs at all. The general appeared to see through everything. Fujiwara furrowed his brows tightly and asked, "Is the situation really like this? Why is that?" The main city in the Kyushu Alliance is akin to a powerful regional authority, independent and self-sufficient, with very little influence from Chilan City. The deputy of the shogunate remarked that the emergence of a main city would further divide the already limited shallow dark territories. Many people in Chilan City naturally hope that another main city will not arise. Advisor Fujiwara nodded in agreement, noting that since entering the Bright Era 3000, the shallow dark territories seem to be diminishing, and even the intervals for selecting new lords from the light tree have become increasingly longer. Forces that have reached a certain scale have already sensed that a great calamity is imminent, hence they are now plundering resources and building strength as much as possible. The deputy of the shogunate was confident that they would not waste their strength opposing us. For this reason, we can act with impunity in the territories of the Kyushu Alliance, which is truly beyond my comprehension, Advisor Fujiwara sighed. These two minor nations were rambling on about trivial matters, providing no useful information at all. Using his ethereal sensing ability, Cheng Yong managed to capture the conversation between the deputy of the shogunate and Advisor Fujiwara. To his disappointment, there was no information relevant to the swarm. On the long front line, the energy radiance never ceased, and the losses of the jump insects had already been substantial. As for how many had been lost, Cheng Yong admitted he hadn't kept track. The jump insects, like a black tide, had completely surrounded the shogunate's forces. Their goal of drawing fire had been achieved. Jump insects. Charge. With the surge of jump insects, the Yilong, exotic dragon, also dove down from the clouds. As creatures capable of surviving in space, their flying altitude was far beyond what the king insects could compare to. Lin Yuan had once commanded them to fly as high as possible, discovering that above the firmament was still an endless liquid darkness. Upon reaching a critical altitude, the Yichong, exotic insects, seemed to enter a life-forbidden zone, being obliterated at the atomic level. The sound of dense wings flapping brought the curse of death. The Yichong shot from the sky like a curtain falling, directly crashing into all types of soldiers. The blade insects' dual-edged molecular blades viciously stabbed at the main targets, then utilized their body's torsion for a secondary launch. In an instant, the cries of agony echoed across the land. The Yilong was a 9th-tier soldier type, while the main troops of the shogunate were merely 8th tier. Under the assault of the Yilong, there was no chance for survival for those 8th-tier soldiers. The Yilong moved like a programmed aircraft, their synchronized movements resembling a graceful dance. Their forms in the air filled with rhythmic beauty. If the ability for efficient organization and high execution of orders distinguishes special forces from ordinary people, then each Yichong is the strongest soldier king. The flying insect soldier type, in such numbers. The deputy of the shogunate's face changed drastically, a hint of panic in his expression. He was just a newly risen lord. How could he possibly possess such a large number of high-quality flying soldiers? However, his excellent mental quality allowed him to maintain his composure. The highest level battle formation, full power energy output, the command issued decisively by the commanding officer. The fierce dragons dived directly down, their menacing tails and tightly coiled muscles twisting and writhing, releasing numerous blade-like creatures from their warm bodies to launch fierce attacks on the enemy. The primary targets were those energy machines. However, the energy machines, positioned at key nodes in the energy circuit, were naturally guarded by heavy troops. "Come on, little bugs," shouted the armored soldiers. Swinging their swords, countless blade-like energy waves shot out. Many dragons were sliced into several pieces, while some had their wings severed. The armored soldiers laughed heartily, anticipating their fall from the sky. However, to their shock and confusion, the dragons continued to soar through the air, seemingly unaffected. The dragons thought, "Surprised, are you? I can still fly without wings." Yet, under the protection of the formidable troops, the dragons were unable to break through the defenses and destroy the energy machines. Not bad. Cheng Yong seemed to praise the troops. Judging solely by combat effectiveness, the human forces had many commendable aspects. However, the gap in civilization levels is not just measured by the combat power of the formed troops. Just like the instant an arrow is shot or a bullet leaves the chamber. "King Bugs, avenge your comrades and send them to the sky," Cheng Yong ordered. Under the cover of the dragons, the king bugs emerged from the clouds. What were they trying to achieve by protecting these non-aggressive giant insects? Prioritize targeting the giant bugs in the sky. The commanding officer was puzzled but still issued the most correct command, because this was not an ordinary king bug, but a transport type that had evolved a special sac. Unfortunately, despite the commanding officer's flawless orders, unless there was continuous firepower coverage, the alien bugs had their ways to achieve victory. The human forces had powerful firepower, but against the aerial and underground attacks from the jumping bugs and dragons, their firepower was already stretched thin. Like dumplings falling from the sky, the toxic explosion bugs descended, exploding upon contact with the enemy. This biological weapon was born for destruction, with the largest organ filled with high explosive acidic liquid. With the cooperation of the king bugs, their slow movement speed was effectively concealed. On the second day of the battle between the swarm and the human forces, justice descended from the sky. The level of horrific screams instantly rose by 2 notches. The main targets of the toxic explosion bugs remained those energy machines. However, the human forces regarded the energy machines as their highest priority. The energy shields unfolded, and the acidic liquid from the toxic explosion bugs splattered against them, creating countless ripples. The energy machinery, protected by an energy shield, remained unscathed. A network of densely woven red light surged rapidly into the sky. In an instant, the foreign dragons and the king bugs were sliced into hundreds and thousands of pieces. Limbs and remains rained down from the sky, crashing to the ground with loud thuds. The sky above the military faction was finally much clearer. The battle was over. The military commander let out a sigh of relief. And Lin Yuan surely did not expect that our extermination laser net could attack not only from above, but also from below. His air force was nearly wiped out, and we were pressing the advantage. The military commander appeared confident of victory. Just then, a thunderous sound echoed in the sky. You pathetic creatures are not worth the great ruler's personal intervention, Cheng Yong shouted. Invaders, descend. Once again, the king bug dove from the sky, and when it reached a height of 1,000 meters, countless invaders leaped out from its abdomen. They spread their arms, and the foreign bug tissue transformed into a membranous structure connecting to their ribs, allowing them to glide swiftly downward. Currently, there are only 2 types of invaders. One is the invader, transformed from willing humans with adequate physical qualities, certified by the Bright Tree system to possess an 8th-tier combat strength. The other is the conqueror. Most of these advanced humanoid invaders are transformed from high-tier soldiers with excellent physical qualities or from mediocre Bright Lords, due to general issues or other bugs. Their ranks have not been certified by the Bright Tree system, similar to the Destroyers, Bug Queens, and Bug Empresses. Cheng Yong assessed that the strength of the conquerors should be at the initial 10th tier. The invaders have an 8th tier combat strength, the same as the main force of the military faction. The conquerors are at the initial 10th tier, matching the main force protecting the energy machinery of the military faction. However, when these 2 forces clashed, it could only be described with one idiom: a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Humans often take pride in collective behavior. For example, in orderly lines, identical movements, synchronized dances like a fan of blades, or the spectacular teamwork in MOBA games. These things reflect the power of the collective, which is so rare and precious in human life that every time such behavior occurs, it evokes a profound sense of shock. As independent thinkers, humans can only achieve that level of collective action through rigorous training day and night. For the swarm, however, these are merely basic operations. The power of individuals can never compete with that of the collective. In a serious context, this statement can be considered a truth. When collective, ultra-efficient execution becomes the norm, it signifies a qualitative leap in civilization. The insect soldiers of the Zheng character lineage unleashed a one-sided massacre against the forces of the shogunate family. Oh, how fierce and coordinated their attacks are. They cannot be stopped at all. Ha, what an impressive type of soldier. To witness such martial arts that transcend human limits before my death, I have no regrets. The Zheng character lineage insects have optimized their tactics multiple times to achieve perfect coordination. The most notable change is the transformation from the bizarre weaponry of early strange insect organizations to standardized weapons today. For instance, the close combat insects of the Zheng character lineage use high-density bone blades derived from the back of their hands. Cheng Yong, you have done very well. The insects of your lineage have given me a pleasant surprise these days, Lin Yuan's voice echoed. The supreme ruler, Your gaze is the greatest praise for me. Qing Yong's face turned red with excitement. Yin Yi. I actually received special praise from Lin Yuan. Is this the first time? Yin Ji. Why wasn't Lin Yuan's first praise given to me? Lord Lin Yuan. Zhao Xiao. I'm not envious at all, after all. Qing Yong is just a rough and mediocre thing. Lin Yuan looked at their conversation, his head filled with question marks. However, since under his will, the queen is absolutely not capable of rebellion, he didn't think too much about it. Boom. Fireballs soared into the sky, and the energy machinery was destroyed by the Zheng character lineage insects, turning into scrap metal. Measured in minutes, the Shogunate Legion had reached its end. Boring, Qing Yong summarized, even yawning out of boredom. At this time, only about 100 million of the 2 billion insects from the Chungyong lineage had been deployed, and the Shogunate Legion was already failing. Among them, over 100 Tier 11 generals and 10 Tier 12 chakra focusers put up a slight resistance. Unfortunately, in front of the swarm, this number was simply insufficient. How could this be? The Shogunate general muttered in a daze. Chief Advisor Fujiwara smiled bitterly, saying, General of the Shogunate, you said you would show me the power to control the world, and now, thanks to you, I have finally seen it. With these insect soldiers, it's only a matter of time before Lin Yuan controls the world. The Shogunate general sneered, like a night owl, control the world? How is that possible? We, the Shogunate Legion, have failed, but the small island nation has not. Our purpose here was to pollute the true dragon ruins. So that is how it is. Chief Advisor Fujiwara grimaced, I understand now. This is what we, the small island nation, should do. Very good, Fujiwara. I am pleased with your determination. The Shogunate general patted Chief Advisor Fujiwara's shoulder, then shouted to the sky, Lin Yuan. Don't underestimate the determination of our small island nation, you bastard. From beginning to end, he believed he was facing the main force of Lin Yuan's troops. T-199 plague. Unleash the outbreak. He laughed maniacally as the senior officer pressed a button. In an instant, a vast amount of pale green gas erupted from an inconspicuous device. The senior officer swelled up like a balloon and then burst into a fine mist of flesh. Amidst the laughter, the officer's blood splattered everywhere. To Qingyong's surprise, the officer's flesh did not lose its vitality. Instead, it turned pale in the blink of an eye and began to writhe like a worm, reassembling itself. Just 3 minutes later, the pale officer reappeared before Qingyong. Laughing wildly, the officer's mouth split open to his neck, revealing rows of sharp teeth that rotated and advanced like a giant abyssal maw. The pale muscles exuded a metallic coldness, and each of his hands had 750-centimeter-long razor-sharp claws. Cackling, he declared, Our warriors from the small island nation not only endured generations of nuclear radiation, but also grew up drinking nuclear wastewater. This has granted us extraordinary resistance to viruses. The officer continued to scrape his sharp claws together. The T-199 plague virus is the culmination of our millennium-long research, the most perfect virus in history. How can your troops resist the erosion of the T-199 plague virus? Another voice emerged beside the officer. A staff officer named Fujiwara had also mutated, but the family feared that this valuable virus could only be used once. The green mist silently spread, resembling the breath of death, mutating insects and staining plants with a morbid hue. The dark creatures that had hidden away due to the arrival of the swarm and legions became incredibly ferocious. It was as if countless worms were writhing beneath their skin, and these dark beings turned on each other, devouring one another amid piercing screams and the roars of beasts. In just a few blinks, this thriving dark ecosystem transformed into a hell on earth. Nearby, the message frames of the highest commanders from the Nalan family and the other 3 major families flashed frantically, the glaring red indicating the urgency of the news. What? The officer's family has unleashed a large-scale virulent virus. Nalan Xiaoyan's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking in disbelief. Has the officer gone mad? Quick, relay my orders. Nalan's Yaoa Legion, leave this place at full speed. The commanders of the Gu family, Lu family, and Jia family were equally horrified. They never expected that they had truly succeeded in developing the T-199 plague virus. This virus was instantly lethal, and those who died would become powerful undead, with extremely strong transmissibility and almost no solution. Evacuate as soon as possible. The infected must be burned on the spot. Do not let even a tiny bit touch you. The three major elder families of the Alliance fled like lost dogs. The terrifying green viral weapon spread wildly, and the infection from dark creatures accelerated the transmission of this virus, soon engulfing everything like a swarm. Is this what the virus is? Cheng Yong found it quite absurd. Even taking a deep breath of air laden with the T-199 plague virus. Who would have thought that the secret weapon of the clan was actually a virus? It makes sense, as the small island nation and their masters, the Tricolor Freedom Alliance, always liked to dabble in bioweapons, radiation, and viruses. Using a virus as a last resort is very much in line with their style. However, using a virus against a swarm is less effective than inventing a lemon juice spray to fend them off. Viruses are something that the swarm is all too familiar with. Even the fat larvae that only squirm on the fungal carpet contain countless viruses. The viruses of the swarm are a collection formed after devouring countless planets. One could say that the virus itself is part of the swarm's ecology. Using a virus against the swarm is akin to using fried chicken and cola to deal with a couch potato. The T-199 plague virus is crude and inferior, with nothing redeeming about it. Lin Yuan diverted some attention to this, only to be disappointed. If the small island nation could develop a virus effective against the swarm, it might have surprised Lin Yuan and raised his expectations for them. However, in Lin Yuan's view, this plague virus is even inferior to a single cell within the larva of the jumping insect. He had originally wanted to witness the combat power of the human legion and test the battlefield performance of the fire cockroach. But now it seemed they were not even qualified to be our subjects of observation. Lin Yuan's will came through, urging to quickly resolve them and regroup. As you command, Supreme Ruler. Since the genes are of no value, there is no need for their existence. Cheng Yong received Lin Yuan's will and decided to stop toying with the clan's forces. Yin Yi. Cheng Yong, you have disappointed the ruler. Zhao Qiao Qiao, taking so long to deal with a small legion is simply wasting the ruler's attention. Yin Ji, I hope your next performance will be better. After all, you are the creator of the clan, and your current actions do not match your status. Cheng Yong suspected, without evidence, that the queen and the empress were settling personal scores. In the darkness, the mutated forms and mutant cockroaches surged out first, while in the sky, the ready-to-strike elite insects descended one after another. If the human legion matched the swarm in numbers, they might have a chance to fight back. The million-strong clan legion might be considered upper-tier combat power among humans, but in front of the swarm, they appeared so insignificant and easy to crush. As Cheng Yong's clan officially launched an attack, the clan legion collapsed outright. Their counterattack may have caused the death of hundreds of millions of units in the swarm. But apart from the legion itself, who would care about the death of such a vast number of insects? Moreover, the corpses of the alien units could be partially recycled through decomposition by fungal blankets, achieving a form of circular utilization. How is this possible? Watching the swarm swim unharmed in the cloud of viruses, the colonel was stunned. By the time he regained his senses, the legion was still surrounded by an endless swarm. After being enhanced by the plague virus T-199, the combat power of the troops had generally improved by a level, yet in facing the formed swarm, their numbers were visibly decreasing. Scout, how many of these insect units are there? The colonel shouted in disbelief. But within the detection range, there were 500 million. According to the radar, a fearful voice from the scout reported that there were still insects in the darkness. The battle was quickly nearing its end. This clash could hardly be called a war. It was more like a one-sided massacre. The colonel and his advisor exchanged silent glances. They had been shocked, horrified, and desperate. And in the end, everything remained unspoken. Fujiwara, do you think if I send this recording to our colleagues in the nearby islands, they would believe it? The colonel asked dryly. Logically, they certainly wouldn't believe it, but the footage of the bright tree couldn't be faked, and in the end, they would still believe it. Fujiwara thought with mixed feelings. Although they would believe it, the colonel added meaningfully, they would surely use various reasons to explain our legion's defeat. Yet they would never admit that a newborn lord possesses units capable of changing the world. There's nothing we can do, even with undeniable footage. People still subconsciously believe in the world they perceive, Fujiwara shrugged. Orange plasma corrosive bile fell from the sky, and the colonel and his advisor vanished, leaving only a crystallized pit behind. The fungal blanket spread, reclaiming the biomass on the ground, and the grim green virus mist was quickly purified. What a boring battle. Why do these individual beings want to oppose us? Cheng Yong was full of confusion. Cheng Yong's group, attack. Completely eliminate those disjointed legions. Cheng Yong's group split into 4 directions, each heading towards the Nalan family, the Gu family, the Lu family, and the Jia family's units. It must be said that being able to become a family of great elders, they were quite strong themselves. These legions were not their strongest, yet they still inflicted considerable losses on Cheng Yong's group. The 4 family legions each had their own specialized units, demonstrating strong combat power against the swarm and killing many alien insects. Furthermore, these legions possessed powerful energy devices that could easily destroy mountains, leading to mass deaths among the swarm. However, in the face of the relentless swarm, the fate of these family legions was evidently sealed. The upper limit of the insect swarm of the Qingyong family is 2 billion. So, when 500 million insects from the family die, does that mean the number of insects in the family will become 5 billion? Clearly, this calculation is wrong, because even after 500 million insects die, the total number of insects in the Qingyong family remains 2 billion. Lin Yuan, we surrender. According to the rules set by the families, you cannot kill me. Nalan Xiaohua shouted. Lin Yuan, do you want to violate the unspoken rules? Do you know what killing me represents? Do you want to be enemies with the family forces of the alliance that have been intertwined for 3,000 years? As Nalan Xiaohua's head flew high, his eyes still held a look of disbelief. The death of Nalan Xiaohua plunged the other 3 families into complete fear. They finally understood the existence they were facing. No, Lin Yuan, as allies of the alliance, please spare us. We received news that the shogunate family intends to harm you. We are here to support you. No, don't kill me. I will agree to any condition. Whatever it is, do you want resources, beauty, or power? No. Soon, the chaotic voices in the territory of Evolution City completely disappeared. In Qilin City, the forces had long been intermingled. The Nalan family, the Gu family, the Lu family, and the Jia family. The news of the simultaneous annihilation of the million-strong legions of these 4 elder-level families detonated the central holy city like a super bomb. 4 million-strong legions were all wiped out by Lin Yuan's insect troops. Although this news was undoubtedly shocking, many people took a long time to accept this fact. It was not just the public that was in heated discussion. The major forces in Qilin City were also in a fierce debate. There were 2 completely different attitudes towards Lin Yuan. One was that Lin Yuan was an unparalleled genius of the alliance, and we must support him wholeheartedly. The 4 families had ulterior motives and deserved their fate. The other was that Lin Yuan's insect troops were too strange and terrifying, incompatible with humanity. Unless Lin Yuan completely abandons these insect troops, he must be eliminated. In addition to requiring Lin Yuan to sign the Bright Tree Agreement to no longer use insect troops, they also demanded that he transfer the blueprints for auctioning the troops without compensation. Soon, the second voice overwhelmed the first. Under the manipulation of the major forces, Lin Yuan was quickly portrayed as a ruthless demon king who kills without blinking. In fact, there was no need for exaggeration. Just presenting high-definition images of the alien insect units and adding a few descriptive sentences would suffice. Ding ding ding, the bell rang softly. In the bright cathedral of Qilin City, Archbishop Mu Ming looked at his 2 disciples, Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang, with a loving gaze. Your teacher has sacrificed himself in a glorious battle. Do you wish to avenge him? It is our duty. We will surely trample down Evolution City and exterminate those insect soldiers. Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang's expressions were solemn and dignified. Mu Ming nodded. The peace in the Zhuzhou alliance has lasted too long. With the downfall of the 4 elder-level family legions, the balance of power is about to shift, leading to impending internal chaos. This is the perfect opportunity to promote the doctrine of light. At that time, I will use Qilin City and your talents as leverage to make our faith be taken seriously again. I hope you are ready. Li Nai and Yuan Sanfang responded in unison. The Mother of Light nurtures all beings, and we would die for the light without regret. At the border of Evolution City, where the dark tide surged the most, Lin Yuan withdrew his gaze and said to Donda, the value of these people's existence is less than that of the dark creatures. The dark world is vast, and its edges remain unexplored. The insect swarm has ample room for development. I hope that after this battle, humanity will be wise enough to stay comfortably behind their city walls. Yanjing stepped forward excitedly. Master, you are so merciful to grant them such a favor. Yanyi said, as expected of the master, such a vision truly impresses me. Zhao Xiaoqiao chimed in, I can't think of any flattering words right now. What should I do? I'm waiting online. It's urgent. Lin Yuan quietly observed the surging liquid darkness. Perhaps in a peaceful and stable environment, humanity would show compassion, extending cheap moral kindness to various creatures like chickens, ducks, cattle, and pigs. However, from the perspective of survival of the race, there are only two topics: life and death. The dark beast tide driven by the dark tide has already been dealt with by the insect swarm. Facing a prepared insect swarm, the dark beast tide was doomed to perish. Corpses piled up like mountains, blood flowed like seas. The vast land was covered with layers of corpses, so numerous that the fungal carpet couldn't digest them in time. In the far distance, dark boiling water seemed to indicate that some colossal beast was awakening. Thunder and lightning flashed, vaguely revealing the outline of jagged mountain ridges. The air was exceptionally quiet. The dark creatures had vanished, and on the ground, only the wind blew. Suddenly, news came from a source that had never been noticed before. Light Tree System Network, announcement to all domains. 184 Heroic Achievement Rankings, Light Tree System Network. Announcement to all domains. The latest newly born Lord has been present for 2 years, and the Heroic Lord ranking is officially announced. 1. 10th Level Evolution City, Lord Lin Yuan Heroic Achievement. 180-019-0000 Affiliation. Zhuzhou Alliance Domain Initial Territory Rating, F. 2. 9th Level Descendant City, Lord Vencisi Heroic Achievement. 543000 Affiliation. Light Teaching Kingdom Domain Initial Territory Rating, SSS. 3. 9th Tier Lord of Justice City, Srofo, Achievements, 530000. Affiliation, Tricolor Freedom Alliance Domain, Initial Territory Rating, SSS. 4. 9th Tier Lord of Sunlight City, and Rin Pinga, Achievements, 486000. Affiliation, Small Island Kingdom Domain, Initial Territory Rating, SSS. 5. 9th Tier Lord of Charlie 13 City, Charlie 13, Achievements, 456000. Affiliation, Barrow Alliance Domain, Initial Territory Rating, SSS. 6. 9th Tier Lord of Faith City, Lillian Palace, Achievements, 449000. Affiliation, Radiant Church Domain, Initial Territory Rating, SSS. 7. 9th Tier Lord of Constant Bull City, Maid Bowman, Achievements, 410000. Affiliation, Brahmin Lord Domain, Initial Territory Rating, SS. 8. 9th Tier Lord of Justice City, Kingiati, Achievements, 397000. Affiliation, Tricolor Freedom Alliance Domain, Initial Territory Rating, SS. 9. 9th Tier Lord of Abrila City, Abangela, Achievements, 365000. Affiliation, Lancelot Lord Domain, Initial Territory Rating, SS. 10. 9th Tier Lord of 116 City, 116, Achievements, 361000. Affiliation, Barrow Alliance Domain, Initial Territory Rating, SS. Light Tree System Network, Global Announcement. Achievement Statistics completed, Achievement Accumulation finished. Rewards will be distributed based on achievement points. From now on, Initial Lords will no longer receive achievement points. The release of the achievement rankings shook the world. What truly astonished everyone was not the prefix of the 10th Tier Evolution City Lord Lin Yuan, as that had already been announced during the upgrade of the main city. What really shocked the world were 2 points. The first was Lin Yuan's astonishing achievement value. The second was the rating of Lin Yuan's initial territory. An F-tier territory dominating the achievement rankings was something that had never been imagined, even in dreams. Even the local forces of the Alliance were left staring at the leaderboard for a long time. They knew Lin Yuan had defeated a 13th-tier city-destroying monster. But no initial lord had ever achieved this, so they had no idea how many achievement points Lin Yuan had actually earned. 1. 81,190,000,000. This figure crushed the second place by 6 orders of magnitude. It was unattainable, a myth in the world. They believed Lin Yuan's achievements might be high, perhaps 10 million or 30 million, but they never expected it to reach the billion level. Other powerful lords from various domains stared at this number in speechless disbelief. All 10 of the top achievements exceeded 300,000, which was unimaginable in the past. This should have been a brilliant era of many heroes competing for supremacy. Yet, Lin Yuan alone suppressed them to the point where they could not see any hope. Some people marvel at Lin Yuan's achievements. Wait a minute. If it weren't for Lin Yuan, Does that mean no one from the JoJo Alliance can make it to the top 10 of the outstanding achievements list? Suddenly, the people of the JoJo Alliance realized the key point. Others fell silent. The fact is that while other regions have produced remarkable talents, for some reason, the JoJo Alliance has seen a decline in talent over the millennia. In the previous era, there were lords who could at least make it to the bottom of the outstanding achievements list, but in this era, there is no hope at all. The reason lies in the disbelief of some, who think that Lin Yuan must have used some unknown method to cheat. Illuminating Tree. Use my authority to investigate the source of Lin Yuan's achievements. Your authority is insufficient. What? The authority of a Tier 15 main city can't even conduct a query? Many of those at the pinnacle of power were directly shocked. With their authority, they couldn't even investigate the achievements of a Tier 10 lord? What is happening in this world? Lin Yuan's achievements have reached an incredibly bizarre level. This caught the attention of those at the peak of the human world. Only these beings would be able to investigate the source of Lin Yuan's outstanding achievements. Ding. You have sufficient authority to conduct the query. This query requires the payment of 100 billion units of crystal ore and 30 billion units of high-energy gas. And you must obtain the consent of Tier 10 Evolution City, Lord Lin Yuan. God, just to inquire about some achievement sources. Such a vast amount of resources is required. Damn it. I have to investigate. I don't believe this exaggerated figure. How could the JoJo Alliance be more outstanding than us from the Tricolor Free Alliance? The truth must be uncovered. Ding ding ding. News from various regions flooded in. And Lin Yuan smiled with satisfaction as he saw the resources being sent in a rush. These resources from the swarm of followers did not disappoint him. Naturally, Lin Yuan agreed to the request for the query rights. When someone comes to offer resources without any strings attached, there's no reason to refuse. Most importantly, the sources of his achievements had all been made public. There was no need for concealment. What the hell? It's all true. The sources of his achievements are all credible. Damn, a Tier 13 city-destroying dark monster. How is that possible? Among the highest families in the Tricolor Free Alliance that received the news, classic curses erupted. After all, their vocabulary was extremely limited, and their emotional expressions were far less varied than those of the JoJo Alliance. Aren't you curious how he managed to overcome the dark impact of an F-tier territory? It proven by us that such territories are absolutely impossible to breach. What we from the Tricolor Free Alliance have proven cannot be wrong. This person named Lin Yuan must have used some kind of cheating method. Damn it. Increase the tariffs on trade with the JoJo Alliance and put pressure on them until they reveal Lin Yuan's secret. In various regions around the world, undercurrents are surging. In the central holy city of Qilan City, the major families have already been restless, even taking action, and now the situation has become chaotic. The changes in the situation are extraordinarily strange. The forces supporting Lin Yuan account for about 20, the neutral faction for 20, and the opposing faction for 60. Now, those in the neutral faction are beginning to waver, leaning towards supporting Lin Yuan. The reason is that Lin Yuan's recent performance has been too impressive, making them consider investing in him. In the bright cathedral at the top of Qilan City, two spies of the great insect species stand at the edge of the rooftop, gazing at the luxurious scenery of the core area. Li-9-9. It's ridiculous. Until now, these humans still don't realize what a great existence they are facing. Yuan Sanfeng. To be honest, their performance looks like a clown show to me. The support and opposition for Lin Yuan are all one-sided wishes. Lin Yuan has never cared about their thoughts. Li-9-9. They have never fully understood our strength. Their fear of our troops is based on the subconscious belief that we are just some special insect soldiers. Yuan Sanfeng. With so many human strategists, surely someone should have noticed something strange. Li-9-9. They definitely will, but their voices are likely to go unheard. The experience accumulated by those in power may help them stabilize their families, but when faced with unexpected changes, their reactions are slow. Only a few can remain calm and think objectively. Yuan Sanfeng. That's true. In the dark world, it's almost impossible to grasp our overall combat power. Ding ding ding. In the vast Qilan City, the dark lines developed by Li-9-9 continuously relay various intelligence. Li-9-9 filters through the massive flow of information, summarizing useful intel in concise language and uploading it to the shared will network of the great insect species. Boom boom boom. Thunder roars. The air grows increasingly oppressive. The dark tide of Evolution City has fully erupted from the disturbances of darkness, and although it has only been over a month, it feels like it has been brewing for years. Is everyone here? Lin Yuan asked. They're all here, Yinji replied. Pitter-patter. In the sky, countless alien dragons are flying. Creak. On the ground, swarms of insects cover the mountains and plains. 13 trillion. Lin Yuan's will swept across, revealing the current total number of the insect swarm. The swarm, which has not yet faced any developmental restrictions, has reached a number that normal humans cannot comprehend. At the edge of Evolution City, all the great insects have gathered, except for the 2 spy insects. Looking at the information sent by Li Nai, Zhao Xiaoqiao suddenly fell silent. So, no one is paying attention to the dark tide we are experiencing? This is a huge disaster that even the main city must take seriously. Is there really no one willing to support our small fledgling territory? At this moment, Zhao Xiaoqiao noticed her best friend's thoughtful expression and asked, did you think of something? Yi replied with confusion, after seeing those legions with millions in number. I was thinking, given humanity's current strength, is it possible for us to actually expand into the Middle Dark? The Middle Dark is far from simple. Yinji refuted Yi's viewpoint. Those legions of millions can operate within the jurisdiction of Zhuke City because it guards the Dark Passage, keeping countless dark creatures out. Otherwise, if those legions entered the Middle Dark, they would be devoured in an instant, leaving nothing behind. Yinji paused for a moment and continued, actually, you're not entirely wrong. With humanity's current strength, we should indeed have the capability to explore the Middle Dark. However, the great loss before the Age of Light has made the current ruling powers more inclined towards conservatism. During the long years of conservatism, within the grand walls that provide a sense of security, humanity has gradually forgotten its original aspirations, leaning instead towards internal power struggles. Understood, I see now. Their conversation was interrupted by an announcement. Light Tree System Network, global announcement. In the Jiuzhou Alliance domain, the Lord of the 10th Evolution City, Lin Yuan, has secured the top position with a remarkable achievement of 1,819 million. Rewards for the achievement rankings are being distributed. The Jiuzhou Alliance domain receives the following rewards. All natural humans will experience an overall increase in physical skills. All units of 10th level and below will receive the protection of the Light Tree, enhancing their combat power. Recruitment system. Time to recruit units is reduced by 50. Recruitment system. Resources consumed for recruiting units are reduced by 50. 10th Evolution City receives the following rewards. All units gain strong protection from the Light Tree, further enhancing their combat power. Light Tree System Network, global announcement. In the Light Teaching Nation domain, the Lord of the 9th Descending City, Vanless Saint, has achieved the second position with 543,000 in achievements. The Light Teaching Nation domain receives the following rewards. All units of 7th level and below will have their recruitment time reduced by 20. Light Tree System Network. Global announcement. The rewards for the achievement rankings were continuously announced. All the Lords of the Light were stunned. Is this the reward for the achievement rankings? I can't believe it. The Jiuzhou Alliance is about to take off right here. Damn it. Why does the Jiuzhou Alliance have such fortune? Don't we, a small island nation, deserve it too? Damn. No matter what secrets Lin Yuan has, either he joins our Tricolor Freedom Alliance, or he disappears from this world. It was baffling. Where did Lin Yuan even come from? The major powers across different domains have all turned their attention to the alliance of the 9 provinces and to Lin Yuan. Inside the alliance, all factions are equally stunned. A surprise from the heavens. They did nothing at all, but unexpectedly gained such immense benefits. Could it be that Lin Yuan is the hope for the rise of our alliance? Regardless, the emotions are indeed complex. For a moment, the previously intense discussions suddenly fell silent. The next moment, the message boxes of the high-ranking members of the alliance began to flicker violently. The leader of the Radiant Church, the Shrolf and Kinjardi families from the Tricolor Free Alliance, the royal families of Charlie and Juan from the Brolo Union. The prominent families in the human world have all contacted those within the alliance with whom they maintain good relations. In an instant, the alliance was engulfed in busyness. The other candidates besides Lin Yuan looked blank, completely collapsing. Although their rewards are quite appealing compared to previous champions, when compared to Lin Yuan's rewards, they are nothing but trash. Lin Yuan must be under immense pressure, a kind of pressure that could potentially destroy him. Within the pavilions and towers, members of the 8 Directions Family Association are deeply worried about Lin Yuan. We cannot act rashly. In this vortex, a slight misstep could lead to annihilation, someone sighed. They wonder what Lin Yuan is doing now. as he has to bear the pressure of the dark tide along with the pressure from various domains. It must be incredibly difficult for him, his brow furrowed deeply. The power of the radiant tree's protection, akin to the force when evolving a city to a higher tier, has indeed significantly enhanced the combat power of the current aberrant insects. Lin Yuan carefully sensed the essence of the protection exerted by the radiant tree. At this moment, whether it be jumping insects, king insects, aberrant dragons, or spiked snakes, all the unit types recognized by the radiant tree are enveloped in a thin layer of golden light on the surface of their cells. This protective power multiplied by the number of insects is like a small cow riding a rocket into the sky. Since the assembly is complete, let's launch an attack. Lin Yuan said calmly. I see that the dark tide is quite displeased. It has been brewing for so long without breaking out. Do they expect us to wait for it to finish concocting? How can one face the unknown fear, and how can one dispel the darkness? In the vast and empty room, alone, with the chilling wind howling, the shadows of the swaying leaves are cast within. The light and shadows on the figurines intertwine, and upon closer inspection, it seems as if these figurines are revealing sinister and eerie smiles. From the twisting shadows born of solitude and silence, it appears that some impossible horror is awakening. Fear breeds, trembling ensues, the temperature under the covers seems to be dropping, and something is rustling as it crawls out from under the bed. At this moment, the best course of action is to decisively flip the light switch. Indeed, the best way to dispel darkness is through light and brightness. If the light won't turn on no matter how you try, and the switch feels sticky and wet, then that's beyond the scope of this book. In any case, one must rely on oneself. Generally speaking, the best way to dispel darkness is with light. As long as you can see, the fear of the unknown darkness significantly diminishes. Of course, if you turn on the big light and see creatures like jumping bugs or stinging snakes, that's a different matter. Swarm, disperse the darkness for me. Let me see what lies within this tide of darkness. Lin Yuan was feeling a bit irritable. It's unclear whether it was due to his becoming the master of the alien insects, or because his research was interrupted by the disturbances caused by the dark tide. Or perhaps it was both. Yin Ji, Yin Yi, and Zhao Xiaoqiao noticed Lin Yuan's current demeanor, and the alien insects all straightened up, abandoning their usual relaxed postures. They were determined to showcase the prowess of their respective species in the next battle. A low hiss and sharp howls echoed. The incessant chirping of the swarm sounded like a symphony of hell. The master commanded, and the swarm excitedly surged into the mid-level dark area. With a series of splashes, the supportive alien insects glided to the edge of the evolution city, raising their tails to produce a dense carpet of fungi that connected together. It must be said that the existence of the light tree was like providing the swarm with an external aid. If Lin Yuan had crossed over to a world where resource trading wasn't as convenient, the development of the swarm would not have been so rapid. Accumulating and redeveloping resources has always been a major challenge for civilizations. However, in the dark world, the swarm was truly in its element. The carpet of fungi spread. The light tree's bug was triggered, and rich sunlight poured down, evaporating the mid-level darkness. It was as if the sun had risen, pushing the boundary between light and darkness forward like the horizon. It was a spectacular sight. Cheng Yong felt deeply moved. This is the power of unity. How could those humans hiding behind the walls possibly understand? Yin Ji's expression was calm. Yin Yi began to command the worker bees. The worker bees arrived at the front lines, transforming into an alien insect incubation site, serving as a pivot to provide support for the frontline alien insects. It seemed that they sensed Lin Yuan's unreasonable strong invasion, and the mid-level darkness couldn't hold back any longer, leading to a massive eruption. Countless peaks surged upward, dramatically altering the terrain. These sharp peaks resembled the fangs of a giant beast, exuding a fierce aura. In the next moment, numerous blazing light columns erupted. Millions of streams of lava shot into the sky, like blood gushing from the earth. The end of calamity was nothing compared to this. I can't shake the feeling that this scene seems a bit familiar. Lin Yuan felt as if he had seen this scene somewhere before. Cheng Yong nodded and, after a moment of intense recollection, realized that it resembled the eruption of the Eye of Hell volcano, albeit on a different scale. Zhao Xiaoqiao exclaimed. It does seem like that. Are we really going to be consumed by the volcanic demons again? Soon, Zhao Xiaoqiao's question received an answer. Boom, boom, boom. Countless giant egg-shaped objects carrying magma descended from the sky, crashing to the ground like cannonballs. Under the massive impact, Large craters over 60 meters in diameter appeared on the surface, showcasing the hardness of these egg-shaped objects. Red light spread across the area. The surface of the giant egg-shaped objects was covered with numerous irregular protrusions, which at that moment flickered like energy lamps. The crimson glow emitted a chaotic mental shock. Even high-level combatants would see their battle power decrease by 30% upon encountering this. However, the swarm's movement speed remained unaffected. Clearly, mental-type attacks were useless against the swarm. Unless its mental power could surpass the will of the Overseer in such a serious world, this was obviously impossible. Zhao Xiaoqiao was shocked. No way. Could it really be the volcanic demons? Yan Yi replied, there are many kinds of oviparous creatures. It doesn't necessarily have to be the volcanic demons. It might just look similar. With a loud bang, the giant egg-shaped objects exploded, filling the entire space with a strong sulfur smell. Yellowish liquid flowed everywhere as the creatures inside stretched from their curled positions and stood up. They were over 15 meters tall, with muscles bulging like steel, exuding a sense of oppression and containing immense power. They had twin horns on their heads, faces resembling dried old cattle, and limbs on the ground, looking more like bulls than lions. Wasn't this just the volcanic demons? Lin Yuan expressed his disappointment. Cheng Yong remarked, Overseer, these volcanic demons are different from the ones we encountered before. Perhaps their genes hold some potential. The volcanic demon retorted, excuse me, do you have any manners? Could you at least show some respect for us volcanic demons? At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A rumbling sound came from the sky. You lowly beings dare to kill my children? I will have you all become the meat of my kin. If you had obediently become food for my children, I wouldn't have cared about you shell-dwelling creatures. But you dared to kill my children. My volcanic demon clan will devour you all. The thunderous voice echoed from afar. Lin Yuan was astonished. It sounds a bit lacking in intelligence, but dark creatures can speak? Why has this never been mentioned in textbooks? Yanji nodded, saying that dark creatures above the 14th tier of dominance are fluent in human language. Based on sparse observations, dark creatures have already established a primitive civilization ecology centered around themselves. Yin Yi was shocked. Is there really such a thing? How come we didn't know about it? The training for the City Lord Reserve never mentioned this. The 14th tier Overlord level Volcano Demon Queen, Yanji, smiled and said, the original intention of the City Lord Reserve has changed over time. Rather than selecting qualified light lords from the populace, it is more about recruiting resource development officials from the shallow dark regions. Since you entered the dark area, you should have noticed that many things are only half true in the books. There are even more things that you cannot be taught at all. I see now. Your Majesty, Zhao Xiaoqiao exclaimed, realizing everything. A primary ecological civilization based on individuals? Interesting. It seems this dark world is more fascinating than I imagined. Lin Yuan's thirst for knowledge was ignited. Yan Ji continued. If I'm not mistaken, the main body of this dark tide is the 14th tier Overlord level dark creature, the Volcano Demon Queen. The previous Volcano Demon genes were impressive, so I expect this time will bring surprises as well. Roaring. The muscular volcano demon that broke out of its shell opened its arms and let out a deafening cry that echoed for miles. Its combat power far surpassing that of previous volcano demons, reaching at least tier 8. The Yilong, exotic dragon, remarked, what a terrible noise. Such a lack of rhythm should not exist in this world. Look at our exotic dragon group, how melodious our calls are, allowing anyone even 100,000 meters away to feel their beauty. The massive exotic dragons descended from the sky, their muscular tails coiling as the blade worms, already charged with power, dove down. The blade worms had also been enhanced by the light tree. Their attack power significantly increased, at least by 80. The dual-edged blades on their heads glimmered with a faint golden light. The sound of the blade worms hitting their enemies was peculiar, resembling a heavy machine descending rapidly, filled with a sense of weight. The newly born muscular volcano demons suffered damages they shouldn't have endured. The red lightning had ceased, replaced by the fierce streams of magma spewing from the jagged peaks. The flowing crimson illuminated the sky, and the desolate land appeared as if it had developed a tumor, densely packed with pulsating volcano demon eggs. However, the hatching speed of these eggs seemed quite slow. Even after such a long time, none had hatched yet. The swarm, of course, would not miss such an opportunity. The sound of clashing echoed as the old blade worms died, and new ones emerged, launching overwhelming attacks that shattered the volcano demon eggs. Upon first contact, the losses of the volcano demons reached into the hundreds of millions. However, After witnessing the frozen abyss unleashed by the 15th tier dark monstrosity, Lin Yuan had a clear understanding of these ultra-high tier dark creatures. Although the 14th tier volcano demon queen was one tier lower, it was evident that it was far more than just that. Boom. More volcano demon eggs erupted from the magma, as if they were free of charge. This time, not only are there eggs of muscular volcanic demons, but also 2-meter-high eggs of miniature volcanic demons. Crack. The miniature volcanic demon eggs burst open rapidly, hatching before the alien dragons could attack. These are brand new volcanic demons, featuring 2 sets of wings, with their heads devoid of facial features, replaced instead by fiery jet ports. Does anyone know what breed of volcanic demon this is? Lin Yuan asked. I'm sorry, my lord. The records about the volcanic demon queen are scant, and I don't know what type of volcanic demon this is. Yin Ji replied apologetically. If Yin Ji didn't know, then the other large alien insects were even less informed, expressing their unfamiliarity with the volcanic demon queen. Through natural selection, the survival of the fittest, the volcanic demon queen, which has become a level 14 dominant dark creature in the mid-dark area, is the victor of species competition. Due to the unique environment of the dark world, it has constructed an ecological civilization structure based on itself. Such an existence, how should it face the swarm? Clap, clap, clap. The miniature volcanic demons flapped their wings and soared into the sky, their head jet ports shooting high-speed lava fireballs, moving exceptionally agile, engaging in a fierce aerial battle with the alien dragons in no time. The number of miniature volcanic demons this time is about 300 million. Far fewer than the number of alien dragons, but the airspace is limited. It can only accommodate so many alien dragons. Under such constraints, the miniature volcanic demons managed to exchange blows with the alien dragons. Wounded alien dragons need not fight for long. Retreat and recover, ordered Yenji. The alien dragons possess highly efficient regenerative cells. As long as their heads are not destroyed, they can fly back and regenerate autonomously. Before long, complete alien dragons would appear, lively and bouncy. In an interstellar game, a barbecue restaurant discovered the secret of the alien dragons, advertising alien dragon wings with a rich aroma and warmth, and even launched a buy one get one free promotion. Due to the alien dragon's high regeneration efficiency, this can be considered a no-cost business, allowing this barbecue restaurant to successfully establish chains throughout the interstellar world. Boom, boom, boom. More sharp peaks abruptly rose from the ground, and columns of magma shot into the sky, resembling pillars of fire connecting heaven and earth from a distance. In an instant, the scale of the magma eruption tripled. Watching this spectacular scene, Zhao Xiaoqiao suddenly slapped her forehead and said, "If volcanic demon eggs are spouting from the magma, does that mean the volcanic demon queen's body is hidden beneath these layers?" Cheng Yong replied, "Based on my observations, these oddly shaped volcanoes can also be considered part of the volcanic demon queen. In that case, its body must be quite massive, equivalent to a large region." Zhao Xiaoqiao exclaimed in surprise. Yin Yi pondered. The 13th tier city-destroying dark monsters, the pitch-black devourers, are as large as a city, and the enormous flame octopuses are equally formidable, with heights exceeding 10,000 meters. I didn't expect the monsters in the mid-level dark region to reach such a scale. Yin Ji said, if the public were to know about these entities in the mid-level dark region, they probably wouldn't be able to live in peace. The giant insects appeared relaxed. If it's merely a matter of numerical scale, then the swarm will have a dimensional advantage. Boom, boom, boom. Various forms of volcanic demon eggs fell to the ground. Swift melee types, long-range support types, ground bombardment types, varied volcanic demons appeared before Lin Yuan. Fully equipped. With just a change of skin, they could easily be mistaken for a human military unit. Bang, bang, bang. Millions of oversized volcanic demons, standing 100 meters tall, pounded their chests, producing thunderous sounds. Their bodies were wrapped in thick black rock, giving them an astonishing defense. Meanwhile, the aerial battle continued for a while, and on the ground, the insect swarm and volcanic demons clashed for the first time. The jumping insect troops of the Yuan Wang clan were particularly ferocious, charging into the enemy ranks head-on. Like elephants, the broken tusks crashed left and right, moving through the enemy lines with ease, while elite jumping insect beasts surrounded them, launching brutal attacks. Your special jumping insect is still alive? Lin Yuan asked. Jumping insects have the highest mortality rate in the swarm, often used as reconnaissance cannon fodder. That broken tusk could survive through various battles surprised Lin Yuan a bit. Don't underestimate my jumping insect, Yin Yi said proudly. Lin Yuan looked at the battlefield. Broken Tusk led a group of battle beasts, maneuvering skillfully and cunningly. When they spotted isolated volcanic demons, they swarmed in, their blade-like limbs slicing through, and the volcanic demons, whose combat power was 2 tiers higher, attacked like headless flies but couldn't even touch the jumping insects, ultimately being toyed with until death. These special jumping insects exhibited a kind of unique intelligence based on collective will. Lin Yuan noticed a clue in this matter. However, he wasn't worried that this intelligence would lead to unexpected situations. The previous Blade Queen lacked control over the swarm, so perhaps the emergence of independent thought in the alien insect units could lead them to deviate from her will. However, for Lin Yuan, possessing the highest dominion will meant absolute control, and the possibility of deviating from the collective will of the alien insects was absolutely impossible. Roar! The 100-meter-tall armored volcanic demons moved with strides of 100 meters, resembling fully armed fortresses in motion. When the blade insects were launched at them, they were all blocked by their rock-like thick shells, suffering no damage whatsoever. If they were to charge into the insect swarm, it would undoubtedly result in significant losses for the swarm. The creature, known as the Claw Destroyer, strides onto the front lines, commonly referred to as fire cockroaches. They can launch mortar-like acidic ball projectiles. In the game, their ball projectiles shoot straight up before falling directly down, which is clearly due to the limited game graphics that cannot depict the entire trajectory of the bile projectiles. In reality, the attack of fire cockroaches must adhere to the laws of physics. Surrounded by hardened bone spines, their spiral-shaped nozzles launch plasma bile projectiles that trace a long parabolic arc before striking the towering volcanic demon. Boom! The high-explosive plasma bile projectiles slam into the giant volcanic demon, creating numerous craters on its surface, much like raindrops hitting the mud. Just upon contact, the giant volcanic demon is already riddled with holes. The second wave of plasma bile projectiles follows swiftly, causing the giant volcanic demon to stagger and then crash to the ground, crushing hundreds of its fellow demons who cannot react in time. This scene is just a snapshot of the battlefield. Soon, the combat zone between the swarm and the volcanic demons expands to a regional scale. The volcanic demon eggs fall like a torrential downpour, seemingly never ceasing. Many new species of volcanic demons emerge. They not only wield the energy of flames and magma, but can also summon dark tides, unleashing extremely powerful attacks. Large-scale 9th-tier and 10th-tier volcanic demons hatch. In an instant, the battlefield falls into a stalemate. The casualty numbers for the swarm continue to rise, with terrifying figures reported every second, while the absolute number of volcanic demons is also being reduced. Zhao Xiaoqiao exclaimed, "Oh, if the alien insect units were recruited through a system, such losses would be enough to bankrupt those large families." The resources consumed by units of the same tier in the recruitment system are on average 30 times that of the alien insects, meaning 2 jumping insects could recruit 600 5th-tier units. The low resource consumption for alien insect mutations is due to their efficient and specialized genetic structure. They are born as killing weapons, requiring no unnecessary organs. This could be a prolonged campaign. Cheng Yong made his judgment. Yin Ji remarked, "This will be a historic battle. Never has a 10th-tier light domain been able to kill a 14th-tier Overlord-level dark creature in a dark area. If that is the case, then our previous defeat of the 13th-tier city-destroying dark creature has already entered the history books. It's clearly recorded on the merit list of Zhuke City." Zhao Xiaoqiao tilted her head. Yin Ji shook her head slightly, stating that the difference between the 14th-tier Overlord and the 13th-tier City Destroyer, though just 1 tier apart, is fundamentally different in significance. I believe the disparity between the two is already evident in this battle. Just as her words fell, a thunderous roar echoed, signaling an unexpected turn of events. The ground shook violently as 3 towering lava columns suddenly tilted and crashed down upon the swarm. Broad areas exceeding 2,000 meters in width appeared on the battlefield, countless creatures swallowed by the magma, leaving no trace behind. Large-scale attacks have always been the most effective way to deal with swarms. This is one of the attack methods of the volcanic demon queen, Lin Yuan marveled. The biological power had reached a level where it could alter the terrain within a small area by itself. Lin Yuan watched this scene quietly, feeling no sorrow for the death of the alien creatures. The vast war scene gradually deepened his understanding of the swarm. The special alien units of the Forswarm clans had combat power at least a level higher than their counterparts. The clan leader resonated uniquely with their clan, allowing them to unleash their distinct abilities. Zhao Xiaoqiao, Yin Yi, Chung Yong, and Yin Ji were intently commanding their respective clans. For them, commanding the clan was quite draining on their psychic energy and placed a certain burden on their bodies. In the central holy city of Qilin City, the 12th tier hero-level unit, the Annihilation Fire Priest, along with the 12th tier special structure, the Annihilation Fire Prayer Altar, and other high-tier units were up for auction. The 4 major legions from the Nalan, Gu, Lu, and Jia families, each with millions of troops, were completely wiped out. The top of the talent merit list was in turmoil, with a series of significant events closely linked to one individual, who could be seen as the source of these incidents. In the lofty towers and deep halls, the 8 families gathered once more. What? Lin Yuan led his bug units to actively attack the Dark Tide. Is he insane? Is this something a normal person would do? The Nangong family looked utterly confused. While they could not ascertain the scale of his forces, it was confirmed that he had indeed led his troops into the Dark Tide, the head of the Zhua family stated. Youthful arrogance. A loss of clear awareness of one's own strength. The beautiful matriarch of the Dongfang family shook her head and chuckled. Do you know what type of Dark Tide this time in Evolution City is, Nangong family leader? The Shang family spoke up to inquire. The Nangong family leader smiled bitterly. Our investment this time may very well go to waste. The Dark Tide in Evolution City is of a single dark giant type. According to my intelligence sources, it can be confirmed that the dark giant Lin Yuan faces is a 14-tier Overlord-level dark giant. A 14-tier Overlord-level dark giant. The other 7 family leaders present gasped. Well, that's it for Evolution City. No matter how significant the advantages gained initially, facing true dark power will only lead to destruction. Several family leaders expressed their regret over Evolution City's rapid development, to the point that Lin Yuan couldn't grasp just how terrifying the darkness truly was. Oh, is our investment wasted? I don't think so. The matriarch of the Eastern family made a surprising statement. The head of the upper family chuckled and asked, what insights does the eldest sister of the Eastern family have? Even if Lin Yuan could resist the dark behemoths at the 14th tier, sovereign level forever, it would still be possible for him to retreat unscathed. Those insect soldiers are his unique troops. As long as they exist, he has a chance to make a comeback. Immediately, the representatives of the other families appeared contemplative, and someone said, why give him a chance to make a comeback? We can just take his blueprint for the insect soldiers and recruit them ourselves. Why go through the extra steps? The head of the upper family shook his head and said, for large families like ours, it's best to avoid involvement if possible. After all, no one knows what kind of risks might arise from getting involved. For now, we just wait for Lin Yuan to fail, and when he does, he will naturally turn to us, who once showed him goodwill. Suddenly, the matriarch of the Eastern family changed her expression, going from calm to frowning, her face seemingly covered by a layer of shadow. She stated, I've received news that the Small Island Kingdom and the Tricolor Free Alliance have issued a statement, officially intervening in this matter. Instantly, the faces of the 8 family heads turned grim. The internal affairs of the Jojo Alliance are being threatened by external forces. Isn't this a slap in the face? However, those present knew that the Jojo Alliance was currently weak and not united. The pressure from the Small Island Kingdom was negligible, but the pressure from the Tricolor Free Alliance behind it was significant. After all, many factions within the Jojo Alliance had placed their resources and assets within the Tricolor Free Alliance for the sake of their families. Few, like the 8 Directions family, adhered to such principles. They were quite rare. The head of the upper family's expression darkened as he said, what are the Small Island Kingdom and the Tricolor Free Alliance planning to do? Wait, let me check the specifics. If they intend to intervene from Qilin City, they cannot bypass us. The matriarch of the Eastern family gazed into the void, where only she could see the message box of the Tree of Light. The mutual assistance agreement established at the beginning of the Era of Light, they plan to break through from there. They want the citizens of Zhuke City to vote. And if the number of votes exceeds 70, the military from the outer regions can teleport to Zhuke City for assistance. The matriarch of the Eastern family raised her head to look at everyone. Everyone, I believe they will not succeed. To my knowledge, Lin Yuan is a great benefactor of Zhuke City. He has not only achieved remarkable feats, but also protected the lives of 8 billion citizens. My granddaughter, Yin Ji, holds the highest authority in Zhuke City. As long as she explains the nature of this external assistance, The citizens of Zhuke City will not vote in agreement. After the Eastern matriarch finished speaking, she suddenly felt quite silent. This silence is not the kind of quiet one might expect. It feels as if some soul-corrupting monster is continuously releasing suffocating gas. The matriarch of the Eastern clan frowned deeply. What do you think? The other clan leaders exchanged glances. Remaining silent, none of them spoke. Some words, once spoken, can lead to the heavy decay of the soul. Faced with such outcomes, they preferred to pretend they saw nothing and knew nothing. Otherwise, they felt they might transform into monsters, those who would trample on the inherent rights of the people without any sense of guilt. Why is the Three-Color Freedom Alliance targeting Lin Yuan? The Eastern clan leader shifted the topic. The leader of the previous clan said in a low voice, as the birthplace of the Light God Church. How could the Three-Color Freedom Alliance allow Lin Yuan to occupy the top position on the talent achievement list? Whatever it is, they must have a first position. If someone else takes the first place, they either join them or get destroyed by them. The leader of the right clan sighed. What a barbaric nation. Recently, the people of Zhuke City have been living well. Those terrifying insect soldiers have left, and the threats in the dark have been lifted. The new high-ranking officials of Zhuke City promised not to interrupt the energy supply to the city walls. They also significantly reduced their taxes. Various benefits have been implemented one after another, with executives kindly communicating with the people every day, listening to their voices. Those executives from different factions who campaigned on the bustling streets promised daily to help the people live happier lives. The areas of the second and first city walls have been reclaimed, and the reconstruction work is progressing vigorously and smoothly. The additional 8 billion citizens now have jobs and new homes. They live behind walls thousands of meters high, no longer having to live in fear as they did in the weak territories of the light. Everyone's lives are becoming increasingly happier. This is the Zhuke City everyone envisions. Ding! A message sounded like thunder. Zhuke City General Region Announcement. The 10th level Evolution City is currently under attack from Dark Tides, in accordance with treaty regulations. Mutual Assistance Agreement 001 is in effect. The Small Island Nation and the Three-Color Freedom Alliance have decided to support the 10th level Evolution City. Citizens of Zhuke City, you may vote to decide whether to accept the support. Lord Lin Yuan is resisting the Dark Tides. If that's the case, we definitely agree. Many instinctively wanted to agree. Why is it that the people of the Jiuzhou Alliance do not come to support, but instead, others from different regions have to? I feel there must be something fishy about this. Some people noticed that something was off. Hey, do you think we should agree or refuse? We don't know the reason behind this, so let us just vote according to our own thoughts. What does it mean? Are you really going to refuse? Of course. Regarding the insect tide, it's obvious that we should agree. Perhaps Lord Lin Yuan is currently struggling alone and needs reinforcements urgently. Indeed, it was Lord Lin Yuan who restarted the teleportation array and saved us. If we don't agree, wouldn't that make us ungrateful? Some people express their gratitude. Hee, don't talk as if Lin Yuan is the great benefactor of the city. I've heard different opinions. Think carefully about his insect troops. Would you be willing to live under the same sky as those insects? Someone sneered. Just as the public was in a dilemma, another announcement rang out. Announcement from the Phoenix City Greater Region. 15th Tier Lord of Phoenix City, Yin Ji, 10th Tier Evolved City Citizens, I must tell you the truth. The Island Kingdom and the Tricolor Freedom Alliance do not genuinely wish to assist Lord Lin Yuan. They are using this as an excuse to send troops to Phoenix City, attempting to undermine Lord Lin Yuan. Your votes are crucial and relate to Lord Lin Yuan's safety, so please choose wisely. Zhao Xiaoqiao remarked, Your Majesty, deep down, you still have some compassion for the citizens of Phoenix City, don't you? Their choices are actually of no consequence, right? Yanji replied coldly. Precisely because their choices are inconsequential, I allow them to choose freely. Stop arguing, Lin Yuan suddenly spoke up. Yes. Yanji and Zhao Xiaoqiao immediately straightened their postures and looked at Lin Yuan. They realized that Lin Yuan's focus was no longer on the battlefield. As he scanned his territory mentally, the Queen and the Empress found that although the battlefield was in a stalemate, it was merely a tentative war of attrition, which indeed held no concern for Lin Yuan. Master, is something happening? Yin Ji asked with concern. However, Lin Yuan ignored her, leaving Yin Ji feeling anxious, thinking she must have made some mistake. Your Majesty, it seems Lin Yuan has entered a research state. Yin Yi, the insect queen who had been with Lin Yuan from the start, understood his pursuits better. Research? The genes of the volcanic demons don't seem to have any merit. Why would the master suddenly enter a research state? Yanji was puzzled. Chengyong suddenly said, wait. The place where I eliminated the shogunate legion has undergone some unknown changes. According to the information from the king insect, it seems that the T-199 has lost the plague virus and has formed a fascinating combination with some kind of underground worm-like creature, leading to the emergence of a miraculous species. The master is likely attracted by this worm. Woo woo woo. I'm so curious about what kind of creature the master has noticed. Zhao Xiaoqiao's curiosity was piqued, making her anxious. It seemed that Lin Yuan sensed the desires of the great insects, and a projection of ethereal energy appeared directly in front of them. What is this? Yinny, who had put in considerable effort to understand the swarm units, suddenly widened her eyes, bursting with joy. If the genes of this creature could align with that type of alien insect, the overall combat power of the swarm would increase exponentially, incomparable to the current situation. Other large alien insects were also taken aback, staring intently at Lin Yuan's ethereal projection. Unlike large alien insects that could only control a small number of their own swarm, wherever an alien insect unit existed, it was an extension of Lin Yuan's will. In the area occupied by the Chengyong swarm, the previously well-covered fungal blanket on the ground was now in disarray, as if it had suffered a brutal and inhumane impact. In fact, the foundational multifunctional substances of this swarm had indeed undergone a merciless assault. Ka. It was as if countless high-powered chainsaws were spinning at full speed, with at least 100 giant worms, each over 50 meters in diameter, burrowing into the ground, stirring the fungal blanket into chaos. This previously unseen monster was covered in a sickly pale, hard exterior. The patrolling jumping insects were the first to arrive, but their attacks could not breach its defenses. Suddenly, the giant pale worm burst forth from the ground, rising high like an earth dragon. Its head was an entire mouth organ, with spiraling layers of teeth that rotated continuously. One could see hundreds of tons of rock instantly reduced to fine powder beneath these teeth. These distinctive features were a perfect replica of the standard burrowing worm. Lin Yuan was a bit surprised. This was the second time he had seen a species in the dark world with gene traits so similar to the alien insect units. The jumping insect had mutated into a toxic exploding insect. Toxic exploding insect, stay still and don't move, Lin Yuan commanded in succession. The toxic exploding insect swayed, its full sac filled with acid ready to burst. Ka. The giant pale worm soared into the sky, swallowing the trembling toxic exploding insects huddled together on the ground in one bite. Sizzle. The corrosive acid quickly taught these pale worms a harsh lesson. Just because they had strong teeth didn't mean they could eat anything indiscriminately. Thud. The chunks of flesh from the giant pale worm, coated with green acid, fell onto the fungal blanket, which then absorbed and decomposed them, thereby passing its genes to the main nest gene pool. The horror of the alien insects lay in this. As long as the alien insect obtained any tissue, even a piece the size of a fingernail, your genes would be laid bare. The experimental chamber was a construction of the swarm, and of course, the swarm's architecture was also an extension of Lin Yuan's will. Even light years away, Lin Yuan could operate it remotely. The complex three-phase coupled gene structure was skillfully dismantled layer by Lin Yuan. These giant pale worms have unstable gene structures, indicating the loss of the plague virus effect from T-199. Otherwise, these docile worms would simply remain underground, feeding on microorganisms in the soil, and would never burst forth to the surface. Through reverse genetic analysis, Lin Yuan quickly identified the prototype of these giant pale worms. They were large earthworms that existed in the depths of the dark world. However, regardless of their past, this dark creature would soon be assimilated into the alien insect unit. The genetic compatibility exceeded 100, but unfortunately, the excess complexity was too great for immediate optimization, so he could only proceed with a compatibility level of 100 for now. As Lin Yuan muttered to himself, high-energy gas and crystal or continuously supplied energy for genetic synchronization. Unlike other alien insect units, this new type of alien insect unit, which was integrated into the swarm, was called the burrow worm of the insect path network. Worker bees had mutated into the insect path network. An alien insect unit resembling a conch shell appeared, with massive serpent-like flesh continuously rotating to form a gigantic entrance. Lin Yuan immediately began his research. The burrow worm evolved from the insect path, which is the underground structure covered by fungal mats. The burrow worm resides in a nest-like structure called the insect path network. Before emerging from the ground, the burrow worm can move freely within the insect path network to any area covered by fungal mats, carving a tunnel underground on the battlefield. It has special glandular structures that produce fungal mats, where crushed rocks and soil are absorbed through its skin and wrapped in the fungal mat, undergoing liquefaction to support the tunnel. Once it breaks through the surface, it rapidly spreads the fungal mat, forming a fleshy channel at the end of its intestinal wall and throat, equipped with fixed spikes. These enormous spikes will spring out of the burrow worm's body once it emerges from the ground, stabilizing the burrow worm as the swarm traverses from the insect path network to the target location. The burrow worm lacks a brain structure but possesses a complete set of chemical sensors for directional recognition, allowing it to extend rapidly underground without losing its way. It has super regenerative abilities. The burrow worm is an ultra-efficient transport unit of the swarm, capable of stretching its body infinitely as long as there are sufficient nutrients, making it possible to circle the Earth 100 billion times. The burrow worm is an extension of the insect path network, which itself is an extension of the swarm, making the burrow worm a biological node of the insect path network. Finally, Lin Yuan summarized the strategic significance of the burrow worm. This giant creature can stretch to an astonishing length, using its own flesh to form tunnels. Alien insect warriors can enter the tunnels through the head of the burrow worm or the insect path network, swiftly moving inside thanks to the tunnel's peristalsis and chemical stimuli. When complemented by the spreading fungal mat abilities of the queen and king worms, the burrow worm can pose a significant threat to areas previously thought to be safe. The giant alien insects nodded continuously, and paper and pens appeared in their hands out of nowhere, busily jotting down what Lin Yuan had just said. They looked just like diligent students studying hard in a classroom. The volcanic demon queen was immediately enraged. Do you understand the value of a level 14 Overlord grade dark creature? Ignoring me will come at a painful cost. No one can disregard the level 14 Overlord grade dark creature, the volcanic demon queen. Boom, boom, boom. More and more volcanic demon eggs erupted from the magma. Even those who are not sensitive to numbers cannot fathom just how many volcanic demon eggs there are. Just one eruption alone brings at least 1 billion newborn volcanic demons to the battlefield. The winged volcanic demons screeched in the air. They were at a disadvantage in their confrontation with the Yilong, as the Yilong was too agile, capable of making sudden sharp turns while flying at high speed. The winged volcanic demons began to plummet from the sky. At that moment, the newly emerged volcanic demon eggs exploded. A new type of volcanic demon, resembling large duck eggs, appeared. These duck egg-like volcanic demons had no prominent organs, just a shell that gleamed with a metallic luster, indicating substantial defense. In an instant, all the winged volcanic demons dove into the duck egg volcanic demons, transforming them into airborne fortresses capable of launching fireballs in all directions. The previously effective attacks from the Yilong suddenly weakened. Protect the king worm, plant the fungal blanket, and set the coordinates for the burrowing worms. The evolved king worms filled with helium began to drift towards the heart of the volcanic demons. Such a massive swarm could only be commanded by Lin Yuan himself, while other Yicheng groups coordinated based on the situation. In fact, aside from the Yochid group, the other three groups were relatively small compared to the entire swarm and had little impact on the overall battle situation. The battle intensified instantly. The fierce fighting affecting the entire region could not be compared to any natural disaster. In other words, the two sides were like two natural disasters colliding. Whether it was the Yicheng or the volcanic demons, the number of casualties on both sides increased by an order of magnitude. The sharp screeches echoed across the battlefield. The massive, pale, writhing genes had just merged with the swarm and were already making their impact. The burrowing worms unfurled their heads like blooming petals, while their massive bodies secreted chemicals that fused with the rocks, forming stable biological passageways. Accompanied by a high-pitched screech reminiscent of a death knell, the classic green units surged forth from the burrowing worms. The ultimate killing weapon on the battlefield, the poison explosion worm, could self-destruct using biological weaponry in a final sublimation attack. Just this alone was enough to send shivers down the spines of all enemies. Suddenly, large open spaces appeared on the battlefield. The swarm disrupted the battlefield's balance and advanced directly into the depths of the volcanic demons. Found it. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed. The tunnel worms were frantically digging underground when they finally encountered the body of the volcanic demon queen hidden beneath the surface. Rather than just a body, it was more like a part of a flesh-and-blood ecosystem. Its exterior was enveloped in a flowing layer of magma-like energy. And the moment the tunnel worms came into contact with it, they were incinerated to ashes. Even more unexpected information emerged. This magma energy had a powerful spreading capability, quickly coursing through the bodies of the tunnel worms. If this continued, the entire network of king worms would be directly destroyed. Tunnel worms, it's time to sever yourselves. Lin Yuan had no choice but to order the scorched tunnel worms to cut themselves off to preserve the entire worm network. He had a premonition that this volcanic demon queen possessed exceptionally outstanding genes. Lin Yuan looked at the alien worms. You know what you need to do, right? It was our turn to take action. With the manifestation of dark energy, Yin Ji summoned the dark-colored vermilion bird, and lotus-like flames of dark energy slowly dispersed. Yes, we just need to obtain a piece of flesh from the body of the volcanic demon queen. Zhao Xiaoqiao was eager to try. Just then, like a bolt from the blue, an announcement rang out. Announcement from the Vermilion Bird City Greater District. The 10th Evolution City is currently under attack from the Dark Tide. In accordance with treaty provisions, Mutual Assistance Pact 001 is now in effect. The Island Nation and the Tricolor Freedom Alliance have decided to support the 10th Evolution City. Citizens of Vermilion Bird City, you may vote to decide whether to accept the support. 80 of the citizens have already voted. Voting result, passed. The Island Nation and the Tricolor Freedom Alliance may freely assist the 10th Evolution City, even with Yin Ji's clear and logical warning. 80 of the citizens of Vermilion Bird City still chose to accept the support from the Island Nation and the Tricolor Freedom Alliance. Before Yin Ji's announcement, perhaps some simple-minded citizens genuinely believed that Lin Yuan was in trouble and that the Island Nation and the Tricolor Freedom Alliance were truly there to offer help. So, after Yin Ji's alert, what were those who clicked to agree to support really thinking? Soon, Yin Ji gave up pondering this matter. What they thought was actually not important, both for the human noble class and even more so for the swarm. Zhao Xiaoqiao remarked, "Oh, just as I thought. The pact has been approved. Your Majesty, your kindness has been ruthlessly trampled upon. I merely gave them a choice, so I did not use any threats. They simply made their own decision," Yin Ji replied coldly. "Perhaps deep down, you still hold some hope that the citizens of Vermilion Bird City can accept our existence?" Zhao Xiaoqiao retorted. Yin Ji stared at Zhao Xiaoqiao. "Are you questioning my loyalty to the swarm?" "Oh no, how could that be? I was just wondering. As an alien queen, do you really need to consider the choices of human citizens?" Zhao Xiaoqiao countered. "This is just a qualification test. Our predecessor was humanity, and the ancestors of the insect race were also humanity. What's wrong with conducting a large-scale screening?" Yin Ji responded. "All right, Your Majesty the Queen is right." Zhao Xiaoqiao shrugged nonchalantly. "Of course I'm right. I am the insect queen, and you are the queen. In the hierarchy, you are a level below me," Yin Ji said, glancing at Zhao Xiaoqiao calmly. "Clearly just one level," Zhao Xiaoqiao exclaimed, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on. "Strange." Lin Yuan observed the insect queen and the queen, who had just engaged in a subtle verbal attack. Under his absolute dominance, both sides should understand that the other could never act against the interests of the insect race. Perhaps their methods differed, but their fundamental goals were the same. Even so, why did Zhao Xiaoqiao still raise doubts? Faced with these doubts, Yin Ji, as the queen, had no need to explain. As the hierarchy within the swarm grants absolute command to those above over those below. However, Yin Ji still chose to explain, and they exchanged words for several rounds. This phenomenon could be called a miracle within the swarm. All right, Lin Yuan felt it necessary to step in. "It doesn't matter on the human side. Cheng Yong, you handle this matter." "Huh? Yin Yi, why are you shaking all over? Is there a problem with your bodily functions?" "I'm trembling with anger." Yin Yi couldn't hold back any longer. "Lin Yuan, you repeatedly show mercy to humanity, yet they never understand gratitude. Why? What do they think they are facing? That they can repeatedly offend your authority? This time, they must pay the price." Yin Yi was filled with killing intent. "There's no need for that." Lin Yuan smiled lightly, casually soothing Yin Yi. "Why is there no need? These humans should deeply recognize their position." Yin Yi was so angry she couldn't tell up from down. "What I mean is, there's no need to be angry because of humanity's reactions," Lin Yuan said calmly. He had known since the first 10 chapters that no matter what the insects did, humanity would never sincerely thank them. The more powerful the insects showed themselves to be, the more fear humanity would feel, leading them to want to eliminate the insects entirely. If someone were to kill 10 lizards on the street and post the video online, many would likely applaud him. But if someone killed 10 stray dogs and posted that video, he could only pray for his safety. Even if the insects had done countless beneficial things for UK City, even saving 8 billion people, these people would still unhesitatingly want to eliminate the insects. There's no helping it. Humanity is an emotional creature that uses its feelings as a guide for action. This is especially evident among the masses. In the three-body problem, Chung Xin, due to her so-called compassion and kindness, directly leads to the destruction of the solar system and faces much criticism. However, who chose her to be the sword holder? To control the fate of all humanity on Blue Star? Undoubtedly, it was the populace. Lin Yuan, deeply influenced by various factors, was not at all surprised by the choices made by the citizens of UK City. Yanji, your thinking also has issues. Perhaps being originally human affects you to some extent. Lin Yuan noticed this problem and suspected it was a flaw left by the template of the Blade Queen. The Blade Queen in Interstellar 1 is cold, ruthless, and cruel, exuding a beauty akin to bone spurs, perfectly aligning with Lin Yuan's image of her. However, in Interstellar 2, whether due to the influence of a certain family or being touched by the invincible love of humanity, even after becoming a more powerful being, her personality seems somewhat inconsistent with that of the Blade Queen. As for the final outcome, Lin Yuan believes it is a cliché Hollywood ending, perfectly fitting the narrative of saving the world. As these thoughts flowed through his mind, Lin Yuan realized that his way of thinking had already changed. The alien insects, capable of devouring countless planets and instilling fear in even super civilizations, pose a significant threat. In the interstellar world, humanity possesses advanced technology that can counter the alien insects, leading to some consideration of strategies against them. Yet in this region, humans are merely a species struggling to survive in a dark world. Despite this, these surviving species repeatedly attempt to take actions detrimental to the swarm. What gives humanity such confidence? Lin Yuan expressed a strong desire to know. As for the negative emotions arising from ingratitude, he felt none of that. It's akin to a human being bitten by an ant. The immediate reaction would undoubtedly be to crush the ant. However, the research on humans transformed into alien insects still holds significant value. The humans here are different from those on Blue Star, such as Alpha Star, and the emergence of certain alien insects and destroyers still holds existential value. Lin Yuan thought of another key point. Furthermore, the benefits brought by the Bright Tree system allow all humanity to work for the swarm, providing a continuous supply of crystal, ore, and high-energy gas. Nowadays, worker bees are widely distributed in the territory of Evolution City, collecting astronomical amounts of crystal, ore, and high-energy gas every second. Although the total quantity appears vast, the scale of the swarm's expansion is evidently limitless. In this battle against the Dark Tide, the mutated insect units consume astronomical amounts of crystal, ore, and high-energy gas every second. The Dark World has its peculiarities. Once entering the mid-level dark area, any expansion of territory could trigger large-scale battles at any time. Without the contribution of humans, the swarm may face a resource shortage dilemma. It seems that considering Lin Yuan's thoughts, Yanji stepped forward and said, "The ruler need not worry. I have the highest authority in UK City and can access the list of all citizens who voted in favor even after I issued the warning." Very good. Lin Yuan glanced at Yanji. This empress was quite capable. Cheng Yong, you lead your attackers and, according to the list provided by Yanji, eliminate all the citizens who voted in favor. Lin Yuan calmly ordered. Understood. Cheng Yong reluctantly looked at the battlefield before leaving helplessly. He had made up his mind to resolve these humans as quickly as possible. All right, ladies, let's go. Yanji was the first to jump into the tunnel network. Based on the author's experience with the burrowing worm, one could conclude that riding a burrowing worm is no different from taking a high-speed train. Smooth, fast, and safe. As a transportation tool for alien creatures, the burrowing worm naturally possesses all the characteristics of a top-tier transport vehicle. Soon, the burrowing worm swiftly delivered the three major alien creatures to a location 5,000 meters underground. A massive gray-black flesh structure appeared before them. So the body of the volcanic demon queen is hiding this deep, Zhao Xiaoqiao marveled. Enough chatter, let's get to work quickly, Yanji urged. Zzz. Three thick waves of ghostly energy shot out, striking the surface of the gray-black flesh structure. The base color of the ghostly energy was the same, but the display by the Empress and Queen had slight differences. The ghostly energy, resembling dark flames, served as the main body, with points of crimson ghostly energy and serrated-edged ghostly energy acting as two supporting waves. The three-color mixed ghostly energy wave, containing annihilation energy, rapidly disintegrated the volcanic demon Queen's lava energy shield. Suddenly, the burrowing worm let out a cry of pain. An unknown creature was attacking it. It must be the underground demon guards protecting the volcanic demon queen. Quick, increase the output. We only need to obtain some of the volcanic demon queen's flesh. Zzz. The ghostly energy wave immediately thickened significantly. Szzz. A sound like a blade slicing through flesh echoed as 3 claws longer than 10 meters pierced through the burrowing worm's flesh wall. As a guardian of a tier 14 Overlord-level dark creature, this unknown being from the underground was surely not weak. The burrowing worm, despite its tough exterior, had its inner flesh structure reduced for quick movement, resulting in lower defensive capabilities. A few minor creatures could easily deal with the burrowing worm. The burrowing worm only had a powerful ground slam attack when it emerged, relying on its head's advantage. At other times, it could only be at the mercy of others. Szzz. The burrowing worm's flesh wall was torn open, and a massive horned head pushed in. Toxic explosive worm. Using your face to navigate? I admire your courage. With a crisp explosion of acidic liquid, the bullhorn head was completely destroyed. As competent leaders of the alien insects, the large alien insects certainly would not attack without preparation. Inside the burrowing insects, a massive army had long been deployed. This is bad. Yenji's expression changed. Before she could finish her sentence, a devastating energy wave suddenly struck, and the bullhorn head spewed forth fierce magma, incinerating large segments of the burrowing insects into ashes. Then, more magma shot towards the 3 large alien insects like rays from an unknown direction. Fortunately, Yenji had anticipated this and opened her ethereal energy shield, successfully defending against all the attacks. There are many of them. We need to unleash our firepower, Yenji commanded. The already robust ethereal energy waves expanded again, and the destructive energy caused the light emitted by the surrounding magma to exhibit wave separation. Boom. Finally, the ethereal energy waves broke through the lava energy defenses of the volcanic demon queen. Yenji quickly moved forward, her sharp claws enveloped in thick ethereal energy, directly carving out a piece of flesh from the creature. Got it, let's withdraw. Another burrowing insect emerged from the soil to take the large alien insects away. Well done. Lin Yuan refocused his attention. The genetic collection of the swarm was not yet complete. Otherwise, the commander wouldn't need to take action personally. He looked into the distance, where no more jagged volcanic peaks appeared. Is this the limit? Perhaps to others, this was an insurmountable natural disaster. But in the eyes of the swarm, it was merely a matter of time. What a boring battle. However, this fight was quite enlightening for me. Whether it was the special jumping insects of the Yuan clan or the practical combat of various insect types on the battlefield, Lin Yuan's understanding of alien insects deepened significantly. After all, product design is one thing. The true effectiveness must be tested in practice. Let you be the sacrifice for the true insect tide. Lin Yuan sentenced the volcanic demon queen to death. After overcoming the difficult early stages, the swarm was now unstoppable. Even if another 114-tier Overlord-level monsters like the volcanic demon queen appeared, they could not compete with the swarm. The true swarm was about to sweep through the dark world. If the intelligent dark monsters knew that such beings as alien insects had descended upon the dark world, they would undoubtedly spare no effort to annihilate the most primitive F-tier light territories, completely crushing the swarm in its cradle. Unfortunately, the best time to eliminate the swarm had already passed. The volcanic demon queen desperately spat out volcanic demon eggs. These high-tier volcanic demons came in a full array of types. Flying in the sky, running on the ground, and digging underground, they had it all. With fire-breathing, melee combat, and a wide variety of sizes, it was almost like hosting a volcanic demon expo that could last 3 days and nights. Among them were also a large number of 10th and 11th tier high-level volcanic demons. Even the 12th tier volcanic demons exceed 2,000. This volcanic demon queen can be considered formidable even among the 14th tier Overlord level monsters. However, what does this mean for the swarm? When faced with the swarm's attack, there are always 2 choices: to annihilate the swarm or to be destroyed by it. The sheer number of volcanic demons produced by the volcanic demon queen is indeed astonishing. Perhaps, With a full-scale assault, they could destroy a wall of the city. However, the term numerical advantage has always favored the swarm. Lin Yuan turned and left, deeming it unnecessary to continue watching the already predetermined outcome. Boom, boom, boom. It was as if the sky had changed. Countless molten fireballs, resembling small mountains, fell from the sky, each not only burning with high temperatures, but also containing devastating energy. The molten fireballs, trailing long flames, streaked through the air and violently crashed into the swarm. A wave of heat swept across, causing the light to exhibit infrared movement. In an instant, countless creatures perished. The sky and the ground were filled with various brutal volcanic demons. They were fierce and terrifying, diverse in type, easily capable of destroying main city regions below the 12th tier, and even ranked among the top existences in the mid-level dark areas. Their numbers were overwhelming, capable of forming a force of billions in a short time. However, their opponents were even more ferocious, more hideous, and far more numerous. Even the underground volcanic demons were hunted down and killed. The battle lasted for 10 days and nights. Black and yellow-green liquids on the ground formed terrifying streams. Piled-up corpses became new peaks. At a certain moment, the erupting magma no longer produced as many volcanic demon eggs. After all, high-tier volcanic demons possess high combat power and must adhere to biological laws. They cannot be produced at will. When the volcanic demon eggs were expelled from the volcanic demon queen's body, they could hatch quickly, and this alone was enough to make this 14th tier dark giant proud. Yanheim concluded that her spiked snakes had finally developed a unique variety. Zhao Xiaoqiao was very excited. In the intense battle, the Qiaobian swarm, under continuous stimulation, finally gave birth to even more ferocious spiked snakes. These spiked snakes were generally twice the size of ordinary ones, with bony armor fanned out behind their heads like a crown, showcasing their uniqueness. They were ruthless, they were brutal. They were the nightmares that enemies did not want to see on the battlefield. Hunters. Zhao Xiaoqiao felt this name suited them perfectly. From now on, I am also a queen of extraordinary species. She proudly lifted her head. The swarm surged, and the volcanic demons retreated step by step. Once the volcanic demons begin to retreat, the swarm will devour them at an accelerating pace. Let me go? You are a brand new and powerful species, stronger and more numerous than I am. This is the power that makes me submit. I am willing to join you. A rumble of thunder echoed in the sky, and the volcanic demon queen begged for mercy in unskilled language. The magma gushing from the jagged peaks gradually weakened, as if it were running out of fuel, slowly extinguishing. Lin Yuan, who was halfway through his journey, suddenly stopped upon hearing the words of the volcanic demon. In this battle against the dark tide, the swarm had harvested a considerable number of new genes, and Lin Yuan was preparing to return to his main task. He did not expect that the wisdom of the volcanic demons had reached a level where they would surrender. The giant insects were stunned. Such an unreal event was something even imagination could not conjure up. The dark creatures can beg for mercy. This is unbelievable. Is it credible? After all, it is a level 14 Overlord class dark creature. They knew that the 5th and 6th levels were a watershed. Now it seemed that the 13th and 14th levels were an even greater divide, akin to the boundary between light and savagery. The giant insects discussed among themselves. Lin Yuan, riding the tunnel worm, quickly arrived at the scene and said, "What is unbelievable about this? The swarm is meant to continuously absorb and assimilate other beings. The king worm is a typical example of actively joining the swarm and accepting transformation." The king worm responded, "The master is absolutely right. Our ancestors joining the swarm was undoubtedly one of the best choices they ever made. Indeed, humans also joined the swarm through assimilation. In this light, the volcanic demon queen was merely a bit stronger and larger." Yanji suddenly realized. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Lin Yuan stood in place, unparalleled psychic energy flowing like a tide. He extended his mental tendrils, attempting to establish a connection with the volcanic demon queen. Under the immense shadow of his will, the existence of the volcanic demon queen appeared as a large red spot. "Do not resist. Manifest yourself." Boom. The earth shook. The volcanic demon queen seemed to be greatly frightened, her entire body twisting uncontrollably. Boom, boom, boom. The ground heaved, and the rocky soil split apart. A massive black shadow rose up. For the first time, the true form of the fully realized volcanic demon queen was revealed to other species. What a magnificent creature! The giant insects marveled in awe. Overall, The volcanic demon queen resembled a gigantic insect covered with numerous chimney-like armors, surrounded by a dense array of pipe-like tentacles. Its size was the largest Lin Yuan had ever seen, with a width exceeding 6,000 meters. Do not resist, or you will be annihilated, Lin Yuan constantly warned himself. 30 minutes later, the consciousness of the volcanic demon queen was finally assimilated by the sovereign will, and thus a colossal entity of the 14th rank was added to the swarm. During this process, the will of the volcanic demon queen could not show any resistance. Otherwise, the assimilation would fail. Of course, the most crucial factor was that Lin Yuan's supreme sovereign will exerted a powerful suppressive force on the volcanic demon queen, preventing any thoughts of rebellion from arising. Now, while the volcanic demon queen's consciousness had become that of an alien insect, her body had not yet transformed and required further modification. It was incredible. How could it be that a 14th rank Overlord-level dark creature was brought under his command like this? The other alien insects were so shocked they felt their heads might fall off. They sensed that the sovereign had forged a path never before imagined by others. Lin Yuan also felt a bit unexpectedly delighted. It appeared that the supreme sovereign will and the infinite shadow energy capacity, which were gifts from the system for his unselfish deeds, were far more complex than Lin Yuan had initially thought, potentially holding many undiscovered uses. Truly, the products of the system were exceptional. Suddenly, Lin Yuan considered a terrifying possibility. If even the 14th rank volcanic demon queen could be subdued and assimilated by the swarm, what about the other dark creatures? This boundless dark world could serve as a base for replenishing the swarm's high-ranking combat power. Truly, this dark world seemed to promise a bright future ahead, and Lin Yuan felt a surge of excitement. Suddenly, a childish voice attempted to communicate with Lin Yuan. Are you the volcanic demon queen? Lin Yuan traced the source of the voice and was taken aback. Who would have thought that the colossal, disaster-bringing volcanic demon queen would manifest as a childish voice during the will exchange? This implied that the intelligence of the volcanic demon queen was equivalent to that of a 7- or 8-year-old girl. If Lin Yuan hadn't glanced at the volcanic demon queen's mountain-like massive body, he might have almost believed it. Where should I go next? The childish voice asked, sounding quite confused. I'll send you a location. Go there, and I will give you a complete upgrade, Lin Yuan replied. The volcanic demon queen's response reminded him of a well-behaved little girl nodding continuously. Do you have a name? Lin Yuan inquired. I don't have a name. The childlike voice carried a hint of longing. From now on, you will be called Kekana, Lin Yuan casually named her. The little girl sounded quite pleased. Boom, boom, boom. The enormous body of the volcanic demon queen trembled slightly. Hundreds of tons of rock fell from her back, naturally forming a mudslide disaster. Also, do not produce any more of your offspring, as their combat power is too low, Lin Yuan commanded. Offspring? They are not my offspring, just a group living beside me. A voice with a youthful tone shared an interesting tidbit. This dark tide ended in an unexpected way. Lin Yuan would become very busy afterward, with a vast amount of genes waiting for him to analyze. The transformation of the Alpha Star will be a long thread, and the transformation of the volcanic demon queen is also a massive project. Unfortunately, no one in this world understands genetic engineering. These matters can only be handled personally by Lin Yuan. In Zhuke City, the light on the teleportation platform has been shining day and night for many days. According to the Mutual Assistance Agreement, the energy consumed by this teleportation can be supplied by a small island nation and a coalition of 3 colors. So the teleportation platform in Zhuke City only provides coordinate positioning functionality. Soldiers exuding a powerful aura emerged from the platform like ants coming out of their nest. They wore metallic armor full of sci-fi style, radiating a strong presence. At least they are all 9th-tier soldiers. So far, their number has exceeded 1 billion. These are the characteristic soldiers of the coalition of 3 colors, the Power Source Warriors. Truly impressive and powerful warriors coming from the strongest coalition. People's faces were filled with welcoming smiles, filled with anticipation for the good life to come. This is great. We no longer have to be troubled by those creatures. Those creatures are truly terrifying. Just a glance gives me nightmares for 3 months. In my dreams, those creatures are desperately tearing at my body. The public lamented the horrors of the strange creatures, as if they had truly committed those brutal acts. It's hard to imagine what kind of mindset the public had when making their voting decisions. I wonder if there's even a hint of guilt towards the creatures that have saved them multiple times. On top of the ancient castle, Cheng Yong watched all of this. He didn't know when it started, but there was no trace of human presence within 100 miles of the castle. Outside of an invisible warning line, there was a considerable number of soldier legions deployed. Anyone trying to approach the castle would be stopped. In a short time, the castle had become an ominous place. The gathering speed was truly slow. After waiting for so many days, only 1 billion soldiers showed up? With such efficiency, it would be better to be consumed by darkness on the spot. Is there even a need to exist? Cheng Yong's eyes were filled with disdain. Why did Cheng Yong wait for these soldiers to gather before attacking instead of doing so from the beginning? This reflects his desire for revenge. He aimed to shatter the so-called elite human soldiers with a thunderous strike, to crush the false hopes of those who repay kindness with malice. Just then, a clear call echoed from the sky. A large bird with feathers like flames swooped down towards Cheng Yong. Stop! The scattered creatures patrolling the ancient castle were about to launch their venomous spines when they were stopped by Cheng Yong. With a look of surprise, Cheng Yong watched as a large bird landed beside him, extending its long neck to affectionately rub against his arm. Gazing at the bird's unique trident-shaped crown, Cheng Yong fell into a long silence. Even if I have turned into a different being, you haven't forgotten our past battles, have you, De Yong? Compared to you, what are the people in the city of Zhuke? This large bird, scientifically known as the Phoenix, was Cheng Yong's steed when he was a Knight of the Phoenix. The recruitment method for units above the 10th tier is different. It requires selecting capable individuals from among the humans to undergo enhancement by the Tree of Light before they can become advanced units of the 10th tier or above. The Knight of the Phoenix is a 12th tier hero level unit. Whenever someone becomes a Knight of the Phoenix, they are granted a unique phoenix. Cheng Yong reached out and stroked the slender head of the bird. The bird spread its wings, appearing very excited. In fact, after Cheng Yong transformed, the bond with this bird's unit had completely disappeared. He never expected that this firebird, which he had personally named, could still recognize him. Look at this. Jump Bug Encyclopedia. Specific varieties, Devouring 1, a powerful strain of jump bug. Usually acts alone, eats the fallen, from the officially licensed third-party work StarCraft. Rebellion, Primal Zergling, a strain of jump bug from the original swarm. Replication status unknown. Raptor, a jump bug evolution branch from StarCraft 2. Heart of the Swarm, Screamer, from the officially licensed third-party work StarCraft. Rebellion, Swarmling, a jump bug evolution branch from StarCraft 2. Heart of the Swarm, War Zergling, from the officially licensed third-party work StarCraft. Rebellion, Zergrinch Goblin, a little fairy from Claw Operation. A 1999 holiday map by Blizzard. Special individuals, Brokenhorn Zergling, from the 3 cutscenes of Heart of the Swarm. From the Swarm of Nactal, Devours Children, from the officially licensed third-party work StarCraft. Rebellion, Meat Eater, from the officially licensed third-party work StarCraft. Rebellion, Messeroli the Marauder, from the official map Mercenaries 2. Purely a gameplay unit. 34 Scar 34, named by fans, from the short comic Why Fight. The news of the coalition arriving at Zhuke City quickly reached Qilin City. A coalition mainly composed of 1 billion 9th tier troops. Goodness, the forces from the small island nation and the Tricolor Freedom Alliance have really made a big move this time. The battle strength of a 15th tier main city level legion isn't that impressive, is it? Why do they regard Lin Yuan so highly? People were discussing fervently, shocked and puzzled by the involvement of the Tricolor Freedom Alliance and the small island nation. Crash. In the central area of Qilin City, exquisite porcelain was smashed to the ground. Do these people really not understand what it means for the Tricolor Freedom Alliance and the small island nation to enter our alliance? What a disgrace, truly a disgrace. What are these fools thinking? Do they really believe that people from other regions care about their lives? The head of the Nangong family was furious, unable to control his emotions. When did our alliance fall to such a state? How pathetic. The other 7 family heads also looked grim. Finally, such a promising talent appeared in our alliance, and we are just going to watch him be crushed? The crowd fell silent, with no one responding. The 8 Directions family, being a minor force among the top powers in the city, felt powerless in this situation. Ultimately, it was the choice of the citizens of the city. What could we say? The leader of the Eastern Beauty clan's side. With the Dark Tide in front and the coalition of various forces behind, this time, Lin Yuan's path should come to an end. The leader of the previous family let out a deep sigh, realizing that their earlier investments had gone completely to waste. In the city, both in the royal palace and among the common people, everyone awaited the tacitly accepted outcome. After all, This was a rare event worth attention across the region. A juicy piece of news. Good buddy, we can fight side by side again in a new identity in the future. Chung Yong patted the Firebird's head. Heavy dark clouds drifted into the sky, blocking out the sunlight. It seemed even the old man couldn't bear to watch the citizens suffer, shedding tears of sorrow for them. At this moment, the classic fire-crowned flowers bloomed vibrantly in the city, resembling burning flames or bright blood flowers. People rushed out to witness this spectacle. It was not the season for flowers to bloom, yet the fire-crowned flowers had surprisingly blossomed out of season. What a rarity! A celestial phenomenon. It seemed to indicate that the city would rid itself of the pests and toxic influences, leading to a happier life for its people. Ha ha ha, great, wonderful. Above the ancient castle, energy surged. Chung Yong spread his energy wings behind him, resembling the wings of a great demon. He soared into the sky, a killing intent swirling in his eyes. Chung Yong clan, attack. He commanded with a wave of his hand. The swarm surged once again in the city. Last time, the swarm had appeared similarly, disrupting the Archbishop's plot and helping the city eliminate a dark creature, saving billions of humans. This time, they finally received commands that aligned with their nature. Slaughter. Boom. The ancient castle exploded. In the vast underground space, hidden swarms surged like waves. Thousands of worker bees emerged to the surface, their bodies expanding and mutating into breeding grounds for monstrous insects. More worker bees would soon mutate into spore crawlers, establishing a solid support line at the front lines of battle. The coalition and allied forces had just arrived in the city, enjoying the enthusiastic cheers of the citizens and a lavish reception. In the area where the billion-strong army was stationed, the citizens moved back and forth with smiles, volunteering to provide services to the coalition and allied forces. With light songs and graceful dances, the reception in the central area was truly luxurious. Haha, Mr. Zhang. I am very satisfied with your reception. I will leave the management of Zhuke City to you, and I feel very assured. A middle-aged man with a thick neck laughed heartily. It's our honor that Mr. Mike is satisfied. A man beside him chuckled in response. Just then, the intelligence radar suddenly blared. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. A large number of hostile life forms have been detected. Warning. A large number of hostile life forms have been detected. The thick-necked middle-aged man's expression suddenly tightened as he stood up and calmly said, All personnel, enter combat readiness. In an instant, the commanders from the island nation of Shanghai and the Tricolor Freedom Alliance at the banquet all stood up and quickly ran outside. If one looked closely, they would notice that none of these people had been drinking. It's the bugs, those bugs. My God, how did they come so fast? Did they come up from the ground? What are you afraid of? We have a billion-strong army that can quickly wipe out these bugs. The citizens of Zhuke City shouted as they fled. Clang, clang, clang. The blades of the bugs dove down, and the upper body of a citizen of Zhuke City disappeared. No, don't come closer. The jumping bugs rushed past, leaving behind a pile of scattered limbs. The moment the swarm appeared, rivers of blood flowed. The once vibrant city was instantly transformed into a hell on earth. I knew these bugs were man-eating monsters all along. Ha ha ha. Our choice was not wrong. These bugs deserve to be exterminated. Die, monsters. The citizens shouted in unison. So, this day was bound to come, wasn't he it? The benevolent ruler gave you all a chance, but only one. Chung Yong coldly observed all of this. Once, he had protected these people as the vice-captain of the Phoenix Knights. Now, as the destroyer of the Yicheng, he was slaughtering them. Was this transformation merely due to the will of the ruler? Chung Yong didn't know, nor did he want to explore it. What does the destruction of humanity by the swarm have to do with mankind? Previously, it was just that the ruler was too lazy to care about these people. Yet he didn't expect that these people had never understood the ruler's greatness. Even so, the benevolent ruler still allowed those who voted against to qualify for joining the swarm. What a great existence. This is true magnanimity. Chung Yong couldn't help but recite the name of the ruler. Chung Yong's Legion, full attack on the island nation of Shanghai and the Tricolor Freedom Alliance. Understood. In Chung Yong's consciousness, the echoes of countless conquerors and invaders rang out. These humanoid Yicheng entered combat mode and charged alongside the swarm toward the billion-strong army. Although the billion-strong army was stationed over an area of more than 300,000 square kilometers. Flap, flap, flap. The flying dragons arrived first. In the sky, the blades of the bugs poured down like a torrential rain. In the absence of a response from the allied forces of the small island nation and the Tricolor Freedom Coalition, heavy casualties were inflicted. However, the loss of ordinary troops failed to highlight the mobility advantage of the alien creatures. The alien dragons soared through the sky, searching for key targets. These targets could be crucial structures or uniquely dressed individuals, as humans often distinguish status by their attire. Distinctive clothing signifies high status, making it likely that such individuals are key figures within the coalition. Boom. Hundreds and thousands of sparks erupted from the ground as conspicuous devices were directly destroyed by the alien dragon. Some troops stood dazed, waiting for their commander's orders. The swarm advanced rapidly, resembling an endless tide of jumping insects and ferocious stinging serpents, leading to heavy losses for the Allied forces in an instant. The fragile communication system of humans crumbled before the swarm. Fortunately, the presence of the Bright Tree network largely compensated for this critical flaw. Buzzing sounds filled the air as countless drones took off, opening fire on the alien dragon. These drones were highly agile and possessed impressive firepower, capable of engaging the dragon in several rounds. The roar of energy echoed as hundreds of massive war machines activated, their numerous barrels raised skyward. Boom! Flames erupted, energy dispersed, and a barrage of projectiles filled the sky in a sweeping attack. The alien dragon was unable to deal with such gigantic war machinery and fell from the sky one after another. Buzzing continued as a continuous metal wall rose. The defense circuit of the small island nation and the Tricolor Freedom Coalition was completed. This solid mixed metal blocked the path of the ground swarm. The combat style of these forces differed significantly from that of the regional alliance. However, even if Chung Yong realized this point, he did not order the alien creatures to halt their attack. At this point, he had become a complete brute, with no thoughts other than to rally the alien creatures for an assault. The solid fortress was not unfamiliar to the swarm. Instincts ingrained in their genes had already provided them with 100 methods to breach such fortifications. The silent, mutated beings among the swarm were rare, not emitting various sounds, and had a unique understanding of how to break through sturdy strongholds. The massive hands, the size of fans, swatted against the metal wall, quickly deforming the barrels above. The toxic explosive insects surged forward, leaving destruction in their wake. Faced with the countless swarm, the allied forces of the small island nation and the Tricolor Freedom Coalition found themselves powerless, although they had indeed inflicted substantial casualties on the swarm. For the endless tide of creatures, this was merely an insignificant skirmish. The small island nation and the coalition of the Three-Color Freedom Alliance were soon engulfed by the swarm. Afterwards, Chung Yong cleared the city of Zhuke. At that moment, the swarm finally revealed its ferocity to the human world. However, developments often take unexpected turns. As news spread of the swarm's massacre of the small island nation and the coalition, as well as the city of Zhuke, various regions began sending diplomatic requests, eager to establish good relations with Lin Yuan. When the people of the Jiuzhou Alliance learned they could join the swarm, a considerable number sought ways to verify their qualifications for membership. The swarm's growth had become unstoppable. After the Dark Tide, the True Dragon ruins near Zhuke City opened, unleashing countless skeletal creatures. These ancient beings contained the essence required by the swarm. Lin Yuan obtained a significant amount of useful genes from them. Additionally, within the True Dragon ruins, Lin Yuan discovered fragments for upgrading the Luminary Tree network. Once the fragments were gathered, the Luminary Tree would be able to resist deep darkness. In the True Dragon ruins, the giant insects uncovered a stone tablet that displayed images of their most cherished individuals. Next to it was an inscription, "My beloved daughter. May you no longer be lonely after losing me." The True Dragon ruins seemed to have opened a floodgate, leading to the emergence of various relics across major regions of the world. The giant insects, along with their factions, launched attacks, exploring the relics while simultaneously eliminating the small island nation, the Three-Color Freedom Alliance, the Brahmin Nation, and other major domains. During this time, Lin Yuan's research progressed rapidly. Research on various combat and defensive levels of the insects was completed, including melee attack levels, ground unit carapace levels, and aerial unit attack levels. All types of insect units, such as infiltrators, piercers, devourers, hosts, infection worms, corrupted flying dragons, flying snakes, thunder beasts, king beasts, savage beasts, nest lords, leviathans, golden fire cockroaches, golden alien dragons, and self-destructing flying mosquitoes were successfully created. Furthermore, through extensive research, Lin Yuan developed his unique swarm units. The Alpha Star, a perfect fusion of alien insect genes, ethereal energy, and light energy, had limbs transformed into sharp appendages, with angelic wings extending from its back. Embodying both the sharpness of alien insects and the nobility of deities, a true hybrid with breakthroughs at its core. The volcanic demon queen was also transformed by Lin Yuan, becoming a Titan-class insect mother host. Other dark monsters that surrendered have also been transformed. The advanced combat power of the swarm has undergone a qualitative improvement. From now on, nothing can stop the swarm, not even the depths of the dark world. All fragments of the light tree's evolution have been collected for the evolution of the light tree. During this process, Lin Yuan, with a creator-like dominating will, discovered that the light tree is actually an unowned consciousness nurtured by the dark world. In the end, Lin Yuan devoured the light tree and integrated the light tree system into the will of the swarm. Endless light spread throughout the dark world. As the swarm conquered the dark world, it also broke through the boundaries of that world. Lin Yuan realized that the so-called dark world is an unexplored star region in the universe. When darkness shrouded this place, it was unknown to other civilizations. But when the swarm dispelled the darkness, this star region was exposed to other civilizations. The swarm has driven away the darkness of the dark world. And what awaits is the endless competition among civilizations in the universe. That will be 1,000,000 times more brutal than the dark world. After all, the endless universe is inherently based on darkness. Countless leviathans have sailed into the universe. The swarm will make all civilizations tremble. The entire universe will burn under the feet of the swarm. Lin Yuan is the swarm. The end. GG.